Elder sister awakened the emperor-level mecha. Younger sister awakened the saint-level mecha. While I am just an ordinary person. Just when my classmates were mocking me as a waste, the system descended. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the system, awakening the machine god body, and the divine-level mecha has been issued to the mecha space. I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but what I got was alienation. I won't pretend anymore. I'm coming clean. Then, 100-meter-high mecha descended from the sky, scaring everyone to wet their pants. I opened the system panel to check, and the psychic energy value reached 16,800, getting closer to becoming a 4-star mecha master. As I become a 4-star mecha master, my second mecha will also awaken. The next morning, I arrived at the airport and boarded the exclusive transport plane to Kunlun Mecha University. A few hours later, towering buildings full of cyberpunk vibes appeared before my eyes. This is Kunlun City, and not far away, there is a Kunlun Sacred Mountain. Kunlun Mecha University is located on Kunlun Sacred Mountain, only about 100 kilometers from this city. Since the transport plane cannot enter Kunlun Mecha University, they can only be sent to this Kunlun city. As soon as I got off the plane, I sent a message to my sister. Soon, a golden fighter jet landed smoothly in front of me. As the cabin door opened, a stunning beauty walked out, leaving many people around in awe. It had been a long time since I last saw her, and my sister looked even more beautiful, like a fairy. Little brother is here. Missed sister so much. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, my sister took me to a floating island. From now on, you will live with me here. Choose any room you like. I looked at everything in front of me in shock and said, Sis, is this huge floating island just your residence? Yes, all the students in the seed class have such an island. Then my sister handed me an unlimited meal card and gave me the golden fighter jet because I didn't have the skills to fly the mecha. Sis, you make me feel like I'm just living off you. So what, don't you want to live off me? Eat? I'll eat. Following my sister into that luxurious villa, a girl was playing games in the living room, her beauty not inferior to my sister's. Her figure was perfect, with curves in all the right places. Hearing the noise, the girl turned her head directly towards me. When she saw me, her eyes flashed, and she stood up instantly, staring at me intently. After my sister introduced us, the girl in front of me was called Zhao Yu, also a student in the seed class. Hello, senior sister, I politely greeted. Zhao Yu nodded. Lin, do you have a girlfriend now? Wow, we just met. Is it appropriate to ask this question? Seeing my confusion, Zhao Yu continued. Lin, what kind of girl do you like? Someone like me, or like your sister? Zhao Yu was like a fox spirit, her voice full of temptation. My sister intervened in time. Little brother, go pick a room first. I nodded vigorously, quickly leaving the living room. If I stayed any longer, I felt like I would be devoured by Zhao Yu. After I left, my sister looked at Zhao Yu with a puzzled expression. You are acting so unusual today. Have you noticed something? Zhao Yu smiled mysteriously. Wonder, you probably don't know how extraordinary your brother is. Zhao Yu has a special ability called the Divine Eye, which can see through all falsehoods. You mentioned before that your brother awakened a royal class mech, but I can assure you that your brother's mech is divine class. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanner was stunned. Then she directly pulled me out from the room and asked seriously, Little brother, did you awaken a divine class mech? I was shocked. Did I expose myself? It's impossible. The information camouflage of a divine class mech should not be detectable. Beside, Zhao Yu smiled slightly. Lin, be honest, your god-level mecha can't escape my eyes. Sister explained to me the ability of Zhao Yu's divine eyes, and I was sweating profusely. Isn't it like not wearing pants in front of her? I didn't expect such a terrifying ability in this world. Since I was seen through, I can only tell the truth. I won't pretend anymore. I am god level. I reveal my cards. After saying that, the two of them dragged me outside. Zhao Yu urged, quick, let us see what the god level mecha looks like. I nodded, summoned the Pango mecha, and the next second, 100-meter high mecha appeared directly behind me. The two suddenly felt that their imperial level mecha was not as impressive. After watching, I retracted the mecha. Sister looked serious. Little brother, the matter of the god level mecha must be kept confidential, but you can change the level from imperial to divine, so you can enter the seed class and get more mecha resources. I nodded. Okay, I'll listen to my sister. After changing the level, my sister asked me to report to the academic center and re-register the mecha. Zhao Yu volunteered, and I took him there. In the meantime, the two of us could also deepen our relationship. Lin, what do you think? Zhao Yu smiled. Can I refuse? Lin Yu waved his hand. To be honest, he preferred to let his sister Lin Wanner lead him. Lin Yu, just go with her. It just so happens that I also have some things to take care of, Lin Wanner said. Just in time. Xiaoyu take Lin Yu to get to know the Kunlun Mecha University while at that time. Immediately, Lin Wanner summoned her own mecha. Soon she maneuvered her mech to quickly leave the floating island. Sister's upgraded mecha is even cooler than before. And I didn't expect that the ability to fly had been added, Lin Yu exclaimed. He didn't see any flying gear on his sister's mech. That could only mean one thing, it was the flight ability that came with the mech itself. As long as it's an emperor-level mecha, all of them have the ability to fly, Xiaoyu explained. However, the speed varies. Some are fast and some are slow. Could it be that your god-level mecha doesn't have the ability to fly? Immediately afterward, Xiaoyu looked at Lin Yu with some doubt. Not yet, Lin Yu shook his head. It's probably because your divine mecha's level is too low. After the level is raised up, it's estimated that it will be able to automatically awaken the ability to fly, Xiaoyu guessed. After all, it was a god-level mecha that definitely possessed the ability to fly. This, Xiaoyu was certain of. Alright, first follow me to change your information. Xiaoyu's big hand, a mechanical flying boat, appeared in front of him. Come up. Xiaoyu jumped onto the flying boat with a gentle leap. Seeing this, Lin Yu followed suit. The two stood back up. The flying boat also flew quickly. Looking at Lin Yu's curiosity, Xiaoyu explained. This is a mechanical flying boat, developed by Kunlun Mecha University. As long as you have crystal energy, you can drive this flying boat. Your mech has no flight ability right now, so this is the only way to get you there. Lin Yu hurriedly nodded. Understood. Almost 10 minutes passed. The flying boat landed on a square at the top of the Kunlun Divine Mountain. In this square in the due east, there is an incomparably brilliant building, filled with a powerful aura. That's the teaching center for the seed classes of Kunlun Mecha University, Xiaoyu said softly. She seemed to know the place very well. Upon entering this teaching center, another special room was entered. This shouldn't be considered a room. It was best described as a space. It felt like it wouldn't be a problem to accommodate hundreds of giant mechs. Mr. Liu, I didn't expect it to be you today. Upon seeing that there was a female teacher inside, Xiaoyu said with some surprise. Xiaoyu, it's you. And this is? That teacher Liu looked at Xiaoyu and also smiled and nodded. When looking at Lin Yu, he said with some curiosity. However, the first feeling Lin Yu gave her was that the young man was good-looking. Introducing. This is teacher Lu Chuanxue Lu. She's a star mecha master. Xiaoyu quickly introduced. Teacher Lu. This is Lin Wan'er's younger brother. Lin Yu. So it's her brother. After hearing Lin Wan'er's name, Lu Chuanxue's eyes flashed with a glint. Teacher Lu. Lin Yu's previous report on testing his mech was a little off. In fact, his mech is an emperor-level mech. Xiaoyu hurriedly got to the point. I've looked at it with my divine eye, and I can confirm that it's emperor-level. Hearing Xiaoyu give such a guarantee, Lu Chuanxue was also surprised in her heart. This Lin Wan'er would already be so unbelievable that her mech could level up. Unexpectedly, Lin Wan'er's younger brother was similarly gifted and was actually an emperor-level mecha. This family feels like they are all demonic-level existences. Xiaoyu, I believe in your godly eyes, but we still have to follow the rules. He needs to be examined at the mech inspection table before he can do so, Lu Chuanxue said softly. This is naturally no problem. Follow the school rules. Xiaoyu smiled confidently. This Lu Chuanxue indeed wasn't too surprised by the emperor-level mech alone. If he were to say that Lin Yu was actually a god-level mecha, then Lu Chuanxue would definitely not be so calm. Lin Yu, summon your mech and stand on that mech inspection table. Xiaoyu patted Lin Yu's shoulder. Pancake mecha summoning. Rumble. Discordian mecha appeared after. Lin Yu quickly transformed into a ray of light and entered the interior of the Discordian mech. Under Lin Yu's control, the Pango mech was also quickly standing on the mech inspection table. Xiaoyu. The sense of oppression brought about by this mech seems to be even stronger than an emperor-level mech, Lu Chuanxue said gruffly. This feeling of hers was very strong. Not bad for a star mech. That perception is really powerful. Teacher Lu, perhaps his mech is the top of the line amongst the emperor-level mechs. Xiaoyu could only say this. She naturally wouldn't say the god-level mech out loud. The mech inspection table soon began to run. This inspection took a little longer than it should have. For a full 2 minutes. On the monitor next to it, it reads Imperial Class Mecha. Seeing this, Lin Yu said in his heart, if you can fool this mech inspection table, you just can't fool the Xiaoyu's divine eye. After the inspection is completed, Lin Yu summoned the mech back. Re-enter Xiaoyu's side. Lin Yu, congratulations. Your mech is indeed an emperor-class mech. From now on you're a student of the 10th seed class. Lu Chuanxue congratulated. 10th class? Teacher Lu. When was there a 10th class? Xiaoyu was stunned. She remembered that there were only 9 classes when it came to the seed classes of Kunlun Mecha University. The Seed 10 class is a separate class this year. Lu Chuanxue explained. I see. Xiao Yu nodded and continued. Then, Teacher Lu, Lin Yu, he's already confirmed to be done. Can he receive the resources in advance? This is naturally no problem. Follow me. Lu Chuanxue smiled very softly. Led by Teacher Lu Chuanxue, Lin Yu and Xiao Yu arrived inside a warehouse. 20 level 30 crystallites, 10 level 40 crystallites, 5 level 50 crystallites, and 1 level 60 crystallite. 2 books of high-level mecha skills and 1 book of super-level mecha skills. Also gravity-style cultivation time 180 minutes. With the confirmation of a mecha resource, this caused Lin Yu to be incomparably amazed. I didn't realize that this was such a lucrative deal after entering the seeded class, especially those crystal energies. With them, Lin Yu could be sure that he would be able to quickly reach 4-star Mecha Master and awaken a second mecha of his own. After it's all finalized, Lu Chuanxue also received all these resources into her spatial ring. This spatial ring, which is worth its weight in gold, is very rare, and is also one of the treatments of the seed class, Xiao Yu explained. Aha! Lin Yu nodded and accepted the spatial ring with both hands. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Now, Lin Yu was considered a truly rich man. Not bad for a top mech university. If you enter those ordinary mech universities, you definitely won't get these. You can see how important a good environment is. After saying goodbye to Lu Chuanxue, Lin Yu and Xiao Yu then walked out of this teaching center. I have to say, this Kunlun Mecha University is really powerful. Even the sweeper's aunt is a 5-star Mecha Master. Senior sister, I'll also trouble you to send me back. Lin Yu looked at Xiao Yu. That's for sure. Xiao Yu let out a smile. With that, she summoned the flying boat. Lin Yu was already familiar with the situation. With a direct and gentle jump, he jumped onto the flying boat. The flying boat quickly took off. After a while, Lin Yu felt something was wrong. Senior sister, this doesn't seem to be the direction of my sister's floating island, Lin Yu said in a hurry. Of course it's to go to my sister's place, Xiao Yu said with a bit of a bad smile. Your sister has something going on. It's estimated that it will take a few days before she can come back. Anyway, if you go to my place, it's just as well that I can also take care of you, and it's in every aspect of the Coo. Lin Yu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. For some reason, he felt that he had been firmly controlled by Xiao Yu. Senior sister, you don't really like me, do you? Lin Yu got a little bold. Honestly, this Xiao Yu was very beautiful, very much in line with his own aesthetic. With Xiao Yu's looks, she was definitely a school flower level existence inside this Kunlun Mecha University. Previously, Lin Yu had also fantasized about finding a schoolgirl girlfriend. Now it feels as if this fantasy, in turn, is coming true. Then do you like me? Xiao Yu didn't answer and directly asked a rhetorical question. To hear the truth? Of course. I do have some good feelings for my senior sister, but I can't talk about liking her specifically. After all, my senior sister and I have only just met. Lin Yu was honest. Then how about we cultivate our feelings now? Seeing this, Xiao Yu seemed to become even happier and couldn't help but move closer. Go with the flow. Lin Yu didn't even know what to say for a moment. This Xiao Yu was really too proactive. Feeling like you're not being in control again. In the future, I guess he can only lie down. No initiative, only passive. By the way, what exactly did my sister go to do that it actually takes several days to come back? Lin Yu changed the subject. It should be entering a copy. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment and slowly said, as you know by now, your sister's mech is capable of promotion, but there are conditions for this promotion. After listening, Lin Yu also nodded, somewhat understandingly. For Lin Yu now, he could only take one step at a time. Continue past a few minutes. The flying boat landed smoothly on a new floating island. How about it? My floating island is better looking than your sister's one. Xiao Yu smiled. At a glance, this island is planted with many exotic flowers and plants. The air was filled with a light fragrance of flowers, making the whole person look very comfortable and refreshed after smelling it. That's not bad. Lin Yu nodded. The front is the place to stay. Let's talk while walking. And by the way, I'll explain to you in detail about some of the things that happened at the Kunlun Mecha University, Xiao Yu proposed. That's all. The two of them advanced side by side, strolling through this sea of flowers. Don't have any fun with it. One time. It also has a dating feel to it. And this feeling, Lin Yu has never experienced before. For the next few moments, Lin Yu also listened very carefully. It gave him a deeper knowledge of the entire Kunlun Mecha University. Knew a lot of the rules too. Senior sister, this Kunlun Mecha University prohibits private fights. But what if two people really have a grudge to settle? Lin Yu raised his doubts. This is something that the school has naturally taken into consideration and has specifically set up 2 venues. Xiao Yu said very patiently. One is the life and death field, and the second is the cutting field. This life and death scene, Even without Xiao Yu's explanation, Lin Yu understood. The field of life and death. Two people enter. The end is life and death. Alright, basically I've said it all too. We're here, Xiao Yu smiled. But when she looked towards the front and spotted the back of a man, the smile on her face disappeared all of a sudden. At this time at the entrance of a villa, that man also turned around and hurriedly came to Xiao Yu. I finally see you. These days without seeing you, I can't sleep at night. This man should be Zhongyu. He didn't put Lin Yu in his eyes at all. It was as if Lin Yu was air. Zhongkuwei, are we two acquainted? Please call me Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's tone was cold. Also in the future, don't you bother me anymore. I already have a boyfriend. Just him? Zhongkuwei looked at Lin Yu with a face full of disdain. I know this must be a random shield you pulled. This Lin Yu he had seen for the first time. Naturally, he didn't believe that Lin Yu was Lin Yu's boyfriend. Definitely looking for a shield. It's just average looking. Far worse than myself. Zhongkuwei said in his heart. It was also at this time. Xiao Yu actually took great initiative to kiss up against Lin Yu's mouth. At this moment, Lin Yu didn't react at all. But in his mind he exclaimed. His first kiss is gone. The kiss, though, was really quite nice. Do you still need me to explain now? After kissing, Xiao Yu's face also blushed a little. But soon she once again looked at Zhongkuwei icily. Xiao Yu. Zhongkuwei turned to Lin Yu and put down harsh words. Kid, I'll remember you. Next, this Zhongkuwei then summoned his mech and quickly left the area. His mech, too, was an Emperor-class mech. Look at the loaded weapon. It's a lance. Looks like a melee-class mech. Sister, this is my first kiss. How can I explain to my girlfriend in the future? Lin Yu was a bit tearless. Seeing Lin Yu like this, Xiao Yu gave him a blank look. This is still my first kiss. That's not a loss. Lin Yu nodded seriously. The moment. Xiao Yu couldn't help but smile. I am really finding you getting naughty. Why don't you let school sister be your girlfriend? And you won't have to explain about this first kiss. Lin Yu hurriedly shook his head. Senior sister, you'd better take me to my room first. I want to cultivate and improve my strength right now. That Zhongkuwei must be holding a grudge against me. Led by Xiao Yu, Lin Yu directly entered inside a wide room. It's got everything in it. My room is right next door. If there's anything, feel free to find me. Xiao Yu smiled at Lin Yu. Got it. Lin Yu nodded. The door was then closed in a hurry. It was also the fact that his own mech couldn't fly right now. Otherwise, he would definitely be heading back to his old sister's floating island right now. It felt as if Xiao Yu was a chimera. In case you can't hold it yourself then. Aha! One should never become that way. Hoo-hoo! Lin Yu hastily took a deep breath and calmed himself, then plopped down on the big bed. System, absorb all crystal energy, and then all of them raise their psychic values. In the next second, Lin Yu directly took out the crystal energy he had just obtained. 20 level 30 crystalline energy, 10 level 40 crystalline energy, 5 level 50 crystalline energy, and 1 level 60 crystalline energy have been detected. All are now absorbed and transformed. Transformation successful. Energy points plus 655, consuming 655 energy points. Your psychic energy value has increased by 9825. Congratulations on reaching 4-star Mecha Master. Open the personal panel. Command received. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Kijiji body, activated. Mecha Master level, 4-star Mecha Master. Energy points, 0. Spiritual energy, 26,645. Mecha, Pango Mecha, level 28. Finally a 4-star Mecha Master. How much does my psychic energy value need to be raised to elevate to a 5-star Mecha Master? Lin Yu asked. Answer, the Kijin body reaches 5-star Mecha Master, requiring a psychic energy value of 50,000. The difficulty increases a lot at once. It made Lin Yu also sigh. Soon, though, he carried on inside his mech space. One is going to awaken a second mech. At this time inside the mecha space, in the first mech position was the Pangu mech. The second mech position now erupted with an incomparably bright 7-colored divine light. A huge mecha figure appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. Congratulations on awakening your second mecha. Mecha, NWA. Level, Divine Mecha. Level, 28. God class mecha. My second mech is also God ranked. Lin Yu was thrilled. Originally, he had thought that it was already good enough for him to awaken a God ranked mecha. I didn't expect such a surprise to come. Now he owns 2 mechs. Moreover, this new mech seems to be particularly suitable for aerial combat. With this new mech, Lin Yu would also be able to exert greater power in the air in the future. System, why is my second new mech level 28? Lin Yu asked curiously. Answer, this is one of the abilities of the Kijin body. As your first mech level increases, the other mech levels will also increase simultaneously. Hear this. Lin Yu was once again incomparably shocked. This machine god body is just too awesome. So much for that. He's kind of a lot more convenient. Just need to level up the pancake mech. Let's summon the new mech when we have the chance afterward. After exiting the mecha space, Lin Yu slowly nodded. Now he was quite happy. Keep pulling out that mech skill you got. For a few short seconds, all of the Discordian mechs had successfully mastered 2 high-order mech skills and 1 super-order mech skill. These 3 mecha skills were still specially selected by Lin Yu, and were especially suitable for the Pangu mecha. With the increase in mecha skills, it also allowed Lin Yu to unlock more ways to fight in the future. It also makes him stronger at the moment. Currently, the Pangu mech is only level 28, so the next task is to level up the mech to level 40. Lin Yu muttered. Now that he was a 4-star mecha master, the current level limit of the Pangu mecha was level 40. Goo 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 goo. Suddenly Lin Yu's stomach rumbled. A wave of hunger struck. I also don't know if senior sister has any food here. Lin Yu slowly stood up. The good thing about the kitchen is that it's right on the first floor. Lin Yu opened the door and walked out. Just as he was about to go downstairs, the door to the room next to him opened. Xiao Yu walked out from inside. It seemed to be just after a bath, and at this time, she was wearing a light veil, if hidden, so that Lin Yu at once was sort of a feast for the eyes. Senior sister. I didn't do it on purpose. Lin Yu came back to his senses and quickly turned around, explaining. Well, I don't even blame you. Xiao Yu smiled faintly. We kissed on the mouth too, and you just finished watching, so you have to be responsible for me. Senior sister. I'll go downstairs first. Lin Yu quickly came down. That's embarrassing too. I was trying to get some food myself, and then this scene happened. Lin Yu gulped. Couldn't help but reminisce. Nice figure for sure. Blah blah blah. Think about what? Hurry up and find something to eat. Lin Yu came to the kitchen. Good lord. Not even a grain of rice. The inside of the fridge was even more empty of any food. It's good to have some fruit at least. Brother Lin Yu, what are you looking for? At this time, Xiao Yu had already changed back into a long snow-white dress and walked down. At this point she was like Snow White. Extraordinarily beautiful and full of charm. Kind of hungry. Senior sister, you here? How come you don't have any food at all? Lin Yu whispered. It's not like I know how to cook, so naturally there's nothing in this kitchen. Xiao Yu laughed. That said, One Air should have given you a meal card. Here. Lin Yu nodded. That's right. We usually go to eat in the cafeteria. There is a special chef there. The taste is especially good. Xiao Yu still had a smile on her face. Let's go. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll personally accompany you to the cafeteria for a good meal. I'd rather go alone. Lin Yu hurriedly responded. Go to the cafeteria with Xiao Yu. It feels like I'm going to be an all-school celebrity in no time. Oh, brother Lin, are you disliking me? Xiao Yu became aggravated all of a sudden and even shed tears. This really made Lin Yu unable to stand it up. Together then, Lin Yu was helpless. Hey! In the next second, Xiao Yu instantly laughed happily. The crying just now. Lin Yu naturally knew that she was faking it. I don't know why, though, but I suddenly felt a little used to her being like this. Maybe he's been single for a long time. Love that feeling. This is the cafeteria dedicated to the students of the seed class, and the chefs in it are all great cooks. It didn't take long for Xiao Yu to bring Lin Yu inside a cafeteria. Soon, Xiao Yu also ordered a large table of food. Eat? It's my treat today. Xiao Yu smiled. Senior sister, how much does this big table cost? Just smelling the aroma made Lin Yu gulp uncontrollably and ask curiously. Almost a few million. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment and said slowly. Anyway, as long as you're a student of the seed class, you can eat here as much as you want. Millions of dollars up and down just for one meal. That's 3 meals a day. Wouldn't that be tens of millions of dollars? It takes over 300 million a month. Who can afford to consume this? Luckily, though, he was now in the seed class as well. With that, Lin Yu began to wolf down his food. The food itself was already hungry, plus it was extremely tasty. As she watched Lin Yu take a big bite, Xiao Yu propped her chin up with both hands and her beautiful eyes just quietly looked at him. From time to time, Xiao Yu would still reveal a wave of brilliant smiles. There was still a glow inside his eyes. However, Lin Yu didn't notice any of this. Instead, he was single-mindedly enjoying his food. Inside the cafeteria, there were other seated classes of students. They were all stunned when they saw the scene. The icy schoolgirl is actually in love. Many of the boys in the seed class had pursued Xiao Yu, but they had all been decisively and ruthlessly rejected. They had originally thought that Xiao Yu would not be able to talk about love, but I didn't expect that the icy schoolgirl in their eyes, now in front of Lin Yu, looked so gentle and lovely. For a while, they all couldn't help but envy Lin Yu. Many people began to inquire about Lin Yu one after another. After all, this Lin Yu, they had never seen before. In their hearts, They are incomparably curious. This Lin Yu in the end is what kind of person? Can let Xiaoyu sew this? 10 minutes later. All that was left on the table was an empty plate. Lin Yu burped at this moment. Brother Lin, do you want more? Xiaoyu asked with a smile. Enough. I'm already full. Lin Yu hurriedly responded. It's good to be full. Xiaoyu nodded. After walking out of this cafeteria, Lin Yu felt like he was filled with power. Senior sister, does this Kunlun Mecha University have any copy suitable for me right now? I want to level up my mecha. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyu and inquired. Even the lowest priced copy of Kunlun Divine Mountain is level 30. Xiaoyu replied, followed by a flash of light from her eyes. Anyway, I don't have anything to do right now, so let me take you to leveling. Senior sister, it's kind of a good way to enhance the relationship. Before Lin Yu could agree, Xiaoyu directly forced Lin Yu to walk. Along the way, many students saw the scene. All stunned. The icy schoolgirl is actually in love. At this moment, the internal forum of Kunlun Mecha University is already in full swing. Many of the male students were gnashing their teeth at Lin Yu. The goddess of their hearts was actually taken down just like that. Checked it out. The boy that schoolgirl Xiao is holding hands with is called Lin Yu. Awakened to an emperor-level mecha. And the most important thing is that his sister is Lin Wanner. A message appeared. The students of Kunlun Mecha University were shocked. I didn't realize it was actually Lin Wanner's brother. So it's brother-in-law. After taking care of my brother-in-law, then it won't be easier to chase Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner was also one of the school beauties of Kunlun Mecha University, and there were quite a few people chasing after her as well. When they learned that Lin Yu was Lin Wanner's brother, they decided to strike a good relationship with Lin Yu. Short time, Lin Yu was also considered to be famous at Kunlun Mecha University. He himself probably didn't expect to become famous in the way he did. Led by Xiaoyu, Lin Yu quickly arrived at the foot of one of the mountains of this Kunlun Divine Mountain. They appeared in front of a replica entrance. This is a level 30 copy of the Kunlun Divine Mountain. Recently the copies in secret realms all over the world have undergone a mutation, and so has the copy of the Kunlun Divine Mountain. Nowadays, inside this level 30 copy, basically all of them are level 35 or so behemoths. Also the boss level behemoth inside this copy has mutated to level 40. Xiaoyu explained. And Lin Yu's mech was only level 28. Therefore, in Xiaoyu's opinion, it was too risky if Lin Yu entered this copy alone. If he had his own help, this passing copy would definitely be a breeze, and it would also help Lin Yu to quickly level up his mech. Lin Yu also understood Xiaoyu. Doing this, the main thing was to keep himself safe. Senior sister, I understand, so I'll trouble you after that, Lin Yu said seriously. Team up first. You and Xiaoyu teamed up to finish. After the group is successfully formed, the two of them then officially entered this level 30 copy. Enter the copy. Attention! The replica has found a strange change. You need to finish clearing the replica before you can leave. After entering inside the copy, the system's voice rang out inside Lin Yu's head. It's also a reminder. This copy could no longer be left directly out of combat like before. Pancake Mecha summoning. Next, Lin Yu summoned his mech. Immediately after that, Lin Yu also saw Xiaoyu's emperor-level mecha. It had to be said that this Xiaoyu's emperor-level mecha was also very cool. If I compare it to brother Lin's god-level mech, this emperor-level mech of mine is far worse. As the two mechs stood together, it was also obvious to see the gap between the two mechs, causing Xiaoyu to sigh. Senior sister, your mecha isn't that bad, Lin Yu said seriously. There are no bad mechs, only bad meshers. Alright, let's get this copy done first. Brother Lin, just lay back obediently. Xiaoyu smiled charmingly. After she finished speaking, she quickly maneuvered her mech and flew out. Extremely fast. This speed deeply shocked even Lin Yu. With just a casual strike, those level 35 behemoths were reduced to pieces. Worthy of being an 8-star mecha master. It's just awesome. Lin Yu sighed in his heart. Plus, Xiaoyu's mech was also an 80-level mech. Against these level 35 behemoths, that was simply too easy. As easy and simple as chopping vegetables. Your teammate Xiaoyu kills a level 35 behemoth. Pango mech experience value plus 70. Your teammate Xiaoyu kills a level 35 behemoth. Pango mech experience value plus 70. Your teammate Xiaoyu kills a level 35 behemoth. Pango mech experience value plus 70. Ding dong, gained a level 35 crystal energy. So this is what it feels like to be carried away. At this moment, Lin Yu didn't need to do anything right now. The mech's experience value was increasing rapidly. There were at least thousands of giant beasts inside this copy. It was estimated that it was possible to boost one's mech to level 30 without much problem. Ding dong, your teammate Xiaoyu has killed a level 36 behemoth. Congratulations on getting a level 36 mech energy. Senior sister, I got a mecha energy. What is it? Lin Yu asked curiously. Mecha energy, after using it, It allows your mecha to gain a large amount of experience value. The higher the grade of the mecha energy, the more experience value you gain. Xiao Yu, who was killing those giant beasts, immediately replied. This gave Lin Yu some understanding at once. Half an hour later. Ding dong, congratulations. The Pangea Mecha has been upgraded to level 30. Pango Mecha Awakening Skill Tendo Chain. Tendo Chains, Divine Skills. NWA Mecha Awakening Skills. The moment. Lin Yu was very satisfied. Whether it was the Pango Mech or the Nuwa Mech, after reaching level 30, they both awakened their god rank skills, especially the Heavenly Dao Chain of the Pango Mecha. Once it is cast, it can bind the enemy to death. However, this Heavenly Dao Chain, once cast, would likewise consume a large amount of one's spiritual energy value. How's it going? Upgraded, right? Xiao Yu smiled. Well, my mecha is already level 30. Lin Yu nodded in a hurry. Alright, it's time for that boss behemoth to make its appearance next. Xiao Yu had just finished speaking when the earth and the entire copy shook violently. Not far ahead, Lin Yu could clearly see a large formation emitting light appear. Immediately after that, a giant beast that was 100 meters tall appeared in front of them. Level 40 beast steel-armored rhinoceros. In an instant, information about this giant beast appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. After this giant beast appeared, Xiao Yu also immediately launched an attack, only to see Xiao Yu's emperor-level mech raised one arm and quickly burst out a purple light. It could be clearly seen that the purple light entered inside the brain of that giant beast, the steel-armored rhinoceros, and in an instant's effort, that steel-armored rhinoceros instantly died a violent death. The incomparably large body collapsed to the ground with a thud, not moving a muscle. Your teammate Xiao Yu has killed the level 40 beast steel-armored rhino. Your Pangea Mecha experience value plus 600. Congratulations on your level 40 crystalline energy. Congratulations. You have completed the first pass of this copy and received the pass reward, Mecha God Ring. Mecha Divine Ring. Level Divine. When equipped, it will counteract all negative effects. This made Lin Yu incredible. A level 40 behemoth had actually exploded a divine artifact. Ding dong. The Pango Mecha has successfully equipped the Mecha God Ring. Lin Yu naturally equipped himself immediately. Brother Lin, how about it? Is it a breeze for me to lead you? Xiao Yu maneuvered the mech and quickly came in front of Lin Yu. Thank you, senior sister. Lin Yu thanked. Incredible. Tell us what rewards you got for clearing the level. Xiao Yu was a little curious. Since the copy has mutated, the rewards for clearing it have gotten much better. Acquired a Mecha God Ring. Lin Yu said truthfully. After listening to the function of this Mecha God Ring, Xiao Yu was somewhat surprised. Brother Lin, did you see the mecha skill I used to kill that steel-armored rhinoceros just now? Xiao Yu slowly opened her mouth and asked. See? Very impressive. What kind of mecha skill is that? Lin Yu nodded in a hurry. The special mecha skill Mind Shock is directly a way to make the steel-armored rhino's brain collapse. Xiao Yu explained in detail. Now that you have the Mecha God Ring, you won't have to worry about mecha skills like Mind Shock in the future. This luck is really good. Even Xiao Yu became a little envious. Hearing Xiao Yu say this also made Lin Yu understand more about the power of this Mecha God Ring. At the same time also understand, in this world, there are a lot of various kinds of horrible and powerful mecha skills. In the future, we can't be too confident and proud. Maybe the other side has some kind of masterstroke. By the way, how many pieces of crystal energy did you get from this copy? Xiao Yu continued to ask. 2, a level 35 crystal energy and a level 40 crystal energy. And yes, a level 36 mecha energy. Lin Yu said. He's kinda weird too. There were thousands of giant beasts inside this level 30 copy. Such a low burst rate is too low. It's even as low as it gets, since the duplicates and secret realms have mutated. Through attempt after attempt, everyone has also realized that the burst rate of crystal energy has decreased a lot. Xiao Yu slowly said. When I think about it, when I cleared this level 30 copy, I would have gotten at least 100 crystal energies, and now I've only gotten 1 crystal energy. And you, Brother Lin, only have 2 crystal energies. After this, I'm afraid it'll be even harder for mecha masters to cultivate. An exclamation was heard from Xiao Yu. Indeed, crystalline energy contains a lot of energy. It allows mechs to quickly boost the psychic energy value in their bodies. Without the aid of crystal energy, the leveling up of a mech artist will definitely become very slow. Senior sister, then is the investigation clear as to the reason for the mutations in the copies and secret realms around the world? Lin Yu asked. No, Xiao Yu shook his head. But there is a strong prophecy that humanity may encounter an extinction crisis at some point in the future. Brother Lin, you've awakened a god-level mecha. Perhaps you're the last hope for humanity. One time, Lin Yu knew a lot of information. This information exists at a confidential level. The more he knew, it also made Lin Yu feel like he was still really responsible. Quitting this level 30 copy is worth it. Lin Yu also followed Xiaoyu back to her floating island. All the way back, Lin Yu was constantly thinking about a problem. Nowadays, the explosion rate of crystal energy was low to an extreme, which was definitely bad for Lin Yu. One should know that it was by relying on crystal energy and transforming it through the system that he was able to rapidly increase his spiritual energy value. Sure enough, it's still necessary to master a profound spiritual energy cultivation method, Lin Yu said in his heart, now that he could no longer keep relying on crystal energy to improve. Brother Lin, what are you thinking about? All the way to the place, looking at Lin Yu still standing there, seemingly thinking about something. Senior sister, I was thinking that the crystal energy burst rate is too low right now, and that Mecha Masters still have to need the spiritual energy cultivation method for their cultivation. Right now, I don't even have a more advanced spiritual energy cultivation method, Lin Yu quickly replied. Don't worry, when school starts, a teacher will pass it on to you. That's something you don't have to be too anxious about. Xiaoyu smiled. However, I do know of a method of dual cultivation that allows both parties to raise their spiritual energy value faster. Does Brother Lin want to try it? Sister, I'm more than happy to do so. Cool. Looking at Xiaoyu all of a sudden, she came closer and smelled that charming aroma emanating from her body. This is just to die for. For a moment, it really wanted to pounce on it, but reason told him that it wasn't the time to do so. Senior sister, it's getting late. I'd better go rest first. Lin Yu hurriedly walked in. After seeing Lin Yu's back, Xiaoyu slowly nodded. It seemed to be satisfied with Lin Yu's performance. Time turned, and without realizing it, a few days had passed. After her sister Lin Wanner came back, the first time she also picked up Lin Yu, and Xiaoyu ate and lived with us just a few days inside. But let Lin Yu feel all a bit accustomed to the time to leave suddenly have a kind of reluctance. However, Lin Yu didn't really indulge in this tenderness. He was the man who was going to become a god-level Mecha Master. Tomorrow is September 1st, so you won't have to complete the reporting process. Lin Wanner looked at Lin Yu and said softly. However, you'll have to go to the challenge match tomorrow. Sis, what's going on with the challenge? Lin Yu asked curiously. Xiaoyu should have told you about the little mysterious realm. It was said that practicing inside that little secret realm is twice as much as practicing outside. Lin Yu hurriedly nodded his head. For this little secret realm, Lin Yu was very much looking forward to it and couldn't wait to go in and cultivate now. That's right. This year, the freshmen from the seeded class will enter the small secret realm to cultivate inside. Lin Wanner continued. At tomorrow's challenge match, all the freshmen can choose to challenge a freshman from the seeded class at will. And once they win, he will enter the little secret realm to cultivate instead of that freshman from the seeded class. Simply put, if someone challenges you, if you lose, the spot goes to him. Hear this. Lin Yu came to a sudden realization. It seemed that he absolutely could not lose this challenge. I see. If I want to keep my qualification to enter the little mysterious realm for cultivation, I can't lose in the challenge match. Lin Yu understood. It had to be said that some of the arrangements of this Kunlun Mecha University could really be a challenge like this has a number of benefits in it. For one thing, it lets the other freshmen know the difference between themselves and the seeded freshmen. Secondly, in case any of the freshmen could really beat the seeded class, it was definitely worth the school's efforts to cultivate them. Sister, has anyone defeated it before? Lin Yu couldn't help but ask curiously. I've been here at Kunlun Mecha University for 3 years now, and within those 3 years, I'm the only one who managed to defeat a seed class student in the first place. As to whether it was before or not, I'm not really sure, Lin Wanner said calmly. This made Lin Yu not calm. His own old sister is too good. It was clearly something to be proud of. And his own oldest sister was now completely on cloud 9. It seemed as if winning the challenge wasn't something to be proud of in her opinion. Sure enough, it was still his own realm that was too low. I have to learn more from my sister. Sis, you're awesome, Lin Yu admired. Alright, take this stellar level cultivation method and you can cultivate it. Remember this cultivation method and don't let anyone else know about it. Soon, Lin Wanner took out a cultivation method and handed it over to Lin Yu, and instructed very seriously. Elder sister, this stellar level cultivation method, how did you get it? Lin Yu was shocked. He had been here at Kunlun Mecha University for a few days. For some situations, a lot is known from Xiaoyu. Currently, the most powerful cultivation method imparted to students by the Kunlun Mecha University was nothing more than a star-level cultivation method. The stellar-grade spiritual energy cultivation method was basically only available to those stellar Mecha Masters. Moreover, at Kunlun Mecha University, there were only 10 stellar Mecha Masters. This stellar-level cultivation method was obtained inside an ancient secret realm, and it was only by relying on this cultivation method that my Mech Master rank was able to rise rapidly. You're my brother, so if I don't give this cultivation method to you, who else will I give it to? Lin Wanner smiled and at the same time flicked Lin Yu's forehead with her finger. Thank you sis, I'll cultivate well. Lin Yu was touched. It's really nice to have a sister like that. If you encounter anything you don't understand in cultivation, come and ask me. Lin Wanner smiled. Don't worry sis, I'm such a genius. I'm sure I can master it. Lin Yu became somewhat narcissistic. Originally, he had planned to wait for his school teacher to impart to him the method of cultivating spiritual energy at the star level, but the surprise just came so suddenly. Lin Wanner had given him an even more powerful cultivation method. With this stellar grade cultivation method, becoming a stellar Mecha Master in the future would not be a problem at all. P.S. Mech Master levels, 1-star Mech Master, 2-star Mech Master, 10-star Mechamancer, Star Mechamancer, Stellar Mechamancer, Legendary Mechamancer, Divine Mechamancer. Sister, then I'll go back to my room and cultivate first. Subsequently, Lin Yu entered inside his room. Already, he couldn't wait to master this stellar grade spiritual energy cultivation method. Stellar level cultivation method detected. The machine god body begins to comprehend. Just then, the system's voice rang out. For a moment, Lin Yu seemed to have entered a special state. Inside a mysterious space, the contents of this stellar level spiritual energy cultivation method quickly transformed into a golden text that appeared. Ding dong. I don't know how long it's been. Only then did Lin Yu come back to his senses. The machine god body has successfully comprehended and mastered this stellar level cultivation method, and is starting to automatically cultivate. The machine god body is truly heaven-defying. Even the stellar level cultivation method can be grasped so quickly. It's not like I need to work on my own cultivation next. Lin Yu nodded. Just a few minutes passed. One's psychic energy value increased by 2 points. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Kijiji body, activated. Mecha Master level, 4-star Mecha Master. Energy points, 35. Spiritual energy, 26,647. Mecha, Pango Mecha, level 30. Among them, 35 energy points. Or Lin Yu converted the 2 crystal energies that he had previously obtained in that level 30 copy. Inside, with the stellar great energy cultivation method, becoming a 5-star Mecha Master is only a matter of time. Lin Yu slowly nodded and muttered. However, if one wanted to reach 5-star Mecha Master, one's spiritual energy value needed to reach 50,000. So next, it was still the main goal to raise the Discordian mech to level 40 first. Let's first increase all the energy points to spiritual energy value. With that, Lin Yu gave his orders. 35 energy points consumed. Your psychic energy value increases by plus 525. Psychic energy value, 27,172. Hoo-hoo, 23,000 short of becoming a 5-star Mecha Master. A long way to go. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh as he lay on the large bed. Unawareness, slowly falling into slumber. While he was sleeping, the machine god body was still automatically running the stellar grade spiritual energy cultivation method, working hard to raise Lin Yu's spiritual energy value. Early the next morning, Lin Yu quickly woke up from his sleep. Opening his eyes, the whole feeling was very comfortable, spirited and in great shape. Looked at the individual panel information. Through the automatic cultivation of the machine god body overnight, it had raised his spiritual energy value by more than 200. That's still a pretty efficient speed boost. Even if he didn't have to do anything, and just mucked around for 100 days or so every day, he would be able to break through to 50,000 psychic energy value, thus becoming a 5-star Mecha Master. Warning, sis. After Lin Yu exited the room, he came to the living room and saw his sister Lin Wanner sitting cross-legged on the sofa. Aha! How's the cultivation of the stellar level ability cultivation method coming along? Lin Wanner opened her eyes and slowly nodded before opening her mouth to ask. It's mastered. Lin Yu smiled. Hearing this, Lin Wanner was a bit shocked. Really? Sis? Really? I'm not lying. Lin Yu hastily nodded his head in affirmation. This caused Lin Wanner's heart to be astonished beyond measure. Originally, in her opinion, Lin Yu will be more difficult to cultivate, and will also encounter a lot of problems in cultivation. She wants to how to point out. As a result, in the end, one's preparation is completely useless. Still, it's a good thing. At the same time, it also made Lin Wanner realize in her heart that she had underestimated Lin Yu's talent to begin with. To be able to master this stellar level cultivation method overnight, this speed was even faster than when she herself was cultivating. From this point on, it showed that Lin Yu's talent was above his own. After all, he was the only person in the world who had awakened a god-level mecha at the moment. It's me, the older sister, who has underestimated you, but you shouldn't be too proud. Humility leads to progress. Lin Wanner commanded. Don't worry sis, I understand this. Lin Yu nodded and responded. Prepare yourself well for the rest of the day. You'll be notified by message before the challenge begins. Lin Wan Air reminded again. At the same time, he was also continuing to give Lin Yu a lot of the rules of the challenge tournament as well as some things to pay attention to. This made Lin Yu understand a lot at once. By then, Lin Yu would be able to cope better. 2 p.m. Lin Yu then received a message. Make yourself available to meet at Seed Class 10. Seed 10 classes. All students who entered Kunlun Mecha University this year. Sis. Then I'm off. Lin Yu said in a hurry. He couldn't wait to meet up with his class and wondered if there were any pretty girls. Very much looking forward to it. Well, go ahead. I'll be watching the live stream. And you work hard. Lin Wan Air nodded. Afterwards, Lin Yu walked out of the villa, climbed inside the guild warbird that was my sister's. This warplane Lin Yu also had access to it now, so it could also be manipulated. Fighters are extremely fast. Not a moment too soon. Lin Yu then arrived at the meeting point. The fighter jet landed smoothly on an immensely wide square. After getting out of the warplane, Lin Yu immediately felt that this place was too big, and a human body standing here was like an ant. This is the area of Seed Class 10. It's also too big. Lin Yu sighed. When people have a class, it's a classroom, and they seated classes, each with an area that ranged as large as an academy altogether. Rumble. Suddenly a giant mecha landed in front of Lin Yu. It's actually a level 100 Emperor class mecha. Lin Yu was shocked. This sense of oppression was even more terrifying to the extreme than Xiao Yu's 80 level mech. Immediately after, a middle-aged man came out from inside the giant mech and landed in front of Lin Yu. That giant mecha was directly recalled by the middle-aged man inside his mecha space. My name is Jiang Wenlai, and I will be the homeroom teacher of Seed Class 10 from now on. With a wave of the middle-aged man's hand, a technological tablet appeared in his hand. On top of the tablet, Lin Yu's information was quickly displayed. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Lin Yu was also very polite now. Aha! Jiang Wenlai nodded. Wait a little. There are still 2 more who haven't come. Mr. Jiang, there wouldn't be only 3 students in Seed Class 10, would there? Lin Yu asked curiously. Not bad. There are only 3 people in Seed Class 10 at the moment. Jiang Wenlai responded. The chances of Emperor Class Mechs awakening are getting lower and lower. Plus some of those who have awakened Emperor Class Mechs have chosen other mech universities. So, Kunlun Mecha University. There were only 3 freshmen in this seed class. After waiting a while, then 2 very beautiful girls came here. The moment. Lin Yu was once again surprised. Nice guy. There were only 3 in the class and he was still the only boy. At least for now. These 2 girls, just based on their looks, definitely qualify as schoolgirls. To be able to be classmates with 2 school flower level beauties, it is considered an honor. If other people saw this, they would probably envy themselves. Mo Shi Ting, 5-star Mecha Master, 50th level Holy Mecha. Yi Ling, 5-star Mecha Master, 50th level Holy Mecha. The class teacher, Jiang Wenlai, spoke up after looking at the contents on the tablet. I'm tired of being a good boy. Both of them were Saint level mechs. Saint class mechs are second only to God class mechs. And they were also all 5-star Mecha Masters, and their Mecha levels had reached level 50. On the contrary, Lin Yu himself, now is still only a 4-star Mecha Master. Mecha level is also only 30 levels. Now, Lin Yu could already predict that when the time came for the challenge, they would definitely choose themselves to challenge. After all, persimmons should be picked from the soft ones. After a brief introduction, Jiang Wenlai continued. Well, I believe all 3 of you have a certain understanding. From now on you will be in the same class. I hope you can help each other and make progress together. Decide for yourselves and pick a squad leader out. Class of 3. Is it still necessary to choose a class president? Lin Yu spat in his mind. Let student Lin Yu be the class president. I agree. In the next second, Mo Shi Ting and Yi Ling spoke directly. It seemed that he hadn't considered it at all, and had directly made this class leader Lin Yu. I can't. This class president is definitely for the best. Lin Yu quickly waved his hand and refused. How about this? A show of hands. Jiang Wenlai proposed. Raise your hand if you agree to Lin Yu being class president. Soon, Mo Shi Ting and Yi Ling directly raised their hands. Raise your hand if you agree that Mo Shi Ting should be the class president. Raise your hand if you agree that Yi Ling should be the class president. When it was their turn, Lin Yu was the only one who raised his hand. 2-1. Lin Yu the class president will be yours. Jiang Wenlai announced directly. Got it. Lin Yu sighed helplessly. I can only be helpless as this class president. Being the class president or whatever. Lin Yu was completely uninterested. The class president candidate has been determined. Jiang Wenlai nodded and continued. You should know about the challenge, so I don't need to continue explaining. Come with me. The freshmen are already impatient. Kunlun Stadium. Enough to hold tens of thousands of people. There was also a large dueling ground in here. perfectly capable of allowing hundreds of mechs to fully unfold here for battle. Also there are protective boundaries here. The mighty energy that erupted from the mecha battles could keep the students watching around them from being harmed. By now the place was full. It's basically all the freshmen in this class. Most of the older students are watching via live streaming. Why haven't the people from the seeded class come yet? I can't wait for the challenge. Dude, are you that strong? Which one of the students in the seed class is not a true demonic genius? There are very few who can defeat them. This time, let's also at least take a look at this kind of subclass students. The purpose of the school doing this is also to make them realize that there is a world outside of people. The freshmen had a heated discussion. Most people felt that no one was expected to succeed in this challenge. Just then, Junling led Linyu and the three of them to the site. Holy shit, there's only 3 in this seeded class. I'm so envious. He's the only boy. And he's got schoolgirls on his left and right. Who wouldn't be envious? If I could, I would want to enter this kind of subclass too. When it was seen that the seeded class was just 3 people, surprised them. Of course what shocked them even more was, there are 2 stunningly beautiful girls in the seed class. There is only 1 boy. They were itching to replace Linyu themselves. One thought, in the future, Linyu can always these 2 beautiful women stay together. Incomparable envy. This freshman challenge officially begins. Will the 3 students of Seed 10, please introduce yourself? On the high stage, a teacher holding a microphone announced enthusiastically, Mo Ting, 5-star Mecha Master, 50th level Holy Mecha. Mo Ting was the first to speak. This shocked the freshmen. That's too big a gap. At the same grade level, people were already 5-star Mecha Masters, while most of the freshmen were only 1-star Mecha Masters, or 2-star Mecha Masters. People even raised their mech level to 50. What a challenge. Can't win at all. Going up to challenge it would undoubtedly be asking for trouble. Yiling, a 5-star Mecha Master, also a same class Mecha, leveled up to 50. As Mo Ting finished speaking, Yiling also quickly said. This caused some of the freshmen who were ready to challenge to give up on the idea of doing so. My goodness, this is too demonic. Sacred class mechs are already the top of the line, and they're still level 50. It's true that anyone who can enter the seed class is not that simple of an existence. Too demonic. I guess no one will dare to challenge this time. For a moment, it rather felt like it wasn't a challenge, but rather a showpiece for the seeded classes. Soon, everyone looked at Linyu. Linyu, 4-star Mecha Master, level 30 Imperial Mecha. Linyu said slowly. After hearing Linyu's introduction, some of the best of the new students were overjoyed that there was finally one that they could afford to challenge. Among these new students, there are still students with more than 30 level mechs. There were also hundreds of 4-star Mecha Masters. Mo and Lin Ling. They were pretty sure that they weren't opponents, but after learning about Lin Yu's situation, they did see hope in him. See the blazing eyes of those freshmen. Lin Yu shook his head, and it was true. Only himself became the object of their challenge. Class president, you have to cheer up. As class president you can't lose. Mo smiled at Lin Yu. Cheer up. Yiling also nodded her head in encouragement. It's stressful. Lin Yu spread his hands. On the high platform, that teacher who was hosting this challenge match also announced once again, students who wish to challenge can now gather on the field. Not a moment too soon. In front of Lin Yu, a full 100 new students appeared. Nice guy. A full 100 freshmen wanted to challenge themselves. It seemed like the temptation of that little secret realm was really big. Lin Yu, there are 100 new students who want to challenge you. You can choose 10 of them yourself. Zhang Wenlai said from the sidelines. There wasn't that time for all these 100 freshmen to challenge Lin Yu. Mr. Jiang, let's just let these 100 come together. Lin Yu smiled confidently. 1 against 100. His words. It shocked everyone in the room. That's a little too cocky. Is he out of his mind? That's right. His mecha level is only level 30. Facing 100 people joining hands to attack, he won't be able to hold back even if he's an emperor level mecha. These 100 freshmen are basically all imperial level mechs. He's just too crazy. He's bound to lose. One time, everyone felt that Lin Yu had gone wild to an extreme. Even Jiang Wenlai froze a bit. Lin Yu, do you know what you're saying? Mr. Jiang, I'm sure, it would be too much of a waste of time if it's one-on-one. Lin Yu said seriously. Since it's the path you chose for yourself, I hope you won't regret it when the time comes. Jiang Wenlai sighed. I won't regret it, Lin Yu said with certainty. Subsequently, the teachers on the high platform also discussed it. It also agreed to Lin Yu's request. 1 against 100. In the entire history of Kunlun Mecha University's challenge, there had never been one before. Everyone was also incredibly excited to see whether Lin Yu would humiliate himself or whether he would make history. This Lin Yu simply doesn't have us in his sights. He's too much of a despiser. That's right. In a moment we'll cooperate with each other. I don't believe it. He's a level 30 Emperor mech that can withstand the continuous attacks of 100 of us. Those 100 freshmen who wanted to challenge Lin Yu were all angry one by one. What's so great about being a student of the seed class and having an Emperor level mech? Student Lin Yu is 1 against 100. So let's look forward to student Lin Yu's performance next. Extraneous persons on the field exit. A teacher on the high platform announced. Soon, Jiang Wenlai, M.O. Shitting, and Yi Ling also quickly withdrew from the scene. The defense shield unfolded, enveloping the entire venue. This is the moment when the challenge officially begins. Lin Yu, go for it. On the audience stage, Chen Feiyu muttered. He believed Lin Yu could do it. Other side. Ha ha ha, brother Lin is really so bold. I really like it more and more. Xiaoyu accompanied Lin Wanair and watched the live broadcast together, and couldn't help but smile. Do you think my brother can win? Lin Wanair asked with a smile. Lighten up, Xiaoyu replied with certainty. Previously, through her divine eyes, she had also seen in detail the mecha skills that Lin Yu's discarnate mecha had mastered. Several of these skills were god-ranked mecha skills. Once they erupted, those 100 freshmen were definitely no match. What's more, Lin Yu's mecha was, in essence, a true god-level mecha. Summon your mechs and you can start fighting. With a command from the teacher, those 100 freshmen who had challenged Lin Yu had basically summoned their mechs in an instant. Rumble. In just a few seconds, the freshmen who were in the stands were dumbfounded by the scene. There were a full 100 Imperial class mechs. It's a scene that's hard to see. There are also a wide variety of these Imperial class mechs, with human-type mechs, beast-type mechs, pancake mecha summoning. Lin Yu also quickly summoned his mech. As the Panga mech appeared in a flash, a powerful sense of mech oppression swept across the entire field. All of a sudden, it's the center of attention. This is an Emperor-level mecha. It's too terrifying. Why do I have the feeling that this Lin Yu's mecha, instead of being an Emperor-class mecha, is a Saint-class mecha? What a terrifying mecha pressure. No wonder this Lin Yu has such a bottom. If I had such a powerful mech, I might be even wilder than Lin Yu. The freshmen were shocked. Most of the freshmen hadn't had much of a chance to actually see an Emperor-class mecha with their own eyes. Now that they had seen it with their own eyes, it was an eye-opener for them. Lin Yu quickly entered the interior of the Discordian mech. Begin. Lin Yu looked at the 100 mechs in front of him and smiled. Facing the terrifying Discordian mech, some of those 100 challenging freshmen chickened out all of a sudden. Everyone, don't panic. This Emperor-class mech is only powerful in temperament. It's essentially just a level 30 mech. We can definitely win by joining forces. Soon one of the freshmen shouted out. It was also his words that caused everyone to instantly explode with wariness. Next, 100 freshmen manipulated their own mechs and used all their means to attack towards Lin Yu. They intended to settle the battle quickly. Too slow. Lin Yu sighed. In his eyes, the movements of these people's mechs were just too slow. Next, Lin Yu instantly disappeared in place. Everyone be careful. Losing their target all of a sudden made them all incredibly grave. They searched for Lin Yu's figure. Boom! A sudden loud bang erupted. Lin Yu maneuvered the Panga mech to come behind a wolf-type mech and blasted out with a punch. With a loud bang of that sound, that wolf-type mecha instantly dissipated. The freshman who was controlling the wolf-type mech collapsed to the ground in severe pain, completely incapable of fighting. Luckily a droid came out quickly and took him out of the field. It's not life-threatening, and will heal with a few days of rest and recuperation. The scene. It also shocked the entire crowd. One blow, just one blow, and that level 32 wolf-type mech dissipated. Is this the terrifying thing about Emperor-level mechs? Fighting across levels. It's completely easy, weird or that instantaneous movement. It should be a mecha skill. At this moment, the remaining 99 freshmen who had challenged Lin Yu no longer dared to underestimate him in the slightest. One-on-one, they were certainly no match. They joined forces together to have a chance of success. His mecha transient definitely has a cooldown time. Everyone grabbed this opportunity. Someone immediately commanded. Those mechs in close combat rushed towards Lin Yu, and the mech weapons in their hands, even more so, erupted with light, seemingly capable of erupting with powerful might. The mechs that possessed means of long-range attacks were also aiming at Lin Yu at the first opportunity. Boom boom boom. An attack filled with might was directly blasted towards Lin Yu. Such an intensive attack. You won't be able to dodge it now. When the dust and smoke dissipate, they blushed profusely. With such a terrifying attack just now, Lin Yu's mecha was actually unharmed. Shit, a freshman cursed. Facing Lin Yu, he now felt a sense of despair instead. I'm not going to play along, Lin Yu calmly said. Mecha skill Tendo chain activated. Suddenly the space on the field became distorted. A void appeared. Countless white chains rushed out from within, almost in the blink of an eye. The 99 mechs on the field were all bound by this heavenly Dao chain. Damn! What kind of mecha skill is this? It's too terrifying. The more you struggle, the more you suffer. The mech's power is being absorbed at a rapid rate. What should we do now? If we can't break free, we'll only lose. Their brains were racing. A lot of thought has gone into it as well. But none of these approaches worked in the end. On the high platform, the teachers were also amazed by Lin Yu's mecha skills. By the looks of it, this is definitely a divine rank mecha skill. The dean of the Imperial Academy nodded slightly at this moment and exclaimed, "This student called Lin Yu is very good." Yes. Several others nodded. Lin Yu showed his talent and strength. This also makes the school understand that Lin Yu is very worthy of cultivation. Actually, Lin Yu is Lin Wan-Air's younger brother. Jiang Wenlai said softly to the several deans. Hearing this, they were even more shocked, nodding his head once again. So it's that girl's younger brother. It's understandable why this Lin Yu is so genius. The battle continues, but one after another. Some of the mechs were unable to sustain themselves and dissipated. Those mechs also landed directly and hard on the ground. None of it was life-threatening though. If this was a true life and death battle, they wouldn't have a chance to struggle at all right now. A short minute. On the field, there were just 10 mechs left. They are still stubbornly resisting. It was good enough to last that long. Admit defeat. You guys aren't even a match for me. Lin Yu reminded. My true strength hasn't been exerted yet. I concede. Immediately. Eventually the struggling freshman had to admit defeat. To this point, the battle is kind of over. At this moment, the whole room was silent. This ending was completely different from what they had imagined at the beginning. Originally, he thought that Lin Yu was arrogant and cocky, actually wanting to fight 1 against 100, and would surely lose. But unexpectedly, Lin Yu actually crushed his way to victory. Those 100 freshmen lost really badly. Right now, I'm afraid that only those 100 freshmen who had fought with Lin Yu could truly understand how powerful Lin Yu was. Powerful and breathtaking. Yi Ling, it seems that this class president of ours is very powerful. Mo Shitting exclaimed. She had a very strong feeling that Lin Yu was definitely not as simple as he appeared. Yeah, maybe after a while, I might not even be a match. Yi Ling revealed an intriguing smile. It's getting more and more interesting. I'm starting to look forward to the next few moments. Mo Shitting also laughed along. On the high platform, the president of the Imperial Great Academy even stood up and gave a speech in person. Students, I hope that you will learn well from Mr. Lin Yu in the future, and aim to work hard for him. The seed class is the gathering place of the most demonic and talented people in Kunlun Mecha University, enjoying the best cultivation resources. Even if you haven't awakened an emperor-level mecha or even a more powerful one, you still hope to enter the seed class. There are no waste mechs, only waste mechs. As long as you're strong enough, even if you're only an imperial-level mech, you can still defeat an imperial-level mech. Under this dean's speech, all the freshmen also became enthusiastic. They were even more determined in their hearts to cultivate and improve their strength afterwards. With the end of the dean's speech, this session of the challenge is also considered to be officially over. After seeing how powerful Lin Yu was, those new students also put down their own pride. They didn't act like I'm a genius at all like they did in the beginning. Lin Yu did well. Jiang Wenlai came to Lin Yu and exclaimed, "You're kind of a hit now, worthy of being the class president." Yi Ling gave a thumbs up and smiled sweetly. This smile is simply a sight to behold. Looks like it was right to make you the class president. Mo Shitting was much more high-strung. Not bad, Lin Yu said vainly. The challenge is over, and after that comes the official mech learning career. In the future, you will be able to study. With the two great beauties in front of you, life in the future will definitely be interesting. Alright, go back first, Jiang Wenlai reminded. 10 minutes later, Lin Yu and the others then followed Jiang Wenlai back to the range of Seed Class 10. Next, I'll take you guys to choose a spiritual energy cultivation method. Jiang Wenlai looked at the three of them and spoke. Currently, Kunlun Mecha University's highest spiritual energy cultivation method is the star level. When the time comes, you will choose a cultivation method that suits you, and it will be enough for you to cultivate to Star Mecha Master. Once you have chosen your cultivation method, you will be taken to the little mysterious realm to cultivate. After Jiang Wenlai finished speaking, Mo Shitting spoke. Teacher, I don't need to pick a cultivation method. I already have one that suits me. Yi Ling also nodded her head repeatedly. Teacher, I'm the same. The star-level spiritual energy cultivation method did not move them at all, and there was no doubt that they must have mastered an even more powerful cultivation method. See here, Lin Yu was a little envious, and at the same time, celebrate. One has a powerful sister. Mr. Jiang, I don't need it either, Lin Yu said slowly. His own old sister had given him a stellar-level cultivation method. The moment. Jiang Wenlai couldn't even help but sigh. Since that's the case, let's take you directly to the little mysterious realm. Continue under Jiang Wenlai. They quickly and smoothly entered inside the small secret realm to cultivate. Now that the copies and secret realms all over the world had undergone a mutation, the school now also wanted to train more mecha powerhouses faster. In the middle of this little secret world, the first impression one gets is as if one has entered a fairyland. It's all so beautiful in here. The energy inside was also very dense. At this moment, Lin Yu could clearly perceive that the speed at which his machine god body automatically cultivated had all become much faster. In just 10 seconds or so, his own psychic energy value had increased by 1 point. This little secret realm was truly magical, allowing mechs to cultivate faster. This little secret realm, it's just you 3 students at the moment. When you reach 6-star Mecha Masters, this little secret realm will serve no purpose. Zhang Wenlai explained. This is the token for entering and exiting the little secret realm. With it you can come in or leave at any time. Immediately after that, Zhang Wenlai gave Lin Yu, Mo Shitting and Yiling all a jade carved token. The token had a cold feeling when touched. It feels very good in the hand. For the next 1 month, you guys will cultivate inside this small secret realm. Every now and then a teacher will come and teach you too. 1 month later, I'll take you into the advanced secret realm and bring you into actual mecha combat. Got it? Zhang Wenlai continued. It's still the same. The master leads the door. The practice depends on the individual. Understood. Lin Yu and the 3 of them nodded their heads in a hurry. It's good that you understand. Lin Yu, as the class president, you have to supervise the 2 of them to cultivate properly. Zhang Wenlai looked at Lin Yu and became somewhat serious. Don't worry Mr. Jiang. I will, Lin Yu answered. In Lin Yu's opinion, Mo Shitting and Yiling didn't need their supervision at all, and both of them are better than themselves. Soon, Zhang Wenlai then left the middle of this small secret realm. The next step was for Lin Yu and the others to arrange their own cultivation. Hoo. Well, the homeroom teacher has also left. Let's each choose a place to properly cultivate. Lin Yu smiled. With that, he came to sit down under a huge peach blossom tree. It was also at this time, Lin Yu looked at Mo Shitting and Yiling actually walking towards him. Squad leader, is it okay if we want to practice together by your side? Yiling winked at Lin Yu, looking very cute. This made Lin Yu confused for a moment. What's the situation? This little secret realm is so big. In favor of having to practice with yourself? Could it be that I'm having peach blossom luck? It's not right. It's very wrong. Trying to say no, but with 2 beautiful women in front of me requesting it. It was too hard. Okay, I'm alright with that. Lin Yu finally said generously, after seeing Lin Yu agree. Mo Shitting and Yiling were also sitting beside Lin Yu on their left and right sides, and close together. There is not only the fragrance of peach blossoms here, but you can also smell the fresh fragrance emitted by the 2 girls. Enchanting. Nice guy. That's too close. It felt like Mo Shitting and Yiling were doing it on purpose. How can he still cultivate with this look? Well, at least he's a hotshot. Not well in. One's organic god body is in. One can cultivate oneself. Even if one does not do anything now, it is still possible to raise one's own spiritual energy value. You 2 beauties, aren't you getting too close? Lin Yu said slowly. Originally he came to this peach blossom tree because he wanted to be lazy. It's okay now. With Mo Shitting and Yiling by her side on the left and right, she couldn't be lazy at all. Class president, do you hate us? Yiling looked at Lin Yu and asked with some doubt. Not nasty. Lin Yu hastily shook his head. How can you hate it? It's just a little uncomfortable. It feels like it was so hard to get rid of Xiaoyu, that big witch, and now there are 2 new witches. Then class president, let's just cultivate properly. Yiling laughed, and after she finished speaking, she also quickly entered the state of cultivation. One time, Mo Shitting and Yiling, just like this, sat beside themselves and entered into a state of cultivation. It was as if it wasn't so much that they were supervising them, but that they were supervising themselves. It's hard to bear. Pretty tough. Hoo. Lin Yu took a deep breath. With that, he also slowly closed his eyes, and his own consciousness was directly inside the mecha space. In here, Lin Yu could clearly see his 2 god-level mechs. When he saw that Nuwa mech, Lin Yu also sighed a little, wondering when he could actually summon a Nuwa mech. A little bit of time passed. In this mecha space, Lin Yu couldn't do much. After staying for a short while, I got a little bored. After exiting mech space, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. For some reason, he always felt that Mo Shitting and Yiling were getting closer and closer to him. It was a bit of a distance before. It's still totally leaning in now. Is one really that attractive? Lin Yu was puzzled in his mind. Both Mo Shitting and Yiling are very beautiful girls. I'm afraid we haven't even spent a day together. The 2 of them just took the initiative to lean so close to themselves, which left Lin Yu somewhat helpless. Such a situation was completely unlike anything he had ever encountered. Definitely a first in life. No way. Lin Yu also had to take the initiative to cultivate. When entering into cultivation, there was an immediate state of forgetfulness. forgetting time and everything, and devoting oneself wholeheartedly to cultivation. I don't know how much time had passed before Lin Yu stopped cultivating, then summoned his personal information panel. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Kijiji body, activated. Mecha Master level, 4-star Mecha Master. Energy points, 0. Spiritual energy, 28. 000. Mecha, Pango Mecha, level 30. Through the information panel, Lin Yu could clearly see that his spiritual energy value had reached 28. 000. It had to be said that the speed of cultivation inside this little secret realm was really twice as fast as outside. That's a lot more efficient all of a sudden. After closing the personal information panel, Mo Shitting and Yiling were still in a state of cultivation right now. Lin Yu slowly stood up, moving very carefully, afraid that he would make a little bit of noise that would disturb their cultivation. It also went out well. This little secret realm is still pretty big. Soon, Lin Yu found a remote place where there was also a bigger peach tree. With a gentle leap, Lin Yu arrived on the thick trunk of this peach blossom tree and laid down to rest. It still feels good to lay flat like this, Lin Yu muttered. Cultivation was originally very boring. Now that he didn't need to actively cultivate on his own, he naturally wanted to lie down properly. Otherwise it buries the ability of the Kijin body. Say, when will my third mech awaken? Lin Yu couldn't help but inquire. Your third mech will be automatically awakened when your mech master level is raised to 8 stars. It seems like there's still a long way to go. Lin Yu nodded. Take out your cell phone. There is no network here at all, and you can't swipe the cool little video. It didn't take long. The sky of this small secret realm also became dark. Unexpectedly, there was also alternating sun and moon, day and night inside this small secret realm. Lin Yu was also slowly falling into slumber. The machine god body had been silently trying to cultivate, and at this moment, the other side of the small secret realm, Mo Shitting and Yiling had stopped cultivating. Where's class president? After seeing that Lin Yu had disappeared, Yiling looked left and right, not seeing Lin Yu's figure at all. It should still be inside the secret realm. Mo Shitting said softly. Mo Shitting, you felt it too. Yiling looked at Mo Shitting at this moment and smiled mysteriously. Not bad, as long as you cultivate next to the class leader, it's faster, and it's become easier to raise your spiritual energy value too. Mo Shitting nodded. It's much more useful than this little secret realm. Yeah, class president is too uncomplicated. Yiling nodded. Yeah, if we can stay by class president's side and cultivate all the time, in the future it might be easy to become a god-level mecha master. Where are you going? Looking at Mo Shitting getting up as if she was going to leave the place, Yiling hurriedly asked. Of course it's to find the class president, Mo Shitting calmly said. I'll join you. Yiling also stood up in a hurry. The two girls just quickly searched inside this little secret place, although it was already night. For the two of them, there was no difference between night and day, and they could still see clearly. Instead, it didn't take long. Mo Shitting was the first to find Lin Yu, on a giant peach tree. The two women came to Lin Yu's side and paused. The class president actually fell asleep. Yiling was surprised. I have to say, the class president is still very handsome. It's my type. It's better to hurry up and cultivate. Mo Shitting said slowly. I don't think we'll have such an opportunity in the future. Having said that, Mo Shitting then sat down beside Lin Yu and continued to cultivate. Yiling followed closely behind. Sure enough, once again, they had personally felt that as long as they practiced beside Lin Yu, their spiritual energy values had become quicker to increase. If it's an option, they would rather not cultivate inside this little secret realm. It was only necessary to cultivate by Lin Yu's side. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, Lin Yu woke up. It's waking up hungry. I basically didn't eat anything all day yesterday. When he woke up, he felt his arms wrapped around him and two soft masses pressed against him. Open your eyes. Then he saw Yiling lying on top of himself. Glance. Next to her, Mo Shitting was also there, only that she was still sitting cross-legged, seemingly still in a state of cultivation. What's happening? Am I still dreaming? Lin Yu's heart froze. Had he gotten up too hard and hallucinated? However, the real touch made Lin Yu realize that this was not an illusion. Finished, it felt like the two of them were haunting themselves. Student Yiling, wake up, Lin Yu hurriedly called out. Class president, you're awake. After Yiling heard the voice, she also slowly awoke, and her tone of voice all had a hint of petulance in it. Immediately afterward, her arms around Lin Yu tightened even more, as if she couldn't let go. Student Yiling, men and women are not related. Lin Yu shook his head inside. If you're like this, how can I find a girlfriend in the future? Then I'll be your girlfriend so you don't have to find one. Yiling said so seriously. One time, Lin Yu didn't even know what to say. However, this Yiling being his girlfriend was also a good kind of thing. Blah blah blah. Nope. How in heaven's name can such a good thing happen? This Yiling and Mo Shirting definitely have another plan. One cannot fall into this gentle land. Ms. Yiling, can you tell me why the two of you are taking the initiative to approach me? Lin Yu asked curiously. It was also letting Yiling hold herself. Instead, it was Yiling who took the initiative to hug herself, and he could only passively enjoy this bargain. Of course it's because you're very handsome, class president, Yiling complimented. I know I'm handsome, but that's definitely not a reason for you guys to pester me. Lin Yu's thoughts were clear. Fellow student Yiling, I hope you're honest, or else I won't pay any attention to you guys in the future. It was only yesterday that he met Mo Shirting and Yiling for the first time. Now that they have entered inside this small secret realm, these two girls are so proactive. It always felt like there was something wrong in the middle. In short, if he didn't figure it out, Lin Yu would be very uneasy in his heart. It just feels like there's a ticking time bomb on you at all times. Looking at Lin Yu so seriously, Yiling took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Well, in fact, we can quickly improve if we just stay by your side as class president and cultivate. I didn't even cultivate just by hugging you to sleep, class president. And now my spiritual energy value has increased by dozens. Hear this. Lin Yu sucked in a breath, incredibly shocked. That's too much to believe. Even unheard of. System, what's going on? Lin Yu asked hurriedly in his mind. Hey, this is one of the Kijin body abilities that can make the training of mechs who are around you faster. After hearing the system's answer, Lin Yu was also thoroughly convinced of what Yiling said. Sure enough, this Mo Shirting and Yiling were not looking at him as a person, but rather his body. This machine god body is really too good. Not only could he give himself 7 mechs, but he could also automatically practice the spiritual energy cultivation method. And now he could also make other mechs improve even faster. Suddenly there was a feeling that I was the longevity monk, and that I could live forever by eating a piece of longevity monk's meat. And by staying by your side, you can quickly increase your psychic value. In a way, Lin Yu is now the monk's meat. Ms. Yiling, please loosen up first. I want to be quiet. Lin Yu said softly. Who is Jing Jing? Yiling had a curious look on her face. This left Lin Yu somewhat speechless, but it was good that Yiling quickly let go of Lin Yu's arm. Next, with a gentle leap, Lin Yu jumped down and landed smoothly on the ground. After Lin Yu left the place, it didn't take more than a few minutes. Mo Shirting then withdrew into the state of cultivation. After Lin Yu left, she instantly felt that cultivation had become very slow. Awake! How much has the psychic energy value increased? Yiling asked curiously. 164. Spoke Mo Shirting slowly. Awesome. I've only raised a few dozen. Yiling exclaimed. However, I've found that as long as I can come into contact with the class president, I can raise my own spiritual energy value even if I don't cultivate myself. Really? Mo Shirting was also surprised. Of course, I have no need to lie to you. Yiling nodded. AI. There are just too many unanswered questions in this. Mo Shirting sighed. They were completely unable to explain how they were able to improve rapidly just by being around Lin Yu. Where's the squad leader? Mo Shirting inquired. Jing went. Yiling replied. And at this point, Lin Yu came to a small stream and sat down. By thinking carefully, Lin Yu was also feeling more and more powerful with the machine god body. Luckily he knew about it in time. If some people with ulterior motives knew about it later on, they would probably come down hard on themselves and then imprison themselves to be used as a tool to raise their spiritual energy value. No matter what, you have to be prepared for the worst in everything. Squad leader, ready? Not a moment later, Mo Shirting and Yiling walked over. Lin Yu stood up. Immediately after, Lin Yu looked at them and said very seriously, I can let you cultivate by my side in the future, but you must keep this secret for me and not tell anyone about this. Yes. Yiling nodded her head in a hurry. Very happy. Don't worry, we keep our mouths shut, Mo Shirting assured. That's good. Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. I'll go out to eat something first. Let's go together. Squad leader, we're hungry too, Yiling suggested. That's all. The three of them quickly left this small secret realm. Come inside the dedicated cafeteria for the seed class. At this moment, as Lin Yu and the others entered, for a while, they had attracted the attention of quite a few people. Ho ho ho, his name is Lin Yu. Right, Lin Wan Air's younger brother. He's quite handsome. How enviable. The two girls beside him are both school flower level existences. Just thinking about how this Lin Yu can embrace people left and right makes me a little jealous. I heard that this 10th class is now just the three of them. With the appearance of Lin Yu and the others, it was obvious that they had become the subject of discussion. Lin Yu didn't pay any attention to it. After all, their mouths were long on them. Sit straight down. Ordered a lot of food. Mo Shitting and Yiling were sitting beside Lin Yu. This surprised the others even more. It was obvious that any place that wide could be seated. But Mo Shitting and Yiling preferred to sit beside Lin Yu. Holy shit, this Lin Yu is so capable. It's only the first day and he's already taken these two girls down. Idle ah. If I have the chance I'd like to ask for some advice. Coach, I want to learn too. The real is enviable. At this point, the discussion of the people around them was heard. Lin Yu was speechless. It's not at all what they say it is. However, when he looked at Mo Shitting and Yiling, he realized that their faces were not angry because of this. Especially since Yiling was still very happy instead. After the order was served, Lin Yu didn't care about anything else anymore and directly took a big bite. The two of them, Mo Shitting and Yiling, looked much more elegant. Chewy. It was a stark contrast to Lin Yu. 10 minutes or so later, Lin Yu ate and drank his fill and enjoyed himself. It feels good to be full. Lin Yu sighed. Class president, when are we going back to the little secret realm to cultivate? Yiling looked at Lin Yu with a pair of good-looking beautiful eyes that mesmerized people. Have you guys eaten yet? Lin Yu saw this and inquired. Looking at the two of them, they didn't eat much food either. Well, I'm full. Yiling nodded repeatedly. Me too. Mo Shitting replied. Then let's go. Lin Yu said directly. Immediately, Lin Yu stood up and walked towards the door. Mo Shitting and Yiling followed closely behind Lin Yu. The scene. Once again, a lot of people are envious. No matter where he went, as long as there were people, Lin Yu would be the gathering point of eyes. The main thing was that Mo Shitting and Yiling were like maids, following him around. Back in the little secret realm, the three of them also sat down together, and soon entered a state of cultivation. Lin Yu also figured out that he couldn't keep relying on the machine god body, he had to work hard himself as well. In a flash, a month has passed. Lin Yu and the three of them were all cultivating very hard and seriously inside this small secret realm. It's kind of a kung fu thing. In just a month's time, Mo Shitting and Yiling managed to make a breakthrough and reach 6-star Mecha Masters. And Lin Yu's own spiritual energy value had also broken through to over 40,000. When class teacher Junling came to this small secret realm, he was extremely shocked after seeing Mo Shitting and Yiling's improvement. He also hadn't anticipated that Mo Shitting and Yiling would improve so quickly. What's more, he couldn't imagine that it was all because of Lin Yu that the two of them were able to be so fast. Lin Yu, you can cheer. When he saw that Lin Yu was still a 4-star Mecha Master, Junling couldn't help but give a reminder. Mr. Jiang, I'll work hard. Lin Yu hurriedly responded. Who made him a machine god body? Trying to reach 5-star Mecha Master, one would have to raise the psychic energy value to 50,000 to do so. Well, the next lesson is to take you to the secret realm for your training. Junling waved his finger. At once, 3 secret scrolls appeared. They had fallen into Lin Yu's hands. It's actually a level 60 secret scroll. Lin Yu was surprised. You have to know that a level 60 secret scroll is not something you can buy with money. Getting such a secret scroll was even more difficult. Sure enough, joining Kunlun Mecha University was the right decision. With that, everyone immediately cast the secret scroll, entering the level 60 secret realm desert plains. Upon entering the copy, open your eyes. They could then see an endless desert. The air was incredibly dry and the temperature was blazing. 1 second he was in a gentle place, and the next he felt like he had entered an alchemy furnace. Teacher Jiang, I'm only a level 30 mech. Is it appropriate to let me enter this level 60 secret realm? Lin Yu was a little tearful. No matter how demonic you are yourself, you can't do that with a level 30 mech against a level 60 behemoth. Either. That's a full 30 levels in between. Don't worry, I'll take care of you alone, and will weaken the behemoth's battle power before you do anything, and you'll be able to gain more experience value by killing the giant beasts here, thus allowing your mech to level up faster. Junling said quickly. After hearing this, Lin Yu also slowly nodded. It was indeed very reasonable. Don't worry, class president. Classmate Mo and I will help you too. Yiling smiled. Aha! Mo Shitting simply nodded. All summon their mechs. After hearing Junling's words, everyone quickly summoned their mechs. Upon seeing Mo Shitting and Yiling's saint-level mechs, Lin Yu was somewhat shocked to the core. Both of their mechs are very cool. Mo Shitting's mech was ice blue in color, as if she was the goddess of ice, and the mech seemed to contain an extremely powerful ice ability. Yiling's mech, on the contrary, was a bit like the image of that angel in his own memories, with a pair of clean white mech wings behind the mech, which obviously possessed the ability to fly and fight in the air without authorization. Saint-level mechs, worthy of being saint-level mechs. In this world, saint-level mechs were already recognized as the strongest mechs. After everyone had finished summoning their mechs, then he began to explore inside this secret realm. Yiling's mecha flew at an extremely fast speed, completely the kind that could not be captured by the naked eye. It was up to her to go ahead and scout the way. Now there's a sense of team play. This secret realm actualization power is to enhance your respective combat abilities, And secondly, to allow you to form a better tacit understanding with each other for team combat. Junling said slowly. The students in the seed class all experience countless life and death battles. Only by hovering between life and death can you better stimulate your potential. Lin Yu, your current strength is the weakest inside this secret realm, but I hope you'll still try harder. When I think about it, when your sister participated in such an adventure, she was desperate to fight, experiencing life and death several times, and only now has she become as powerful as she is today. Jiang Wenlai continued to say a few words. Teacher Jiang, just don't worry, I'll work hard. Lin Yu nodded and maneuvered the Discordian mecha forward. Something your own sister can do. Naturally, he wouldn't be far behind. Teacher, a level 60 giant saber-toothed tiger has been spotted up ahead. Not a moment too soon. Yiling quickly maneuvered the mech to fly back. Very well, your first battle will start with this saber-toothed tiger, Jiang Wenlai said directly. Who will go first? Sure enough, it didn't take long to move forward. Just saw a giant saber-toothed tiger. This saber-toothed tiger had a huge body, and its sharp claws were incomparably sharp. Ho 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 ho! It seemed to sense their presence. That giant beast, the saber-toothed tiger, instantly woke up, opened those blood-red eyes, and let out a deafening hissing sound. I'll do it! Mo Shirting was the first to rush up. Her mech was also very fast. For a few short seconds, Mo Shitting then arrived in front of that saber-toothed tiger. In an instant, her mech erupted with incomparably powerful ice energy, and the surroundings instantly began to freeze. That giant beast, the saber-toothed tiger, was also directly turned into an ice sculpture. What a powerful mecha skill! Lin Yu exclaimed. This is Mo Shirting's mecha field. It can freeze everything around it, Jiang Wenlai explained. However, the other party is a level 60 behemoth after all, so it's hard to completely freeze it. As Jiang Wenlia's words fell, a clicking sound rang out. Countless cracks directly appeared in that ice sculpture. Seeing the situation, Mo Shirting once again engine armor skills. Her mech raised her arm and began to build up energy, followed by a blast. Boom! There was a loud bang. When the dust and smoke dissipated, it could be clearly seen that the behemoth saber-toothed tiger was still very seriously injured. Hooray! However, this saber-toothed tiger quickly charged towards Mo Shirting. Also at this very moment, in the air, Yiling manipulated the mech and slashed out with a sword, instantly erupting an incomparably powerful wind blade. That saber-toothed tiger was like tofu, directly cut in half by that wind blade. Your teammate Yiling has slain a level 60 behemoth. Mecha experience value plus 600. After entering this level 60 secret realm, they completed the group. This saint level mecha is really powerful, and the power of the skills it casts out is obviously much stronger. Jiang Wenlai exclaimed. If it had been a royal or king level mecha, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been so easy to decapitate this saber-toothed tiger. However, it wasn't all the power of the mechs. Mo Shitting and Yiling's own strength in manipulating the mechs also played a big role. Through the battle just now, it was clearly evident that Mo Shitting and Yiling's level of actual combat was very high. This time, even if Jiang Wenlai wasn't there, it was estimated that the two of them, when they joined forces, would definitely be able to do whatever they wanted inside this level 60 secret realm, right? Ding dong, you've killed the level 60 beast saber-toothed tiger. Mecha experience value plus 600. Soon, Lin Yu also successfully resolved a giant beast saber-toothed tiger. Of course, this giant beast saber-toothed tiger's strength had been greatly reduced by Jiang Wenlia's strength, so Lin Yu was able to take care of it with ease. The whole fight, Jiang Wenlai, who was on the sidelines, saw it all in his eyes. Not bad. Through your respective performances, I can tell that your respective levels of maneuvering mechs are very good, Jiang Wenlai quipped. Next, you need to work as a team. I won't make a move unless my life is in danger. Immediately afterward, Jiang Wenlai continued to instruct. Understood. Lin Yu, Mo Shitting and Yiling nodded. Keep going. It didn't take long to spot a few new giant saber-toothed tigers. It's all about the level 60 rating. With that, Lin Yu, Mo Shitting and Yiling joined forces with each other to deal with them. Of course, Lin Yu's current mech level was too low and the damage he could do was limited. But the good thing was that it was a god level mech, so the power that erupted was still there. The three worked together for the first time. Inevitably, a lot of problems will arise. Jiang Wenlai at the back of the room observed and recorded all of these one by one, and after that, he would also let them target training. Ding dong, your teammate Mo Shitting has killed the level 60 beast saber-toothed tiger. Mecha experience value plus 600. Ding dong, your teammate Mo Shitting has killed the level 60 beast saber-toothed tiger. Mecha experience value plus 600. Ding dong, your teammate Yiling has killed the level 60 beast saber-toothed tiger. Mecha experience value plus 600. It took a full 10 minutes or so. It was only then that Lin Yu and the others managed to get rid of those 3 giant saber-toothed tigers. So far, none of them have popped anything. Only got the mech experience value. Lin Yu briefly looked at it. His Pango Mecha was still a few thousand experience points short of being upgraded. Come here, all of you. Jiang Wenlai gave a shout. Everyone maneuvered their mechs and quickly arrived in front of Jiang Wenlai. Your cooperation just now was a complete mess. There was no teamwork. You were completely playing each other. Jiang Wenlai's tone was very serious. It was directly all the problems that Lin Yu and the others had. Next, everyone followed Jiang Wenlai's instructions and began to hone in. With the killing of a giant beast, the tacit understanding between the 3 was also slowly becoming better. That's all. A little bit of time passed. Lin Yu's mecha level had reached level 35. Mo Ting and Yi Ling's mechs had each been upgraded by 2 levels as well. Now, the 3 of them could be considered a real team. A genius is a genius. It's just quick to teach. Jiang Wenlai sighed in his heart. Basically, geniuses. You only need to say it once to comprehend the meaning of it. If it were any other mecha master, I'm afraid that saying it 100 times won't result in a big improvement. Nightfall. Build a bonfire. After handling the meat of the giant beast, it was placed on the fire and grilled. Lin Yu, Mo and Yi Ling sat there. Meanwhile, the respective mechs were behind them. This way, no matter what happens, they can be the first to get inside the mech and enter the battle at any time. Like us mechs, sometimes exploring inside the secret realm can take 10 days, months, a year, or even longer. So this wilderness survival is also something you must master. It's a good thing that there are countless giant beasts in the secret realm, so hunger is not an option. However, all of this behemoth meat must be processed before it can be used. Roasting it directly on the fire will produce toxins. Jiang Wenlai explained. The handling of the giant beast's meat was also carefully taught one by one. It allowed Lin Yu and the others to learn a lot at once. With the roast ready to go, everyone could also smell a strong aroma of grilled meat. This made Lin Yu gulp. Come on, all share. Jiang Wenlai handed the roasted meat to everyone. One time, everyone enjoyed themselves as well. Eating barbecue inside the secret place is something else. One more thing. Remember that in this secret realm, don't find a place to rest at random, and don't sleep too much. Maybe a giant beast will suddenly come out, and then if you want to resist, it will probably be too late. Jiang Wenlai continued. The secret world is not a safe place. Very menacing. Every day, there were basically mecha masters who fell inside the secret realm, or copies. As a classroom teacher, he naturally says everything plainly. Lin Yu, Mo and Yi Ling are all students in the seed class of Kunlun Mecha University, and they are the geniuses of geniuses. As long as they could grow up smoothly, they would definitely be able to become the top mecha masters in the future. It would be more than worth it if he fell in the middle of the journey. Especially the night of the secret realm is even more treacherous. Some behemoths go into a berserker rage at night, and all aspects of their life are heightened. Well, you guys get some rest tonight. I'll keep watch. After eating and drinking, Jiang Wenlai directly said, tomorrow, I'll take you guys to a good place to practice, so that your mecha levels can rise quickly. Hearing this, Lin Yu was a little impatient for tomorrow to come early. Subsequently, Lin Yu, Mo and Yi Ling then each returned inside their own mechs. Ho ho ho. I don't know what kind of existence the good place for leveling that Mr. Jiang said existed. Lin Yu couldn't help but mutter. His main goal right now, that was to raise his mech level. There were still 5 levels to go before his own Discordian mech would reach level 40. I guess another super powerful mech skill can be automatically awakened to come. A few minutes later, Lin Yu then fell into a deep sleep. On the other hand, Mo Ting and Yi Ling didn't sleep, but entered the state of cultivation. After a mecha master reaches a certain level, he doesn't need to sleep to recover at all. If Jiang Wenlai wasn't here, otherwise, Mo and Yi Ling would probably be next to Lin Yu together. After all, as long as one stayed by Lin Yu's side, that cultivation speed was simply awesome. The night passed quickly. It was good that the night was calm and nothing happened. When Lin Yu woke up with a start, the entire person slept very comfortably. This night's cultivation of the machine god body raised his psychic energy value by more than 200. It was a big step closer to reaching the 5-star mecha master. All awake! Man the mech and follow me! Jiang Wenlai's voice came. Everyone maneuvered their mechs and quickly moved up even more. Obviously, Jiang Wenlai is very familiar with this secret realm. No matter what, inside this level 60 secret realm, as long as Jiang Wenlai was there, they were still very safe. Here it is. Jiang Wenlai quickly led Lin Yu and the others to the entrance of a valley. At a glance, the inside of the valley was and is barren. Mr. Jiang, are you sure this is the place? How come I didn't even find a giant beast? Yi Ling couldn't help but ask curiously. Mo and Lin Yu were also puzzled. Inside this valley, There really wasn't a single giant beast. It's not at all obvious that this is a good place to practice. Ha ha ha, could it be that I would lie to you all, teacher? Jiang Wenlai laughed out loud. As long as you enter inside, there will be a constant stream of giant beasts emerging from the ground. Which one of you is going to try it first? Hear this. Yi Ling hurriedly responded. I'll go. In the next second, Yi Ling maneuvered his mech and directly was flying in, landing in the valley range. Within moments, she could see the entire ground begin to tumble. A huge beast quickly rushed out from the ground. Ho 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 ho! Countless hissing sounds resounded throughout the valley. In an instant, Yi Ling was surrounded by hundreds of giant beasts. Mo Shi Ting, Lin Yu, you guys go together too. This is your field of experience. Throughout the secret realm, this is the best place to level up your mecha. Jiang Wenlai spoke calmly. Immediately, Mo Shitting and Lin Yu also quickly rushed in and joined the fight. Through yesterday's training, the three of them were already working very closely together. Boom boom boom. Your teammate kills a level 60 behemoth. Mech experience value plus 600. Your teammate kills a level 60 behemoth. Mech experience value plus 600. Your teammate kills a level 60 behemoth. Mech experience value plus 600. One giant beast was killed by them. Throughout the process, Lin Yu was also holding these giant beasts back, playing some control, allowing Mo Shitting and Yi Ling to better explode at full strength. As behemoths are killed, new ones emerge from the ground. It was just as Jiang Wenlai had said. The behemoths here were a constant stream. And yes, it was indeed a good place to raise the level of the mechs. Lin Yu was also getting excited now. Mecha skill Tendo Chain is activated. Mecha skill Heaven and Earth / activated. Double chop. Lin Yu maneuvered his mech into the battle even more. The scene. It also shocked Mo Shitting, Yi Ling, and Jiang Wenlai to the core. Lin Yu's mecha skills were basically cast out continuously. Each skill could be repeated instantly, and it seemed that Lin Yu's skills had no cooldown. Even Jiang Wenlai could not do so. This Lin Yu is not simple. Jiang Wenlai sighed in his heart. To be able to achieve a mecha skill with no cooldown time, there were only a handful of top-level mecha masters in the world who could do it. If Lin Yu's mecha level had reached level 60, then he alone would definitely be able to single-handedly brush all the giant beasts here. This also made Jiang Wenlai decide in his mind. Lin Yu must be more focused on cultivation. The battle went on for a good 2 hours. Teacher, my psychic energy value is almost depleted. Mine too, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling quickly said at this time. Alright, you guys exit the battle. Jiang Wenlai maneuvered his mech, and in just a few seconds, he blasted out an exit channel. With just a simple attack, dozens of behemoths were directly instantly secured. This was the terrifying strength of a level 100 mecha, a star mecha master. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling quickly retreated and re-entered the entrance of that valley. They quickly operated the spiritual energy cultivation method, and at this time, the spiritual energy value in their bodies was also recovering rapidly. Lin Yu, you should also exit to recover your spiritual energy value, Jiang Wenlai quickly said. Next, teacher will take you guys to upgrade. Next, Jiang Wenlai joined their group. Your teammate Jiang Wenlai has killed a level 60 behemoth. Mecha experience value plus 600. Your teammate Jiang Wenlai kills a level 60 behemoth. Mecha experience value plus 600. Your teammate Jiang Wenlai kills a level 60 behemoth. Mecha experience value plus 600. A systematic voice resounded inside Lin Yu's mind. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Lin Yu gave a thank you and also quickly exited the battlefield. In fact, one's psychic energy value was not depleted. With his own organic god body in place, as long as he entered the middle of a battle, he could automatically recover a certain amount of spiritual energy value per second. Ding dong. Congratulations. Pangea Mecha leveled up to 40. Automatic awakening of new skills. Divine Mecha skill given, Black Hole Devouring. With the help of Jiang Wenlai, Lin Yu saw that his mech experience value was growing by leaps and bounds. Even less than an hour had allowed his Discordian mecha to reach level 40. This can be quite fast. If he was the only one, I don't know how long it would take to get there. That's how geniuses are treated. It was also one of the reasons why so many mechs dreamed of entering the top mech universities. Outside, wanting to hire a star-level mecha master to train on behalf of you is not that easy. And I'm afraid that even if one had more money, they wouldn't be able to hire one. But at Kunlun Mecha University, such powerful star mecha masters were their teachers, leading to improve their strength completely free of charge. Continued brushing for 2 hours. Mo Shi Ting and Yi Ling's mecha levels, 2, were successfully raised to level 60. From now on, Mo Shi Ting and Yi Ling, if their two mechs wanted to continue upgrading, they would have to raise their mech master's level, and after they reached the 7-star mech master, their mechs would be able to continue to gain experience value and thus upgrade. The same is true for Lin Yu. He had to reach the 5-star mech division in order for the mech to continue to be upgraded. Mechs are left to their own devices when it comes to leveling up. There are no shortcuts to be taken. When Junling broke away from that valley instead, those behemoths have also retraced their steps back to the ground. One time, the whole valley fell silent at once. Not a single shadow of a behemoth remained. It's as if nothing ever happens here. Congratulations! You have completed this adventure in only 2 days. Junling congratulated. This calendar. The main test is individual fighting ability and team fighting ability. Lin Yu and the three of them had no problem with their individual combat abilities. Although the team fight, at first, was a mess, they soon became in tune and improved by leaps and bounds. Basically, in one day yesterday, they completed the main task of this adventure. That's genius. It made it very easy for him to be the homeroom teacher as well. Sure enough, he prefers to teach genius, because it won't be too much work for you. This experience is considered to be over. There's only so much I can teach you guys right now, and the next thing you need to do is look to yourselves. Next, make your own arrangements. If you continue to explore inside this secret realm, you must be careful. Junling got serious and solemn. The next thing Lin Yu and the others had to do was to raise their mecha master level. This one will just depend on their own talent and hard work. Teacher Jiang, I want to continue exploring this secret realm for a bit. Lin Yu replied. It's been 2 days since I came to this level 60 secret realm, killed countless behemoths. As a result, not a single piece of crystal energy had popped out. This made Lin Yu a little depressed. Not only did he not get it, Imo Shitting and Yiling also didn't burst out a single piece of crystal energy. Therefore, Lin Yu intended to explore the area properly. If he had crystal energy, he would have been able to raise his mechmaster level much faster. Teacher, I want to be with the class president. Me too. In the next second, Imo Shitting and Yiling took a stand. Sure enough, Lin Yu was already anticipating it. Alright, since you guys have decided, then I won't say anything more, be safe. Junling nodded. With that, he left the secret realm through that secret realm scroll. Now only Lin Yu and the three of them were left. Squad leader, then how do we go now? After leaving that valley, Yiling inquired with some impatience. I don't know. This secret realm is so big, we can only choose a direction based on our feelings. It depends on how lucky we are, Lin Yu said slowly. So, which direction do you choose, class president? Mo Ting said softly. All the way to the west. Lin Yu maneuvered his mech and pointed to the west. With direction. A group of 3, maneuvering themselves then moved on quickly. Yiling maneuvered the mech to fly in the sky and went ahead to scout the way. The benefits of having a flying mech inside the team are numerous. The situation in front of them is basically clear to probe. Right now, their main purpose inside the secret realm was to search for the opportunities inside the secret realm. Killing the giant beasts was secondary. Your teammates killed the level 60 behemoth. Since your mech master level is insufficient, the Pangea mech can't continue to gain experience value. Yiling, who was scouting in the front, was also quick to tackle the giant beasts when she realized that there were some. Don't you guys think it's strange? This is a level 60 secret realm. The number of giant beasts we've killed in the past 2 days is huge, but not a single piece of crystal energy has popped out. Lin Yu couldn't help but chat at this point. Indeed, ever since the world's copies and secret realms mutated, the burst rate of crystal energy has greatly decreased. Mo Shitting replied, also puzzled, but inside this secret realm, it seems that the burst rate of crystal energy is 0. No, you're all puzzled. Why didn't you ask your teacher just now? Yiling's voice rang out. Forgot. Lin Yu laughed a little awkwardly. The moment. Lin Yu was somewhat missing his schoolmate Xiao Yu. If she was there, exercising that pair of divine eyes ability of hers, it was estimated that she would be able to easily discover the opportunities and treasures inside this secret realm. Squad leader, we've got something. Suddenly, a voice came from Yiling. What discovery? Lin Yu hurriedly asked curiously. A very strange building has appeared ahead. Yiling responded. Immediately, Lin Yu and Mo Ting also quickly accelerated their mechs. It didn't take long. Then he came to the place Yiling had mentioned. Sure enough, in front of you is a very peculiar building. It looks a little weird. Yiling maneuvered the mecha and quickly landed beside Lin Yu. I've carefully explored it. It's somewhat similar to being an entrance. You need to find a mechanism to open it. Looks like we're pretty lucky. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. Luck isn't always a factor. Maybe it's not a chance in here, but instead it's a menace. Mo Ting was very calm. Also, it's all possible, but it's also important to explore a bit. Otherwise, who knows if it's a chance or a danger? Lin Yu proposed. I agree with squad leader. We can explore and try it out. If it's really dangerous inside, we'll just withdraw. Yiling agreed. Now that both her and Mo Ting's mechs had been upgraded to level 60. Moreover, Their mechs were all saint-level mechs, and coupled with their own strength, this could still guarantee safety inside the level 60 secret realm. This was also the reason why Junling agreed that they could continue to explore inside this secret realm. Alright, Mo Ting nodded and agreed to explore. Can you spot the suspected opening mechanism? Lin Yu looked at Yi Ling. There is. In the very center of this building, there seems to be a high platform. Yi Ling nodded. Immediately, they maneuvered their mechs to quickly step onto this building, came to that center area. There is indeed a high platform. There seems to be some sort of device on top of the high platform. As Lin Yu took a closer look, he did have a guess. I'm guessing that this device needs to be fed a large amount of energy before it can be turned on. Let's give it a try then. Yi Ling took the lead in inputting his own spiritual energy value into it. With the infusion of energy, the device on that elevated platform quickly emitted a glow, though it seemed to be very faint, just a few dozen seconds. Yi Ling's spiritual energy value was then consumed by a large portion. Let me do it. Lin Yu interrupted Yi Ling. His psychic energy value was now over 40,000. It should be possible to fully activate the device. The reason for interrupting Yi Ling was also because he was afraid that in case Yi Ling's spiritual energy value was depleted, once a certain situation occurred, Yi Ling would have no way to manipulate the mech. If he really encountered that situation, Yi Ling would be in great danger. As Lin Yu kept feeding the energy in, for a mere 2 seconds, that special device then erupted into a dazzling light. Nice guy, just for 2 seconds. It directly absorbed 20,000 of its own psychic energy value. But the good thing is, it's all worth it. Click. The sound of a mechanism turning rang out. At this time a special rune appeared throughout the mysterious building. All be careful, Lin Yu hurriedly reminded. There's no way to predict what's going to happen behind this. All we can do now is be careful. Aha! Mo Ting and Yi Ling nodded their heads. They all became very cautious, not daring to be careless at all. At the same time, Lin Yu and the others felt a powerful force. In an instant, they then transformed into 3 golden rays and instantly disappeared. The runes emitting light from that mysterious building quickly dimmed. It's like nothing ever happened here. Everything is quiet again. When Lin Yu, Mo Ting and Yi Ling opened their eyes again, they realized that they had arrived inside a strange space. The entire space was very vast, and even their 100-meter giant mecha looked very small inside this space. At a glance, it was also quickly realized that the space was closed and there was no exit inside at all. Welcome to hidden space. Just then, a mysterious voice resounded throughout the space. Hidden space? Lin Yu was a bit puzzled, having absolutely no understanding of this aspect of information. Hidden space is a special existence in the secret realm. As long as you can clear this hidden space, you will be able to obtain a large amount of opportune treasures. Mo Ting explained. This hidden space and the hidden boss of the copy are the same principle. Hearing this explanation from her, Lin Yu fell back and figured out a lot at once. In that case, we've come to the right place. Lin Yu smiled. Squad leader, now is not the time to be happy. Yi Ling sighed. There's no way for us to use the secret scroll to leave this place now. The only way is to pass through this hidden space. Once we fail to pass, we'll fall in this. Obviously, Yi Ling was also quite knowledgeable about this hidden space. Sure enough, opportunities and treasures are not so easy to get. Well, Lin Yu nodded slightly. As long as we work together, there's nothing that can't be solved. I hope the hidden space here isn't that difficult. Yi Ling sighed. It was also at this time. The mysterious voice sounded again. First level, destroy 1,000 behemoths. The words just fell. Inside the entire space, a full 1,000 giant beasts appeared in a split-second's effort. And every single one of those behemoths is at level 60. The difficulty of this is simply pulling out all the stops. There's no way back now. Lin Yu quickly calmed down. With that, the 3 of them cooperated with each other, quickly began to kill these behemoths. Luckily, Lin Yu's mecha level was already level 40. Soloing a level 60 behemoth was no problem at all. The most pressure is still on Mo Ting and Yi Ling. This made Lin Yu's heart very unhappy. He is a big man, and now he actually needs 2 girls to share such a big pressure. Or is he too weak? System, I'm still more than 3,000 spiritual energy values away from becoming a 5-star mecha master. What's the best way to quickly improve? While fighting, Lin Yu inquired. Hey, you have been detected with a mecha heart that can be converted into energy points. Transform immediately. Lin Yu hurriedly gave his orders. This mecha heart, he had obtained it inside the copy of Junling City. Originally, he thought that if his second mech awakened a king-level mech, this mech heart would be able to discharge its usefulness. However, the one he awakened later was a god-level manhwa mecha. One time, he had somewhat forgotten that he had a mecha heart in existence. It's time to play it out too. Conversion begins. The transformation of the mecha heart was successful. 5,000 energy points gained. All of them boost my psychic energy value. 5,000 ability points deducted. Your psychic energy value increases by 50,000. Congratulations on becoming a 5-star Mecha Master. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Kijiji body, activated. Mecha Master level, 5-star Mecha Master. Energy points, 0. Spiritual energy, 97,412. Mecha, Pango Mecha, level 40. Great. I didn't expect this Mecha heart to be so powerful. I should have known that I would have used it from the start. Lin Yu was excited in his heart. Today, his psychic energy value had reached over 90,000, plus the organic god body assist. Facing these 1,000 behemoths, one could consume them little by little even if one consumed them. Your teammates slay the level 60 behemoth. Pangea Mech experience value plus 1,000. Your teammates slay the level 60 behemoth. Pangea Mech experience value plus 1,000. Ho ho ho. This experience value gained from killing a giant beast inside a hidden space is actually more than outside. Lin Yu was surprised. Previously, killing a level 60 behemoth in the secret realm would only earn you 600 mech experience points. But in this hidden space, a level 60 behemoth could actually provide 1,000 mech experience points. Squad leader, your Mecha Master level has been raised? After hearing Lin Yu's surprised voice, Yiling also immediately thought of something and hurriedly inquired. Not bad. I'm now a 5-star Mecha Master. Lin Yu replied. Awesome. Worthy of being the class president. Yiling exclaimed. After all, this is a hidden space. It's considered an unattainable existence. So it's normal to gain a bit more experience value in here. Mo Shirting explained. Whatever. Lin Yu had successfully become a 5-star Mecha Master. Now mechs can level up too. Once Lin Yu's mech reached level 50, it would also greatly make a difference to the battle power of their entire team. It's definitely a great thing. Looks like I'm going to get serious. Yiling nodded. In the next second, she maneuvered the mech and flew straight up. As her mecha skills were performed, 2 terrifying tornadoes erupted. The behemoths were sucked in by the tornado and were quickly twisted into slag by a sharp wind blade. Mo Shirting was naturally unwilling to be left behind. The mecha ice field was cast. A certain area around them was transformed into a world of ice. The gigantic beasts within this range were turned into ice sculptures. And as Mo Shitting attacked again, the tremendous power turned these ice sculptures into shattered pieces. Your teammates slay the level 60 behemoth. Pangea Mech experience value plus 1,000. Your teammates slay the level 60 behemoth. Lin Yu heard the system's voice. His own mech experience value was increasing rapidly. It's only been a few minutes. His own Discordian mech then improves by 1 level to power level 41. Nice guy. He was now being carried away by 2 girls. Lin Yu was quite enjoying himself. Now they fly themselves. He will fly them in the future. And lucky, there was Mo Shirting and Yiling around. Otherwise, I'm afraid he'd be cold if he was here alone. As the level of the mech increased, all aspects of the mech were also instantly upgraded. Lin Yu could clearly perceive that as the mechs were upgraded, the might that erupted from them all increased by a lot. Class President, you can help us cultivate more after this. Yiling smiled at this time. As one of the behemoths reduced on, the pressure on them became much less. This is no problem. Lin Yu naturally understood what Yiling meant. As long as they practiced by their side, they would be able to increase their psychic energy value faster. Ding dong, Pangea Mecha leveling up to level 46. Through constant effort, Lin Yu and the 3 of them managed to get rid of all of the 1,000 giant beasts that appeared. The whole process was kind of smooth. If there were 1,000 more behemoths, Lin Yu was confident that he could raise his mech to level 50. Ho ho ho, almost finished consuming the spiritual energy value. Yiling sighed. There was very little spiritual energy value left in her body right now, and she was still barely able to keep the mech running. The same goes for Mo Shirting. I also don't know. What kind of levels are behind this? Mo Shitting sighed. This hidden space wasn't really cleared, so it was still not possible to completely let down one's guard now. With that, Mo Shirting and Yiling quickly recovered their own spiritual energy values. But just this moment, 3 energy-filled rays of light surged into Lin Yu, Mo Shirting and Yiling's bodies. Almost instantly, the psychic energy value in each of their bodies was then directly restored. Congratulations on clearing your first level. You will be rewarded with a sacred stone. That mysterious voice rang out. At the same time, a holy stone appeared in their hands one after another. What's the use of this holy stone? Lin Yu hurriedly inquired. Rather, one could clearly sense that this holy stone contained a huge amount of energy inside. No way. Class President, you don't even know about the Mecha Holy Stone? Yiling was a bit surprised. I really don't know. Lin Yu replied seriously. Mo Shitting and Yiling must have come from inside the big families, so they knew these things well. But Lin Yu's family, too, was just an ordinary family. The two parents were even less aware of this. The most demonic sister hadn't told him about this Mecha sacred stone. Naturally, he doesn't know anything about it. But he could be sure that this Mecha holy stone was definitely something good. Squad leader. This Mecha sacred stone is a supreme treasure that can increase the attributes of a mecha. For example, this Mecha sacred stone of mine can drastically increase my mecha speed after using it. Yiling explained. Hearing this, Lin Yu instantly understood. Sure is good stuff. Classmate Mo. Then what kind of Mecha holy stone did you get? Lin Yu asked curiously. A defense-type Mecha holy stone that can boost my mecha's defense. Mo Shirting calmly responded. Squad leader. Theoretically speaking, as long as one has enough Mecha sacred stones, even a mortal-grade mecha can become a super powerful mecha. Immediately after, Yiling continued. So, you now know why this Mecha holy stone is a supreme treasure. How many mecha masters exploring the secret realm have come for this Mecha holy stone? But in the end, only so many succeeded in getting it. This time, we're actually one apiece. We're really lucky. Yiling's voice was permeated with incomparable excitement. Lin Yu nodded. Good luck indeed. Alright, we'd better use this Mecha holy stone first and raise our mecha strength. Mo Shitting reminded. There might be even more treacherous levels coming up behind this. So if we can boost our strength now, let's hurry. Understood. Yiling nodded. One time, Lin Yu looked towards his Mecha holy stone. Ding dong. Attack class Mecha holy stone detected. After using it, you can increase your mech's attack power. The system's voice rang out. It made Lin Yu more aware of what kind of Mecha holy stone he had in his hands. Can it be converted into energy points? Lin Yu asked silently in his mind. A blink of an eye. One could clearly see that 2000 level 60 behemoths then appeared directly inside this space. He himself was already a god-level mecha. There's no need to dedicate it to boosting mechs at the moment, or use it to level up your mech master as much as possible. Convertible. Then hurry up and transform. Lin Yu was getting a little impatient. Convert attack mech sacred stone. Gain energy points plus 3000. It's only 3000. Lin Yu was a little disappointed. That mecha heart from before was a full 5000 energy points. Forget it. Lin Yu didn't go any further exactly. Instead it was better to have it than not to have it. So, how much do I need to raise my psychic energy value to in order to reach 6-star Mecha Master? Lin Yu inquired in his mind. Answer, if the machine god body wants to reach 6-star Mecha Master, it needs to raise its psychic energy value to 200,000. Lin Yu sucked in a breath. All over the world, there didn't seem to be any mechs who could raise their psychic energy value to 200,000. Right? The Kijin body is worthy of being a Kijin body. Not only was it heaven-defying, the cultivation resources needed were also immense. Lin Yu was now grateful. Luckily for myself, I have the system in place. Otherwise, he might not be able to accomplish the goal of 200,000 spiritual energy values in his entire life just by himself. 3,000 energy points consumed. Your psychic energy value plus 30,000. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Kijiji body, activated. Mecha Master level, 5-star Mecha Master. Energy points, 0. Spiritual energy, 127,412. Mecha, Pango Mecha, level 46. A long way to go. Cheer up. 2 or 3 more of these Mecha Holy Stones, and you'll be able to reach a 6-star Mecha Master yourself. Lin Yu encouraged himself. Other side. Mo Shirting and Yiling had also successfully used that Mecha Holy Stone. Start the second level. Kill 2,000 behemoths. The mysterious voice sounded again. As the words fell after, 2,000 giant beasts also appeared inside this space in an instant. Good lord, the difficulty has really ramped up, Lin Yu said slowly. Soon, Lin Yu, Mo Shitting and Yiling were also cooperating with each other once again. At this moment, it could be clearly seen that Yiling's mecha had indeed become much faster. Boom boom boom. A violent explosion rang out. The 3 mechs were like invincible war gods. Lin Yu, in particular, mecha skills were cast out one after another. With the increase in the level of the mech, coupled with the increase in his own mech master level, it now required more psychic energy value to be consumed to perform the mastered mech skills. Lin Yu also exerted his Discordian mecha mastery domain, which was exponentially enhanced in all aspects, especially when it comes to offense. A level 60 behemoth couldn't carry one of his axes at all. The scene. It shocked both Mo Shitting and Yiling. Soon in their hearts, they were already guessing that the level of Lin Yu's mecha was definitely not Emperor level. Even their Saint level mechs don't have such perverted and terrifying mech skills? Lin Yu was the true mecha demonic genius. Kill level 60 behemoth. Mech experience value plus 1,000. Your teammate Yiling kills a level 60 behemoth. Mech experience value plus 1,000. Kill level 60 behemoth. Mech experience value plus 1,000. Inside this hidden space, it was more like a field of experience. Ding dong, congratulations. The Pangea Mecha has been upgraded to level 50. After killing over 1,000 behemoths, the sound of the Discordian mech upgrading rang out. Pango Mecha automatically awakens the new skill Obsidian Thunder. Seeing that there was a new mecha skill awakening, Lin Yu naturally cast it immediately. Look at the power of this new mech skill. This skill was just as much a God-ranked mecha skill. God-ranked skill Obsidian Thunder unleashed. Target locked. Rumble. High voltage, high voltage, high voltage, high voltage, high voltage, high voltage. A terrifying purple thunderbolt suddenly fell in the air above the giant beast that was locked. It exploded with a very powerful might. You have killed a level 60 behemoth. And since your mech master has not reached the level of a 6-star mech master, the Pangea mech can't continue to gain experience value. You've killed a level 60 behemoth. This divine rank skill Obsidian Thunder, the power that erupts out of it, is really terrifying as hell. Lin Yu was shocked in his heart. A few level 60 behemoths were just killed in a direct second by a single skill. However, this skill was strong, but casting it once consumed a full 5,000 of one's spiritual energy value. It's a good thing you have enough psychic energy value. Otherwise, if it was any other mecha master, it was estimated that by casting this skill once, the spiritual energy value in his body would be depleted to nothing. Squad leader, your mecha skills are too strong. Yi Ling marveled. Although Mo Shirting didn't say anything, she also had an incredulous look on her face. They could tell that the skill that Lin Yu had just cast out should have been a mecha auto-awakening skill. Even their saint-level mechs with awakened mech skills weren't as strong as the mech skill that Lin Yu had just cast. It also reinforced, in their minds, an idea. That was Lin Yu's mecha, which was definitely not an emperor-level mecha. As Lin Yu's penguin mecha reached level 50, dealing with these level 60 behemoths became even easier. It didn't take long. 2,000 level 60 behemoths were then easily accomplished by the three of them once again. Congratulations on passing the second level, the mysterious voice rang out. Immediately after that, 3 more special rays of light surged into their respective bodies. One moment. The spiritual energy values that Lin Yu had consumed within their bodies were directly restored in their entirety. This third level test won't be 3,000 giant beasts. Lin Yu couldn't help but mutter. That's a possibility. Mo Shirting slowly nodded. Who cares? I wonder what kind of reward there will be if I pass the second level. Yi Ling was somewhat optimistic. With her words, in their hands also appeared a Mecha Holy Stone once again. It made them happy again. Ha ha, my Mecha Holy Stone this time. The Mecha attack power that can be boosted. Yi Ling was very happy. Her current mecha speed was already sufficient, but her attack power was still a little short. I still have the Mecha Sacred Stone that increases defense, Mo Shirting said slowly. In the future, she might be able to resist damage in front of the meat tank. What about you, class president? Yi Ling asked in a hurry. The same. It's also one that continues to enhance the attack power of the mech. Lin Yu looked at the Mecha Holy Stone in his hand that was emitting a red glow and opened his mouth to respond. Next, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling once again put the Mecha Holy Stone to use. And Lin Yu was still converting this Mecha Holy Stone into energy points. Conversion successful. Energy points plus 3,000. Consuming 3,000 energy points. Your psychic energy value increases by plus 30,000. Open my personal panel. With Lin Yu's command. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Kijiji body, activated. Mecha Master level, 5-star Mecha Master. Energy points, 0. Spiritual energy, 157,432. Mecha, Pango Mecha, level 50. Hoo. Lin Yu took a deep breath. If he had 2 more Mecha Sacred Stones, his spiritual energy value would break through to 200,000, and he would be able to reach the 6-star Mecha Master. That's a really good place for this hidden space. Lin Yu decided that he would have to explore the secret realm more in the future as well. Start the final level. If you fail, you will die. The mysterious voice rang out. Hear it here. Lin Yu, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling all instantly became grave. It seems that the next step is the really difficult one. Boom! The entire ground began to move violently. A special light appeared. For a few short seconds, an incomparably huge titanic beast appeared in front of them. This titan beast is more than 100 meters tall. The size was even more massive than any of their mechs. Now that's a real super beast. Although this titan beast is also only a level 60, but it's totally considered boss level. Whether it was in terms of attack power, or in terms of defense, it was not comparable to those ordinary behemoths. This pass is definitely a life and death pass. Either defeat this titanic beast and live, or die here. Hoo. Together, we will slay this titan beast. Mo Shirting and I will hold this titan beast back. Yi Ling Yu attack remotely. Lin Yu took a deep breath and quickly said, "Yes." Mo Ting and Yiling nodded their heads. The battle was imminent. The temperature of the entire space instantly lowered. In the blink of an eye, the entire space turned into a world of ice. Mo Ting was directly on fire, raising her fighting strength to a limit. With that, Lin Yu also rushed up. Divine rank skill Tendo Chain developed. A chain rushed out from the void, quickly entangling this massive titanic beast to death. But this titanic beast is also very powerful. The Heaven's Path chains didn't look like they could last much longer. Divine rank skill Heaven and Earth Slash is activated. God rank skill Black Hole Devouring is activated. Luckily, Lin Yu's weapon was the divine artifact Heaven Opening Axe, so it was very easy to inflict some damage on the Titan beast. Yiling quickly maneuvered the mech into the air. She maneuvered her mech, holding a special mech cannon that locked directly onto the Titan beast's head. Boom! This cannon is powerful. It was directly blasted onto the head part of that titanic beast. But alas, although it hit the Titan behemoth's head straight on, it still ended up not causing any major damage to come. This Titan beast's defense is too strong, Yiling hastily reminded. Don't worry, just output. We'll hold it back and consume it. Lin Yu quickly spoke. It was a good thing that his mech skills didn't have a cooldown value. As soon as he saw that his Heaven's Path chains couldn't hold on any longer, Lin Yu would immediately cast them out again and continue to entangle and bind. Plus, Mo Ting's mecha skills also had a slowing down effect. Therefore, in Lin Yu's opinion, the three of them could definitely get rid of this Titan beast by joining forces. Ho 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 ho! This Titan beast was very suffocating, and now its only attack was to roar in anger. The terrifying hissing sound was deafening, and if it were any other mecha master here, I'm afraid that the entire body would bleed from all 7 orifices and be shaken to death by this hissing sound. Luckily, Mo Ting and Yiling were saint-level mechs that could counteract the Titan beast's sonic attacks. Lin Yu's god-level mecha was even more needless to say. Tendo Chains unleashed. Heaven and Earth Slash. Tendo Chains unleashed. Heaven and Earth Slash. It was a good thing that Lin Yu had control-type mecha skills, plus he was able to perform his mech skills without interruption. In another way, it's kind of like having the Titan behemoth completely under control. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Mo Ting were seizing the opportunity and were continuously outputting damage. It took about 10 minutes or so. You have killed 60 Titan beasts, acquired a level 60 crystal energy. As Lin Yu's final strike chopped down, that titanic beast was then completely lifeless. After hearing the system's voice ringing out, Lin Yu nodded slightly, his heart relieved that he was finally dead. At this point, Mo Ting and Yiling's mechs began to dissipate. Both of their psychic energy values happened to be completely depleted at this moment, and they no longer had any psychic energy values to continue maintaining the mech. Mo Ting and Yiling sat on the ground and also breathed heavily, sweating profusely and looking extremely tired. This time, they felt very blessed. Luckily, Lin Yu was there. His uninterrupted casting of control-type mecha skills was what made the Titan beast not have a chance to strike at all. Otherwise, this Titan beast is really not that easy to get rid of. Even, it is really possible for them to die here. At the same time, they also understood Lin Yu's demonic nature even more, performing mecha skills one after another. By now there is actually a psychic energy value. At this point, 3 rays of light surged into their bodies. One moment, the self-psychic energy value was restored at once. Mo Ting and Yiling even became refreshed, and their physical exhaustion directly disappeared without a trace. Not bad, not bad. Worthy of being a god-ranked mecha. I'm looking forward to what you'll do in the future. You guys passed. That mysterious voice resounded throughout the space. When hearing about the god-level mechs, Mo Ting and Yiling were startled. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu was actually a god-level mecha. They had guessed before that Lin Yu was definitely not an emperor-class mecha, but they hadn't guessed at all that he was a god-class mecha. You know, throughout the entire history of mechs, no one has ever awakened a god-level mech. There were even those who believed that god-level mechs were simply mechs that didn't exist. Now think, only a god-level mecha could be so demonic. Their own saint-level mechs couldn't even be compared to this. Say, is there no pass reward? Lin Yu couldn't help but shout out. Isn't living the best reward? The mysterious voice responded. Next, they then transformed into a ray of light and teleported out. When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, it was already appearing outside that mysterious building. At this point, the entire mysterious building could still be seen, and it directly turned into a starry spot and disappeared. This hidden space has disappeared, Lin Yu said slowly. Once the hidden space is cleared, it will automatically dissipate, Yiling explained. However, soon Yiling couldn't wait to ask, Class President, your mech is actually the legendary god-level mech. Lin Yu summoned the mech back into the mech space within himself. The entire person quickly and smoothly landed in front of Mo Ting and Yiling. Looking at the two of them, Lin Yu said softly, I don't mean to hide it. After all, this is a god-level mech. Once it's exposed, the whole world will know about it. And if I'm targeted by people with ulterior motives, I'll be in danger. Therefore, before I have some ability to defend myself, I can't expose the matter of the divine grade mecha. I hope you two understand. And please continue to keep my secret. Lin, you didn't even expect it. Hide yourself well. It turned out to be exposed by the mysterious voice inside that hidden space. Don't worry, squad leader. This is considered a secret between us. I will definitely keep it a secret. Yiling nodded and assured. Aha! I'll keep my mouth shut as well. Mo Sure Ting responded. The two of them also understand that there are pros and cons. Especially Mo Sure Ting. Inside her family, there is one who has been taken over the mech. So once Lin Yu's god-level mech was exposed, there were bound to be many people who would want to take this god-level mech for themselves. Thanks. Seeing that both of them were willing to keep his secret, Lin Yu gave a thank you. This time, our harvest is still quite big. We got 2 mecha holy stones. Yiling smiled. It's a pity that there's nothing after passing the last level. It's already good to be alive. Mo Sure Ting calmly said. Let's leave this secret realm first. Lin Yu proposed. All they had to do after that was to raise their mech master level. After the three of them had taken out their secret scrolls, through the secret scrolls, they quickly left the middle of this level 60 secret realm, back inside the classroom of the Seed 10th class of Kunlun Mecha University. At this moment, the secret realm scrolls in their hands also quickly dissipated and disappeared. Finally, I can relax. Lin Yu sighed. No matter if he was inside a secret realm or a copy, he would feel a sense of tension at all times, as if something dangerous was going to happen at any moment. It didn't take more than a few minutes. The class teacher, Jiang Wenlai, came inside the classroom. Not bad. Looks like you guys gained a lot inside the secret realm. Jiang Wenlai exclaimed. He could tell that Lin Yu and the others had improved a lot. Teacher, we've come across a hidden space. Yiling smiled. Really? Jiang Wenlai was a bit surprised and couldn't help but envy Lin Yu for their really good luck. He had only encountered hidden spaces twice in all this time. Of course it's true. There's still the class president to be had, so we'll be able to pass relatively smoothly this time. Yiling nodded. Hidden spaces can be hard to come by, but they are also quite dangerous, so you guys will have to pay attention to them afterward. Jiang Wenlai still instructed. Whatever. Now that Lin Yu and the others had come out safely, it was a good thing. By the way, the floating island for the three of you has been finished, so you can move in next. Jiang Wenlai continued immediately afterward. Every student in the seed class is given a floating island to live on. This is one of the perks of being a seeded student. Understood. Lin Yu nodded. After that, you guys can go to the gravity room to cultivate. It will help your cultivation. If you have any problems, feel free to contact me. Jiang Wenlai continued. Also at any time, a teacher will come to class, irregularly, so when you guys get the message, you must be the first to arrive at the location of the class. After the class teacher Jiang Wenlai finished his explanation, he left the classroom directly. Class president, so what are your plans next? Yiling's pair of good-looking beautiful eyes stared directly at Lin Yu. Let's make a trip to the floating island first, and after that I guess I'll first raise my mech master level. Lin Yu said slowly. He was still a distance away from being a 6-star mecha master, and the next time, by the way, he would also enjoy the life of this mecha university. That's great. Class president, then we'll follow you. Yiling said excitedly. We'll live together from now on. There are definitely enough rooms on the floating island anyway. I agree. Mo Sure Ting nodded. Nice guy. He hadn't even decided himself, and these two beauties had decided on their own. It doesn't even look like you want it at all. However, during the secret realm, he had promised the two of them that he would properly help them cultivate. He himself is naturally a man of his word. Fine, but you guys can't mess around. Lin Yu agreed, but still gave a serious instruction. That's no problem. Yiling was happy. Let's go now. The three walked out of the classroom. If it was a seated Class 10 campus, there would be only 3. After they left, the whole campus became very silent. Compared to the other campuses where the seated classes are located, it was beyond overwhelming. But more talent is sure to come in the later seated classes. It didn't take long. It came to Lin Yu his own floating island. It's amazing. It's hard to imagine that this floating island was just built. Lin Yu was a little surprised. Looking around, the scenery of the entire floating island was very beautiful, becoming full of exotic flowers and plants, as if one had entered a fairyland. This floating island he loved. Not bad, not bad. Yiling was also very satisfied with this accommodation. Staying in such a scenic environment makes the whole person feel much better. In the center of the floating island is the residence that was built, a villa that just looks very luxurious. As Lin Yu stood at the door, the villa's intelligent butler even opened the door automatically. Welcome home, master. After entering this villa, There is even more everything inside. And the materials used for decoration are also the best. I'm afraid that building such a floating island would cost a lot of money. Lin Yu sighed. That's right. Just the construction of the floating island alone will require at least more than $500 million. Of which what costs even more is that floating array. Yi Ling nodded. She sort of had some understanding of the floating island. I'll pick the room first, Mo Ting said slowly. Wait. Yi Ling saw this and hurriedly followed. After the two of them went upstairs, Lin Yu lying on that soft sofa, looking at the ceiling. For a while it still felt quite magical. A few months ago, he himself was still a waste with a spiritual energy value of only 66, and now he was a student at Kunlun Mecha University. Think of the variety of superior treatment here. Next, it's even more important to cohabit with two girls in the same class, and these two girls are also the school flower level. Even when looking at the entire world, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were the top-ranked kind. Jingle bells. Right about this time, the cell phone is ringing. Upon seeing that the caller was his oldest sister, Lin Yu hurriedly sat up. After answering the phone, even more immediately said, Sis, well, how was this secret realm experience? Inside the phone came Lin Wanner's gentle voice. Not bad. Overall, we've gained very much. Lin Yu hastily nodded. And even more so, he spoke about the Mecha Holy Stone. It seems like you guys are very lucky to be able to obtain such an unattainable treasure as the Mecha Sacred Stone. Lin Wanner smiled. I'm relieved to make sure you're fine. I'm going to make a trip to the secret realm next, so take good care of yourself afterward. Don't worry sis, I'll take care of myself. Also you be careful, Lin Yu instructed. He didn't want anything to happen to his old sister inside the secret realm. Sure enough, it was still necessary to quickly improve one's strength so that one could protect one's family. Alright then, Lin Wanner responded. It was followed by a brief chat that continued for a while as well. Then he hung up. The secret realm that sister Lin Wanner was going to was level 80. Totally not a place for him to be right now. When Lin Yu laid down once more, the doorbell rang again. This made Lin Yu shake his head. What was wrong with today? While looking at the screen that appeared on the monitor, it was discovered that the visitor was none other than Xiao Yu. Lin Yu quickly stepped out of the villa and greeted. Senior sister Xiao Yu, what brings you here? How come I'm not welcome to come? Xiao Yu was directly leaning towards Lin Yu. Of course you're welcome. Please come in. Lin Yu nodded repeatedly. After entering the villa's living room, Xiao Yu surveyed it. Not bad. I'm satisfied with the style of this decoration. Senior sister, is there something you're looking for me for? Lin Yu asked curiously. It always felt that Xiao Yu was definitely not coming to see his new place. Of course, from now on, I'll be living with you. Xiao Yu smiled brightly. The moment, Lin Yu was confused. What the hell? Move in with yourself? That's when Mo Ting and Yi Ling both walked down. After looking at the two of them, Xiao Yu was directly a bit angry. Good. How long has it been? You actually found a new love. And it's still two. You've got it wrong. Senior sister, we're just classmates. Lin Yu explained. I don't care. I'm staying anyway. Don't forget, I gave you my first kiss. Xiao Yu was a little bold. Hearing that Xiao Yu had given her first kiss to Lin Yu, a trace of surprise also surfaced on Mo Ting and Yi Ling's faces. Lin Yu wanted to cry. What do you mean you gave him your first kiss? It was clearly Xiao Yu who took the initiative to take away his first kiss, but by the looks of it, it seemed as if he couldn't explain himself no matter how he did it. I'm afraid. This senior sister, the class president and I are just classmates. Mo Ting spoke up at this time. Aha! Yi Ling also nodded in a hurry. They're both know-it-alls, too. Naturally, he would not intervene in the relationship between the two Lin Yu and Xiao Yu. It doesn't even matter to me. Polygamy is normal in this world anyway. A man as outstanding as Brother Lin. I definitely can't cover it alone. Xiao Yu nodded and said softly. In her opinion, even now, Mo Shitting, Yi Ling is and Lin Yu is a classmate relationship. If they get along for a long time, it is estimated that they will also like it. No matter how, she'll be Lin Yu's first woman. She had given her first kiss anyway, so what if she was a little more daring? That makes sense. Mo Ting and Yi Ling Mo nodded. This made Lin Yu exclaim in his heart. There's a hell of a reason. That's all. Xiao Yu also moved in to live here. For a while, living with three school flower level beauties, Lin Yu felt a lot of pressure. Only a little while later, Xiao Yu was instead chatting more and more with Mo Ting and Yi Ling, and the feelings between them seemed to have refined quite a bit at this moment. So it is. Xiao Yu slowly nodded at this moment. She had now heard from Mo Shitting and Yi Ling that as long as she practiced next to Lin Yu, her spiritual energy value could increase faster. This caused Xiao Yu to come to a realization. No wonder after kissing Brother Lin last time, my spiritual energy value directly increased by 500. I thought it was my own efforts before, But it turns out that all of this was brought to me by brother Lin. Hear this. Mo Shitting and Yiling were a bit shocked. I didn't realize that kissing could have such an effect. At the same time, all three girls couldn't help but look at Lin Yu. This made Lin Yu's scalp go a little numb all of a sudden. System, this is also the ability of the machine god body, isn't it? Lin Yu inquired hurriedly in his mind. A kiss that can raise the psychic energy value. That's too much of that. Feeling more and more like a donut. Yes. The machine god body doesn't just allow itself to be uplifted. It can also help others to be uplifted as well. If there is a combination of the opposite sex, the effect is even better. Both parties can rapidly improve. To put it in terms you can understand, the Kijin body can be regarded as a natural dual cultivation body. Nice guy. Nice guy. Lin Yu's heart was incomparably sighing. This machinima body is beyond belief. Brother Lin, why don't we have another kiss? Xiao Yu threw an extremely seductive wink at Lin Yu. It's as if Su Daji is seducing King Yu. Not good. Lin Yu waved his hand. Come on, give it a try. Xiao Yu walked over. Even more so, she sat on Lin Yu's lap in one go, her hands holding onto Lin Yu's neck. The two men looked at each other in all directions. Both could feel each other's noses. Sisters. Every time, it was Xiao Yu who took such initiative. Lin Yu felt that he was really very passive in front of Xiao Yu. This childish image, should we avoid it? Yiling blushed a little and whispered. This is an experiment. Mo Shirting was much calmer, but the blush that surfaced on her face could not be hidden. Hoo. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Senior sister, come on. Lin Yu was ready. It wasn't like he was the one who suffered anyway. Beautiful you. Xiao Yu's slender jade finger flicked Lin Yu's forehead, but it was only for such a short 10 seconds or so. Sitting on Lin Yu's lap, her psychic energy value was directly increased by 1 point. Sure enough, as long as they were closer to Lin Yu, the speed of cultivation was fast and very smooth. I did hear about it before, that there is a specialized method for dual cultivation of spiritual energy. Xiao Yu slowly spoke. However, I see that you should have a strange physique, brother Lin, but unfortunately I can't tell with my divine eyes. Her god's eyes can see through everything, but the only one who couldn't see it was Lin Yu. So senior sister, you were teasing me just now. Lin Yu sighed. At this point, Xiao Yu directly whispered in Lin Yu's ear. Lin brother, don't be in a hurry. Well, I'll go to your room. At night. The moment. Lin Yu's heartbeat accelerated all of a sudden. Stimulation. This is too exciting. Looking towards Lin Yu's reddened ears, Xiao Yu was satisfied. From Lin Wanner, she also knew quite a few things about Lin Yu. A sign of Lin Yu's shyness. That is, his ears would become red. Alright, there's one more serious thing to tell you guys. Xiao Yu stood up with some reluctance. In a month's time, you will lead the students of the General Great Academy, King Great Academy, or the Emperor Great Academy to go to the secret realm for training. Xiao Yu said seriously. Sister, we're just students. Lin Yu was curious. Wasn't bringing students to practice something a teacher should do? Kunlun Mecha University adheres to a theory of helping each other, and as students of the seed class, you are naturally obligated to help the other students, Xiao Yu explained. Of course, the main reason is that there are too many students, and with the seed class students sharing the load, the entire process will be much smoother. Besides, with your current strength, there's absolutely nothing wrong with bringing a few students. Hear this. Lin Yu, Mo Shitting and Yiling all nodded their heads involuntarily. Since it was arranged by the school, they would naturally obey. After all, the school gives them so much. That will definitely pay off. When exactly will it start? Mo Shirting inquired. Someone will notify you guys at that time. Xiao Yu quickly replied. When the time comes, you guys pay more attention to the news, and if there is no news, there will be people who will come to you. Alright then, there's still a month left anyway. Lin Yu stretched. He wouldn't have to cultivate on his own next. It would all depend on the machine god body. This month, he planned to eat, drink and enjoy himself. Since it's all decided, can we go eat something? I'm already hungry. Yiling raised her hand. Me too. Mo Shirting nodded. Since that's the case, then today is my treat. Let's go brother Lin. Xiao Yu smiled as she directly pulled Lin Yu up from the sofa with one hand. Not a moment too soon, and they made their way to the cafeteria. Say yes to the treat. It turned out to be this cafeteria. Inside they can eat whatever they want and it doesn't cost them anything at all. But, the food in this cafeteria is indeed very tasty, and I'm afraid that the restaurants that cost a fortune are not as good as this cafeteria. Once the group of 4 entered the cafeteria, at once, the eyes of everyone inside looked over. Holy shit, isn't that Xiao Yu? I've heard before that she and Lin Yu had an affair. I didn't think it was true. Oh, there goes my goddess. Just how much charm does this Lin Yu have? 3 schoolgirl-level beauties surrounding him. Envious. So envious. I am all set to worship Lin Yu. We're all students in the seed class. Why is the gap so big? I'm quite handsome too. Looking at Xiao Yu holding Lin Yu's hand, the other students inside the cafeteria were incomparably marveling, jealous as well as envious. Many boys were hating on him, making Lin Yu shake his head somewhat helplessly. Forget it. Better hurry up and eat and get out of here. The good thing is that not many people came looking for trouble. After all, in the previous challenge match, Lin Yu had already shown his powerful strength. Of course there was an even more important point, and that was his sister Lin Wan Air. Sister Lin Wan Air is a mecha but can be promoted to the next level. At one time, the president of Kunlun Mecha University even had the words that Lin Waner might be the first mecha master in this world to have a god-level mecha. Thus, Lin Waner's status in Kunlun Mecha University was quite high. No one dared to offend Lin Wan Air. Now, Lin Waner was already an emperor-class mecha. And after that, really if she was upgraded to a god-class mecha, that must be the most powerful mecha master in the world in the future. Therefore, Lin Wan Air can't be messed with. Naturally, no one dared to come and bully Lin Yu. Didn't have to wait long. The order was served. The smell alone will whet the appetite. Lin Yu didn't care about his image at all, and began to eat in big gulps. Xiao Yu, Mo Ting and Yi Ling, the 3 of them girls, all looked very elegant and noble in their eating. It was a stark contrast to Lin Yu. 10 minutes later, eat and drink. Lin Yu was enjoying himself. Brother Lin, look at me. Xiao Yu smiled. What's wrong? Lin Yu looked over curiously. Your mouth is full of oil, and you don't wipe it properly. Xiao Yu picked up a clean tissue and even personally wiped Lin Yu's mouth. This scene made the others look even more envious. Lin Yu was also slightly frozen. It's the first time I've ever felt this way. Rather nice. Sudden feeling. If Xiao Yu is really his girlfriend, it may be his luck. Thanks. Lin Yu thanked after he came back to his senses. Between you and me, is there any need to be so polite? Xiao Yu only smiled faintly. After coming out from inside the cafeteria, it was also getting darker. After returning to the villa on the floating island, Lin Yu was directly resting on the sofa. A projection screen appeared in front of his eyes, and he started surfing the internet. The internet age is just fine. Basically, you can find out what's going on around the world at home. Soon. One message. It shocked Lin Yu. The Sun Country has actually been taken over by a giant beast, directly leading to the extinction of the country. Lin Yu was a bit surprised. This message seems to have been sent a couple days ago. A huge island nation was directly exterminated by the behemoth. It's definitely a good thing for the Dragon Kingdom. The Mechs of the Sun Country often set up traps and plots for the Mechs of the Dragon Country. Now there is such a retribution. It is simply deserved. Only, a country was just wiped out by the behemoth. No one survived. The territory of this Sun Country was now completely occupied by the giant beasts. On the other hand, it's not a very good thing. Various countries around the world have also moved to a more alert state. They don't want to be a second Sun Country. This Sun Country is purely self-inflicted. The entire country is researching a banned drug that can instantly boost mechs. Negligence led to the flow of over 100,000 tons of banned drugs into the sea. Today the whole ocean is the land of the behemoths. Those banned medicines entered inside the sea, causing the giant beasts in the surrounding waters to undergo a huge mutation. Xiao Yu sat beside Lin Yu and said slowly, "That's not all. Through calculation, that prohibited medicine because of the flow into the sea is very much. It is estimated that in less than 10 years' time, the whole world's waters of the giant beasts will be mutated. That's why the world is now starting to vigorously train mecha masters to deal with the huge crisis that will occur in the future." Hear it here by then. Lin Yu couldn't help but curse. This Sun Country really isn't doing anything. I had heard long ago that this Sun Country has the largest number of evil mecha masters in the world. And now that there is such retribution, it is indeed deserved. Mo Shitting slowly said, "Now it's good. This Sun Country is extinguished. It clearly caused everything, and now the whole world has to pay for it." Yi Ling couldn't help but spit it out. "The wood has been turned into a boat. All we can do now is to raise our own strength earlier." Xiao Yu nodded. Immediately afterward, Xiao Yu directly took Lin Yu by the arm with a smile on her face. "So, Brother Lin, you can help us cultivate properly." "Righteous." Lin Yu nodded seriously. Saw the message. Lin Yu also realized that there would be a big crisis coming up in the future. If humans are not strong enough to deal with it, I'm afraid the whole world will be overrun by that ocean-mutated behemoth. No one knows how many ocean giants there are, but to be sure, the giant beasts inside the sea were far more numerous than those on land, and the might that erupted even more was also stronger. By now the sky was completely dark. Lin Yu continued to read the news online. Xiao Yu, Mo Ting and Yi Ling, on the other hand, sat cross-legged beside Lin Yu and entered a state of cultivation. At this moment, Xiao Yu also clearly felt that by cultivating beside Lin Yu, the entire speed of cultivation had indeed become much faster. There seems to be no sense of a bottleneck at all. A little bit of time passed. By constantly checking the information on the internet, it allowed Lin Yu to gain a better understanding of the current situation around the world. The more you know, the more it also made Lin Yu's heart to become stronger. The stronger it became. Without realizing it, the night passed quickly. Last night Lin Yu fell asleep leaning on the sofa. Originally, I wanted to go back to my room and sleep in my bed. But the thought, Xiao Yu, Mo Shitting and Yiling want to cultivate by their side, so they didn't go back inside the room. So cozy. Lin Yu slowly woke up, and the first thing he felt was comfortable. It was as if he was lying in a tender place. When he opened his own eyes, he saw a pair of long legs. What's the situation? Lin Yu woke up with a start. When he turned his own head upwards, a pair of large opies took up his entire field of vision. Nice guy. Is this the legendary knee pillow? It feels great. 2. Brother Lin is awake? Xiao Yu's gentle voice came, and a jade hand couldn't help but gently stroke Lin Yu's hair. Although he was a bit reluctant, Lin Yu still sat up in a hurry. Senior sister, why am I lying on your lap? Lin Yu asked in a small voice. Mo Shitting and Yiling were, on the contrary, still in a state of cultivation. It's a good thing they didn't see this. Of course, look at brother Lin, he's not comfortable sleeping against the sofa. How about it? School sister, my knee pillow is comfortable. Xiao Yu let out a smile. Comfortable. Lin Yu instead nodded seriously. Then let's continue later, Xiao Yu proposed. A look of eating himself up. This caused Lin Yu to gulp. Hastily, he changed the topic. Senior sister, how is the progress of the cultivation enhancement? It's not bad. It just increased over 300 spiritual energy values in one night instead. Xiao Yu replied. I have to say, brother Lin, you really are a good treasure for cultivation. If it were any of those other magical girls and demonesses, they would have stripped you clean and eaten you long ago. At first glance, it looked like Xiao Yu was joking with herself. However, Lin Yu still said seriously, so, please still ask senior sister to keep this a secret for me. Don't worry, Xiao Yu assured. Soon after, she looked at Lin Yu and continued speaking. Brother Lin, it's my turn to experience the feeling of a knee pillow. Before Lin Yu could agree, Xiao Yu directly lay down, laying her head on Lin Yu's thigh. This left Lin Yu somewhat helpless for a moment. A superb woman was lying on her lap. This feeling is definitely a first. The heart couldn't help but beat faster. The ears were turning a little red. Now, Lin Yu is a little worried about his little brother. I'm afraid that he will not be able to hold on, to stand up. When Lin Yu came back to his senses, he lowered his head and looked at Xiao Yu, who seemed to be already in a deep sleep. She looked so much better when she was asleep. It wasn't long after that, Mo Shitting and Yiling stopped cultivating, and when they opened their eyes, they were both a bit shocked upon seeing this scene. It's a new day, and when you open your eyes, it's full of dog food. Can't stand it. I really can't stand it. How's it going? How's the two of you progressing in your cultivation? Lin Yu was the first to ask. It's okay, boosted 164 spiritual energy value. Mo Shitting replied. I was so close to 143 psychic energy value. Yiling spoke immediately afterward. Facts. Cultivating by Lin Yu's side was just a lot faster. If it was before, they were cultivating, and if they could increase their spiritual energy value by 10 a night, that would already be quite good. But around Lin Yu, the elevated spiritual energy value reached 3 digits. That's good. Seeing that the two of them had also improved, Lin Yu slowly nodded. I'll go to the gravity room to cultivate first. Mo Shitting stood up. She didn't want to continue eating dog food. Wait for me. Together, Yiling hurriedly followed. Mo Shitting had left. If she stayed alone, wouldn't she be a light bulb? That would be too embarrassing. After the two left, inside the entire human room, only Lin Yu and Xiao Yu were left. It's very quiet now. One time, Lin Yu couldn't help but be mesmerized as he looked at Xiao Yu. The mind does enjoy such times. Maybe I should be a little bolder myself. Didn't he have a goal to find a schoolgirl girlfriend before? It's coming up now. With some initiative on your part, perhaps this goal can actually be realized. Time passes slowly. Xiao Yu slept for almost 2 hours before he woke up. Brother Lin. Thank you. Xiao Yu sat up and gave a thank you. You're welcome. Lin Yu nodded. Where are they? Xiao Yu inquired. Looking around, she and Lin Yu were the only ones inside the entire room. Went to the gravity room to cultivate. Lin Yu hurriedly replied. Right, senior sister. Since there's nothing else going on right now, I'll go to the gravity room as well. After all, this gravity chamber hasn't been visited once. I had heard before that this gravity chamber could also greatly increase a Mecha Master's psychic energy value. and that it could also make one's level of manipulating the mecha increase. The gravity chamber is a great place. Let's go. My sister will take you there herself. Xiaoyu still smiled so gently. Lin Yu didn't refuse this time. This made even Xiaoyu a little surprised. Before, Lin Yu had somewhat resisted her, but right now she was not feeling the slightest hint of resistance. Instead she had a feeling that Lin Yu had recognized her. This made Xiaoyu's mood better all of a sudden. A big smile appeared, with Xiaoyu leading the way. Lin Yu quickly arrived at the seed class's gravity chamber cultivation base. Every building here is immense. These huge buildings you see are all individual gravity chambers. Xiaoyu looked at Lin Yu's shocked eyes and opened her mouth to explain. Are these all human technologies? Lin Yu asked curiously. This gravity chamber cannot be realized out with human technology yet. It's all found from inside the secret realm. Xiaoyu shook his head. There was still a long way to go if humans wanted to build such a cultivation room on their own. All over the world, only the top powers have this gravity chamber. Kunlun Mecha University is considered to have the largest number. Xiaoyu continued. Hearing this, it was also possible to truly feel how huge the depths of the Kunlun Mecha University were. Not bad for a top mech university. Senior sister, do you still use the gravity chamber to cultivate now? Naturally, there's no need. The highest gravity in these gravity chambers is 500 times. My current strength is as easy as drinking water in there. Xiaoyu shook his head. This gravity chamber cultivation, she had long since stopped needing it. Go! With that, Xiaoyu brought Lin Yu to the entrance of an unused gravity chamber. Alright, I won't accompany you inside. Cultivate well. I'll go home and wait for you. Xiaoyu looked at Lin Yu and smiled. As if at this moment, the two were as if they were husband and wife. Yes. Lin Yu hastily nodded. Identity verification successful. Student Lin Yu welcomes you to get gravity chamber number 6. When Lin Yu entered, an AI voice rang out. Please summon your mech. After hearing this, Lin Yu slowly nodded. Pancake Mecha summoning. Next, Lin Yu then summoned his Discordian Mecha. With that, he also entered inside the manipulation space of the Discordian Mecha. The gravity chamber is up and running. 10 times gravity. Originally, I thought 10 times gravity would be strong. However, after more than 10 seconds, Lin Yu was completely indifferent. It's possible to raise the gravity. Lin Yu spoke. It's now 20 times gravity. Snapped. Lin Yu then felt a pressure. It felt like a huge weight was being pressed all over his body. Keep adding to it. Lin Yu felt that 20 times the gravity wasn't quite enough. Boom! Until 50 times gravity. The Discordian mech was directly half kneeling on the ground, and the Lin Yu in his body was even harder to bear. It was as if he was being crushed down by a huge mountain. This powerful force tore through him, and it felt like his entire body was about to explode. 50 times gravity seems to be my limit, Lin Yu said with difficulty. He couldn't even maneuver the mech in such gravity, not to mention fighting. However, Lin Yu had also discovered that this cultivation room was indeed a good place to raise his spiritual energy value. With the automatic cultivation of the machine god body, the speed of raising the spiritual energy value became significantly faster here. There was also the benefit of being able to improve one's physical strength in this gravity chamber. Before, Lin Yu had also learned something about it. Some copies in secret areas have some sort of extreme conditions within them, so cultivating inside this gravity chamber was definitely of great help to the Mecha Masters. Against 50 times gravity, although it was very painful, but looking at the increase in his own spiritual energy value, Lin Yu felt that everything was worth it. That's all. 3 hours passed quickly. That 50 times gravity instantly disappeared. It made Lin Yu feel, even for a moment, as if he had been reborn, and his body was incomparably relaxed and relieved. The AI's voice rang out. Student Lin Yu, please combine work and rest. AI. Lin Yu sighed. I didn't realize that there was actually a time limit for cultivation inside this gravity chamber. Good on. Within a short period of 3 hours, with the cultivation of the machine god body, one's own spiritual energy value had directly increased by 1032. It's definitely a very big step up and improvement. Inside the time after that, Lin Yu intended to come to this gravity room every day to cultivate. After summoning the Discordian mech back, Lin Yu then walked out of this gravity chamber. For some reason, he could now clearly feel that his body had become stronger. Squad leader. Just as Lin Yu was still thinking with his head down, a familiar voice came. Look up. Mo Shirting and Yiling could also be seen not far ahead. The two men were dressed in combat uniforms. The perfect bodies of the two of them were directly displayed, making Lin Yu couldn't help but look at them a few more times. Are you guys done practicing? Lin Yu walked up and inquired. Aha, this gravity chamber is indeed a very good place to improve, but it's a pity that there's a time limit. Yiling hurriedly nodded inside again. I can only barely withstand 35 times the gravity at the moment. It's already pretty good, Lin Yu exclaimed. What about you? Class president? Yiling hurriedly asked curiously. I'm only 50 times that. Lin Yu replied. At this moment, Mo Shitting and Yiling were both shocked for a moment. 50 times. This was the first time Lin Yu had entered inside a gravity chamber. To be able to resist 50 times the gravity right from the start. It was true that Lin Yu, who possessed a god-tier mecha, was not comparable to ordinary mecha masters. Mo Shitting and Yiling also felt the gap with Lin Yu more clearly. At the same time, they were not willing to lag behind in their hearts, and they were even more determined to double their efforts in cultivation afterward. Go eat. Cultivating in this gravity chamber is also rather consuming, Lin Yu proposed. Yes. Yiling nodded. The three of them quickly headed in the direction of the cafeteria. Along the way, met a number of other students. When they saw that Lin Yu had Mo Shitting on his left and Yiling on his right, the two school flower-level beauties were by his side, causing many people to be envious. After arriving at the cafeteria, Lin Yu was directly ordering a large table of food. Mo Shitting and Yiling were sitting by their sides. You're Lin Yu? The dishes hadn't even come up yet, and a young man walked over, looking at Lin Yu with a somewhat indifferent tone. Anyone who can eat in this cafeteria is a student in a seed class. What's the matter? Lin Yu said calmly. By the looks of it, this young man is here for something. My name is Cheng Yifei, seed class 9. Dare you spar with me? Cheng Yifei directly spoke. Cutting? Lin Yu smiled. I didn't expect that someone would actually seek out a sparring match, and a senior at that. Sorry, I don't accept. Lin Yu refused. Cutting and stuff is so boring. Might as well hurry back from dinner. Lay on the couch and enjoy it. Kunlun Mecha University allowed students to spar, but if the other party didn't agree to spar, naturally they couldn't force it. Are you afraid to? Seeing this, Cheng Yifei directly provoked. Agitation doesn't work on me. Lin Yu waved his hand. Seeing that Lin Yu was still unwilling to agree, Cheng Yifei's face was incomparably grave. With a wave of his big hand, a holy stone emitting green light appeared in his hand. This is the Mecha Holy Stone. As long as you agree to spar with me and win me, this holy stone is yours. The scene. It left the surrounding students stunned. I'll go. This is a big deal. This Cheng Yifei is crazy. Actually taking out such a supreme treasure as a bet in order to be able to spar with Lin Yu. The Mecha Sacred Stone is a true supreme treasure, an unattainable existence, and he actually didn't use it in the first place. Hey, if it's possible, I'd be willing to take this cut instead of Lin Yu. The supreme treasure like the Holy Stone of Mecha is very clear to everyone, and we all understand the value of it. Are you sure? Lin Yu was heartened at this moment. If we have this Mecha Holy Stone, one was not far from becoming a 6-star Mecha Master. Of course. Cheng Yifei nodded his head affirmatively, as if he had absolute confidence that he wouldn't lose to Lin Yu. I can promise, but there has to be a witness. What if you lose and cheat? Lin Yu opened his mouth. No problem. Cheng Yifei directly nodded his head in response. Let me be the witness. At this moment, Xiao Yu directly appeared inside this cafeteria. Senior sister, why are you here? Seeing Xiao Yu's appearance, Lin Yu was a bit surprised. Right now the school's internal forum is full of news about you, so after I saw it, I came over. Xiao Yu walked over and directly said, this Cheng Yifei is Zhong Kuei's little brother. I guess it was Zhong Kuei's idea for him to find you to spar. Hearing the name Zhong Kuei, Lin Yu instantly remembered, the one that he had met in Xiao Yu's floating island at the beginning. That was also the time when Xiao Yu had taken his first kiss away from him. So what happened on that day, Lin Yu would never forget in his life. Senior sister, don't have to worry. I'm determined to get that Mecha Holy Stone. Lin Yu let out a smile. Fortunately he was strong enough now. Otherwise, even if the other party took out 2 Mecha Sacred Stones, he wouldn't have agreed to the cut. If I have senior sister Xiao Yu as this witness, I'm relieved. Cheng Yifei opened his mouth at this moment, and immediately afterward, he looked at Lin Yu. So, when do we start? It looks like he can't wait. There's no rush. Wait until I finish eating. That's a little time. You should still be able to afford to wait. Lin Yu laughed. Then you'd better hurry, Cheng Yifei reminded. It continued after 10 minutes or so. The ordered dishes were finally all served. Soon, Lin Yu began to take big bites. Senior sister, do you want some? Lin Yu looked at Xiao Yu and inquired. Yes. Xiao Yu also sat down directly and savored the food. Such images. Once again, are the envy of the students here? Humph. I'll meet you outside, Cheng Yifei said quickly. He didn't want too much dog food. Looking at Cheng Yifei's back as he left, Lin Yu just smiled faintly and did not say anything. After eating and drinking, Lin Yu couldn't help but burp even more. By the way, senior sister, do you know what the exact strength of that Cheng Yifei is? Lin Yu inquired only now. Say, you don't even know how strong the other party is. Why did you agree so decisively? Could it be that you've been swept off your feet by that Mecha Holy Stone? Xiao Yu seriously looked at Lin Yu. Her hands even hugged Lin Yu's face and ravished it. Senior sister. Stop it. Lin Yu hurriedly opened his mouth and explained. Although I'm not sure exactly how strong he is, I can sense that I can defeat him. Sometimes feelings are not always right. Xiao Yu stopped ravaging and slowly said. I remember that this Cheng Yifei is a good 6-star mecha master. And the level of his mecha should have been raised to level 60 by now. And his mecha is an emperor level mecha. A beast form mecha. Inside the next minute, Xiao Yu also spoke the information he knew. Before I was only 70% sure that I could win. Now I'm 90. No, 100% sure that I can win. Lin Yu revealed an incomparably confident smile after hearing this. Stand up. Just as Lin Yu was about to prepare to walk out, Xiao Yu directly pulled him back. What's wrong, senior sister? Lin Yu was a bit puzzled. You don't know to wipe after eating. Xiao Yu sighed and picked up a tissue and wiped Lin Yu's mouth with her own hands. The scene. It's almost romantic in the eyes of others. Mo sure ting. It seems like we'll have to learn from this senior sister Xiao. In the future, Yiling whispered. Learn her for what? Mo sure ting shook her head. Look at senior sister Xiao, holding the class president to death. This has to be learned. It might be useful in the future. Yiling seemed to have realized something at once. After Xiao Yu patiently wiped it clean. Okay, that's fine. Thank you, school sister. Lin Yu gave a thank you. Subsequently, Lin Yu also officially walked out of the cafeteria. The other students inside the cafeteria rushed out. This cut is a good show for them. They didn't have anything going on right now anyway, and having a hilarious show was a hint of fun appearing in their lives. In recent times, you basically don't see cuts. Battle arena. The grounds here are very spacious. Enough for two mechs to fight here at will. Remember, the sparring session is to the point, not to injure their lives. Xiao Yu, as a witness, was naturally the one who presided over this sparring session. Understood. Cheng Yifei and Lin Yu nodded their heads. Also, Cheng Yifei, you have to place the mecha sacred stone with me for safekeeping first, Xiao Yu said again. No problem. Cheng Yifei nodded. He still trusted Xiao Yu. Soon, Cheng Yifei took out his mecha holy stone. Upon seeing this mecha sacred stone for the first time, Xiao Yu all felt a little out of place. Xiao Yu quickly exerted his divine eyes. This mecha sacred stone was then visible to her. Surely his own senses were not wrong. For a moment, Xiao Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent to come. It can begin. Xiao Yu's tone was all a bit icy as he quickly summoned his mech. After Xiao Yu entered his mech, he directly maneuvered it to retreat back a certain distance. That way if anything happens, she can be the first to step in and stop it. After Xiao Yu's voice fell, Lin Yu and Cheng Yifei summoned their mechs out at almost the same time. With that, Cheng Yifei was directly controlling the mech and took the lead to charge up. Cheng Yifei's mecha was in wolf form. His mech was equipped with a very sharp and powerful sharp claw. Its mechs are very fast. The other mechs could only see a trail of residual shadows. In terms of Cheng Yifei's mecha speed, there aren't many students in the entire Kunlun Mecha University who can match it. Ho ho ho, this Lin Yu is still too young. He's only a freshman. Yeah, Lin Yu's chances of winning are very slim. The students who were watching from afar were somewhat amazed at Cheng Yifei's mecha speed. At the same time, most of them didn't think too highly of Lin Yu either. But the next second, they were then completely shocked. It can be clearly seen. Cheng Yifei's mecha was very agile and ghostly arrived behind Lin Yu. The sharp mecha claws were directly stabbing towards Lin Yu's back. Humph. It's over. Originally, Cheng Yifei thought that this fight would end easily. But the next moment, Lin Yu's Discordian mecha instantly disappeared in place. How is this possible? Cheng Yifei was shocked. It was so fast that he couldn't capture it at all. Is this still a freshman? He himself was at least a 6-star mecha master, and his mecha had reached level 60. One moment, Cheng Yifei felt a sense of oppression, as if he would lose in this cut. A level 60 mech is nothing more than that. Soon, Lin Yu appeared 100 meters away and slowly spoke. In the eyes of others, Cheng Yifei's mecha was fast, but in Lin Yu's eyes, it was simply too slow. But that's it? In that case, I'll let you see my true strength. Hearing Lin Yu's mocking voice, Cheng Yifei's entire body exploded in rage. Next, Lin Yu could clearly see that Cheng Yifei's mecha's attributes seemed to be growing crazily. The mech erupted with blood-red energy throughout its body. The energy also seemed to be very violent. Ding dong, the opponent is using the special mecha skill Berserk. It can improve the mech exponentially in all aspects, for a limited time of 3 minutes. After 3 minutes have passed, the mech will automatically dissipate, and you won't be able to continue summoning the mech for a week afterward. At this point, the system's voice sounded inside Lin Yu's mind. It also made Lin Yu nod slowly. This special mecha skill, Berserk, was clearly a means used to save one's life. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yifei actually used it here. If he were to cast this Berserk skill so rashly in a real battle, once 3 minutes had passed, he would be defenseless and would surely die. Bang! In an instant, Chang Yifei manipulated the mech to instantly burst out and rushed out, with a powerful aura, as if unstoppable. Lin Yu was very calm and collected when he saw this. Directly manipulating the Pangu mech, he fended off with the heaven-opening axe in hand. Boom! All of Chang Yifei's attacks were resisted one by Lin Yu. The heaven-opening axe is a true divine weapon. Not only is the attack power amazing, but it is also very strong in the area of defense. How is that possible? Chang Yifei gritted his teeth and attacked frantically once again, and the mecha skills he had mastered were all put into play. At this very moment, it was said to be a sparring match, but in the eyes of others, it had turned into a fight to the death. Originally, Xiao Yu wanted to stop it. After all, it is a sparring match. This Chang Yifei is actually on fire, using all the killing moves. However, looking at Lin Yu's easy response, Xiao Yu did not make a move to stop him. As a little bit of time passes, Chang Yifei was getting flustered. No, this is absolutely impossible. No matter what attacks he had, Lin Yu was able to parry them all. Even though he had entered a berserk state, and the mech's power had increased several times, the power had already reached a terrifying point, but it was still dismantled by the other party one by one. Powerlessness, a sense of desperation. For a moment, it surfaced in Chang Yifei's mind. He couldn't figure it out. Everyone was an emperor-level mecha. Why was the difference so great? Moreover, he was also a 6-star mecha master and a level 60 mecha, which was sufficiently much tougher than Lin Yu. I'm afraid that he would only think about it later when he knew that Lin Yu's mech was a god-level mech. 3 minutes will be up soon. How about it? You'd better admit defeat. Lin Yu slowly spoke. Through these few minutes of observation, Lin Yu had long since discovered the weakness of this Chang Yi aircraft armor. As long as he could seize this weakness, he could defeat him in one blow. Admit defeat? No way. Chang Yifei coldly grunted. Seeing the situation, Lin Yu sighed. It seems like there really are no tears without seeing the coffin, and not going to waste any more time on it. Next, Mecha transports launched. The entire Discordian mech instantly disappeared in place. Chang Yifei hurriedly searched up for Lin Yu's figure, the whole person being very careful. Soon he realized that the shadows on the ground were getting bigger. That's the reaction. Lin Yu maneuvered his mech and came over himself, but it was too late to react. The Pango mecha held the heaven-opening axe and directly chopped down towards the Chang Yifei's mecha. Click! Chang Yifei's mecha head was chopped off alive. Immediately after that, the heaven-opening axe swung even more times. His mech's limbs were also chopped off. The whole process took only a few short breaths. Chang Yifei's mecha then dissipated into light and disappeared. As long as the mech master is not dead, then the mech can also recover automatically. Only the mech recovery still takes quite a long time. Chang Yifei, who was paralyzed on the ground, gasped for air, his face incomparably terrified. Simply because in those few seconds just now, he truly felt the terror of death. Luckily it was all just cut and dry. Otherwise, he would have been a cold corpse by now. Unbelievable. Lin Yu actually won in such a crushing manner. Yeah, we're all in the seed class. This Lin Yu is too demonic. A freshman crushing the older students like that. I feel like if it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to win either. This Lin Yu's mecha is very strong. It feels as if it's not an emperor-level mecha, worthy of being Lin Wan Air's brother. It's just bull. In that case, let's see who dares to provoke Lin Yu in the future. The students on the viewing platform, upon returning to their senses, were overwhelmed with amazement. From now on, it probably won't take long. Lin Yu's great name would resonate throughout the school. At this point, Lin Yu summoned the Discordian mecha back. Coming in front of Chang Yifei, he said softly, "Go back and tell that Zhong Kuei that the schoolmate is mine, and that he shouldn't have any more ideas." After saying that, Lin Yu turned around and left, no longer paying attention to Chang Yifei. Hokage. After returning to Xiao Yu's side, Lin Yu smiled. "See, did I win easily? Well, good for you. Congratulations." Xiao Yu nodded. However, Xiao Yu soon became serious and earnest as well. "Get out of here first, I have something to tell you." Seeing this scene, Lin Yu knew that this should be something big. Immediately, Lin Yu followed Xiao Yu and quickly left the place, back on his floating island. Then, Xiao Yu took out the mecha sacred stone that he had just obtained from Chang Yifei. "Don't touch." Seeing that Lin Yu was going to get that mecha holy stone, Xiao Yu hurriedly reminded him. "What's wrong, senior sister?" Lin Yu was a bit puzzled. Was there something wrong with this mecha holy stone? "This mecha sacred stone has a violent chronic poison on it," Xiao Yu explained. "Once you touch it, the toxin will enter your body." "Poisonous?" Lin Yu was shocked and hurriedly worried. "Then are you okay, senior sister?" Xiao Yu was the one who touched it with his own hands. "Don't worry, your senior sister. I have a body that is impervious to all poisons." Xiao Yu smiled and nodded. "So bullish. Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief, then couldn't help but sigh. I got a magical fruit from inside the secret realm before, and after I ate it, I got this 100 poison invulnerable physique. Xiao Yu explained once again. I see. Lin Yu nodded. But why is this mecha holy stone poisonous? Could it be that Cheng Yifei? Lin Yu thought furiously. After all, this mecha sacred stone was what Cheng Yifei had taken out as a bet. It shouldn't be him. Xiao Yu shook his head. If it was him who poisoned him, then there's no way he would have touched it with his own hands. So the only possibility would be Zhang Qiu. If it really was poisoned by Zhong Kuei, then wouldn't Cheng Yifei be poisoned? Lin Yu slowly opened his mouth. He had seen Cheng Yifei holding this mecha holy stone with both hands before. Not bad. He is already poisoned in his body. But this kind of poison is a chronic one, and it is estimated that it will take several years before it breaks out. And when it breaks out, it will already be completely incorrigible. Xiao Yu sighed. This Zhong Kuei is also too vicious. Lin Yu nodded his head, and a killing intent surfaced within his eyes. If there was an opportunity in the future, he would definitely make Zhong Kuei pay. This Zhong Kuei is also smart. If Cheng Yifei succeeded, he could teach Lin Yu a good lesson. If it failed, this mecha holy stone would belong to Lin Yu, and by the time Lin Yu got his hands on it, the poison would have entered Lin Yu's body without his knowledge. This time, it was also Lin Yu's luck to have Xiao Yu by his side. Otherwise, Lin Yu felt that he would really be hit. I also don't know if my own machine god body has the ability to be invulnerable to all poisons. No matter what, Xiao Yu was definitely considered to have saved his life now. System, can toxic mecha holy stones be converted into energy points? Lin Yu the heart inquired in a hurry. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It was good to be able to transform. It shows that all this, one's efforts are not in vain at least. Soon, Lin Yu took out a piece of cloth. Senior sister, give me this mecha holy stone. I have a way to remove the poison on it. Really? Xiao Yu asked with some uncertainty. This poison was very bizarre, and it was the first time she had seen such a poison, and it was probably still the kind that had no antidote. Well, I'm pretty sure. Lin Yu nodded his head in assurance. Seeing this, Xiao Yu also trusted Lin Yu and wrapped the mecha holy stone in the cloth that Lin Yu had taken out. Remember, don't mess around. Xiao Yu also instructed one more time. Lin Yu took the wrapped mecha holy stone and entered inside the house. At this point, Mo Shitting and Yiling also rushed back. Looking inside the living room, Xiao Yu was alone. Senior sister, where is the class president? Yiling gave a curious inquiry. Inside the room, removing the poison from the mecha sacred stone, Xiao Yu replied, and also gave them everything as well. After hearing this, Mo Shitting and Yiling were both a bit angry. I didn't expect this Zhong Kuei to be so sinister. This Zhong Kuei was at least a student of the seed class of Kunlun Mecha University, but he could actually do something like this. Surely that saying is true. The world is black and white. Even this Kunlun Mecha University, such a holy place. There are bad people exist. Inside the room, Lin Yu couldn't wait for the system to convert quickly. Conversion successful. Energy points plus 3,000. A short blink of an eye. The mecha holy stone in front of him was turned into a ray of light and dissipated into thin air. Immediately after hearing the system's voice, Lin Yu also nodded his head with great satisfaction and said, all of it will be used to boost my spiritual energy value. 3,000 energy points consumed. Congratulations. Your psychic energy value has increased by 30,000. Open the personal panel. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Kijiji body, activated. Mecha Master level, 5-star Mecha Master. Energy points, 0. Spiritual energy, 187,632. Mecha, Pango Mecha, level 50. After seeing his current attributes now, Lin Yu smiled and nodded. There was still a need to continue raising more than 2,000 psychic energy points before he became a 6-star Mecha Master. Just need to enjoy the next few days. It should be easy enough to break through to a 6-star Mecha Master. After all, one's organic god body is there. By it automatically endeavors to cultivate. All this is not a matter. After walking out of the room, Lin Yu had a smile on his face. Xiao Yu smiled after seeing this scene. Looks like brother Lin has succeeded. I'm already a successful user of that mecha holy stone, and now my strength is considered to have risen quite a bit again. Lin Yu nodded his head and responded. What are the plans after that? Xiao Yu inquired. We can only see if there's a chance in the future. If there's a chance in the back, I will definitely make Zhong Kuei pay. Lin Yu said very seriously. This matter, it was absolutely impossible to just let it go. It's good that you have a decision in your mind, but the prerequisite is to have a strong enough power to do so. Xiao Yu reminded that if he went to make a move without enough strength, he would definitely suffer a great loss. If you don't get it right, you may even pay with your life. Next, Lin Yu laid down on the sofa and started surfing the internet. Mo shitting. Yiling as well as Xiaoyu were sitting beside Lin Yu and started cultivating. To them, Lin Yu was a cultivation sanctuary. As long as they were inside this holy land, their cultivation speed would become very fast. Honestly, Lin Yu was rather enjoying this atmosphere more and more. 3 school beauties lingered, which was what many boys dreamed of. But Lin Yu had now easily accomplished their dreams. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Congratulations! Your psychic energy value has reached 200,000. You've become a 6-star Mecha Master. It was noon on this day. Lin Yu then received a voice from the system. The whole thing was agitated. Great! Finally, a 6-star Mecha Master. Lin Yu was very happy in his heart. With his own current strength, if he returns to Junling City, he will definitely be the strongest person in Junling City. The next goal was to level up the mech. Senior sister, I'm now a 6-star Mecha Master. Where can I level up more quickly? Lin Yu hurriedly found Xiaoyu and inquired. Here, Xiaoyu was definitely more knowledgeable than them. Brother Lin, are you really already a 6-star Mecha Master? Xiaoyu was a little surprised, completely not expecting that Lin Yu's cultivation speed was so fast. It was worthy of being a mecha with a god-level mecha. Aha! Lin Yu nodded seriously. A suitable place for a 6-star Mecha Master to practice. There is a more suitable copy at Kunlun Mecha University, Xiaoyu slowly said. But this copy can't be passed in a day or two. Immediately you're going to take the other students into the secret realm to practice. Finish this matter first, and then I'll accompany you to that copy to practice. Hear this? Lin Yu nodded. Okay, no problem. I'll listen to you. Senior sister, by the way, how much have you improved during this period of time? Senior sister? As Lin Yu couldn't help but ask in curiosity, Xiaoyu also smiled faintly. Thanks to Brother Lin's blessing, within these 10 days, my spiritual energy value has risen by more than 3,000. It was definitely the fastest period of time she had ever practiced. Even Xiaoyu had improved so quickly. Mo shitting and Yiling that was even more needless to say. In a flash, 10 days passed. Lin Yu, Mo shitting and Yiling all received a message. Lin Yu, on the other hand, had arranged to go to the King's Rank Academy to carry out the selection of a few students and take them to the secret realm to practice. Mo shitting and Yiling, on the other hand, were assigned to the Imperial Grade Academy. Senior sister, then we'll leave first. Before leaving, he did bid farewell to Xiaoyu with some reluctance. After all, after spending so much time together, the feelings must still be there. Give me a hug. Completely without waiting for Lin Yu to agree, Xiaoyu took the initiative to hold Lin Yu in her arms. It made Lin Yu feel incomparably soft. You can also smell the fresh scent, which is intoxicating. Didn't even want to leave. Wanted to be immersed in this tenderness for the rest of my life. Be safe, Xiaoyu instructed. Don't worry, I will, Lin Yu replied. After the two separated, Lin Yu was also heading in the direction of the King's Rank Academy. In the meantime, in one of the plazas of the King's Rank Academy, the new students of this session had already gathered here. They had also entered the Kunlun Mecha University for a certain amount of time. Through this period of hard cultivation, their respective strengths had increased. This time, they would enter the secret realm to explore the experience. The tension and excitement on every face was immense. Did you hear? This time the school even arranged for the demons from the seed class to come and take us to the secret realm to practice. I've heard this news before, and now I'm hoping it's a great beauty that takes me. Me too. I've heard that the school beauty level beauties of Kunlun Mecha University are all in the seed class. The freshmen who were here, one by one, talked intensely about it. The boys, especially, were looking forward to having a pretty schoolmate to take them. And at this moment, Chen Feiyu couldn't help but mutter, I wonder if Lin Yu will come. With the words, a guild fighter plane landed smoothly. After seeing this warplane, everyone couldn't help but stare at it. Lin Yu walked straight out from inside this war machine. It's Lin Yu. It's really him. I didn't expect him to come this time. After all, Lin Yu is also a student of the seed class. That's right. With his strength, it's more than enough to take us. So handsome. I hope Lin Yu will pick me. When the time comes, day by day, a fondness will be born. Don't dream. He is accompanied by 3 school beauties. Lin Yu's appearance caused the entire square to come alive. Soon one after another, students from other seed classes also arrived. Lin Yu, this is the level 30 secret realm scrolls. There are 6 in total. Take them. A beautiful teacher walked over and handed Lin Yu the 6 secret realm scrolls. And he reminded, after all, you're also a freshman in the seed class. So all things considered, I'll let you bring 5 freshmen from the King's Rank Academy this time. Lin Yu also nodded directly after hearing this. I understand. Actually, Lin Yu was still quite happy in his heart. After all, it makes it a lot easier and more convenient for yourself. There are still benefits to having fewer people. Right. Do people choose themselves? Lin Yu hurriedly inquired. Of course, you can also choose your own if you have someone to choose from. Otherwise, we will randomly assign you, that beautiful teacher replied. Got it. I'll go pick it out now then. Lin Yu smiled. He was already seeing Chen Feiyu's figure. Walked over quickly. Lin Yu quickly arrived in front of Chen Feiyu. The two hugged each other. Long time no see. Chen Feiyu had obviously become much more mature and his body had become much stronger. Not bad? What's the rank? Lin Yu patted Chen Feiyu's shoulder and asked. Hey, it's just like that. Chen Feiyu shook his head. Right now I just broke through to a 3-star Mecha Master last night, and my Mecha is currently still at level 20. Right, Lin Yu? Let me introduce you. These three are roommates. Yu Shibua, Jiang Ming, Bai Yunliang. Chen Feiyu hurriedly introduced himself. Yu Shibua, Jiang Ming, and Bai Yunliang also quickly moved towards Lin Yu and saluted politely. Just in time. I'll bring 5 people this time, so you guys can join me. Lin Yu nodded. Hear this. They were all very excited. Lin Yu was now a big name in the whole school, with him personally leading the team. This secret realm experience, wouldn't that be a sure thing? But there's still one more person missing. Lin Yu looked around, searching for a suitable candidate. Can I join that one? At that moment, a pleasant voice rang out and a girl walked over. The girl was sweet looking and had a good figure, but there was still a certain distance compared to the schoolgirl. Lin Yu, this is our class president, Lu Qingqing. Chen Feiyu quickly introduced. She's the most powerful in our class. She's already a 4-star Mecha Master. Her Mecha level is at level 30. Not only is she the class president, this Lu Qingqing is the class flower of their class, the departmental flower of the King's College. Fine, then you'll be on my team. Lin Yu could see that Chen Feiyu liked this Lu Qingqing. For the sake of his good brother's happiness, Lin Yu also directly agreed. The candidate is now finalized and completed. Phew, shoo, shoo. In the distance, a number of students disappeared into a ray of light and vanished into thin air. They were already in the secret realm. Team up first, Lin Yu said quickly. With that, everyone teamed up successfully. Then, Lin Yu distributed the scrolls that he had just obtained to each of them. Before using it, I want to remind everyone that once you enter the secret realm, everything needs to follow my orders. Understand? Lin Yu said seriously and gravely. Understood. Chen Feiyu was the first to nod in response. Yu Shibua, Jiang Ming, Bai Yunliang and Lu Qingqing also quickly responded. We all understand. Then it's good to know that even if I come to take you on an adventure, there is still the possibility of death. But as long as you listen to my instructions inside, I can guarantee that you'll not only complete your adventures, but also return safely. Lin Yu assured with certainty. He himself didn't need to, with this team of his own, have anyone who would fall in the secret realm. Okay, it's ready to use. With Lin Yu's command, everyone used the secret scrolls in their hands. Next, they also disappeared into a ray of light, directly transported into the corresponding secret realm by the secret realm scroll. Level 30 Secret World. When Chen Feiyu opened their eyes, then he saw that he had arrived in an unfamiliar environment, surrounded by an endless stretch of mountains. Ho ho ho! A terrifying hissing sound rang out. Several giant beasts appeared around them at once. Each summoned their mechs to fight. Lin Yu spoke. This time when he entered the secret realm, he was targeted by a few giant beasts. This luck is quite good. After each of them summoned their mechs, everyone also immediately began to fight those behemoths. Lin Yu didn't help them the first time, but instead watched from where he was. For them, it was now the official start of the secret realm experience. Chen Feiyu, Yu Shibua, Jiang Ming, Bai Yunliang, Lu Qingqing and their mechs were all king-class mechs. Among them, Lu Qingqing was the most powerful among them, and alone could single-handedly take on that level 30 giant beast. Her mech weapon was a lance. Just seeing her engine armor skill, that lance was like a huge dragon, directly penetrating the head of that level 30 beast. Your teammate Lu Qingqing has killed a level 30 behemoth. Mech experience value plus 33. Immediately after, Lu Qingqing quickly supported the others. It didn't take more than a few minutes. It then took care of all those level 30 behemoths. I'll say it, I've watched all of you fight just now, and currently, among you, only Lu Qingqing is still qualified. Lin Yu said very seriously. If not for Lu Qingqing's help just now, it was estimated that up until now, Chen Feiyu and the 4 of them hadn't ended the battle. Chen Feiyu, your mech is strong in terms of defense. Why don't you dare to fight in close quarters? And you, that behemoth is so huge that it could have just missed. It was only a skirmish though. However, Lin Yu was also clearly able to see that they currently had problems. As Lin Yu finished speaking, Yu Shibua, Jiang Ming, Bai Yunliang, and Chen Feiyu couldn't help but lower their heads in shame. They now realized that they have so many problems. If it was just them, Entering inside this secret realm would probably only lead to death. It's not scary to have problems. Just correct them. That's why the school arranged for the secret realm training. It's so that you can improve your fighting ability more quickly. Lin Yu continued. For a while, Lin Yu felt like a very strict teacher instead. I will work hard. Chen Feiyu raised his head and earnestly promised. So are we. Everyone's fighting spirit was instantly ignited. Basically all strong people start out as very weak beings, but the reason they end up being strong. It's all a little bit of work to correct the problems in yourself to become strong. Great. Then let's keep going. Lin Yu nodded. With them walking in front, Lin Yu controlled the Pango Mech to follow behind. This way, Lin Yu could also better control the whole situation, since he himself has brought them into the secret realm. Then one has the responsibility to help them to better their experience and then leave the secret realm safely. Lu Qingqing, your combat power is good, but your control of the mech is obviously not enough. Lin Yu continued. Next, you still need to improve through constant battles. There's a saying, real combat is the best way to progress. I understand. Lu Qingqing answered in vain. The next pour didn't take long. Then he once again encountered 12 level 30 behemoths. Tendo chains unleashed. Lin Yu directly executed the Heaven's Path chain mecha skill, and a chain rushed out from the void, brutalizing those 12 giant beasts to death one after another. He was now a 6-star mecha master. Plus the Pango Mecha had reached level 50 as well. It was simply impossible for these level 30 behemoths to just try to break free of the Heaven's Dao chains. Next, the actual one-on-one combat will begin. Lin Yu smiled. Chen Feiyu, you go first. Good. Chen Feiyu answered. With that, Lin Yu liberated a giant beast. After it was free of its restraints, the giant beast directly charged savagely towards Chen Feiyu. Seeing this, Chen Feiyu also composed himself. Maneuvering his mech, he held his mech shield and began to fend it off. Boom! A few short breaths. That giant beast was directly charging into that mecha shield. The tremendous impact caused Chen Feiyu's entire mech to violently retreat hundreds of meters. Blocked! Chen Feiyu said in surprise. The powerful attack of the level 30 behemoth was successfully blocked by him. As I said, your mech's defense is very strong, and even though the mech is only level 20, it's still no problem to withstand the attack of an ordinary level 30 behemoth. Lin Yu let out a smile. If Chen Feiyu developed properly, he would definitely be able to become a shield in the mecha team in the future. Next, kill this giant beast as much as possible. Lin Yu said quickly. Good. Now, Chen Feiyu was already somewhat confident. Quickly maneuvering his mecha, he drew the mecha greatsword that was on his back. With that, he charged straight up. As the mecha skills are activated, his entire mech defense to boost. That mecha greatsword even emitted a blue light and chopped down towards the giant beast. Pust! A sword chopped down. Although it didn't cause too much damage to the giant beast, it did cut out a wound. Blood spurted directly from the wound. Ho ho ho! The giant beast let out an angry hiss, and its eyes turned red. Immediately after that, this level 30 beast even erupted with a wave of blood-colored energy, its body instantly doubling in size. It's actually berserk. Lin Yu's face became grave. Next, maneuvering the Discordian mech, he chopped down with an axe. In an instant, that berserk level 30 behemoth was directly chopped in half. After berserking the level 30 behemoth, Chen Feiyu was no match at all. Hoo! Lin Yu, what was the situation with that giant beast just now? Chen Feiyu hurriedly inquired. I didn't expect the behemoth to become even more terrifying all of a sudden. A couple of the others were meeting them for the first time as well. Berserk! When the behemoths feel death, they stimulate some kind of energy in their bodies, which explodes with great power. It stands to reason that a giant beast that can cast berserk is usually a level 50 or above giant beast. Lin Yu said slowly. Now I didn't expect that a level 30 behemoth would be able to cast berserk. It also seems that it's all to do with copies and secret mutations. Well, get on with the real thing. Lin Yu unbound the other giant beast. Chen Feiyu, they all had a solid one-on-one fight. Makes them improve quite a bit. During this process, there were 12 giant beasts in total, 5 of which entered into a berserk state at the end. It also just goes to show that the difficulty of both the secret realm and the copies are now much higher than before. Seize the time to restore your own psychic energy value, Lin Yu reminded. At a glance, the entire secret realm was very vast. This time, can we come across some kind of chance to treasure? Lin Yu was somewhat looking forward to it. Until now, no other mechs had been found inside this secret realm. There was an abundance of energy in the secret realm. It didn't take long for everyone to quickly recover their own psychic energy value. Keep going. After seeing that everyone had finished recovering, Lin Yu gave an order. The pair moved on. Along the way behind them, the giant beasts they encountered were all directly and easily resolved by them. Basically, there was absolutely no need for Lin Yu to make a move. even if they encountered a level 30 behemoth that had finally gone into a berserk rage. Chen Feiyu and the others teamed up to solve it with ease, fighting real behemoths over and over again. Not only did it allow their individual strength to improve, but even their cooperation in team combat had become tacit. Watch them. For a moment, Lin Yu thought back to the days when he was practicing inside the secret realm with Yiling and the girls. Secret Night Falls. Lin Yu was also explaining the knowledge that Zhang Wenlai had taught them back in the night of the secret realm to Chen Feiyu and the others one by one now. It's kind of a legacy. You guys have a good rest. I'll keep watch. The night was already late. Lin Yu looked at everyone and slowly spoke. With Lin Yu coming to keep watch, they were also resting at ease. That's all. They had been inside this secret realm for 10 days. Inside these 10 days, Chen Feiyu and the others were constantly fighting the giant beasts every day. All of them are now like a soldier who has been in the field for a long time. During this time, their respective mecha levels had also increased by several levels. It's a bit of a shame there weren't enough behemoths found. Otherwise, Lin Yu would still want to help them level up their mechs as soon as possible. Boom! At that moment, the giant beast collapsed to the ground with a direct thud. Its head was directly chopped off alive. It's so cool, Chen Feiyu said excitedly. This final blow was his engine armor skill, which directly severed the behemoth's head. Not bad, not bad, Lin Yu praised. Through these 10 days, all of you have made great progress, and this secret realm experience is considered to be over. Now even without Lin Yu, Chen Feiyu and the 5 of them should not be in any danger in this secret realm. Ha! The secret realm expedition is over just like that. Chen Feiyu was a bit reluctant. Others too, both want to continue the adventure. Lin Yu smiled. You guys can also instead continue to choose to explore in this secret realm. And Lin Yu planned to leave this secret realm and head to the duplicate to level up. He was at least a 6-star mecha master, and as a result, his mecha level was still at level 50. Help! Suddenly, a cry for help came. Looking in the direction the sound came from, a mecha could be clearly seen flying towards them. The image in front of Lin Yu's eyes continued to zoom in. One is also seen in more detail. It was a king-class mecha, and one that had the ability to fly. The entire mech seemed to be very badly damaged though. Rumble! In the next second, that mech was directly crashing to the ground. Immediately after that, the mech dissipated into starlight and disappeared. It was thought to be that the psychic energy value in that mecha master's body was exhausted and he could no longer continue to maintain the mecha. Lin Yu and the others quickly maneuvered their mechs to move over. Just now, that mech fell and directly smashed a large pit out of the ground. Lin Yu unleashed his mech transient skill, came up next to this big pit. A girl could be seen lying in the center of that big pit. A little weak, Lin Yu quickly came out from inside the Discordian mecha. It landed smoothly inside the large pit. Lin Yu, a few giant beasts have rushed over. Let's take care of it. Chen Feiyu's voice came out. Good, Lin Yu responded. Immediately, Lin Yu hurriedly came to the girl's side. It's okay, it's just that the psychic energy value was overdrawn and fell into a coma. After a slight sigh of relief, Lin Yu quickly pulled out an elixir and fed it inside the girl's mouth. After a few minutes of this, the girl slowly awoke. I'm not dead? The girl muttered to herself. It was as if some great horror had been experienced before. Don't worry, you're not dead. You're alive and well. Lin Yu appeared inside her field of vision with a smile on his face. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu helped her up. At this time, the girls also saw the super mecha behind Lin Yu. My name is Li Cheng. I'm a student of the Magic City Mecha University. Can you save my classmates? Li Cheng hurriedly pleaded. Don't worry, you tell me what happened first. Lin Yu nodded and responded. A few of my classmates and I came to the secret realm to explore and discovered a mysterious cave. And when we went in, we found an incomparably terrifying beast inside. Li Qingguang's face was filled with incomparable horror as he recalled it. The beast was covered in blood-red eyes, and everyone just looked at the beast's eyes, and they all seemed to be possessed and attacked each other. I was also lucky to get out of that weird state in time. After that, this Li Qing used all his means, and only then did he manage to escape from the cave. When she saw Lin Yu and the others, she flew towards them, but unfortunately before she arrived, she ran out of psychic energy value due to, according to you, that giant beast should have a special ability to manipulate people's minds. Lin Yu became a bit grave. It was a little hard to imagine that this level 30 secret realm could actually give birth to such a giant beast with special abilities, but at the same time, it also gave Lin Yu a sense of crisis. It seems that there is a cataclysmic event in the future. Do you have the coordinates for that cave? Lin Yu inquired. Yes, Li Qing nodded. In just a few seconds, the coordinates were also transmitted to Lin Yu. Coordinates received successfully. At this point, Chen Feiyu and the others also resolved the few giant beasts and came to the side of this large pit. Lu Qingqing, you guys take care of her, Lin Yu quickly said, then re-entered the Pango mech. Exit team mode. Coordinate position navigation successful. Lin Yu. What's going on? Let's join together. Chen Feiyu asked in a hurry. This matter is not something you can deal with. Don't worry. I'll be fine. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he maneuvered his mech and quickly rushed towards that coordinate location. The figure of the Discordian mech disappeared in their eyes. Lu Qingqing came out from her own mech, then landed beside Li Qing, took out a bottle of water, and softly said, "Here, have a drink first." "Thanks." After drinking the water, Li Qing's entire body was also in a much better state. "You are students of Kunlun Mecha University?" Through Lu Qingqing's battlesuit, she asked with some uncertainty. "That's right." Lu Qingqing nodded. "The one from earlier? A student from the seed class of Kunlun Mecha University." Lin Yu. Hearing this, Li Qing couldn't help but be happy. The Kunlun Mecha University seed class. She had also learned that only true mecha demonic geniuses could enter it, and one would also have to awaken an emperor-level mech to do so. One's classmates may, indeed, be saved. Through Li Qing, Chen Feiyu and the others sort of understood what had happened. It's true that it's not something they can fix. If they go rashly, they may also be controlled and then kill each other. Just how could such a terrifying beast appear in this level 30 secret realm? So much for that. In the future, no matter what kind of secret realm or copy, one must be more careful. Based on coordinate information, Lin Yu arrived as fast as he could. In front of it was indeed a huge cave. The reason why Lin Yu dared to come alone, not only because he was strong, but also because his Discordian mecha was equipped with the Mecha God Ring, which could counteract some of the negative effects. Therefore, Lin Yu wasn't at all afraid of that giant beast using its special ability to control his mind. Take a deep breath. Lin Yu then maneuvered the Discordian mecha inside the cave and quickly delved deeper into it. Now that so much time had passed as well, in Lin Yu's opinion, Li Qing's classmates were afraid that they were already lifeless, but that behemoth had to be dealt with soon. Then he entered a huge underground space. A brief examination of the area revealed signs of a battle, but there was no sign of Li Qing's classmates. I guess it really has all gone cold. Boom, boom. In the middle of a darkness, a huge figure stepped out. Next, a pair of blood-colored eyes in the darkness opened and erupted with a bizarre blood-colored light. A moment's effort. The entire underground space seemed to be enveloped by this blood-colored light. Beast, Phantom Beast. Level 35. Has the ability to control minds and make them fight each other? Ding dong. The Mecha God Ring is activated. The Phantom Beast's control ability is ineffective against you. The system's voice rang out. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Everything is under control. After a few breaths, it was clear to see the true appearance of this chimera beast. It's just disgusting. Covered with bizarre blood-colored eyes and densely packed tentacles. The key was that even the tops of the tentacles were covered in blood-colored eyes. Luckily, I don't have a dense phobia. Snapped. The blood-colored eyes on the Phantom Beast's body suddenly looked at the Discordian mecha with a puzzled look. Can't seem to figure it out. Why is Lin Yu not under his control? Phew. This huge chimera beast instantly launched an attack. A tentacle that seemed to extend indefinitely. It's kind of like a water ghost in a horror story, with its long hair that can devour a person. It's pretty much the same as it is now. God-ranked skill Obsidian Thunder unleashed. High voltage, 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 high voltage. As the skill was unleashed, in an instant, a terrifying thunderbolt instantly fell. Those tentacles that were coming towards him were directly blasted into slag by the thunder. Jie. The Phantom Beast felt an incomparably sharp pain and let out a bizarre sound. Mecha God Ring activates, fending off the Phantom Beast's soul shock. Nice guy. This Phantom Beast actually possessed two abilities. It's not easy. If this Phantom Beast was allowed to grow, it would definitely be a very troublesome existence. Right now it was an elite monster, and if it wasn't dealt with in time, it might turn into a world-class boss in the future. When the time came for humans to try to exterminate it, they would surely pay an oversized price. Targeting successful. God-ranked skill Obsidian Thunder unleashed. With the skill cast once more. High voltage, 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 high voltage. Countless terrifying thunderbolts directly blasted down towards the Phantom Beast's main body. Boom! There was a loud bang. That Phantom Beast turned into ashes on the spot. Kill level 35 Phantom Beast. Mech experience value plus 3,633. At least it's considered to be at the boss level of this level 30 secret realm. But as a result, nothing has popped out. Lin Yu shook his head inside. Now the burst rate of killing behemoths in duplicates in secret realms had become too low. Maneuvering the mech towards the front, a new passageway has been discovered. The chimera came out from inside this passage just now. Just in case, Lin Yu planned to go in and explore. In case there were other chimera beasts present, then he had to cut off the roots. Otherwise the spring winds will blow again. The entire underground space. Now, was incomparably silent, plus the surrounding darkness. The atmosphere is horrible. Makes you think of some ghost stories as if the ghost is right behind you. Good thing that Lin Yu was inside the Pango mech. There's a godly mech in place. Who cares what kind of demons and monsters come? Just chop them off with an axe. The source of all fear is due to lack of firepower. After going through that passage, found another underground space inside. In the center is a pool of blood-colored water. Double-checked it. There are no other passages inside this space. There was no sign of the other behemoths either. Lin Yu landed on the shore of this blood-colored pool of water after he came out of the body of the Discordian Mecha. At first he thought that this blood-colored pool of water was all blood. He didn't smell the slightest bit of blood when he came out of the mech, though. Instead, he could feel these blood-colored liquids, which contained a strange energy. Could it be that that phantom beast is using these blood-colored liquids, thus possessing two abilities? Lin Yu judged. The only thing that was certain now was that this blood-colored liquid was definitely not something good. From the spatial ring, Lin Yu took out a container, packed some of this blood-colored liquid. What exactly was this blood-colored liquid had to be figured out. After it was filled, the container was also taken back into the spatial ring. Lin Yu quickly returned to his Pangomech. Heaven and earth slash. With an axe chopping down. Tremendous power. Directly make this space collapse. This place had to be destroyed. In case the other behemoths found this place by then, wouldn't they become the next phantom beast? This possibility, too, must be eliminated. Lin Yu then left this underground space by continuously performing mecha transients and returned to the surface. Lin Yu, outside this cave. Chen Feiyu and the others had been waiting here for a long time. After seeing Lin Yu come out in his mech, Chen Feiyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's all done, Lin Yu calmly said, then looked at the mech piloted by Li Qing. Apologizing, he said, I'm sorry, I didn't find any of your classmates in there. They should have all fallen. Hear this. Li Qing's eyes flowed out again. Originally she had hope. Li Qing, that giant beast has already been killed by me. And it's considered revenge for your classmate. Lin Yu hurriedly continued to comfort. Thank you. Li Qing dried her tears and thanked Lin Yu. It's fine. Your current state is not suitable for you to continue staying inside the secret realm. It's better to leave the secret realm first and properly recover your state. Lin Yu reminded. Immediately afterward, he looked at Chen Feiyu. You guys should also pay attention to your safety. Maybe in other places. There are also giant beasts with special abilities. Got it. Chen Feiyu nodded. Anyway, be careful with everything. I'll leave the secret realm first. Lin Yu took out the secret realm scroll. Leaving the secret world, Lin Yu, including his mech, turned into a ray of light that shot straight up into the clouds and disappeared in front of them. When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, it had returned to Kunlun Mecha University. The secret realm scroll in his hand turned into a starlight speck and completely dissipated. After returning to Kunlun Mecha University, Lin Yu summoned his Pango Mecha back. The first time, also contacted the class teacher Jiang Wenlai, learned he was in his office. Lin Yu quickly rushed over. As the class teacher of Seed Class 10, his office was naturally within the confines of Class 10. After arriving at the office door, Lin Yu knocked. Immediately afterward, Jiang Wenlia's voice was heard. Come in. The door is unlocked. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu pushed the door and walked in. Mr. Jiang, there is something I would like to ask you to take a look at. Oh, Jiang Wenlai became curious. Take it out for me to see. Only a wave of Lin Yu's finger caused a transparent container to appear in his hand. It could be clearly seen that the container was filled with blood-colored liquid. When he saw this first glance, Jiang Wenlia's face instantly became a bit gloomy. Teacher Jiang, I just found this inside the secret realm. It feels like this blood-colored liquid has a special energy. Lin Yu simply stated. Jiang Wenlai took this container and opened the lid on it, sensing it for a second, instantly firming up the speculation in his heart. Put the lid back on after. He looked at Lin Yu. This is not a good thing. It's considered a type of magic liquid. Magic liquid? Lin Yu was curious. He had never heard of it before. The magic liquid is a special energy liquid developed by an evil organization. Jiang Wenlai explained. Its purpose is to try to control the behemoth. Controlling a giant beast? This is too whimsical, isn't it? Lin Yu was shocked. Actually, by analyzing it, it's still possible to control the behemoth. But the method is definitely not this one. The magic liquid researched by these evil organizations can make giant beasts evolve and become more berserk. Over time, it can even achieve an addictive effect. Behemoths are also intelligent, and once they become addicted to using the magic liquid, then the evil organization will be able to control them with ease. Jiang Wenlai continued. It made Lin Yu even more understand the role of this magic liquid. You said that this magic liquid can make the giant beasts addicted. If those 100-level giant beasts become addicted and are controlled by the evil organization, Won't it will be a disaster? Lin Yu asked a doubt in his heart. This magic liquid is of no use to high-level behemoths. Besides level 100 behemoths, their intelligence is also very high. Jiang Wenlai continued with a reminder. Remember, this demonic liquid man must not be used, or else it will turn into a monster with no sense, and then it will be hopeless. Got it. Lin Yu nodded seriously. The first thing he felt when he saw it, this blood-colored liquid wasn't something good. Sure enough, inside the underground cave of that secret realm, the entire pool of water is filled with this magic liquid, but luckily I destroyed it all before I left. Mr. Jiang, then I don't have much else to do, so I'll leave first. Lin Yu continued. Go on. Jiang Wenlai nodded. After saying goodbye to the Chang Raikrak, Lin Yu was also heading directly towards his floating island. Luckily, he had the guilt war machine left to him by his oldest sister. Even if you are alone, you can return to the floating island suspended high in the sky. Brother Lin, you finally returned. Arriving at the floating island and just getting down from inside the fighter jet, Xiao Yu quickly rushed out from inside the house. The entire person embraced Lin Yu into her arms in one go. It gave Lin Yu a sudden feeling of being on the verge of suffocation. It's been over 10 days, and being home alone feels like being a widow. Xiao Yu couldn't help but spit it out. After leaving her embrace, Lin Yu asked softly, Yi Ling and Mo Shirting haven't returned yet? It's useless. I guess it's good to bring those students inside the secret realm. Xiao Yu smiled. How is it? You should be smooth, right? Well, it went quite smoothly. Lin Yu nodded. However, it was inside the level 30 secret realm that I encountered a special giant beast with 2 abilities. Go inside the living room. Lin Yu told Xiao Yu about his experiences in the secret realm one by one. It made Lin Yu feel that it was really a nice treat to have someone listen to him. It seems that the people from the evil organization are on the move again. Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. There is white and then there is black. There is good and there is evil. This has been the law since the beginning of time. It's the same now. It's still most important to be strong in oneself. If you have enough power, you can easily deal with whatever happens. Lin Yu said seriously. He believed in the saying that in front of absolute strength, any means were useless. Right, senior sister. So when are we going to the replica? I'm already a 6-star mecha master, and the mecha is still at level 50 now. Lin Yu asked in a hurry. The whole person rather looked a bit impatient. It's not too late, so let's get going now, shall we? Xiao Yu laughed. Good. Lin Yu stood up. The 2 men quickly boarded the guild fighter. The fighter jet took off and flew at an extremely fast speed, heading towards the location of the copy coordinates given by Xiao Yu. The copy that you'll take you to this time. That's a level 60 copy that's guaranteed to raise your mech to level 60. Xiao Yu smiled confidently. Aha! Lin Yu nodded, full of anticipation. In a flash, almost half an hour had passed. We're here, Xiao Yu reminded at this time. At this moment, Lin Yu could clearly see an incomparably huge bronze door on top of the mountain in front of him. What a spectacle! Lin Yu marveled. Humans in front of this bronze door. That was like ants. The guild fighter soon docked onto a platform. After the 2 got out of the fighter plane, Lin Yu waved his finger. The entire guild war machine turned into a ray of light and surged into the space ring he wore on his finger. It had to be said that the space ring was just too convenient. Basically anything can be stowed. There are so few people. Lin Yu looked around. In front of this bronze door, there were no more than 100 people. Compared to the previous copy he had traveled to, it was a crowded one. It's a level 60 copy after all. The number of truly strong human beings is not that great. Xiao Yu gently laughed. After all, if you want to clear a level 60 copy, you can't do it without a certain level of strength. Well, team up first. Aha! You and Xiao Yu teamed up successfully. The teaming is complete. Let's enter the copy. Senior sister, I promise to take you off. Xiao Yu saw that after the teaming was completed, she was directly pulling Lin Yu towards the entrance of the replica. Xiao Yu was an 8-star mecha master and his mecha level was at 80. So for this level 60 copy, it's no problem at all. You could even say it's a breeze. It's good to have a strong substitute. The mech level can then be raised easily. Although the mecha level was the easiest to raise, the mecha master's own level, however, was not as easy and could only rely on himself. You have entered the level 60 copy Frost Forest. After entering this copy of the Frost Forest, instantly, he felt an incomparable coldness, and it was as if his entire body was going to be frozen into ice. Pancake Mecha summoning. As the mech was summoned out, Lin Yu couldn't feel the piercing cold at all once he entered the interior of the mech. Brother Lin, still be careful. The mutation of this copy didn't make the behemoths level up, but they have all sorts of abilities and their strength has greatly increased. Xiao Yu maneuvered his mech to hover in the air and gave a reminder. Understood. Lin Yu nodded. Phew. Suddenly 2 air-braking sounds came. It was then possible to clearly see two huge golden-winged great eagles that were directly impacting towards Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Xiaoyu just raised the corner of his mouth. On the left and right sides of her mech, two hovering mech cannons instantly surfaced. Boom! With the target locked, the two mecha cannons were instantly activated. The terrifying might that erupted directly engulfed those two flying behemoths. Your teammate has killed a level 60 behemoth. Mech experience value plus 6,000. Your teammate has killed a level 60 behemoth. Mech experience value plus 6,000. Inside his head, the system's voice rang out. Brother Lin, just wait here. Xiaoyu's voice came again. Good, Lin Yu responded. Next, Xiaoyu then maneuvered the mech and flew out. 10 seconds or so later, your teammates kill 60 behemoths. A series of system alerts sounded. The mech experience value was increasing rapidly. Not even for 2 minutes. Your pancake mecha has been upgraded. It's reached level 51. This copy really is a great place for mecha upgrades. Lin Yu marveled in his heart. Of course, it was thanks to Xiaoyu. If she hadn't come to substitute, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been so smooth and easy. Lay flat. Now Lin Yu just needed to wait. That's all. Time passes slowly. Lin Yu also stayed where he was and waited patiently. Ding dong. Congratulations. Your Pango mech has reached level 60. And since your mech master level has not reached 7-star mech master, you can no longer continue to gain mech experience value. Lin Yu didn't know how much time had passed. Anyway, his own mech level reached 60. Open the personal panel. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Kijiji body, activated. Mecha master level, 6-star mecha master. Energy points, 0. Spiritual energy, 201,356. Mecha, Pango mecha, level 60. Nuwa mecha, level 60. Because of the machine god body, as long as the Pango mech was upgraded, the level of the other mechs Lin Yu owned would follow suit. Now that meant that Lin Yu had 2 level 60 divine mechs. Ding dong, your teammate has killed the Frost Forest boss. Congratulations on receiving the first time pass reward for this copy. Special mecha artifact, famous sword disortum. Famous swords, Shurdan. Grade, special artifact. It can withstand 100% of deadly attacks with a cooldown time of 120 days. Cool. Seeing this, Lin Yu's entire body gulped. Shocked. I didn't expect this pass reward to be so lucrative. I can't believe I got a special artifact. And it's still a lifesaver. There is only one life. For something that will save your life. That's a real good thing. Ding dong, Pangu Mecha has successfully equipped the famous sword, Shurdan. After successfully equipping it, Lin Yu felt like he suddenly had a lot more energy in his heart. It's just a pity that nothing else has popped out after School Sister killed so many giant beasts. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. He didn't even get a single piece of crystal energy. Lin Yu, come over here. There's something. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's voice came. Coming. Lin Yu hurriedly responded, then maneuvered his mech to move over quickly. Not for a moment. Then he saw Xiao Yu's mecha in front of him. After coming to her, senior sister, what did you find out? Lin Yu asked curiously. As far as the eye could see, there was a clearing in front of them. Of course it's a hidden boss. Xiao Yu smiled. I have to say, our luck is still really quite good. Hidden boss? Lin Yu was surprised. He had always heard that hidden bosses existed inside the copies, but he had never encountered any. I didn't expect to get lucky with this one. Now his mech had also reached level 60. For this hidden boss, Lin Yu could also help. Brother Lin, there's an invisible barrier in front of us. Step inside and you'll be able to enter inside the hidden boss space. Xiao Yu continued, and it was only through her own divine eyes that she realized it. Then what are we waiting for? Senior sister, let's hurry and go in. Lin Yu said excitedly. I've heard long ago that you can get more goodies when you kill a hidden boss. Sort of the first time in Lin Yu's life. Can't help but still have some excitement and anticipation. Alright, but still be careful. Xiao Yu nodded slowly. Subsequently, the two of them maneuvered their mechs and walked right in. Suddenly there was a dazzling light in front of them that made them close their eyes. After feeling the glow disappear, Lin Yu and Xiao Yu then opened their eyes again and saw that they had already entered an unfamiliar space. Howling monkey. Immediately afterward, an incomparably large hissing sound resounded throughout the entire space. A massive beast appeared in the eyes. Behemoth, Frost Lord. Level, 65. This Frost Lord is kind of like a goblin giganticized. The face was extremely hideous. Blood-red eyes, sharp claws, and armor on his body. He wields a huge wolfsbane. This was definitely, by far, the most powerful giant beast Lin Yu had ever encountered. Brother Lin, I'll fix it right away, Xiao Yu said confidently. This time when she came in this copy, a hidden boss actually appeared. For Xiao Yu, it was also a good thing. Killing this hidden boss, she could also get a hidden reward. Sister, can I have it? Lin Yu said in a hurry. This Frost Lord was level 65, and he also had some certainty and confidence that he could kill it. Just as well he could have a good fight. Activity. It's been a long time since I've fought a true boss level behemoth. Okay, no problem. Xiao Yu was also very agreeable. She naturally had faith in Lin Yu's strength. Whether she made a move or Lin Yu made a move, she would be able to kill this level 65 Frost Lord. Only, by her, the whole process would be over quickly. Divine rank skill Tendo Chain is activated. In the void, a chain rushed out, instantly entangling this Frost Lord to death. As the level of the mech increases, so does the power of the mech skill. Awesome! Xiao Yu marveled in his heart. Lin Yu's control skills were very precise, leaving the Frost Lord completely unresponsive. He was already bound. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu controlled the Panga mech and held the Heaven Opening Axe. Divine rank skill Heaven and Earth / Unleashed. A chop filled with terrifying might was directly locked onto this Frost Lord. Seems to feel death. That Frost Lord's eyes erupted with a blood-colored light. Almost at this instant, this Frost Lord's body strangely disappeared. Boom! The might of the Heaven and Earth / caused an incomparably huge wave of craters and cracks to be directly blasted out of the area where the Frost Lord was just now. It was enough to prove the power of this chop. Be careful. It's behind you, Xiao Yu quickly reminded. That Frost Lord silently appeared behind the Pangea Mecha, holding that wolf tooth stick and smashing down towards the head of the Pangea Mecha. Mecha transports launched. Lin Yu also reacted in time, moved instantly via mech transient. There was a loud boom. That Frost Lord smashed directly into the air. Senior sister, did you see that scene just now? Lin Yu calmly asked. Just now, the Frost Lord had actually strangely disappeared and escaped the control of his Heaven's Path chains. See? It should be an ability that this Frost Lord has mastered, as if he can turn himself into a shadow and move at will. Xiao Yu replied. She had seen everything in front of her just now. Worthy of being a hidden boss. It's indeed not easy to solve. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth lifted and he smiled slightly. However, he was still sure enough. The fact that this Frost Lord had mastered such an ability only made the entire battle that much more exciting. Better be careful. Maybe this Frost Lord has other abilities. Xiao Yu reminded. Understood. Lin Yu nodded. Once again, he quickly locked onto that Frost Lord. Tendo chains unleashed. However, this Frost Lord seemed to be very smart, and his huge body quickly turned into a shadow and vanished into the ground. This time, his skill control failed. The Frost Lord who had turned into a shadow moved very fast. It made it difficult for Lin Yu to stabilize his target. Obsidian Thunder. In an instant, Lin Yu didn't simply cast Obsidian Thunder. One time. Throughout this space, countless thunderbolts fell. Boom! 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 With such a dense attack, even if this Frost Lord turned into shadow form, he couldn't dodge it. For a few short seconds, then the Frost Lord was knocked back. Roar! This Frost Lord once again let out a loud hiss. It seemed to have used some kind of ability again, and it could be clearly perceived that this Frost Lord's power seemed to be increasing exponentially. In the blink of an eye, the Frost Lords in front of them became 10. I can't believe I've mastered the ability to split. It's really awesome, but there's no use in having more of them. Juggernaut's domain unleashed. In an instant, the entire space was transformed into the realm of the Panga mech, of which he was the master. Mechs are exponentially better all around. Heaven and Earth / boom boom boom. Next, it was the constant violent output of Lin Yu controlling the Panga Mecha. Xiao Yu, who saw this scene, was still in awe. There is no cooldown for mech skills that are performed. It can still be cast so successively. It also showed that Lin Yu naturally had a huge spiritual energy value, which was why he was able to support so many skills being constantly cast over and over again. The amount of psychic energy value this consumes must be huge. What she could conclude now was that Lin Yu would definitely be able to become the world's most powerful mecha master in the future. Or one of those invincible mechs. It seemed that Lin Yu was really the future of humanity. Ding dong, congratulations on killing the hidden boss Frost Lord. Got the divine mecha skill holy sanction. Ding dong, Pangea mecha mastery successful. The moment. Lin Yu nodded slightly after hearing the system's voice. Not bad for a hidden boss. Sure enough, the burst rate is high. It directly exploded into a divine-ranked mecha skill. To know, all over the world, among all the mech masters, there are very few mech masters who have mastered the skills of divine order mechs. Senior sister, I got a divine rank mech. How about you? Lin Yu looked at Xiao Yu and inquired. Coincidentally, so am I, and it's also a group attack type mecha skill. Xiao Yu laughed softly. Next, she also briefly introduced this mecha skill. Divine rank skill, Starfall. It is a skill with a wide range of attacks. With this Starfall skill, they would be able to better carry out the behemoth one-wave battle style in the future. Compared to the secret realm, It's still this copy that has a greater chance of obtaining the treasures of chance. Lin Yu was incomparably happy. Exploring inside the secret realm. If you were unlucky, you might not make any great discoveries after exploring for a year, but this copy is bound to be good if you pass it for the first time. A comparison of the two. Instead, copies are more advantageous. But you can't say that. Anyway, whether it's a copy, or a secret realm, there are benefits to each as all. This time, I've kind of dipped into your light, Brother Lin. Xiaoyu smiled and nodded her head. This level 60 copy. She had been here a few times before, but she hadn't encountered any hidden bosses. Instead, this time when he came here with Lin Yu, he encountered the hidden boss. Senior sister, you're also too polite. If it wasn't for you, my mech level wouldn't have risen so quickly. Lin Yu waved his hand, while the arm of the Discordian mecha also synchronized. Alright, the copy is also cleared. Exit the sub first. Xiaoyu nodded. Ding dong, you left the level 60 copy of the Frost Forest. Re-entered outside that bronze door. After coming out, Lin Yu and Xiaoyu also took the gilded warplane and began to return to Kunlun Mecha University. Discord Mech has reached level 60. Next, Lin Yu's first priority was to raise his psychic energy value so that he could break through to a 7-star Mecha Master. After returning to the house on the floating island, Lin Yu lay down on the soft sofa and relaxed. Drink some water. Xiaoyu poured 2 cups of water, one of which she handed to Lin Yu. After receiving the cup of water, Lin Yu took a big sip. Turn on the light curtain projection. Start surfing the web. It's also quite possible to find out what's been happening in the recent past through information on the internet. Pity. More than a dozen students have already fallen in the secret realm. After seeing one of the messages in the Kunlun Mecha University's internal forum, Lin Yu sighed. The preliminary secret realm adventures all have a certain mortality rate. Xiaoyu said softly. Even if Kunlun Mecha University has professional teachers to lead the team, as well as geniuses and demons from the seed class to lead the team, there was no way to guarantee 100% safety. Inside the next few days, Lin Yu was also practicing quite hard, heading to the gravity room to practice for 2 hours every day. He was not only able to resist the more powerful gravity, the speed of raising his spiritual energy value had also become much faster. At the current rate one could raise at least 5,000 spiritual energy values per day. Open the personal panel. On this day, Lin Yu meditated in his heart. The next second, the personal information panel appeared in his own eyes. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Kijiji body, activated. Mecha Master level, 6-star Mecha Master. Energy points, 0. Spiritual energy, 217,562. Mecha, Pango Mecha, level 60. Nuwa Mecha, level 60. With my current strength, it's more than enough to go and become the mayor of a city. Lin Yu smiled. It continued for about 2 days. Mo Shitting and Yiling came out from inside the secret realm. They were leading the team this time, and both of them had a student fall in the secret realm. They had encountered considerable trouble inside the secret realm. So much delay, so it's only coming out now. You guys shouldn't blame yourselves too much. Originally the secret realm has a certain amount of risk, and since they chose to enter the secret realm, then they all had to be prepared for everything as well. Lin Yu comforted. Both came back in low spirits. At the beginning, they were all confident that they would lead the team into the secret realm, be able to have everyone complete the secret realm experience, and still be able to all leave the secret realm safely. But what about the results? One person had fallen from both of their teams. From another aspect, they are not strong enough. If they were strong enough, then the people inside their own team would not have fallen. Besides, it's not just you guys. Even the teams personally led by the school teachers have fallen. Lin Yu continued to open his mouth to comfort. A little consolation. It made Mo Shitting and Yiling feel much better in their hearts as well. Next time, everyone is also practicing hard. Basically, Lin Yu was next to Xiaoyu, Mo Shitting and Yiling to help them cultivate better. Meet in the classroom. Class starts in 10 minutes. A new morning. Lin Yu, Mo Shitting and Yiling all received a message. It's only 10 minutes. People don't dare to delay. After only a few minutes, the trio arrived inside Seed Class 10's classroom without any problems. The classroom was large, but with just the 3 of them students, it seemed empty. It almost continued for a few minutes. A beautiful teacher walked in. This beautiful teacher has an excellent figure, and her face is even more stunning. Her body exuded a powerful aura, as if she was a queen. My name is Shangwan Wanner, a teacher of Kunlun Mecha University. You guys can just call me Teacher Shangwan from now on. This beautiful teacher walked up to the podium. Her voice was nice while also containing a sense of majesty in it. Mr. Shangwan, then what are you going to teach us in this lesson? Yiling hastily raised her hand and asked curiously. For so long, or a second school teacher giving them lessons? From the time you enrolled until now, I believe that you have already been encountering some giant beasts with special abilities. Some behemoths have abilities that can control people's minds and inspire evil in their hearts, or make mechas hallucinate, Shangguan Wanner calmly explained. In addition, some mecha masters have also mastered similar skills. In the face of such spiritual and soul attacks, physical defense, it's basically hard to resist. Aha! Yiling nodded repeatedly, especially Lin Yu, who had actually encountered it. It was also fortunate that he possessed the Mecha God Ring, so he didn't have to worry about such tactics. In this class today, you will be taught a special cultivation method called the Chaos Viewing Method. The level of this cultivation method is at the star level, and after successfully cultivating it, one can effectively resist these soul and spirit type attacks. With a wave of Shangguan Wanner's big hand, 3 secret books instantly appeared on the desks in front of Lin Yu and the others. Soon, everyone began to cultivate under Shangguan Wanner's guidance. Machine God Body Mastery successful. Lin Yu didn't take long to easily master this chaotic viewing thought. One time, Lin Yu also felt that his soul and spirit had been uplifted all of a sudden. Now, having mastered the chaotic viewpoint, plus having the Mecha Divine Ring, this is equivalent to having double insurance. After that, whoever wanted to soul and spirit attack themselves, then they would certainly resist it with ease. Lin Yu, have you mastered it? Shangguan Wanner looked at Lin Yu as he stopped cultivating and softly inquired. Yes, Mr. Shangguan. Lin Yu nodded. This time in just a few minutes, you have mastered it. Within my memory, of the mecha masters who cultivate this technique, you are the only one who has mastered it so quickly. There was a hint of shock in Shangguan Wanner's eyes. Even for herself, it took her a full hour to barely master it. After that, you'll have to cultivate even more. Shangguan Wanner instructed. If you encounter any cultivation problems afterward, you can come directly to me. Understood. Thank you, Mr. Shangguan. Lin Yu responded with a smile. It's been a while since I came to Kunlun Mecha University. Every teacher I have met has been very responsive. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why Kunlun Mech University is the top mech university. Unlike some teachers in ordinary mecha universities, they stand on the podium and speak by themselves, and then leave directly after speaking. It doesn't matter if the students below understand or not. An hour or so passed quickly. Mo Shirting and Yiling had also grasped this chaotic viewing thought. At least the 2 of them were mech masters who had awakened saint-level mechs, and mastering this cultivation method was definitely a breeze. Well, that's it for this class. Seeing this, Shangguan Wanner slowly opened her mouth. This time, it was definitely the easiest time she had ever had as a teacher. Not only because there are only 3 students in the class, but also because these 3 students are all very talented. Basically, she hadn't bothered much. With that, Shangguan Wanner also left this classroom. Come on. Let's go back to the floating island first too. Lin Yu got up and said. Instead of practicing inside the classroom, go back to lying on the couch. After all, inside this Kunlun Mecha University, there wasn't a strict schedule. Most of the time in school, you basically make your own schedule. Sis, you're back. After Lin Yu returned to the floating island, as soon as he entered the house, he saw his sister Lin Wanner and Xiaoyu chatting. He didn't know what they were chatting about, but they were talking and laughing anyway. It looks like both of them are having a great time. Lin Yu was also very excited and happy to see Lin Wanner, carefully calculating that he hadn't seen his old sister for a while. At this moment, Mo Shitting and Yiling looked at Lin Wanner with unblinking eyes. They had long heard of Lin Wanner's legendary deeds. When they were choosing a mecha university, there was a big reason why they chose Kunlun Mecha University because of Lin Wanner. After all, they wanted to see the legend for themselves. Now the dream has come true. Hello, Sister Lin. I'm a classmate of the class president. My name is Yiling. Mo Shitting and Yiling quickly walked over and politely introduced themselves. The 2 of them felt very excited. Well, hello guys. Lin Wanner smiled slightly. The situation she was already listening to Xiaoyu just now. Now his own old brother is living with 3 beautiful women. It is enough to prove that his own old brother is very charming. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before her Lin family might be able to add a new member. Sis, did you get anything this time? Lin Yu then inquired. Currently, Lin Wanner's mech was still at the emperor level. If you want to upgrade to become a saint level mecha, I guess the conditions shouldn't be so easy to accomplish. It's almost done, so for now it's just a matter of raising the mecha master level up. Lin Wanner had worked very hard during this period of time, and it was considered that her efforts had been successful, reaching the conditions for her mech evolution one by one. As soon as she breaks through to a 10-star mecha master, her mech would be able to evolve into a saint level mech. That's good. Lin Yu nodded slightly. If his oldest sister ran into any trouble, Lin Yu still thought about whether or not he could help. It seems that he had worried too much. Older brother. My sister's future cultivation will depend on you. Lin Wana was obviously already aware that as long as she cultivated by Lin Yu's side, she would be able to improve faster. Righteous. Lin Yu patted his chest. That's all. Older sister Lin Wana also moved right over and lived together. Soon everyone was also sitting cross-legged beside Lin Yu and cultivating. Lin Yu, on the other hand, sat there and started surfing the internet, browsing through various news. The hours passed quickly. Just after 5 in the afternoon, Lin Wan stopped cultivating. She was also now truly appreciating that cultivating beside Lin Yu did improve much faster. In just a few short hours, her own psychic energy value had increased by a full 200 or so. In this way, one might be able to break through to a 10-star Mecha Master faster and smoother. Immediately after, Xiao Yu, Mo Ting and Yiling also stopped cultivating. It's almost 6. Let's go eat first. I'm already hungry. Seeing this, Lin Yu proposed. They still have to eat every day now. As long as one could ascend to Star Mecha Master, their body would undergo a metamorphosis and become complete with a kind of transcendental evolution. After that, you don't need to eat to energize your body. Upon entering the cafeteria, in an instant, the eyes of everyone inside looked over. Good guy ah. This Lin Yu is surrounded by 4 school flower level great beauties. It's really enviable. Lin Wanner is actually Lin Wanner. I haven't seen her for a long time. She's simply getting more and more beautiful. No, I have to find a way to get on good terms with my brother-in-law. That's my brother-in-law. All kinds of envious glances. Even if they were accompanied by only one school beauty, they would still be satisfied. After Lin Yu saw the envious eyes of each and every one of them, he felt that it was a nice treat. Sister, you order the food. After sitting down, Lin Yu looked at Lin Wan. Good. Lin Wan's fingers quickly clicked after receiving the electronic menu. It didn't take a moment to order. After almost 20 minutes of waiting patiently, a delicious dish was brought to the table. The colors and flavors are so rich that just the sight of it whets your appetite. It's true that it's still one or you who can order. Xiao Yu smiled faintly. These dishes were basically her favorite as well. Everyone started enjoying themselves. Watching Xiao Yu and the girls eat was also very beautiful. It made a lot of the boys around them look a little dumbfounded. Dang. Almost as soon as Lin Yu and the others had just finished their dinner, 3 loud bells rang out. Immediately afterward, every student in the seed class received an emergency assembly message. Seeing this, everyone quickly went forward to the meeting place. It seems like something big is happening. At this moment, Lin Wanner said, I still remember the last time the bell rang. It was when the beast tide broke out. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. Let's go. We'll go to the gathering point first as well. Lin Wanner continued. They weren't that far from the rendezvous point. It didn't take long to arrive. The meeting point was a very wide square. At the same time there were hundreds of warplanes parked at the edge of this square, all seemingly in a state of readiness. Looks like it's an away mission. On the square, all the students from the seed classes of Kunlun Mecha University gathered here. Look around. There are thousands of them. However, not all of the seed class students had arrived, and there were still some students inside the replicas and secret realms, who had no way to receive the news in time. It looks like there's probably some kind of big mission this time. That's good. My mech has been starting for a long time. It's just the right time to have a good activity. Me too. My strength has increased greatly in recent times. I hope it's not too difficult this time. Come here and wait in the process. People couldn't help but discuss and speculate what kind of big thing this one would be. Rather, they didn't keep everyone waiting too long. On the high platform, a middle-aged man walked up. Quiet. With a word from him, everyone was also quiet for a moment. Sis, who is he? Lin Yu couldn't help but inquire in a small voice. This middle-aged man had a powerful aura. It was certain that it was definitely a powerful mecha master. One of the instructional directors of Kunlun Mecha University, Wang Kai, is a stellar mecha master. Lin Wanner introduced. The one who awakened is a saint-level mecha, and it's still a very special mecha. It's possible to change 2 forms. This caused Lin Yu to suck in a breath. A mech that can change form. This is also the first time Lin Yu has heard of it. His heart was incomparably curious, and if he had the chance, he really wanted to see such a special mech with his own eyes. Also stellar mecha masters, in this world, were currently considered to be in the top tier of powerhouses. I think everyone should know about the Sun Country. It's because this Sun Country violated the rules in developing special drugs that led to a leak, thus causing the giant beasts inside the entire ocean to mutate. Nowadays, our country's cities near the sea have been attacked by oceanic beasts one after another, and in huge numbers. All the forces have already sent people out. Kunlun Mecha University, naturally can't lag behind either. All the seed class students listen to the order. Each of them form a team and set out to cut down on the number of behemoths. Each student must kill at least 500 of them as well. Wan Kai was very serious on the high stage. It wasn't very loud, but it was loud enough for every student to hear. AI. This damn sun country. Not only has it been exterminated, but we still have to clean up this situation. Yes, this ocean beast was already more powerful than the land beasts. And at the same time the numbers are terrifying. Plus the mutation. The strength will be even stronger. That's a bit of a big request this time. At least 500 giant beasts each. Good thing there's no time requirement. It's just summer homework anyway. After hearing Wang Kai's words, everyone understood exactly what this mission was. It wasn't just their Longxia country that faced the threat of the oceanic beasts. It's the same in other countries. Mutated ocean giants, too, are attacking other countries' cities by the sea. It's also that this sun kingdom has been decimated. Otherwise, they would all have to make a move to destroy it. It's really hateful. A small island nation that has mutated all the giants of the ocean has undoubtedly brought a huge crisis to the whole world. If not handled well, all of humanity could perish. Sis, let's team up with exactly 5 people. Lin Yu proposed. Good. Lin Wanner nodded her head and responded. With everyone teamed up and done, then he entered inside a fighter plane. As the hatch opened, the fighter took off immediately. Inside the inside of a fighter plane, Lin Yu and the others sat on chairs. A projection appeared in front of them at that moment. Above is the location of their team's target. We've been assigned to fight in the magic capital city area. Devil's capital city is the city closest to the sea, and I'm afraid that the number of oceanic beasts is also the highest. So after arriving, everyone should always be careful. Through this message, it is now known that the ocean giants that have rushed onto the land are basically around level 50. Lin Wanair said seriously and gravely to everyone. This is not an act. Instead, it's a real battle. Even a small carelessness may be directly costly in terms of paying with your life. Understood. Lin Yu and the others hurriedly nodded and responded. All took this mission very seriously. There's still 4 hours to go before our destination, so everyone just rest and drop by. Lin Wanner glanced at the estimated time for the warplanes to reach the magic capital city and spoke again. The reason why ocean giants are starting to make their way onto land. It must be because there are too many of them, resulting in not even enough of the entire ocean for them to survive. So it will come to occupy the land. At present, there is no way for mankind to eliminate all the giants in the ocean. What we can do now is to minimize the number of giant beasts as much as possible. This time, there were the 2 of them, Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu. The strength of their entire team had also become much stronger directly. The 4 hours passed quickly. At this moment, Lin Yu and the others had already arrived in the skies above the magic capital city. At a glance, a huge ocean beast was still coming towards the magic capital city, and many mechs were fighting their way through the front lines. Once the coastal areas were overrun by marine giants, the consequences were unimaginable. The battle begins. As the hatch of the fighter opened, everyone jumped out. High in the air, the mech was summoned directly. As the mech appeared, they also turned into a ray of light and entered the interior of the mech. Boom boom boom. Heaven and earth slash. Black hole devouring. Obsidian thunder unleashed. Lin Yu maneuvered the Pango Mecha holding the heaven opening axe and unceasingly executed his mecha skills. Congratulations on killing a level 48 ocean beast. Congratulations on killing a level 52 ocean beast. Congratulations on killing a level 50 ocean beast. At the same time, the system's voice rang out inside his head. Lin Yu once again sped up his attack. The scene. It was beyond shocking to be seen by the other mechs. This too is too violent. Basically, those oceanic giants were directly instantly killed by the might that erupted from Lin Yu's mecha skills. Lin Wanner, Xiao Yu, Emosher Ting and Yi Ling were also swiftly slaying the giant beasts. The might that erupted out of them were all extremely terrifying, and it was easy to face these giant beasts. With them in the middle of the battle, it instantly made the mechs that were originally present less stressed. Great! Magic Capital City is able to hold. Yes, and my family can live too. Finally, strong support has come. My psychic energy value is almost depleted. 100 only, 200 only, 500 only. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Yu had killed 500 ocean giants. Easily accomplished. The number of giant beasts in front of them was rapidly decreasing, seemingly seeing the terrifying strength of Lin Yu and the others. Those giant beasts that originally wanted to rush out of the sea also stopped and dived back to the bottom of the sea. It continued for a few minutes. The last of the behemoths was taken care of. At this very moment, outside of the magic capital city there were corpses of giant beasts all over the place. The smell of blood filled the place even more. A large amount of giant beast blood merged inside the sea, causing an area to be dyed red. Awesome. Yes, in our case it's incomparably powerful behemoths, but in front of them, those behemoths are like tofu, worthy of being a student of Kunlun Mecha University. The other mechs, seeing the backs of Lin Yu and their mechs, sighed. They also received a message just now, knowing that Lin Yu and the others were sent by Kunlun Mecha University to support them. These ocean giants are smart. They know we're powerful. They don't dare to venture out now. Lin Yu took a glance at the entire sea. The entire sea was very calm, as if nothing had happened. In total, they had only tackled a few thousand behemoths, just the tip of the iceberg. These ocean giants have truly mutated, Mo Shirting exclaimed. They all saw it clearly. The body of every oceanic beast became hideous and terrifying. Some of the giant beasts' bodies became deformed. It was also thanks to the fact that Lin Yu and the others were powerful, so it was very easy and smooth to solve it just now. So, what should we do next? Yiling asked curiously. If we leave now, it's possible that the ocean beast will come charging up again, but there's no telling how long we'll be here if we don't leave. The situation now is to go down to the sea and further decimate the number of ocean giants. Lin Wanner slowly spoke. Since these ocean giants didn't dare to rush up, they would have no choice but to go down to the sea. Once the abatement has reached a certain number, it's expected to be slightly more peaceful for a while afterwards. Undersea combat. I've never tried it before. Lin Yu laughed. It wasn't just him. Mo Shirting and Yiling had never operated a mech in the sea in combat before. Actually, the feeling of fighting in the sea is just like being in a gravity chamber. Xiao Yu explained. The further down this seabed goes, the more pressure there is. Hearing this, Lin Yu and the others nodded. I see. Lin Yu got confident. Sis, when do we start? I'm ready, okay. He himself had practiced in the gravity chamber for so long, and had greatly improved. This time when he entered the sea for a battle, he was confident that he could accomplish the task well and abate a certain number of demonic beasts. There's no rush. Let's go to the Mecha command in Magic Capital City first to find out what's going on. Lin Wan'er responded with a sentence. After that, everyone summoned their mechs back as well. Then came the middle of the Magic City, led by a mechmeister. They quickly entered inside a command room. At this moment, some of the great mecha masters of the Magic Capital City had gathered here. Welcome, welcome. I'm the mayor of Magic Capital City, Kai Koan. A middle-aged man with a center-parted hairbrush welcomed enthusiastically. The others looked at Lin Yu and the others with gratitude in their eyes. The oceanic behemoth eruption was too sudden, and on a scale no less than some of the great beast tides of rank. All of the powerful mecha division of the Magic Capital City, all of them attacked and stubbornly resisted for several days. This is just a short period of time of these few days. The mecha masters of Magic Capital City have fallen a lot. Today's ocean giants are even more times the size of the previous ones. Luckily, Lin Yu and the others arrived in time, just like the god of war descending into the world, and easily solved those giant beasts. It gives them hope. Luckily there is a strong country. Just in the last few days, several small coastal countries have been occupied. Over on the western continent, there were several cities along the coast that were destroyed by the behemoths. The living space of human beings is being squeezed little by little. If it continues like this, it is expected that at some point in the future, the human race will completely disappear from this world. Mayor Kai, you guys should have explored, right? So please share the information about the exploration of the sea area with us. Lin Wanner spoke directly. No problem, Mayor Kai Koan signaled, and a man next to him tapped his hands on the keyboard a few times. Then a 3D projection appeared in everyone's eyes. Through this projection, one could clearly see the specifics of this sea outside of the Magic Capital City. Even the topography of the seabed was surveyed. It was enough to show that the level of human technology was still quite high. Through their surveys, the bottom of the ocean is now full of giants. This one has the largest number of giant beasts in the underwater valley. I judge that there should be a beast king present here. In the short span of 10 seconds or so, Lin Wan'er quickly made a judgment and guess with her experience. Generally speaking, the beast king was behind the launch of the beast tide. So, Lin Wan'er felt that there should be a beast king inside this underwater valley. Beast king level behemoths weren't just high ranked, they were also extremely intelligent. I sent several detectors down to this area, but unfortunately they were all destroyed before they could reach it. So the situation inside the underwater valley is not very clear to us. Mayor Kai Koan shook his head and sighed. He's very clear. If there really was a beast king present there, even if they abetted more ocean giants it would be useless. The beast king had to be gotten rid of in order for the crisis to be greatly reduced. I know. Lin Wanner nodded. Please prepare a restroom for us. Okay. Mayor Kai Koan even led it personally. Upon entering a large lounge, Lin Wan'er was also telling everyone to take a good rest. After drinking some water and simply resting for a few minutes, Lin Yu looked at Lin Wan'er. Sister, what's your plan? Xiao Yu and I will head to that underwater valley. If there really is a beast king it must be resolved. Lin Wan'er said calmly. Currently here, it was just her and Xiao Yu who were the strongest. with their mecha levels at level 80, so the two of them really are the best fit at the moment. Lin Yu, Mo Shi Ting, Yi Ling, the three of you will destroy the giant beasts underneath the nearest seafloor. Lin Wan Er was, at this moment, disguised as a commander, but it's too dangerous for just the two of you to go. Lin Yu worried. Don't worry, your sister and I have yet to show our truly powerful strength. Xiaoyu smiled faintly. If you can't even deal with us, then you guys going is even more of a death sentence. Besides, Wan Er and I have means of escape. Do you? That's why you'd better behave yourself. Brother Lin. Indeed, if they went together. In case the Beast King is as terrifying as it is, not a rival. It's not bad to run away when the time comes, but you'll get dragged into it instead. I understand. Sister and you. Senior sister. Be careful, Lin Yu instructed. Xiaoyu was touched in his heart. This is what it feels like to be feared. Pretty good. It continued to rest for almost half an hour. The psychic energy value in everyone's body was fully restored. After getting out of town, one after another, they summoned their own mechs. Lin Wanner and Xiaoyu maneuvered their mechs and flew towards the coordinates of that underwater valley, looking towards the backs of the two of their mechs getting farther and farther away, gradually disappearing in his eyes. Lin Yu sighed. Still have to become stronger to do that. Alright, let's start too. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu looked at Mo Shitting and Yi Ling. All be safe. They now had to eliminate the behemoths beneath the docking waters first. Time for a break just now. Lin Wanner and Xiaoyu also gave them pointers to explain the essentials of undersea combat. One point in particular. One must be extraordinarily in control of one's psychic energy value. Once he realized that his psychic energy value was almost depleted, he had to leave the bottom of the sea in time. Otherwise, without the spiritual energy value, the mech would not be able to continue to operate and maintain, and would dissipate. The Mecha Master's body would be instantly crushed by the immense pressure at the bottom of the sea. Extremely dangerous. Even the waters offshore are thousands of meters from the bottom of the sea. Aha! Mo Shi Ting and Yi Ling both nodded their heads. Next, the three of them also started to maneuver their mechs individually and began to embed themselves in the bottom of the sea. Soon, the three giant mechs completely entered inside the sea. It's starting to fall. Instead, it didn't take long to get to the bottom of the sea. At this time, located 1,000 meters under the sea, the pressure here, for Lin Yu and the others, was completely the kind that could not be felt. Well, at least they had practiced a lot in the gravity chamber before. They show up. All at once, they startled the giants at the bottom of the sea. The battle was imminent. Those undersea giants rushed towards Lin Yu and the others, seemingly wanting to tear their mechs apart. Boom boom boom. The mighty energy that erupted from the battle caused the entire seabed to tremble. Kill level 50 Ocean Beast. Kill level 48 Ocean Beast. In just a few short minutes, Lin Yu alone had killed hundreds of oceanic giants that had been decimated. Most of these ocean giants were around level 50. Even at the bottom of this sea, it was very easy for Lin Yu and the others to solve it. Especially Lin Yu. Basically, he controlled the Pango mech to chop down with an axe, directly killing him with a single blow. Currently there were only the occasional one or two behemoths here that could withstand the first strike. At this moment, Lin Yu looked at Mo Shitting and Yi Ling. The two of them were also fighting with ease and ease. Even though Yi Ling's mecha was good at air combat, when it came to the bottom of this sea, it was still able to explode with great power. It's kind of rank suppression. Well, at least Yi Ling's mech level was at level 60. Facing these level 50 or so ocean beasts was basically considered easy. I don't know how my sister and the girls are doing. Did it go well? Lin Yu muttered. And after an axe fell, the head of an ocean beast was directly chopped off. Kill level 49 ocean beast. In a flash. Unawareness. An hour passed. After Lin Yu and the three of them continued to work hard, they were finally able to kill all of the oceanic giants in this area. How are you guys doing? Lin Yu hurriedly inquired. I don't have much spiritual energy value left, Mo Shi Ting replied. Squad leader. Me too. The psychic energy value is about to run out. Yi Ling's voice rang out. You guys go ashore first and recover your spiritual energy value. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately said, I still have a lot of psychic energy value, so I can continue to go and abate some of the oceanic giants. Coupled with the Kijin body, a certain amount of psychic energy value can be recovered every second as long as you are in the middle of a combat situation. In a sense, Lin Yu is now equivalent to unlimited psychic energy value. Squad leader, take care of your safety. Don't be too risky, Mo Shi Ting couldn't help but remind. Subsequently, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling maneuvered their mechs upwards. 1 minute later, squad leader, we've reached the shore. Yi Ling's voice rang out. Got it, Lin Yu replied. With them safely ashore, Lin Yu was also relieved. There's no one else here, so it's just as well that I can summon my own Nuwa Mecha. Lin Yu smiled in his heart. Manhwa Mecha summoned. In the next second, a giant mecha appeared beside the Pangu Mecha. Lin Yu transformed into a ray of light, rushing out from inside the Panga Mech and entering the Manhwa Mech. It's a different kind of powerful energy again. After entering the Manhwa Mech, Lin Yu clearly felt the power of this Manhwa Mech. The mind marveled. Ding dong, as you have successfully summoned the second mech, awakening a new skill automatic battle. Enable automatic battle mode. Your mech can be operated without the need for a mech master. Reminder, making a mech fight automatically will consume 100,000 psychic energy values. At this point, the system's voice rang out. This made Lin Yu very excited. Great! Lin Yu nodded. Later on, when all 7 of his own mechs were summoned, how cool it would be. Only, it takes way too much psychic energy value. A full 100,000 is needed. If he awakened all of his mechs in the future and made all 7 mechs fight automatically, then he would have to have 700,000 psychic energy values. However, with the organic god body in place, having 700,000 psychic energy values in the future was not a concern. Then try it. Enable automatic battle mode for the Pango Mech. In an instant, the 100,000 spiritual energy value in Lin Yu's body was consumed. Ding dong. In the next instant, Lin Yu could see the eyes of the Pango Mech flashing with a light, as if it possessed life. Pango Mecha. Automatic battle mode on. Note, the current auto battle time is 10 minutes, and as your mech master level increases, the sustain time will increase accordingly. The system's voice sounded again. For a time, it also allowed Lin Yu to understand a lot. Depart. Lin Yu maneuvered the Manhwa Mech and quickly rushed out. At the bottom of this sea, the Manhwa Mechs are much more maneuverable, allowing Lin Yu to maneuver. The entire person clearly felt very comfortable. If it's a different mech, it brings a different control experience. Discord mechs follow automatically. It took almost only a few minutes to move swiftly along the seabed. Then the dense and countless ocean giants happened again. Go on, my Discordian mech, with Lin Yu's command. With the opening axe in hand, the Discordian mecha then quickly rushed forward. Boom, boom, boom. The heaven and earth chop was executed. And when an axe went down, it shook the heavens and shook the earth, directly opening up an abyssal crack in the seabed. Your Pango Mecha kills a level 50 ocean beast. Cool. Lin Yu gulped. It feels like this Pango Mech fights automatically, completely more violent and terrifying than controlling the fight yourself. Mecha skill combo, a dragon burst. It was simply like a god of killing. Buddha blocking the Buddha and God blocking the god. It was as if the real great god Pangu had possessed him. Pust. A huge ocean beast was then split in half alive by the heaven opening axe. Now that I think about it, consuming 100,000 spiritual energy value is completely worth it. Lin Yu nodded and said with some certainty. Immediately after, Lin Yu also maneuvered the Manhwa Mech to join the battle. Most of the automatically awakened skills of the Manhwa Mech are long-range skills. It just so happens that there's a Discordian mech in front of it as a tank. Lin Yu then began to output at full power from the rear. Boom boom boom. The 2 god-level mechs began to enter into a fierce battle, causing the entire seabed to completely shake. One undersea beast was swiftly killed. This kind of spike is just too good to be true. The 10 minutes passed quickly. Ding dong, Pangu auto battle is over. With the system voice ringing out afterward, the Pango Mech also turned into light and disappeared into place, returning to the mech space within Lin Yu's body. That is, just 10 minutes of time. Pango Mecha automatic fighting. It is enough to eliminate to more than 700 behemoths. This efficiency is still okay. If the mechs were of a higher grade, perhaps the number could have been added to. At this point, in this entire bottom of the sea, it was just the Manhwa Mech he was piloting. There were still a large number of oceanic giants around, and they were now rushing towards Lin Yu. Facing such a huge number of giant beasts, Lin Yu wasn't afraid at all. It was only because the Manhwa Mech had a divine-ranked mech skill, Space Shuttle. In the event of some sort of danger, you can rely on this skill to get away quickly. That is to say, now Lin Yu also had an effective means of escape. Hours passed quickly. Lin Yu relied on the large amount of spiritual energy value in his body to continuously perform the skills of the Manhwa Mecha. The giant beasts in front of them were easily killed. For a while, Lin Yu couldn't even remember how many oceanic beasts he had killed, but it's safe to assume that there must be at least tens of thousands of them. But at this moment, the oceanic giants in front of them were still densely packed, as if they could never be killed. But it's good to see that it's also abated a certain amount. It was estimated that these ocean giants wouldn't be rushing onto land again for a short time behind this. Rumble. At this moment, those oceanic giants had surrounded Lin Yu in layers. Not playing with you guys. Lin Yu laughed as the corners of his mouth quirked. Space Shuttle activated. In an instant, Lin Yu, including the Manhwa Mech, instantly disappeared into the bottom of this sea. Shoo! In the sky, a space ripped open. Lin Yu controlled the manhwa mech and rushed out from within. The entire giant manhwa mech was suspended in the air. Is this what it feels like to control a mech and fly through the sky? Lin Yu nodded, happy, having always wanted to try it out. Lin Yu then experienced it again. Manhwa mechs fly extremely fast, even achieve a kind of instantaneous movement effect. My current spiritual energy value is only about 20,000 or so left. After experiencing flight properly, Lin Yu then sensed again. Imperative. It was still necessary to restore one's psychic energy value first. Immediately after, Lin Yu once again summoned the Discordian Mecha. Next, Lin Yu entered the Panga mech and then summoned the manhwa mech back into the mech space. Currently, the fact that he possessed a second god-ranked mecha could not be discovered by anyone else. After all, he himself is not absolutely strong yet. It was a good thing that the Panga mech had also mastered flying mechs. Only it didn't fly as fast as the manhwa mech. Started flying in the direction of the magic capital city. That's almost 10 minutes or so. Just see the land. Continue to accelerate your flight. Then he managed to get back to land. Soon, Mo Shitting and Yiling piloted their mechs to find Lin Yu. Squad leader. Finally we found you, causing us to be worried to death, Yiling said in a hurry. After they returned to the shore earlier, they immediately began to recover their own psychic energy value. It took almost an hour for all the psychic energy value in his body to recover. Seeing that Lin Yu had not yet come out, they also quickly summoned their mechs and once again entered the sea. But they hadn't spotted Lin Yu's shadow at all. Couldn't help but worry. Good on. Now that they saw that Lin Yu was safe and sound, they also breathed a deep sigh of relief at this moment. Have my sister and the girls returned? Lin Yu softly inquired. Not yet, Mo Shitting replied. Currently Mordor City has also sent out drones to scout the area. The sea was calm and everything seemed normal. However, the equipment that had been dropped down to probe the seabed had just dived less than 100 meters to the bottom of the sea before it was directly destroyed by the behemoth. So, at the moment it is unknown what is going on down there in that underwater valley area. Several hours have passed now. Haven't heard from them yet. There was a vague feeling that there should be some sort of trouble. Got it. Then I'll recover my spiritual energy value first, Lin Yu answered. After summoning the Discordian Mecha back, Lin Yu landed on the ground. Soon sit cross-legged. Run the star cultivation method. A steady stream of energy from the surrounding heaven and earth surged into Lin Yu's body. The consumed psychic energy value was also recovering rapidly. I have to quickly recover my psychic energy value and then go to support my sister and the girls. The two of them, Mo Shitting and Yiling, were silently guarding. In case of any danger, they were also able to maneuver their mechs to protect Lin Yu in the first place. As a little bit of time passes, it's a good thing the Kijin body is strong. Less than an hour, the self-psychic energy value was then fully restored. Pancake Mecha summoning. Afterwards, Lin Yu continued to summon his mecha and entered it. Mo Shitting. Yiling, I'm going to go support my sister and the girls, Lin Yu quickly said. You guys don't need to follow. Squad leader, let's stay together. There's strength in numbers, Mo Shitting proposed. That's it. Yiling followed and nodded. That's fine. When the time comes, you guys will meet them outside. Lin Yu agreed after thinking for a few seconds. After the decision is made, three mechs quickly rose, flying towards the coordinates of that underwater valley. It was almost tens of kilometers in a straight line from the coordinates of that underwater valley. The speed at which Lin Yu and the others were flying was considered very fast. It almost only took half an hour. Just arrived over the coordinates. There is another flyer here at this time. This flying machine was the drone detector sent out by Mordor City. In the meantime, inside the command room of the magic capital city, they could also see the images transmitted back from the drones. On the screen, Lin Yu maneuvered the Panga mech and surged directly into the sea. Mo Shitting and Yiling, the two of them, were waiting outside to receive them. Once you enter the sea, Lin Yu could then feel a shockwave of energy, which made him speed up even more. With a constant dive, the underwater valley was soon in sight. Inside the valley, the two mechs, sister Lin Wanner and schoolmate Xiao Yu, were fiercely fighting those giant beasts. There were even huge legions of giant beasts gathered around this underwater valley. The numbers are horribly amazing. If all of these undersea giants, all of them rushed out to ascend to the continent, I'm afraid that it would really be difficult for humans to resist. Sister, schoolmate, let me help you. Lin Yu quickly entered inside the valley and joined the battle. The giant beasts inside this valley were going to be much more powerful. Universally, they are level 60 behemoths. Lin Yu, you shouldn't have come. Lin Wan airside. The wood has been turned. There was no point in her saying anything more now. Lin Yu, this underwater valley has a special prohibition. It's impossible to leave. Xiao Yu said quickly. What the hell happened? Lin Yu inquired as he fought. The district is just a valley. In theory, it should be a very easy thing for the two of them, the two 8-star Mecha Masters, to break away from the battle and leave this valley. There is indeed a level 70 Beast King here. One Air and I will team up to kill him. However, when this Beast King was dying, he seemed to have activated some kind of device that sealed the entire valley this space. It can't go in or out. These oceanic giants are also pouring in like they've gone mad. Xiao Yu explains simply. Instead, it also allowed Lin Yu to quickly understand the whole thing. Fortunately, Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu were strong enough to hold on until now. This was the first time both of them had encountered such a situation. Never before had he encountered a situation where space was blocked and he couldn't leave, and it's still at the bottom of the sea. Once the psychic energy value was depleted, they would surely die. Mo shitting. Yi Ling, can you hear me? Lin Yu hurriedly called out, thinking, I told the two of them to hurry up and signal for help. They won't be able to hear. This space seal, any means of communication is useless, Xiao Yu reminded. Senior sister, did your divine eyes see anything? Lin Yu once again inquired. This question was superfluous for Lin Yu to ask. It was thought that Xiao Yu had long ago exerted his divine eye ability, and if he had really discovered anything, he would definitely not be here now. My divine eyes can only see that the entirety of this underwater valley is wrapped in a circular barrier, Xiao Yu replied. This seal is very strong. Even if one Air and I attacked it with all our strength, it would remain intact. This one is definitely considered a super crisis. So, is there a way? Lin Yu nodded. There's no way but to hold on as quickly as possible. Lin Wanner calmly said. The more you get to this point, the more you have to calm down. Once it's messed up, that's one step closer to death. Heaven and Earth slash. Tendo chains unleashed. Black hole devouring developed. Lin Yu manipulated the Panga mech, and the mech skills he had mastered began to output violently. Boom boom boom. A boom. A giant beast annihilated in it. All of a sudden, the pressure on Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu became much less. Keep this up. It's not an option either. Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu had limited spiritual energy values and had held out for such a long time, so I'm afraid that the spiritual energy values in their bodies were about to be consumed. What the hell is the solution? Lin Yu kept thinking inside his head. Right. Suddenly, Lin Yu suddenly thought of something. Can this space trap itself? Thinking of this, Lin Yu maneuvered the Discordian mecha and quickly flew up. One try and you'll see. Lin Yu maneuvered the mech to rise quickly. In just a few seconds, it had risen to the top of the valley and continued on for almost 500 or 600 meters. Still unaffected. Senior sister, can you hear me? Lin Yu hurriedly spoke. However, he was unable to hear Xiao Yu speak back. In that case, one had already left the spatial ceiling range of this valley. It can't trap itself. Immediately after, Lin Yu maneuvered the mech to quickly land inside the valley once again. The space blockade here can't trap me, Lin Yu said with some excitement. I have a way to take you guys out of here. It's worthy of being a god-level mecha. Xiao Yu sighed. Just now when Lin Yu had maneuvered the mech to charge up, she had also once again exerted her divine eyes. It can be clearly seen. Lin Yu's mecha easily passed through that barrier. But how are you going to take us out? Lin Wanner couldn't help but shake her head. This is indeed a problem. Don't worry. I have a way to try. Lin Yu smiled confidently. It seemed like he had to show off his second god-level mecha in front of his oldest sister and his schoolmates. Come out. Nuwa Mecha. Nuwa Mecha summoning. Next, beside the Panga mech, the Nuwa mech was quickly summoned. Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu were both incomparably shocked at the moment. It's actually another god-level mecha, Xiao Yu said incredulously. Brother Lin, you're too good. Unheard of. From ancient times to the present, mechs can only awaken one mech to come. She had never heard that a mech master could still have two mechs. Now that Lin Yu had summoned a mecha once again, it was already shocking enough. But this second mecha was actually a god-level mecha as well. This is even more shocking to an extreme. Could it be the legendary machine god body? Yi Wanner muttered slowly. She had seen it before in an ancient secret realm mural. Originally, I thought it was just a legend. I didn't realize it was real. Moreover, the owner of this machine god body was still his own brother. One Air. What is the machine god body? Xiao Yu asked curiously. I'm not very clear on the specifics, but what I can tell is that this machine god body can awaken 7 mechs to come. Yi Wanner replied. 7? Xiao Yu was once again stunned. Brother Lin, this is too powerful for you. You're definitely the world's top mecha genius now. There's no one, Xiao Yu exclaimed. She had a hunch that maybe the mechs that Lin Yu awakened afterward were all god level. When the time came, all 7 god-ranked mechs were summoned. The scene was absolutely shocking to the point of explosion. There are a total of 7 god-level mechs like this one. Old man, Xiao Yu had even imagined how Lin Yu would look like when he was pretending to be a bully. With the summoning of the Nuwa mech out of the way, Lin Yu quickly moved from the Panga mech. into the new mech, then summoned the Discordian mech back. Space shuttle activated. That's great. This spatial shuttling god rank skill could be activated. Sister, schoolmate, come over here. Hold my hand. I'll lead you through space. Lin Yu quickly said. Understood. Coming. Lin Wanner and Xiaoyu maneuvered their mechs and quickly came to the side of the new mech. The three mechs held hands after that. In an instant, they just disappeared into thin air. In the sky, a huge spatial crack appeared. Three mechs quickly rushed out of it. After successfully coming out, Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim, survived. Immediately afterward, she took a closer look at Lin Yu's new mech. This mech is too cool. It seems to have an absolute advantage in air combat. Xiaoyu judged. Her mechs are all mechs that specialize in aerial combat, but she knew very well that her own mech was just some little trash in front of this new mech. Not bad. Lin Yu humbly laughed. Next, he summoned the Pango mech once again and retrieved the new mech into the mech space. Sister, senior sister Xiao, please keep the matter of my machine god body a secret. Lin Yu gave a serious command. Don't worry. Lin Wanner nodded. Understood. Xiaoyu responded. They are both well aware of the pros and cons of this. To know, mechs aren't just able to take over through special means. Even the body of a mech can be taken over. Once the news of the machine god body is exposed, those who possess such a means will surely lay their hands on Lin Yu. Therefore, Lin Yu, who didn't have the absolute ability to defend himself, couldn't be exposed right now. Otherwise, he was just staying at the Kunlun Mecha University all the time, and I'm afraid it wasn't that safe. This time we'll go back and celebrate. The Beast King of the sea area has been gotten rid of, so it's estimated that this latter period of time will usher in a short period of peace. Xiaoyu continued. Brother Lin, for saving my life, I have no way to repay you, so I can only give my body to you. Lin Yu, why do you have a feeling that the loss seems to be your own? Alright, let's get out of here first. Lin Wan'er reminded. The next step was also to rendezvous with Mo Ting and Yi Ling, and then everyone in the group maneuvered their mechs to quickly return to the magic capital city. This time, Lin Yu felt quite lucky. Without the new mech, perhaps, he would just have to watch his sister and Xiaoyu die in front of him. There was indeed a Beast King inside that underwater valley, and we've already eliminated it. I guess it will be much more peaceful for some time to come, but the number of undersea giants is still huge. That's why the Mecha Masters of Magic Capital City still have to work hard to improve. Back in the command room of the Mecha Division of Magic Capital City, Lin Wanner looked at that Mayor Kai Koan and said calmly, hearing that the Beast King has been taken care of. Everyone else couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you, helping the Magic Capital City to resolve this crisis. On behalf of everyone in the Magic Capital City, I thank you. In the next second, Mayor Kai Koan bowed to Lin Yu and the others and thanked them. Seems like a good mayor, too. Alright, what's the situation with the other coastal cities? Lin Wanner inquired. If any of the other townspeople were still in danger, then they would have to rush over to support them now. Once a city is taken over by a giant beast, that would have been a god-awful lot of bad news. Accurate news has been received, and the various coastal cities and pools have basically stabilized at the moment, also thanks to the timely support of the mecha powerhouses. Mayor Kai Koan replied in a hurry. However, everyone understands, it's only a short-lived peace now. At some point in the future, those ocean giants will still come rushing up. It was still imperative for humanity to quickly improve its overall strength. That's good. Lin Wan'er nodded. So much for that. They could also return directly to Kunlun Mecha University. Sister, why don't we stay here in Magic Capital City for a day or two? There are several copies of the Magic Capital City, so come all the way here and clear the copies before returning. After coming out of the command room, Lin Yu proposed. Nowadays, copies in secret realms are mutated. Especially the copies. The rewards an individual gets after passing the level for the first time have become much more lucrative. Good. Lin Wanner nodded. The highest level of this Magic Capital City's copy is only level 40, so the three of you should team up and go. Since it's going to be here for a day or two, Lin Wan'er intended to go to the bottom of the sea to abate the number of oceanic giants some more. Say, can we go find something to eat first? Xiaoyu raised her hand. Battled hard for hours inside that underwater valley. Now she was famished. The magic city is huge. The whole city is completely cyberpunk. A skyscraper looks all very impressive. Now the crisis has been temporarily lifted. The whole city is also rapidly functioning normally. Lin Yu and the others wandered around inside for a while before they found a restaurant that was open. After entering the restaurant, it's a straight-up order. Definitely enough for them. As a little bit of time passes, the streets were also crowded with people, and this restaurant had more customers, and the kitchen became even busier all of a sudden. Looking around, everyone was talking and laughing as if that crisis or whatever had never happened. This kid is so lucky. for superb beauties by his side. He's handsome and has that right. Envious. So envious. Looking at the way they're all dressed, they all seem to be mechs. As there were more guests at the restaurant, many people's gazes, too, looked towards Lin Yu and the others, especially some of the boys. When they saw Lin Wanner, Xiao Yu and their 4 girls, a hint of greed, desire, and evil thoughts couldn't help but surface in their eyes. It continued for a short while. The ordered dishes were all served. Lin Yu and the others were eating it themselves. Although the taste was not as good as the cafeteria of Kunlun Mecha University, it was still quite delicious. Eat and drink. Pay up. Lin Yu and the others then walked out from inside the restaurant. You guys go to the copies first. Lin Wan'er smiled. Xiao Yu and I will go and reduce the number of giant beasts some more. Sis, you guys stay safe. Lin Yu responded. Subsequently, after watching Lin Wan'er and Xiao Yu's backs disappear, Lin Yu then looked at Mo Shitting and Yiling. Let's start passing through the copies here as well. Through an online query, it is also quickly understood. Magic City. There are a total of 5 copies. 1 copy for newbies, 2 level 20 copies, 1 level 30 copy, 1 level 10 copy, less than 2 hours. With these 5 copies, Lin Yu and the others easily cleared them. Since it was a low-level copy, the rewards they got were of little value to them. If they were only at the rank of 2-star or 3-star Mecha Masters now, then these rewards, it would definitely be a very good existence. The best reward Lin Yu got was a level 40 copy of a high-level mech skill. It's still kind of useful. As for the rewards you get for level 30 and 20, they're not so good, and that newbie copy got a level 10 psychic energy when you cleared it. It seems like we still have to clear the advanced copies. Lin Yu sighed at this moment. Mo Shitting and Yiling also nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Lin Yu instantly got up and looked in a direction, his face somewhat grave. Squad leader, what's wrong? Yiling hurriedly inquired. Mo Shitting followed Lin Yu's gaze and there was nothing suspicious over there. When I came out from inside the copy, I felt as if I was being watched by some kind of gaze, especially at that moment just now. The feeling was the strongest. Lin Yu said slowly. Could it be because I'm too tired? Yiling said softly. Since arriving at this magic capital city, she hadn't had much rest until now. I have a feeling that we're being watched. Lin Yu nodded, his expression somewhat serious. Then we have to be more careful. Mo Shitting reminded. Let's go and get the hotel ready first. It's going to be dark soon. Lin Yu quickly continued. 10 minutes later, came inside a luxury hotel. The young man checking in at the front desk couldn't help but feel envious in his heart when he saw that Lin Yu, Mo Shitting and Yiling were actually sharing a room. Cow. Bull. I can't believe I brought 2 at once. To be able to double date with these 2 superb beauties is simply the most sexually pleasurable thing on earth. This young man looks like I understand. There is actually a trace of admiration and worship in his eyes. This made Lin Yu a little speechless in some of his hearts. This pussy was definitely thinking the wrong way, but Lin Yu was too lazy to explain. After the room is open, Lin Yu then took Mo Shitting and Yiling into the elevator next to him. The hotel room is on the 28th floor. The elevator was pretty fast. It didn't take long to arrive at the 28th floor. Upon entering the room, what came into view was a very, very large bed, enough for several people to flop on it. Close the door to the room behind you. Lin Yu gave a reminder. All pay attention at night. Okay, Yiling nodded sweetly. They don't need to sleep now. They can totally practice instead. Get a room, and a place to get a roof over your head. Lin Yu laid down on his bed and started surfing the internet. Most of the news on the internet now is from the coastal towns. Currently, the coastal cities of the Dragon Summer Kingdom were all safe and sound, but a lot of mechmasters had fallen in this defense battle. All over the world, only the country of Longxia has the least to lose right now. In just a few days, 2 small countries have been wiped out by the behemoth. At this moment, Mo Shitting and Yiling were sitting cross-legged beside Lin Yu, entering a state of cultivation. Late night, Lin Yu, who was lying on the bed, snapped his eyes open, and at the same time Mo Shitting and Yiling stopped cultivating. The moment, they all felt a whiff of it. Don't scare the snakes yet, Lin Yu said in a low voice. He wanted to see what kind of god it was. After hearing Lin Yu's words, Mo Shitting and Yiling nodded slightly. What is certain now is that the other side is definitely scheming. After not a moment's time, the entire floor-to-ceiling window inside the room eerily melted and disappeared. Immediately after, a wisp of purple smoke instantly filled this room. Jia, my old 6 is so lucky. With you 2 female children, I will definitely be able to further my strength. As the purple smoke dissipated, a middle-aged man with a lewd appearance appeared out of thin air inside this room. The man looked at the fainting Mo Shitting and Yiling on the bed, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal an evil smile. When looking at Lin Yu in the very center, a killing intent even erupted inside his eyes. With that, This middle-aged man held a silenced pistol, aimed at Lin Yu, and directly pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet fired straight up. But it didn't go as the middle-aged man had hoped. That bullet went straight through Lin Yu's body. At this moment, he realized that Lin Yu and the others lying on the bed were nothing more than holographic projections. Damn it! The middle-aged man cursed. Ghost Old 6. A wanted criminal in Magic Capital City. A 5-star mecha master who often preys on women. Not only for beauty, but more importantly to absorb the other girl's psychic energy value so as to enhance his own strength. At this moment, Lin Yu calmly said as they walked out from inside the bathroom. After this Ghost Old 6 showed up and came out, it only took a few seconds for his information to check out. At least they were students of the Kunlun Mecha University, and they still had that authority to check a person's information. It just didn't occur to me. This Guilao 6 is actually a wanted man, and it's also labeled as an evil mech artist, practicing some kind of evil kung fu. Today, it is estimated that this Ghost Old 6 discovered Mo shitting and Yiling and moved. It was good that Lin Yu's senses were spot on. I didn't expect that. Once I was on guard at night, this ghostly old man 6 had really struck out. That purple mist just now, once inhaled, the body will not be able to move, but the consciousness is still visible. How desperate the woman who had been taken captive by this ghost old man 6 before had to be. Jia. Even if you guys found out, what can you do to me? Ghost Old 6 laughed evilly. However, for a group of you new cell phone armor masters to have such intuition is quite impressive. At that time, Lin Yu and the others happened to be unable to get out from inside the novice copies. Plus, Lin Yu, Mo Ting and Yiling were all very young. Therefore, this ghost old man 6 thought that Lin Yu and the others were just novices who had just awakened their mechs. Now he was completely arrogant and confident, as if everything was within his grasp. Newbie? Lin Yu laughed. Then let me, the novice, arrest you. Kid, don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll chop off your limbs, and then I'll let you see with your own eyes how I'll pamper them. Ghost Old 6 laughed out loud. Next, this Ghost Old 6 aimed at Lin Yu's limbs and pulled the trigger again. Bang! Bang! Almost instantly 4 rounds were fired. Just as it was about to hit Lin Yu, an energy barrier instantly appeared. The bullets struck the energy barrier, and the power that erupted from it was directly absorbed by the barrier, which then fell to the floor. It seems to be rich as well, actually protected by this defense equipment. Ghost Old 6's face was grim. Ordinary weapons were now useless. I don't just have defense equipment, I also have a laser weapon. In the next second, a laser weapon directly appeared in Lin Yu's hands. Saw the laser weapon appear. This Ghost Old 6 instantly changed his face drastically. The laser weapon was terrifyingly powerful, and his 5-star mech division body couldn't resist it at all. Plus, this laser weapon appeared out of thin air, which meant that Lin Yu had a spatial ring in his hand. You know, mech space rings, not everyone has them. In an instant, this Ghost Old 6 was directly invisible, so he immediately jumped out. Immediately after that, he entered inside his mech and quickly left the place. Throughout the entire process, Lin Yu didn't go after them either. Instead, everything was under control. I didn't think that this Ghost Old 6 could hide, and so could his mech. Yiling sighed. This time it's thanks to the class president. Mo Ting celebrated. If Lin Yu hadn't been there, I'm afraid that this time, I would have really gotten into that Ghost Old Man 6 way. This Ghost Old 6 is just like a real ghost. God is out of sight. Basically, during this process, he hadn't made a single movement. It was also thanks to the chaotic viewpoints that Lin Yu and the others cultivated that their own spiritual power and soul power was thus greatly enhanced, which allowed them to perceive it. Okay, you two find a hotel and get another room. I'm going to clean up that Ghost Old 6. As Lin Yu spoke, in the sky outside, the Pango Mecha was directly summoned and suspended in midair. With that, Lin Yu also directly entered inside the Pango Mech, quickly maneuvering the Pango Mech and chasing after him. The reason why they didn't do it right away, it's because it's an urban area. Once a fight breaks out, I'm afraid countless people will die. By the way, I also plan to find this Ghost Old 6 Slayer. Earlier, Lin Yu had arranged quite a few miniature trackers inside this room. Right after that Ghost Old 6 entered the room, he stepped on one under his foot. Just 10 short minutes. Through the map, one could clearly see that this Gui Laolu had already flown out of the magic capital city, entering inside a large mountain not far away. Not a moment too soon. Then the Ghost Old 6 did not continue to move, presumably already to his lair. That's right, this Ghost Old 6 often plundered women in this devil's capital city. His lair must not be far from devil's capital city. Damn, I didn't expect that Ghost Old 6 would also have a time to fall. At this moment, Ghost Old 6 sighed inside his own mech, and thanks to his fast running, if he was really hit by that laser weapon, he would only be cold. With this Guelao 6 activated a switch. A giant door opened on a mountain in front of them. Just as Ghost Old 6 wanted to enter the cave, he also spotted the Panga mech in the air. 100-meter mecha. This is at least an Imperial level mecha. Ghost Old 6 was stunned in his heart. Damn, is it that little kid from earlier? Nope, he was invisible the whole way. Now that the entrance to his lair had been opened, the mecha above had definitely found it. However, it was good that he was still in a stealthy state, so he shouldn't be able to find himself. Had to abandon the lair. Unfortunately, there were several other women captured inside themselves who couldn't enjoy it. I didn't realize that this Ghost Old 6 would actually hollow out the entire mountain as his lair. Lin Yu smiled faintly. At this time, Ghost Old 6 was still in a stealthy state. Although he couldn't see it, he could clearly see that the tracker was slowly moving. God-ranked mecha skill Obsidian Thunder unleashed. After locking onto the coordinates of that tracker, Lin Yu directly launched the skill. Rumble. Instantly a terrifying thunderbolt blasted down towards it. It's all coming together so fast. This Ghost Old 6 didn't even react. Suffering such a powerful attack, his body, including his mech, was severely damaged. Stealth mode cannot continue to run. Ghost Old 6 mecha appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. His mech was a general class mech, a beast form class in spider form. Ghost Old 6, remember that today will be the day of your sentencing. Lin Yu spoke. After hearing his voice, Ghost Old 6 looked incredulous. It's actually you. He can't believe it. Lin Yu, a brat, is actually such a powerful mecha master. You're so powerful, but you still have to go to the newbie copy? Leading him to think that it was just a new mobile armorer. Damn, is it all a conspiracy? Ghost Old 6 said in his heart, please also let me live. Your Excellency, I am willing to offer all my belongings. Ghost Old 6 began to beg for mercy. Having suffered the blow he had just received, he didn't have much strength to fight now. It was also very clear that the Lin Yu in front of him was not a match at all. It seemed that trying to escape was impossible, unless the other person can let himself go. Let you live? Those women you tortured, when they begged you to let them live, did you let them go? Lin Yu coldly snorted. Once he really let this ghostly old man 6 go, he might be able to mutilate the female mecha master again somewhere. Today mankind is going to be threatened by giant beasts, but there are evil mechs like Ghost Old 6. Be judged. Divine rank skill Holy Sanctification is activated. A terrifying power surged out crazily in the sky. The moment, Ghost Old 6 even felt the endless power crushing down. He wanted to maneuver the mech to escape, but found that no matter how he maneuvered it, the mech couldn't move half a bit. The sky, an incomparably huge divine sword coalesced out, exploding with endless divine light. No. Ghost Old 6's heart was filled with endless despair at this moment. Death comes. It made him even more terrified. Only when you face real death do you realize how horrible it is. He doesn't want to die yet. Boom! Excalibur fell. That Ghost Old 6 and his mech were both instantly reduced to slag. Sacred ruling ends. Target dies. Hoo-hoo! Lin Yu let out a deep sigh. It's not a good feeling to kill someone for the first time. It's the same as killing a behemoth. At the same time, what is even more marvelous is the power of this holy ruling. Simply powerful. Just now when this skill holy ruling was unleashed, Lin Yu had a moment where he felt like a god. That feeling of invincibility was really great. Phew! Shoo! Not a moment later, many mechs arrived here quickly. Just now, Lin Yu had unleashed such a massive attack, moving so much. The people of the magic capital city naturally saw it. What happened? Mayor Kaikuan piloted his own mech and quickly flew to Lin Yu's side, inquiring. Just now, after resolving that Ghost Old Man 6, that cave is Ghost Old Man 6's lair, and there's a human presence detected inside, Lin Yu simply said. This caused Kaikuan and the other mechs, all of them, to be pleasantly surprised. This Ghost Old 6 is finally settled. They had sent out a lot of wanted notices before, but unfortunately Ghost Old 6 had always been very cunning, coming and going without a trace. It gives them a headache. Now Ghost Old 6 is dead. Lin Yu had definitely done the people a favor. You guys go and rescue. Mayor Kaikuan quickly arranged it. With that, he continued to look at Lin Yu. Thank you for this time. That terrifying attack just now. He also saw it in his eyes. The heart was overwhelmed. Are all the students of Kunlun Mecha University so terrifying now? No harm done. Just a show of hands. Lin Yu replied softly. Actually, this Ghost Old 6 should never have stared at Imo Ting and Yiling. Otherwise, nothing would have happened. Lin Yu and the others wouldn't even know about the Ghost Old 6 character. Alright, Mayor Kai. I'll leave this place to you. I'll go back first. Lin Yu continued. Alright, don't worry. I'll take care of everything here. Mayor Kaikuan nodded in response. Immediately, Lin Yu maneuvered the Pango mech and quickly rushed back towards the magic capital city. Instead, it didn't take long. Right back over that hotel. After a smooth landing, Lin Yu summoned the Discordian Mecha back. Soon enter inside a new room. Squad leader, you're back. Seeing Lin Yu return, the two of them, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling, were like two dainty wives waiting for their husband's return at home. Well, Lin Yu nodded, directly lying squarely on the bed, rather a bit tired. I'll sleep first. You guys busy yourselves. This skill holy ruling didn't just consume a large amount of psychic energy value, it even well consumed one's own spiritual energy, resulting in some minor fatigue for him now. Lay back down. It was only about 10 seconds before Lin Yu entered into a dream. Mo Shitting took out a paper towel and very carefully and earnestly wiped the sweat off Lin Yu's face. The scene really looks like a good wife. I say classmate Mo, you don't really like the class president, do you? Yi Ling smiled. The class president is so outstanding. Don't you like it? Mo Shitting didn't retort, and even asked a rhetorical question. This caused Yi Ling to freeze for a moment for a while, but she also quickly nodded her head. Of course I like it. It's just that the class president seems to like schoolmates. Alright, hurry up and cultivate. After Mo Shitting wiped Lin Yu well, she directly sat beside Lin Yu and directly entered the state of cultivation. After Yi Ling sighed, she also entered cultivation. Sure enough, staying by the side of the class president Sama made practicing feel so much better. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, Lin Yu slowly woke up from his sleep. Through the night's rest, Lin Yu's essence was particularly good right now, especially when you wake up from a nap and the first thing you see when you open your eyes is two big beauties. Sort of a treat. Class president, you're awake. Yi Ling opened a pair of beautiful eyes and smiled with a sweet face. Aha! Lin Yu smiled and nodded. The sun is up outside. The sunlight illuminates the earth. It's as if it's that ray of hope. Brother Lin, we're here. Hurry down. Not a moment later, Xiao Yu called. Yes, the response followed. Lin Yu looked at Mo Shitting and Yi Ling. Let's go. It's time for us to set off. The copies in the Magic City were cleared one by one, so there's no point in continuing to stay here. It would be easier to return to Kunlun Mecha University and practice. Out of the hotel, he saw Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu waving their hands not far away. Lin Yu and the others walked over quickly. Sister, schoolmate, Lin Yu smiled. Not bad. Worthy of being my brother Lin, directly destroying a wanted criminal. Now you're famous in Magic Capital City. Xiao Yu gently rubbed Lin Yu's face with both hands. It was just a fluke. Lin Yu was modest. Alright, how's your copy clearance going? Lin Wanner inquired. Senior sister Lin, we've all finished clearing the level. Yi Ling nodded her head repeatedly. That's good. Then let's go back to school first. Lin Wanner summoned the gilded fighter. After boarding the fighter, with the hatch closed, the guild fighter took off instantly and was extremely fast. All the others could see was a light streaking across the sky. Brother Lin, do you know what that barrier was that trapped us in that underwater valley yesterday? Xiao Yu sat beside Lin Yu and laughed mysteriously. What is it? Lin Yu hurriedly asked curiously. Guess? Senior sister, don't tease me. How could I possibly guess? Lin Yu shook his head. Don't tease. Lin Wanner looked at Xiao Yu poking fun at Lin Yu and spoke. In fact, that underwater valley barrier from yesterday was a special divine artifact. Special divine artifact? Lin Yu, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were all shocked. That's right. We found out by contacting one of the teachers at the school. This particular mystery is named Heaven and Earth Prisoner. Any mech below the saint level mechs will be trapped inside and unable to come out. But the Heaven and Earth Prisoner divine artifact can only last for 24 hours. It will dissipate once the time is up. Sort of an artifact that can only be used once. Xiao Yu explained in detail. This was an eye-opener for Lin Yu and the others. Definitely adds to the experience and insight. Then this Beast King is too smart to know how to use such a divine weapon. Lin Yu nodded in some surprise. Cast this artifact at the bottom of the sea, plus the countless behemoths pouring in. That head king completely wants to use this to wear out Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu. With the countless behemoths at the bottom of the sea, Lin Wanner and the girls definitely wouldn't be able to hold out for 24 hours. The higher the level, the more intelligent the beasts are, especially the Beast King level beasts. Even their intelligence exceeds that of humans. Lin Wanner earnestly instructed. Therefore, in the future, when you encounter such powerful behemoths, you must be careful and not be the least bit careless. Got it, Lin Yu and the others responded. This experience has made them all grow up a lot. Even Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu were thinking that they would have to cultivate even harder after they returned in order to break through the Mecha Master realm at an early date. Humans are getting stronger. The behemoths are likewise getting stronger. It lasted a couple hours. The fighters successfully returned to Kunlun Mecha University and returned to Lin Yu's floating island. After coming back, everyone quickly got into a state of cultivation. Naturally, they were all cultivating beside Lin Yu. Lin Yu, on the other hand, sat on the sofa and started browsing the internet for information. This time the ocean behemoth washed up on land and caused serious damage all over the world. It's good to know that humans are generally united through everyone's efforts. This wave of marine beasts is considered to be over for the time being. Next, it is expected to usher in a brief period of peace. During this period of time, human mechs had to improve their strength as quickly as possible in order to do so. With knowing more and more, Lin Yu felt that he had a great responsibility of his own. Perhaps he, the machine god body, was the true last hope for humanity. A little bit of time passed. Unawareness. A month goes by quickly. This day, good news came from inside Lin Yu's house. Great! Old sister actually awakened a saint-level mecha, Lin Yu said with some excitement. Yeah, no need to worry. Lin Wanner also let out a slow sigh. It's a pity that old sister chose Pangline Mecha University. Lin Yu shook his head. If Lin Jiajiao's choice was the Kunlun Mecha University, Lin Yu would also be able to personally take his old sister to raise her mecha level. It doesn't matter. Pangline Mecha University is on par with Kunlun Mecha University, Lin Wanner calmly said, and it's still the only disciple that was personally accepted by the Vice-Chancellor of Pangline Mecha University, so there's no need to worry too much. Aha, Lin Yu nodded. However, your family is quite impressive. Xiao Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Sister's mecha can be upgraded in level. Brother is a god-level mecha, and sister has awakened a saint-level mecha. Your family is even better than those ancient mecha families. The most powerful ones are still your parents. Being able to give birth to you three demonic geniuses. It wasn't that Xiao Yu was overly exaggerating. Those mecha families, too, rarely awaken mechs above the imperial level. If only mom and dad could be mechs too. Lin Yu continued to sigh. Mom and dad were always ordinary people who simply couldn't defend themselves in the event of some kind of danger. Well, before, got 2 ginseng fruits that increase longevity. Mom and dad have already eaten. Legend has it that there are treasures that are against the heavens, so don't be in too much of a hurry. Maybe you'll be able to get them inside the copy secret realm in the future. Xiao Yu comforted. After hearing this from her, Lin Yu fell back on his confidence all of a sudden. As long as one's rank strength goes up, raiding higher copies in secret worlds might be a real hope to get the treasure that will change the world against all odds and make your mom and dad mechs. Think about it. Lin Yu felt that he couldn't just rely on the machine god body. Cultivate, Lin Yu said seriously. With that, he sat cross-legged, revolving the stellar grade cultivation method. He instantly entered the state of cultivation, with the cultivation of your own initiative. Just after a minute's time, one could also clearly feel that the speed of one's own cultivation was much faster. At this point, sitting cross-legged beside Lin Yu, the 4 beauties also clearly perceived at the same time that their cultivation was also a little faster. That's all. Lin Yu had taken the initiative to cultivate for more than a full month. A new day dawns. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes and said in his heart, "Open the personal panel. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Kijiji body, activated. Mecha master level, 6-star Mecha master. Energy points, 0. Spiritual energy, 236,584. Mecha, Pango Mecha, level 60. Nuwa Mecha, level 60. Practicing hard for over a month. It's true that it's improved a bit faster than before, but it's still not enough." Lin Yu shook his head slightly, but he was still a long way from becoming a 7-star Mecha master himself. The mechanical god body psychic energy value has to reach 300,000 in order to reach the 7-star Mecha master. Currently, he was still short of more than 60,000 psychic energy values. At this current rate of progress, it's estimated to take 3 or 4 months. It's not a long time, not a short time. Sister, how is your cultivation going? After waiting for a while, seeing that Lin Wanner had stopped cultivating, Lin Yu hurriedly gave a soft inquiry. It's still a little bit short. I guess I can break through to become a 9-star Mecha master after 2 more days of cultivation. Lin Wanner smiled. Originally, it would take her much longer to break through, but since staying with Lin Yu, this cultivation progress had directly and effectively shortened a lot. That's great. Lin Yu nodded, happy for her own sister to become a 9-star Mecha master at such a young age. She was definitely one of the top mecha geniuses in mecha history law. Immediately after, Xiao Yu also stopped cultivating. Through some inquiries, she was also continuing to cultivate for a few more days before she could break through to a 9-star Mecha master. Mo Shirting and Yiling's breakthroughs to 7-star Mecha masters were also coming soon. After all, they weren't machine god bodies, so it was still easy for them to level up their Mecha masters. Unlike Lin Yu, who had raised his spiritual energy value by tens of thousands and was still a long way from being a 7-star Mecha master. A few days later, Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu had successfully broken through to 9-star Mecha masters. It's an 80-level secret realm scroll. You guys take it. Xiao Yu and I will go first and raise our mech level to 90. And after you guys break through to 7-star Mech Masters, come find us in this secret realm. Remember, when you enter the secret realm, don't fight those giant beasts without finding us. This day, Lin Wanner handed over the 380-level secret realm scrolls to Lin Yu, Mo Shirting and Yi Ling with a serious face and instructed them. After all, it was an 80th level secret realm, and the giant beasts inside were at least 80th level. After Lin Yu and the others broke through the Mecha Master rank, having her and Xiaoyu personally practice on their behalf was definitely something that could quickly allow Lin Yu and the others to increase their Mecha rank. I know all about it. Lin Yu nodded and responded. Subsequently, Lin Wanner and Xiaoyu then used this 80-level secret realm scroll and directly disappeared as a ray of light in Lin Yu's and their eyes. Alright, let's go get a full meal and then continue cultivating. Lin Yu looked towards Mo Shitting and Yi Ling. After dinner, back inside this room again, Mo Shirting and Yi Ling quickly continued to enter the state of cultivation. Lin Yu opened the online mall at this time. He currently has several $100 million inside his account. Money is something outside the body. The intention was to use all of that money to buy elixirs that could help Mechs improve. Of course Lin Yu definitely wouldn't use these pills, but rather convert them into energy points. So much for that. He himself would be able to break through to a 7-star Mecha Master more quickly. According to Mo Shitting and Yi Ling's cultivation progress, it was estimated that it would only take a week or two to break through, and if Lin Yu didn't use such a method to improve, it would take at least several months. Spirit Rising Pill. After a Mecha Master takes it, he can directly raise a certain amount of spiritual energy value. A Mecha Master can only use a maximum of 10 Spirit Rising Pills in his lifetime. Soon an elixir appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. This one Spirit Rising Pill costs $5 million. The price is considered very expensive. After all, this Spirit Ascension Pill could not be refined by humans. The only way to get this Spirit Rising Pill was to pass through a duplicate or a secret realm with a bit of luck. Some mechs can't use this Spirit Raising Elixir, so they'll just take it out for sale. Hoo-hoo! With over 400 million points on me, I can only purchase 80 of them. Soon after, Lin Yu managed to make the payment. One moment. Just become poor. Lin Yu had never thought before that one day he would spend 400 million at once. Early the next morning, the courier then delivers. Squad leader, why did you purchase so many Spirit Rising Pills? Yi Ling said with a surprised face when she saw it. Mo Shirting was also curious. This Spirit Rising Pill she knew that mechs could use up to 10 of them in their lifetime. Beyond that, it won't work anymore. Of course it's used to raise my spiritual energy value. Lin Yu nodded and smiled. Squad leader, don't you know? This Spirit Rising Pill has no effect after taking more than 10 pills. Yi Ling reminded. Even if one wanted to use this Spirit Rising Pill, purchasing 10 of them would be fine. There is absolutely no need to buy so much. If this Spirit Rising Pill could be used all the time and have an effect, then humanity would have already seen more and more top-level mechs. This I know. Don't worry. I know it in my heart. Lin Yu nodded and said seriously. More. Do you guys need it? Give you some? No. I've already taken 10 of them before. Yi Ling shook her head. Thank you class president for your kindness. Me too, Mo Shirting responded. That works. Next, Lin Yu immediately began to convert. The conversion of 80 Spirit Rising Pills is complete. Congratulations, you have gained 1,600 energy points. A moment's effort. All 80 Spirit Rising Pills turned into a ray of light and surged into Lin Yu's body. The two of them, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling, were dumbfounded by this scene, and definitely the first time they've seen it. However, Mo Shirting and Yi Ling didn't ask too many questions. After all, who doesn't have a little secret these days? They also understand. When there was an opportunity in the future, Lin Yu would also tell them everything. Convert them all into psychic energy value. Lin Yu meditated in his heart, consuming 1,600 energy points. Your psychic energy value is directly increased by 32,000. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Kijiji body, activated. Mecha Master level, 6-star Mecha Master. Energy points, 0. Spiritual energy, 269,888. Mecha, Pango Mecha, level 60. Nuwa Mecha, level 60. Not bad. Not bad. 400 million is still money well spent. Lin Yu thanked in his heart. However, it was still a little more than 30,000 short of 300,000 psychic energy value. Mo Shitting. Yi Ling, can you guys lend me some money? I'll return it to you guys later. Lin Yu then requested. Actually, I have a special physique and can take these pills indefinitely to use for enhancement. As for the matter of himself being a machine god body, he would tell them later when he had the chance. No problem. I still have about 500 million more on me, so I'll lend it all to you. Class president. Yi Ling didn't even think about it and directly agreed. Mo Shirting nodded her head as well. I don't have much, only about 400 million, and you don't have to pay it back. Class president. Me too. I don't need you to pay back the class president. I'll use my money as I please. Yiling hurriedly continued. From enrollment to the present, they had made rapid progress by practicing beside Linyu, which was a chance that could not be bought with any amount of money. Looking at the two great beauties who were both willing to give all their money to themselves, Mo was a bit touched, with Mo Shirting and Yiling crediting the money to their accounts. Linyu purchased another 65 spirit rising pills. Simply because of this online store, there were only 65 spirit rising pills in stock. Continued to purchase other elixirs as well. All at once, more than $500 million were spent all at once again. The psychic energy value has broken through to 300,000. Congratulations on successfully reaching 7-star Mecha Master. Your mech can be upgraded by gaining mech experience again. The next day, the pills purchased in the online mall were once again quickly delivered, and Lin Yu was the first to transform them. Sort of like Kung Fu, Lin Yu managed to reach 7-star Mecha Master. The moment he broke through, Lin Yu felt that his entire body, it seemed, had become much stronger. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Kijiji body, activated. Mecha Master level, 7-star Mecha Master. Energy points, 0. Spiritual energy, 303,684. Mecha, Pango Mecha, level 60. Nuwa Mecha, level 60. 300,000 spiritual energy value. Now I can make the mech fight automatically for 30 minutes. Lin Yu smiled in his heart. Mechs fight automatically, requiring 100,000 psychic energy value, and can only last 10 minutes at the moment. So with Lin Yu's current strength, he could keep the mech's automatic battle time at 30 minutes at once. In the future, even if it's just him, it's entirely possible for the mech to take down the behemoth on its own, and he'd be able to lay completely flat. This is the equivalent of hanging out to gain experience. Just thinking about it like that feels incredibly exciting. The next step was to patiently wait for Mo Shitting and Yiling, the two of them to break through. Then, they could head to that level 80 copy and look for Sister and the girls. At that time, their mecha level could definitely be raised to level 70 quickly. Time just goes by day. For Lin Yu, with two big beauties by his side, every day is also very interesting. At least it was not so lonely and isolated, and sometimes everyone could still chat and play games together. Life is sort of fun and happy. A few days later, Mo Shirting and Yiling also successfully managed to break through to the 7-star Mecha Master without any problems. Finally broke through. This is only the first semester. Enrolled 5-star Mecha Masters, to now have broken through to 7-star Mecha Masters, Yiling said excitedly. With such a cultivation speed, there weren't many Mecha Masters in the world who could match it. Immediately afterward, Yiling also looked at Lin Yu and thanked him. My lord class leader, all of this is thanks to your help. If Bu didn't cultivate beside Lin Yu, then the two of them definitely hadn't improved so quickly. You're too polite. We're considered to be helping each other. Lin Yu waved his hand and smiled. But you're going to be more helpful to us, Mo Shirting said seriously. Alright, let's not dwell on this. Let's form a team first and then enter this level 80 secret realm to find Sister and the girls. Lin Yu hurriedly spoke again. They had all reached 7-star Mecha Masters now, so the next priority was naturally to raise their own Mecha level to 70. Completion of group. For a few short seconds, the three then teamed up to finish. If they didn't form a group, they would be transported separately to different parts of the secret realm when they used the secret realm scroll. The secret world is vast. Once they came apart, it was basically impossible to find each other's presence in a short period of time. Immediately, the three of them took out their 80-level secret realm scrolls. Start. Lin Yu nodded. Ding dong, you've used the level 80 secret scroll. Start teleporting into the secret realm. Next, the three of them disappeared into a ray of light. When they opened their eyes once more, they clearly saw that they had already managed to enter the secret realm. This secret realm in front of him was like another world. The earth is very pale, and the sky is somewhat gray. It was as if there was no hope to be seen in this secret realm. There was even a feeling that there was an aura of despair everywhere in this secret realm. Pancake Mecha summoning. After entering this secret realm, Lin Yu and the others also quickly summoned their mechs. With the entry into the body of the mech, everyone also instantly felt a strong sense of security. Class President, how should we find Senior Sister Lin and the girls now? Yiling maneuvered her mech to fly overhead, and everything around her appeared in her eyes. The whole secret world is too big, without a clear direction. I'm afraid it would be difficult to find Lin Wanner and Xiaoyu. Older sister did give me a contact device, but this contact device, it needs a certain distance. Lin Yu slowly nodded his head and said, so, the next step is our luck. There's no such thing as satellites or internet inside the secret world. But the humans had specialized in developing contacts that could communicate inside the secret realm. But this contact is the same as a walkie-talkie, with a certain distance limitation. The contact in Lin Yu's hands now had a range of roughly 20 kilometers. What they need to do now is to find a correct direction. Otherwise, they were afraid that they would be getting farther and farther away from Lin Wanner and the girls. That does depend on how lucky we are. Mo Shirting responded. Class president, you decide the direction, Yi Ling suggested. She really didn't know which direction to go in now. Let's see. Lin Yu maneuvered the Panga mech and quickly flew high into the sky. Look around. The view is vast. Phew. Just then, an 80-level giant eagle attacked towards Lin Yu and Yi Ling. Extremely fast. That giant eagle's two large wings just flicked, and two terrifying tornadoes erupted. It was directly devouring Lin Yu and Yi Ling's mechs. Mecha transports activated. In an instant, Lin Yu maneuvered his mech out of that tornado. Yi Ling also used his mech's maneuverability to quickly break through and rush out. Behemoth, Power Eagle. Level 80. Abilities, possesses terrible god power. Flying god speed. Dragon Scroll. This is the terror of an 80-level behemoth. Lin Yu quickly maneuvered his mech to land on the ground and spoke. The three of them now had mechs that were all at level 60. Even if they are teamed up against it. Even if they could defeat this level 80 powerful eagle. I'm afraid they would have to pay a big price to do so. Moving east. Lin Yu hurriedly gave the order. Plus the other party has the ability to fly god speed. In the air fighting, has an absolute advantage. This is even more unfavorable. The east is a rolling mountain, and dense sky-high trees. Each tree is several hundred meters high. The 80-level secret realm was truly immense. Shocker. After having a direction, Lin Yu, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling maneuvered their mechs to move over at their current fastest speed. That vigorous eagle in the sky, naturally, would not let them go so easily. Roar! With a hiss from the powerful eagle, 100-meter wind blade attacked towards them. Boom boom boom. Those wind blades bombarded the ground and erupted with a huge rumbling sound, and the entire ground was blasted out with a large crater hole. It was enough to show how powerful these wind blades were. Shit, this level 80 behemoth is too perverted. Lin Yu spat. This powerful eagle possesses so much power. Just now it was another terrifying tornado, and now it is a sharp wind blade, and that terrifying flying speed. Without a doubt, this ordinary level 80 power eagle was simply a super boss for them right now. Although they had suffered many attacks from this level 80 vigorous eagle, it was fortunate that Lin Yu, Mo Shirting and Yi Ling's respective mech defenses were okay and they had not suffered very serious injuries. Plus they're pretty fast. It was very smooth to enter that big mountain. With the hundreds of meters high giant tree as a cover, the airborne vigorous eagle directly lost its target. Ho ho ho! That tiny eagle let out an unwilling hiss. It's as if there is a prey that is clearly in reach, only to have it disappear at the critical time. That would have been incredibly angry for anyone else, right? This behemoth is no exception. The intelligence of the 80-level behemoths can be said to be really even smarter than some humans. Hoo-hoo! Finally, it's gone. After watching the powerful eagle fly away, Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. In this 80-level secret realm, their level 60 mechs were still struggling to fight. Once you do fight, even if you win, you will pay a big price. In case a new behemoth appears then, they would be powerless to resist. Therefore, in this 80-level secret realm, one should not fight those giant beasts unless it was absolutely necessary. Gotta gather with my sister and the girls as soon as possible. When the mechs were upgraded to level 70, their strength was bound to increase exponentially. When that time came to deal with these level 80 behemoths, then it would naturally become easier. Hey, it's a bit difficult now, Yi Ling sighed. Just this 80-level powerful eagle alone was so powerful. Then the other giant beasts inside this secret realm, wouldn't they all be just as powerful then? Only this huge forest inside. There are also terrifying giant beasts exist. Now when they looked around, they could instead only see a giant tree, and for the time being, they hadn't found any other giant beasts. Going on like this is not a solution, Mo Shirting analyzed. In case we encounter a group of 80-level behemoths next, I'm afraid it won't be as easy to escape then as it is now. Previously, they had completely underestimated this 80-level secret realm. Now experience it for yourself. Instead, I really realized in person how difficult it is. Alright, put away the negative emotions. Lin Yu laughed. With me here, I definitely won't let anything happen to you guys. A word to the wise. It touched Mo Shirting and Yi Ling's hearts, inexplicably feeling full of security. At this moment, Lin Yu said in his heart, it seems that we have to summon the Nuwa Mecha. The Nuwa Mech's space shuttle skill allowed them to move quickly. In this way, they would also be able to find Lin Wanner and the girls better. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling, I've actually always had a secret, and now it's time to tell you, Lin Yu quickly said seriously. One time, both Mo Shitting and Yi Ling couldn't help but concentrate. Mo thought, inside some romance talk book, the hero, too, says this to the heroine. I've always had a secret, and it's actually liking you. Is the class president going to confess? Yiling's mind rambled a bit inside. I'm actually a machine god body. Lin Yu continued to speak. Machine god body? Yiling was puzzled. He had never heard of it himself. Squad leader. What exactly is this machine god body? Mo Ting curiously inquired. The machine god body is a special physique. It should be able to be understood like this. The important thing is that this machine god body can possess 7 mechs. Lin Yu explained simply. In this moment, Lin Yu also thought furiously. This level 80 secret realm was so dangerous, and they were only level 60 mechs. So old sister must have taken it into consideration. The reason why they were still allowed to choose to enter this 80 level secret realm was perhaps because they were considering their own manhwa mechs, which had spatial shuttling skills, so that they would be able to more safely and smoothly rendezvous in this secret realm. Still, it's not too late to get it all figured out. At this very moment, after Mo Ting and Yiling listened to the explanation of the machine god body, both of them were stunned. This is too sick. A mecha master could actually have 7 mechs. Squad leader. Then what class are your other 6 mechs? Yiling hurriedly inquired curiously. I've only awakened 2 mechs so far. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he summoned the manhwa mecha. Rumble. The appearance of the manhwa mech. It made Mo Ting and Yiling look dumbfounded. So handsome. So cool. It was as if a god of mecha had appeared before them. At the same time, they could also see that the new mech Lin Yu had summoned seemed to be a female mech. This is my second mech. The manhwa mech. Lin Yu explained. It's also a god-level mecha that possesses the skill of spatial shuttling so that it can carry us to our sister and the girls faster. Squad leader. You're awesome. Yiling exclaimed. To have a god-level mecha, that was already a very impressive existence. His own squad leader now possessed 2 god-ranked mechs. Maybe the mech that awakens after this will also be a god-level mech. By the time all 7 god-level mechs are summoned, how cool and majestic would it be, with the manhwa mech summoned? Lin Yu also quickly transferred from the Pango mech to the inside of the manhwa mech. Every time he harnessed the manhwa mech, Lin Yu could feel a very warm force. It was as if he seemed to be embraced by manhwa in his arms, a wonderful feeling that Lin Yu enjoyed immensely. The Pango mech, on the other hand, was directly summoned back inside his mech space. By the way, you two have to help me keep the matter of my machine god body a secret, Lin Yu instructed. No problem. Yiling nodded and smiled. Lord Class President, the secrets between us, then, are getting more and more. Oh, don't worry. We won't talk nonsense without your permission, Mo Ting assured with certainty. Well, then let's start now. Lin Yu laughed. Come on, maneuver your mechs to hold hands. Under Lin Yu's command, 3 mechs holding hands, God-ranked Mecha Space Shuttle activated. With the successful launch of the Space Shuttle, the 3 mechs instantly disappeared in place. This is amazing. In the blink of an eye, Yiling realized they were traveling through a void. Not a moment too soon. In the middle of one of the skies of the secret realm, a huge spatial crack was born. With that, Lin Yu and their mechs rushed out from within. The contact is still not responding. Lin Yu shook his head. Ho ho ho. A terrifying hissing sound came out. There were several hundred level 80 behemoths down there. At one time, there were dozens of other giant beasts with the ability to fly, directly flying up towards them and launching fierce attacks. Space shuttle activated. The next moment, Lin Yu and the others disappeared once again. At this moment, a shocked expression appeared inside the eyes of those giant beasts. Inside the next hour, Lin Yu continuously performed his space shuttling skill to look for his sister Lin Wan-er and his schoolmate Xiao Yu. Needless to say, the manhwa mech is really coming into greater play. It was only with the 15th space shuttle that the lights of the contact came on. This means that the sister and the others are in this area. Hey, 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 can you hear me, old sister? Lin Yu hurriedly used his contact device and made contact. After a few seconds, the contact then rang with my sister's voice. I hear you. Next, according to the coordinate information provided by Lin Wan-er, Lin Yu and the others quickly maneuvered their mechs to move over. 10 minutes later, it also managed to rendezvous with Lin Wan-er and Xiao Yu. Elder sister, senior sister, all of your mechs are already level 90? Lin Yu couldn't help but inquire after seeing this. The mechs of the two were clearly visible now, more powerful than before. 3 days ago, our mecha was upgraded to level 90. Xiao Yu smiled. Awesome, Lin Yu exclaimed. Alright, you're all already 7-star mecha masters. Next, Xiao Yu and I will take you to raise your mecha levels. Lin Wan-er continued. After Lin Yu and their mechs reached level 70, they would also be able to stay in this level 80 secret realm more safely. Immediately after, Lin Wan-er and Xiao Yu directly entered the group. Then he followed his sister Lin Wan-er and continued on. It didn't take long. It came right to a special area, but looking around, not a single giant beast appeared in front of him. How quickly should this level up mechs? Brother Lin, before your homeroom teacher brought you guys to practice in the secret realm, have you ever been to a special place? That is, when you enter it, a steady stream of giant beasts will appear? Xiao Yu inquired. There is. Lin Yu hurriedly nodded his head, and soon he too came to a realization. Senior sister, this area wouldn't be like this too. That's right, Xiao Yu responded. There are some secret realms where such special places exist. It is also affectionately referred to as the mech experience field by the mechs. As soon as you enter this area, there will be countless behemoths, so you can kill them quickly. And naturally, the level of your mech can be increased more quickly. It was because of this experience field that Wan Air and I were able to quickly raise our mecha levels to level 90. Xiao Yu continued. It was also thanks to her God's Eye. Otherwise, it's really undetectable. Awesome. Lin Yu, who was controlling the Nuwa mech, directly gave a thumbs up in admiration. It's average. Xiao Yu continued to take out 3 special crystals and explained. These are mecha experience crystals. After you use them, you can get twice the mecha experience value. Hear this. Lin Yu, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were all stunned once again. This mech experience crystal. Never heard of it. Throughout the entire history of mecha, it seems that there is no discipline for this mecha experience crystal either. Senior sister, how did you get this thing? Lin Yu was extremely curious. Of course it's through the God's Eye. Xiao Yu explained. It's estimated that after the mutation of this copy in secret realm, all sorts of new treasures and opportunities have also begun to appear. This mecha experience crystal. It is estimated that all over the world, we are the first to discover it. Also after using one of these mecha experience crystals, the effect will only last for 10 minutes. There are only 3 left at the moment. With Xiao Yu's detailed explanation, Lin Yu and the others nodded slightly. Senior sister, your divine eye ability is really too strong. Lin Yu admired. It was true that with Xiao Yu around, one could find a lot of good things. Pity, this divine eye ability can only be used twice a week. If you use it excessively, it will consume your own life. Alright, you guys use this mecha experience crystal first. Lin Wana reminded. After getting the business done, there would be plenty of time for a good chat after this. Got it. Successful use of mech experience crystals. For the next 10 minutes, your mech will receive double the experience value. With Lin Yu, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling all having used it, Lin Wana and Xiao Yu nodded to each other, and then they maneuvered their mechs and entered that special area. With the appearance of 2 mechs, 80-level behemoths began to emerge from the ground in a steady stream, almost in the blink of an eye. Thousands of giant beasts appeared and surrounded Lin Wana and Xiao Yu to death. Looking at so many giant beasts, Lin Wana and Xiao Yu did not have a trace of panic at all, and were directly on fire, with their mecha combat power exploding to an extreme point. Mech combat is pulled straight to full. Your teammate kills a level 80 behemoth and gains double experience value plus 16,000. Your teammate kills a level 80 behemoth and gains double experience value plus 16,000. Your teammate kills a level 80 behemoth and gains double experience value plus 16,000. The voice of the system inside Lin Yu's mind quickly sounded. Sister and Xiao Yu were a perfect match. A ferocious beast was directly killed by them in seconds. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling could also see their mecha experience values rapidly increasing. It was less than a minute. Lin Yu and the 3 of them had their mechs directly raised by 1 level. With this mecha experience crystal, the entire process of upgrading was a whole lot faster. Cool. Lin Yu's heart was incomparably sighing. This feeling of being carried away was just too good to be true. One doesn't need to do anything at all. One just needs to wait here patiently to complete the upgrade of the mech. 3 minutes later. This upgrade is too fast. Yi Ling marveled. In just these 3 short minutes, her mech had been raised to level 65. It's all not just because of the mech experience crystals. What's more, Lin Wana and Xiao Yu began to zoom in. As the powerful mecha skills were exerted, they were able to tackle dozens of giant beasts in one go. The efficiency can be great. This was if Lin Yu and the others were to kill the giant beasts themselves and level up their mechs. Definitely takes a long time. Ding dong, congratulations. The Nuwa Mecha has successfully raised to level 70, and since your Mechmaster level has not reached 8-star Mechmaster, the Mecha cannot continue to gain experience value. Nuwa Mechs automatically awaken new divine skills. Your Pango Mecha level has reached 70, awakening a new skill. Almost the 9th minute, the system's voice rang out. Lin Yu's Nuwa Mecha was directly raised to level 70, together with the ability of one's own machine god body. The Pango Mech is also synchronized to raise the level. Hoo! Lin Yu took a deep breath. That's just too efficient. Whether it's the Nuwa Mech, or the Pango Mech, the skills awakened this time are all of the incomparably powerful kind. It could be said that Lin Yu's current strength had completely increased exponentially, and at this time, Emo Ting and Yiling's mechs were similarly upgraded to level 70. The skills that their mechs had awakened were only super rank skills, but they were still very powerful skills, with everyone's mech level reaching 70. Lin Wanair and Xiaoyu then quickly left that area. With them out, the behemoths in the region then surged back inside the ground. For a few short seconds, all the behemoths in front of him just disappeared. It was as if nothing had just happened. Brother Lin, how was it? In less than 10 minutes, you got the mech upgraded from level 60 to level 70, Xiaoyu said with a smile on her face. Too cool. Lin Yu nodded and said seriously. It's also thanks to the Mecha experience crystals you found, senior sister. Without this mech experience crystals, it would definitely take a longer period of time. Go back to the safe zone first, Lin Wanair reminded at this time. This was an 80-level secret realm. It wasn't that easy to get in. The chances of obtaining an 80-level secret realm scroll are also greatly reduced. Therefore, it would be simply too much of a loss if they left this secret realm now. Nowadays, all of their mechs have been upgraded. The next step would be to properly explore inside this secret realm, searching for new opportunities and treasures, so as to enhance his strength even further. The secret world is vast. Now have appeared Mecha experience crystals such a magical existence. There must also be more new treasures they do not know. Immediately after, Lin Yu and the others moved quickly after Lin Wanair. On the way, Lin Yu was also curious and asked, Sis, what are we doing in the safe zone? Basically, every secret realm had the existence of a safety zone, and within this zone, one could be completely at ease without worrying about giant beasts appearing to attack. This is an 80-level secret realm. In the past, many mecha masters would spend long hours inside this secret realm, and over time, a city was established within the safety zone. Lin Wanair calmly explained. This city in the middle of the secret realm was filled with mechs. There are even mechs who had lived inside this secret realm for most of their lives. Some even had children. A child born inside this secret realm would have an even greater success rate of becoming a mecha master. After listening to my oldest sister, Lin Yu nodded slightly. Sure enough, one still knows and understands too little. It took almost half an hour or so. A city appeared in his own eyes. Upon arriving at one of the city's entrances, everyone summoned their mechs back. Alright, we are entering the safe zone. Lin Wanair looked at everyone. The city, shockingly, had no walls. You know, this outside world, every city is guarded by very strong walls. But on second thought, this is the safe zone of the secret world. The behemoth is not coming. Even if a giant beast did come to attack, with the massive giant beasts in this part of the secret realm, I'm afraid that the district walls would be useless. Therefore, there was no need to build a city wall in this secret realm. Down Main Street. Really get inside the city. Look around. The buildings throughout the city, too, are spectacular, majestic, and full of cyberpunk flavor. Some of these buildings are even built out of mechs. Sure enough, a lot of mecha masters are here. Lin Yu sighed. Every mecha master he saw had a powerful aura. Estimated statistics. There are tens of thousands of mecha masters living in this city. Xiaoyu laughed. Most of them are 7-star and 8-star mecha masters. This city also has everything inside. There were even greenhouses, and when passing by, one could see many male mechs, full of happiness, walking out of them. There are also a lot of machinists who can't wait to get into it and enjoy it. Senior sister, the cities in this secret realm, do they also use money? Yiling couldn't help but ask curiously. No, trading in here is all about bartering, Lin Wanair explained. When people are exploring the secret realm, they can find some good things if they're lucky, but some of the things are of no use to them. Money is no longer of much use to high-level mechs. What people want is a presence that enhances their strength. That's why cities in this secret realm basically barter for things. After listening, Lin Yu and the others learned a lot more. Moved on for 10 minutes. It came right in front of a giant building. Looking upwards, one could clearly see the logo of the Kunlun Mecha University above the giant building. This building is the one constructed by the Kunlun Mecha University, so that the students of the school, even when they arrive in the midst of this secret, can have a good rest. Xiaoyu smiled as Kunlun Mecha University was after all a top-tier existence. Awesome. Lin Yu nodded inside. Backed by a strong, top-tier university. The benefits of this are really many. If it were any other ordinary mech university, I'm afraid I'd have to wind up sleeping. Upon entering the building, board the elevator, soon came the highest building. With that, he entered inside a large, particularly luxurious room. Standing on top of this, one glance at the whole city gives you a great view of the city. Let's rest here for a few days in the next few days, and then set off again after my God's Eye ability has cooled down successfully. Xiaoyu laughed softly. Good. Lin Yu nodded. Completely fine. This time, Xiaoyu is in. Through her Divine Eye ability, it was definitely something that could greatly enhance the success of their search for opportunistic treasures. Next, everyone is also starting to rest up. Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu, in particular, quickly entered a state of cultivation and began to recover their expended spiritual energy values. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling also sat cross-legged beside Lin Yu and began to cultivate. For them, as long as they could raise their psychic energy value a little, they could become a little stronger themselves. Too bad there's no internet. Lin Yu sighed in his heart. Inside this secret city, only an intranet had been built, and it was very single function. If this secret realm could also connect to the network of the outside world, that would be great. But so far, human technology has not been able to reach that point. However, in Lin Yu's opinion, as long as humans kept getting stronger, there might be a day when they would be able to make it that far. Boredom of idleness. Lin Yu also quickly entered a state of cultivation. The feeling of cultivation is mysterious. The energy between heaven and earth was rapidly absorbed into the body, constantly pooling, compressing, and condensing, through a series of processes, thus allowing one's spiritual energy value to increase. That's all. Unawareness. 3 days went by. All of a sudden it felt like time went by so fast. Brother Lin, wake up. As a new day arrived, Lin Yu stopped his cultivation and slowly opened his eyes after hearing Xiao Yu's gentle and nice voice. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw a face that was so beautiful. Xiao Yu was very close to himself. Basically, it felt like the two of them were face to face, only a few centimeters away from each other, and they could feel each other's nostrils. Seeing her little cherry mouth, Lin Yu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. There was always a feeling that he wanted to kiss it. Once everyone was ready, it was official. After leaving the city, everyone summoned their mechs. Once inside the mech, he maneuvered it to move quickly. Rumble almost set off for a little over an hour. Suddenly the storm clouds changed. Dark clouds and thunder roared. A thunderbolt flashed and erupted with a huge thunderous sound. For a time, the entirety of this area was transformed into a land of thunder. A complete and horrible picture of doom. This isn't going to happen, is it? Lin Yu was a little worried. Don't worry, this is just normal weather changes, Lin Wanner said calmly, as if she was already accustomed to it. High-grade secret realms, in fact, just like the outside world, have 4 seasons: cloudy skies, sunny skies, torrential rain, and thunder. It's worthy of being a high-grade secret realm. Lin Yu heard. The entire group sighed in disbelief. This high-level secret realm was instead really like a new world in general. It was a pity that the safety zones inside this high-level secret realm were limited. Otherwise, the humans could have all moved inside this secret realm. These thunders are still quite powerful, so be careful. Don't get hit, Lin Wanner continued to remind. Although these thunders weren't deadly, they still did some damage. Understood, Lin Yu. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling nodded their heads at the same time in response. That's good. Keep going. Lin Wanner laughed softly. Wait, there's something. Just at this time, Xiao Yu spoke up. She was seen looking up, as if she had spotted something in the sky. However, as Lin Yu and the others raised their heads, they could only see layers and layers of dark clouds, as well as the glittering thunderbolts. Senior sister, you used the divine eye? Lin Yu asked curiously. Well, I saw an incomparably huge floating island above this dark cloud, Xiao Yu replied in a serious and earnest manner. It's really too strange that such a huge floating island can actually be suspended high in the sky without using any floating formations. The tone of his voice gradually became awe-inspiring. It seems like we're still quite lucky, Lin Wanner slowly responded. Next, we'll have to decide if we want to go up and explore. Wan Air, I feel like I can go up and take a look, Xiao Yu quickly suggested. I agree, Lin Yu nodded. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling, too, were naturally happy. This time, having just come out from inside the city, he had made such a discovery, and if he gave it up, he would surely regret it. Either way, it should be explored. Moreover, with their current strength, they basically possessed the ability to defend themselves, and overall there was not much of a problem, so they could take a chance. Let's all hurry up. The floating island above this seems to have a time limit. After a certain amount of time, it should disappear, Xiao Yu reminded. By the way, there were floating islands over the secret realm that should have been discovered long ago, but the truth is it wasn't found. Therefore, Xiao Yu had such a presumption. Okay, then we'll fly up there now. Immediately, everyone maneuvered their mechs and flew up quickly. What Lin Yu directly summoned this time was the Nuwa mech. Shoo! The Nuwa mech then turned into a ray of light and charged straight up. The speed was even much faster than Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu, who were 90-level mechs. It's worthy of being a god-level mecha. Xiao Yu sighed. This Nuwa mech of Brother Lin's will be absolutely invincible in aerial combat in the future. The flight speed of this mech alone. Their mechs were completely outclassed even if they were 20 levels higher. As they flew up into the sky, the higher up they went. They also suffered from lightning attacks. Luckily, they quickly cast out their mech defense skills, and it could be seen that another defense shield had appeared on all of their mechs. All of those thunderbolts bombarded their defense shield, and the power that erupted was directly and completely counteracted by the defense shield. It didn't take them long, and they soon passed through the layer of dark clouds, came above the dark clouds. It's unbelievably bright up here. Immediately after, they came to Lin Yu's side. At this time, Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel. You guys see that there are actually many mysterious buildings on this floating island. It's as if at some point in time, there were people, or other beings, who lived here. When Lin Yu rushed up and saw this scene, he was directly shocked, and vaguely he also seemed to see a vision. In the illusion, the city in front of us is incomparably prosperous. All of them are powerful mecha. There are basically similar ruins in various secret realms. But unfortunately, so far, humans have not discovered any useful news from these ruins. Lin Wanner nodded her head and said softly, but it's certain that amongst a previous era, there was the existence of a higher civilization in these secret realms. As for why these higher civilizations disappeared without even a trace or news left, perhaps they experienced some kind of cataclysmic change, perhaps it was because of some other reason. Nowadays, mankind is also facing the same crisis, and if we can't cope with it, human civilization will also disappear from this world. As she spoke, Lin Wanner's tone became somewhat lamentable. Think about it. Higher-level civilizations have been disappeared so completely. What a horrible crisis to face. Alright, don't think too much. Our top priority is to improve our own strength. Xiao Yu laughed. Only with enough strength, whatever crisis occurs, that can be solved. Immediately, everyone maneuvered their mechs and landed on this floating island. Ding dong, notice you've entered a special area. Landing for a moment. Inside Lin Yu's mind, a system voice rang out. This caused Lin Yu's face to instantly become grave. It seemed that he had to be careful with this floating island. Rumble. A few seconds passed. The entire floating island violently made a few clicks. Next, a ray of light enveloped all of their mechs. Intense glow. It made all of Lin Yu and the rest of them close their eyes. I don't know how long it's been. After feeling the glow disappear, Lin Yu and the others opened their eyes again and realized that they had arrived inside a strange space. This is worthy of being a hidden space, isn't it? Lin Yu was surprised. The space here was somewhat similar to the hidden space they had entered before. It does seem to be a hidden space. Lin Wanner nodded. Hidden spaces are great places. Once you pass, you'll be able to get a chance, a supreme treasure. But the dangers are there. The hidden space inside an 80-level secret realm must be extremely difficult to pass. I'll be careful in a while. Xiao Yu also instructed. Having entered this hidden space, neither she nor Lin Wanner were fully certain. Rumble. A high platform rose up inside this hidden space. Immediately afterward, a light coalesced on the high platform and finally transformed into a woman wearing a long snow-white dress. A woman with a stunningly beautiful face and an even more extraordinary temperament. It didn't seem to be a real person though. It seemed to be just a projection left behind by some technological means. The machine god body, the god-level mechs, have only truly appeared in this era? This mysterious woman, looking directly at Lin Yu's new mech, muttered, some sadness in her eyes. When the mysterious woman looked at Lin Wanner, she couldn't help but sigh again. The previous efforts weren't in vain, and the experiment has finally succeeded. So it's not too late for everything. Her voice, though, was a whisper, but Lin Yu and the others could all hear it clearly. What do you mean? God-level mechs only appear in this era? Moreover, this mysterious woman, surprisingly, could tell with a single glance that Lin Yu was a machine god body. Everyone was puzzled in their minds. There's too much unknown. Who are you? Lin Wanner directly opened her mouth to inquire. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you will face an extinction crisis in the future. The mysterious woman slowly replied. Hear this. Everyone's mind was shaken. Obviously, this mysterious woman knew a lot of things. Do you know where the mecha came from? The mysterious woman inquired. I don't know. Lin Yu replied. Currently, the humans of this era have no idea how mechas are born, and only know that when the psychic energy value reaches 100, there is a chance of successfully awakening a mech of their own. In the beginning before the universe was born, when it was still chaos, the gods opened up the heavens and the earth, created the heavens and the earth, and all things. The gods have created countless mechs. Soon the gods realized that these mechs they had created were not intelligent, and so, another deity created mankind, giving them the ability of mech manipulation. Every god-level mecha corresponds to a god spirit, possessing the power of a deity. Hear it here. Lin Yu's heart was incomparably shocked. Isn't this the story of Pangu opening the heavens and Nuwa creating man? It's outrageous. So much for that. His own Panga mech, and Nuwa mech, corresponded to the two great gods, Pangu and Nuwa. At this moment, my sister and the girls had been dumbfounded. I didn't realize that's how mechs were born. It's actually a divine creation. Their worldview has been updated again. How was that giant beast born? Xiao Yu curiously inquired. It was as if this giant beast could never be killed. The behemoth race, of course, was also created by the gods. The mysterious woman said softly. In the beginning, the human race and the behemoth race lived in peace, but with the disappearance of the gods, the peace didn't last long, and battles broke out. Until now in this age, it still continues to go on and on. It turned out that the battle between humans and behemoths had been going on for so long. Lin Yu and the others were shocked in their hearts. So, how did humans perish in your civilization? And if all humans perished, how did humans in our time emerge? Lin Wanner continued to inquire. Also, when you saw me just now, why did you say that the experiment was successful? Although he knew the origin of the mechs and the behemoths, there were still a lot of questions confusing him. Facing Lin Wanner's question again, the mysterious woman still had a calm face as she replied. The Human Seed Project, the civilization that I am a part of, understood at the end that extinction was already an unavoidable reality, and thus initiated this kind of sub-program. Now, in the early days of the launch of your era civilization, it was the people of our civilization who led the new human race and revived the era of Mecha for all in just 100 years. After more than 2,000 years of rapid development, it's a pity that there hasn't been a single god-ranked Mecha master so far. This mysterious woman seemed to know a lot about the current human civilization. It seemed that she was not as simple as a projection. Remember that the behemoths are not the only threat to mankind. At the moment you know too much instead of being detrimental. When you are strong, you will naturally know. As for you, it's actually an experiment our civilization has been working on. Mystery continued to go on. Hearing this, Lin Wan froze. She was an experiment? Our civilization, where no one can awaken a god-level mecha, in the face of the impending crisis, initiated this experimental program to use human technology to create god-level mechs that belong to humans as their true selves. After countless failures, we still haven't succeeded. But this experimental gene has been inherited, so that's why your mecha can level up. It also confirms that what we envisioned at the beginning was correct. Humans are capable of creating their own mechs. As for the end, whether or not your mech can be upgraded to a god-level mech, it's up to you. A few words. Undoubtedly, it made Lin Wanner and the others once again marvel incomparably. Then is this technology still preserved? Lin Yu hurriedly asked curiously. If this technology was available, wouldn't every one of those ordinary people who hadn't awakened their mechs be mecha masters? Young man, your thoughts are too simple. If this technique was easy, we wouldn't have paid such a painful price. The mysterious woman shook her head, seemingly recalling that tragic scene. Lin Wanner was now able to truly understand why her mech was able to level up. Young man, you still need to keep the matter of possessing the machine god body a secret, the mysterious woman reminded. The darkness has begun to revive. Lin Yu intended to continue asking, but soon, this mysterious woman spoke again, interrupting him. The information that will allow you to know for now, you already know now. Let's start getting to the point. With that, her words fell. A special golden orb appeared on the high platform. It is logical that you must pass through the layers of tests, but looking at the success of the experiment and the appearance of the machine god body, then the tests are unnecessary. The golden orb erupted with a light. A text floated in mid-air. These words are constantly on the move, quickly aligned neatly. This is the divine spirit level cultivation method, or the divine level cultivation method as you call it. In the beginning, our civilization discovered this divine spirit level cultivation method in an ancient place. It was left behind by a deity. It's a pity that none of the mechs in our civilization can fully master it. Some people speculate that to cultivate this divine spirit level cultivation method, one must possess a divine level mecha. So young man, whether or not you can cultivate successfully, you'll have to look to your own destiny. The rest of you can also try to cultivate. Even if you have mastered a little bit, you will have a chance to become a god-level mecha master in the future. Unbelievable. Unexpectedly, they actually had such a chance to obtain a divine-level cultivation method. Seeing this, Lin Yu and the others also quickly began to comprehend it. A few short minutes, a systematic voice rang out just inside his head. Ding dong, the machine god body has successfully comprehended the divine cultivation method. Ho ho ho, the machine god body is so strong. It feels like this divine-level cultivation method is like an innate cultivation method. Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel in his heart. At this moment, even the mysterious woman's eyes were permeated with shock. I didn't expect the machine god body to actually master this divine spirit level cultivation method in a matter of minutes. If her civilization had been able to have an organic god body appear in the first place, perhaps the fate of their civilization would have changed. It was true that this machine god body was the last hope for humanity. If the future machine god body were to be defeated, then humanity would be completely devoid of light and hope. Your name is Lin Yu, isn't it? The mysterious woman looked at Lin Yu and asked softly. Yes, Lin Yu nodded. Now that you have successfully grasped this divine spirit level cultivation method, remember that you can cultivate properly. Time is running out. The mysterious woman gave a serious command. Can't you make it any clearer? Lin Yu was a little tiny bit speechless. What do you mean time is running out? If time is really running out, how much time is left? Dumb riddles here are really breathless. Anyway, Lin Yu can't guess how much time is left. In the face of Lin Yu's words, the mysterious woman only laughed softly and didn't explain too much, only to see the mysterious woman reach out and wave her hand. A special scroll hovered in front of Lin Yu. This is the map of the ancestral land. If you have the opportunity to enter the divine armor mysterious realm, then go to the ancestral ground, where you will improve even more. The mysterious woman continued. What is this ancestral land? Lin Yu quickly inquired. I don't know either, but it is rumored that this ancestral land is the place where the first Mecha was born. The mysterious woman shook her head. There was some information that was not for her to know. Well, my time is almost over, and it's up to you to grasp what your future destiny will be. Young man. After the mysterious woman finished her last sentence, she re-emerged as a ray of light and eventually quickly dissipated into thin air. The entire inside of this hidden space seemed to have become dimmer all of a sudden as well. He could still feel a warmth after the mysterious woman appeared just now, but as the mysterious woman disappeared into thin air, so did that warmth. Hoo-hoo! Lin Yu took a deep breath. He'd never thought about it so much before. Nowadays, through this mysterious woman, know a lot of things that have never known. It was true that there were times when the more one knew, the more one was somewhat troubled. Lin Yu turned around and looked at Lin Wanner and the girls who were comprehending the cultivation method. The heart made up its mind at once. Whatever crisis may arise behind this, I have to become incredibly strong. Only then can I protect my family, friends, and loved ones. With a decision, it just seemed to have direction all at once. Next, all one has to do is to work hard in that direction for that goal. Lin Yu continued to sit cross-legged. Lin Wanner and the others were still in the process of comprehending, which would take some time, and within this time, Lin Yu wasn't going to waste it. He had to cultivate properly. With the operation of the divine level cultivation method, the dense energy around him was constantly pouring into his body. For a moment, Lin Yu felt like he was a black hole in the universe, able to swallow everything. The spiritual energy value in his body was also in the midst of a rapid increase. Have to say, this divine level cultivation method was truly too powerful. The efficiency of raising the spiritual energy value was not comparable to any other cultivation method at all. I don't know how much time has passed. In short, Lin Yu felt that the energy of this hidden space had become thinner. It seemed to have become completely unsuitable to continue practicing here. Open the personal panel. Lin Yu meditated in his heart. In his mind, the system panel quickly appeared. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Kijiji body, activated. Mecha master level, 7-star Mecha master. Energy points, 0. Spiritual energy, 320,450. Mecha, Pango Mecha, level 70. Nuwa Mecha, level 70. Inside this hidden space, performing a divine level cultivation method has directly increased my spiritual energy value by more than 10,000. Lin Yu was shocked. The speed was completely beyond his expectations. To be able to obtain this divine level cultivation method, this trip to the level 80 secret realm was completely rewarding, and a lot of information. Regardless, the trip was worthwhile. After opening his eyes, at the first glance, he saw Xiaoyu's beautiful face. Brother Lin, have you finished cultivating? Xiaoyu smiled with a smile on her face. Humph. Lin Yu nodded slightly, then immediately looked at his sister Lin Wanner, as well as Mo Shitting and Yiling and the girls. At this point they had both stopped comprehending. Senior sisters, how are you guys comprehending? Lin Yu hurriedly asked curiously. Barely have a grasp on it. Xiaoyu nodded and said softly. I should be lucky. I've basically mastered them all. Lin Wanner instead said somewhat calmly. Mo Shitting and Yiling were both the same. Barely having a grasp. But, perhaps later on, as long as they practice properly, it might still be possible for them to fully master it. According to what that mysterious woman had said, even with this little bit of mastery, there was still a hope of becoming a god-level mecha master in the future. That's good. This time, we still have to thank senior sister Xiao. Without her discovering this place, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to obtain this divine cultivation method without being able to know about that ancient matter. Lin Yu stood up and sighed. The whole body is incredibly soothing. The machine god body and this divine cultivation method seem to go very well together. The two added to each other and the effect obtained was completely 1 + 1. Rumble. At this point, a huge exit surfaced. It seems like this place is going to dissipate. Let's get out of here first. Watching that high platform turn into nothingness, Lin Wanner quickly reminded. Immediately, everyone also immediately maneuvered their mechs and flew out towards that exit. With a dazzling flash of light, it quickly left the hidden space. When everyone opened their eyes again, they found themselves reappearing on the massive floating island. And at that moment, the entire floating island was in the midst of slowly dissipating. Everyone maneuvered their mechs and flew. A short minute, the huge floating island disappeared into thin air right in front of their eyes. It was as if nothing had ever happened. The layers of thunderclouds below are also rapidly dissipating. Hoo-hoo! Ting took a deep breath at this moment and couldn't help but sigh. This experience is really too magical. The thing that shocked them the most. The world was opened by the gods. Mechs are created by the gods. Even humans. When they looked at Lin Yu's Nuwa mech, for a moment, it felt like a great god named Nuwa had appeared before them. Then let's continue exploring the secret realm. Xiao Yu smiled. The secret world is vast. Their current exploration of the secret realm was only the tip of the iceberg. Currently, they all know it, there will be a huge disaster. A crisis will come next. If it is not handled well, the human race will once again perish. So people want to be stronger now. Time passes in an instant. Without realizing it, more than 10 days had passed. These days, they have been exploring inside this secret realm. When they encountered the behemoths, they directly killed them one by one. Through Xiao Yu's divine eyes ability, they had also discovered quite a few good things, allowing all of them to rise to a higher level of strength. Not found. On this day, when they arrived at a new area, Xiao Yu cast his divine eyes ability and looked around. He could only see some giant beasts and didn't find anything else that was good. This was already the second time in a row that Xiao Yu had cast his divine eyes and failed to find anything good. In that case, let's go back to the safe zone first. Anyway, this time the harvest is all quite large. It would be better to cultivate properly next and raise the Mecha master level. Lin Yu proposed. Now that Xiao Yu had cast the divine eye twice, he would have to cool down for 7 days before he could continue to cast it next. Since we can't find anything good now, then it would be better to go back and practice first. Imperative. It is indeed time to level up the mechs properly. I agree. Lin Wan'er agreed. Ting and Yiling naturally had no problem with it. Okay. Xiao Yu smiled and nodded. Next, everyone is also returning quickly. It didn't take long. Then it was back to that city in the safe zone again. It's still the feeling of lying on a big bed that's comfortable. After returning to his room, Lin Yu directly lay down on the soft big bed and enjoyed himself. This time, basically stayed inside the mech the whole time. Not even how to have a good rest. Somehow, it feels like there won't be any leisure time like this at some point in the future. Why don't we go to a hot spring? Xiao Yu smiled. It's just as well that we can all have a good time relaxing. Aha, Lin Wanner nodded, also falling back on wanting to take a dip. There are still hot springs here. Ha! Lin Yu sat up violently from his bed. Of course, there are all the facilities here. Xiao Yu laughed. Next, led by Xiao Yu, it was also a quick trip to the hot springs. Looking at the spa is separate for men and women. Let Lin Yu fell inexplicably some small loss. Then I'll go in first. Lin Yu walked straight in towards the men's only hot spring. After entering, what made Lin Yu a little surprised was, there's no one in there. It was equivalent to Lin Yu wrapping up the show all by himself. This hot spring facility, which was constructed inside this building, could only be used by the students of Kunlun Mecha University who came here. It was as if, inside this entire building, they seemed to be the only students. So far, no other students from the same school have been seen. After removing his clothes and pants, Lin Yu was left with only a pair of underwear before entering directly into this hot spring. Aha, cool. This is like the first time I've actually been in a hot spring. Lin Yu had a face of enjoyment. The only thing is that it feels a little lonely. The girl's side is probably hilarious. Lin Yu couldn't help but think in his mind. About 10 minutes passed. Lin Yu sensed someone coming in at that moment. After practicing the chaotic viewpoint, in terms of the soul and spirit, it has been greatly improved. So in terms of perception, it was still very sensitive. Which one could it be? Lin Yu speculated in his mind. It was assumed that it should also be a student of the Kunlun Mecha University. Lin Yu couldn't help but look towards the door. Suddenly, a pair of long, white, straight legs appeared in her own eyes. Immediately after, Xiao Yu, who was in a bikini, walked in. Brother Lin, why is your nose bleeding? Xiao Yu smiled charmingly. With that, Xiao Yu walked over to Lin Yu and couldn't help but spin around. How about it? Do I look good? Schoolmate? Good looking. Lin Yu didn't even think about it and directly nodded. Soon, Lin Yu came back to his senses. Sister, this is the boys' area. Don't worry, I've long investigated. You're the only boy at the moment, Xiao Yu said with a smile, and then she directly came to sit beside Lin Yu. enjoying this hot spring together. The two of them leaned their skin together. It made Lin Yu restless. That feeling. Never had an experience before. The heart is beating faster. Senior sister. I'm at least a hot-blooded teenager. I won't be able to hold it if you're like this. Lin Yu swallowed his saliva, feeling like he could hardly hold it down. Yes? Xiaoyu smiled mysteriously. An hour later, Lin Yu walked out from inside that hot spring with Xiaoyu in his arms. At this moment, Lin Yu was still red in the face. It's so humiliating. A hot-blooded teenager himself. He's actually been passive. Sure enough, he had been suppressed to death by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, who was lying in Lin Yu's arms, fell back. Whatever. Lin Yu is also considered to have metamorphosed and matured. Back in the room, Lin Wanair watched her brother come back holding Xiaoyu. With just a simple glance, Lin Wanair also instantly understood what had happened. This good girlfriend of yours will be her sister-in-law from now on. Sis, don't look at me like that. It's weirdly oozing. Noticing Lin Wanair's meaningful expression, Lin Yu laughed somewhat bitterly. Take good care of Xiaoyu. I'll go out for a walk. Lin Wanair smiled and then walked out. We're also with senior sister Lin. Mo Shitting and Yiling followed closely behind. They naturally understood what had happened to both Lin Yu and Xiaoyu. That's all. Inside the whole house, just Lin Yu and Xiaoyu. Just hold me a little longer. Lin Yu had intended to put Xiaoyu on the bed and let her rest, but Xiaoyu seemed to enjoy being held and couldn't help but pout. The mold is cute. Good. Lin Yu nodded slightly. The two continued to embrace each other, feel the warmth of each other. I just didn't expect it. The first time the two were in a spa. Other side, Lin Wanair and the girls were already wandering around the streets outside. I didn't expect that senior sister Xiao was so proactive. Yiling sighed. At the thought of it, the two of them doing something shy, her face couldn't help but blush. So do you two have a favorite? Lin Wanair looked at Mo Shitting and Yiling and laughed softly. Hearing her ask this, both Mo Shitting and Yiling couldn't help but lower their heads. Favorite people do have. Seeing this scene, Lin Wanair didn't continue to ask. Spectator. Lin Wanair naturally knew who the two of them liked. Ah, old brother. How is this not a kind of cultivation? Lin Wanair muttered in her heart. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Ever since that one time in the hot springs when they had sex, the relationship and feelings between the two of them, Lin Yu and Xiaoyu, had skyrocketed. A new day dawns. Lin Yu stopped his cultivation state early in the morning and slowly stood up. When he came to this window, he could clearly see a large number of mechs inside the city, summoning their mechs and heading in the same direction. With that, Lin Yu quickly opened this city's intranet. After seeing the message above, Lin Yu hurriedly called out to wake up Lin Wanair and the girls. Sister, look! Lin Yu quickly projected the message. At this moment, Lin Wanair and the girls could clearly see it. There is a strange change in the 10 Directions mountain. A great opportunity has appeared. After seeing this message, Lin Wanair and Xiaoyu nodded. In the secret realm, some sort of chance will indeed appear from time to time. So, should we go? Lin Yu said hurriedly, his personal heart wanting to go and explore. Lin Wanair and Xiaoyu glanced at each other and couldn't help but smile slightly. Go, of course. Mo Shitting and Yiling also agreed to go. After everyone has made a unanimous decision, then they departed quickly. Come outside the city. Everyone summoned their mechs, moving quickly towards the 10 Square Mountain. It's almost 100 kilometers away from the 10 Square Mountains. It doesn't count too far, although we currently don't know what kind of mutation has happened in this 10 Square Mountain. But understand one thing, we must be careful when we arrive. Along the way, Lin Wanair instructed. Every time some sort of chance appeared inside the secret realm, many mecha masters would fall. It's not just the behemoths you have to worry about. Be more careful of other mechs. There are mechs that are heartless and have great desires. After discovering that other mechs had gotten good things, they would kill and seize the treasure. This happens, basically, all the time. As the saying goes, where there are people, there is a jungle. Where there is a jungle, there is killing. On the plus side, killing for treasure is one of the ways to get treasure very quickly. Understood. Everyone responded. It didn't take long. Then he smoothly arrived at the range of this 10 Square Mountain. Look around at this point. Various mechs maneuvered their mechs and searched everywhere inside this 10 Square Mountain. The 10 Directions Mountain was incomparably vast. I'm afraid it's not that easy to find the chance that appeared. Xiaoyu. Next, it's up to you, Lin Wanair said softly. Among their team, Xiaoyu was there, and using her divine eye ability, she was naturally able to find the exact location where this opportunity was located one step ahead of the others. No problem, Xiaoyu laughed. However, we'll have to go even deeper inside. Now, where it is now, it's only the outer fringes of the 10 Great Mountains. Even if there were opportune treasures, it would be impossible for them to appear at this edge. Immediately, Everyone maneuvered their mechs, rapidly penetrating deeper into these 10 great mountains. Along the way, it is also natural to also encounter many mechs. Right now, the treasure chance hasn't really appeared yet, so it didn't break out into a fight. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud bang. Not far ahead, a mech was directly pierced through the body by a black tentacle, which immediately exploded. The mech inside that mech even fell on the spot. Ho 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 ho! At the same time a hiss resounded through heaven and earth. A terrifying beast appeared in the eyes of the mechs. What kind of behemoth is this? It's so terrifying. Just now that mech was afraid to be level 80, but it was actually killed by a single blow from the behemoth. Mo sure ting sighed deeply. This giant beast is covered with that one black tentacle. Looks extremely disgusting and horrible. Behemoth, Nergith. Level 80. Ability, Plunder. In this moment, the voice of the system inside Lin Yu's head rang out. I didn't realize that a new giant beast had actually appeared. Lin Wanner took a deep breath at this moment. This huge beast that appeared before them, they had never seen it before. Looks like there's going to be another page in that giant beast book of books nowadays. Ho ho ho. It was just a matter of 10 seconds or so. More and more energy-eating beasts appeared. Their targets, all of them, were all the mechs present, especially their tentacles, as if they have invincible penetrating power, could easily penetrate the body of a mecha. All be careful, don't be attacked by these giant beast tentacles. They seem to possess the ability to plunder mecha energy. Xiao Yu's divine eye took a look at this energy-devouring beast in an instant. Understood. But then, what should we do now? Do we still have to continue exploring this 10-square mountain? Lin Yu quickly said. Now a new giant beast has appeared in this 10-square mountain, and there seems to be a huge number of them. It doesn't feel like it's that simple behind the scenes either. I realized that these new behemoths all came out from inside a hole. Xiao Yu continued. At this moment, she was high in the sky, and the image in front of her through her divine eye was constantly zooming in. A huge cave could be clearly seen. These behemoths, they came from inside that cave. Retreat first. Now that the situation is unknown, we can't take too many risks. Wait for the investigation to be clear from behind before we act. Lin Wanner decided immediately. Next, everyone hurriedly maneuvered their mechs and quickly left. It was a good thing that Lin Yu and the others didn't go too deep, so it was still smooth enough to leave within the confines of this 10-square mountain. Only, some of the other mechs were out of luck. In a short period of time, just from what Lin Yu saw, more than a dozen mech masters had fallen. The strength of these mecha masters were basically 7 and 8-star mecha masters. No good. We have to hurry back to the safe zone. More giant beasts are coming out from inside that cave. The numbers are extremely huge. Xiao Yu reminded again. Even after leaving these 10 great mountains, still not so safe. Moving fast all the way back, Lin Yu and the others also returned to the safe zone without any problems. There were other mechs that were also rushing back one after another. Back in the safe zone, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This time it's really planted a big one. Originally I thought I could find some kind of chance treasure, but in the end I encountered such a terrifying giant beast. Shit, the penetrating power of these behemoths is just too perverse. My mech shield, it was directly pierced through with ease, and extremely fast, too. Instead of finding the treasure this time, many mechs have fallen. It seems that this 80-level secret realm is starting to become treacherous. The mechs that came back alive, one by one, couldn't help but discuss it. The giant beasts that appeared in the 10 Directions mountain were the first time anyone had ever seen them. However, the might that giant beast erupted was even several times more powerful than the other giant beasts they had encountered inside this secret realm altogether. That new giant beast we encountered is called the energy-thirsty beast. Lin Yu slowly spoke. Its ability, just like what Yu said, possesses the ability to plunder mecha energy. Yu, naturally, was Xiao Yu's nickname. Now that the two of them were further along in their relationship, Lin Yu naturally didn't address Xiao Yu as a school sister anymore. This kind of giant beast is currently appearing for the first time, so it seems that this 80-level secret realm has become even more treacherous. Lin Wanner nodded and said calmly, that mysterious woman said that the darkness has awakened. Perhaps it has something to do with it. Xiao Yu guessed. Through her own divine eyes, she herself could clearly see a black aura within those massive energy-devouring beasts when she saw them just now. This black gas contains a special power. 2 senior sisters. Then what should we do now? Yi Ling inquired curiously. We have to investigate all of this. Perhaps the inside of that cave is the key. Lin Wanner said seriously. Those terrifyingly huge energy-thirsty beasts had all rushed out from inside that cave. Boom! Suddenly, the secret world's heaven and earth changed. The sky was all of a sudden enveloped by blood-colored clouds, as if the entire secret world had turned into a blood-colored world. I always have an ominous feeling. After seeing this scene, Lin Yu immediately had an uneasy feeling. It continued for a few seconds. A dark shadow could be seen coming from the distance. When coming to a certain distance, it could be clearly seen that all of these black shadows were energy-thirsty beasts. The numbers are huge. It was like an army of giant beasts. It brought an extremely powerful sense of oppression. The moment the mechs inside the entire city couldn't help but suck in a breath. A giant beast of this size, if it really fought, I'm afraid there's only 9 deaths, even 10 deaths. Ho ho ho. It's good that we're in a safe zone. Even if these behemoths appear, they won't be able to get in, the organic armorer sighed. But the next second, an energy-thirsty beast just rushed into the safe zone by itself, and a huge tentacle attacked, killing many mechs instantly with just one blow. Shit. Safe zones don't work. Quick, use the secret realm scroll to leave the secret realm. This scene caused the other mechs to be horrified. The safe zone is still the first time in history that a behemoth has broken in. So much for that. In the future, in this secret realm, I'm afraid there will be no safe place. Everyone summoned their mechs. Facing such a huge scale of energy-thirsty beasts, in their opinion, even if all the mechs here joined hands, they were afraid that it would be difficult to deal with them. Everyone took out their secret scrolls. But soon, everyone is completely flustered. The secret scroll is not valid for use. This is no longer a safe zone. Everybody run. I should have known I would have left yesterday. The mechs quickly maneuvered their own mechs to escape quickly, since the last time all the secret areas have mutated. If you want to leave the secret realm, you have to use the secret realm scroll within the safety zone to teleport away. But now, this area is no longer a safe zone. Therefore, the secret realm scrolls in their hands would not be able to take them out of this secret realm. Quick, all hold my hand. Lin Yu had already summoned the new mech at this point. Everyone maneuvered their mechs to hold hands. Immediately, space shuttle activated. Next, Lin Yu and the others then directly disappeared from the spot. When Lin Yu and the others reappeared, they were already 100 kilometers away. Looking in the direction of the city, the sky over there was all blood black. It seems like that city has already been captured by the energy-thirsty beasts. Lin Yu sighed. That huge city had a lot of resources invested in it for the preliminary construction. It's really a shame. Now it's being destroyed by these behemoths. Perhaps, it's not just this secret realm that has such a strange change. Other secret realms might have the same thing happening. Lin Wanner nodded. And now the situation was a bit troublesome. If there was no safe zone, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to leave the secret realm. Sister, do you know if there are any other safe zones inside this secret realm? Lin Yu hurriedly inquired. Before, they all thought this safe zone was absolutely safe, but the reality now tells them that the so-called safe zone is not so safe anymore. Rather, I know about the other 2 safe zones, but what I'm worried about is that the other 2 safe zones might have fallen. Lin Wanner shook her head. Sister, send me the coordinates of these 2 safe zones. No matter what, we must go and take a look. Lin Yu said seriously. In case any of the safe zones were still intact, he could leave this secret realm. Good. Lin Wanner quickly sent Lin Yu the locations of the other 2 safe zones. After getting the coordinates, Lin Yu led the group through space travel once again. It didn't take long. Just arrived at the second safe zone location. Look around. This safe zone was occupied by a large number of energy-thirsty beasts as well. As Lin Yu and the others appeared, those energy-thirsty beasts seemed to have gone crazy and charged directly towards Lin Yu and the others. Lin Yu saw this, continued to perform space travel. Seeing Lin Yu and the others instantly disappear without a trace, the blood-colored giant eyes of those energy-thirsty beasts couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. In the meantime, in the depths of that mysterious cave, a cold, terrifying laughter rang out. GGG, it is actually a god-level mecha. Interesting, interesting. Such a body. I want it. Half an hour later, Lin Yu and the others arrived at a safer place. AI, the currently known safe zones, have all fallen and are no longer safe zones. Lin Wan airside. They were now considered trapped in this secret realm. Both Mo Shitting and Yiling couldn't help but feel a little worried and scared as well. They are in their prime. It would be too much of a loss to die in this. Have you guys noticed that these energy-thirsty beasts all seem to have a purpose? They don't go to other places. Instead, they attack and occupy the 3 safe zones by themselves. Xiao Yu analyzed. So, I have a judgment that there might be someone behind this who is controlling these energy-thirsty beasts. The possibilities are great. Lin Wanner nodded. With their current strength, self-preservation should be no problem. But staying inside this secret realm all the time wasn't a solution either. Always beware of those giant beasts attacking at all times. There was simply no way to be able to truly cultivate with peace of mind and care. Sis, is there no other way to leave after the safe zone? Lin Yu asked. There is. Lin Wanner explained. Rumor has it that the secret realms all have a final chance. And as long as this final chance is found, the secret realm will begin to collapse and dissipate. At which point the exit of the secret realm will appear. But it's not that easy to find this ultimate chance. Xiao Yu also quickly said, even if I possess the divine eye, the possibility of finding it is not very high. The secret realm's ultimate chances were all in need of someone who truly had great fortune. In a nutshell, for those who are destined to get it, it's a breeze. Those who are not destined to find it, even if the ultimate opportunity is right next to you. Rumble. It didn't take long. A thunderous sound rang out. Just a few minutes passed. The energy between the secret world and heaven is disappearing. Everyone's faces became grave. After the energy here disappeared, it meant that there was no way for them to run the cultivation method and continue absorbing energy to restore their own spiritual energy value. It continued for almost 5 or 6 minutes. Then he could clearly sense that the energy between the secret world and the heaven and earth had disappeared into thin air. With the energy gone, once a mech master's psychic energy value is depleted, he won't be able to continue manipulating the mechs, and by then it will be even more impossible for humans to fend off those behemoths on their own. Xiao Yu took a deep breath and stared. If they couldn't find a good solution again, then the next fate of all the mechs inside the secret realm would only be death. Could the inside of that mysterious cave be the place where the final chance of this secret realm lies? Lin Yu couldn't help but make a bold guess. If, indeed, there was someone behind these energy-thirsty beasts who was manipulating them, then the person behind this is likely to be in that mysterious cave. Maybe, after taking care of it, those energy-thirsty beasts would leave and the safe zone could be restored again. After hearing Lin Yu analyze them one by one, everyone couldn't help but nod. All of them felt that Lin Yu had analyzed the situation very well. So that means we'll have to venture into that mysterious cave. Lin Wana responded. This risk is worth trying. Besides, with your spatial shuttling from brother, once we encounter any dangers, we'll be able to detach ourselves at the first opportunity. This is the only way now. Our spiritual energy value is always limited. If we wait for it to be depleted at the back, I'm afraid we won't have a chance. Xiao Yu agreed. After the decision is made, Lin Yu took a deep breath. In that case, then let's set off. Immediately after, everyone mechs hand in hand. Space shuttle activated. Destination, Jiufang Dyson. In an instant, Lin Yu and the others disappeared into thin air, traveling quickly through the void. It didn't take long. Lin Yu and the others quickly reappeared over that 10-square mountain. Strange, there's actually not a single energy-thirsty beast in sight. After arriving here, Lin Yu also hurriedly observed the surrounding directions, completely unnoticed by a single energy-thirsty beast. That makes it feel strange. Could it be that the energy-thirsty beasts inside that cave, all of them rushed out? Mo Sure Ting guessed. It always feels a little bad. Lin Yu shook his head. Right now there's only soldiers to stop and water to cover. Lin Waner calmly said. There is no longer any other way. The only thing to do is to take one step at a time. Next, everyone quickly maneuvered their mechs towards the depths of the 10 Great Mountains. It was about a 10-minute flight. An incomparably huge cave appeared in their eyes. The inside of this cave is pitch black, as if it were the entrance from hell. Once you enter, you will be doomed. Until now, they still hadn't even seen a single energy-thirsty beast. There were no other behemoths to be found either. Inexplicable feelings. The whole of this cave seems like a trap. In the future, everyone shouldn't spread out too much. Lin Yu took a deep breath and reminded. What's really going on here? It's not clear, so it can't be spread too thin. Otherwise there would be no way to escape from here in the first place when the time came. Don't worry, I've already cast my divine eyes. Once anything wrong happens, I'll alert immediately. Xiao Yu spoke. With her God's Eye ability in place, she could definitely avoid a lot of trouble and danger. After each is mentally prepared, everyone maneuvered their mechs, and they entered this mysterious cave. Lin Yu was in the lead, although his own mech is only level 70, but at least it is a god-level mech. Whether it was defense or mobility, it was definitely a bit faster than them. And again, inside the whole team, he was the only man. If he's not on, who is? Inside the cave, it was pitch black, so it was good that everyone's mechs had night vision mode. Even how dark it is, you can clearly see everything around you. Of course, everyone's mech is different. The range that can be seen, naturally there are big and small. Inside this cave, the passages are intricate. As it goes on and on, in front of them, a new issue has arisen. An intricate passageway that, for a moment, left them at a loss as to what to choose. Once you make a wrong choice, I'm afraid you'll waste your time inside this cave. They had a certain drain on their psychic energy value just by manipulating the mech. So time they can't afford to consume it all right now. That way, Xiao Yu maneuvered the mech and pointed in a direction. This passageway leads straight to some huge space underground. Follow the passage, Xiao Yu pointed out. Everyone picked up speed again. This time, the God's Eye is working wonders again. Otherwise, they would probably have to be like a headless fly flying around here right now. It's so weird. We're all the way deep into this cave and we still haven't found a single giant beast. Lin Yu was rapidly advancing while also carefully observing his surroundings. Even probing with one's own spiritual power, there was no discovery at all. Instead, it didn't take long. Just come inside this underground space by yourself. The whole process, sort of, went very smoothly. Although everyone was feeling bad. But it's here now. There's a high platform in front. No, it should be considered a ceiling platform. And there is a terrifying energy inside. Xiao Yu reminded. Keep going. Sure enough, a ceiling platform appeared in front of them. A gentle leap. Their mechs then jumped on top of the ceiling platform. At this time, it is even more clear to see that above this ceiling table is a special rune. Looks like, extremely subtle no longer. In the very center a huge sword was inserted directly on top of this ceiling platform. It seems like that energy-thirsty beast rioting out must have something to do with this place. Lin Yu nodded, and in his heart, he was also curious as to what exactly this ceiling platform was sealing. What now? Yi Ling inquired. It was supposed to be about finding the man behind this. As a result of this underground space, there is only this ceiling platform. Could it be that the mastermind behind this is inside this ceiling platform? Don't be anxious, Lin Yu comforted. Whatever happens, there must be a solution. Only this way. They don't know at the moment. Jia. Finally, I've waited for you, my perfect host body. In an instant, a ghostly voice resounded throughout the underground space. It was as if the place had become much colder in that instant. After hearing this horrifying voice that seemed to come from hell, Lin Yu's face was incomparably grave, instantly feeling like it was staring him in the face. The perfect host? Do you want to take me over? Lin Yu secretly said in his heart, his entire being already prepared to deal with everything. Fortunately, in the beginning, inside the Kunlun Mecha University, but he had learned to master the chaos viewpoint. This chaotic viewpoint could effectively resist means such as seizing the body. In the meantime, Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu, too, pulled Lin Yu behind them. They are not stupid. Understand that it was directed at Lin Yu. The other party must have seen that the mech Lin Yu was currently controlling was a god-level mech. Boom boom boom. One moment. The ground shook. It only lasted for a few seconds before it stopped. But immediately afterward an 80-level energy-thirsty beast quickly appeared in this underground space. Layers and layers. Apparently it was all a trap. However, Lin Yu and the others had expected this. Come out. Why bother continuing to act like a god? Lin Yu spoke calmly. Is it hard to be a shrinking turtle? Jia. As Lin Yu's words fell, the eerie generalized laughter sounded once again. Subsequently, Lin Yu could clearly see that the huge sword inserted in the very center of the ceiling platform began to erupt with a dense black gas. This black gas contained an evil energy. The black chi gathered and soon transformed into a black shadow. Evil spirit. Soul race. With the ability to take over a mech. The system's voice rang out. You are actually an evil spirit. Xiao Yu also used his divine eyes and saw the identity information of the other party coming. Jia. Little girl. You've got a nice pair of divine eyes. Surely they'll be delicious. That evil spirit smiled wickedly, making people feel their scalps tingle with a sense of crisis. Evil. You came out just in time. I'll destroy you. Lin Yu coldly snorted, actually daring to hit Xiao Yu's eyes. Absolutely cannot be forgiven. Space blockade activated. A moment's effort. The entire space of this high platform was directly blocked. So much for that. It would simply be impossible for this evil to escape the ceiling platform. However, this evil was originally in a sealed state. And even without Lin Yu's spatial blockade, this evil was currently unable to leave this ceiling platform. Such a sturdy spatial blockade. It's worthy of being a god-level mecha. At this moment, that evil didn't have a trace of worry, but instead became even more greedy. More and more. He wanted to seize Lin Yu's new mech for himself. Evil spirits. Special races. They have no flesh. But by taking over the mech, one can use the mech as flesh and become one. Incarnated as a dark mech. Estimate. This was the darkness that the mysterious woman had said had awakened. Sure enough, the giant beasts are not the only threat to humanity. Now that there are evil spirits appearing here, it is estimated that there will be other places as well. Once these evil spirits succeeded in taking over the mechs, and a dark mech appeared afterward, humanity would face even more powerful opponents and threats. Lin Yu, are you sure? Lin Wanner said gruffly. Don't worry sis, Thunder should be able to restrain these evil spirits. Lin Yu nodded, a hint of confidence in his tone. The new Mecha then had an exclusive god-rank skill, Divine Thunder of Creation. Under the Divine Thunder, all evil spirits will go up in smoke. The power of thunder does indeed restrain my evil spirit clan, but I won't give you the chance to use it. With a loud laugh, that evil transformed into a black light, instantly rushing into the new mech and entering Lin Yu's body. One moment, Lin Yu's entire body seemed to be frozen. Lin Yu, wake up! Xiao Yu was incredibly worried after seeing this scene. This evil spirit was their first encounter. No experience at all in fighting them. Just now the speed of that evil spirit is extremely fast. They completely did not have the first time to react. It seemed that this physical defense was completely useless against these evil spirits. Don't worry too much. It's a good thing that you've cultivated the chaotic viewing thoughts. You should be fine. Although Lin Wanair was also worried in her heart, she still believed in her heart that her oldest brother could successfully resist. Jie, worthy of being a mecha master who has awakened a god-level mecha. His consciousness is actually a universe. That evil spirit couldn't help but exclaim in admiration after entering Lin Yu's space of consciousness. At the same time, Lin Yu's consciousness appeared inside this space. Kid, be good and be erased by me. The evil spirit laughed when he saw Lin Yu. A terrifying ghostly claw directly attacked towards Lin Yu. Chaos viewpoint. Lin Yu's body was haunted by chaos, transforming into a barrier. The ghostly claws cast out by those evil spirits were directly resisted by this barrier with ease. Chaos viewpoint? Rather, I didn't expect you to have actually mastered this cultivation method, but it's a pity that what you've mastered isn't really the chaos divine grinding conceptualization method. That's all. Otherwise, there's still a real possibility that I might fall into your hands. The evil spirit laughed. But fortunately, you are still destined to be erased by me. It's got some words. To Lin Yu's surprise. Didn't realize. This chaotic viewpoint was actually just a simplified version of that chaotic divine mill viewpoint. Kid, I'd like to see how long you can resist. That evil spirit once again erupted with a powerful attack. Boom boom boom. No, if this continues, there will only be certain death. Lin Yu said darkly. The mind was constantly engaged in thinking about countermeasures. Ding dong, your Kijin body has detected you entering into a crisis and has turned on autonomous savior mode. Knock. A voice resounded through the universe. Immediately after, a powerful pressure erupted, directly causing that evil spirit to be completely unable to move by half. How is this possible? Why do you still possess such absolutely terrifying power? The evil spirit had an unbelievable look in its eyes. 1 second it was incomparably arrogant. The next it became like a lamb to the slaughter. Lousy is a machine god body. You want to erase Lousy? Dream on. Lin Yu spoke indifferently. Hear this. The evil spirit was dumbfounded. The machine god body actually appeared in this era. Damn. I'm surprised it didn't find out on its own. Knew it. This Lin Yu was the machine god body. It naturally didn't dare to have the slightest thought of taking over Lin Yu. Inside its memory, the machine god body is an invincible physique created by a group of gods themselves. Created by the gods themselves. Would it be something that it, a tiny evil spirit, could erase? Boom. In an instant, a light flashed through this space of consciousness. Whether it was Lin Yu or that evil spirit, they could now clearly see that huge divine shadow coalesce. That divine shadow held a huge axe. Just that swing. Then the opening of the heavens was completed. Created countless worlds of heaven and earth. Immediately, the Discordian Mecha appeared at Lin Yu's side. Immediately after that, there was another divine shadow. 7 colors to mend the sky and create all things. The Nuwa Mecha also coalesced and appeared at Lin Yu's side. It's actually these two terrifying deities. The evil spirits were dumbfounded. At the moment, it only had endless remorse. The machine god body's enlightenment has increased, and it has successfully comprehended the chaos divine mill viewpoint from the chaos viewpoint. The system's voice sounded again. In this moment, an arcane mantra emerged as if it was an innate ability. Rumble. Inside the space of consciousness, an incomparably huge divine mill appeared. On top of this divine mill, it seems like there are countless corpses of gods and devils that are constantly being crushed. This is a true chaos divine mill viewpoint. Lin Yu was pleasantly surprised, feeling that in this instant, his entire being had gained an unprecedented sublimation. And that's when the evil spirit was once again dumbfounded. This is too demonic. It swore that Lin Yu was definitely the most demonic, heaven-defying existence it had ever seen. Evil spirit, I have to thank you for this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to grasp this supreme chaotic god mill viewpoint. Lin Yu said with a smile on his face. So, I'll give you a hard time. With a gentle lift of Lin Yu's finger, the discordant mecha at his side, holding a giant axe, lifted up with him. Looking at the incomparably huge open head axe, the evil spirit had been scared to an extreme point, and it wanted to escape from here, but it was completely suppressed to death. Soul body detected. Will it be converted into energy points? Suddenly, the system once again sounded a voice. It made Lin Yu quickly stop his attack. This evil spirit can also be converted into energy points? Lin Yu was shocked. One time, Lin Yu couldn't help but reveal a mysterious smile. The evil spirit who saw that smile couldn't help but shiver. There was always a feeling that something even more terrifying was waiting for him next. Transform. Lin Yu gave the order. Begin conversion. That evil spirit instantly felt an incomparably powerful force that was devouring itself. No, I'm not willing. For a brief second, that evil spirit was then completely devoured. Conversion successful. Congratulations on gaining 1,000 energy points. I didn't expect that a mere evil spirit would actually receive 1,000 energy points. To be honest, this surprised Lin Yu. This time, and thanks to the organic god body. Otherwise, I guess I'm really cold myself. Rumble. Suddenly, inside his own space of consciousness, a thunderbolt appeared. Lin Yu soon saw that in the depths of consciousness, there seemed to be a few more divine shadows. When Lin Yu wanted to find out, then he felt a strange power. It directly made him exit the space of consciousness. When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, he saw his sister, Xiao Yu and their mechs. Lin Yu, how are you? Xiao Yu hurriedly asked, her tone filled with worry. Don't worry, that evil spirit has already been destroyed by me. Lin Yu smiled. Hear this. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. So be it. Lin Yu looked around. Now inside the entire underground space, countless energy-thirsty beasts have gathered. Well, just now, Lin Yu had set up a spatial blockade here. That's why these energy-thirsty beasts, at the moment, were unable to rush into the ceiling platform. Sister, what about that giant sword? Lin Yu inquired. Originally, there was a huge sword stuck in the center of this ceiling platform. We don't know what happened. Just a moment ago, that giant sword turned into a light and dissipated. Lin Wanner shook her head. All of this, too much is more than they realize. Understood. Lin Yu nodded. The disappearance of this giant sword was probably somehow connected to that evil spirit being destroyed. As a matter of urgency, we'd better get out of here. Lin Wanner continued. Aha! Lin Yu responded. Space shuttle activated. Next, Lin Yu once again led the group to quickly complete the space shuttle, leaving this underground space. Back on the ground. AI. It seems that solving that evil spirit still won't allow us to leave the secret realm. After coming out, Lin Yu shook his head again inside. Right now the secret realm was still without any semblance of energy present. Back to that original safe zone. One building after another has been reduced to rubble. Those energy-thirsty beasts seem to have all returned inside that cave. It is still impossible to use secret scrolls in this one safe zone, but it's a sure thing. The energy-thirsty beasts attacking the safe zone must have been ordered by that evil spirit. Could it be that we're going to be trapped inside this secret realm for the rest of our lives? Yiling couldn't help but sigh. There is still only that one chance to find the ultimate chance of this secret realm. Lin Wanner reminded. It can only be so. Lin Yu nodded. But, it was also at this time, a golden orb, from the sky. It landed in front of the Nuwa mech. Immediately afterward, this golden orb erupted with a dazzling light. Mystery woman. The mysterious woman reappeared. Congratulations on destroying the evil spirits. This mysterious woman said with an expressionless face. You don't recognize us? Lin Yu curiously said. Before, we had a chat on that floating island. Sorry, I'm just a program. The mysterious woman shook her head. This shocked Lin Yu and the others. What kind of technology is this? This secret realm was originally used to suppress and seal evil spirits. Once the evil spirit is about to unseal the seal, the secret realm will automatically start the blocking program to isolate the energy of the secret realm. Even if an evil spirit breaks the seal, we can't let it leave the secret realm to plague the earth. According to the program, I will appear whenever someone kills an evil spirit, the mysterious woman said calmly. Through some of her answers, Lin Yu and the others also quickly learned a lot. Could it be that at that time, you guys were unable to completely kill this evil spirit? Lin Yu was somewhat shocked. Could that evil spirit be a very powerful being? Yes. Back then, that evil spirit controlled a saint-level mecha and was powerful. The human mechs paid a terrible price to suppress and seal it here. So far, the only way to completely exterminate the evil spirits is the Chaos Divine Mill viewpoint. But the Chaos Divine Mill viewpoint idea disappeared long ago inside an era. Another great news. Trying to exterminate evil spirits. One must master the Chaos Divine Mill viewpoint. However, now Lin Yu had a second solution. That was to transform this evil spirit into energy points. A method that only Lin Yu alone could do. Time is running out. I will activate the last of the energy and send you away. The mysterious woman said again. What about the other mechs? Lin Wanner asked in a hurry. In this secret realm, there must still be many mechs surviving. We can only look to their own destiny. This is your last chance to leave, or else you'll be trapped in here as well. The mysterious woman said. Her slender jade finger just so gently one day. A pillar of light directly enveloped Lin Yu and their mechs. Remember, the darkness has awakened. What the future fate of mankind will be may be in your hands. The mysterious woman commanded once again. After that, Lin Yu and the others then teleported out. Immediately, the golden orb began to crumble. The mysterious woman also instantly disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened. You have left the 80th level of the secret world. With a voice from the system, Lin Yu opened his eyes and realized that they had successfully left the secret realm and returned to Kunlun Mecha University. At this moment, their respective mechs, too, had returned inside their own mech space. Hoo-hoo! Finally made it out alive. It's good to be alive. Yiling was incomparably happy. Everyone had a sense of hijacking. It's just that I pity those other mechs who are inside the secret realm. Lin Wanner sighed. It can't be helped. Reality is like this. There is no way we can save them. Xiaoyu shook her head. It was already not easy for their group to leave alive. Back on the floating island. It was also a quick trip online to check out recent news. A few short minutes later, after reading one of the messages, everyone nodded in disbelief. Sure enough, it wasn't just only the 80-level secret realm they entered had a huge mutation. So did some other secret realms? None of these secret realms could be entered. Even if one had the secret scroll of the corresponding secret realm, there was no way to enter it. According to what that mysterious woman said, as long as there is an evil spirit about to break the seal, then the secret realm will start the blockade program. It seems that some secret realms are specialized in blocking and suppressing evil spirits. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Look! A week ago, an 80-level dark mecha appeared. Mo Shitting shouted in a hurry. Everyone looked over. A video began to play on the light screen. Inside the video, a dark mech that was 100 meters tall, like a demon god, was unstoppable, and many mechs fell into it. It was a good thing that the strong men from the Ethereal Mecha University had arrived in time. Although this dark mech was destroyed, that evil spirit escaped. It was estimated that behind this evil spirit, it would still be looking for a new target to plunder the new mech. It's true that as long as the evil spirit is not removed, there will be a constant supply of dark mecha. Xiaoyu sighed. Most of all, the strength of this dark mech was several times the strength of a mech of the same level. Dozens of 80-level mechs joined hands to attack, and not only did they not lose the battle, but instead, they directly felled these mech masters. It's just horrible. Just one dark mech is so powerful. If a group of dark mechs appeared, I'm afraid it would be even more difficult to deal with. I'll tell you guys something. Soon after, Lin Yu became seriously serious. In fact, I've already grasped that chaotic divine mill viewpoint idea. Hear this. Lin Wanner and the girls were also a bit shocked. This chaotic divine mill viewpoint idea was something they had only learned from the mysterious woman. Next, I will impart this chaotic divine mill viewpoint to you. In the face of the impending crisis, my power alone is limited. Inside the next hour, Lin Yu imparted this chaotic divine mill viewpoint in a detailed, patient manner. This chaotic divine grinding conceptualization has numerous and subtle recitations. Therefore it would take a certain amount of time. Lin Wanner was her sister. Xiaoyu was the one she loved. And Mo Shitting and Yiling were even her partners and classmates, all of whom were trustworthy. Unawareness. A few days passed. Through everyone's efforts, Lin Wanner and the girls had also managed to master this chaotic divine grinding concept. Now with this chaotic divine mill viewing thoughts, coupled with the divine level cultivation method obtained from inside that secret realm, as long as one cultivates seriously and diligently at a later stage, one can definitely make oneself stronger. Sister, do you think I should publicize this chaotic divine mill viewpoint idea globally? On this day, Lin Yu looked at his sister and opened his mouth to inquire. If all the human mechs mastered this chaotic divine mill viewpoint, then there would be no need to worry about this evil spirit, which could take over the mechs of the mechs. It can make the overall strength of mankind further increase. This will allow mankind to better cope with the crisis that will follow. The benefits are many, but there are a lot of bad things about it too. All over the world, not all mechs are good mechs. There are also a lot of evil mechs. If they mastered this supreme chaos divine grinding viewpoint, they would definitely become more powerful as well. One more thing, humans can cultivate, and maybe those evil spirits can too. So once this chaos god mill viewpoint idea was announced, it's totally a 50-50 split between the pros and cons. These days, Lin Yu had been thinking about how he should choose. Lin Yu, I'm not suggesting that you publish it. Lin Wanner also replied seriously. Think about it. This chaotic divine mill viewpoint is the topmost supreme existence. Even if you announce it, it's estimated that only a few people will be able to successfully cultivate it. It doesn't work at all. It was also a profound cultivation method that was extremely difficult to cultivate. Not only do you need enough enlightenment, but you need enough chance to do so. Human mechs are plentiful, but there are only a handful of truly talented mechs. After going through Lin Wanner's analysis, Lin Yu nodded slightly. So much for that. This does completely more harm than good. Sis, what should I do then? Lin Yu nodded. I don't know either. It seems like we'll have to ask the Lord Principal of the Kunlun Mecha University. Lin Wanner looked towards the peak of the Kunlun Divine Mountain and spoke calmly. The Principal of Kunlun Mecha University. Lin Yu took a deep breath. That's the most powerful mech in the world. Legendary mech. It's kind of a pinnacle of the mecha world. PS, 1-star mech master, 2-star mech master, 10-star mech master, star mech master, stellar mech master, legendary mech master, divine mech master. Sister, can we meet this principal? Lin Yu was a little excited. That's a top-notch mech. If we could meet in person, it was an absolute honor. I'm sending a message now. This matter is vital. After the principal sees it, he'll definitely meet us. Lin Warner smiled. Actually, the principal is a very get-along. Previously, Lin Warner had been instructed by the principal for some time in terms of mecha control. That would be great, Lin Yu said excitedly. The next step is to wait for the good news. Alright, go out for a walk. I won't be coming back tonight. Lin Warner laughed, and there was a meaningful meaning in this smile. After all was said and done, Lin Warner then left. When Lin Yu returned inside the living room, it was discovered that Demo Ting and Yiling had also disappeared. Strange, where have all the people gone? Lin Yu shook his head inside. The whole thing just lay down on the couch and rested. Not for a moment. A fresh scent wafted in. It especially smells good. It's invigorating. When Lin Yu opened his eyes, he saw Xiaoyu walking towards him. It's so beautiful. Xiaoyu was dressed in a snow-white light veil. It was as if she was like a fairy who had just gotten out of the bath. It's so hard to have a world for two, so we can't waste it. Xiaoyu came to lie down next to Lin Yu, and the two of them faced each other. Their bodies were next to each other. Next, Lin Yu directly picked up Princess Xiao Yushang and walked inside towards the room. A night of springtime. Lin Yu and Xiao Yu were naturally full of enjoyment. Dawn. The bed. The two remained snuggled up to each other. It's a feeling that I still love, and I don't want to part with it at all for a while. If only every day would be this happy from now on. Pity. Humanity is now facing many threats, crises. In the future, if you want to have a happy life, you still have to make yourself strong. Once a crisis breaks out, having a strong enough power will also enable you to better protect yourself and others. Older brother, wake up. The principal has returned the message. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the voice of his sister Lin Warner came from outside the room. Got it. Lin Yu hurriedly responded after hearing this. Then, he looked toward Xiaoyu, who was lying in his arms, and smiled. My dear schoolmate, it's time to get up. Fine. Xiaoyu beamed, looking very cute. After seeing this scene, Lin Yu was directly and decisively kissed. This time, it was still Lin Yu who initiated the kiss. This moved Xiaoyu's heart and he continued to enjoy himself. It was finally his turn to be moved. After the kiss is over, Lin Yu also quickly got up and dressed. Get some rest. I should be back soon. Lin Yu smiled. This time, immediately, he could see the principal of Kunlun Mecha University. A true top-class mecha master. Still some minor excitement. Yes, Xiaoyu smiled sweetly. After walking out of the room, Lin Yu came inside the living room. Then he looked at Lin Warner and revealed a meaningful smile to himself. I counted with my fingers. In less than a year or two, my Lin family will be adding to the population. Old sister, don't tease me. Lin Yu shook his head. It's better to hurry up and meet the principal. Alright. Lin Warner stood up. After the two walked out of the house, then he quickly summoned his mech. Maneuvering the mech quickly flew out. This time, Lin Yu had summoned the Pango Mecha, and had previously allowed the Pango Mecha to learn to master a flying mecha skill. So, the Discordian mech is now also capable of flight. It was directly flying towards the top of that Kunlun Divine Mountain. There is a special Divine Mountain secret realm on this Kunlun Divine Mountain. Headmaster he is cultivating in this Divine Mountain secret realm. All these years, the principal has been trying to break through to a god-level mecha master. During the flight, Lin Warner said softly. This also made Lin Yu understand a lot. Sister, what's so peculiar about this Divine Mountain secret realm? Lin Yu couldn't help but ask curiously. The Divine Mountain secret realm can help mech masters quickly comprehend breakthroughs? Lin Warner explained. However, not all mecha masters can have such an effect after entering. This Divine Mountain secret realm is only useful to mecha masters who are truly gifted and fortunate. Previously, I also cultivated inside this Divine Mountain mystic realm for a period of time. After that breakthrough at the Divine Mountain mystic realm, for the next period of time, no matter how much one cultivated, there wasn't a single ounce of progress behind it. After hearing this, Lin Yu nodded slightly. This Divine Mountain mystic realm is truly strange and mysterious. If one can enter this Divine Mountain secret realm, maybe there will be a breakthrough. But, older sister said the same thing. This Divine Mountain mystic realm wasn't something that could be entered casually. Only, there is a chance to be able to get into it later. Sister, I still have one more question. Lin Yu continued to ask. Headmaster, he's now impacting a divine level mecha master. So wouldn't he also have mastered the divine level cultivation method? By the way, Only by possessing a divine-level cultivation method would it be possible to break through and cultivate to the divine-level Mecha Master, which was the first to the highest realm. Yes, the world's top powers, basically all have inheritances. The 3 top Mecha universities all have a divine-level cultivation method. Lin Wan nodded. But there were only a handful of mechs who could cultivate successfully. That's why we still have a long way to go in the future. Lin Wan'er continued. Got it. It didn't take long. Then he managed to come to the peak of this Kunlun Divine Mountain. With that, Lin Yu and Lin Wan'er came out from inside their own mechs and landed smoothly on the ground. In front of them, there was an immensely large and mysterious stone monument. According to what Lin Wan'er had said, this mysterious stone monument was the entrance to that Divine Mountain secret realm. Waiting patiently for almost 10 minutes, the mysterious stone tablet erupted with a powerful force. An immortal old man walked out from inside. This old man was the president of Kunlun Mecha University, Wei Liren. The aura that emanated from him made Lin Yu instantly feel the gap. And the gap, it's like a rift. Is this the style of a top mech? Lin Yu sighed in his heart. The principal, Wei Liren, was even a saint-level mecha. I also wonder, how awesome does a legendary mecha master look when he fights? Student Lin Wan'er, meet the principal. Upon seeing the old man's appearance, Lin Wan'er was polite and respectful. Lin Yu meets the principal. Lin Yu also said respectfully. Well, not bad. Wei Liren couldn't help but nod in admiration after seeing Lin Wan'er and Lin Yu. Lin Yu, I've read your information, and Wan'er said that you've already grasped that chaotic divine grinding viewpoint? Immediately afterward, Wei Liren looked at Lin Yu and spoke calmly. Yes, Lin Yu nodded. Based on one of our previous experiences, we learned that humanity will face an extinction-level crisis in the future, especially since that evil spirit has come out. If we don't deal with it properly, I'm afraid more and more dark mechs will appear behind us. But this chaos divine mill conceptualization, if it were to be published, I'm afraid the disadvantages of it would outweigh the advantages. That's why I've come to ask you specifically, Headmaster. Inside the next few minutes, Lin Yu also told some of the things that they had encountered inside that 80-level secret realm. Wei Liren nodded after hearing this. Lin Yu, I wouldn't advise you to publicize it either. In the case of the various forces that possessed god-level cultivation methods, for example, do you see that they have published their god-level cultivation methods to the public? Whether it's the chaotic divine grinding viewpoint or the divine cultivation method, neither of them can be grasped by an ordinary mecha master. Students of my Kunlun Mecha University, as long as they reach Star Mecha Master, they will be able to enter this divine mountain mystic realm to participate in that divine cultivation method. So far, the Kunlun Mecha University has produced a large number of Star Mecha Masters, but only a handful of them have comprehended the divine cultivation method. What I'm suggesting is that I hope you can seal the chaotic divine mill viewpoint in the divine mountain mystic realm. Recommendations from Principal Leland Wei. Rather a good suggestion. Lin Yu also understood the benefits. Those who could qualify to enter the divine mountain secret realm were basically considered mecha geniuses, and these geniuses often have the opportunity to comprehend it more easily. Plus, this divine mountain mystic realm could only be entered by people from the Kunlun Mecha University. In addition, I will set up layers of tests, and only those who pass them will be able to comprehend them. Passing these tests will also weed out some people with ulterior motives. Wei Liren continued. Even Kunlun Mecha University is still certain that not all geniuses have a heart of justice. Good. Lin Yu agreed. This suggestion from the principal, Mr. Wei Liren, has been the best one so far. Alright then, you guys follow me into the divine mountain mysterious realm. Wei Liren said softly. Principal, can I come along too? Lin Wan'er was a bit surprised. The last time she entered this divine mountain secret realm, it was still the principal who looked at his mech to be able to raise the level of his mech and set a precedent to allow her to enter early. If you don't want to, you don't have to go in. Wei Liren let out a smile. Willing? Of course I am. Lin Wan'er nodded her head. I didn't expect that I would be able to enter this divine mountain secret realm this time. It's definitely considered a chance. 2. It was still in Lin Yu's favor. Next, Lin Yu and Lin Wan'er also summoned their mechs back. With that, he followed Headmaster Wei Liren into that divine mountain secret realm. Enter this secret realm. Lin Yu then felt a strange energy. The machine god body seemed to like this divine mountain mystery realm, and the divine cultivation method in his body was rapidly operating, absorbing that energy. Headmaster, this previous copies in secret realms have all undergone changes. Has this divine mountain secret realm changed? Lin Yu asked with some curiosity. The entire divine mountain mystic realm in front of them was completely like a fairyland. Get in here. It felt like the whole person had a feeling of being immortalized. Naturally, there are changes. Strange energies have appeared inside this divine mountain mystic realm. Wei Liren laughed softly. Both of you. You should be able to feel it now. Yes. Lin Wan'er nodded. In that 80th level secret realm, she had also comprehended and mastered the divine level cultivation method. As soon as she entered this, Lin Wanner was also the first to feel it, and with the operation of the divine level cultivation method, that peculiar energy was quickly absorbed and refined. One's own psychic energy value was also raised by several points in these few short seconds. So, totally makes the point. This divine mountain mystic realm was even more suitable for the Mechs to cultivate and level up. This peculiar energy, up to now I haven't figured it out, but it's certain that by absorbing this energy, you can raise your psychic energy value. However, there's a limit to this. Absorbing the strange energy here can only raise the spiritual energy value by up to 5,000. Wei Liren continued. Through all this time, he had naturally figured out a lot. Sure, the most important part of this divine mountain mystery realm was not these. Rather, it was the divine cultivation method inherited within it. Unfortunately by now, Wei Liren's comprehension and control of the divine level cultivation method had completely not even touched the threshold yet. Already stuck in a bottleneck. Follow me. Next, led by Wei Liren, Lin Yu and Lin Wanner soon arrived in front of a special stone wall. There was an arcane painting on top of this stone wall. Above this stone wall is the record of the divine level cultivation method. Wei Liren explained. Lin Yu, just seal engrave that chaotic divine mill viewpoint onto that blank stone tablet over there. Lin Yu nodded. Okay, the next half hour. Lin Yu had also sealed the complete recipe for the chaotic divine grinding observations onto the stone tablet. It was a good thing that the stone monument was huge. Otherwise, I'm afraid that it would not really be possible to seal all of them. After all, the chaos divine grinding concepts had a wide variety of recitations. Very good. Wei Liren nodded with some satisfaction. Lin Yu, you've made a great contribution to Kunlun Mecha University. Take this token. In the future, you can come and go as you please in this divine mountain mystic realm. In addition to the resources of the Kunlun Mecha University, you can also deploy them as you please. Once these treats are out, it shocked Lin Yu for a moment. There was a feeling that this Kunlun Mecha University would be his home from now on. Want to do something about it? Alright, thank you, Headmaster. Lin Yu gave a thank you and continued speaking. Headmaster, I have a request. Speak. Wei Liren nodded. It's like this. Can I bring the others with me to enter this divine mountain secret realm? Lin Yu quickly said. This sacred mountain secret is a good place, if it is possible. Lin Yu wanted to bring Xiaoyu, Mo Shirting and Yi Ling in to cultivate with them. Of course, Wei Liren directly agreed. After seeing the principal agree, Lin Yu's face was also happier. Alright, you guys just make yourselves at home. I'm going to cultivate as well. Wei Liren laughed and came directly in front of that stone monument. Perhaps if one could comprehend this chaotic divine mill viewpoint, one could also break through that bottleneck and thus move to the next level. Sister, you cultivate first. I'll bring Xiaoyu and the girls in as well. Then Lin Yu looked at Lin Wan'er and said with some impatience, cultivating in this would quickly raise at least 5,000 psychic energy value. This is definitely a good place to accelerate your strength. Good. Lin Wan'er nodded. After leaving this divine mountain secret realm, Lin Yu also returned directly to his floating island. After hearing some of his explanations, Xiaoyu and the girls were shocked. I didn't expect that I would one day be able to enter this divine mountain mystic realm in advance to cultivate. You guys go wait for me at the entrance to the divine mountain mystic realm first. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyu and said gently, I still have to make a trip to the King Rank Academy. Good. Xiaoyu nodded. She naturally understood why Lin Yu wanted to go to the King's Rank Academy. Soon, Lin Yu also quickly arrived at this King's Rank Academy. After sending a message, I didn't have to wait long. Chen Feiyu then quickly rushed over, coming to Lin Yu a little out of breath. Lin Yu, what's the matter? In such a hurry? When he saw the message sent by Lin Yu, he immediately stopped cultivating and quickly rushed here. Come on, let's go. We'll take you to a good place that will quickly allow you to raise your spiritual energy value by 5,000. Lin Yu smiled. Really? Chen Feiyu was stunned. He was now more than 4,000 spiritual energy values away from being a 4-star Mecha Master. If there really is such a great place, wouldn't it be easy to become a 4-star Mecha Master then? You'll know when we arrive. Lin Yu called out from the Guild War machine from his storage ring. After all, Chen Feiyu's mecha currently had no flying skills. After boarding the fighter jet then immediately took off and flew towards the top of that Kunlun Divine Mountain. The process. Lin Yu also gave Chen Feiyu a brief explanation. After hearing this, Chen Feiyu's entire body was stunned. This Divine Mountain's secret realm. He also heard other students talk about it before. That is the place where the real heritage of Kunlun Mecha University is located. It was heard that there was an inheritance inside that was a divine level cultivation method. In order to enter this Divine Mountain mystic realm, one must reach Star Mecha Master. He was only a 3-star Mecha Master now, And he didn't expect that he would also be able to enter this divine mountain's secret realm to cultivate. That's just lucky. Chen Feiyu felt that he was too lucky to be able to recognize a good brother like Lin Yu. Lin Yu. Thank you. Chen Feiyu was filled with emotion and gratitude. You and I are brothers. There's no need to be too polite. That's all I can help you with. You have to cheer yourself up. Lin Yu shook his head and laughed softly. Under Lin Yu's leadership, Xiao Yu, Mo Shi Ting, Yi Ling, and Chen Feiyu all entered this divine mountain's secret realm without any problems. After entering this place, everyone also immediately cultivated seriously. This is a very rare opportunity, and everyone is very serious and hardworking, and they don't want to waste the opportunity they've been given. In the meantime, Kunlun Mecha University also made an announcement. This announcement was received by the entire student body at the same time. Kunlun Mecha University officially appoint Lin Yu as a student of glory. Student Lin Yu took the initiative to hand over the Chaos Divine Mill viewpoint to the school, making a great contribution and enjoying the following treatment. All students should learn more from Lin Yu. It is also expected that all students will cultivate well and break through to Star Mecha Master as soon as possible, so that they can enter into the secret realm of the Divine Mountain and comprehend the Divine Cultivation Method and Chaotic Divine Grinding viewpoint. After seeing this announcement, the students of Kunlun Mecha University were stunned. A lot of people feel like it's all so unreal, right? What's the difference between the Chaos Divine Mill viewpoint and the Chaos viewpoint? No way. You don't even know this, so I'll kindly explain it to you. The Chaos viewpoint is nothing more than a simplified version of the Chaos Divine Mill viewpoint, with such evil spirits appearing. As long as one grasps this Chaotic Divine Mill viewing thoughts, there is no need to worry about these evil spirits. I do admire Lin Yu a little. If I had gotten this Chaotic Divine Mill viewing thoughts, I would have definitely cultivated it alone and secretly. So you're not as strong as Lin Yu. No matter what, we should cultivate properly. Meanwhile, the internal forum of Kunlun Mecha University had been buzzing to an extreme. The students were in a heated discussion. It also made them more determined to cultivate properly. The internet age. Information also spreads very quickly. It didn't take long. All the mechs in the world got the news. Kunlun Mecha University. The Chaos Divine Grinding conceptualization that had long since been lost for a long time appeared. Many forces, one after another, shouted for Kunlun Mecha University to announce it. And thanks to that, Kunlun Mecha University was the top power. If it were any other small forces, I'm afraid they would have been exterminated by now. That's why Kunlun Mecha University was announced. For having absolute strength. A little bit of time passed. Ding dong, your psychic energy value has been successfully raised by 50-100. I don't know how long it took to cultivate inside this Divine Mountain mystic realm, but a systematic voice caused Lin Yu to awaken. Open the personal panel. Command received. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Kijiji body, activated. Mecha Master level, 7-star Mecha Master. Energy points, 1000. Spiritual energy, 345,635. Mecha, Pango Mecha, level 70. Nuwa Mecha, level 70. Hoo. That's good. Another step forward. Lin Yu nodded. Happy. He himself was not far from being an 8-star Mecha Master. Now I'm getting more and more excited about what kind of mech my third one will be. Lin Yu's heart is excited. It was also incomparably expectant. This day, it can't be too far away. At this moment, Lin Wanner and Xiaoyu were still sitting cross-legged beside themselves. Still in the state of cultivation. They are improving just as fast. Look around. 100 meters away under a large tree, Chen Feiyu was also hard at work in his cultivation. Originally, in the beginning, Lin Yu also let Chen Feiyu cultivate by his side. Before Lin Yu could properly explain himself, Chen Feiyu refused on his own. He doesn't want dog food. Seeing the situation, Lin Yu didn't force himself. Just go with the flow. Convert these 1000 energy points directly into my spiritual energy value. Lin Yu murmured in his heart. These 1000 energy points were still obtained by transmuting that evil spirit in that secret realm. 1000 energy points consumed. Ding dong. Congratulations on your psychic energy value increasing by 10,000. It seems like I'll be able to reach 8-star Mecha Master even faster if I have to get more resources. Lin Yu began to think. Just right. Chancellor Wei Liren had already promised himself that he would be able to dispose of the resources of Kunlun Mecha University as he pleased. The decision was made in his mind. However, there was no hurry now. It wouldn't be too late to act after Lin Wanner and Xiaoyu had finished their cultivation. Time always flies. Inside the next hour, Lin Wanner, Xiaoyu, and the others also managed to raise their spiritual energy value by 50-100 one after another. Continuing to absorb that peculiar energy, it can also be clearly perceived that that particular energy really doesn't have the slightest enhancement for the spiritual energy value anymore. Sure enough, it can only raise 5000 psychic energy value. But even without absorbing and refining that special energy, as long as one cultivated inside this divine mountain mystic realm, it would still be faster than cultivating outside. Only then did Lin Yu leave the divine mountain mystic realm. Then, it directly entered the Kunlun Mecha University Resource Storage Building. This resource storage building is a very large building. There are layers of organs. Trying to get into it, you have to have permission to do so. And naturally, Lin Yu had this permission, so it was easy and smooth to enter it. The first floor of this resource storage building was filled with a wide variety of mecha skills. Currently, Lin Yu wasn't lacking in mecha skills at all, so he didn't waste any time on this first level. Second layer. It is the method of cultivation. The highest grade cultivation method placed here was at the star level. Lin Yu possessed a divine cultivation method. Keep going up. After entering the third level of space, one can immediately smell the fragrance of medicine all over the room. It made one's entire body refreshed after smelling it. This third level stored all sorts of pills. These elixirs could not be refined by human means, and could only be obtained by clearing a copy, or exploring a secret realm. Look around. There was a wide variety of pills here, making people a bit dazzled. There are different types of elixirs, and naturally they serve different purposes. But for Lin Yu, all of these pills had only one function, and that was to be turned into his energy points. I have all these pills at my disposal. Becoming an 8-star Mecha Master is already on the cards, Lin Yu said excitedly. If all these pills are used, definitely a lot of energy points to be had. But don't be too desperate. Here's a potion. Or keep some. Lin Yu nodded seriously. A serious look. In the process of absorbing the conversion potion. Next time, it is the conversion of these elixirs into energy points. Ding dong, congratulations. You've reached 400,000 psychic energy value and have become an 8-star Mecha Master. Your third mech has completed its awakening. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Kijiji body, activated. Mecha Master rank, 8-star Mecha Master. Energy points, 0. Spiritual energy, 443,510. Mecha, Pango Mecha, level 70. Nuwa Mecha, level 70. Lin Yu had also left 20% of the pills at this third level. For the other 80% of the elixir, use all of it. It also managed to break through the spiritual energy value, which was 400,000, directly to 443,510 energy value. Sure enough, it's really fast to get high. It wasn't even close to becoming a 9-star Mecha Master now. The most tense moment is here. Lin Yu swallowed his saliva, the excitement and anticipation in his heart difficult to calm down. Immediately, Lin Yu sat cross-legged on the ground, his consciousness directly entering inside his own mecha space. The third mech. What kind of existence is it? We're about to find out. After entering the space of its own mech, the first thing Lin Yu saw was the Pango mech and the Nuwa mech. On the third mech table, a massive 7-colored light coalesced, and in just a few short minutes, a new mech appeared in its own right. Kijijutsu Body Awakening completes the third Mecha Awakening. The Four Gods Mecha. Level, Divine Mecha. Level, 70, Synchronized. Four Gods Mecha, composed of the Green Dragon, White Tiger, Xuanwu and Vermilion Bird, possessing the power of the four divine beasts, and can be transformed into any of these forms individually. After reading the message, Lin Yu was stunned. Another God-level mecha, and a transformable mech at that. It was awesome. I'm already considered a man who owns 3 God-level mechs. Lin Yu was overjoyed. Although he didn't actually pilot the Four Gods Mecha right now, just by standing in front of it and taking a look at it, he could feel that the Four Gods Mecha was powerful. One time, it was as if he could see the 4 divine beasts in front of him, staring at him all the time. There was an inexplicable sense of oppression. In a sense, these 4 God mechs are equivalent to getting 4 God-level beast form mechs yourself. So the fourth mech, when will it do awaken? Lin Yu inquired. Answer, the Kijin body awakens the fourth mecha, requiring it to become a 10-star Mecha Master. Very good. Lin Yu nodded. Now, he had awakened 3 God-ranked mechs. There was a feeling that maybe it was just as possible to awaken a God-level mecha after this. When the time comes, awaken 7 God-level mechs. Once it's all summoned, Lin Yu was also able to proudly say, this God-level mecha, I have 7 of them. Enjoyed it for a while. It was only then that Lin Yu retreated from inside the mecha space, slowly opening his eyes. An incomparable excitement and thrill appeared on his face all of a sudden. My psychic energy value is already over 400,000. In the future, in the middle of a battle, you will also be able to summon other God-level mechs for automatic battles. Lin Yu was overjoyed, which meant that his strength was thus greatly increased. The automatic combat ability, which currently only lasts for a period of 10 minutes, requires the consumption of 100,000 psychic energy values each time. Next, take a look at this fourth floor. After ascending to the 4th floor, the entrance was closed by a solid gate. It's a good thing Lin Yu has access. These gates also opened with ease. After entering this 4th level of space, it was then clear to see that there were very many secret scrolls. Most of these secret scrolls were level 50 or 60. Only a small number of these secret scrolls, above level 70. There are 2 secret realm scrolls for this 100 levels. Lin Yu marveled. Nowadays, the burst rate of the secret scroll is greatly reduced. The online store, basically, was already out of secret scrolls for sale, and this 100-level secret realm scroll was even more rare and had a price. Although I can't use it now, I'll definitely be able to use it in the future. Lin Yu nodded and directly took one of the 100-level secret realm scrolls. He himself had at least contributed that Supreme Chaos Divine Mill viewing thought. Instead, Lin Yu was not going to let himself suffer. Next, Lin Yu continued to pick. Short time, just pick 12 secret scrolls. Even if all of the resources in this resource building were all added together, they wouldn't be as valuable as the Chaos Divine Mill viewpoint. And that's why the principal will give Lin Yu such high treatment that he can dispose of these resources as he pleases. It's time to leave, Lin Yu muttered. There are just 4 floors in total here. After obtaining the secret scroll, there was no need to remain here. It was soon out of this resource storage building. This time, instead, a considerable amount of elixir was used. There were still 20% of the pills left in the 3rd tier, and if he used all of them, it was estimated that he would be able to make himself a 9-star Mecha Master and go even further. But don't be too greedy. If you run out, the other students at Kunlun Mech University, they won't be able to get the elixir to use. Sure enough, I really am a great guy. Lin Yu nodded and praised himself. After becoming an 8-star mech, the mech level can also continue to increase. So naturally, the next goal was to raise the mech to level 80. For fast upgrades, you definitely still need to find strong substitutes. Back in the secret realm of the Divine Mountain, Lin Yu also told his sister, Xiao Yu and the others about his breakthrough to an 8-star Mecha Master. They were also overjoyed to learn this news. At the same time, it was very awe-inspiring, simply because this speed of Lin Yu's cultivation was truly too fast. Then let's set off now, Xiao Yu said with some impatience. By helping Lin Yu raise his mech to level 80 earlier, Lin Yu's overall strength could also become stronger. We can only go to the copy, Lin Wanair said slowly. Lin Wanair did have a few secret realm scrolls on her, but none of them were secret realm scrolls of the same secret realm. Actually, my sister and I have the same idea, to go to the copies. Lin Yu nodded and said, if we can clear those copies, not only will we be able to level up our mechs, but we'll also get rewards for clearing them. The efficiency of getting good stuff inside a copy can be said to be much faster than inside a secret realm. In that case, let's go to the copy. Xiao Yu agreed. Shitting. Yiling, you two continue to cultivate, and break through to an 8-star Mecha Master earlier as well. Lin Wanner looked at them. Aha! Ting and Yiling responded. Think about the beginning. When the two of them first enrolled, they were still 2 levels higher than Lin Yu. Didn't realize. Now Lin Yu was rapidly overtaking them. It was expected, but it was so fast. It was still amazing. Through this period of cultivation, Shitting and Yiling's progress was also very great. But there was still a period of time left to cultivate before they could become 8-star Mecha Masters. After a brief explanation of some things, Lin Yu, Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu, the 3 of them then left this Divine Mountain mysterious realm. Coming out, Lin Yu asked with some curiosity, Sister, then which copy do we go to first? What copies are nearby and what level are they? Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu were definitely much more clearly understood than Lin Yu. Let's go to the level 70 Phantom Mountain copy first. Lin Wanner thought for a moment before speaking. This copy is also the closest to them. Previously, both she and Xiao Yu had also cleared this copy. Rather, there is some understanding. And the rewards for passing a level 70 copy are definitely good. It's not too late to go back to the 80th level copy once the 70th level copy is cleared. Good. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Immediately, the 3 then summoned their mechs, maneuvering the mech. He then flew in the direction where that copy was. It took over 2 hours of flying. Lin Yu and the others had successfully arrived at the entrance to that level 70 Phantom Mountain copy. At this moment, at the entrance of this copy, there were other mechs outside as well. All of these mechs also summoned their own mechs and stood outside of this to group up. The Mecha Masters who came here were basically all at the 7-star Mecha Master realm. It was sort of a very difficult thing for them to single-handedly brush this level 70 copy. Therefore, the only way to pass the copy more smoothly is to team up. 3 friends, would you like to come to my party? Come to my team. Led by an 8-star Mecha Master. As Lin Yu and the others appeared, they attracted the gazes of the armorers on the premises for a moment. After all, Lin Yu and their mechs were truly extraordinary. At first glance, it was at least a royal level mecha. or even a higher level mecha. Any teaming up with such a powerful mech will greatly improve the success rate. Sorry, you guys find someone else. Lin Yu directly refused. They were strong enough that they didn't need to team up with other mechs at all. You've entered the 80th level Phantom Mountain copy. Reminder, the copy must be cleared before you can leave. After entering inside this copy, the system's voice rang out. Inside this copy of the Spectre Mountain, the environment was harsh. A large mountain was permeated with a dark aura, and the entire copy space appeared gloomy. Roar, roar, roar. A violent hissing sound rang out. In just a few seconds, more and more behemoths could be seen appearing. These behemoths were all level 70, with a black aura lingering all over its body. It was thought to be a bit more powerful than a normal level 70 behemoth. Some of these behemoths were so large that with just a slight movement, the sand flew and the ground shook. Where does this look like a copy? Instead, it was more like entering a magic cave. Alright, let's begin, Lin Wanner said softly. Immediately, Lin Wanner and Xiaoyu both then controlled their mechs and quickly rushed up, directly starting the battle. Your teammate has killed a level 70 behemoth, gaining mech experience value plus 7,000. Your teammate has killed a level 70 behemoth, gaining mech experience value plus 7,000. Your teammate has killed a level 70 behemoth, gaining mech experience value plus 7,000. The system's beep sounded. Lin Wan'er and Xiaoyu were too powerful, and after such a copy, those level 70 behemoths were simply powerless to resist. It was basically a 1-2 punch from both of them. Your teammate kills a level 70 behemoth, gaining plus 7,000 experience value, and congratulations on getting a level 70 crystalline energy. It continued for almost a minute. A level 70 crystal energy then appeared in Lin Yu's hand. This made Lin Yu very surprised. Ho ho ho, after all this time, I finally popped out a crystal energy. Ever since the duplicates and secret realms have mutated, the pop rate of this crystal energy is getting lower and lower. There were times when one could not get a single crystal energy after clearing several copies. Lin Yu, be careful. A golden winged rock is charging towards you. Xiao Yu's voice came. I saw it. Don't worry. I can handle it. Lin Yu smiled. This golden winged rock was extremely fast, almost just blinking. This golden winged rock then arrived in the air above Lin Yu's location. One could only see a blood-colored light erupt from the eyes of this golden winged rock, along with a wave of his wings. Countless plumes emitting golden light, like torrential rain, attacked towards Lin Yu. It was considered normal for this 70-level behemoth to have such an ability. Faced with such an attack, Lin Yu's face remained incomparably calm, and the corners of his mouth even lifted, revealing a confident smile, only to see Lin Yu maneuvering the Panga mech, holding the heaven opening axe, just swinging it so gently. Heaven and earth slash. One moment. Radiant. That golden winged rock was directly chopped into two halves, completely dead, and didn't even have time to let out a scream. You have killed the level 70 beast golden winged rock. Mech experience value plus 7,000. Easy peasy. Absolute seconds. With that, Lin Yu also joined the battle. It's boring to keep reading. It would be better to join the fight. Roar. Soon, a huge, giant lion impacted towards Lin Yu. As this giant lion rushed over, it also erupted with a terrifying hiss, as if it could even shatter the heavens and earth. However, sound wave attacks were useless against Lin Yu. With an instantaneous movement, the Discord mech arrived at the giant lion and chopped down with an axe. The giant lion's head fell straight to the ground. The huge body boomed and went limp on the ground without moving, a large amount of blood spurting out from the wound. A few short minutes, the entire inside of this copy could be completely described as a river of blood, with the corpses of giant beasts all over the place. It was good that Lin Yu and the others were inside the mech. If one were to go out of this mech, one would definitely smell the incomparably thick aura of blood. With Lin Yu joining the fight, the progress of the entire copy pass is also much improved. In a flash, more than an hour passed. Hoo. Now there's only the copy boss left. Lin Yu took a deep breath. This level 70 replica behemoth is huge in number. The copy is not that easy to get through either. Rest for a while first, Lin Wan'er suggested. In front of her was the boss area. Once she stepped in, the boss would appear. Through more than an hour of fighting, a lot of psychic energy value was also consumed. Gotta recover. That way you can have more certainty. This is still the second time I've entered this copy. Compared to the first time I entered, the giant beasts here are obviously stronger than before. So I guess this boss is the same. While resting, Xiaoyu slowly sighed. No matter how strong it is, it's no match for us. Lin Yu laughed slightly. With his strength alone. In fact, soloing this level 70 copy is still not much of a problem. It just takes longer. After resting for almost 10 minutes or so, the psychic energy value in his body had recovered a lot. Yes, let's enter the boss area. Lin Wanner spoke. Aha! Lin Yu and Xiao Yu nodded together. The three mechs entered within this boss area at almost the same time. Rumble. Step in for a moment. A powerful aura then appeared in the entire region. An incomparably huge beast rushed out from the underground void. Boss, Dark Demon Tiger. Level 80. Soon. This boss behemoth information appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. When this Dark Knight Demon Tiger opened its bloody mouth, it let out a deafening roar, and its sharp fangs made people shudder. There was also a neat row of black scales on its back, emitting a bizarre cold light. As the tail swung, it was as if space was torn apart. There was an invisible explosion of majesty. It was worthy of being a boss-level behemoth. Simply the king of the behemoths. I didn't expect that this boss, the Dark Knight Demon Tiger, would actually become level 80 differently. Lin Wanner sighed softly. It's good to know that everything is as it should be. Ho ho ho. After this Dark Knight Demon Tiger saw Lin Yu and the others, it directly began to attack. Its large, sharp claws directly slapping towards the ground. Rumble. A huge boulder coalesced out and slammed towards Lin Yu and their three mechs. Heaven and earth slash. Huge might surged out, directly annihilating those giant beasts that had impacted over. I'll take this boss, Lin Yu said confidently. Good, but it's still important to be safe. Lin Wanner nodded, trusting Lin Yu. So did Xiao Yu. Tendo chains unleashed. The spiritual energy value in Lin Yu's body was rapidly depleting, and in the void, a radiant chain rushed out from it, almost in the blink of an eye, entangling and binding this Dark Knight Demon Tiger. The Dark Knight Demon Tiger began to struggle violently against it. Take advantage of this. Lin Yu executed, Mecha Transient. The Pangu Mecha instantly appeared in front of this Dark Knight Demon Tiger. The heaven-opening axe in his hand had been raised high, and its might had been raised to a peak. Decisive chopping. It was also at this instant that Dark Knight Demon Tiger exerted his other ability, hardening. The defense of his body increased exponentially. Boom! An axe chopped down. A strong sound of collision erupted. What a great defense! In the next second, Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel. Originally, with this strike, this Dark Knight Demon Tiger would definitely die, but that hardening ability of its actually brought such a mighty strike of its own to life. That alone is shocking. Let's just say that it's worthy of being a boss-level beast. It's just not easy. But, although this Dark Knight Demon Tiger had resisted his strike, his next move would not be so easy. Heaven and earth slash. Next, Lin Yu once again erupted with powerful might. At this moment, that Dark Knight Demon Tiger was a bit dumbfounded. It was a little puzzled that the Mecha Master in front of it could actually cast the same Mecha skill twice in a row, but it can't cast a second hardening ability for a short period of time. Ho ho ho! Although he was unable to continue applying hardening, the Dark Knight Demon Tiger would not give up on it. With a roar, the power within his body was surging wildly. Dark Knight Demon Tiger's entire body has become berserk. Boom! An axe chopped down. Ding dong! Congratulations! You've killed the boss beast Dark Knight Demon Tiger. Gained plus 20,000 experience value. Ding dong! Congratulations! Your mech has been upgraded to level 72. Completing the first pass of this copy. Congratulations on obtaining 1 defense class Mech Holy Stone. Super rank skill Mech True Eye. With the death of the Dark Knight Demon Tiger, the system's voice inside Lin Yu's mind rang out in a series. Unfortunately, this Dark Knight Demon Tiger's dying struggle turned out to be of no use at all. What is the effect of this Mecha True Eye skill? Lin Yu nodded and silently asked in his heart. Mecha True Eyes can have a certain range of vision, can see invisible traps, see through camouflaged enemies. After going through a systematic explanation, Lin Yu also instantly understood how powerful this skill was. Rather, it was somewhat like a simplified version of Xiao Yu's Divine Eye ability. As for this Mecha Holy Stone, it's even better. It can enhance the attributes of the mech. For Lin Yu, it was a supreme treasure to rapidly increase his psychic energy value. Got any pass rewards? Lin Wanner asked softly at this moment. The Mecha Holy Stone, and a super rank mecha skill. Lin Yu replied truthfully. Not bad at all. Lin Wanner nodded slightly after hearing this. Xiao Yu spoke. This reward for clearing the level is much more generous than the reward we got for clearing the level back then. The Pango Mecha has successfully mastered the Mecha True Eye. Mecha Sacred Stone conversion successful. Energy points plus 3,000. All the energy points are used to raise the psychic energy value. Lin Yu said silently in his mind. Command received. 3,000 energy points consumed. Your psychic energy value is successfully plus 30,000. Currently your psychic energy value is 474,640. Hoo. At this moment, Lin Yu took a deep breath. This Mecha Sacred Stone is really good stuff. Just one of them increased one's psychic energy value by 30,000. It made him a big step closer to becoming a 9-star Mecha Master. Let's get out of here first, Lin Yu said softly. Now the copy is sort of cleared. Aha! Lin Wanner and Xiaoyu both nodded their heads. You left the copy. Next, the three of them then shuttled away from the copy as a ray of light. It was back to the entrance of that copy. At this moment, looking around, another new batch of mechs were grouped here. Did you hear? Just now a team was directly annihilated by a giant beast inside this copy. I just saw it. That's a team of 6. I heard they're all 7-star Mecha Masters, and their mechs have all reached level 70. This copy is too treacherous even now. Such a team has annihilated itself in it. I'd better forget about it and go to a level 60 copy. Yeah, there's only one life. Let's go. Let's go. There were also some mechs in heated discussion. Lin Wanner and Xiaoyu all heard it clearly. I didn't expect that 6 7-star Mecha Masters would fall like this. Lin Yu sighed. This is the same as, again, the power of mankind has diminished a little. But, it's also a little hard to figure out. Although the difficulty of this level 70 Phantom Mountain had been raised a bit, a team of 6 people at level 70 should reasonably be able to easily clear it. But it was actually a total loss. Something is definitely going on here. Forget it. Don't think about it much. People have their own destiny. Lin Yu shook his head slightly and didn't continue to think more about it. Let's go. We should go to the other copies as well. Lin Wanner reminded. A line of 3. Keep going. Go to the next copy. Unawareness. Several days passed. Congratulations on successfully raising your mech to level 80. The machine god body ability is activated. And your new mech and 4 gods mech levels have been synchronized successfully, and have both reached level 80. Since you have not reached 9-star Mecha Master, the Mecha cannot continue to gain Mecha experience value. 3 divine Mecha skills automatically complete their awakening. This day, after clearing an 80-level copy, a systemic voice rang out. It made Lin Yu excited. It's not in vain to keep raiding copies these days. It's true that if you give, you will receive. Moreover, these days of passing through the copies, Lin Yu had also gotten a lot of nice goodies. The only shame is that you don't get a second Mecha Sacred Stone right after. Good on. Lin Yu himself was not far away from becoming a 9-star Mecha Master. Smooth words. Should be able to break through in a month? Hoo-hoo. The Mecha has finally been upgraded to level 80. Lin Yu said happily to Lin Wanner and Xiaoyu at this moment. It's really a series of good things. Wanner and I are also about to break through the realm and reach the 10-star Mecha Master. Xiaoyu smiled and nodded her head. These days, past a lot of copies. Several duplicate hidden bosses were also encountered among them. After killing it, Lin Wanner and Xiaoyu had also gotten good goodies, allowing their own spiritual energy values, so to speak, to be greatly improved. Come to think of it, it does feel like luck is really good. It's not too late. So next, let's go back to Kunlun Mecha University. Lin Yu said slowly. Good. Lin Wanner laughed softly. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu also summoned the Gilded War Machine. After boarding the fighter, this warplane also took off quickly and flew rapidly in the direction of Kunlun Mecha University. Lin Yu lay on the sofa, enjoying himself immensely. This intelligent fighter is just fine. It can automatically navigate its flight. If only the mechs had the ability to auto-navigate as well. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Lin Wanner laughed softly. You don't say. There really are mechs with such abilities. There really is. Lin Yu was a little shocked. Of course, the world is a big place. Lin Wanner nodded, making small talk along the way. The time felt like it passed all at once. The twilight hour of this day. Lin Yu and the others then managed to return inside the Kunlun Mecha University. This time, when he came back, he didn't go back to the floating island by himself. Instead, he entered the Divine Mountain's secret realm. Cultivating inside this Divine Mountain mysterious realm was clearly faster than cultivating on the floating island. Plus there was Lin Yu. It is even more effective to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Back, after seeing Lin Yu return, Mo Shitting and Yiling were very happy. Ever since Lin Yu had left, their cultivation speed had become significantly slower. Well, I'm back. I haven't seen you guys for a few days. How's your cultivation going? Lin Yu inquired. It's not bad. I guess I'll be able to break through to an 8-star Mecha Master in 2 more days of cultivation. Mo Shitting replied. Me too. Yiling nodded and responded. The two of them had also been cultivating very hard lately. That's good. Lin Yu came with a happy smile. Subsequently, Lin Yu found Chen Feiyu. After not seeing him for a while, Chen Feiyu's progress was quite great. It could be seen that he was also working very hard, especially cherishing the opportunity to cultivate inside this Divine Mountain secret realm. It was estimated that it wouldn't take long for him to break through to a 4-star Mecha Master. Lin Yu was relieved to see that he was going well. It didn't disturb his cultivation. On the other hand, Principal Wei Liren was still comprehending the Chaos Divine grinding concepts, and had already mastered some of them, but it would still take some time before he could truly master them completely. When Wei Liren was young, he was also known as the world's top mecha genius. Today, this Lord Rector is over 300 years old. As the mech level increases, so does the lifespan. It was rumored that as long as one elevated to a god-level Mecha Master, one could have a lifespan of thousands of years. In addition, Lin, you had learned one more piece of news. A god-level mech is not the pinnacle. There is a higher realm above this. Human mechs still had a long way to go if they wanted to achieve true immortality. The point is, in this era of human history, no one had broken through to become a god-level Mecha Master so far. Therefore, it was naturally unknown what realm was above this god-level Mecha Master. Principal Wei Liren, on the other hand, was currently the most hopeful to successfully break through to a divine-level Mecha Master. Lin Yu naturally wanted Wei Liren to succeed. Once Kunlun Mecha University possessed a god-level Mecha Master, that would mean that the entire Kunlun Mecha University would become the topmost power in the world, bar none. At that time, it will also be able to lead you through more advanced copies, thus enhancing your overall strength in all aspects. Hoo, I need to step it up too. Lin Yu took a deep breath and sighed in his heart. His current realm was completely inadequate. After, Lin Yu also entered the state of cultivation after. 2 days passed quickly. Mo Shiting and Yiling had also successfully reached 8-star Mecha Master. Originally, Lin Wanner and Xiaoyu had planned to bring Mo Shiting and Yiling to upgrade their mecha levels, but the principal himself arranged it later. There was a teacher who took Mo Shiting and Yiling to level up their mechs. This teacher was a genuine star Mecha Master. It was definitely possible to get Mo Shiting and Yiling's mechs upgraded to level 80 faster, day after day. In a flash, 3 days passed quickly. Mo Shiting and Yiling had come out from a secret realm, and in just 3 days, their mechs had both reached level 80, which could be said to be very fast in terms of efficiency and speed. Next, the 4 girls were still practicing around Lin Yu as usual. Envious, really envious. Chen Feiyu was incomparably envious whenever he saw this scene. In the back of his mind, he thought that he should go find a girlfriend too. And after the principal saw this picture, but also cannot help but recall, when he was young, when he also looked handsome, countless women take the initiative to pursue, but at that time, he was so focused on cultivation that he didn't want to talk about love at all. The result is that the principal himself remains alone to this day. Student Chen Feiyu meets the principal. Seeing the principal walking towards him, Chen Feiyu hurriedly saluted. Wei Liren nodded. Your kid's luck is really good, to be able to make a good friend and brother like Lin Yu. Otherwise, Chen Feiyu would simply not have that qualification to enter this divine mountain mystic realm. Today, I'm in a good mood, so go in front of the stone wall and enlighten yourself, but whether or not you can enlighten the divine cultivation method above, it's up to your own destiny. Wei Liren continued. Hear this. Chen Feiyu's entire body froze for a moment. Principal, can I really? If you don't want to go, you won't be forced. Wei Liren slowly said. Yes, of course I'm willing to go. Thank you, Principal. Chen Feiyu hurriedly said gratefully. He had heard long ago that there was a divine-level cultivation method here. In his heart, he also wanted to cultivate this divine-level cultivation method. He's got a chance now. The whole group was naturally thrilled. Subsequently, Chen Feiyu also quickly came in front of this stone wall, looking at a special pattern on it that was incomparably arcane. For a moment, Chen Feiyu sighed. It's true that the divine cultivation method is not so easy to comprehend. There is absolutely not a word on it. It seems one must be enlightened enough to comprehend it. Although it felt very difficult, Chen Feiyu did not give up because of it. It began to be comprehended in earnest. Time turns. This day, inside the internal forum of Kunlun Mecha University, there were heated discussions. Breaking news, an abyssal rift has appeared in the Grand Canyon of Castle Peak. And this time the minimum requirement is only a 5-star Mecha Master to enter and explore. The abyssal rift. It's a great place. The last time the abyssal rift appeared was still the last time I didn't have the chance to enter. And now that I have the chance I definitely can't miss it. Depart. Is there a group? Upstairs, the abyssal rift is impossible to team up with. Don't you understand that? Quite a few students, after seeing this news, also quickly prepared themselves and then quickly rushed towards the direction of that green mountain Grand Canyon. In the middle of the divine mountain secret realm, Principal Wei Liren arrived in front of Lin Yu and the others and opened his mouth and said softly, all of you stop cultivating for a while. After hearing his voice, Lin Yu and the others also stopped cultivating immediately. Headmaster, is something wrong? Lin Yu opened his eyes and slowly inquired. Just now I got the news that an abyssal rift appeared in the Grand Canyon of Castle Peak. Perhaps it's a chance creation, so I suggest that you guys can go to the experience, explore, and maybe you'll gain something. Of course, it's up to you to decide if you go or not. Wei Liren spoke directly. Come yourself and give notice. After all, the abyssal rift not often appear. For some mechs, this abyssal rift is a place that is completely against the odds. However, the dangers are also very great. Abyssal Rift. What is that place? Lin Yu shook his head and asked curiously. It's the first time I've heard of it myself. To put it simply, this Abyssal Rift is equivalent to an upgraded version of the Secret Realm, with a much higher success rate in obtaining chances and creations. Wei Liren described it in words that Lin Yu could understand. Immediately after, he continued. This Abyssal Rift. It is impossible to travel in a group. Once you enter, every mechmaster will be scattered and teleported to a different location. After entering, if you want to leave this Abyssal Rift, there is only one way, and that is to stay alive. When the Abyssal Rift is about to close, the mechs that are alive will be automatically teleported out. The last time the Abyssal Rift opened, there were many mechs who fell in it, but as long as they came out alive, they have all become strong now as well. So, this Abyssal Rift is indeed considered a good place. After listening, Lin Yu nodded. In that case, this Abyssal Rift is indeed good. Rather a bit of a limited time copy. Alright, I'll just remind you of one thing. If you enter the Abyssal Rift, always pay attention to safety. Also, never trust anyone else inside the Abyssal Rift. It's the human heart that tends to be the most terrifying and dangerous existence. As if Wei Liren recalled certain memories, he couldn't help but sigh. There was a small hint of sadness in all the tones. It was thought that this Wei Liren, too, had entered the Abyssal Rift in the first place. Must have gone through some kind of encounter. After Wei Liren finished speaking, he directly left and walked towards that stone wall. This Abyssal Rift. I feel like I can give it a try. Lin Yu opened his mouth. Indeed you can go. Lin Wanner nodded. She and Xiao Yu were already 9-star Mecha Masters. Plus, Lin Yu, Emosher Ting and Yi Ling were already 8-star Mecha Masters as well. All of them have some ability to defend themselves. Although we will be teleported separately after entering this Abyssal Rift. With a bit of luck, we might be able to meet inside as well. Xiao Yu smiled. M.O. shitting. Yi Ling, have you two made a decision? Lin Wanner looked at the two and inquired. Go! Emosher Ting and Yi Ling nodded quickly at almost the same time. Good. Then let's set off now. Lin Wanner answered. Just say go. That's efficiency. Out of the middle of the Divine Mountain Secret Realm, Lin Yu and the others boarded the Guild Fighter by themselves. The fighters automatically navigated the Grand Canyon of the Green Mountains and quickly flew high in the air. This Green Mountain Grand Canyon is a very famous place, one of the largest canyons in the world. It was rumored that this Green Mountain Grand Canyon was created by a super powerful mecha powerhouse who manipulated his mecha to split it with a single sword. But this rumor has not been confirmed by anyone so far. Whether it's true or not, no one has bothered to look deeper. After all, whether it's true or not, what can you do even if you know? Inside the warplane, Lin Wanner projected some information about the Abyssal Rift. It allowed Lin Yu and the others to see clearly. The last time the Abyssal Rift appeared was 20 years ago, and through the information provided by some of the mechs who made it out alive, it was possible to tell that there were not only a large number of powerful behemoths inside this Abyssal Rift, but also a lot of unknown perils. We must be careful when we go in, especially some of the menacing prohibitions inside, many of which are extremely bizarre. In the last Abyssal Rift, a male mecha master accidentally stepped into a forbidden system and directly fell unconscious. And when he woke up, he found that his body had turned into a woman's body. A prohibition that can change gender is truly bizarre, Lin Wanner said in a serious tone. In order to make everyone understand more, this Abyssal Rift is very treacherous. Every step inside, one must be careful and take every step before doing so. Otherwise, it is easy to make one wrong step and lose everything. There's actually a prohibition that can change gender. This is amazing too. Lin Yu was shocked and hurriedly asked curiously. Sister, do you know how the mechmaster who turned into a woman is doing back there? This, I don't understand. Lin Wanner shook her head. Just search the internet and you won't know. Yi Ling laughed. Queries through the web. The mech who had turned into a woman was soon found. When I saw the first glance of the photo above, it made Lin Yu shocked, but it was a big beauty. It's hard to imagine that this great beauty was actually male before. This gender reversal prohibition. It's awesome. Lin Yu marveled. I didn't realize that I was actually married. As he continued to look down, Lin Yu was once again shocked. Alright, this kind of thing, there's nothing to be concerned about. Lin Wanner closed this message and continued seriously. Anyway, everyone must be careful when they go in. I don't want any of you to fall in there when the time comes. Lin Yu smiled and assured. Don't worry sis, I've remembered everything. We've all memorized it as well. Emosher Ting and Yi Ling nodded. This kind of thing about their life and death, naturally, is extremely important. They do not dare to be sloppy at all. It didn't take long for the warplanes to arrive smoothly over this Green Mountain Grand Canyon. There were also many other warplanes and airships hovering over this Green Mountain Grand Canyon. The number of mechs inside the canyon was enough to be described as a sea of people. The abyssal rift hasn't fully opened and stabilized yet, so it looks like we'll have to wait for a while. Lin Wanner slowly spoke after taking a look. In this air, you can clearly see the entire Green Mountain Grand Canyon in its entirety. Below the depths of the Grand Canyon, space is already ripped open. An extremely powerful spatial force erupted. This time when the abyssal rift appeared, a lot of mecha geniuses have come. Xiaoyu glanced over and all of a sudden, he could also clearly see, at once, talented students from the other two top mecha universities. This time, the abyssal rift competitiveness is absolutely intense. There are also many evil mechs among them, so all pay attention when the time comes. Lin Wanner nodded slightly and reminded. This time, the abyssal rift, as long as one was a 5-star mech master and above, one could enter it. Compared to the previous abyssal rift, the requirements for this one, obviously, became much lower. If I meet an evil mecha master in there, I'll kill everyone I meet. Lin Yu clenched his fists. These evil mechs, basically, use a lot of cruelty in order to become powerful. A little bit of time passed, and everyone waited patiently. The next morning at 10 o'clock in the morning, a thunderclap resounded throughout the entire world. The crack in that large canyon instantly widened 100-fold. The mysterious light enveloped the entire Grand Canyon in its entirety. When the light had dissipated, everyone could also clearly see that this abyssal rift had completely opened. The entrance has been opened successfully. Charge. The chance must be mine. Chance. First come, first served. All charge me. For a moment, all the mechs present were excited. One by one, they couldn't wait to rush up, one after another. They quickly surged into this abyssal rift. This scene is too crazy. Watching the crowd like a tidal wave, frantically surging into that abyssal rift caused Lin Yu to sigh. The image in front of me was almost like a wave of beasts. What's so crazy about this? It's rather a normal thing. Lin Wanner shook her head and said softly. It was a scene she had long been accustomed to, having seen it many times before. Wan Air, this abyssal rift gives me a different feeling. Xiaoyu could not help but speak at this moment. I also feel the same way. Lin Wanner nodded, but there was no way to describe in words exactly what kind of feeling she felt for a while. Don't think too much. Lin Yu spoke out. Look guys, how long has it been? Almost all the mechs have already gone in. Let's hurry in too. With the fighter planes landing smoothly, when everyone comes out, Lin Yu also received this guild war machine into his storage ring first. Going in there, we'll all be teleported separately. Remember, no matter what happens, your own life is the main priority. Lin Wanner reminded. Then he walked right in. Then we'll go in first as well. Imo Ting and Yiling followed closely behind. Soon only, Lin Yu and Xiaoyu remained. Be safe. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyu and said gently. You too. Xiaoyu nodded. The two also had a loving hug. It was followed by a light kiss of love. Holy shit, I'm here to explore the abyss, not eat dog food. Damn couple. Let me see this image at the beginning. Show love and die fast. The other mechs, seeing the two embracing and kissing lightly, couldn't help but darken their hearts before quickly rushing in. That's a death blow for some singles. Ding dong, you've entered the abyss. After hearing the system's voice, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes and sighed as he looked at everything in front of him. Is this the abyssal world? The entire abyssal world was so dead that not a single ounce of life could be felt. The sky is all dark gray. Some boulders were suspended irregularly in mid-air. Every now and then the space around them will also become extremely distorted, erupting into huge explosions. Pancake Mecha summoning. With the Pango mech summoned, Lin Yu entered the interior of the mech and felt a full sense of security in that instant. Rumble. Suddenly in this moment, in the space next to the Discordian mech, the space became distorted and a black hole-like space appeared. It made Lin Yu feel a powerful devouring force. This black hole space seemed to be trying to swallow up the Discordian mech. Mecha transports launched. The next moment, the Discordian mecha directly instantaneously moved hundreds of meters away. Boom! At this point, where Lin Yu had just been, a large explosion had directly erupted. After the dust and smoke had dissipated, it could be clearly seen that the location had been turned into a huge crater. It was enough to show how huge the power of the explosion was. This abyssal world is really dangerous. If it were a 5-star mecha master, I'm afraid I would have already been dead just now. Lin Yu took a deep breath and muttered. Boom! Boom boom! Boom boom boom! As Lin Yu maneuvered the mech to keep moving forward, along the way, there were also many big space explosions encountered. Among them, Lin Yu had seen a mech with his own eyes, which had been directly destroyed by a spatial explosion. The mech inside that mech, on the contrary, quickly disengaged, but unfortunately it was still a step too late. The lower half of his body was directly blown to slag. That mech, having to go through such excruciating pain while dying, was torture. After several minutes of time, that mecha master was completely dead. These last few minutes of his life were, I'm afraid, the most painful time he had ever had. This has only just begun and already a Mecha Master has fallen in front of him. I guess there are other Mecha Masters who have also fallen like this. Lin Yu took a deep breath. I hope that my sister, Yu and the others will be smooth and safe. Well, it's time for me to get serious about exploring in here and finding new opportunities. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu also had a serious look on his face. Super skill Mecha True Eyes activated. With the Mecha True Eye running, Lin Yu would be able to clearly see if there were any spatial explosions around here. In this way, his own exploration could also be smoother. After seeing it clearly, Lin Yu also accelerated the speed at which his mech moved. It's starting to be really seriously explored. At the same time, Lin Yu also hoped to run into Lin Wanner and Xiao Yu and the girls earlier inside this abyssal world. It's a little safer when you're all together. Boom boom boom. It didn't take long for Lin Yu to spot several mechs killing each other, seemingly fighting over a certain elixir. Their mecha battles are deadly, obviously trying to get the other guy to die. That way there's no one to fight him for it. It's just a mere elixir that can actually make these mechs fight each other. It's true that hearts are the most terrifying, Lin Yu muttered, and for a moment, his state of mind grew a lot. Continue to maneuver the mech forward. It didn't take long. A huge wide river appeared in the eyes. Inside the river was crystal clear water. Somewhat bizarrely, though, these rivers don't seem to be flowing. There seems to be something underneath this river mountain. Lin Yu stared. Unfortunately, the Mecha True Eyes couldn't see exactly what it was. Ha ha, this treasure is mine. Suddenly, a mech master on the opposite bank maneuvered his mech and jumped straight down. He too had discovered something underneath this river. The other side jumped so quickly. Lin Yu shook his head. This river was bizarre. Without understanding the situation, it was feared that jumping directly into it would be very dangerous. At this moment, Lin Yu was also a little happy as the corners of his mouth lifted. Since there were up to explore, it was naturally a good thing. Bang! That mech landed in the river and directly splashed very high. At this point, Lin Yu also read out the other party's information. The opponent was a 7-star Mecha Master, and his Mecha was a King-class Mecha, currently at Mecha level 68. Ha ha ha, only just came in, and I've come across a treasure. That mech was still in a state of excitement, but at this moment, the more Lin Yu looked from above, the more his face became grave. Something's not right. This river is devouring the Mecha, his spiritual energy. After a few seconds, the Mechmeister started to panic all of a sudden. No matter how he manipulated the mech was never able to move by half. It seemed to be dead bound by these rivers. It's downright bizarre. More importantly, he sensed that his psychic energy value was rapidly disappearing. Shit! Damn it! The mech artist began to panic. He quickly saw the panga mech controlled by Lin Yu on the shore and hurriedly begged for help. Friend, please save me. I'm willing to give all the resources I have with me. It seemed to feel the approach of death and knew more and more the horror of this death. It made this mech no longer care about anything else but wanting to be able to live. Whatever it takes, as long as it's alive. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do, Lin Yu calmly said. This was all this mech's own fault. The situation was not even investigated before going down the river blindly. Since he had made the decision himself, it was only natural that he would need to bear some sort of result that arose behind this. Hearing Lin Yu's direct refusal, this Mecha Master's entire body became even more anxious. The spiritual energy value in his body was getting less and less. Next, not even a minute's worth. His psychic energy value was then depleted to nothing. Without the psychic energy value, his mech automatically dissipated and he could not continue to maintain it. Without the protection of the mech, the entire person was directly submerged by the river. In an instant, a wisp of white smoke, that Mecha Master instantly turned into white bones. His flesh and blood corroded to nothing. Hoo, this river is too weird, isn't it? Lin Yu was incomparably shocked after seeing this scene. This river water can not only bind mech action, but also has a horrible corrosion ability. As long as a person falls down, they will instantly turn into white bones. Luckily there is such a pathfinder. It let Lin Yu know a lot of news at once. The white bones slowly sank. It ended up under the river. And then a looming glow occurred. Seeing this glow, the uninformed must have thought that there were treasures present underneath this river. Just now, when Lin Yu came to this river, the first thing he saw was also this kind of light. I didn't realize that this place was a trap. In the abyss, there are crises everywhere. That's not a stretch. Next, Lin Yu maneuvered the panga mech and with just that slight leap, he jumped to the other side of the river. Continue to depart and move forward. 10 minutes later, a heavenly ancient tree appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. This heavenly ancient tree was incomparably huge, with lush branches and leaves. Even if the panga mech stood in front of this ancient tree, it still felt a bit small. Soon, Lin Yu then clearly saw a strange fruit growing on top of this ancient tree. Ding dong, The Nirvana fruit has been discovered and is expected to ripen completely in 10 minutes. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Nirvana fruit? At the sound of the name, it feels extraordinary. What's the point, anyway? Lin Yu asked curiously. Answer: Nirvana fruit is a miraculous fruit of heaven and earth. After taking it, it can make the body of a mech engineer undergo nirvana, thus enhancing the psychic energy value, in addition to the effect of increasing the life expectancy. After hearing the system's answer, Lin Yu was stunned. So, this nirvana fruit was, without a doubt, an incomparably precious chance. This nirvana fruit must be obtained. Lin Yu nodded. It was good that he was the only mech around right now. Does it have to be right before you can pick it? Lin Yu continued to ask. 10 minutes is not too long to say, not too short to say, but once the process was underway, there were other mechs arriving. That's sure to erupt into a fight to the death. What's more, it's a treasure like the nirvana fruit, which will raise one's desire. If the nirvana fruit is picked early before it is ripe, it will result in a significant discount in its use. It seems that we'll just have to wait for this nirvana fruit to completely mature. Lin Yu nodded. Mentally, he hoped that no other mechs would arrive. Sometimes, the more you worry about something, the more it comes up. Only a few minutes have passed. Lin Yu then saw several mechs that were rapidly flying towards here. Sure enough, this nirvana fruit is not that easy to obtain. Lin Yu sighed in his heart. Next, a battle was absolutely unavoidable. Hey, it's not that easy to get the nirvana fruit easily. Such a magical fruit must be a supreme opportunity. I'll take this fruit. If you don't want to die, it's not too late to leave. Joke, you're only 7-star Mecha Masters, but I'm an 8-star Mecha Master. Dozens of seconds later, an unruly voice rang out. Those mechs, when they saw the nirvana fruit on the ancient tree, a strong greed appeared in their eyes, wanting to take it for themselves. A powerful mecha aura exploded out here. 8 7-star Mecha Masters and 1 8-star Mecha Master. Lin Yu quickly saw their strength coming. Hoo-hoo! After learning about their strength, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. With Lin Yu's current strength, he could definitely defeat him with ease. Well, I didn't think anyone would actually find this place before us. Those mechs arrived in front of this ancient tree in the sky and soon discovered Lin Yu as well. After seeing Lin Yu's mecha, they didn't dare to underestimate it in the slightest. Gentlemen, this nirvana fruit is mine, so you'd better leave individually to find other opportunities. Don't waste your time here. Lin Yu directly spoke. You have a big mouth. If you say this fruit is yours, does it really belong to you? The 8-star Mecha Master among them snorted coldly. In this world, treasures have never been available only to the strong. Whoever is great, but there's no such thing as first come, first served, and things are who they are. The real truth is always to see whose fist is hard and whose strength is strong. So, it has to be done. Lin Yu had a calm face. That's natural. As the 8-star Mecha Master spoke, his mecha also erupted with a powerful pressure. It made the few other 7-star mechs around them feel powerful. This oppressive feeling made them feel very uncomfortable. Is this the strength of an 8-star Mecha Master? It's only a difference of one level, in which the strength is actually so disparate. One of the 7-star Mecha Masters was shocked in his heart. Even if the few 7-star Mecha Masters they had on the sub were to join forces, they were afraid that they would not be a match for this one 8-star Mecha Master, unless one encounters a true mecha genius. After all, for geniuses, fighting across levels was simply a breeze. A few of the 7-star Mecha Masters, sensing this terrifying power, also quickly left, understanding that this nirvana fruit and themselves were not meant to be. It's better to stay alive. However, there were still 2 7-star Mecha Masters watching from the sidelines, and in their hearts, they were also playing the mantis catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow in the back, thinking, in a moment, when Lin Yu fought that 8-star Mecha Master, they would rush up and seize that nirvana fruit. There are actually 2 more who aren't afraid of death. That 8-star Mecha Master snorted coldly when he saw it. At once his mech moved quickly, extremely fast, almost a few blinks of an eye. It came right behind the 2 7-star mechs. Boom! Boom! Just one hit. The mechs of those 2 7-star Mech Masters instantly suffered incomparably heavy damage. It eventually smashed into the ground with 2 violent crashes. The 2 mechs directly dissipated, and the 2 7-star Mech Masters collapsed on the ground, motionless and in a coma. This is definitely considered a spike. Alright, there's no one else now, so you and I will directly fight it out. Whoever wins, this fruit goes to whoever wins. After settling the 2 mechs who wanted to yellow bird in the back, that 8-star Mech Master controlled his mech and quickly flew to Lin Yu. His tone was very arrogant. It was filled with immense confidence. It's as if it has invincible strength. Since that's the case, then I'll fulfill you and make you understand what it means to be truly strong. Lin Yu said calmly. It's not about talking the talk anymore. Sure enough, in the end, It's only real strength that counts. Targeting successful. Tendo chains unleashed. Only after locking onto the target successfully, the Heaven's Path chain would be able to hit 100%. In the void, a chain emitting divine light quickly rushed out, directly binding this 8-star Mecha Master's mecha. How? The 8-star Mecha Master froze again, actually unable to break free from his bonds. What a skill this is! Could it be a god rank skill? Black hole devouring. After successfully binding, proceed to unleash the second mech skill. Instantly, a black hole appeared. It was rapidly devouring the mech energy and psychic energy value of that mech artist. The moment that 8-star Mecha Master also understood that he absolutely couldn't go on like this, or else he would definitely lose. He quickly cast a special skill. It can multiply one's strength. For a moment, an extremely large flame rose from all over his mech. It felt as if his mech was a god of fire. It looks very majestic. Pretty cool. Lin Yu nodded. Tendo chains unleashed. Tendo chains unleashed. In a matter of 2 or 3 seconds, Lin Yu continuously cast this heavenly Dao chain skill. Chain after chain rushed out of the void one after another, continuing to wind up the other mech. Short time, the other party's mecha, their entire body was basically bound to death by chains. This is impossible. The same mecha skill. Why can you repeat it without interruption? Does your mecha skill not have a cooldown time? This 8-star Mecha Master was shocked. So much for that. He's straight up trapped. Still want to fight. It's almost a bit of a fool's errand. That's the difference between you and me. You're no match for me. Lin Yu spoke indifferently. Right now the other party couldn't even break free from the heavenly Dao chains. Plus there was a black hole devouring his energy. The end is already predetermined. Who the hell are you to be so demonic? The 8-star Mecha Master immediately opened his mouth and inquired. By the way, such a demonic mecha genius should be famous, but this mech of Lin Yu's in front of him is definitely the first time he has seen it. I am merely a student of Kunlun Mecha University, Lin Yu said simply. Heard from Kunlun Mecha University. The mech was stunned. No wonder it's so demonic. It turned out to be a student of Kunlun Mecha University. Then it all makes sense too. This fruit is yours. I admit defeat. He directly conceded defeat. Now, unable to even undo this bondage himself, he was already extremely defeated. If this is a stand-up life and death battle, I'm afraid he would have been dead by now. There's no rush. Soon this nirvana fruit will be ripe. It's not too late to release you after I pick it. Lin Yu spoke softly. In case he was released, and then he performed some kind of weird skill or technique or something like that. Wouldn't that be troublesome? Hearing these words from Lin Yu, that 8-star Mecha Master also understood in his heart that what Lin Yu had in mind right now was understandable. My name is Gu Tao. I haven't asked for your name yet. The other person introduced himself. Lin Yu just lightly said, I'm Yi Liangchen from Kunlun Mecha University. Lin Yu didn't say his real name instead. This Gu Tao heard Lin Yu reported out the name. The heart is already silently will be remembered. And so on out. He must be properly investigated. This Yi Liangchen in the end is what kind of genius? Actually, he had a guess in mind. The Lin Yu in front of him was perhaps a student of the seed class of Kunlun Mecha University. Next, Lin Yu didn't pay any more attention to him. A little bit of time passed. The nirvana fruit will soon be completely ripe. Lin Yu still looked around with a cautious expression. I'm afraid that in the dark, there are still mechs watching. Enter this abyssal world. There were also not a few 9-star Mecha Masters and 10-star Mecha Masters. There were even star mechs entering. Once such a strong person comes here, that's definitely a very tricky big mess. The fruit of nirvana is thoroughly ripe. At this moment, a terrifying vision occurred in the entire sky. As if the sky was about to collapse. Thunderclouds rolled and countless thunder flashed. As if heaven and earth could not accommodate such a nirvana fruit. Anomalies of heaven and earth. This fruit is actually a supreme divine fruit. It looks like there is a heavenly calamity falling. Gu Tao, who was bound by the heavenly Dao chains, was incomparably shocked upon seeing this scene. He'd read a book before. It was written on it that true divine fruits, when they ripened, they would all explode with heaven and earth visions, because these divine fruits are some against the heaven and earth to change the efficacy, for the heaven and earth is incompatible. Some of the divine fruits will even have a heavenly tribulation fall when they mature. Once the divine fruit had gone through the heavenly tribulation, after successfully passing through it, this divine fruit would be able to accomplish another level of ascension. Divine fruits that had successfully experienced heavenly tribulation, when used, appeared to have effects that were 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times greater. In the 200th year of the Mecha era, there was a 60-year-old 1-star Mecha Master who, by coincidence, obtained a divine fruit that had undergone heavenly tribulation, and after using it, he completely transformed his body and accomplished a reversal of his destiny. That last 1-star Mech Master not only increased his lifespan, but also turned into a top-level mech master. Unfortunately, the latter still hadn't broken through to a god-level mecha master. Attention! Skyjacking triggered. Once the Nirvana fruit passes through the heavenly tribulation, it will be sublimated into Nirvana divine fruit. At the same time, the system's voice inside Lin Yu's head rang out. Lin Yu nodded slightly. There's some trouble next. The power of the heavenly tribulation seemed very terrifying. This Nirvana fruit, it's not certain if you can get through it or not. Mainly, the scale of this heaven and earth anomaly is really too big. Such a big commotion is sure to attract other mechs too. I guess it won't be long before a fight breaks out here again. Yi Lianchen, you can let me go now, Gu Tao hurriedly said loudly. This heavenly calamity has already formed. No one can interrupt it. It's fine that this divine fruit can't survive the heavenly tribulation, but once it does, others will surely come and snatch it like crazy. I don't want to stay here any longer. Sessions, those 9-star and 10-star mecha masters, and even star mecha masters, came here. If they want to take this divine fruit, Gu Tao simply does not have that strength. You go. Lin Yu also disarmed his skills. A heavenly Dao chain instantly dissipated. After getting free, Gu Tao continued to look at Lin Yu, and couldn't help but remind him, brother, I advise you to hurry up and leave as well. Even though you're powerful, you're no match at all after encountering a 10-star mecha master, or a star mecha master. After saying that, Gu Tao directly maneuvered his mech and quickly left the place. This was now a situation that was beyond his ability to cope with. Above the ancient trees in the sky, the thunderclouds became even denser. Those thunders seemed to be gathering power fast. It was as if the power of annihilation was brewing. This first heavenly thunder will be ready to land. Lin Yu muttered, we have to think of a way to do it. You have to know that this heavenly calamity has a certain amount of time, and that was enough time for the powerful mechs to arrive quickly. Gu Tao has a good point. Once this Nirvana fruit managed to survive the heavenly tribulation, then a bloody storm would definitely erupt here. System, any ideas? Lin Yu quickly inquired. He had encountered this Nirvana fruit with great difficulty, and honestly was truly unwilling to give it up just like that. Answer, you can utilize the skills of the new Mecha. Lock the Nirvana fruit. Once the Nirvana fruit successfully passes the heavenly tribulation, transfer the Nirvana fruit by the power of space. The system gives a direct way to come. After listening, Lin Yu nodded. That's a good one indeed. And, one doesn't have to show up. It seems that this time, one will have to be the yellow bird. Immediately, Lin Yu then directly summoned the Nuwa Mech and then summoned the Panga Mech. Quickly maneuvering the Nuwa Mech, he cast a space-type skill. After successfully locking the Nirvana fruit, Lin Yu then maneuvered the Nuwa Mech and disappeared into thin air. Next, it was hoped that this Nirvana fruit would succeed in surviving the heavenly tribulation. When Lin Yu disappeared, the first terrifying heavenly thunderbolt directly fell. Boom! That heavenly thunder fell and directly struck that Nirvana fruit. A thunderclap. The power was extremely terrifying. Even that heavenly ancient tree was reduced to nothingness in an instant. Only the Nirvana fruit was left suspended high in the sky. The heavenly thunder devoured it completely. As a little bit of time passes, the power of the first heavenly thunder also quickly dissipated. The Nirvana fruit was intact and even emitted a strange light that looked incomparably arcane. Lin Yu, who was in the shadows, couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that this one fruit could actually withstand such a terrifying heavenly thunder. If it were in the past, I'm afraid I wouldn't have believed it at all. This time, for Lin Yu, it was definitely a long view. It's occupied. Soon, a powerful mecha master had arrived in droves. I knew there must be treasures appearing. I didn't expect a supreme divine fruit that could actually trigger a heavenly calamity. This divine fruit after the tribulation. Once you take it, you will be able to become at least a legendary mecha master in the future. And there is even hope that you can break through to a divine mecha master. This is a true treasure against all odds. Ho ho ho, this divine fruit is mine. Whoever dares to come and grab it in a while, I'll kill the one who comes. Let's hope that this divine fruit can succeed in crossing the threshold. The mechs that quickly arrived were basically 9 and 10 star mechs. There were also 2-star level mechs among them. They fell back on not making a move now. After all, the Nirvana fruit hadn't even completed the transition. It's starting now. In case this Nirvana fruit failed to transition, wouldn't they be doing it for nothing? These mechs, each with a heart of gold, all want to take in this Nirvana fruit for themselves. Those 2-star mechs among them were even more confident. Basically, in the middle of this abyssal world, the Star Mech Division is already the most powerful existence. As the first heavenly thunder fell, in the thunderclouds above, the second heavenly thunder is storing up its power. Everyone could clearly perceive that this second heavenly thunder was obviously much more terrifying than the one just now. I don't know how many levels of heavenly thunder are there in this heavenly calamity? Lin Yu muttered. Answer: the heavenly tribulation of the Nirvana fruit is a triple heavenly thunderbolt. The system replied again. Triple? Lin Yu slowly nodded. Now, the Nirvana fruit has already crossed the first heavenly thunder. It was considered to have succeeded by a large margin. I hope that this Nirvana fruit will be able to successfully cross over. Lin Yu looked forward to it. Once the Nirvana fruit had successfully passed through the heavenly tribulation and sublimated into the Nirvana divine fruit, after taking it yourself, Lin Yu was confident and certain that he could become even stronger. Boom! This second heavenly thunder quickly finished storing up its power and quickly fell. Once again, the Nirvana fruit, which was suspended in midair, was hit with precision. The tremendous power caused all the surrounding mechs to take a breath of air. This heavenly thunder was too terrifying. If they were to resist it, I'm afraid they would only die. Zip zip zip. It didn't take long for this Nirvana fruit to successfully withstand the second heavenly thunderbolt as well. Immediately after that, the third and final heavenly thunder was brewing fiercely. A tiny fruit that could withstand two heavenly thunderbolts, that terrifying. Truly amazing. Basically, it was also the first time in their lives that all of the mechs present had witnessed the image of a divine fruit crossing the threshold. Such an image, I'm afraid, will always be remembered no matter how much time passes. This third heavenly thunder's might is even more terrifying as hell again, Lin Yu said in his heart. Next, it is a crucial step. Those mechs, they had already prepared to fight at any time. Once, the Nirvana fruit managed to cross this third heavenly thunder, they would immediately rush up. It will also be at that time that the battle is on the line. It was estimated that there would be many mechs that would fall and die because of the competition for this Nirvana fruit. Boom boom boom. Thunderclouds rolled above. This third heavenly thunder actually turned into a purple heavenly thunder, with a terrifying power beyond imagination, as if it was an exterminating divine thunder. Once it fell, nothing could resist it. I'm tired. This third heavenly thunder is even more terrifying. This heavenly calamity is really just as the records say. Those mechs were shocked. The third purple heavenly thunderbolt quickly fell and struck the Nirvana fruit. At this instant, the Nirvana fruit also erupted with a powerful force and light that seemed to be constantly and tenaciously resisting the heavenly thunder. Zip! Boom boom! The aftermath of the purple heavenly thunder erupted and struck an 8-star Mecha Master who was closer. Boom! That 8-star Mecha Master's mecha instantly exploded. The mech himself was reduced directly to ashes. Get back! The other mechs retreated. Just the residual power of this purple heavenly thunder can instantly kill an 8-star Mecha Master. Those 9 and 10-star Mecha Masters, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to withstand it either. With such a terrifying heavenly thunder, this Nirvana fruit had already managed to withstand 2 of them. From that alone, one could see that this Nirvana fruit was, in a sense, even more powerful than them. The mechs. Through deduction, the success rate of the Nirvana fruit successfully crossing the threshold is 99%. A voice from the system rang out. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded slightly. Very well. At the same time, Lin Yu had also made preparations so that once the Nirvana fruit had successfully transited, it would also be good to teleport it back at the first opportunity. The duration of this third heavenly thunder was even longer than the previous 2. But, with the passage of time, everyone could also clearly see that this Nirvana fruit seemed to be even more crystal clear, and it felt like it was still actively absorbing the energy of this heavenly thunder. So much for that. They did understand why the effects of this divine fruit could increase exponentially after the tribulation. It was probably absorbing the energy of this heavenly thunder. The third heavenly thunder dissipated and disappeared. The layers of thunderclouds above also disappeared in this instant, and the sky returned to its previous clearness. Everything was as if nothing had happened. The Nirvana fruit has successfully survived the heavenly tribulation and has been sublimated into the Nirvana divine fruit. The Nirvana divine fruit was still suspended high in the sky, with a purple aura lingering around it. Extremely extraordinary and arcane. Bang! 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 The fight broke out instantly. Those mechs, in order to obtain the Nirvana divine fruit, rushed up quickly. There is just one fruit of the gods. That means that in the end, just one mech will get it. One time. The various mechs used all their means. It can be by any means necessary. It's still really intense. After seeing this scene, Lin Yu shook his head. In a short period of time, several mechs were seen killed and died. Start retrieving the Nirvana divine fruit. Lin Yu maneuvered the Nuwa mech and began to exert mech energy. In the meantime, those 2-star mechs, both of them came to the top at the first opportunity. Friend, this divine fruit belongs to me. I can take something else as compensation. One of the star mechs quickly spoke. It's just their 2-star mechs at the moment. There must be only 1-star Mecha Master who could obtain this divine fruit. Coincidentally, I can also give something as compensation. The divine fruit has to be mine. Another star Mecha Master laughed. This was the supreme divine fruit of a successful transition. Even more priceless. There is nothing else like it. No matter what, neither of these 2-star mechs were willing to give up. It seems that you and I will have a battle. Come on, make it quick. Just as these 2-star mechs were about to maneuver their mechs into battle, a surge of spatial energy was felt. When they fixed their eyes, it was discovered that the entire Nirvana Divine Fruit had been wrapped in a transparent quadrangular body barrier. In an instant, a void appeared. This Nirvana Divine Fruit rushed in. It's gone. It's all too fast. Neither of the 2-star mechs reacted. The Divine Fruit has actually disappeared. What the hell is going on here? The 2-star mechs were incredibly puzzled. It's even harder for the other mechs below. After waiting here for such a long time, just now, I even used all my means. But in the end, it was a waste of time. Especially those mechs who had died in the battle just now. I guess if they knew that this would end up like this, I'm afraid they would regret it beyond measure. Other side. After Lin Yu managed to obtain the Nirvana Divine Fruit, he also accelerated his speed to leave. Have to say, having the ability to space travel is just awesome. Whether it was used for fighting, or for escaping or rushing, it had a high efficiency. Instead, it didn't take long. Lin Yu then arrived at an unfamiliar area. Look around. There were no other mechs or behemoths to be seen around. It should be a little safer here for now. Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. Immediately after, Lin Yu then took out the Nirvana Divine Fruit. This Nirvana Divine Fruit was crystal clear, still had a purple aura lingering around it, and emitted a fragrance that made Lin Yu feel like his entire body and spirit had become much more comfortable. I also wonder how much effect this Nirvana Divine Fruit will give me after taking it? Lin Yu smiled. This Nirvana Fruit had managed to survive the heavenly tribulation with great difficulty, successfully sublimated into the Nirvana Divine Fruit. In the end, or to be used. Instead, it felt like this Nirvana God Fruit was a bit pathetic, possessing the ability to change fate against the heavens, but unable to change their own destiny of being used. Lin Yu didn't think much of anything. Take this Nirvana Divine Fruit directly. You've taken the Nirvana Fruit. Your psychic energy value plus 50,000. Congratulations. You've become a 9-star Mecha Master. Ding dong. Gained Mech experience value. Your Nuwa Mech has been upgraded to level 90. Pango Mecha and Nuwa Mecha levels have been synchronized and both have been raised to level 90. Your mechs have automatically awakened new skills. Your life expectancy increases by 1,000 years. Increase in the speed of cultivation and enlightenment of the Kijiji Godbody. A systematic voice rang out. This caused Lin Yu to be incomparably shocked and surprised. This Nirvana Divine Fruit had given itself too many effects. Not only did he make himself a 9-star Mecha Master, even his own mechs were instantly raised to level 90. There is also an increase in longevity. It's a direct increase of 1,000 years, totally over your own head. I'm kind of changing my fate. Lin Yu smiled faintly. Now that Lin Yu had entered inside this abyssal world, just obtaining this Nirvana Divine Fruit was already no small chance of creation. This time Lin Yu felt that he was also lucky. But luck is part of strength. Open the personal panel. Lin Yu murmured in his heart. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Kijiji body, activated. Mecha Master level, 9-star Mecha Master. Energy points, 0. Spiritual energy, 536,523. Mecha, Pango Mecha, level 90. Nuwa Mecha, level 90. Four Gods Mecha, level 90. Next, an illusory panel appeared in front of it. Lin Yu could clearly see all of his information. Great. Next, I'll also be able to carry on exploring this abyssal world just in time. Lin Yu got excited. It's been a long time. Maybe back there's some kind of chance. I also don't know how Sister Yu, Imo Ting and Yi Ling and the others are doing now. Lin Yu sighed again. Did you get a chance or something? Among them, Xiao Yu did not need to worry. She after all possessed the Divine Eyes ability, and could certainly easily discover the opportunities, treasures, and such that were in here. It's kind of been a while since I've seen them. Now Lin Yu was missing look around. The surrounding area is vast. One time, Lin Yu didn't even know which direction to go in. In the end, it was a decided direction to move forward by pointing the troops. Lin Yu was now controlling the Nuwa Mech. The flight was extremely fast. Ho 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 ho. Not a moment too soon. Just encountered several level 80 behemoths. After these giant beasts discovered Lin Yu, they directly charged towards him at the first opportunity. Just in time. Lin Yu smiled as the corners of his mouth lifted. It was just time to try out the power of a 90-level God-ranked mecha. Target locked. Void sword unleashed. In the sky above those giant beasts, a void appeared, and an incomparably sacred divine sword rushed out from it. These divine swords directly penetrated the bodies of those giant beasts. Killed him instantly. You've killed a level 80 behemoth. You've killed a level 80 behemoth. Reminder, since you have not reached 10-star Mecha Master, The mecha cannot continue to gain experience value at this time. With ease, he killed those giant beasts in seconds. It allowed Lin Yu to feel the powerful abilities of the mech. The moment. Lin Yu was extremely happy and excited. Think about it. At first, he himself was still a wastrel with a spiritual energy value of only 66. By now, not even a year had passed, and one was already a 9-star mecha master. The entire process of cultivation and enhancement could be said to be quite fast. Throughout history, I'm afraid Lin Yu was the only one who was so fast. Attention! Beasts are attacking, the system's voice rang out. In this instant, Lin Yu also discovered that behind the manhwa mecha, the ground suddenly collapsed and a large crater appeared, from which a 100-meter python rushed out. This 100-meter python opened its bloody mouth, directly towards the back of the manhwa mecha's head, biting it. Lin Yu maneuvered the mech to instantly complete a 180-degree turn. Immediately after that, it was a punch that blasted out. Boom! There was a loud bang. The head of that 100-meter python was then directly exploded by the manhwa mecha's punch. That 100-meter python ended up being a headless corpse. You've killed a level 80 python. Hoo-hoo! You python actually engaged in a sneak attack. Not speaking of martial virtues, unfortunately, you chose the wrong target. However, just this punch of ordinary attack from the manhwa mech alone can explode with such power. It's worthy of being a god-level mech. Lin Yu laughed, as he manipulated the god-level mech for longer and longer. Through the constant battles, Lin Yu could also vaguely feel an incomparably powerful force. The power seemed to come from those gods. For example, now that he is controlling the manhwa mech, Lin Yu can sense the power of the great god manhwa. The mystery. Lin Yu couldn't figure it out for a while, but Lin Yu believed that as long as he became strong enough, he would one day figure it all out. Didn't think much more about it. Lin Yu maneuvered the manhwa mech and continued to move quickly in the direction he had decided on. Inside the next hour, Lin Yu kept moving while also carefully observing everything around him. All the way, encountered a lot of behemoths and other mechs. In a flash, dozens of days passed. Since obtaining that Nirvana God fruit, Lin Yu felt as if his luck had run out. These dozens of days that followed, no other opportunities were found at all. Killed a full almost thousands of behemoths. The result is that nothing burst out. Night fell quickly. Lin Yu didn't continue exploring, came to a lake not far away and rested. After coming out from inside the manhwa mech, straight away, he came to lie on the shoulder of the manhwa mech. The sky of this abyssal world was filled with stars every night. A few days ago, Lin Yu wondered if this abyssal world was a separate planet, and if rushing up into the sky would lead him into the universe. With curiosity, Lin Yu naturally gave it a try. Maneuvering the manhwa mech kept flying towards the top. However, when flying at a certain height, he realized that there was a barrier that prevented him from continuing his ascent. No matter what kind of means were exerted, it was always impossible to break through. It also made Lin Yu understand. This abyssal world is similar to secret realms and copies. The starry sky that he was now seeing in the sky was also all just fake. But even though it was fake, it was also very spectacular to look at. The stars in this sky are not visible in the outside world. Such a beautiful view. It's a pity that I'm the only one here to enjoy it. Lin Yu sighed. It was only after almost half an hour of admiring the starry sky that Lin Yu re-entered the interior of the manhwa mech and began to rest. Everywhere inside this abyssal world was a crisis. And when resting at night, one had to stay inside the mech to do so that no matter what happened, one could react at first. It's a common sense way for mechs to survive the night. Moreover, the manhwa mech had a specialized alert that would sound whenever something entered a certain range, causing Lin Yu to wake up instantly. That was why Lin Yu was so relieved and bold, resting by this empty lake. Soon Lin Yu fell into a deep sleep. The machine god body was still continuously and automatically running the divine level cultivation method, absorbing the energy inside this abyssal world. The spiritual energy value that had been consumed within Lin Yu's body was also recovering at an extremely fast rate. The night passed quickly. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. The sky was already bright. The weather today was considered sunny. It was quiet all night last night and nothing happened, making Lin Yu's sleep sort of comfortable and restful. Rumble. It was also at this time. The entire lake in front of him began to boil as if something had erupted. This caused Lin Yu to instantly get into a fighting stance. Could it be that there are giant beasts underneath this lake? Lin Yu was puzzled in his mind. It continued for a few seconds. A huge whirlpool appeared in the entire lake, spinning madly as if it could swallow everything. Space energy riot detected. Space entrance appears. The system's voice rang out. No way? Lin Yu was shocked. There were actually spatial entrances underneath this lake. Can it be that there are other spaces in this abyssal world? The system had alerted itself, so it must be right. Lin Yu was now constantly thinking and making choices. Should we find out or not? Shit. Since we've come across it, let's go explore it. Very quickly, Lin Yu made a decision. Anyway, Lin Yu was now a 9-star mecha master, plus with the new Mecha, even if he encountered some sort of danger, there was still no problem escaping. Maybe, this next one will come across another chance, treasure or something like that. After having decided, Lin Yu maneuvered his mech and with just a slight leap, he jumped into that lake vortex. One enters the vortex. All of a sudden, Lin Yu's eyes went dark and he felt an extremely strong sense of weightlessness. The feeling lasted for more than 10 seconds. After passing through this space passage, once again, a new world appeared before his eyes. Incredible! Lin Yu was truly surprised. Inside this space, everything is revived. The trees are lush, and the surrounding is even more colorful flowers. One can clearly perceive that there is incomparable vitality here. The energy contained was also very dense and pure. After arriving in this space, Lin Yu had another feeling that his entire body felt somewhat more relaxed. What a surprise! Didn't realize. Inside this abyssal world, there was such a strange space. It looked like there might actually be some sort of chance. A supreme treasure. In here, it was estimated to be no worse than the Nirvana God Fruit. Lin Yu maneuvered the new Mech and slowly advanced in this. While advancing, he was also looking around carefully. Soon, a giant flower attracted Lin Yu's attention. This flower looks very bright and colorful, 100 meters high, just even the petals are dozens of meters long. This was the first time in his life that Lin Yu had ever seen such a giant flower. Suddenly, in an instant, this giant flower became incomparably blood red, and the center area of the flower was directly opened up to a bloody mouth. Nice guy. It really does seem like a giant cannibal flower. There were countless sharp teeth in that bloody mouth, as if it wanted to devour the entire new Mech. Lin Yu quickly maneuvered the new Mech and raised one arm. Boom! A burst of energy cannon blasted out. The giant flower directly exploded, powdered to the bone. Hoo-hoo! Lin Yu took a deep breath. I didn't expect that inside this space, even the plants have become so powerful. And thanks to myself, if it was any other mecha master, he would probably have already been devoured by this cannibal flower. And the saliva of this cannibal flower seems to have the ability to corrode mecha. Sure enough, behemoths aren't the only threat to humanity. Now plants are becoming a threat to humans too. Look around. There are many more of these giant cannibalistic flowers in the distance. So much for that. Inside this mysterious space, it was definitely not simple. One has to be careful with every step. To Lin Yu, these giant cannibalistic flowers weren't much of a threat. It's a breeze to get rid of them. It only made Lin Yu more and more curious now as to what exactly this space was. Everywhere is extraordinary. Keep going. Soon, other giant plants were seen as well, all filled with a surge of life. Baird. Suddenly, a huge cloud of venom came towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu was naturally the first to react and quickly maneuvered his mech to dodge. The new Mech was suspended in midair. The mass of venom ended up hitting a giant tree. Zip zip zip. For a while, the giant tree was corroded by the venom, emitting gusts of white smoke, almost in the blink of an eye. The giant tree was then completely corroded clean. Even the plants on the ground. This venom is actually several times more corrosive than the saliva of that cannibal flower. Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim after seeing this scene. Immediately after, a huge figure appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. When the dust has dissipated, a massive beast appeared. Beast, Hydra. Level, 90. Reminder, Hydra. Each head possesses mastery of an ability. The system's voice rang out. This made Lin Yu even more shocked. That is to say, this level 90 behemoth Hydra had 9 abilities. Such a powerful beast was completely considered a boss-level existence. So far, the Hydra in front of him should be the most powerful giant beast Lin Yu had ever encountered. A giant beast with 9 abilities. Good thing. My mechs have all been upgraded to level 90 as well. Not that there's anything to worry about. Lin Yu had a confident look on his face. He had that certainty that he could decapitate this giant beast Hydra in front of him. Ho ho ho. This 9-headed serpent looked towards Lin Yu, and every pair of its snake eyes were dead set on Lin Yu, as if had taken Lin Yu as his own dish. The hissing sound that erupted was even more deafening. However, a mere sound wave type attack, that was completely ineffective for Lin Yu. The Hydra's hissing soon stopped, and it seemed to understand that its own sonic attacks had no effect at all on the human mecha master in front of it. Next, the 9 heads of this Hydra all erupted with a different light, and various power auras erupted out. Boom! The 9 snake heads of this Hydra opened their bloody mouths and quickly gathered their power, locking onto Lin Yu's new Mech. They then fired out rays of energy with different attributes. They are gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, darkness and light. There are a total of 9 attributes. This is supposed to be of Hydra's 9 powers. Have to say, this Hydra is indeed quite powerful. The ability to master the 9 natural attribute energies. The power that erupted was quite strong. Seeing this, Lin Yu just cast a simple defense shield. Boom boom boom. The 9 types of energy rays, all of them bombarded the defense shield, erupting with an incomparably violent rumbling sound. It resounded throughout heaven and earth, the surrounding space. Because of this powerful power fluctuation, all became distorted. This attack of 9 attribute energies is still quite powerful when it erupts. However, it's still too weak to penetrate the defense of the new Mech. Lin Yu shook his head and smiled. A wave of confidence surfaced all over his face. After all, the new Mech was a god-level mech, far from being comparable to those other mechs. After Hydra's light attack was finished, looking at Lin Yu's mecha intact, this caused Hydra to be incredibly surprised as well. The surprised look that appeared in the 9 pairs of snake eyes was also noticed by Lin Yu. But, this Hydra didn't give up hunting Lin Yu because of this. Immediately after, this Hydra began to erupt with even more powerful might. The 9 energies began to merge as one. The power that was exerted was clearly more than several times more powerful than that of just now. Forget it, let's just get it over with early. Seeing this, Lin Yu didn't intend to continue playing. By taking care of this Hydra earlier, he himself would be able to have more time to explore inside this mysterious space. Space shuttle activated. Next, the new Mech then disappeared into thin air. The 9 heads of that Hydra also hurriedly looked around, searching for the figure of the new Mecha. In one air, the void appeared. A spatial sharp blade was like a torrential rain as it crazily pounded down. Boom boom boom. Those Hydra saw this and also rushed to defend themselves, coalescing layers of bizarre black scale armor all over their bodies, looking extremely defensive. But, this Hydra underestimated the power of these space blades. Spatial sharp edge, a divine-ranked mecha skill of the new Mecha. It could slice through space, not only possessing powerful might, but also superb penetration. In a nutshell, the new Mecha's space sharpshooter was a specialized defensive nemesis. Click. In the face of the torrential rain of sharp spatial blades, the black scales that this Hydra had condensed were completely useless. It shattered right into pieces. For a brief second, all the scales on the Hydra's body shattered. Its defense was directly broken. Roar! Spatial sharp blades chopped into the inside of the Hydra's body one after another. And all of a sudden, these 9 snakeheads, all of them, could not help but let out miserable cries of pain. Pust! Immediately after, the 9 spatial blades among them directly decapitated the 9 heads of the Hydra. You have slain a level 90 behemoth and obtained a Mecha Crystal. Mecha Crystal, after using it, the Mecha can gain double experience value within 10 minutes. I didn't expect it, but it actually exploded. Props, Lin Yu said happily. This Mech Crystals, not available right now. After all, the new Mech was already level 90. When one broke through to a 10-star Mecha Master, this Mecha Crystal would come in handy. The void appeared. Lin Yu maneuvered the new Mech and rushed out from within. Suspended in mid-air, looked to the ground. That Hydra's massive body had now been turned into pieces. Each piece cut very flat. It's not a waste of the full 5,000 psychic energy value I used. Lin Yu sighed. This spatial sharpshooter mecha requires 5,000 psychic energy values to cast once. Although the spiritual energy value consumed was a lot, but accordingly, the might that erupted from this was also huge. From this point on, totally worth it. After resolving this Hydra, Lin Yu maneuvered the new Mecha and continued to explore inside this mysterious space. Functional heart found. It didn't take long. Lin Yu then found a mechanical giant tree. On top of this mechanical giant tree, there was a heart-like fruit. The functional heart? What is it? Lin Yu wondered. However, it was possible to feel that this functional heart should be something good. Answer, functional heart, which can strengthen mecha skills and increase their power. Hear this. Lin Yu was surprised. In that case, this functional heart was indeed a supreme treasure. The power that erupts from the divine-ranked mecha skill Spatial Sharp Edge is already considered very powerful. If this functional heart is used to strengthen it, the power can definitely become even more powerful. At this moment, Lin Yu was also immediately thrilled and excited. This mysterious space is really extraordinary. It was only a short time ago that he let himself come across such a treasure. Count yourself lucky? Time passes. In a flash, minutes passed. Through his own layers of observation, Lin Yu didn't find any dangers, organ traps or the like around the mechanical giant tree. He's not one to take chances. There are crises everywhere in this abyssal world. Now that he had entered the mysterious space within it, it was estimated that the danger within it was definitely not low. Therefore, Lin Yu had to take things in stride. In case there was something sinister around here, I was afraid that if I ventured over there, I would suffer a great loss. It was a good thing that there were no other mechs around, just Lin Yu. Now there was no need to worry too much that this functional heart would be taken away. After identifying the danger, it was only then that Lin Yu maneuvered the new Mecha and arrived in front of the mechanical giant tree. The new Mecha just moved its arm lightly and easily removed the functional heart. You got the functional heart. Start using it. Seeing this, Lin Yu hurriedly spoke. The heart of one's functionality was a strengthening skill, which was equivalent to making one's strength stronger. Please identify the enhanced skills you need. The system reminded again. Immediately, numerous mecha skills appeared in front of Lin Yu. These mecha skills were those mastered by the Pango Mecha, the Nuwa Mecha, and the Four Gods Mecha. Unfortunately, there is only one functional heart. If it is possible, Lin Yu wanted to strengthen all the mecha skills he had mastered. Just strengthen the Nuwa Mech Space Sharp Edge. Lin Yu quickly decided. Command received. Consume the functional heart and start reinforcing the space blade. Reinforcement in progress. Strike reinforcement appears. Ding dong. Congratulations. The Nuwa Mecha skill Space Sharp Blade has been successfully strengthened and evolved into Space God Blade. The power of the Space God Blade is 10 times that of the Space Sharp Edge. A series of system sounds rang out. An unexpected surprise. Skills can actually evolve. Lin Yu was deeply shocked. Lin Yu continued his search, and in no time at all, he found a second mechanical giant tree, which also had a functional heart on it. Great! It seems that this mysterious space is simply a treasure land, Lin Yu said excitedly, and he was currently the only one here. There was no one to compete with him yet. It really is unbelievably easy. Go ahead and take this heart of function off. The moment it was picked, the mechanical giant tree quickly turned into light and disappeared. Ding dong! You have used functional heart and successfully strengthened the skill Heaven and Earth / of Pangea Mecha. In the next second, Lin Yu also used it directly. After hearing the system's voice, Lin Yu smiled and nodded, so that his strength was considered to have increased a bit. Inside the next hour, Lin Yu was sort of busy. Unawareness. It felt like a long time had passed. During this period, Lin Yu had also found many functional hearts, while also encountering many strange giant beasts. It's a good thing none of them are their own opponents. Through these functional hearts, many of the mech skills were enhanced. In a sense, Lin Yu's strength was now sublimated. It seems that there are no more functional hearts here. At this moment, Lin Yu looked around inside. With the last functional heart used just now, Lin Yu once again explored for a long time without discovering any new functioning hearts. Thus, Lin Yu judged that the functional heart in here had all been used by himself. The whole mysterious space is huge. Even without this heart of function, there might be other opportunities. However, overall, Lin Yu had gained a huge amount this time. This abyssal world is really not simple. And no wonder, there was an abyssal rift that opened before. But all the mechs who came out alive from it ended up becoming very powerful and strong. Boom boom boom. Soon, Lin Yu encountered another massive beast. Face these behemoths. Lin Yu had only executed the simplest skill of the Nuwa Mecha, the energy storage cannon. Congratulations on killing a level 90 behemoth. Congratulations on killing a level 90 behemoth. Basically, the giant beasts in here were now all killed by Lin Yu in one easy blow. How lonely is invincibility? Lin Yu couldn't help but hum. The whole mood, naturally, was happy. Help! Help me! Suddenly, a cry for help came. After hearing this voice, Lin Yu also looked over in the direction it came from. Lin Yu also clearly saw a pink humanoid mecha, moving rapidly towards himself. The voice is rushed, but it's quite nice. Probably a very pretty looking beauty. Help! Behind this pink mech, a very large number of bizarre tentacles attacked. The numbers are huge. If someone who possessed a dense disorder had seen it, I'm afraid they would have fainted by now. No! Lin Yu's face stared. He always felt something was wrong. Next, Pancake Mecha summoning. Lin Yu directly summoned the Discordian Mecha to come. Cast Mecha True Eye. Lin Yu commanded. Pango Mech receives command. Begins to cast Mech True Eye. Target complete lock. Through the analysis of the True Eye of the mech, the mech in front of me is not a real mech, but a camouflage. It seems that my premonition was correct. Lin Yu took a deep breath. From the moment this pink mech appeared, Lin Yu felt that something was wrong. One could vaguely sense a giant beast's aura from within. The true eyes of the mechs that passed through the Discordian mechs were now even more certain of what they felt. In an instant, Lin Yu locked onto the pink mech. An energy cannon blasted straight through. Boom! The energy ball, filled with power, blasted at the pink mech, erupting with a violent roar. Jia jia, jia 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 jia. Amidst the dust and smoke, an eerie-like laughter rang out. Let it be heard. Creepy. Goosebumps all over my body. After the dust and smoke have dissipated, it could be clearly seen that the pink mecha was presented in a bizarre-like position. Immediately after that, the pink mech rapidly changed. Just the blink of an eye, this pink mech turned into a giant beast. The lower half of the body is the body of a spider, while the upper half, the body of a human. This was the first time Lin Yu had encountered such a giant beast. What makes Lin Yu even more surprised and unbelievable is that this giant beast has an absolutely beautiful human face. It didn't feel like a behemoth anymore. Instead, it's a leprechaun. Ding dong, found a level 100 beast, Spider Queen. What? It's actually a 100-level behemoth. Lin Yu was shocked. No wonder. After being hit by that blow of his own just now, he was actually unharmed. I didn't expect that I would actually encounter a 100-level beast so quickly. This 100-level beast really wasn't comparable to any other behemoth. Just the disguise just now was very real. It made people unable to distinguish it for a moment, and they thought that it was really a mecha master. It was also thanks to the skill organic armor True In. Otherwise, Lin Yu felt afraid that he had already been hit. 100-level behemoths possess super high intelligence. Some, even smarter than humans. This Spider Queen in front of me actually utilizes camouflage. Evidently, its intelligence was definitely high. It seemed that one would have to be extra careful in the battle in a while. Although this Spider Queen was 100 levels and Lin Yu's mecha was only 90 levels, Lin Yu still had enough confidence to defeat this 100-level beast. Human, how did you recognize my disguise? This Spider Queen let out an incomparably seductive voice, and her tone was condescending and domineering. Looks like the Spider Queen wasn't called that for nothing. At the same time, this Spider Queen understood that this Lin Yu wasn't an ordinary mech artist after seeing him summon a second mech out. That's why the Spider Queen didn't make a move on her own, but instead communicated. It was the first time Lin Yu had heard a giant beast speak. It caused Lin Yu to freeze for several seconds at a time. After coming back to his senses, Lin Yu spoke. I didn't recognize your disguise at first. I just didn't feel right. So that's how it is. This Spider Queen couldn't help but nod her head. It seems that we have to pay more attention in the future. Hearing this Spider Queen talk to herself, Lin Yu was all a bit speechless. What do you mean you have to pay more attention in the future? Could it be that this Spider Queen has concluded that she is not her opponent? Humph, but there's no later, Lin Yu said darkly. It's not certain who killed who, but Lin Yu was a bit excited. Killing this 100-level beast might pop out something good. Imo was starting to look forward to it a bit. Spider Queen, suffer death. It's an honor for you to be the first 100-level beast I've killed. Lin Yu's battle spirit erupted, consuming 100,000 psychic energy value. Pango Mecha enters automatic battle mode. After all, it was a 100-level behemoth. It can't be underestimated. Right now, Lin Yu was 2 level 90 divine mechs teaming up to fight, so the success rate would be greatly increased. Thinking of a quick fix? Kill me? Ha ha ha, even though you're a machine god body, you can't kill me with your current strength. The Spider Queen laughed softly, as if she didn't look at Lin Yu in the eyes at all. For a moment, Lin Yu was somewhat shocked. You actually know about the machine god body? Lin Yu was surprised. In his opinion, this Spider Queen was nothing more than a giant beast. Of course, within my inherited memories, being able to summon multiple mechs can only be a machine god body. The Spider Queen couldn't help but explain. Passing on memories? Lin Yu was a bit puzzled. Many questions surfaced in Lin Yu's mind. I can't kill you. You can't kill me either. The Spider Queen disappeared instantly after saying that. It then appeared directly behind Lin Yu. This was so fast that even Lin Yu somewhat failed to react at first. Quickly maneuvering the Queen's mech, she made space travel and pulled away. Immediately following the command of the Discordian Mecha, a fierce attack was launched directly towards the Spider Queen. Boom boom boom. A battle sound resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. The might generated by the battle, but also to make the surrounding everything into pieces. A big mountain is raised to the ground. The ground even appeared a huge pit. Pangomechs fought automatically, but it was much fiercer than Lin Yu personally controlling the battle. Totally on fire. Pust. Although this Spider Queen was moving extremely fast, she still didn't completely dodge the attack in the face of the Discordian Mecha. Several wounds came out on the body. This defense is too perverse. Lin Yu was shocked in his heart. Pango Mech is a god-level mech, plus has a god weapon heaven-opening axe. The power of the outbreak is as terrifying as this. As a result against it, this Spider Queen only caused some wounds. Moreover, the wounds of this Spider Queen healed themselves at an extremely fast speed. It's true that I've underestimated you. Not only do you possess a machine god body, but you actually possess a divine grade mecha. The Spider Queen sighed. However, my rank is much higher. Moment. This Spider Queen disappeared into the void, disappearing in place. After the Pango Mech lost its target, it also quickly began to cast its mech's true eye and began to search for this Spider Queen. It's not at all a giant beast in my cognizance, Lin Yu said gruffly. The Spider Queen is not only talking and super intelligent, but she also possesses a lot of powers. Simply the king of bosses. Not bad for a queen. Rumble. Space distorted above. The Spider Queen stepped out of it, hovering high in the sky. Human, If you become a 10-star Mecha Master and raise your Divine Mecha to level 100, you might be able to kill me, the Spider Queen said calmly, but right now, just to kill me, you can't do it yet. At least this king is a divine beast. It's not comparable to other giant beasts. Beasts? Lin Yu froze. The terrifying speed of this Spider Queen just now, coupled with this ability to vanish into the void, was indeed something that ordinary giant beasts could not possess. Divine beast? Is that as powerful as the green dragon, Xuanwu, vermilion bird, and white tiger? Lin Yu laughed. Shikigami Mecha summoning. A new mecha appeared at Lin Yu's side. With the appearance of these 4 god mechs, that Spider Queen, too, clearly felt a powerful sense of oppression, as if these 4 divine beasts were alive and well in front of her. You've actually awakened 3 god-ranked mechs. This Spider Queen's eyes were surprised. I don't believe it. I have 3 god-level mechs and I still can't kill you. Lin Yu laughed. In any other place, I indeed wouldn't be your opponent. The Spider Queen instead nodded seriously. However, inside this space I am the master. For a moment, countless energies inside the space converged and surged into the Spider Queen's body. Spider God Dharma body. This Spider Queen didn't know what ability she had cast. Space, heaven and earth are changing. An incomparably huge gate of the gods opened. An even grander idol emerged from it. It was as if a god had descended. The terrifying pressure made even Lin Yu feel a hint of difficulty. What exactly is this ability? Lin Yu said in his heart. This is the Spider Queen's bloodline aptitude. She has control over all the energy in the space, so the chance of killing her is 0. The system's voice rang out. This caused Lin Yu to be shaken. There's really no way to kill her in this space. But, Lin Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he couldn't kill this Spider Queen himself, she couldn't kill himself just the same. Human, still want to do it? The Spider Queen spoke faintly. You and I can't kill each other. So how about we just leave it at that? Lin Yu proposed. Be quiet. You go your way, I'll go my way. Human, you and I will make a deal. The Spider Queen continued. Trade? Lin Yu wondered. To tell you the truth, I can't leave this space with my own power, but as long as you and I sign a contract so that I can also leave this space. The Spider Queen was very detailed. As for the reward, I will help you get the real chance inside this space, and I can also help you open the exit of this space. Hear this. Lin Yu still didn't believe that this Spider Queen had said that. You were able to open the exit of this space, and as a result you can't get out? Who are you kidding? Besides, even without you, I can still get out of here. Lin Yu directly refused. If this Spider Queen went to the outside world, it would probably be a disaster for the human race. Since that's the case, this king won't force the issue. I'm sure you'll come back to me again. The Spider Queen revealed a wave of mysterious smile to come. After all was said and done, this Spider Queen just disappeared. Including the Spider God Dharma body she had cast out also dissipated in an instant. The entirety of this space, all of a sudden, returned to its previous calm appearance. It's like nothing happened. After the Spider Queen disappears, Lin Yu also summoned back this Pango Mech and the 4 gods mech. Gotta think of a way to get out of this space. Lin Yu muttered. That Spider Queen just said that there's a real chance inside this space. Who would have thought? Inside this mysterious space, there was such a powerful giant beast. No, it should be a divine beast. Luckily, there was no fear for his life now. This final chance, Lin Yu no longer had any ideas. Just want to get out of this mysterious space quickly. With that, Lin Yu also maneuvered the new Mecha and quickly moved inside this space, quickly searching for an exit to leave this space. Originally intended, he was inside this mysterious space to explore a good deal, but who knows that there is actually such an existence as the Spider Queen in this. It made Lin Yu feel that if he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would be in danger. And again, Lin Yu's gains from entering inside this space were quite large. A little bit of time passed, and I don't know how much time has passed. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. It's really as that Spider Queen said. She couldn't even discover the exit herself. Could it be that the exit of this space can really only be opened by the Spider Queen? Lin Yu couldn't help but darken his heart. If that's the case, then one could only engage in cooperation with the Spider Queen. The whole situation got complicated all of a sudden. Moreover, that Spider Queen seems to want to sign some kind of contract with herself. Hell, I don't know if this contract will cause harm to myself. Previously, Lin Yu had never heard that human mechs could still sign any kind of contract with a giant beast. It was really beyond Lin Yu's current knowledge. It's just a matter of taking a step. Lin Yu calmed down. Good thing. For now, he's safe for the time being. It's imperative that we still improve our strength as much as possible. Lin Yu nodded. Maybe, if he killed this Spider Queen, he might be able to leave this space. But, things don't work out the way they're supposed to. Soon, Lin Yu realized that the energy inside this space was starting to become thinner. The surrounding plants, too, were withering rapidly, as if they had lost their vitality all of a sudden. Ever since that Spider Queen had appeared, Lin Yu's next constant exploration, moving quickly inside this space, hadn't revealed any new opportunities. By now, not even a single other giant beast had been spotted. This is so weird. The reason for this was something Lin Yu could not explain. Click. A sudden shattering sound rang out. When Lin Yu looked up, a crack actually appeared in the entire sky. It was as if the sky was about to collapse. Rumble. Immediately afterward, the earth began to shake violently. Sound and fury. The ground is also showing immense cracks. Seeing this, Lin Yu even hurriedly maneuvered the manhwa mech and suspended it in midair. At this moment, it could be clearly seen that inside the entire space, the sky and the earth were collapsing. Could it be that this space is going to be destroyed? Lin Yu said gruffly. If he still couldn't find an exit to go out, then wouldn't he himself be destroyed along with this space? I didn't realize that it was ahead of schedule. At this time, the Spider Queen came out from the void, and after looking at everything in front of her, she couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Spider Queen, what the hell is going on here? Lin Yu hurriedly inquired after seeing her appear. Humans, didn't you see it already? This space collapsed. The Spider Queen said calmly. If you want to leave, you need to sign a contract with me. Tell me, what exactly is the contract? Lin Yu took a deep breath. Although it was feared that this Spider Queen, after going out, would cause trouble for the party, but Lin Yu couldn't care less right now. Live by yourself first. Naturally, it's a contract of equality. The Spider Queen continued to speak. Contracts are a special means between heaven and earth, and are mainly categorized into two types, master-servant contracts and equality contracts. A master-slave contract, where one party is the master and the other is the slave, and the slave must follow the master's orders. And a contract of equality, where each side is not bound, and neither can harm the other. After listening, Lin Yu also quickly came to an understanding. So much for that. That's a good way to make a contract of equality. Alright, I agree, Lin Yu answered. The arm of the manhwa mech lifted and opened its palm. Lin Yu came out from inside the manhwa mech and landed on the palm of the manhwa mech's hand. Stand on it. Looking at that Spider Queen again instantly made Lin Yu feel incomparably small. It was like an ant, standing in front of a giant elephant. That image is completely imaginable. You and the Spider Queen have successfully signed a contract of equality. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that this Spider Queen hadn't lied to herself. After the signing is completed, Lin Yu re-entered the interior of the manhwa mech. Alright, you can open the exit now, Lin Yu said in a hurry. The sky and the earth are now on the verge of collapsing in a big way. Immediately the entire space will be destroyed. There's no rush. Come with the king first. The Spider Queen waved her big hand and a void door appeared. With that, the Spider Queen entered it. Lin Yu took a deep breath and also maneuvered the manhwa mech and rushed in. Nowadays, he and this Spider Queen are kind of on the same rope. Through the door of that void, Lin Yu then realized that he had entered inside a strange space. Inside this space, surrounded by a void, there was an incomparably huge high platform suspended in the void right in front of it. The Spider Queen was now standing on top of that high platform. A few short seconds, Lin Yu piloted the manhwa mecha and also quickly arrived above this high platform. Upon arrival here, it could be seen that there was a huge blood-colored sword stuck in the middle of the high platform. The entire blood-colored giant sword had a powerful and terrifying sense of oppression. It was definitely an extraordinary piece of existence. Human, pull out this sword. The Spider Queen spoke faintly. Although this king can open the exit of this space, it is because of this sword that this king is unable to leave. At the same time, this sword is also the core that maintains the operation of the entire space. As long as this sword is there, the entire space will not be completely destroyed. A word from her. Some more information for Lin Yu. In that case, you were sealed in here, Lin Yu calmly said. You can read it that way. The Spider Queen nodded. As a matter of common sense, those who are generally suppressed and sealed are all great demonic level existences. Lin Yu continued, his tone very serious. This time, after going out, you and I will lift this equality contract. If you dare to cause trouble on Earth, I will definitely step in and personally kill you. Don't compare this king to those ordinary beast races. The Spider Queen's voice also turned cold all of a sudden. Next, this Spider Queen flicked her finger. A picture appeared in front of Lin Yu. At the beginning of creation, the gods created all things, the human and demon races. In the beginning, all races lived in peace, but from the time the gods disappeared, the various races began to break out in strife. Humans can awaken mechs and become mechs, and I, the demon race, can level up. This king only wants to level up and become a god, the Spider Queen described. One time, Lin Yu was shocked. God? Is it really possible to cultivate into a god? Lin Yu was curious. Not bad. Inside this king's inherited memory, a great god named Nuwa created the human race, and several other great gods created the demon race, creating various kinds of demonic beasts in their own image. The so-called demonic beasts are also known to you as giant beasts. Whether it's a man or a giant beast, there's hope that they can cultivate into a god. The Spider Queen nodded. So, what world domination and control of humanity? She was not interested at all. Just want to practice to become a god. Humans, do you know that the universe is vast and not just one world? The Spider Queen continued. You for example. In this world, human god-level mecha masters are already top-notch existences, but inside other more advanced worlds, god-level mecha masters are all just ordinary existences. In other worlds, god-level mecha masters are very ordinary existences. Lin Yu was deeply shocked. In the world he lived in, so far, no one had been able to become a god-level mecha master. As it turns out, the divine mecha master is not the pinnacle. Above that, there are higher levels of existence. Lin Yu was an eye-opener this time. It was like a frog in the bottom of a well, jumping out of the bottom of the well all of a sudden and seeing the more expansive earth and sky. Perhaps the future self can also go on cosmic exploration and interstellar journeys. Alright, everything that should be said to you has been said, and everything that shouldn't be said has also been said. The Spider Queen looked towards the blood-colored giant sword. This sword is called the Bloodthirsty Sword, rumored to have been personally crafted by a deity. It's a true divine artifact, and it's an extremely rare existence in the entire universe. Hurry up and draw your sword. This king no longer wants to continue in this space. Lin Yu fixed his eyes on it. This blood-colored giant sword was actually a divine weapon. It was no wonder that when he saw the first sight, he felt that this giant sword was extraordinary. It seems, the final chance that this Spider Queen had said earlier should be this divine weapon Bloodthirsty Sword. Take a deep breath. Lin Yu maneuvered the Nuwa Mecha and came in front of this bloodthirsty sword. With the hand of the Nuwa Mecha, it managed to grip the hilt of this bloodthirsty sword. In this instant, Lin Yu felt the evil power that erupted from this bloodthirsty sword. A bloody and cruel image appeared inside Lin Yu's mind. These images, it seems like they are all scenes from when the bloodthirsty sword was killing. Rivers of blood flowed and corpses piled up. It was the first time in Lin Yu's life that he had seen such a horrifying image. The whole thing couldn't help but get a little hard. The chaotic God Mill viewpoint began to run automatically, and those horrible images were immediately crushed into pieces. In an instant, Lin Yu also quickly came back to his senses, and his entire state recovered a lot. Luckily, there's the Chaos Divine Mill viewing thoughts in place. Otherwise, it's a bit of a problem. Lin Yu said in his heart. This bloodthirsty sword was simply an evil divine weapon. Once touched, people are affected. It was a good thing that the Chaos Divine Mill viewing thoughts seem to specialize in restraining. After there is no more influence. Plus, the Nuwa mech was a god-level mech. Lin Yu also pulled out this bloodthirsty sword with ease. Ding dong, congratulations. You've obtained the divine weapon Bloodthirsty Sword. A system voice rang out. Same time, the space in here, too, began to collapse and shatter. Go! Seeing this, the Spider Queen quickly opened the exit out of the place. Lin Yu followed closely behind. After passing through the exit, Lin Yu managed to leave that mysterious space. Back by the previous lake, with him was the Spider Queen. Mirror mirror, by the looks of it, this abyssal world will soon be closed, the Spider Queen muttered. Still, it was obvious that she was happy. So what? You and I's contract is now lifted, Lin Yu said directly after putting the bloodthirsty sword away. It's time to go our separate ways. Go your own way. It can't be undone. The Spider Queen shook her head. Why? Lin Yu inexplicably felt a little duped. There has never been any equal contract in the world. What you and I signed is actually a life and death contract, the Spider Queen explained. Don't worry, this life and death contract doesn't have much effect on you. As long as you die, I'll die with you, but you still won't be half as bad if I die. Hear this. Lin Yu was relieved and asked, why didn't you make it clear in the beginning? This king is not worried that you won't agree. The Spider Queen shook her head. Well, from now on, this king will follow you. What? Lin Yu froze. Follow me for what? Naturally, it's to protect you. If you die, I will die with you. The Spider Queen shook her head. This king doesn't want to die just after coming out. Do you think I'll die that easily? Lin Yu spoke faintly. Just kidding. He himself was in possession of 3 god-ranked mechs. Besides, you're so huge. You're bound to attract attention when you go out. Lin Yu continued. This is easy. This Spider Queen didn't know what means she had used, and all of a sudden, a dazzling light was emitted all over her body. This Spider Queen's body was rapidly shrinking. For a few short seconds, this Spider Queen then took human form, becoming almost identical to humans. The looks were still stunning. Coo. Lin Yu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It felt like my body was drying up. After the Spider Queen took human form, there was not a single piece of clothing on her body, and she was completely seen by Lin Yu. Don't bring this king a dress yet. The Spider Queen looked towards Lin Yu and whispered, take it. Returning to his senses, Lin Yu quickly took out a set of women's clothes from his storage ring. This women's clothing, of course, was purchased for Xiaoyu by shopping with her before. After the Spider Queen got dressed, her entire temperament was even more radically changed. It's like a high goddess. One time, it was all hard to imagine that the stunningly beautiful woman in front of them was actually a giant beast. Once again, it was an eye-opener for Lin Yu. Didn't realize, this giant beast, too, could possess the ability to take human form. All of a sudden, Lin Yu had a frightening thought. In this world, among human society, could there be other giant beasts, in human form, mixed in as well? It still feels pretty scary if that's the case. The Spider Queen, who had taken human form, was also able to levitate in mid-air. Quickly, she flew over. It landed directly on the shoulder of the Nuwa mech and sat down. By the looks of it, she was following herself. Lin Yu said in his heart, I don't know, is this a blessing or a curse? However, Lin Yu did understand one thing. It's a blessing and a curse that can't be avoided. In that case, it's better to go with the flow. Maybe, it's a good way to go. Say, do you have a name? Lin Yu inquired. After this, it was impossible, always, to be known as the Spider Queen. Call me Lord Queen. Lin Yu. No way. Lin Yu refused. The Queen-sama in one's heart is Xiaoyu. This king has never had a real name since birth. Why don't you give this king one? The Spider Queen slowly said. Don't you have parents? Lin Yu wondered. No. The Spider Queen shook her head. From the moment she struck, she had always been alone. Why don't you just call yourself Bai Jingjing from now on? A name instantly surfaced inside Lin Yu's mind. Bai Jingjing? That's a good name. From now on, this king will be called White Crystal. The Spider Queen nodded with some satisfaction. From now on, she was also considered to be officially following Lin Yu, becoming a partner by his side. Lin Yu maneuvered the Nuwa mech and continued to explore inside this abyssal world, chatting with Bai Jingjing along the way as well. From her, Lin Yu had learned many things at once. It also made Lin Yu realize that the world he was currently in was only one of the great thousand worlds. There is a long road ahead. Boom boom boom. Along the way, quite a few giant beasts were encountered. Lin Yu also easily killed him with a single blow. Time turns. Lin Yu had met many other mechs, but unfortunately, he hadn't met his sister Lin Wanner, and Xiaoyu and the others. The heart is also praying that all is safe and well with them. Lin Yu. Something's not right. On this day, Bai Jingjing, who was lying on the mech, immediately opened her eyes and slowly spoke after looking at everything in front of her. What's wrong? Lin Yu quickly inquired, as he looked around, but he didn't feel anything wrong there. Evil Qi, Bai Jingjing said gruffly. She often stayed with the bloodthirsty sword, and over time, she had become very sensitive to the perception of evil Qi. There is absolutely nothing wrong with perception. Not far ahead of this, there is an outbreak of evil energy. Be careful. This king feels it's man-made. Bai Jingjing continued. This caused Lin Yu to look grave. Just go and take a look. Next, Lin Yu maneuvered the Nuwa Mecha and quickly flew over. Not a moment too soon. It came right over an area. At this point, look further down. It could be clearly seen that on the ground, there were several mechs standing in different positions. At the same time, there were many living behemoths beside them that were bound by death, unable to move. A strange blood-colored formation also appeared on the ground. At this instant, Lin Yu also clearly perceived an evil aura from this blood-colored formation. Although I don't know what they're going to do, it's certain that it's definitely not something good. Lin Yu calmly said. The ones in the eye were presumably evil mechs. The human race, when they are evil, they are truly evil. Bai Jingjing couldn't help but let out a laugh as she continued. This formation is evil, and if I'm not mistaken, this formation possesses the effect of fusion. They are trying to fuse the behemoths into one, creating new behemoths to come, never wanting to control the new behemoths that come out of the fusion. Hear this. Lin Yu nodded slightly. It really was the evil Mecha Master's doing. This fusion beast, is it really possible? Lin Yu was somewhat doubtful. Of course, Bai Jingjing affirmed. These giant beasts they're imprisoning are almost all level 70, and once the fusion is successful, it's estimated that they'll be able to create level 80, or even level 90, giant beasts. Then we can't let them succeed. Lin Yu finished speaking and immediately began to lock onto his target. Target locked. Space God's blade unleashed. In an instant, the sky is changing. A torrential rain of Space God blades blasted directly towards the evil mechs below. What terrifying might! If he reaches level 100, I'm afraid that this king will be an ant existence in front of him. Bai Jingjing marveled in her heart after seeing this move. It was also fortunate that, well, it hadn't become an enemy with Lin Yu. Otherwise, I'm afraid she's dead too. Boom boom boom. Those evil mechs were also quite prepared. A protective barrier unfolded. At once, those space god blades struck that barrier, erupting in a burst of violent explosions. The aftermath generated caused the entire Earth to tremble violently. Damn it, we're so hidden, but we've actually been discovered. What should we do now? Should we give up? The other party is very strong. This defense barrier doesn't seem to be able to hold out for long. No, it's not easy for us to come this far. We absolutely cannot give up. Once the behemoth fusion is successful, we will be able to control the behemoth. Yes, this plan, we have been planning for so long. If we give it up now, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Once the behemoth mastery succeeds, the entire world in the future will be our evil god temples. Those of the evil mechs quickly sped up the formation. Immediately after that, they threw those giant beasts that were in deathly captivity to the center of the formation. For a brief second, those giant beasts actually bizarrely turned into a blood-colored liquid, and then directly fused into one. An incomparably terrifying power directly exploded out. After seeing this scene, those evil mecha masters, each and every one of their faces were incomparably excited and thrilled. It seems to see the possibility of success. They actually have such defensive treasures. Lin Yu shook his head. These evil mechs, indeed, are not all that simple to deal with. To know, his own spatial godblade had super powerful penetrating power and was a defense nemesis. But now, one's own space godblade actually didn't complete the breakthrough in the first place. It can only mean one thing. There's possessed special defense treasures. It looks like the output has to be increased. Lin Yu saw this. Next, Lin Yu continued to cast the spatial godblade several times. Boom boom boom. It was as if the shells didn't cost anything, and they began to bombard the area furiously. Click. Soon, cracks appeared in that defense barrier. Ha! To be able to withstand so many of my spatial godblades, this defensive treasure is considered a supreme treasure. Lin Yu exclaimed in admiration. Boom. Next, the defense barrier shattered completely. The densely packed space godblades began to attack down towards those evil mechs. At this moment, those evil mechs have cast their defensive skills, still running the formation, trying to complete this behemoth fusion ritual. Boom! Unfortunately, the defense of their mechs was weak. The space god blade easily pierced through it, almost in the blink of an eye. The mechs of those evil mechs were all chipped into small pieces. Seconds, absolute seconds. This space god blade not only has great power, but also has a range of damage. In the future, if Lin Yu practiced, he could use the spatial godblade to solve a large number of giant beasts in one go, and in this way, he would definitely rapidly increase his mech level. This should be considered the end. As Lin Yu's words fell, that blood-colored formation actually erupted with a bizarre light, a large mass of blood-colored liquid, and even erupted with a column of blood-colored light that shot up into the sky. The sky was dense with one evil cloud. It was as if in an instant, the entire heaven and earth had turned into a world of evil. It's still a step too late. It looks like it's already completely fused successfully, Bai Jingjing said calmly after seeing this scene. No harm done. Lin Yu nodded. Even if the fusion is successful, with Lin Yu's current strength, it shouldn't be much of a problem to get rid of him. Besides, there was still Bai Jingjing, 100-level divine beast. As the pillar of blood-colored light disappeared, that huge blood-colored liquid began to coalesce and eventually turned into a large beast that was 100 meters tall. This giant beast looks incomparably bloody and terrifying. The aura emanating from it was also quite large, especially the pair of bizarre eyes, which made people inexplicably feel a sense of fear after seeing it. Special Fusion Behemoth. Level 80. The system's voice sounded inside Lin Yu's mind. This caused Lin Yu to take a deep breath. I didn't expect that they would really let these evil mechs succeed. It kind of didn't quite work out though. Ho ho ho. Soon, the fusion beast let out a hissing sound from hell. Immediately after that, the beast's aura climbed, emitting black aura all over its body. Just like that shocking wave. It's scary. This fusion beast has all the abilities of those fused beasts. Forced fusion is against heaven. This fusion beast no longer has any intelligence and only knows how to kill. Thus the battle power, too, has increased exponentially in an instant. Bai Jingjing opened her mouth to remind her. This instantly made Lin Yu understand a lot. Sure enough, it's just so much easier and more relaxed to have someone with a lot of experience around. It also gives you a better idea of what state you are in. Those evil mechs are also stupid enough to think that they can actually manipulate giant beasts. Lin Yu sneered. If it was possible, one really wanted to get rid of all the evil mechs. Unfortunately, the reality is that it is simply not possible. Good on. These evil mechs are fusing behemoths in the abyssal world. If the fusion beast succeeded outside, I'm afraid that countless innocent people would die. It's better to settle this fusion beast first. Lin Yu opened his mouth, targeting Space God's blade unleashed. Next, countless Space God blades erupted out. That fusion beast, seemingly sensing the crisis as well, quickly exerted the various abilities under its control. Boom boom boom. A roaring sound resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. Although this fusion beast had become very strong in terms of rank and strength, it was still very weak in front of Lin Yu. It was simply not Lin Yu's opponent. As the Space God blade fell, that fusion behemoth, too, was directly turned into a chunk of meat. It was cut very flat. You have slain the level 80 special fusion behemoth. Congratulations, you've received a level 80 crystal energy. Just then, the system's voice rang out. In Lin Yu's hand, a glowing crystal energy also appeared. One could sense that this crystal energy was permeated with an energy in it. I didn't expect that something actually exploded. Lin Yu sighed in his heart. Level 80 crystal energy transformation successful. Energy points plus 40, consuming 40 energy points. Your psychic energy value has increased by. Immediately after, Lin Yu also used this level 80 crystal energy directly. Open the personal panel. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Kijiji body, activated. Mecha Master level, 9-star Mecha Master. Energy points, 0. Spiritual energy, 538,471. Mecha, Panga Mecha, level 90. Nuwa Mecha, level 90. Four Gods Mecha, level 90. After seeing your personal information, Lin Yu nodded slightly. He would still have a long way to go before he became a God-level Mecha Master. The next thing was that one had to work their way up to a 10-star Mecha Master. In this way, one would be able to awaken a fourth mech. 3 days passed quickly. It was noon on this day. A strange 7-colored light enveloped the entire sky. After seeing this scene, Bai Jingjing couldn't help but smile. This abyssal world. It's finally closing. Hearing these words, Lin Yu nodded slightly. It seemed like it was time to leave this place as well. When the abyssal world closes, it automatically teleports the mechs away. Continued to wait for a while. Lin Yu then felt a light wrap itself around him. Next, he then turned into a ray of light and rushed up into the sky, disappearing. You've left the world of the abyss. With the sound of the system, the incomparable shining light in front of his eyes also quickly disappeared. When Lin Yu opened his eyes, just find out, it's out on its own, back over the Grand Canyon of the Green Mountains. At this moment, looking around, there were many rays of light, one after another, rushing out from inside that abyssal rift. Immediately after these rays of light fell, the individual mechs could be clearly seen. Continued to wait for a while. Lin Yu then saw Lin Wanner, Xiao Yu, Emosher Ting and Yi Ling, who had also managed to come out. It made Lin Yu instantly breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone gathered quickly. Lin Yu, who is she? Xiao Yu looked at Bai Jingjing sitting on the shoulder of Queen Lin Yu's mecha and asked in a hurry. Instantly a wave of jealousy was erupting. It was only because this Bai Jingjing was stunningly beautiful, not inferior to himself in the slightest. Lin Weiner also sighed in her heart. Did not expect their old brother, inside this abyssal world, actually abducted a woman so beautiful. I can't explain it clearly in a moment. Let's go back first. I'll explain it slowly on the way, Lin Yu said in a hurry. Seeing the situation, everyone summoned their mechs back as well. Then he took the guild fighter and quickly returned all the way back to Kunlun Mecha University, inside the warplane. In just a few minutes, Lin Yu had also briefly talked about the entire process. After everyone heard this, they all saw Bai Jingjing with some incredulity. All of this is really surprising. I didn't realize that behemoths could turn into people. So, the two of you signed a contract that can't be lifted yet, and she has to follow you all the time? Xiaoyu looked at Bai Jingjing with a hostile face, deeply afraid. Lin Yu would be snatched away by this Bai Jingjing. Che, do you think this king is willing? Bai Jingjing's tone was bland, her body still exuding a domineering queenly aura. Alright, Xiaoyu, you shouldn't dwell on this matter too much. Anyway, this time, we've all made a big gain inside the abyssal world. Lin Wanair opened her mouth and laughed. In her opinion, it was a good thing for Lin Yu to have a 100-level divine beast by his side. At the very least, if Lin Yu encountered any danger, this Bai Jingjing would definitely step in to save him. Otherwise, if Lin Yu died, she would die with him. Also, her identity, we must keep it a secret to be sure. Seeing this, Lin Yu also hurriedly reminded, just in case, this Bai Jingjing identity is exposed. It doesn't take much thought to realize that a lot of troubling things are bound to come up. At that point, I'm afraid it would be hard to get it out of the way quickly. Everyone nodded as well. They knew how to do this kind of thing even without being reminded. It doesn't feel like I've been in this abyssal world for long. 3 months have passed since I entered outside here. When Yi Ling glanced at the time, he couldn't help but be shocked. That's normal. Lin Wanair laughed softly. Next, everyone continued to chat up a storm, speaking of their respective experiences inside the abyssal world. It didn't take long for Lin Yu and his group to smoothly return inside the Kunlun Mecha University. The moment I officially went back to school, I felt so much more relaxed about the whole thing. Inside that abyssal world, basically all the time is in a state of alert. But whenever you hear the slightest wind and grass must immediately wake up and be ready to do everything to fight. After returning to the floating island, Lin Yu entered the house and directly laid down on the soft sofa. Finally, I can rest for a while. The statistics are out. This time in the abyssal rift, 23 students from Kunlun Mecha University have fallen inside. After a few minutes, Lin Wanair couldn't help but gaze at the information she received. This time, Kunlun Mech University is kind of a big loss. There are several seeded classes among them. It is important to realize that every student in a seed class has been carefully nurtured by the school with a lot of resources. All we can say now is that people have their own destiny. They died inside that abyssal world, and it was only because they were not strong enough. Next, let's just cultivate properly. Lin Wanair continued. It's still the fact that you have a strong enough power yourself that counts. As long as there is absolute power, no matter what happens, it will be resolved with ease. Aha! Everyone nodded back. This time, they had all received a great deal of opportunity from inside the abyssal world. So successful out of it. It's natural to have a good practice. That's all. Soon, everyone once again surrounded Lin Yu, sat down cross-legged, and quickly entered a state of cultivation. As he watched their breath climb one by one, Lin Yu couldn't help but nod slightly. Lin Yu was happy in his heart that he could help them cultivate and improve. Immediately, Lin Yu also quickly entered into cultivation. One moment. The heaven and earth energy of the entire floating island was pouring into the house in a steady stream, being absorbed and refined by Lin Yu and the others. The floating island was a specialized formation for gathering energy. That's one of the perks of a seeded class. Just setting up this formation alone would require hundreds of millions. Only a top power like Kunlun Mecha University could afford it. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed without realizing it. This day, the two of them, Lin Wanair and Xiao Yu, managed to make a breakthrough almost at the same time, reaching 10-star Mecha Master. It was also thanks to the chances they had obtained in the abyssal world, coupled with the fact that they had been cultivating by Lin Yu's side during this period of time, that this had allowed them to make such a smooth and successful breakthrough. Sister, congratulations. Lin Yu congratulated. Right, sis. Won't your mech be upgraded to a saint-level mech? Immediately afterward, Lin Yu hurriedly thought of something. Before, Lin Wanair said, as soon as one reached the 10-star Mecha Master, one's own mecha would be upgraded in level. Well, in the moment I just made a breakthrough. My mech has been upgraded to a saint-level mech. Lin Wanair smiled and nodded. Sister, then hurry up and summon it to show us. Lin Yu got a little impatient. Emperor class mechs are upgraded to saint class mechs. I guess the mech's appearance should change as well. PS, mech levels, mortal mech, general mech, king mech, imperial mech, emperor mech, holy mech, divine mech. Good, Lin Wanair answered. Everyone walks out of the house. Come outside to the clearing. With that, Lin Wanair summoned her own mech to come. Next, a giant mecha appeared right behind Lin Wanair. The mecha level had indeed become a saint-class mecha. Just the first glance alone left Lin Yu and the others stunned and shocked. Elder sister, after you upgraded this mech to a saint-level mech, it feels like the entire mech has undergone a sea change, and the exterior is too cool. Lin Yu marveled, feeling that it was comparable to his own god-level mech. It's not bad. This leveling up not only changed the mech's appearance, but it also awakened a few new skills, and its strength is a dozen times greater than before. Although Lin Wanair hadn't piloted it, as the mecha master of this mecha, she still knew it very well. Wanair, I'm so envious of you. Xiao Yu sighed. Now, Xiao Yu was the only one who was an emperor-level mecha. It feels like I'm a little behind. Well, mecha level doesn't mean everything. Lin Wanair summoned her own mecha back and smiled. There are no waste mechs. There are only trashy mechs. A truly powerful mecha master, even the most ordinary mortal-grade mecha, could likewise explode with extraordinary power. Next, the two of us will go ahead and level up our mechs. Lin Wanair turned to Xiao Yu and said softly. Both of them were already 10-star mecha masters. It's time to level up the mech to 100. In this way, it will be able to make itself, well, stronger. Good. Xiao Yu nodded, followed by looking at Lin Yu with some reluctance. Cuddle. Seeing this, Lin Yu also directly embraced her into his arms. He was a little dismayed. Neither of them had come to the world of two since coming out of the abyssal world, and now there was a brief separation. After getting a loving hug, Xiao Yu was instantly satisfied. Subsequently, Xiaoyu and Lin Wana then arrived at the floating island and headed to a suitable copy to start brushing copies to raise their mech levels. And Lin Yu like this. Everyone also re-entered inside the house. We should continue our cultivation as well, Mo Ting said seriously. Aha! Yi Ling nodded. The two of them are still in the 8-star mech division. Lin Yu was already a 9-star mecha master. It makes them feel like they are behind. Think about the first time we met at the beginning of the school year. Lin Yu's mecha master level was even lower than theirs. But now, Lin Yu had completely surpassed them. Although, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling felt that it was basically impossible for them to surpass Lin Yu again. But even if you can't overtake it, you have to follow it. The gap can't be too far. Lin Yu. This king is hungry. After continuing for more than 10 minutes, Bai Jingjing stood in front of Lin Yu and said with a serious face. It was as if a female emperor was ordering and commanding her subjects. Got it. Lin Yu nodded and then ordered a lot of food through an app within the school. Students practicing often don't have time to eat in the cafeteria. Therefore, the school is also developing a food ordering app. This makes it a lot easier for everyone as well. The equivalent is like ordering takeout. By the way, how do you giants cultivate? Could it be that there is some sort of cultivation method as well? While waiting for the food, Lin Yu couldn't help but look at Bai Jingjing curiously and inquire. Lin Yu had had this question before, but after coming out from inside the abyssal world, he hadn't had much time to ask about it. That's natural. Humans do have specialized cultivation methods, and our demon race naturally has them as well. What this king cultivates is the cultivation method from the bloodline inheritance, a divine spirit cultivation method created by the spider god. With this deity cultivation method, this king might be able to become a deity in the future as well, Bai Jingjing said slowly. She was already in a relationship of bound destiny with Lin Yu, so Bai Jingjing didn't hide it at all, and instead said it truthfully. Lin Yu nodded with some surprise after hearing this. Then this divine spirit cultivation method of yours, can I practice it? Lin Yu said curiously. You can't practice as a human. Bai Jingjing shook her head decisively. However, it's not impossible to want to practice? Really? Lin Yu couldn't help but widen his eyes. Of course, as long as you give up being human. This king has a way to make you a demon. Bai Jingjing nodded. Forget it. Lin Yu decisively refused. You're kidding. Let yourself give up being human and become a giant beast. That's never going to happen. Besides, it wasn't as if one didn't have a divine-level cultivation method. Original. Lin Yu thought about if he had 2 god-level cultivation methods, would it make his own cultivation speed faster? Now it seems, it was better to honestly cultivate the divine-level cultivation method that he had mastered. How many levels are you now? Lin Yu continued to inquire. Level 105. Bai Jingjing calmly said. This cultivation speed of yours is too fast. Lin Yu was surprised. It's only been a short month. Bai Jingjing then went from level 100 to level 105. It was simply a cultivation demon. This is ridiculously fast. This king has been sealed inside that space for an unknown amount of time, and his own rank has been suppressed. So now after coming out, it's only natural. Bai Jingjing waved that slender jade hand and proudly said, if it hadn't been sealed, this king is estimated to have been level 140, which is equivalent to a human god-level mecha master. You're great. Lin Yu gave a thumbs up. The heart is also grateful. Luckily, this spider queen is now bound to herself. After that, Lin Yu would be considered to have a powerful helper. When the time comes, one doesn't have to summon a mech. Just let Bai Jingjing make a move, and I guess it would solve everything. Ding dong, ding dong. It continued for a while. The doorbell rang. The grocery delivery is here. Lin Yu opened the door. On the outside is a humanoid robot. Come in. Lin Yu spoke. After those robots got the command, they also brought in a gourmet dish, and placed it on the dining table. Seeing these delicacies, Bai Jingjing couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Ever since she had eaten food made by humans, White Crystal had loved it. Soon she was enjoying herself. Mo Shitting. Yi Ling, want to eat something? Lin Yu came to Mo Shitting and Yi Ling and softly called out. The two withdrew from their state of cultivation. Originally, the two of them only wanted to cultivate properly, but after smelling the aroma of that food, their appetites were also greatly increased for a while. Aha! Mo Shitting and Yi Ling coincidentally nodded together. Next, the four were also enjoying the flavor. It didn't take long. All that was left on the table was an empty plate. This king enjoys it, Bai Jingjing said with satisfaction after eating it. Say, you eat and drink and live for free every day like this. Do you have to pay some room and board fees? Lin Yu looked at Bai Jingjing and felt as if he was raising this Bai Jingjing. It's also thanks to the fact that you don't have to spend any money on these foods yourself. Otherwise, one can't really afford to keep it. Pick it up. Bai Jingjing waved her finger. Immediately in front of Lin Yu, a special scroll appeared. The scroll was still emitting light, and at a glance, It was clear that it was an uncomplicated existence. What's this? Lin Yu didn't open it directly. A divine ability that just happens to be suitable for you humans to cultivate. Bai Jingjing explained simply. This is a body refining cultivation method. The immortality technique. Undying decision. Lin Yu was shocked to the point that this cultivation method, just by hearing the name, felt like it was bullish. This cultivation method. This king also obtained it by chance. Rumor has it that this is a cultivation method created by a human. Bai Jingjing continued. Rumor has it that this human was unable to awaken his mech and was unwilling to become an ordinary person. And through many trials and tribulations, he eventually created this cultivation method. I've heard that as long as one succeeds in cultivating this immortality decree, one can stand up to mechs and tear down giant beasts with one's hands just with one's human body. One time, Lin Yu, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling couldn't help but suck in a breath. This immortality skill was simply heaven-defying. But after all, it's just a rumor. Whether it's true or not, this king isn't sure. Maybe you can prove it. Bai Jingjing looked at Lin Yu seriously. Lin Yu has a machine god body and is the most demonic human she's ever seen. That was why Bai Jingjing had taken out this immortal technique. Alright, with this cultivation method, I'll cover your food and shelter from now on. Lin Yu took the scroll and said happily. Cut. Bai Jingjing muttered. To think that in the beginning it was all about others flattering themselves. Immediately after, Lin Yu also directly opened the scroll. At once, a text that emitted a golden glow emerged from inside the scroll. Every word seemed to contain a supreme avenue. It made everyone who looked at it instantly feel horrible as hell. Mo Shitting. Yi Ling watch it together. Lin Yu asked Mo Shitting and Yi Ling to come over. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were on their own. If the two of them could master this immortality skill, this would be a good thing. As the saying goes, we share the same blessings, and we share the same hardships. The three of them quickly took serious cognizance of the situation. Bai Jingjing was lying on the sofa, browsing the web. She was quite interested in human history, technology and so on. Nowadays, as long as Bai Jingjing Ben revealed her original body, no matter who came to see it, they would 100% think that she was a real human being. Ding dong, you have carefully read the indestructible secrets, and the machine god body has managed to gain some understanding and begin to master. Dozens of minutes later, inside Lin Yu's mind, a system voice rang out. Cow, the machine god body. For a moment, Lin Yu's heart was excited. In fact, after he finished reading this immortal decision, he had only one thought. This is too esoteric. Every word one recognizes, but after combining them together, it is incomparably profound. Originally, Lin Yu felt that he didn't have that destiny with this immortality decree, but I didn't expect it. The Kijin body can master it directly. It's simply awesome. This immortal decree, it's too profound. I can't understand it at all. Mo Shitting sighed. Me too. Yi Ling shook her head. It's fine. Take your time. There's plenty of time afterward anyway. Lin Yu saw this and comforted. With that, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling also continued into their cultivation. It is clearly impossible for them to succeed in mastering the immortality technique now. So it would be better to break through the Mecha Master realm earlier. The machine divine body has managed to master the immortality technique through constant effort. The machine divine body begins to automatically cultivate the immortal technique. After almost half an hour's time, inside Lin Yu's mind, the system's voice rang out. This made Lin Yu's entire being incomparably happy and excited. Almost at this instant, it made Lin Yu also have a deeper understanding of the immortal technique. After cultivating to a certain realm, even with a human body, one was able to soar through the cosmic stars. To know, humans traveled to the universe. If you don't wear a protective suit, the whole person will turn into an ice sculpture in the middle of the universe and die instantly. With this immortality skill, it also made Lin Yu's future exploration of the universe then more secure. You've really succeeded in your cultivation. Ha! At this moment, Bai Jingjing looked at Lin Yu's body emanating a hidden light, and she couldn't help but wonder. And it had only been a short period of time before he managed to cultivate it, which was enough to illustrate Lin Yu's demonic nature. Sure enough, the Lin Yu in front of her was the most demonic, heaven-defying human she had ever seen. Barely getting started, Lin Yu slowly nodded his head. Looking at Lin Yu in such a modest manner made Bai Jingjing not know what to say for a moment. That's good. Bai Jingjing opened her mouth indifferently, and then didn't continue to say anything more as she continued to surf the internet. The current Bai Jingjing was like an internet-addicted girl in Lin Yu's eyes. Time passes slowly. In a flash, a month also passed quickly. During this month, the machine god body's constant cultivation of the immortality technique allowed Lin Yu's body to be refined skin, flesh, bone and blood. Thus, the entire body had become much more extraordinarily powerful, and there was a distinct feeling that the machine god body was becoming very fast in cultivating other techniques. especially when running the divine level cultivation method. The daily boost in spiritual energy value was several times that of before. Open the personal panel. With Lin Yu's command, the system panel instantly appeared in front of him. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Kijiji body, activated. Mecha Master level, 9-star Mecha Master. Energy points, 0. Spiritual energy, 562,453. Mecha, Pango Mecha, level 90. Nuwa Mecha, level 90. Four Gods Mecha, level 90. 1 month. Making his psychic energy value directly was a boost of tens of thousands. This speed is already considered very fast. It was estimated that in another month's time, he himself would be able to become a 10-star Mecha Master. I've broken through to a 9-star Mecha Master. After a short while, Yiling snapped her eyes open and said with an excited expression, a few days ago, Mo Shirting then managed to break through to a 9-star Mecha Master. Now Yiling had also managed to make a breakthrough. I suggest you guys go find a school teacher to practice on your behalf. Lin Yu proposed. The teachers at Kunlun Mecha University were all at least at the Star Mecha Master level, with a Star Mecha Master leading the group in practicing the leveling up of the mecha that was definitely efficient. Well, then we're going to find the teacher. Mo Shitting and Yiling nodded their heads. Immediately, the two were also quick to leave, go to level up the mech. Inside the entire house, all of a sudden, only Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing were left. Inexplicably there is a feeling of a two-person world. I don't know if it went well for old sister and the girls either. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh as he lay on the sofa. As the level of the mech master rises, the experience value required for the mech rises accordingly. The mech was level 90, and raising it to level 100. You didn't have to want it to know that it would require more experience points. If you can't find a suitable place to practice, this is basically very difficult to quickly complete the upgrade in a short period of time. It continued after a couple of days. Lin Yu then received a message from Principal Wei Liren. After seeing the news, Lin Yu also rushed directly to the top of the Kunlun Divine Mountain. Headmaster, what are you looking for me for? Lin Yu asked politely. Originally, I was planning to look for your sister, but unfortunately, your sister is inside the copy and time is running out, so I had to look for you. Wei Liren spoke. For a moment, it made Lin Yu feel like there should be some sort of big thing happening. Lin Yu, something happened to your sister. Wei Liren continued. What the hell is going on here? Lin Yu became anxious all of a sudden. Your sister entered a secret realm, but this secret realm has undergone a mutation and can only be entered but not exited. Panglai Mecha University then sent many 10-star Mecha Masters into it, but there is no news up to now. After the discovery of the mutation in this secret realm, no Mech Master over 10-star Mech Masters will be able to enter. If time goes on like this, I'm afraid the crisis will become even more perilous. On the side of Panglai Mecha University, I hope Lin Wanner can head to the secret realm and save Lin Jiaojiao. Wei Liren quickly said everything. After hearing this, Lin Yu's entire body was extremely angry. What is this Panglai Mecha University doing? It took so long for the accident to be notified. Had I known that was the case, and definitely wouldn't let Lin Jiaojiao go to that Panglai Mecha University. Lin Yu, things have already happened, so don't dwell on that first. Wei Liren reminded. Your sister is also a mecha genius. She should be able to defend herself inside that secret realm. The most pressing matter is whether or not you are willing to travel to the secret realm. That secret realm can be entered but not exited. There are a lot of mechs who don't want to enter anymore. I'll go. Headmaster. Lin Yu responded affirmatively. The secret realm is treacherous. It's unknown what's going on inside, so you have to be prepared for everything. Wei Liren instructed. He naturally didn't want Lin Yu to die inside. Otherwise, he, Kunlun Mecha University, would lose a super demonic mecha genius. I understand. Lin Yu nodded. When can I enter this secret realm? The secret scroll about that secret realm is still on its way. It's expected to arrive in half an hour, so go back and prepare yourself first. It will be sent directly to your floating island. Wei Liren responded. Right. What else do you need? Mention it as soon as possible. I'll try to help you. Rather, there are no requirements. Lin Yu shook his head. In that case, take care of yourself. Got it. Principal, then I'll go back first. After saying goodbye to the principal, Lin Yu quickly returned to his floating island. Inside the room, Bai Jingjing saw Lin Yu's face of incomparable urgency and asked curiously, what's happened that's so urgent? My sister is trapped in the secret realm. Lin Yu simply told the whole process. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu looked at Bai Jingjing. Do you know what exactly happened in this secret realm that caused the entire secret realm to be inaccessible? For some reason, Lin Yu felt that Bai Jingjing should know something. In the situation you mentioned, this king does have a guess. Bai Jingjing slowly nodded after hearing what Lin Yu said. What guess? Lin Yu even hurriedly inquired. The secret realm that your sister is in. should have entered into some sort of mechanism that caused all the exits to be closed. Bai Jingjing calmly replied, but I'm not sure what exactly happened in the secret realm. After all, there are many situations. After hearing what Bai Jingjing said, Lin Yu also thought of something at once. When he thought about it, he had also been trapped in a secret realm. At that time, the secret realm closed the exit because an evil spirit appeared. If there really is an evil spirit, then it's a bit of a problem. However, fortunately, before Lin Yu had copied a copy of the Chaos Divine Mill viewpoint and fast-forwarded it to his sister Lin Jiajia. If she managed to master this chaotic Divine Mill viewpoint, she should be able to deal with those evil spirits. Whatever, Lin Yu had to make a trip to that secret realm. Only when he truly saw Lin Jiajia would Lin Yu be completely at ease. Okay, I know. Stay here for the rest of the day. Lin Yu looked at Bai Jingjing and said, no good. This king will accompany you. If you die inside, this king will die with you. Bai Jingjing shook her head. She felt that if she stayed here and didn't know Lin Yu stayed for a day, she would be worried all the time. After all, it's also about your own life. Unfortunately, there is only one secret realm scroll. Lin Yu shook his head. And that secret realm can't be entered by more than a 10-star mecha master. Even if there are extra secret realm scrolls, I'm afraid that you won't be able to enter with your current strength. That's just for you humans. Bai Jingjing laughed softly, and you and I signed a contract, so even if there's only one secret realm scroll, this king can still enter together. Alright then, let's go together. Seeing this, Lin Yu directly agreed. One more person is kind of a plus anyway. And again, this white crystal was a level 100 plus giant beast. Perhaps entering that secret realm could be of great use. It continued for a good 10 minutes or so. An airship quickly descended on the floating island. Soon a robot came down from inside, holding a special box. After finishing holding hands, the robot and the ship then quickly left. After opening this box, it would be clear to see that there was a secret scroll inside. After getting this secret scroll, Lin Yu also used it immediately. Using the level 90 secret scroll, you enter the secret realm. A flash of light. When Lin Yu opened his eyes the next second, he realized that he had arrived in another heaven and earth. Next to him, Bai Jingjing also appeared quickly. Rather like what Bai Jingjing said, she was able to follow in. Be careful. I sense the aura of an evil spirit. Bai Jingjing quickly reminded. After coming in here, this evil spirit doesn't just take over human mechs. Some will even take over the body of a giant beast. It's safe to say, basically, there is nothing in the entire world that an evil spirit cannot take over. In that case, the closure of the exit of this secret realm should have something to do with the evil spirits. Lin Yu spoke. It's not that simple. The evil spirits are estimated to be only part of the reason. Bai Jingjing shook her head. As for the other reasons, she couldn't say for a moment. After all, they know so little now. The energy inside this secret realm is gradually decreasing. Gotta move fast. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Next, Lin Yu directly summoned the manhwa mech. The manhwa mech could space travel, which would also allow Lin Yu to find his sister faster. With the appearance of the manhwa mech, Lin Yu quickly entered the interior of the mech. Bai Jingjing also leapt up to the manhwa mech's shoulders. Swoosh! The manhwa mecha quickly rushed into the sky at an incredible speed. In the middle of a flight, Lin Yu carefully scrutinized everything around him. The secret realm is vast. Lin Yu also had to rely on his senses and choose a direction. Boom boom boom. Suddenly an explosion arose in the distance. Lin Yu increased his speed. After leaping over a few high mountains, a mech could be seen, engaged in a fierce battle with several giant beasts. These behemoths all had a rank of 90. That mech was nothing more than a level 85. Facing the siege of several level 90 behemoths, it was already not easy for this mecha master to hold on until now. Target locked. Energy cannon activated. Bang! Bang! A ball of energy filled with might quickly blasted down. You've killed a level 90 behemoth. You've killed a level 90 behemoth. Soon, the system's voice rang inside Lin Yu's mind. Lin Yu made a move. It was just as easy to get rid of these behemoths. That mech on the ground directly saw the manhwa mech fall from the sky. When he saw this manhwa mech, that mech artist couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He had at least survived. My name is Wang Peng from Panglai Mecha University. Thank you for saving me. The mecha master inside that level 85 mecha hurriedly thanked him. Panglai Mecha University? Lin Yu quickly asked. Do you know where Lin Jiaojiao is? Sorry, Wang Peng shook his head. Back then, Lin Jiaojiao and I entered the secret realm at the same time, and I haven't seen her since I arrived in this secret realm. Seeing that Lin Yu was here to find Lin Jiaojiao, Wang Peng told all he knew. One time, Lin Yu sighed a little. It turned out to be no useful information at all. A way you can communicate? Lin Yu continued to ask. Since they were all from Panglai Mecha University and entered this secret realm, they should have a special contact device. Yes, Wang Peng nodded. The school has specially issued a communicator, but the range is limited, and the communicator can't connect beyond a range of 30 kilometers. Can you give me your communicator? Lin Yu inquired. With this communicator, one could also be more hopeful of finding Lin Jiaojiao. No problem, Wang Peng answered. After all, Lin Yu had saved his life. If Lin Yu hadn't stepped in just now, he was afraid that he would have died under the sharp claws of the giant beast there. The district is just a communicator. Soon, Lin Yu managed to get the communicator from Wang Peng. After that, Lin Yu continued with a reminder. The energy of heaven and earth in this secret realm is gradually decreasing. After that, you need to avoid fighting and maintain the spiritual energy value in your body. And the best way to do that is to find a place to hide. I understand. Thanks for the reminder. Wang Peng nodded. Immediately, Lin Yu then maneuvered the new Mech, and in just the blink of an eye, it disappeared into Wang Peng's eyes. What a mecha powerhouse this is. Did the school send in a strong man? Wang Peng couldn't help but sigh. With this Penglai Mecha University's special communicator, Lin Yu also sped up, constantly making space shuttles and contacting through this communicator. With another space shuttle to a new area, Lin Yu then quickly used his communicator to call out. Lin Jiaojiao received please reply. After a while, the communicator didn't even ring a bit. Seeing this, Lin Yu intended to travel through space again. The communicator rang at that moment. My Penglai Mecha University Suqingqing, we're under siege by a giant beast, requesting backup. The voice was very urgent, as if this Suqingqing was already treating Lin Yu as a lifesaver. Do you know where Lin Jiaojiao is? Lin Yu hurriedly inquired. No some. Suqingqing responded. Please also provide support. We can't hold out for long. This Suqingqing is also smart. Guessed out that Lin Yu was here for Lin Jiaojiao. Although she knew some information about Lin Jiaojiao, she didn't say anything. Once she said it, she was worried that Lin Yu wouldn't come to support them. Your coordinates location? Lin Yu asked directly. With coordinates, Lin Yu shuttled quickly. At this point, on a plane, the three mechs were putting up a constant fight. A full 20 giant beasts surrounded them in a deadly siege, giving them no chance to escape at all. There were too many behemoths, plus their own strength, which wasn't very strong. So if this continues, they will only die. Qingqing, will he come to support us? One of the mechs was very nervous. It's not clear. Su Qingqing shook her head and said with a strained expression. No matter what, we must hold on and find a way to escape. It is better to rely on others than to rely on yourself. What's happening now? It also depends only on their own efforts. They were tenaciously resisting while the behemoths were frantically attacking. Boom! The other mech directly suffered a fierce attack from a giant beast, and the mech was even torn apart alive. It was almost a split second of effort. The mech couldn't function properly and was forced back inside that mechmaster's mech space. Without the protection of the mech, that mech was directly crushed into crumbs by the behemoth, completely dead. After seeing this scene, Su Qingqing and the other mecha master, their faces also turned pale. Presumably, it will be their turn soon. 20 giant beasts surrounded them, causing the two of them to once again feel a strong sense of despair. At this point, Su Qingqing had basically lost hope that someone would come to support her. The psychic energy value in their bodies was about to be depleted. With any luck, it will only last 3 minutes at most. In time, no more mechs to guard. It would just be death. Time passed by second. Boom! The other mech's head was directly clipped by the behemoth. The mech dissipated on the spot. The mecha master who was exposed was directly swallowed by the behemoth in one gulp. Shit! Su Qingqing cursed. A team of mechs. By now, she was the only one left. Looking at the densely packed behemoths in front of her, Su Qingqing's face paled to an extreme. Could this be the end of me? The mind is endlessly unwilling to do so though, but reality is so cruel. Spiritual energy value, only 600 or so left. Su Qingqing didn't even dare to perform her mecha skills right now. However, whenever a mecha skill was cast now, her psychic energy value would be completely depleted, and she would not be able to continue manipulating the mecha in battle. These giant beasts were not only strong in defense, some of them were incomparably agile and fast. There was no chance of escape, with Su Qingqing stubbornly resisting. The psychic energy value was rapidly depleting. Soon the psychic energy value was completely depleted. The mech couldn't continue to function and went straight back to the mech space inside her. At this point, with a human body, Su Qingqing appeared in the eyes of these giant beasts. For a moment, Su Qingqing felt like a mole cricket. Am I going to die? Su Qingqing said in her heart. A picture appeared in his mind. It's what she's experienced all her life. It's been called a walkabout. This is a sign of impending death. Boom boom boom. Just then, Su Qingqing felt a powerful force. When she opened her eyes, she saw that those giant beasts were instantly sliced into pieces of meat. The blood between heaven and earth was incomparably thick. The blood of those giant beasts even dyed the entire ground red, turning it into a lake of blood. The space below was incredibly distorted. A large mecha hand directly picked up Su Qingqing, who was falling. Su Qingqing, who landed in the palm of the Nuwa mecha's hand, immediately felt a wave of warmth. When she looked up, the entire Nuwa mech appeared in her eyes. What a cool mech! I'm afraid there's an emperor level. No, it should be a saint level mecha. Su Qingqing marveled in her heart. At this point, Lin Yu came out from inside the Nuwa mech and quickly landed in the palm of the Nuwa mech. Looking at Su Qingqing in front of him, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I didn't expect it, but it's a great beauty. However, the current Su Qingqing was in a sorry state. Is everything alright? Lin Yu inquired. It's fine. Su Qingqing hastily shook her head and continued to sigh. It's a pity about my classmate. If Lin Yu had come earlier, perhaps they could have been saved as well. Sure, Su Qingqing didn't blame Lin Yu for not arriving earlier. They can only blame themselves. Their strength is not good. If they could have held on a little longer, they might have all been saved. It feels so good to be alive right now. It's okay. Now you can tell me about Lin Jiaojiao. Lin Yu asked in a hurry. Can I ask, were you sent by the school to save her? Su Qingqing, she also knew that Lin Jiaojiao was the only disciple of the vice-chancellor of Penglai Mecha University. As long as one did not leave the secret realm, there would always be danger present. In her opinion, the Lin Yu in front of her must be a powerful mecha master. Perhaps by following Lin Yu, she would be able to leave Kunlun Mecha University alive. No, I'm Jiao Jiao's own brother. Lin Yu shook his head, but he didn't hide it. Lin Jiaojiao's brother? Su Qingqing froze. It hadn't occurred to him at all that Lin Jiaojiao had such a powerful brother. 10 days ago, I was outside of Lake Island. I met Lin Jiaojiao, and at that time, we just said hello before parting ways. I remember Lin Jiaojiao entering onto an island in the center of a lake. It didn't take long. That lake island didn't know what kind of mutation had happened, but it actually directly levitated and rushed into the sky. We flew up there and saw it, and that lake island disappeared as if it had never been there. It seems that it was also at that time that everyone in this secret realm was unable to leave, and the safety zones were all disabled. Su Qingqing told all that she knew. Finally, I've heard from my oldest sister. Lin Yu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. In that case, Sister Lin Jiaojiao should still be on top of that island. Only, the island suddenly levitated and flew high into the sky, then disappeared. That makes it a little hard to figure out. What kind of mechanism is this island? Bai Jingjing, do you know what's going on here? Lin Yu looked up at Bai Jingjing above him and inquired. It was only then that Su Qingqing also realized that on the shoulders of this Nuwa mech, there was another incomparably beautiful woman. This is too beautiful. Su Qingqing was stunned. It was the first time she had seen such a beautiful woman. Not quite. Although Bai Jingjing's tone was calm, it still exuded a sense of dominance. Even Bai Jingjing wasn't sure. Lin Yu slowly nodded. It seems that the only way to find out is to go and have a look on the ground. Please send me the location of where this island is. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu looked at Su Qingqing. Yes, Su Qingqing answered. Not a moment later, then she sent Lin Yu the map of the secret realm she had explored. On this map, the location of that lake island was clearly labeled. They were now almost 600 kilometers away from the location of that lake island. It's kinda far away. Lin Yu immediately decided to set off immediately now. Thanks. Next, take care of yourself. Lin Yu looked at Su Qingqing and gave a thank you. Can I join you? Su Qingqing hurriedly pleaded. My companions are all dead. I'm the only one left. Please take me with you. Su Qingqing was scared. It was so hard to survive. And if she was left alone in this secret realm again, she felt that she would most likely face death again. Next time, there will be no such good fortune as now. Looking at Su Qingqing's pitiful appearance, coupled with the fact that she was also a student of Penglai Mecha University, Lin Yu finally nodded his head and agreed. You can follow me, but you must follow orders. Aha! Su Qingqing hurriedly responded. Inside his eyes, he was even more hopeful all of a sudden. You should recover your own spiritual energy value first, Lin Yu reminded. With a human body, it could not withstand the pressure of space travel. It has to be protected by organic armor to work. It's not like Bai Jingjing, but it's a divine beast. Facing the pressure during the space shuttle, it was completely as if nothing had happened. And instead, he had a relaxed look on his face. Immediately, Lin Yu headed in the direction of that lake island and maneuvered the Nuwa mech to fly quickly. Su Qingqing then ran the cultivation method inside the palm of the Nuwa mech to recover her own spiritual energy value. Fortunately, the energy inside the secret realm had not completely disappeared. The Nuwa mecha flew extremely fast. Soon, intermittently other mechs happened as well. Some of these mechs were in a fierce battle with the behemoths. After Lin Yu encountered it, he also directly locked onto the target and unleashed his energy cannon, helping those mechs to solve the crisis. No, it's just all by the way. If he could help. Lin Yu still tried to help as much as possible. After all, these were human mechs. In the future, humanity will face a crisis of extinction. If these mechs died inside this secret realm, it would be less for the entire human power. Of course, the most important thing was to free his sister. It took almost an hour. Lin Yu then arrived at the location of that lake island. Look around at this point. In front of us was a huge lake, but there's no sign of the island in the center of this. At this point, Su Qingqing also slowly opened her eyes. Through an hour of recovery, the spiritual energy value in her body had recovered to 80%. When she looked at the image in front of her, she was astonished, not realizing that she had arrived here in only such a short period of time. The visible flight was too fast. Immediately after, Lin Yu maneuvered the Nuwa Mecha and flew rapidly towards the sky above. Come to the middle of the heights. It was exactly the same as what Su Qingqing had said at the beginning. There's not a hint of a floating island up here. Su Qingqing, after you guys just saw this lake island flying high into the sky, didn't you find anything else? Lin Yu inquired. No, Su Qingqing answered affirmatively. In the beginning, the island in the center of that lake levitated, and after rushing up into the clouds, it disappeared. At that time, there were quite a few other mechs who maneuvered their mechs and flew up to look for the island, but all of them came up empty. No one knows how the island disappeared. Lin Yu, there's a residual spatial aura here, Bai Jingjing said calmly at this moment. After hearing Bai Jingjing's words, Lin Yu also thought of something at once. That means there's another space up here. Islands don't just disappear for no reason. It can only mean that the island went inside some other space. It just so happens that the Nuwa Mech is very good at space. With a little probing, the Nuwa Mech managed to detect the exact location of that spatial aura. Mecha's skill burst. A spatial crack instantly cracked out from above. This spatial crack is like a bottomless abyss, and it is pitch black inside. Just by looking at it, it gave people a feeling of terror. Su Qingqing, just wait outside here. Lin Yu spoke. What's going on here is completely all over the place. In case it was treacherous inside, Lin Yu was afraid that he didn't have that energy to save Su Qingqing. So, the best thing to do right now, it is Su Qingqing who stays here outside and waits. This one's for you. Lin Yu quickly took out some potions that restored his psychic energy value. This would also allow Su Qingqing to survive better. There's only so much that can be done. Watch yourself. Lin Yu reminded again. Thanks. Su Qingqing gave a thank you and quickly summoned her own mecha as well. Su Qingqing entered inside the mech. Lin Yu then maneuvered the Nuwa Mecha and charged directly into that spatial rift. With the Nuwa Mech completely inside, the spatial rift disappeared in the blink of an eye. Now only Su Qingqing and her mech were left, suspended in this high altitude. Soon, Su Qingqing piloted the mech to land quickly, flying all the way up in the air. You're going to lose a lot of energy. The good thing was that no giant beasts had appeared around here, and it was safe for the time being. I hope I can come out earlier. Su Qingqing looked at the sky and muttered. Just now, inside the period of time she spent with Lin Yu, she felt a full sense of security. It was a feeling that she enjoyed immensely. If only it could stay that way. Other side, Lin Yu managed to enter inside a mysterious space through the passage of that spatial rift. The moment he entered this, he felt extraordinary. Lin Yu, you've sensed it too. There's a powerful evil spirit aura in here, Bai Jingjing said gruffly. Aha! Lin Yu nodded seriously as well. At this moment, Lin Yu was also getting more and more anxious. Take out the communicator. It was quickly discovered that this communicator, inside this mysterious space, couldn't be used at all. Seeing this, Lin Yu maneuvered his mech and quickly rushed in. Not a moment too soon, an immense bronze door appeared in front of them. One could clearly sense that the evil spirit aura was emanating from inside this bronze door. Currently Lin Yu had found this mysterious bronze door. Obviously, there was room behind the bronze door. Increase mech power. Lin Yu wanted to push open this bronze door. 1 minute later, Lin Yu realized that this bronze door couldn't be pushed at all. Even with the full power of his own Nuwa Mech, he could not push it. Rumble. Next, even if Lin Yu launched attacks one after another, this bronze door was still intact. Shit. Lin Yu cursed. The heart was beyond anxious. He has only one sister. He didn't want his sister to die in it. Your mind is in turmoil, Bai Jingjing reminded softly. This bronze door is very strange. There must be some kind of mechanism. If you can find it, you should be able to open it easily. Her voice. It made Lin Yu calm down quickly as well. Unfortunately, this bronze door doesn't seem to have any organs. Lin Yu looked it up carefully. Totally is not found like an organ. It seems that this bronze door can only be opened from the inside. Bai Jingjing had an analysis. Internal to be turned on? Lin Yu was a bit shocked. What kind of a setup is this? There's definitely something wrong with whoever laid out this bronze door. Lin Yu, have you noticed that the aura of that evil spirit is weakening? Bai Jingjing reminded again. Lin Yu perceived carefully. It's still true. Something is definitely happening behind this bronze door. I didn't expect that in this day and age. Human mechs could still be with giant beasts. Suddenly, a mysterious voice rang out. The bronze door erupted with a light. Then a projection of a man emerged. The man had long hair and was dressed in an ancient costume. It's really weird. And it was also clear at a glance that Bai Jingjing was not human. The man looked at Lin Yu and inexplicably muttered somewhat to himself. A god-level mecha. Finally showing up. It's not too late. I don't care who you are. Open this bronze door. Lin Yu spoke indifferently. Sorry, I can't right now. The man shook his head. I can sense from your body that you share the same bloodline as that mecha master named Lin Jiaojiao. You're here for her, aren't you? Hear this. Lin Yu was then 100% certain that his sister was inside this bronze door. Previously, I met a mysterious woman in a secret realm. It should be the same as you. Lin Yu analyzed. That's right. This secret realm is specifically used to seal evil spirits, and I am easy as a piece of consciousness here. The man nodded slightly. So, the chaotic divine grinding conceptualization that girl cultivated, she got it from you. It seems that the underworld is doomed and the prophecy has come true. Another unintelligible sentence. Open the bronze door. I'll deal with this evil spirit. My sister mustn't be harmed at all. Lin Yu once again said seriously. Don't worry. Your sister is already fine and is refining the evil spirits. The man continued. If you want to be in the process of destroying the evil spirits, you must master the chaos divine mill viewpoint. But in our time, a mighty man created a spell that could absorb the power of evil spirits. But to cultivate this technique, one needs to master the chaotic divine mill viewpoint to be able to do so. When your sister stepped into this place, I sensed the aura of the chaos divine mill viewpoint, and that's why I let your sister enter it. Inside the next few minutes, the man recounted everything. This was what put Lin Yu at ease. No matter what, it's good that your own sister is okay. Bai Jingjing was even more surprised, not expecting humans to create a gong method that could refine and absorb evil spirits. Evil spirits, it could be said, were the common enemy of humans and demonic beasts. However, evil spirits preferred to take over human mechs. Of course, divine beasts like Bai Jingjing were also targets of evil spirits. How many other secret realms are there that seal evil spirits like this? Lin Yu looked at the man and asked curiously. It's not clear. The man shook his head. Inside my memory, there are countless evil spirits that have been sealed, and some of them have fallen into slumber. Sleeping? Lin Yu was shocked. Could it be that in the outside world, there are also evil spirits? Of course. The man responded. Maybe there are evil spirits sleeping in some mysterious parts of the world. Once all these evil spirits awaken, the entire world will suffer disaster. In the beginning, we hoped that everyone would be able to master the chaos divine mill conceptualization, but we found that only a handful of people were able to do so. In the end, only a simple version of the chaos viewpoint could be developed. But it's not like the simple version of the chaos view idea is very useful. If everyone could master the chaos divine mill viewpoint, then evil spirits would no longer be a threat. Instead, they can also enslave the evil spirits for their own use. Lin Yu had a grave expression on his face at the moment. It seems, the crisis facing humanity is far worse than previously thought. The evil spirits that slept in the world. It didn't need to be thought about to know that the number must be huge. Once all these evil spirits awaken, must have taken over a large number of mechs. In time it will be an army of evil spirit mechs. It's going to end soon. You'd better wait patiently for a few minutes. The man said softly. After the evil spirit has been completely refined, this secret realm will also begin to dissipate automatically. I'll activate the backup energy and teleport all the mechs who are still in the secret realm. After all was said and done, the man then dissipated and disappeared. Bai Jingjing, can we discuss this with those giant beasts, so that we don't assault each other and work together to get rid of the evil spirits first? Lin Yu looked at Bai Jingjing and proposed this idea. Not very realistic. Bai Jingjing replied decisively. Immediately afterward, she analyzed. Think carefully. If humans and demonic beasts can come to an agreement, then evil spirits can naturally come to an agreement with humans or demonic beasts as well. Her words made perfect sense. Lin Yu nodded. It seems that I still thought too simply. There is only one way, Bai Jingjing said once again. That is to become incomparably strong and possess absolute power to suppress everything. The strong are honored and the weak can only obey. You have the machine god body. You might be able to become the master of this world in the future and control everything. A little bit of time passed. Lin Yu, on the other hand, waited patiently outside this bronze door. Soon, both Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing could clearly perceive that the evil spirit aura inside the bronze door seemed to have completely disappeared. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire immense and incomparable bronze door slowly opened, and an ancient aura erupted from within. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu saw a saint-level mecha walk out from inside. Old sister, are you? Lin Yu hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire. Brother? Lin Jiajiao also looked puzzled. It was completely unexpected that Lin Yu would appear here. Great. It's good that you're okay. Lin Yu was completely relieved. However, Lin Jiajiao had a puzzled look on her face, seemingly completely unaware of what was going on here. Inside the next minute, Lin Yu briefly explained. This made Lin Jiajiao slowly nod. I didn't expect such a thing to happen in this secret realm. Previously, when Lin Jiajiao stepped into the lake island, she had already been pulled inside this mysterious space, so there was a complete lack of understanding of what was happening in the entire secret realm. The secret realm is going to start disintegrating. I'll send you away. At this moment, the man's voice rang out. In an instant, a ray of light enveloped all of them in Lin Yu. It quickly teleported them. You left the secret world. When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, he himself had returned inside the Kunlun Mecha University. With that, Lin Yu hurriedly contacted his sister. Luckily, it was only a matter of seconds before Lin Jiajiao picked up the phone. Older brother. Don't worry. I'm really fine. And I'm going to be strong now, too. Lin Jiajiao said confidently. That's good. We still have to be careful afterward. Lin Yu instructed. Aha, got it. Lin Jiajiao nodded. Right, old brother. In a moment, I'll send you the God refining technique, so you and sister can cultivate it as well. The God refining technique was a special technique that Lin Jiajiao had obtained from inside the Bronze Gate. To cultivate this God refining skill, one prerequisite was to master the chaotic divine grinding concept. With this divine refining technique, the evil spirits could be absorbed and refined. Good, Lin Yu answered. Inside the next few minutes, Lin Yu once again instructed a lot in a serious manner. After all, Lin Jiajiao is all alone over there. Well, I'll visit you at Penglai Mecha University when I have the chance, Lin Yu said slowly. Okay then. Lin Jiajiao's happy laughter came. After the call, Lin Yu summoned his new mech back. The whole thing fell smoothly. When he entered the room, he directly laid down on the sofa. Hoo-hoo! Lin Yu took a deep breath. This time into that secret realm, Lin Yu basically didn't do anything either. Even if he didn't go inside that secret realm, his own sister Lin Jiajiao would still be safe and sound. Now think about it. In fact, his own oldest sister has grown up. Not a little girl like before. Rather, I was worrying too much. There is a saying that how can we see the rainbow without going through the storm? Continue to contact your sister, Lin Wan Air. But the other party is not in the service area. It means it's still inside the secret world or a copy. Emosher Ting and Yi Ling were the same. Looks like I have to work hard on my cultivation. Lin Yu sighed. He himself had to break through earlier and become a 10-star mecha master. It continued for a few minutes. Lin Jiajiao then sent herself an email. The content of the email was the complete recipe of that God refining technique. This God refining skill is truly arcane. Lin Yu just glanced at it and couldn't help but feel that he instantly sensed something extraordinary. After hearing Lin Yu's words, Bai Jingjing directly sat up from the sofa and came to Lin Yu's side, looking over as well. When Bai Jingjing saw this complete divine refining technique, she slowly nodded. The human race is really something. To actually be able to rely on themselves and create such a technique. This technique is perfect. It could be heard that this Bai Jingjing's tone was permeated with a wave of admiration in it. How is it? Can you cultivate? Lin Yu asked with a smile. How is that possible? This is a technique created by your human race. This king definitely can't cultivate it. Bai Jingjing shook her head. Take your time to practice. I'll take a nap. After saying that, Bai Jingjing laid down on the sofa. That wonderful body made people gulp after looking at it. Lin Yu, on the contrary, quickly returned to his senses. It began to be seriously referenced. You have succeeded in mastering the refining technique through serious comprehension of the machine god body. It only took a few minutes. A system voice sounded inside Lin Yu's mind. In just that instant, this god refining skill had been mastered. Lin Yu felt an incomparable shock every single time regarding the heaven-defying nature of the machine god body. With the operation of the god refining technique, Lin Yu more clearly perceived the power of the entire god refining technique. Awesome! The human who created this god refining skill is definitely a super powerful existence. Lin Yu marveled. In a nutshell, this god refining skill is actually an extension of the chaos god mill concept idea. So, this was why, in order to master the divine refinement skill, one first had to master the chaotic divine grinding concept. Evil spirits seem to be immortal when it comes to their souls. However, through the chaos divine mill viewpoint, the evil spirits could be crushed over and over again, eventually extinguishing them. With this refining skill, you can crush the evil spirit, refining into a pure energy, for their own use, allowing one's own strength to increase at a fast pace. Ha ha ha, from now on, I won't have to worry about any evil spirits. Lin Yu nodded. Next, Lin Yu also took the initiative to enter cultivation. The machine god body also quickly operated the divine cultivation method. The energy from the surrounding heaven and earth quickly surged into his body. The psychic energy value is rising a little bit. It wasn't just Lin Yu who had improved. Even Bai Jingjing, who was sleeping on the side, was in the process of raising her cultivation strength. Machine god body can not only help human mech division rapid promotion, even the white crystal Jingjing such a divine beast, the same can also be. So, that was one of the reasons why Bai Jingjing leveled up faster. Plus, she and Lin Yu were in a contract, and the two were associated, which allowed Bai Jingjing to even more enjoy the contractual effects brought about by the machine god body. Time just passes slowly. Day after day passed. Ding dong. Congratulations. Your psychic energy value has broken through to 600,000 and you've become a 10-star Mecha Master. Your mech can continue to gain mech experience and level up. Ding dong. Congratulations. The fourth mecha has begun to awaken. In a flash. Another month. This day. The system's voice rang out one after another. It made Lin Yu open his eyes violently and stop cultivating. At this moment, one can feel oneself stronger. Kung Fu is not enough. A month of hard cultivation. Finally a 10-star Mecha Master. Lin Yu said excitedly. The machine god body automatically cultivated itself, and there seemed to be no bottleneck at all. So the whole process of cultivation was kind of quite smooth. Next, Lin Yu then entered inside his mecha space. On the fourth mech table, a giant mecha instantly appeared, still incomparably cool and permeated with an unparalleled overbearing aura. Mecha. 10-die Mecha. Divine. Level synchronization to level 90. Skill activation successful. A systematic voice rang out. This also allowed Lin Yu to know the information about his fourth mech at once. Heavenly Emperor Mecha. No wonder the aura emanating from it is so domineering. Lin Yu let out a deep sigh. It was more of a surprise. Nowadays, owning 4 god-level mechs. This is bound to shock the whole world if it gets out. After exiting mech space, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Bai Jingjing's stunningly beautiful face. This made Lin Yu startled. What's the situation? Why are you so close to me? If he exited the mecha space a little later, would this white crystal be about to defile himself? You're thinking too nasty of this king, aren't you? Bai Jingjing snorted coldly, seemingly knowing the thoughts inside Lin Yu's head. Immediately after, Bai Jingjing continued. This king is just curious as to what level the new Mech you awakened is. This caused Lin Yu to be startled. This Bai Jingjing wouldn't have mastered some sort of means that could read people's thoughts. But, Lin Yu didn't go too much into his rambling thoughts either. Calmly, he said, my fourth mech, or a god-level mech. Hear this. Bai Jingjing also had a somewhat surprised look on her face as she said, unbelievable. By the way, although the machine god body is something that allows a mech artist to have 7 mechs, it doesn't guarantee that all of them will be god-level mechs. You actually awakened all of the god-level mechs. You're too heaven-defying to be recognized by so many deities. Even the knowledgeable Bai Jingjing was shocked by this. It's even unbelievable. Now, Lin Yu's demonic nature has completely exceeded her previous expectations. What do you mean by divine approval? Lin Yu couldn't help but ask curiously. This Bai Jingjing really did know a lot of things. All of these things were unknown to Lin Yu. You should know that god-level mechs contain every god spirit, which is equivalent to these god-level mechs being the god spirit itself. If you want to harness a god-level mecha, you naturally need to be recognized by a god spirit. Bai Jingjing told what she knew, directly and truthfully. This caused Lin Yu to nod slightly. One moment. It has given him a lot of insight. I understand. Lin Yu laughed. Looks like I'm the one recognized by all the gods. Lin Yu smiled with a happy face. What's next? Bai Jingjing softly inquired. Upgrade. Lin Yu directly responded. Upgrade my mech to level 100. Just so happens to be together. This king is also already level 110. Bai Jingjing continued. The moment. Lin Yu was a little dazed. After coming back to his senses, he hurriedly confirmed. This cultivation breakthrough of yours is also too fast. It's not bad, and thanks to your machine god body, plus the fact that you and I have a contract, so I've gotten quite a lot of benefits. Bai Jingjing smiled faintly. The smile was simply overwhelming. Good looking to the core. You can get so many benefits, but I don't seem to have any. Lin Yu shook his head inside. Mo was a little envious. This king will follow you for the rest of your life. Isn't this the benefit you get? Bai Jingjing smiled mysteriously. The moment that contract was successfully signed, Bai Jingjing's life was already bound to Lin Yu's body. When you put it like that, it makes sense. Lin Yu nodded. Alright, don't dwell on this matter. Hurry up and decide where to go for leveling. This king also wants to move around properly. Bai Jingjing said seriously once again. Then let's go to the level 90 copy. Lin Yu proposed. The secret world is too big. Trying to find a large number of behemoths would certainly consume a lot of time. But copies are a little more efficient at this point in time. But, can you enter the copy with me? Lin Yu looked at Bai Jingjing and said with some worry. After all, White Crystal was a divine beast. Not before, but now. Bai Jingjing smiled confidently. In that case, let's set off now. Lin Yu nodded. After getting out of the house, Lin Yu summoned the Guild War Machine. After boarding the fighter, after determining the location of the coordinates of a level 90 copy, the fighter quickly took off toward the target location, flying at breakneck speed. Next, the level 90 copy we're going to is called the Ghostly Spectral Serpent Swamp. The entire ground inside this copy is a swamp with extremely powerful corrosive force. Once a mech is caught in it, it's hard to break free, and the beasts inside are all special snake-like beasts. So, to enter this copy, you have to engage in air combat. Lin Yu waved his finger and a projection appeared in front of him. Above the projection, the latest raid information for this level 90 copy was displayed. This copy is also Lin Yu's first time entering. Therefore, what should be known in advance should still be known, so that when the time comes to discover some changes, it can also be adjusted in time. Got it. Bai Jingjing nodded silently. In her opinion, this copy is a breeze to get through. The next step is to wait patiently. It's a good thing that the fighters are still flying pretty fast. Through the map, it was also clear to see that they were getting closer and closer to the location of the copy coordinates. It took almost an hour or so. The guild fighter landed smoothly on the open space in front of the entrance to the level 90 replica of the Ghostly Spectral Serpent Swamp. After stepping out of the fighter, it would be clear to see that there were a very large number of mechs throughout the entrance to the replica. Lin Yu quickly took this Guild War Machine back into his storage ring. One time, many of the surrounding mechs looked at Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing. Most of their eyes, of course, were on Bai Jingjing. After all, it was the first time they had seen such a beautiful woman. Many men's eyes were filled with greedy desire, as if they wanted to take Bai Jingjing for themselves. Disgusting. Seeing the eyes of these people, Bai Jingjing's face was incomparably cold. If it is possible, she wanted to kill all of these people. Alright, let's hurry up and enter the copy. Seeing this, Lin Yu directly pulled her hand and walked in. Whether it's humans, or any other race, there are definitely guys who lust after beauty. The world is white and black. It's an ironclad law. You have entered the level 90 copy of the Ghostly Serpent Swamp. Upon entering the copy, I felt a sense of weightlessness. When the eyes are opened, found himself falling at an extremely fast rate. Below is an incredibly dark swamp, constantly bubbling. If this falls in, I'm afraid that I'll only die. A snake-like giant beast was swimming casually inside this swamp, as if it was a fish in the water. Very free. Those giant beasts, too, seemed to have seen Lin Yu falling down from a high altitude. So a bloody mouth opened, wanting to swallow Lin Yu directly. Tendai Mecha summoning. Lin Yu naturally wouldn't do as they wished, and after reacting, he summoned his newly awakened mecha at the first opportunity. In a matter of moments, a giant mecha that emitted a terrifyingly oppressive aura appeared. With that, Lin Yu entered the interior of this Heavenly Emperor mech, formally began to control the Heavenly Emperor mech, instantly felt the incomparable power of this Heavenly Emperor mech. With this power, it's as if you can dominate everything. It really shocked Lin Yu a bit, especially just now when he entered the inside of this Heavenly Emperor mech, as if he traveled through time, back to an incomparably ancient picture. A celestial emperor named Dijun is shown ruling and dominating the three realms. Without continuing to think more, Lin Yu maneuvered the Heavenly Emperor mecha and quickly levitated down. It's already inside a copy, and you have to be serious about killing monsters, upgrading, and clearing the level. Is this your new mecha? Bai Jingjing hovered high in the sky, carefully surveying the entire Heavenly Emperor mecha with a serious face. She could also clearly perceive at this moment the dominance emanating from this Heavenly Emperor mecha. Even she herself felt like an ant in front of this Heavenly Emperor mecha. It was completely evident that the mech in front of him definitely contained the power of a terrifying great god. That's right, this mech is called the Heavenly Emperor. Lin Yu nodded slightly. After hearing the name of this mech, Bai Jingjing was once again shocked in her heart. There seems to be only a handful of deities that can be called Heavenly Emperors. That is a truly powerful deity. There is strength and weakness in the world. The same is naturally true of the gods. There was definitely a power gap between the gods as well. Alright, let's fight first next. Lin Yu continued. It was just the right time to try out the power of this Heavenly Emperor mecha. Divine Punishment skill unleashed. Begin locking on target. Lockdown complete. 952 behemoths in total. Divine Punishment opens. Rumble. Snapped. The sky darkened instantly in here. A thick streak of thunder, like a true dragon, blasted down towards each of the giant beasts below. An incomparably deafening roar erupted. The residual power emitted was even more terrifying for Bai Jingjing to feel. This thunder seemed to restrain everything. Even if Bai Jingjing was a divine beast, it would probably be difficult to completely resist. One time, Bai Jingjing also poured out a little celebration. It was good that Lin Yu wasn't an enemy. You have killed a level 90 behemoth. And your mech experience value has increased by. You have killed a level 90 behemoth. And your mech experience value has increased by. You have killed a level 90 behemoth. And your mech experience value has increased by. A series of voices rang inside his head. When the thunder had dissipated, looking downward again, it could be clearly seen that the swamp below had all been turned into one densely packed pit. The corpses of the behemoths were all directly exterminated to nothing. It was just a matter of seconds. It's just a mech skill. It then emptied all the giants that appeared in this. Such efficiency in brushing monsters was simply amazing. Of course it's still the Celestial Emperor mech that's awesome. However, accordingly, it has consumed a large amount of spiritual energy value in Lin Yu's body. Currently inside this copy, only the boss is left. There's absolutely no need to help yourself. Bai Jingjing muttered in her heart after seeing this scene. Not a moment too soon. Lin Yu had also discovered the boss area. With that, Lin Yu maneuvered his mech into the area. Moment. The space in front of him underwent an extreme distortion. A huge behemoth came charging out of it. Discovered a 100 class beast. The sky green bull python. Ho ho ho. A terrifying hissing sound quickly erupted from this huge beast. This giant beast, with the head of a bull and the body of a snake, looks very bizarre, especially the eyes that are like the eyes of hell, radiating the light of death. The entire body is black and blue. Celestial Emperor sword summoning. The void. An incomparably huge divine sword appeared from it. It fell into the hands of the Celestial Emperor Mecha. As soon as this sword came out, that boss, the Celestial Green Bull Python, also felt the aura of death all of a sudden and quickly attacked towards Lin Yu. The Heavenly Emperor's sword has been assembled successfully. The system voice sounded. Lin Yu took another look. After successfully equipping the Heavenly Emperor's sword, soon the sword skill also emitted a glow that could be cast. Unleash the skill the Heavenly Emperor's first slash. The 10,000 psychic energy value in his body was instantly consumed. The entire Heavenly Emperor mech erupted with a supreme divine light. It was as if it was the Heavenly Emperor himself who had descended. The Heavenly Emperor's sword even erupted with unparalleled power. Lin Yu just felt so lightly chopped. There was a flash of sword light in front of his eyes. Everything was quiet. As the light dissipated, the system's voice sounded again. Ding dong, congratulations, you've killed a level 100 beast, the Celestial Green Bull Python. Mech experience value plus 50,000. Ding dong, get the reward for your first time clearing this copy, Rise and Shine Elixir. Raise from the dead pill. After taking it, it can bring people back to life instantly. Reminder, the time of death must not exceed 24 hours, or it will be invalid. The immense and incomparable boss Tianqing Bull Python in front of him was chopped into two halves alive. The might of this sword was simply terrifying. The delicate body of Bai Jingjing on the side could not help but be shaken. Just now if that sword was chopping towards herself, it's estimated that it'll have to end up the same way as the Sky Green Bull Python. At this time, a special elixir appeared in Lin Yu's hand. This stunned Lin Yu. Didn't realize. In this world, there really was such a magical elixir. Earlier, it was also the case that I had heard people talk about this kind of elixir, but no one had ever seen it in person before. Now Lin Yu would have such a magical elixir. This is the equivalent of getting yourself an extra life. The resurrection of the dead Dan is surely a divine elixir, and if it is exposed, it is estimated that a lot of people will want to get this elixir. At that time, it was estimated that they would encounter many assassinations. Lin Yu placed this Dan inside the special jade bottle and then placed it into the storage ring. Only one level up? Lin Yu sighed. After killing so many behemoths, the Celestial Emperor Mecha was currently only level 91. Sure enough, the more you get to the back, the more experience value you need. But, now at this rate of brushing, upgrading the mech to level 100 was just a breeze. Let's go. Out. Looking at that Bai Jingjing who seemed to be in a daze, Lin Yu opened his mouth and reminded him. Got it. Bai Jingjing quickly responded. You have left your copy of the Ghostly Serpent Swamp. Not a moment too soon. Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing then left this copy and returned to the outside of the copy entrance they had reached in the beginning. Short time. At a glance, there were again many unfamiliar mech faces. Keep going. Go to any other level 90 copy that you have not cleared. In fact, Lin Yu is perfectly capable of constantly and repeatedly brushing monsters and upgrading in a single copy. But this first pass reward is just too generous. Can't miss it. Time turns. Unawareness. A few days passed. These days, Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing had gone to many places and cleared several level 90 copies. The reward for getting through was still very generous and good in Lin Yu's opinion. However, Bai Jingjing didn't seem to be a human mecha master, so even if he cleared this copy, he wouldn't get any rewards. That, in turn, is a bit of a shame. The manipulated Celestial Emperor Mecha was also upgraded to level 100, as the levels were synchronized. The other mechs that Lin Yu had mastered also reached level 100. Now that meant that Lin Yu possessed 4 level 100 divine mechs. The mech can no longer continue to gain experience value, Lin Yu slowly said at this moment. Next, one had to raise their Mechmaster realm to Star Mechmaster in order to do so. I've heard it all before. The Star Mech is a qualitative metamorphosis. That is to say, once one breaks through to Star Mecha Master, there is a transcendent magical effect. Open the personal panel, Lin Yu murmured in his mind. Command received. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Kijiji body, activated. Mecha Master level, 10 Star Mecha Master. Energy points, 0. Spirit energy, 607,821. Mecha, Pango Mecha, level 100. Nuwa Mecha, level 100. Four Gods Mecha, level 100. Heavenly Emperor Mecha, level 100. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yu nodded happily. The current version of himself was considered a mecha powerhouse. It's not exactly top-notch though, but Lin Yu was confident that even if he encountered a Star Mecha Master, he would be able to defeat him. Maybe a Stellar Mecha Master, too, could fight with one. Can't be too proud. It is said that pride makes you fall behind. Lin Yu quickly darkened his ego. What are you doing frozen? Bai Jingjing's voice came. Just after appearing from inside the copy, Bai Jingjing saw Lin Yu standing alone, seemingly in a daze. And I don't know what I'm thinking about. With her voice ringing out afterward, Lin Yu quickly came back to his senses and hurriedly responded. Thinking about some more things. Let's keep going. There's a level 100 copy not far away. In this world, there were still many level 90 copies that Lin Yu hadn't cleared. However, all of these copies are too far away and difficult to travel to on short notice. After all, the world is still pretty big. Aha! Bai Jingjing nodded. Although she couldn't get the reward for clearing the level, clearing the giant beast inside the devouring copy would make her stronger. This white crystal had awakened a special ability. Devouring. As long as you keep devouring it, you will be able to rapidly improve. When Lin Yu learned of this ability, he was envious. It also exclaimed that this white crystal was worthy of being a divine beast. The flight was over 100 kilometers. Successfully arrived at the entrance of that level 100 copy. Outside of this entrance was an incomparably wide plaza, and when they arrived here, they could clearly see that there were an extraordinarily large number of mechs here. But basically, they were all 7, 8, or 9 star mechs. What seems to be happening as they gather here? It could also be quickly observed that although this 100-level copy was in an open state, not a single mechamancer had entered it. Looks like something happened, Lin Yu slowly muttered. After getting down from inside the fighter plane, Lin Yu looked for a mech who seemed to get along well and politely inquired. This friend, we've just arrived. Is something happening here? No way. You guys don't know about such big news? The Mecha Master who was questioned looked at Lin Yu with some doubt. When he looked at the white crystal beside Lin Yu, his entire body was dumbfounded. This is too beautiful. He swore that Bai Jingjing was definitely the most beautiful woman he had ever seen with his own eyes in his life. Bar none. One time, the man was extremely envious of Lin Yu. At this moment, Lin Yu spoke again. We just arrived and didn't have internet access before, so we don't really know much about this place. And please answer a few questions. Seeing that Lin Yu was treating himself well, the man also looked happy and explained. As soon as I saw it, you guys knew that it must be from out of town. This copy is the only level 100 copy we have here. You should know that 100 level copies exist in a minority in the world as well. But just 2 days ago, there was a mutation in the level 100 copy here. When he heard this, Lin Yu was shocked. Curious what the mutation is? The man continued. As you know, most of this 100 level replica has a level restriction, and can only be entered if you reach the 10-star Mecha Master and your Mecha level is raised to level 100. But just 2 days ago, this 100 level copy was free of this restriction, and any level of Mech Master could enter. But the mechs that went in never came out. My old brother is a 9-star Mecha Master who also entered 2 days ago and hasn't come out until now. It is reasonable to say that this copy can be completed through in a day at most. The man got a little sad as he spoke. That's his own brother that he's dependent on. If you die in it, he would have no more family. So that's how it is. Lin Yu nodded. No wonder there are so many people here. Most of the mechs here are friends and family waiting to get into the replica. And some of them want to get into. The man spoke again. Although we don't know what's going on inside this copy even now. But having such a strange change shows that there's a great chance to appear. He's right. There is definitely a big chance that appears inside this copy. But this great opportunity is not for everyone. Thanks a lot. After learning about the situation here, Lin Yu gave a thank you towards the man. Immediately, taking Bai Jingjing, he walked to an open space to the side. Look towards the entrance of that 100 level copy. Lin Yu asked softly, what do you think? Stand and watch. Bai Jingjing replied seriously. This made Lin Yu a little speechless for a moment and said seriously, alright, what exactly is your opinion? Say it. Such a mutation. This king has never encountered it before either. Bai Jingjing replied seriously, but as for what's going on inside, that's definitely something you have to see for yourself to know. Her words made sense. How many levels are you? Lin Yu hurriedly inquired. Level 115. Bai Jingjing said truthfully. This leveling up is ridiculously fast. Then with the strength of the two of us, there should be no problem. Lin Yu nodded, planning to go in and look around. It was supposed to be to pass this level 100 copy. Since you've decided, this king will come along. Bai Jingjing answered. Bai Jingjing's words had inexplicably moved Lin Yu a little. Then let's go in now. Lin Yu quickly nodded and decided. Immediately, the two of them walked towards the entrance of that copy. When the other mech saw Lin Yu and the others preparing to enter the replica, they were all a little stunned. Holy shit, are those two looking for death? Only two people dare to go in. I'm afraid there's only one way to die. Even a complete team of 100 levels hasn't come out until now, so it's obvious how treacherous it is inside. It's in. They're both in. In the eyes of all, Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing stepped directly inside the level 100 copy. You have entered the level 100 unrestricted copy of the Silent City. With inside his head, the system's voice rang out afterward. Lin Yu looked at the scene of the copy in front of him and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Quickly summoned the Heavenly Emperor Mecha to come. These days of manipulating the Heavenly Emperor Mecha, Lin Yu was getting more and more used to it. With the entry into the Heavenly Emperor Mech, Lin Yu as a whole only felt a sense of security. Silent City Level 1, please destroy the summoning tower within 30 minutes, or a steady stream of giant beasts will be summoned. The system's ringing. Rumble. Moment. A mysterious tower rises in the distance. This high tower gave off a strange glow. One time, densely packed 100-leveled behemoths also quickly appeared around the high tower. Look around. I'm afraid there are thousands of heads. It was a difficult task, to say the least. Even if it was a team of 100-level mechs, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for them to tackle these behemoths and successfully destroy the tower within half an hour. It seems, I'm afraid that the reason why those mechs, who were in and out before, were overwhelmed by this first task. Lin Yu, leave these giant beasts to me. Just as Lin Yu was about to make his move, Bai Jingjing directly spoke. All of them? Lin Yu asked. That's right. Bai Jingjing flew out directly after saying that. It was obvious that Bai Jingjing had a confident and assured face. Lin Yu was also curious as to what kind of tactics Bai Jingjing would perform to get rid of these giant beasts quickly. Spider God Phantasm. Only to see Bai Jingjing working the power within her body, a huge Dharma phase coalesced. It erupted with incomparable power. It was as if the spider god had actually descended. Devour. Bai Jingjing's hands moved in a delicate jade command. That spider god Phantasm followed suit and made the same movement. A terrifying devouring force erupted. Those giant beasts had fear in their eyes, but they were completely unable to resist, and their entire bodies were transformed into a bolt of energy that was swallowed and absorbed by the spider god Phantasm. After devouring it, it was transformed, thus obtaining a stream of pure energy that was then fed back into Bai Jingjing's body. Let her strength thus increase rapidly, almost in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of giant beasts were then devoured without even a single crumb left. A few short minutes, thousands of giant beasts in front of me were all devoured and refined by Bai Jingjing. That's pretty efficient. Lin Yu was even a bit dumbfounded. It was estimated that anyone else who saw that scene just now would look as dumbfounded as Lin Yu was right now. Good on. Lin Yu quickly came back to his senses inside. Your ability to devour like this is too perverted. This is just a small ability of this king, Bai Jingjing said calmly. In terms of perversity, I'm afraid no one compares to you. That. It always feels like a scolding. Lin Yu didn't continue to dwell on it. That said, should we continue devouring the behemoth? Lin Yu continued. No need. This devouring has already reached its peak. It won't have any effect if it continues. Bai Jingjing shook her head. If she could keep devouring without limit, then she would have become the most powerful existence long ago. In that case, then destroy this high tower. Lin Yu nodded, quickly maneuvering the Heavenly Emperor Mecha. He instantly rushed over. The mech holds the Heavenly Emperor sword, only to see the sword chopping down. Heaven and earth became silent. Rumble. That huge mysterious tower was directly and completely destroyed. Just killing those behemoths was completely insufficient. Once half an hour passes, the tower will still summon more behemoths if it is not destroyed. The first level boss appears. Behemoth, Argus the robot, level 100. With the tower destroyed, Soon an immense beast of immense size appeared. This mechanical gargoyle, Argos, is, on the whole, a giant chimpanzee. The body seems to have been remodeled. Part of it is made up of machinery, sort of a half-mechanical, half-flesh beast. The surroundings, also in an instant, changed drastically. The sky turned blood red. The aura of this mechanical gargoyle, Argos, was also rising rapidly, and the power it seemed to possess was also rising. A thick vine began to rush out from the ground, directly attacking towards the heavenly Emperor Mecha controlled by Linyu. It seemed to want to bind Linyu. Linyu saw this. Naturally, he couldn't let these vines entangle themselves, manipulate the mech. A sword chopped out. This sword spanned 30,000 miles, and the light of the sword chilled the 19 states. Those vines that popped up were instantly annihilated. But one sword later, countless vines began to frantically emerge from underneath the ground and attacked again. It's like these vines are the immortal kind. Immediately after, that boss mechanical giant monster, Argos, stomped hard, and an incomparably huge boulder coalesced out, only to see that boss throw a punch. The somewhat sharp boulder blasted towards Linyu with a terrifying force. Linyu didn't panic and once again maneuvered the Celestial Emperor Mecha to swing the Celestial Emperor sword. Sword chi erupted, annihilating that boulder and vines once again. Holy shit, why don't they attack you? Linyu had some small hard feelings. Whether it was that boss or those undead and bizarre vines, they were all just staring at Linyu alone. As for the Bai Jingjing not far from the side, they seemed to be completely as if they couldn't see it. Perhaps these demonic beasts can only attack humans. Bai Jingjing shook her head and responded softly. This gigantic beast, it shouldn't need this king to make a move. Immediately after, Bai Jingjing continued with a reminder. That's for sure. Linyu smiled confidently. It is now known that these vines cannot be extinguished. Then, there's just one way to do it. It is to kill this boss. Those creepy vines should just disappear. Skill, 10,000 swords unleashed. The void. Countless and golden giant swords coalesced. In this moment, Linyu seemed to have transformed into the Lord of 10,000 swords and the dictator of the Sword Dao. Countless golden giant swords, like torrential rain, fell madly towards the bottom. Those weird vines were immediately suppressed and could not emerge. Countless golden giant swords blasted towards the bottom, like a golden floodlight, constantly starting to suppress everything. This boss, the mechanical gargoyle, seemed to have a very singular attack method and means of defense. Immediately after, only to see this boss's arm raised, a mirror instantly coalesced and began to emit a laser that shot towards Linyu's heavenly Emperor Mecha. This laser seems to be so powerful that it can go through anything. Analysis complete. This damage is unbreakable. A voice rang out. The corner of Linyu's mouth lifted. Then there was no exertion of any means. Boom! That laser was directly blasted onto the heavenly Emperor Mecha, and a roaring sound erupted. Dust and smoke coalesce. It is said that there is no harm in having smoke. In the face of this boss's laser attack, the heavenly Emperor Mecha directly just easily resisted it. The might of this boss's attack was completely unable to break through the heavenly Emperor Mecha's own defense. It was now safe to say that Linyu was an absolutely invincible existence in this. It's time to end it, Linyu said calmly. 10,000 swords unleashed. The countless golden giant swords instantly fused into one. In just the blink of an eye, it transformed into an even more incomparably large divine sword. The breath of the sword Dao shocked the heavens and shook the earth. This caused even Bai Jingjing to feel a wave of terror. Is this the might of a god-level mecha? It's not comparable to other mechs at all. The other mechs, that's the real mechs. And these god-level mechs were like gods themselves. The gods strike. These behemoths naturally didn't have the strength to resist, as that divine sword fell. Although that boss mechanical gargoyle resisted with all its might, its defense, like tofu, was easily disintegrated. Boom! There was a loud bang. The massive mechanical gargoyle was instantly reduced to pieces. It was a total knockout. You have killed the first level boss. Mechanical gargoyle Argos. It's a pity that nothing popped out. Linyu shook his head inside. This was at least a boss level beast. By all rights, this burst rate should be able to be raised a lot, but the reality is that nothing popped. Lamentations are lamentations. Linyu was actually used to it. After all that we've been through before, we basically didn't pop out anything either. I just hope that we'll make this pass reward rich. The teleportation array to the second level opens. Linyu maneuvered his mech and walked in. Bai Jingjing was also close behind. Immediately, two flashes of light. One moment. They then entered the second level of this copy. Entering the second level. In 10 minutes, the second level boss will appear. Please destroy the 4 special devices. But if any of the devices are not destroyed, the second level boost will go into a 3-minute berserk plus invincibility. Upon entering this second level, the system's voice warned. This caused Linyu to nod slightly. Obviously this second level is much more difficult. Berserk plus invincibility. Enough to see that the boos will become even more terrifying. There is such a high level of difficulty. It was also more understandable why all those mechs before were in and out. I guess there are also a lot of mechs who have entered the second level, but they don't know that there are also special devices that have to be destroyed in order to do so. Those mechs didn't destroy this special device, causing the boss to go into a berserk and invincible state. Those mechs were probably all just going to die. This is only the second level. I don't know how many more levels are behind it, Lin Yu said in his heart. What is certain now is that the later levels, for sure, are going to be even tougher. The demonic beasts have appeared. A voice came from Bai Jingjing. Look up. A densely packed giant beast appeared in the eyes. These behemoths are also half beast, half machine. There are behemoths that look like hounds. There was also the giant dragon flying in the air, opening its mouth wide and directly spewing out incomparably hot flames. It made the whole space blaze. There's no problem leaving all these giant beasts to you, right? Lin Yu said quickly. Of course there's no problem. Bai Jingjing nodded. But are you planning to watch the show? No. There's a special device here that I have to find, Lin Yu simply explained. This made Bai Jingjing a bit surprised. She also didn't expect that there was such a mechanism within this copy. Can put the boss into a berserk and invincible state. It was only a short 3 minutes though, but it's not something anyone can fight against. Immediately, Bai Jingjing rushed out, started exterminating the behemoths. To Bai Jingjing, all of these behemoths were too much of a dish, and it was completely easy to get rid of them. Lin Yu, on the other hand, maneuvered the Celestial Emperor Mecha to quickly fly high into the sky. Start looking for where those 4 special devices are located. Look around. There was no sign of those special devices at all. As Lin Yu carefully probed, an oddly large tree was soon spotted. The surface of this large tree is just a layer of camouflage, but it is actually a real mechanical tree. With close observation, it can be felt that this mechanical tree contains a force inside, and this force seems to be able to communicate with the entire heaven and earth. Very mysterious and huge. Could this be one of those special devices? Lin Yu muttered. It's not a special device. Just try it and see. Lin Yu quickly maneuvered the Heavenly Emperor Mech. As the Heavenly Emperor's sword chopped down, that mechanical tree directly turned into slag, destroyed a special device. Immediately afterward, the system's voice alerted. This made Lin Yu happy. Sure enough, it was a special device, and I didn't find it wrong myself. Keep looking. Since Bai Jingjing basically held all of the behemoths at bay, Lin Yu also had it easy on his own, could devote himself wholeheartedly to the search. It didn't take long to spot another spot that was out of place. Boom! Blasted toward the boulder. Extremely powerful. Directly burst this boulder. In an instant, that special device inside the boulder instantly exploded. Successfully destroyed a special device. It's a good thing I have fiery eyes, otherwise it really wouldn't have been that easy to spot. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Still not done yet? Bai Jingjing's voice came again. Immediately, 2 have already been destroyed. Lin Yu hurriedly replied. Oh, I've already exterminated all the demonic beasts that appeared, Bai Jingjing said carelessly. Hear this. Lin Yu also glanced over. There were corpses of giant beasts all over the place. This is simply too fast. In that case, why don't you follow along and look for it too? Lin Yu proposed. One more person to look for and it gets done faster too. A little bit of time passed. There wasn't much time left for them. There's still a few minutes to go before it's 10 minutes. Once the 10 minutes are up, that boss will appear. I'm afraid it's not going to be easy to deal with without the special device that destroys so. Boom boom. Through the united efforts of the 2 men, it was also within 10 minutes that the entirety of those 4 particular installations were destroyed. With the device all but destroyed, at once a special barrier shattered in the air above. It was as if some kind of connection had been broken. All at once. This 100-level copy today is definitely the most mutated copy I've experienced for the first time. Lin Yu slowly sighed. This king has heard before that a large portion of the mutations in this replica secret realm are due to the planet's will. Bai Jingjing opened her mouth and said softly, planetary will? Lin Yu froze for a moment. This was another new term that he didn't understand at all. To put it simply, this planet has its own life, its own thinking. Bai Jingjing thought for a moment and explained. It is because the planet has life that everything can survive on this planet. You should know about the universe. There are plenty of planets out there too, but they're all dead planets and can't survive. Lin Yu nodded slightly after hearing this. It's somewhat understandable. The copy has changed, and the reward for clearing the level has become generous. In this way, it showed that this planet wanted human mechs to become faster and stronger. Of course, there could be other reasons. As for what kind of reason, they are afraid that they will not be able to know it now. It is estimated that only when they reach a certain qualification, perhaps they will know it all. 10 minutes are over. After a while, the system reminded again. Rumble. A massive beast. Once again, he appeared inside this space. Boss Behemoth, Megatron. Level, 105. This boss's information appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. The boss of the second level was obviously much more powerful than the first level boss. Hoo-hoo. It's a good thing we destroyed those 4 installations, or else with this boss's attributes, once it goes berserk, it would really be invincible. Lin Yu took a deep breath. The entire person was also instantly in a state of combat. Ho ho ho. This boss, Mecha, looked at Lin Yu and instantly his eyes became blood red all of a sudden. It even erupted with a blood-colored glow. It's like a hungry, ferocious wolf that wants to break Lin Yu into pieces. Boo's Mecha even initiated the attack. Just a little leap. It then jumped high into the air. A light was emitted from its head, and in an instant, it shot out a special large white net that enveloped towards the Heavenly Emperor Mecha. This boss was trying to bind Lin Yu with this, but Lin Yu wouldn't let it get what it wanted. Maneuvering the Heavenly Emperor Mecha, several sword lights flashed by. That special white large net was directly chopped open, but also at this moment, that boss Mecha violently disappeared in place. Nice guy. The large white net just now was nothing more than a feint. Obviously there is a high level of intelligence. This caused Lin Yu to become equally serious and earnest. Moment. Lin Yu then felt an aura. On top. Look up. Sure enough that boss, Mecha, had already arrived in the sky above, and its tail was like an incomparably sharp electric drill that was spinning madly. Towards the head of the Celestial Emperor Mecha, it blasted down. It's a bit slow. Lin Yu smiled. Flick. The Celestial Emperor Mech then easily dodged this boss Mecha's fierce blow. Rumble. The boss pounces straight away. A strike filled with mighty power directly blasted onto the ground, erupting into a resounding boom. At the same time a lava pit formed on the ground. It was evident that it had struck this blow with great power indeed. It's my turn next. A giant golden sword coalesced once again. Target locked. 10,000 swords unleashed. Countless golden giant swords, as if they were tracking missiles, directly bombarded towards that boss Mecha. Faced with such a wide range of attacks, this boss Mecha wants to dodge with speed, but apparently somewhat overestimated his speed. In the face of such an airtight attack, it was impossible to completely dodge it with speed alone. The boss's blood level was decreasing rapidly. Attention! The boss Mecha has entered a bloodless state, starting to die together. The system's voice sounded again. This caused Lin Yu to be a little startled. I didn't realize that this boss was actually going to die with himself. The moment. Lin Yu also saw the power in the boss Mecha's body, exploding out exponentially almost instantly, constantly compressing, raising the might layer after layer. When the boss's blood level reached 1%, boom! The entire boss Mecha directly exploded. Wherever the might went, everything turned into ashes. Seeing this, Bai Jingjing flicked her finger. The spider god Dharma phase erupted and protected her. And Lin Yu also cast out his defense at this moment at the first opportunity. Celestial Emperor's shield activated. The void appeared. The divine artifact Heavenly Emperor's shield was summoned, against the Heavenly Emperor Mech. That terrifying might blasted onto the Heavenly Emperor's shield. It was directly resisted with ease. However, the boss self-detonation power is still quite large, so that Lin Yu's Heavenly Emperor Mech have fallen back a few steps. Just these few steps that made the Celestial Emperor Mecha fall back were enough to make that boss Mecha brag. Congratulations on killing the second level boss, Mecha. As that terrifying might dissipated, the whole of this was leveled at once. The power of the self-detonation just now was like a nuclear bomb. It appears to be a bit of a horror as it is. If it were any other mechs, I'm afraid they'd really die the same way. The third level of the teleportation array appeared in front of them. Lin Yu, on the contrary, didn't step into it the first time. Instead, he sighed with an exclamation. This giant beast can actually explode itself. Such a means. Do you have a mastery over it, Jing Jing? This means is quite ordinary, isn't it? Bai Jingjing said slowly. Anyone can master it. How? Lin Yu was curious, seeing that Lin Yu didn't know anything about this. At that moment, Bai Jingjing couldn't help but give him a blank look. Some little speechless. You know too little. Read more in the future. This caused Lin Yu to freeze for a moment. I didn't realize that one day it would be a god beast making itself read more. To put it bluntly, this self-detonation is an ability. Bai Jingjing explained. For example, mechs can also self-detonate. This she explained. Lin Yu understood at once. This means of self-destruction is basically considered a last resort. Such tactics. I hope I won't be able to use them in the future. Lin Yu sighed in his heart. With a firm gaze in his heart, Lin Yu didn't continue with the rest. Alright, let's enter the third level. The difficulty of the next one will definitely increase as well. Lin Yu spoke again. It's just like that. Bai Jingjing looked at her delicate little hands. The battle just now could have made her a little tiny bit tired. Soon white crystal landed on the shoulders of the heavenly Emperor Mecha. Immediately, Lin Yu maneuvered his mech and entered the teleportation array to the third level. You have entered the third level. The system voice sounded. When Lin Yu opened his eyes and looked at everything in front of him, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. The scene of this third level is simply a scene of doom. The air was filled with an incomparable aura of despair, making people unable to help but be a little frightened. It is as if the image before us is a vision of the coming crisis in the world of the future. A special behemoth rushed out. Directly, he was charging in Lin Yu's direction. These giant beasts were raging with blood chi, and their sharp claws were radiating a razor-sharp light. These behemoths were still quite strong, but the attacks were a bit one-dimensional. Lin Yu maneuvered the Celestial Emperor Mecha and slashed out with a sword. In an instant, he directly exterminated more than a dozen giant beasts. Rumble. Boom. But what's shocking is that when these giant beasts die, they all self-detonate and even produce a weird blood mist. Reminder, the blood mist is highly toxic to mechs. Once touched, it will reduce the mech's mobility as well as put the mech master into a state of stun. The system's voice sounded again, causing Lin Yu to nod slightly. I didn't expect there to be a mecha poison. This was definitely the first time Lin Yu had encountered such an existence since he became a mecha master. Lin Yu, be careful. The blood mist bursting out from the death of this giant beast is highly poisonous, although it's not fatal, but if you're hit, it'll greatly reduce your strength. At this time, Bai Jingjing also discovered that something was wrong with this blood mist and quickly opened her mouth to remind her. Well, I already know. Lin Yu nodded. It's good to have crystal white around. If the system does not remind you that there is a problem with the blood mist, then the white crystal will remind. Lin Yu was considered to have 2 layers of insurance. In that case, we'll need to fight at close range. Lin Yu continued. It was a good thing that the Celestial Emperor Mecha had a lot of long-range skills. During this period of time, the favorite skills to perform when controlling the Heavenly Emperor Mecha were 10,000 swords and 10,000 swords return. Especially 10,000 swords. This is the fastest and most effective skill to clear the map of all the giant beasts. 10,000 swords unleashed. Lin Yu quickly cast it. A golden giant sword coalesced all together in almost an instant. Boom boom boom. Immediately after that, it shot down towards those charging behemoths in front of them. Like a raging storm. The aura is unbeatable. A roaring sound rang out. You have slain the level 100 special behemoth. You have successfully slain the level 100 special behemoth. After those giant beasts were penetrated through their bodies one after another, they then exploded to produce a cloud of purple gas. Short time. The area in front of them was filled with an incomparably thick blood mist. Almost a minute passed. Lin Yu had also executed the 10,000 swords in the process several times. Only then did he succeed in exterminating all the giant beasts that appeared in this third level. Right now, though, a new problem arises. Those thick blood mists completely blocked the way forward. There was no telling when these blood mists would dissipate. Wait a while. Lin Yu felt that these blood mists not only didn't dissipate, but instead spread and became stronger. This blood mist is too weird. Lin Yu sighed. One's own Heavenly Emperor Mecha should be able to withstand these blood mists. A mere blood mist. Bai Jingjing completely disregarded it in her eyes and slowly stood up from the shoulders of the Heavenly Emperor Mecha. One time, Lin Yu couldn't help but look at Bai Jingjing. It seemed that Bai Jingjing had a way to get rid of these special blood mists. Sure enough, bringing Bai Jingjing in here is a good thing. With Bai Jingjing's slender jade finger, it was still so gently waved. All of a sudden there were dark clouds above this. A torrential downpour came down instantly. This caused Lin Yu to be a bit surprised. Nyo you can actually call the wind and rain. Such a tactic is simply awesome. It's just a small means. Bai Jingjing shook her head and said calmly. With the downpour, those blood mists are dissipating fast. After a few minutes of this, all the blood mist then vanished into thin air. As the blood mist disappeared, the area in front of them, and at some unknown time, a special black iron gate several hundred meters high actually appeared. The entire black iron gate emitted an eerie dark light that looked very bizarre. Discover the gate to the final boss of the replica. With the sound of the system, it brought Lin Yu back to his senses for a moment. Didn't realize. This third level is the final level. Next is the final boss of this copy. Arriving in front of this black iron gate, Lin Yu's tone of voice poured out a hint of excitement. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and push it open and go in. Bai Jingjing nodded. Yes. Lin Yu maneuvered the Heavenly Emperor Mech. Just that little push. The entire black iron gate was then easily pushed open. After pushing the door open, it was pitch black inside. It's completely impossible to clearly see what's inside. But soon, a light lit up inside this black iron gate. All at once, the entire space inside was illuminated. There's a lot of space in there. It was like a small world, but it was empty, nothing inside. It seems that final boss will only appear if you enter inside. Seeing this, Lin Yu slowly guessed, then took a deep breath. After making preparations, then he manipulated the Heavenly Emperor Mecha and entered inside this special space. When fully entered, that black iron door snapped shut automatically. Then it was gone in an instant. The entire space here is closed. If you want to leave, I guess the only way to leave is to finish killing that final boss. Rumble. There was a loud bang. A special large formation above it surfaced. From inside that large formation, a ferocious and powerful beast rushed out, falling to the ground. It made the entire ground tremble. Copy of the final boss behemoth, Curchulomanus, level 110. With this final boss, Lin Yu also quickly saw its message. Level 110 boss. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Sure enough, this final boss wasn't that easy to deal with. Well, are you sure you can kill it? Lin Yu looked at Bai Jingjing and inquired. It only takes 3 minutes for this king to kill it, Bai Jingjing said confidently. Seeing the situation, Lin Yu also nodded slightly, so that you have a little bit of security yourself. Although one shouldn't be able to lose, but in case one is not the opponent of this final boss, with Bai Jingjing around, everything was still under control. I'll deal with this final boss. In the next second, Lin Yu continued, take on the mighty behemoths. It would also allow Lin Yu's level of combat to increase as a result. After all, casting is one of the fastest ways to improve your strength. No problem. Seeing that Lin Yu wanted to fight this final boss one-on-one by himself, Bai Jingjing was completely fine with it. It's just easy to not have to do it yourself. Just watching from the sidelines is like watching a movie, and it's an immersive one at that. The only thing that was a bit of a shame was that there was no popcorn. That's a little bit of a tough one. With a gentle leap, Bai Jingjing flew up. Then Lin Yu also maneuvered the Heavenly Emperor Mecha and charged straight up. Zip zip zip. Seeing the rush out of the Celestial Emperor Mecha, that boss Curchulomanus seemed to feel a surge of power as well, and quickly began to erupt. Only to see this boss's arms and sharp claws instantly condensed a channel of thunder. For a moment, it was as if this boss had transformed into a thunder beast. With the appearance of this thunder, it makes the entire boss's strength, and thus, much higher, Lin Yu secretly said in his heart. The next moment, the boss completely turned into a thunderbolt and disappeared into thin air. That's a lot of speed. It left Lin Yu somewhat unresponsive for a moment. In an instant, then Curchulomanus appeared above himself. The incomparably huge and sharp claws directly attacked towards the Heavenly Emperor Mecha with great power. It was like a divine thunderbolt descending. Bang! The Heavenly Emperor's shield instantly appeared above his head. The might of that boss's attack was all absorbed by the Heavenly Emperor's shield. The two touched each other, and a loud crashing sound also erupted. This booze is very fast. We have to limit its range of movement to make it work, Lin Yu once again secretly said. But also in this moment, a thought erupted inside Lin Yu's mind. Nowadays, one had awakened 4 god-level mechs. If they were all summoned for battle, what kind of experience would that be? Thinking of this, Lin Yu was also going to want to try it. It's a bit bad to bully the few with the many, but it's in your own strength. Pancake Mecha summoning. Nuwa Mecha summoned. The 4 gods Mecha summoning. One time, the other 3 god-ranked mechs quickly appeared beside the Heavenly Emperor Mech. All 4 god-level mechs appeared. All of a sudden the success scene became different. To deal with a demonic beast, it actually summoned 4 divine-grade mechs. Bai Jingjing, who was on the side, couldn't help but shake her head after seeing this scene. Also feel sad about that boss. For a moment, it was as if Bai Jingjing had already seen the image of that boss being given a group beating by the 4 god-ranked mechs, consuming 300,000 psychic energy values. Your 3 god-level mechs enter automatic battle mode for 10 minutes. The 300,000 psychic energy values in his body instantly disappeared, which gave Lin Yu the feeling that his body had been emptied. The Pango Mech, the Nuwa Mech, and the 4 god mechs all erupted with divine light at once, as if they were gods themselves. The moment, that boss, Curchulomanus, also had a hint of fear in all of his eyes, and his body trembled involuntarily. It hadn't expected at all that the human mech artist in front of it was actually so demonic and terrifying. Go! Control it for me. I'll take the last hit. Lin Yu launched the command. The Discordian Mecha instantly performed a mecha move and disappeared in place. The Nuwa Mech even cast a space blockade at the same time, compressing the boss's range of movement. Immediately after that, the 4 gods Mecha blasted out a fist, and the terrifying might transformed into the image of a green dragon and blasted towards that boss. The whole scene was extremely intense. The situation of the battle is even more lopsided. Pust! As the Pango Mech appeared in front of the boss, holding the heaven-opening axe, he directly chopped down. The boss was still trying to fend it off with the hardened scale armor on its arms, but it overestimated itself. That's a divine weapon. The heaven-opening axe. The power that erupted. How can it be resisted by its tiny scales? Immediately, one of that boss's arms was directly chopped off. Roar! The boss erupted into a scream. This boss is trying to escape. It quickly transformed into a thunderbolt, disappearing in place. Bang! A crash sounded. In the surrounding space, there was an invisible barrier. That boss hit that barrier directly and couldn't break it at all. Boom! Immediately after that, a Xuanwu divine shadow ruthlessly smashed down on that boss's body. A large crater appeared in the entire ground, as the Xuanwu idol dissipated after. Inside that large pit hole, only the boss was left lying in a sorry state. That boss had just stood up when the fist of the four gods Mecha smashed over. One time, the three divine mechs acted like rogues, and began to swarm this boss. It was also the instruction that Lin Yu had just begun to give, which was to leave this boss alive, and finally allow him to deal the final blow himself. Otherwise, the axe of the Discordian Mecha just now had long since completely decimated this boss. Holy shit! This scene made Lin Yu look a little dumbfounded. Shit! This is too good to be true. I was stupid enough to control my own mech to fight before. This feeling of beating a boss in a group is simply awesome. Lin Yu was delighted. As the three god-level mechs continued to beat, that boss eventually became half dead, with only one breath left. It was almost in a state of near death. The Discordian Mecha grabbed the tail of this boss and flicked it with force. The boss was thrown straight out. Rumble! It finally landed in front of Lin Yu's Heavenly Emperor mech. At this point, the boss was covered in wounds and could no longer move. Both of that boss Curchulo large blood red eyes couldn't help but shed tears as he looked at the Heavenly Emperor's sword in the hands of the Heavenly Emperor Mecha. It seemed to be hoping that Lin Yu would hurry up and end its life. This feeling of being swarmed is too much, and they're all god-tier mechs. It was the first time Lin Yu had seen a giant beast shed tears. It seemed that the group beating of the three god-ranked mechs had caused this boss to develop a psychological shadow. Strike that. 2. Lin Yu maneuvered the Heavenly Emperor mech. A sword stabbed down, ended its life in an instant. Kill the final boss of the level 110 replica, Curchulo Manus. Congratulations on completing your first clearance after the mutation of this copy, and obtaining the clearance reward Divine Equipment Blessed Heart. After the system's voice fell, that divine great equipment also appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. Blessed Heart, Divine Equipment, Auxiliary Type. Using the Heart of Blessing can increase a mech's psychic energy value by 30% for a short period of time, with an effective time of 10 minutes. It can also enhance all aspects of the mech by 30%, effective for 10 minutes. In addition, you can not only provide blessings to yourself, but also blessings with your teammates. Cooldown time 1 hour. With the explanation of the system, Lin Yu was stunned. This blessed heart is unbelievable. The blessing is for 10 minutes. You can also give your teammates your blessing. Just make a whole unit stronger. 30% increase in all aspects of the mecha. His own god-level mechs would become even more powerful. All go back, Lin Yu said quickly. With that, the Pango mech, Nuwa mech and the four gods mech disappeared into a ray of light, returning to the inside of Lin Yu's internal mech space. At the same time the exit to leave this copy appeared in front of Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing. We should also go out. Lin Yu spoke again. Step into this exit. There was an unbelievably bright light in front of him. Outside the entrance of this 100-level replica, everyone saw the entire replica entrance at the first moment, emitting a light. This is someone coming out. Great. Finally someone made it out alive. It may be as well to know a thing or two about what you are. Seeing this, those mechs who were outside were incomparably curious. It continued for a few seconds. Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing then walked out from inside. The moment. Some of the mechs were dumbfounded. Previously, they had also seen the two of them, Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing, enter. Unexpectedly, it was only a short time before the two came out. Meaning, the two of them successfully cleared the copy. It's unbelievable, isn't it? So many teams of mechs have gone in before, but none of them have completed the pass and come out alive. This friend, please can I ask what's going on inside this copy? The organic armorer took the initiative to come in front of Lin Yu and politely inquired. The other mechs around them all looked over, and all of them quieted down at once. This is a very important piece of information, seeing as how everyone really wants to know. Lin Yu spoke calmly. After we entered this copy, we experienced 3 levels. Every level has a boss. These bosses are very strong, especially the boss of the second level. There is a special task that requires the destruction of 4 special devices. Otherwise, the boss will enter an invincible state. Lin Yu told all about the situation inside this copy. It made all the mechs take a breath. Boss can still enter the invincible state now. This kind of mutation is absolutely unprecedented. For a change, in the old days, such duplicate intelligence, Lin Yu definitely wouldn't just casually say it out. But today humanity is about to face a crisis. Get it wrong and the human race will die out. Therefore, Lin Yu will be this copy of the information, a clear announcement. In order to be able to let the other mechs can through this pass this copy, get a generous pass reward. Thus, you can enhance your strength. Only if every single mech master of mankind became powerful, then the terrifying crises that would arise in the future would be better able to bring them to an end. After all, sometimes there is a limit to what one person can do. Many thanks. Many of the mechs said gratefully towards Lin Yu. This kind of important information is published for free. In their eyes, Lin Yu wasn't just a very powerful mecha master. He was also a great person. Farewell. Lin Yu waved his hand. Now that everyone already knew the information inside this copy, all of a sudden, some people's eyes were no longer on Lin Yu. Soon, everyone through the newsletter. The content of the intelligence of this copy was uploaded to the internet, so that more mechs would know about it. Some other mechs have teamed up and started planning to clear this copy. After everyone learns that the boss of the second level has invincibility, we all guessed that those mechs who entered the copy before probably did not know that they had to destroy 4 special states that caused the boss to enter invincibility. Today, they know. Then there would be a greater hope of successfully breaking through this copy. Short time, outside the entrance of this copy, it was already becoming more and more lively. There were more mechs coming towards this copy of the place, and at this point, Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing had already boarded the gilded fighter and left the place long ago. On the warplanes, Lin Yu looked at the map and realized that it was very close to Junling City. Change your destination and head to Junling City. Lin Yu immediately decided. It's been a long time since I've been home. Just in time to go back and check it out. From the time he arrived at the Kunlun Mecha University to now, the whole middle, but also just in his parents' video call a few times. Destination remodified successfully. Heading to Gangnam City now. Instantly the entire fighter, in another direction, flew off quickly. What's the point of going to Junling City? Bai Jingjing, who was on the side, asked curiously. Junling City is where I was born, and it's also the city where my parents live now. Lin Yu replied. Mom and Dad? Bai Jingjing instantly fell into contemplation. She seemed to recall the memories of a long time ago. It seems that she also has parents. Only, inside her memory, the image of her parents was very vague. Soon, Bai Jingjing didn't think much of anything. Rather, he was curious about how Lin Yu's parents existed. To be able to give birth to Lin Yu, who possesses the body of a machine god, and whose sister and younger sister are also that demonic. I'm sure they're parents. They must not be simple. What kind of people are your parents? Bai Jingjing inquired curiously once again. Ordinary people. Lin Yu smiled. This left Bai Jingjing a little speechless all of a sudden. Ordinary people? How is that possible? Can an ordinary person give birth to 3 demonic geniuses? Looking at Bai Jingjing's face filled with an expression of some disbelief, Lin Yu didn't do much explaining. Anyway, when the time came to meet, she realized she wasn't lying. A little bit of time passed. About an hour or so passed. A familiar city came into its own. It's been a long time since I've been back. Lin Yu felt that the entire Jiangling city was both strange and familiar. Many places had changed greatly, and there were also some places that were still exactly the same as before. This is Junling City. Come to my house right away, Lin Yu said happily. Bai Jingjing looked around at this time. In her eyes, this Junling City is also nothing more than a small city. Soon the warplanes arrived over the Junling Villa area. With Lin Yu's command, the fighter jet landed smoothly directly in the open space in front of a villa. As the fighters fall, for a while, it attracted a lot of attention. The entire guild warplane was incomparably dazzling, and in the entire Junling City, there was absolutely no way to find a second one that could match it. A big shot has arrived. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but exclaim. When the fighter hatch opened, after Lin Yu walked out from inside, the surrounding neighbors, at once, brightened up. If it isn't Lin Yu, you're back. The genius is back. Short time, this one's neighbors gathered around. It made Lin Yu fall into a different kind of experience. There is no doubt that they also all want to have a good relationship with Lin Yu. After talking to them a little bit, Lin Yu then took Bai Jingjing inside the house. All at once, the world became quiet. My parents should be out. Upon entering the house, there was no sign of mom or dad. However, it is possible to surmise that they just left a short time ago. Inside the living room, Lin Yu quickly poured a cup of tea for Bai Jingjing. Well, at least this Bai Jingjing was considered a guest, coming to his own home. Lin Yu, the one who was the host, naturally had to give a good reception. It was almost half an hour before mom and dad came back from outside. Son, both parents were excited and happy to see Lin Yu once they entered the house. Since the kids have all left the house, the two of them felt a little lonely instead. Still love having kids in the house. Could this be your girlfriend? Lin's mother quickly spotted Bai Jingjing on the side with a look of surprise. This white crystal is super pretty looking. Good figure too. At first glance, it's the kind of woman who's good at birth. It would be absolutely fine to be your own daughter-in-law. This makes Lin mother very happy. Cannot help but fantasize about holding her own grandson or granddaughter. Of course a dragon and phoenix child would be even better. Mom, you misunderstood. She's not my girlfriend, Lin Yu hurriedly explained. Inside the next few minutes, through Lin Yu's explanation, Mom and Dad were both stunned. Such a beautiful woman, but a giant beast. That's too much to believe. At the same time, Bai Jingjing is also incomparably shocked. Did not expect Lin Yu's parents are actually really ordinary people. However, she could also sense that the two of Lin Yu's parents should have taken some sort of treasure that filled their bodies with vitality. Mom and Dad, even though she's a giant beast, she's also my friend, Lin Yu said softly. After all, in this world, humans recognize behemoths as enemies. After learning of Bai Jingjing's true identity, the two of them, Mom and Dad, were obviously a bit uncomfortable. It was only after Lin Yu's words that the two of them slowly nodded their heads. Upon learning that Lin Yu already had a girlfriend named Xiaoyu, Lin father and Lin mother were once again happy. Soon, Lin's mother also entered the kitchen and started cooking. Lin Yu was also missing the meals made by his old mom. Although the food in the cafeteria at Kunlun Mech University is delicious, but in Lin Yu's mind, the best meal is still the one made by his mom herself. It took almost an hour. A nice lunch is ready. It's so delicious. Lin Yu nodded in admiration. Still as delicious as ever. It's been a long time coming and it's delicious. Bai Jingjing also felt quite enjoying the current atmosphere. For some reason, although she wasn't a family member with Lin Yu, but at this moment, sitting here, one can feel a warmth all the same. Perhaps this is the warmth of home. After dinner, Lin Yu also helped his old mom clean up. As a little bit of time passes, the two also gradually accepted Bai Jingjing's existence. Mom even talked to Bai Jingjing in the back. See this scene? Lin Yu couldn't help but nod. Humans and behemoths are not always mortal enemies. There are actually times when you can make peace. Right, Mom and Dad, you guys take this jade pendant. At this moment, Lin Yu took out 2 jade pendants from his storage ring and handed them over to his parents respectively. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu instructed with a serious expression. If you guys are in danger afterward, directly crush this jade pendant and I'll be able to arrive quickly. This jade pendant is a special treasure. The reward for clearing a copy was given after clearing it in the first place. As long as the jade pendant was crushed, a teleportation array would unfold. Lin Yu could then quickly teleport to his parents' side through this teleportation array. In this way, if the two parents encountered any danger, he or she would be the first to arrive and protect them. Don't worry, we'll bring it with us, Father Lin Fangping nodded seriously and assured. After noon, Lin Yu also brought Bai Jingjing to wander around this Junling city. Walking through the familiar streets made Lin Yu recall, uncontrollably, the old days. Time really does fly by. This is my former school. Without realizing it, he arrived at Junling No. 1 Middle School. Looking at the familiar campus, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic, especially since the school entrance has its own posters to this day. In the center of the square, there was even a stone statue carved in Lin Yu's likeness. You humans really do have a colorful life, Bai Jingjing exclaimed, in her tone, through a hint of envy. Elder brother Lin, is it really you? It wasn't long before a luxurious hovering speeder pulled up. A familiar voice came. When Lin Yu followed the voice, he looked over. Lin Yu was also startled. Elder brother Luo. The person who came was none other than the mayor of Junling City, Luo Feng. At first, Lin Yu and Luo Feng sort of hated each other, drank a lot of wine, and became known as brothers that night. Lin Yu, it's been a long time since we've seen each other, and when I see you today, you've become very powerful, Luo Feng said happily. He could clearly sense that Lin Yu was now a very powerful mecha master. Even he couldn't defeat it. Not bad, Lin Yu smiled modestly. This one is? Upon seeing Bai Jingjing, Luo Feng's entire body froze. This is too pretty, and I can also sense an immense power. Original. Luo Feng also planned to introduce his daughter to Lin Yu. Now it seems, your own daughter doesn't deserve it. Not that qualified at all. In this instant, that thought of his, discarded it outright. This is my friend, Bai Jingjing. Lin Yu introduced each other. Let's change places. How about a nice drink? Luo Feng hastily proposed. Good, Lin Yu answered, after getting on that hovering speeder. Not a moment too soon. Then he came to one of the most luxurious restaurants in this Junling city. Inside the box, the two of them, Lin Yu and Luo Feng, drank and chatted in a very pleasant manner. Lin Yu also knew that within the time he hadn't been at home, Luo Feng had also helped his parents a lot on many occasions. This favor, Lin Yu still remembered in his heart. I'll go out for a walk. Bai Jingjing didn't like the atmosphere and stood up, headed straight for the outside. Elder brother Luo, Forgive me, she's just like that, Lin Yu said softly. Understood. Understood. Luo Feng nodded in a hurry. Along with the small talk, Lin Yu had also learned about some of the recent events in Junling City from Luo Feng. As soon as he heard the news of an evil mecha master appearing, Lin Yu instantly became grave. Elder brother Luo, is there any other information about this evil mecha master? No. Luo Feng shook his head inside. The last time that evil spirit mecha master appeared was 3 days ago, and every time he appeared, a mecha master would go missing and die. We've sent a lot of people, and we've still found nothing up to now. That evil mecha master, coming and going without a trace, is really hard to spot. Just because of this, it's keeping me up every day and I can't eat well. I'll be in Jiangling City for the next few days. Elder brother Luo, if you find that evil mecha master again, please also notify me. I want to solve this matter too. Lin Yu looked at Luo Feng very seriously and requested. Evil mecha masters, appearing in Jiangling City, always caused Lin Yu some concern. One's own in this Junling City is okay. If not, that evil mech division continues to strike, or may endanger the lives of one's parents. Although the possibility was very slim, it was still possible, so it was absolutely necessary to extinguish this possibility outright. This way Lin Yu could feel more at ease. Okay, no problem. Luo Feng nodded and agreed. In Luo Feng's opinion, having Lin Yu on board would definitely make the whole thing a bit smoother. Right. Elder brother Lin, I have a request. Luo Feng followed up and continued. Elder brother Luo, just say it straight. If I can help, I'll try to help. Lin Yu saw that this Luo Feng was begging for help, so he also said directly. It's like this. I have a daughter who just broke through to a 6-star mecha master some time ago, and during this recent period of time, she intends to pass through the duplicates and raise her mecha level. These past few days I've been looking for reliable substitute mecha masters for my daughter. But as you know, there aren't really many powerful mecha masters in this Junling City. After looking for several 7-star mecha masters, the other party's opening price is just too high. Even I can't afford it. A 7-star mech master or higher. And again, completely unimpressed and disdainful of substituting, Luo Feng said with a bit of a sigh, letting his daughter enter the copy alone. He really couldn't rest assured. After all, before, his own daughter had almost died inside a secret realm. Luckily, a kindly mech showed up and saved his daughter. Thus, Luo Feng didn't want to let something like this continue to happen all over again. This is no problem. Lin Yu directly agreed. He himself was at least a 10-star mecha master now. Substituting a 6-star mecha master was still a breeze. Especially the level 60 copy is definitely a speedy pass. Helping Luo Feng's daughter raise her mech to level 60. It was estimated that it would take less than an hour to complete. Great. Elder brother Lin, I definitely won't let you help for nothing. These are just a little token of appreciation. They're all the limit of what I can take out at the moment. Luo Feng said excitedly. Okay, I'll take it. Lin Yu nodded. Taking what Luo Feng took out, he directly took it. Come on, drink. Luo Feng lifted his wine cup and toasted towards Lin Yu. The two men clinked glasses. One drink. Afterwards, Lin Yu continued. Elder brother Luo, how about this? You ask your daughter to come over right now, and we'll start right away. No problem. Seeing Lin Yu being so efficient, Luo Feng was naturally happy. Quickly, he took out his communicator and made contact. Hey, Dad. What's up? The call was answered. A clear and nice voice rang out. Only, this voice made Lin Yu feel somewhat familiar, but for a moment, he couldn't recall it. Maybe he's had too much wine himself. Listening to anyone's voice feels familiar. It continued for a good 10 minutes or so. At Luo Feng's urging, his daughter arrived at this restaurant. Upon entering the booth, Lin Yu couldn't help but light up when he saw the woman who had entered. It had to be said that this Luo Feng's daughter was a great beauty to sea level. It gives a drop-dead, fresh look. At the same time, the woman couldn't help but look at Lin Yu as well. Come on, daughter, this is the Lin Yu I've always told you about. Luo Feng hurriedly introduced himself. Lin Yu, she's my daughter, called Luo Yuexin. Luo Yuexin? In an instant, Lin Yu snapped to attention. Previously, he did save a female mech artist who was controlling a pink mech in a secret realm. At that time, that female mech master declared her name, which was also Luo Yuexin. No way. I didn't realize it was so fateful. This Luo Yuexin was Luo Feng's daughter. It's a small world, so that all can be encountered again. Lin Yu couldn't help but darken his heart. Hello? Lin Yu looked at that Luo Yuexin and smiled. You're the one who saved me that day inside the secret realm, aren't you? Thank you. Always wanted to thank you in person. Luo Yuexin bowed towards Lin Yu and thanked him. She would always remember when she was about to die and a mech appeared to save her. That mech is like the Qi Tian de Sheng in the story. stepping on the 7 colorful clouds to save his. When Luo Yuexin came out, also saw Lin Yu's message, and lots of videos. Upon seeing that the mech Lin Yu had summoned was identical to the one that had saved him, at that time, Luo Yuexin understood that her savior was Lin Yu. It's just a shame. I never had a chance to thank you in person before, but the good thing is, now there is a chance. This scene caused Luo Feng to be shaken. He immediately came back to his senses and quickly laughed out loud. So old brother Lin is the mecha master who saved my daughter. It seems that there is a destiny in the underworld. I just happened to run into it at the time. If it was anyone else mech master, they would have stepped in to save it as well. Lin Yu waved his hand. In his opinion it was also just a matter of passing by. With that, Lin Yu once again said, alright, let's go ahead and level up your mecha. He had just been drinking with Luo Feng and had also been drinking for almost an hour. I don't know. How is Bai Jingjing now? It always felt like it was kind of lonely to leave her out there all alone. After leaving the restaurant, as Lin Yu looked around, he didn't see Bai Jingjing's shadow at all. But, it didn't take more than a few seconds. Bai Jingjing then showed up of her own accord. Where have you been? Lin Yu asked in a hurry. Land and look at this cityscape, Bai Jingjing calmly said. With the appearance of Bai Jingjing, it made the heart of Luo Yuexin on the side tremble. It seems that this favorite of his can only be silently hidden in his heart. She and Lin Yu had always been people of two worlds. I'm going to copy substitute. This way you go back to my house first. You should still know the way. Lin Yu looked at Bai Jingjing and continued. Got it. Bai Jingjing nodded slightly. After the two separated, Lin Yu also continued to take Luo Yuexin, rushed towards a level 60 copy, traveling to the replica. Lin Yu also talked a lot more with Luo Yuexin. Knowing that, Lin Yu was now a 10-star mecha master, Luo Yuexin's heart was incomparably shocked. Sure enough, a genius is a genius. They, ordinary mechs, could not catch up no matter how hard they tried. Before, Luo Yuexin desperately cultivated in order to be able to become stronger earlier, at least to be able to keep up with Lin Yu, but now she realized that she couldn't keep up at all, and would pull farther and farther behind. Become your own unattainable being. You have entered a level 60 copy. It didn't take long for Lin Yu and Luo Yuexin to enter this copy. Both of them had also summoned their mechs at this time. This Luo Yuexin was still in that pink-colored mech, and it was obvious that it had become much stronger than before. This time, Lin Yu was piloting a Pango mech. After all, when the two had first met, Lin Yu had been the one controlling the Pango mech, the giant beasts inside the replica, as if they had gone crazy, directly charged towards them. It's like a pack of hungry wolves that see food. Lin Yu saw this. It just manipulated the Discordian mech and chopped down with an axe. Rumble. A loud boom rang out. Mighty mighty. Instantly, it made the behemoths that rushed over to him go up in smoke. Direct death. In this moment, Luo Yuexin could also clearly see that her mecha experience value was rapidly increasing. After the dust and smoke had dissipated, the earth in front of him was all directly opened up with a huge crack. Suffice it to say, how terrifying was the power of that axe just now. It feels like the whole copy will be split open. Awesome! Luo Yuexin deeply exclaimed. This time, she was truly and completely shocked. Although before, she had seen many videos of powerful mecha masters fighting, what she had seen was nowhere near the elegance of Lin Yu's strike just now. For a moment, adoration appeared inside Luo Yuexin's eyes. In his heart, he also wanted to become a mecha master as powerful as Lin Yu. It's just rank suppression. After all, I'm a level 100 mecha, and these behemoths are only level 60. Rather normal, Lin Yu said calmly. It was as if Luo Yuexin was a level 50 mech and went to a level 10 copy, and could do so and so, easily killing these giant beasts in seconds. Soon, boss appears. Another flick of the axe. The boss was reduced to pieces on the spot. At the same time, Luo Yuexin's mecha also leveled up on the spot. It has reached level 52. Follow this progress. A few more swipes of this replica and you'll be able to level up your mech to 60 with ease. You left the copy. You've entered the 60th level copy of. Soon, after Lin Yu and Luo Yuexin exited this copy, once more into it, the duplicate behemoths, too, refreshed, and a steady stream of behemoths continued to come rushing in frantically as they did just now. Time passes a little bit like this. The two kept entering this copy over and over again, constantly brushing the monsters. Kung Fu. It's less than half an hour. Luo Yuexin's mecha level was successfully raised to level 60. This time, after getting out of the copy, Lin Yu saw Luo Yuexin and smiled. The whole process went very smoothly. Next, you need to cultivate well and raise yourself to a 7-star mecha master. Thanks. Luo Yuexin thanked again. A 10-star mecha master personally took himself to level up his mecha. It's not something that a lot of money can buy. No need to thank you. Lin Yu waved his hand. It wasn't like it was difficult. Besides, it's not like he's doing anything right now anyway. Well, it's time for me to go home, Lin Yu continued. After bidding farewell to Luo Yuexin, Lin Yu then boarded the fighter jet and headed in the direction of that home. Returning quickly, Luo Yuexin was soon picked up by a flying car as well. Where's old brother Lin? Luo Feng quickly stepped down from the flying car and saw his daughter alone. He couldn't help but inquire. He's already gone home, Luo Yuexin said softly. Oh, Luo Feng nodded and asked. How about it? Has the mech reached level 60? And Luo Yuexin responded. The moment. Luo Feng was even more incomparably sighing. It's only been less than half an hour. This efficiency is too fast. By the way, do you know what realm elder brother Lin has reached now? Luo Feng continued to ask curiously. Previously inside the restaurant, Luo Feng was too embarrassed to directly ask Lin Yu what realm he had reached. 10-star Mecha Master. Moment. Luo Feng was once again dumbfounded. This cultivation speed is too terrifying. Even Lin Yu's demonic sister couldn't compare. Right? Other side. Lin Yu had managed to return to the villa neighborhood where his home was located. After entering the house, he just watched his old mom pulling by Jingjing with a smile on her face. Brat, you have a girlfriend and you didn't even tell your mom. After seeing Lin Yu appear, his mom, Li Wenjing, immediately chided. His dad, Lin Fangping, who was sitting on the sofa, also nodded. During the chat just now, the two of them from the mouth of Bai Jingjing learned that Lin Yu has already made a girlfriend, but also daughter Lin Wanner's good friend, the kind of bosom friend. Looking at the reproachful eyes of both mom and dad, Lin Yu shook his head and quickly explained. Mom and dad, I didn't want to hide it from you. It's just that I forgot to tell you guys about it. Forget it, I don't blame you. When will you bring people back and show us? Li Wenjing said in a hurry. She would love to have grandchildren, sons and daughters, all of whom now have things to do outside the home. The two of them who are parents are just ordinary people who can only live an ordinary life here. If they have grandchildren, they can help with the children. And instead of being so lonely, there are things to do as well. Mom, when there's time afterward, I'll definitely bring it back. Lin Yu patted his chest and assured. That's fine. There are always photos. Julia Li nodded. Yes, of course. Lin Yu quickly put out a picture of himself and Xiao Yu. After seeing the photo, Li Wenjing and Lin Fangping nodded in satisfaction. Obviously, just by looking at the photo, it seems that you are already satisfied with your future daughter-in-law. Mom and Dad, for the next few days, you guys shouldn't go out of the neighborhood. There are evil mecha masters operating in this Junling city lately. Lin Yu came next and also instructed. Although he didn't know what plans this evil mecha had or maybe something else, it was always, whenever an evil mecha appeared, it was definitely not a good thing. Got it. The two parents responded. They don't want to die. After all, the grandchildren haven't even been hugged yet. Soon the sky darkened. After dinner, Lin Yu was also letting Bai Jingjing stay in his oldest sister's previous room. Subsequently, Lin Yu was lying on the big bed in his room. This coming home feeling, it's totally different. At home, there doesn't seem to be an ounce of stress. It's very relaxing and cozy. Unawareness, Lin Yu then went into dreamland. Until late at night, the incoming ringtone of the communicator directly woke Lin Yu up. The one who called was none other than Luo Feng. As soon as Lin Yu connected, Luo Feng's battered voice came from inside. Lin Yu, the evil mecha division has appeared in the mountain range not far outside of East City, and we're sending people to. Okay, I know. I'll be right over. Lin Yu responded in a hurry. After the phone hung up, Lin Yu quickly got up and put on his clothes and shoes. To the east of Junling City is a big rolling mountain. Although there are also giant beasts exist, but the level of the giant beasts there are all very low-level existences. The last time, the evil mecha master Lin Yu had encountered was also setting his lair in the mountains. When you're ready, Lin Yu came directly to the balcony. Pancake mecha summoning. In the next second, in the open space in front of them, the Discordian mecha was quickly summoned. The Mets appeared, rather quietly, plus it's late at night, so it doesn't really bother anyone else. Where are you going? Just as Lin Yu was planning to enter the interior of the Discordian mech, Bai Jingjing's voice came out. An evil mecha master has appeared. I'll go take a look. Lin Yu looked towards Bai Jingjing, who had appeared on the side, and hurriedly explained. Together then, Bai Jingjing proposed. You don't need to go. Help me look after the house. After all, we've only found the evil mecha master's trail. We haven't fully determined its location. Lin Yu shook his head. For insurance purposes, it's best if Bai Jingjing stays. In case something does happen, if he was not there, Bai Jingjing could also help him cope and deal with it. Alright, Bai Jingjing nodded slightly, then returned inside the room. If Lin Yu had said so, there was no need for her to force herself together. Afterwards, Lin Yu entered into the Pango mech. Rather, it had been a while since he had maneuvered the Pangea mech, and with the moment he entered it, he once again felt that long-lost sense of powerful strength. Next, Lin Yu once again unleashed the flight skill that the Discordian mecha had mastered. The entire giant mech took off in an instant, moving quickly in the direction of the east of the city. The city was, on the whole, quiet this late at night, except for a few special places that had been bustling up to this point. After all, for some people, it's the time of night when the nightlife is going on. It didn't take long. Lin Yu quickly arrived outside the eastern part of the city. Look around. It was dark before my eyes, but with the activation of the Mecha True Eye skill, in an instant, the image in front of him was as if it was daytime, allowing Lin Yu to see clearly. Although it has night vision, the effect is not as good as the skill Mecha True Eye. It continued for a few minutes. Lin Yu was also quick to rendezvous with Luo Feng and the others in the air above a large mountain. Lin Yu, you're here. Luo Feng instantly became much more at ease when he saw Lin Yu's arrival. The other mechs around them were all of a sudden somewhat awestruck. The appearance of the Panga mech made them all feel powerful. The heart even sighed to itself. How is the situation now? Lin Yu got straight to the point and quickly inquired. We've discovered the suspected lair of that evil mechmaster, just a few kilometers due east in a large mountain where there is a huge cave. Earlier, we had mechs to follow and found that after that evil mech entered that cave, he never came out again. Just now, I sent a team of 5-star mechs into it, and up to now there's no audio. We can't contact them at all. Luo Feng hurriedly told all of this truthfully. In his opinion, this team of 5-star mechs was probably in some sort of danger inside. The best they had in Junling City was just a 6-star mecha master, and Lin Yu was now a 10-star mecha master. If Lin Yu had stepped in, I guess it would have been all secure. I see. Lin Yu nodded. I suggest surrounding this first. Don't worry, I've already arranged this a long time ago. Luo Feng hurriedly responded. That's good. Lin Yu continued. After that, leave it to me. Having said that, Lin Yu then maneuvered the Discordian mecha and flew towards that cave. Extremely fast. It was almost only a few seconds before it completely disappeared from the eyes of those mechs. One time, it made them all sigh. Mayor Luo. He's that mecha genius Lin Yu. Truly extraordinary. People have only been officially cultivating for a few years and now they are already an unattainable existence for us. Not really. With Lin Yu around this time, we can rest a lot easier. Indeed. The evil mecha master this time around is clearly much more powerful, and although we haven't actually fought, we have a vague feeling that there's something big behind this. After their conversation, Lin Yu was already quickly reaching in front of that cave. The entire cavern was immense. It was even darker inside. After glancing around, Lin Yu was instantly a bit puzzled. Such a huge cave. If it really is the lair of an evil mecha master, it stands to reason that the entrance to this cave must be camouflaged. So bold it was exposed. And the cave is so exposed. Why wasn't it noticed before? The mind is full of doubts though. But no matter how Lin Yu thought about it now, there was no way he could know the answer in the first place. I'm afraid the only way in. It's a good thing that organic armor True Eye is around. Once there are any organs, traps, or whatever in here, you can also be the first to find them. Plus, he himself was a 10-star mecha master. After being mentally prepared, Lin Yu then maneuvered the Discordian mecha and entered inside that cave. The entire tunnel of the cave was so flat that it was obvious at first glance that it was not a naturally occurring cave, but one that had been dug by man. Digging holes is especially easy for some mechs, especially some mechs that have awakened to be good at mining. Of course, most of these mechs were mortal level mechs. As it goes on, everything went incredibly well, nor did they find any danger. It made Lin Yu feel a little strange. This is too smooth. There must be something fishy about it. After passing through the dark passage, a huge underground space appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. Meanwhile, inside this underground space, there were 6 more mechs. That 5-star mech division team Luo Feng sent in. As early as when he had exchanged words with Luo Feng just now, Luo Feng had sent information about the mech division team he had sent in to Lin Yu. This way, so as not to create some unnecessary trouble if you encounter it when the time comes. Lin Yu could also clearly see through this Mecha True Eye that there were special barriers inside the entire underground space. The barrier? It still looked very familiar. Seems like I've come across it somewhere. At this point, one of the mechs inside the space soon discovered Lin Yu outside as well. One time, Lin Yu then saw that inside the space, the 6 mechs were turning towards themselves, waving their hands from side to side, seemingly preventing them from entering. No matter how Lin Yu contacted them, he was never able to communicate with the several mechs inside. Plus, Lin Yu couldn't hear anything from them. Prisoner of heaven and earth. It should be. Lin Yu's face became grave. No wonder it's familiar. This Heaven and Earth Prisoner special artifact can imprison mechs below the Saint level for a period of time while 24 hours. At the time, my sister and Xiaoyu were trapped under the sea by this Heaven and Earth. At that time, it was fortunate that Lin Yu had mastered the manhwa mech, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. It was a bit unbelievable that a district evil mecha master could take out such a special divine artifact, the Heaven and Earth Prisoner. And, why would this evil mech master choose to do that? There must be some kind of conspiracy behind this, Lin Yu said in his heart. Gotta find that evil mech guy quick. Immediately, Lin Yu maneuvered the Panga mech inside this underground space. That is to say, they have entered the confines of this Heaven and Earth Prisoner. One entry. Just heard the voices coming from those mechs. I say friend, are you unable to see our gestures? I told you not to come in, but you just wanted to come in, and now well, we're stuck here together. Ben thought, let's get you to report and spread the word about what's going on here. Hey, the few mechs sighed in relief. They had just waved their hands so vigorously, signaling Lin Yu not to come in, but it turned out to be that evil mech. Did you find anything? Lin Yu quickly asked. It was discovered, but he escaped. One of the mechs said slowly. When we just got here, we saw that evil mech setting up something, but when we came in here, a barrier instantly erupted, making it impossible for us to leave and make contact with the outside world. That evil mecha master escaped through that passage over there, following the direction indicated. A new passage was indeed seen. Presumably this passageway is another exit to the outside. This means that Luo Feng and the others are outside, just surrounding a place. Now that so much time has passed, that evil mechs are afraid that they have already escaped. You guys tell me the overall details again, Lin Yu said again. No, who are you? Why should we report to you like subordinates? One of the mecha masters with a bigger temper was a bit disgruntled all of a sudden. By virtue of the fact that I'm a 10-star mecha master, Lin Yu said softly. The moment the mech was quiet, a look of shock. A 10-star mech? Mom? Yeah, this was the first time he had been so close with a mecha powerhouse. With Lin Yu having reported his identity, the captain of this mech division team also detailed everything again. After hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but think about it. That is to say, that evil mecha master showed up on his own initiative, then was discovered by you guys, then that evil mecha master escaped here. Lin Yu analyzed. That's right, but then everything would make too much sense. Lin Yu continued. One time, the mechs, too, were a bit puzzled. Is there something wrong with this? Not good. This is most likely a ploy to move the tiger away from the mountain. Lin Yu instantly thought of something. After the appearance of this evil mech division, Luo Feng even led a large number of mech division to this place. In other words, the current Junling city was no longer guarded by powerful mechs. At the same time, it also shows that there is more than just one of this evil mecha master. Fear is an evil organization. It is estimated that this time, it is targeting the entire Junling city. One thought. Lin Yu quickly maneuvered the Panga mech back the same way. You wait here for 24 hours, and this captivity will disappear of its own accord. When Lin Yu's mecha walked out with ease, the few mechs were baffled. What the hell? He just went out like that? Soon, those few mechs tried as well, but they still couldn't get out. Holy shit, how the hell did he do that? The other party is a 10-star mecha master after all. It seems we must wait here for 24 hours. Boss, his analysis just now can't be true. If it's really a diversion, wouldn't those evil mecha masters already have their hands on Junling City? Damn it, my family is in Junling City. For a while, these few mechs all became anxious. Fortunately, their captain was obviously much more stable. Don't worry too much all of you. It's a good thing that there's the 10-star mecha master powerhouse. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known that this was a diversion until now. So maybe it's not too late for everything. Lin Yu quickly rushed out of the cave. At this time, Luo Feng also saw Lin Yu's mecha and immediately inquired. Elder brother Lin, how is the situation? Lin Yu quickly replied. Elder brother Luo, hurry up and tell everyone to go back to the city. I have a feeling that this is a conspiracy by those evil mechs. Lin Yu didn't stop, but directly maneuvered the Panga mech and returned to Junling City. After hearing his words, Luo Feng and the others were shocked. This is going to be a problem. Luo Feng also ordered everyone to hurry back quickly. Lin Yu was extremely fast. Soon the tall walls of Junling City appeared in front of himself. When the distance was only 1 kilometer, the entire Junling City was enveloped by a blood-colored barrier. One time, the entire blood-colored barrier exudes a strong aura of evil. Damn, still a step too late? Lin Yu's expression was grave. Not a moment later, Luo Feng and others also rushed over, saw the scene in front of them, suddenly dumbfounded. It's over. The entire Junling City is over. One of the mechs became desperate. So did the other mechs around them. Elder brother Luo, You guys know about this scarlet barrier? Lin Yu hurriedly inquired. 3 months ago, there was a city in a western country that was also wrapped in such a blood-colored barrier. Luo Feng explained. This is a special formation called the Heaven-Taking Formation. All life within the formation will be drained of their life force. These evil mechs, they want to kill the entire Junling city. What's in it for them? Lin Yu became a little angry. Humanity would face a crisis in the future with the possibility of extinction. These evil mechs are still thinking about mutilating their own people even now. Elder brother Lin. This sky-grabbing formation, that's a special evil formation. Those evil mecha masters should be trying to absorb the lives of the entire city so that they can become stronger. Luo Feng shook his head and continued. According to that evil mech master in the west 3 months ago, he relied on this formation and directly became a star mech master. This formation is incredibly sturdy. Only a stellar-level mecha master can break it. Junling City is located in a remote area. Plus it's a small city. And before the stellar mecha masters could arrive, everything here would already be over. It can be no wonder that these evil mechs chose Junling City. Luo Feng's words. It made Lin Yu sigh. I don't know why, but it feels kind of sad. Soon, Lin Yu began to try and contact Bai Jingjing. Now he was glad that Bai Jingjing was with his parents. It should be able to save your mom and dad's lives. Elder brother Luo, tell me more carefully about this heaven-snatching grand formation. Lin Yu hurriedly inquired again. This sky-capturing array is definitely not the absolutely powerful kind. There must be a weakness in it. Just now it has not been discovered. The heaven-raiding grand formation, which was previously obtained by a high-ranking leader of an evil organization, in a secret realm. As early as 100 years ago, the heaven-taking grand formation first appeared. By analyzing it, this heaven-taking array will absorb a constant stream of energy from the surrounding area. And as long as there is energy present, it cannot be broken through. The only way to break through the formation is a stellar mecha master or a mecha powerhouse above that. Luo Feng quickly informed all that he knew, one by one. This allowed Lin Yu to also take a short period of time and quickly gained a better understanding of this heaven-taking grand formation. That is to say, this heaven-taking grand formation is rooted in the energy of this world. Lin Yu calmly said, that's right, with a constant flow of world energy. This sky-grabbing grand formation basically stays in a peak state at all times. Luo Feng opened his mouth and responded. Don't worry, I've already notified the higher-ups and have sent a stellar mecha master, along with other mecha powerhouses. Next, all they had to do was wait, a silent prayer in my heart for my own family, to last until the end. I know. Lin Yu nodded silently, then maneuvered the panga mech and quickly left the place. It flew straight up towards the very top. For a few short seconds, it came to a certain height in the air. Nuwa Mecha summoned successfully. Above the clouds, the Nuwa mech was quickly summoned. Next, Lin Yu also went directly from the panga mech to the Nuwa mech. Start casting space seals, target Junling City. Lin Yu quickly gave instructions to the Nuwa mecha. Reminder, the target range is large, and the psychic energy value required will be a lot. The sound of the system quickly rang out. I know, Lin Yu responded. Targets locked throughout. Starting to perform space sealing skill, the spiritual energy value in his body was rapidly depleting. In the meantime, a dazzling light erupted high in the sky. Straight away, it's turning night into day. The moment. Everyone was stunned and completely lost as to what was going on. But Luo Feng and the others knew very well that this commotion was probably made by Lin Yu. For a moment, they inexplicably saw hope in Lin Yu. Rumble. A pillar of light had landed all around Junling City. These pillars of light even erupted with supreme divine light. Immediately afterward, these divine lights coalesced into a curtain of light, wrapping this Junling City quickly. The whole process took barely tens of seconds. Target space sealing completed. With the sound of the system, Lin Yu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Completing the spatial sealing of a city had caused Lin Yu to consume more than 300,000 spiritual energy values. This consumption was really a bit large. Good thing it worked. At this very moment, the evil mecha masters who were in the various exchanges in the city, running the heaven raiding formation, were instantly startled, and they all felt the energy of heaven and earth inside the city all but disappear. The heaven raiding array also all of a sudden also lost that weird blood-colored glow at the beginning. But, although the heaven-taking grand formation was not fully activated, it could still be useful to come. In an instant, the heaven-taking formation began to plunder lives. Just the blink of an eye. Thousands of people in the city alone were drained of their life force by the heaven-taking formation, and that life force was converted into a special energy that fed back into those evil mechs. For a moment, these evil mechs felt the enormity of this energy and directly let out sounds of incomparable joy. There was even more snickering on his face. This heaven-capturing grand formation was indeed a good thing that could raise one's realm of strength. It was a pity that the heaven-taking formation was not fully activated, but it didn't matter. There was still no problem absorbing half of the life force in this city. Damn it, these evil mechs have started absorbing life force. Lin Yu could clearly see it at this moment. It didn't occur to him that he was already isolating the entire city's heaven and earth energies. This heaven-taking formation was still functioning, forcibly taking those lives. There's only one thing to try. Lin Yu's eyes were firm. Immediately, once again, he entered inside the Discordian mech, summoned the Nuwa mech back inside his mech space. Blessed heart equipped successfully. Blessing is starting. Your Pango Mecha is being boosted by 30% in all aspects for 10 minutes. After passing the blessing of this special artifact, Lin Yu could also clearly sense that the power of the Discordian Mecha had increased exponentially. Then, Lin Yu controlled the Discordian mech and charged down. Soon enough, he entered inside the spatial seal he had set up. Seeing the heaven-taking array in front of him, it was continuously absorbing the life force of the humans in the city. Lin Yu shouldn't have delayed either. Discord mechs are on fire. Even the heaven-opening axe in that hand erupted with an incomparably terrifying light. The moment, the Pango mech was like the great god Pangu himself. Junling, the heavens and the earth shuddered and trembled for it. My god, this Lin Yu's mecha is too terrifying. Yeah, it's just horrible as hell. Is this really an emperor-class mecha? I'm afraid there's a saint-level mecha. Why do I feel it's more powerful than a saint-level mech? Could it be the legendary god-level mecha? Luo Feng and the others were stunned upon seeing this scene. Especially Luo Feng, and the few mechs around him. They were all the top brass of Junling City. Some information is still known. In the beginning, Lin Yu himself said that the mech was an imperial-level mech, but after arriving at the Kunlun Mecha University, the imperial-class mechs became imperial-class mechs. Until now, seeing Lin Yu's true mecha strength explode, it took everyone a moment to slow down and realize, this Lin Yu's mech is likely to be a god-level mech. The reason why it was hidden in the beginning was probably because he was afraid that someone else with an ulterior motive would be able to target it. A child understands the truth of harboring a small child. There are also means of taking over the house. Anyone else would probably not dare to reveal that they were a god-level mecha in advance before they had the strength to defend themselves. Junling City is saved. Luo Feng and the others were once again excited. Rumble. And just for a moment, Heaven and Earth / Pancake Mech launches its skills. This scene was as if the great god Pangu was opening up the heavens in the first place. The might that erupted was naturally awesome to an extreme. One axe down. Click. That heaven-snatching grand formation instantly shattered. All evil mechs in Gangnam City are locked. Will we start the holy judgment? Begin. Unleash the sanctuary. Next. In the sky, a golden giant sword instantly condensed. Each went down in judgment towards the locked evil mechs. Rumble. In the face of this holy ruler's might, almost at the same time, all of the evil mechs in Junling City were completely killed. Sort of an absolute second. At this moment, the crisis was lifted. It's just a shame that so many people still die in it. With the shattering of this heaven-taking array, Lin Yu also quickly contacted Bai Jingjing. Don't worry, your parents are fine. Bai Jingjing's voice sounded inside his own mind, which made Lin Yu completely relieved all of a sudden. That's good. After this one, Lin Yu is planning to move. Let the two parents go and live in Kunlun City. After all, Kunlun City is the closest to Kunlun Mecha University. From time to time, it was possible to see mom and dad often. It can also be more reassuring. Moreover, Kunlun City was a really big city, and every aspect of it was the top of the line at the moment. Immediately, Lin Yu also dissipated the spatial seal. In an instant, the entire Junling City's heaven and earth energies were once again restored. Without the barrier of the spatial seal, Luo Feng and the others also rushed to Lin Yu, excitedly thanking him. Elder brother Lin, I really have to thank you for this time. The various mechs were incredibly grateful. If he had waited for that stellar mecha master to arrive, it was estimated that the entire city would have all been refined of their life force. It's turning into a dead city. I'm doing my best. Lin Yu slowly nodded his head. Elder brother Lin, you're hiding something from me. What you awakened turned out to be a god-level mecha. Luo Feng sighed once again. The footage of Lin Yu's battle just now had been recorded. Transmission over the network. Those senior leaders above, too, were certain in their judgment that this was a god-level mecha. It's safe to say, now the world is abuzz. The first person in mecha history to awaken a god-level mecha. Lin Yu could kind of go down in mecha history. Kunlun Mecha University even hastily called a meeting. Lin Yu is a student. They actually did not see from the beginning to the end. Lin Yu is a god-level mecha. From that point on, it's kind of the school's fault. The president of Kunlun Mecha University even announced that Lin Yu was being cultivated as the successor of Kunlun Mecha University. The other school executives all agreed one by one, and not a single person objected. Kunlun Mecha University possessed students who had awakened god-level mecha. This is certainly a heavenly thing to do. Future. Kunlun Mecha University was even more capable of being one of the top without one. It can also be the top power in the world. Elder brother Luo, please understand. I had no choice but to choose to hide. Lin Yu apologized somewhat. It's fine. It's understandable. Luo Feng hurriedly responded. To be able to call Lin Yu, who had awakened a god-level mech, a brother, he, Luo Feng, was lucky to a fault. Roar, roar, roar. It was also at this time. A giant beast's hissing sound rang out. It's a beast wave. Suddenly a sharp voice rang out. At this moment, Lin Yu and the others looked towards the outside. The densely packed behemoths were like an army of steel, charging towards Junling city in a vast manner. The sheer volume. It's downright frightening. Having just ended a crisis. I didn't expect another beast wave without interruption. Gangnam City is still really plagued with disasters. Leave it to me, Lin Yu said softly. Although the number of these beast tides is huge, the level of these behemoths, they are all around level 50, were simply too weak in Lin Yu's eyes. In the face of absolute strength, numbers are useless. Lin Yu quickly maneuvered the Panga mech and charged over. A terrifying mecha skill was cast out. Even with just a random strike, a large swath of giant beasts died. This made the other mechs suck in their breath when they saw it. This was too powerful. It was almost like a mecha god of war, with the power of one man, against the entire wave of beasts. Not even for a minute. That beast tide was directly crushed. Those giant beasts that were still alive also fled quickly. In response, Lin Yu didn't go after him. There's no end to the behemoths to kill, unless they are exterminated. Whatever. The beast tide crisis has also been lifted. Elder brother Luo, I'm going back to see my parents first. I'll leave this place to you guys, Lin Yu said to Luo Feng before once again maneuvering the Panga mech to quickly leave. Soon, Lin Yu then returned to the villa complex. After landing smoothly, Lin Yu quickly entered inside the house. Mom and Dad, are you guys alright? Lin Yu hurriedly inquired after entering. The two parents also nodded slightly, indicating that they were fine. This time, it's also thanks to Jing. Otherwise, I'm afraid that all of us in the entire neighborhood would only die. Old Mom, Li Wenjing, sighed. In the face of that heaven-taking array, Bai Jingjing could only save the people inside the entire cell. As for the outside of the cell, there were many people who were refined by that heaven-taking array. Thanks, Lin Yu thanked towards Bai Jingjing. It's just a matter of smoothness. I'll be refined even if I don't resist. Bai Jingjing waved her hand, having a small condescending expression. Now it turns out that Bai Jingjing is a bit of a knife to the heart. Rather inexplicably quite enjoyable. Mom and Dad, it's a good thing we came back this time. Lin Yu sighed once again. If Lin Yu and the others didn't return this time, now then, everyone in Junling City, including your own parents, is dead. Mom and Dad, I've decided. We'll move and go live in Kunlun City in the future. Lin Yu hurriedly continued. Kunlun City is the safest city at the moment, and it's also close to the Kunlun Mecha, so my sister and I will be able to come back to see you guys more often at that time. Dad and Mom have been living in this Junling City for decades. To be honest, it must have been a bit of a bummer to let them go. After all, it's definitely a bit uncomfortable to be in a strange place. Listen to your son. Father Lin Fangping directly nodded his head in response. The grandchildren haven't even been hugged yet. He doesn't want to die early. Okay, listen to your son. Li Wenjing nodded her head as well. The two parents, too, agreed straight away. Seeing this, Lin Yu was delighted. Originally, I thought my mom and dad would not agree, and I thought of a lot of reasons. Now it looks like the reasons that came to mind won't work. Next, Lin Yu hurriedly contacted his sister, Lin Wanner. However, there was no contact. Contact to Xiaoyu was also not connected. Looks like Lin Wanner and Xiaoyu are still in the copy or secret realm. It didn't take long. Instead, the president of Kunlun Mecha University personally called to make contact. Nowadays, the fact that he possessed a god-level mecha was already exposed. The speed of the internet spreads and allows a lot of people in this world to see it. Thank you, Principal. Lin Yu gave a thank you. Succession, what a concept. In other words, in the future, Lin Yu will become the new president of Kunlun Mecha University. Right, Principal. I want to arrange for my parents to stay in Kunlun City. Can you help me? Lin Yu hurriedly inquired. The kind of city that Kunlun City is an inch of gold. It would certainly be a lot easier with the principal himself. No problem. I'll send someone to make arrangements now. Wei Liren directly agreed. The night passed quickly. A new morning dawns. The sun rises and the sunlight pours down on the earth. Seeds of hope seem to be planted, and it was so comforting to feel the sunlight falling on my body. And the internet has been buzzing to a fever pitch. Some of the web servers are starting to crash. The The video of Lin Yu's great power last night had even begun to spread like wildfire on the internet. But all about Lin Yu. That heat is like a rocket. In a straight line up. It's so cool. This is a god-level mecha. This god-level mecha. It's almost as if the gods themselves are present. Our mecha can't even compare. Compare? You're so naive. Aren't you? Our mech just don't have that qualification to compare. Have you guys seen that axe yet? It's definitely a top-tier divine weapon. This Lin Yu is too powerful, isn't he? It's only been a year or so since he joined the Kunlun Mecha University, and he's already grown to such a terrifying level. Yeah, the so-called mecha geniuses and demons. In front of this Lin Yu, that's way off. There was a lot of heated discussion. Junling City became even more lively. Countless mechs, various media outlets, all gathered outside the villa complex, for the sake of being able to meet Lin Yu, who possessed a god-level mecha. From ancient times to the present, currently it was just Lin Yu who was a god-level mecha. There are even some scientists who have spoken out, asking Lin Yu to give them a study to extract the mech genes in Lin Yu's body, which might allow more people to awaken god-level mechs. At this point, Lin Yu was inside his room, seeing all sorts of information about himself online. Face it, Lin Yu had expected it from the moment he had awakened his god-level mecha. This news is an absolute sensation all over the world. Sure enough, now he is considered to be completely famous, and it is expected that everyone knows him. Of course, Lin Yu can also think that he has become the target of some people. Odds are that someone is bound to do it to themselves at some point in the future. It's better to return to Kunlun Mecha University first, Lin Yu said in his heart. Inside the Kunlun Mecha University, at least it wouldn't be that dangerous. Imperative. Or should I upgrade my mech level? A 10-star Mecha Master. Always still too weak. As soon as one becomes a legendary Mecha Master, then, in this world, there is no one in the world who is his opponent. At that time, one would be able to feel more at ease. Surely the source of fear is all because of one's own lack of strength. Leave now, Lin Yu continued. With that, a big wave of the hand. All the things inside the room were received by Lin Yu in his storage ring. Many of the things inside his room were Lin Yu's precious memories, and he definitely wouldn't just throw them away. After walking out of the room, come into the living room, Lin Yu looked at his mom and dad and opened his mouth to inquire. Dad, Mom, have you guys cleaned up yet? Aha! The two parents nodded. The two of them also had storage rings, so it's easy to pack up the big furniture in the special home, all together. The entire inside of the house was empty. All of a sudden it doesn't feel like home. Alright then, let's get going. Lin Yu smiled. I've already asked the principal to get a good set of accommodation in Kunlun City. After all, it was the president of Kunlun Mecha University himself. A mere house inside Kunlun City was still easily obtainable. After walking out of the house, the other neighbors of the villa community had already gathered outside. Upon watching Lin Yu come out, each of them was incomparably excited. Lin Yu. It's Lin Yu coming out. The only mecha master in the world to awaken a god-level mecha. I knew from the very beginning that Lin Yu was no pool animal, but I could tell right from the start that this kid possessed the qualifications to awaken a god-level mecha. Even though I'm old, I'm still pretty accurate in reading people. Facing the enthusiasm of these neighbors, Lin Yu only smiled in response. That was what they thought in their hearts, and Lin Yu knew it in his heart. It's all about being able to climb the ladder with yourself. As a light emanated from the storage ring on Lin Yu's finger, that cool guilt war machine appeared straight away. With the hatch open, Lin Yu brought his parents, as well as Bai Jingjing, and also boarded this warplane. After sitting still, hatch closed. The gilded fighter, with a swoosh, was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared in the eyes of those people. High in the sky, Lin Yu's parents, seeing that they were getting farther and farther away from leaving Junling City, were still a bit reluctant to leave. After all, it's the place where you've lived most of your life. Mom and Dad, a new life is waiting for us. Lin Yu sat beside his mom and smiled. When we get to Kunlun City and are free, I'll bring my girlfriend home and show you guys. As soon as I heard that I would be able to meet my daughter-in-law in the future, the reluctance of the two parents disappeared without a trace. Can't wait. Now to get to Kunlun City. Be careful. There are many people following us. After a short while, Bai Jingjing slowly opened her eyes and warned. Lin Yu also looked at the radar when he heard it. Didn't notice any flying machines, mechs, or anything like that around. But since Bai Jingjing had said so, that's definitely right. Bai Jingjing would never lie to himself. Presumably the people following them have some means of evading radar detection. Can you tell where their place is located? Lin Yu looked at Bai Jingjing and inquired. Yes. Bai Jingjing nodded slightly. That's good. Lin Yu calmly said. As long as the other party doesn't make a move, we'll hold our ground. Once they made a move against themselves, then Lin Yu would exterminate them with a thunderbolt. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu also had the Guild Fighter increase its speed to the fastest. One time, the Guild Fighter was like a shooting star, instantly crossing the sky. It looks like the rest of the ride isn't going to go well for you. I perceive that there is the aura of an evil spirit, and it has already finished taking over the mech and transformed into an evil spirit mech. Continuing after a minute's time, Bai Jingjing's face once again became grave. That evil spirit mecha. It is estimated that it is rushing towards your divine grade mecha, wanting to take over your body. A mere evil spirit. I have the means to deal with it. Lin Yu wasn't worried about evil spirits. He himself had mastered the divine grinding chaos viewpoint. Plus, he had also mastered the god refining technique. This evil spirit was the equivalent of the first sustenance for one's own strength enhancement. It's just that mom and dad are in a fighter jet. Once the fight breaks out, if you are a little careless, your own mom and dad could be in a dangerous situation. And at that time, it would be a bit of a problem. It's a long way to Kunlun City. Hoo. Lin Yu took a deep breath. It's ready for anything. Jingjing, once a battle occurs, my parents you're in your hands. Lin Yu said seriously. You must protect them with all your might. This was the first time Lin Yu had ordered Bai Jingjing so formally. In other words, a human would have dared to order himself like that before. The white crystal had devoured it long ago. However, it was Lin Yu who gave the order in front of her, so she was still willing to obey. Boom! A mighty ray of light quickly blasted towards the gilded war machine that Lin Yu was in. Fortunately, the guild fighter's maneuvering ability was also quite strong, and it dodged the attack smoothly. The light eventually blasted a mountain, erupting in a thunderous boom. After a few seconds it could be clearly seen that the entire mountain had been flattened. It was enough to see the terrifying power of that ray of light. Immediately after that, an Emperor-class mecha appeared out from behind. This Emperor-class mech also has a pair of mech wings, and it looks like it's very good at air combat. It was no wonder that it was so fast. Database search complete. Name, Shan Tang. Stellar Mechs. Affiliated with the Sirius Group. Good fellow. Actually a stellar mecha master. Really looking up to me. Lin Yu coldly grunted. This Emperor-class mech was at level 120. And obviously the mech master who was controlling this mech was definitely a stellar mech master. Currently in this world, the legendary mecha master was the most powerful existence. The second is this stellar mecha master. Luckily, this guild fighter is loaded with databases. Famous mechs of this world are recorded in it. After all people's mechs were unique, so it was possible to tell who was at the controls by that mech's exterior. Sirius Group. Lin Yu knew. This Skywolf Group is specialized in R&D, like artificial mechs. It could be said that in this aspect of artificial mechs, the Skywolf Group was the best in the world. Even an ordinary person can operate an artificial mech. However, artificial mechs are always limited in power and cannot be upgraded. Of course, that's just the surface. This Skywolf Group specializes in genetic research behind the scenes. Now this Skywolf Group, sending out stellar mecha masters, definitely wanted to capture Lin Yu to go back and study him. After all, in everyone's opinion, Lin Yu's body was the divine mecha gene. If this gene can be extracted, it may allow more people to awaken god-level mechs. If you are caught, Lin Yu could even guess what was going to happen to him. That must be worse than death. Begging for life and death. So, never get caught. Nor can they be captured by other forces. The other side is fast. Have you decided? Bai Jingjing reminded gently. After all, that's a stellar mecha master. Guild fighter, although it was the top of the line fighter at the moment. In terms of speed, it certainly couldn't compare to a level 120 Emperor-class mech. And it was still a mech that excelled in the air. There's only one thing to do now. They're targeting me. Lin Yu quickly made up his mind. Jingjing, you take my parents to Kunlun Mecha University. Will it work? Bai Jingjing was a little worried. Don't misunderstand. This king is just worried that if you die, this king will die with you. Don't worry. I have plenty of means. Lin Yu smiled. As long as his parents arrived safely at Kunlun Mecha University, then Lin Yu wouldn't have to worry. Alright, this king won't allow you to die. Bai Jingjing nodded. Mom and dad, don't worry too. I'll be fine. Your son is awesome. Lin Yu turned to his mom and dad and smiled. Immediately, the hatch opened. Lin Yu jumped straight out. Pancake Mecha summoning. After the Pangu Mech appeared, Lin Yu directly entered the Pangu Mech. The Discordian Mecha was already a master of flight skills. This trip is suspended in the air. Watching that Emperor-level mech get closer and closer. Lin Yu, come back with me. As long as you're willing to cooperate with us in our research, we can agree to all your demands. Soon, that Tang Shan maneuvered her mech and stopped, looking at Lin Yu's god-level mech with some greed. Don Shan, I've heard a lot about you. I heard that when you were 18 years old, you entered a greenhouse and started selling your art. I didn't expect to get lucky in the back and awaken an Emperor-level mecha. Lin Yu laughed. Lin Yu also already knew some information about this Tang Shan. After all, the database of the guild fighter was connected to the Kunlun Mecha University. Well, at least it's a top university. Some intelligence information is still collected, especially the intel on the more powerful mechs. After hearing Lin Yu's words, that Tang Shan immediately looked furious. That period of time was definitely her scar. After so long, she had long forgotten about it. But at this moment Lin Yu directly made her recall it again. Lin Yu, it looks like you're not cooperating. However, you're only at level 100 now, and even though you have a god-ranked mech, you're still no match for me, Tang Shan said with a cold smile on her face. She swore, after we capture Lin Yu, we must cut him up down there. She's cut a lot over the years. It's long been a matter of familiarity. Then you're not looking down too much on god-level mechs. Lin Yu laughed. It seems. It was also time for all the other god-level mechs to show up and move around. Everyone else come out too. What's the point of hiding all the time? Lin Yu continued loudly, though just to the naked eye. It was currently just him and Tang Shan and the two mechs. But Lin Yu had cast the Mecha True Eye skill. It was also clear to see at once that there were many other mechs around. With a shout from Lin Yu, several mechs have appeared. There was also a stellar mech master among them. Yen Demon. I didn't expect you to come too. Tang Shan saw another stellar mecha master who was maneuvering at the emperor level and stared. Jia. After all, it's a god-level mecha, which I, Yen Demon, naturally want to own. A bizarre-like voice rang out. Yama, that big name. Lin Yu had heard about it. The most famous and powerful evil mecha in the world right now. This Yen Demon had mastered the means of seizing a mech, and before that, he was nothing more than a king-level mech. By constantly taking over, it was now a mastery of the emperor-level mecha. There are other mechs around, presumably other forces. It seems that the evil spirit mecha is not going to come out yet. Is it preparing for the yellow bird to come out? Lin Yu couldn't help but speculate in his heart as he looked around and didn't see the appearance of the evil spirit mecha. I didn't expect that as soon as the news of this divine class mech was exposed, there were organizations that wanted to capture me for research, and there were evil mech masters who wanted to take over my mech. There are even evil spirits waiting in the shadows. Luckily I have enough power to resist now. If it had been the other way around at the beginning, I'm afraid that I would have died long ago if the news of my own god-level mech had appeared. The biggest threat at the moment, it's this Tang Shan and Yen Demon, two stellar mecha masters. Other mechs, not enough to fear. Good on. It's a good thing we're leaving from Gangnam City today. If it was a few days later, before leaving from Junling City, it is estimated that the mecha powerhouses that he is facing now are even more. At that time, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to deal with them so easily. Make the first move. Targeted. Heaven's way chains unleashed. Black hole devouring. The Discordian mech erupted into light. The void. A chain instantly rushed out. Directly, those mechs were deadbound in droves. This Tang Shan and Yen Demon reacted very quickly, instantly maneuvering their mechs to avoid the bindings of that Dao chain. Immediately after, a black hole appeared. Those mechs that were bound by the heavenly chains were all swallowed by the black holes, constantly tearing. Boom boom boom. An explosion rang out. It was almost just a matter of seconds. One moment. The whole air. There were only 3 mechs left. Lin Yu, Tang Shan and Yen Demon. Worthy of being a god-level mecha. This is so terrifying both in terms of the mecha skills mastered and the power. Yen Demon licked his own lips, and in his heart, he wanted to seize this divine-grade mech more and more. At the same time, the more he looked at the emperor-level mech he now had at his disposal, the more he disliked it. Tang Shan, how about you and I join forces? I want his god-ranked mech, and you just want him as a person. Yama opened his mouth to offer. After all, the only one who possessed a god-level mecha was Lin Yu. If it is suppressed in a moment, between the two of them, there must be a battle. It's better to make peace. Take what you get. There might be other powerful people in the shadows. We have to be careful of the mantis catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow in the back. Yen Demon reminded again. Tang Shan also understood in her heart. Good. You and I will join forces. Tang Shan directly nodded her head and agreed. Instead, their group, again, had not mastered the means to seize a god-level mecha. But as long as they brought Lin Yu, the man, back and extracted the god-level mecha genes from his body, they might be able to cultivate more mechs with god-level mechs through their technical research. Is this the start of a partnership? 2 stellar mecha masters joining forces. It looks like I'm really honored. Lin Yu laughed at this moment. Cut the crap. Lin Yu, I'll give you a chance to give up your resistance yourself. Yen Demon sneered. The desire in his heart was magnified to an extreme. A god-level mecha was something he had always dreamed of. This god-level mecha has never appeared in history before, but now it has appeared in this era. Learned the news. Yama then came quickly. Otherworldly space. Tangshan directly took out a treasure in this instant. This treasure seemed to be a special class supreme treasure. The moment it was cast, an eerie light erupted, instantly enveloping them all. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu then saw that he was already inside a special alien space. Although the entire space looks incomparably vast, the truth is, there is absolutely no exit. Sure enough, in this world, there are all kinds of treasures. This Tangshan was able to take out such a supreme treasure to trap himself. It seems that the other side is imperative. But, this was a good thing for Lin Yu. One can fight at full strength in this. Soon, Tangshan and Yen Demon also appeared in this. I'll suppress him first. Yen Demon quickly struck out. Already not wanting to continue wasting time, Yen Demon maneuvered his Emperor-level mecha and attacked towards Lin Yu. Extremely fast. Almost just a moment later, it disappeared into thin air. Only a trail of residual shadows was left behind. Boom! Yen Demon maneuvered his mech to quickly arrive in front of Lin Yu and blasted out with a punch. It was directly bombarded on the Discordian mech. The immense power caused Lin Yu to feel a pain. The Discordian mecha was even knocked back more than 10 meters. This punch of mine, even a star mecha master would have trouble resisting it. And you, a 10-star mecha master, actually blocked it. It looks like this god-level mecha is really against the odds. Yama licked his lips greedily. This god-level mech himself is a must-have. Ha! Let's show you all what a god-level mecha is. Lin Yu hummed. Having just resisted Yen Demon's strike, it also allowed Lin Yu to further feel the power of this Yen Demon. Although powerful and awesome, it is not an invincible existence. There is still a chance. Next, Lin Yu began to launch a counterattack. The various skills mastered by the Discordian mecha were quickly executed. Lin Yu's entire state was simply on fire. With full, uninterrupted output. It's like a human-sized turret with unlimited firepower. Boom boom. Facing such a crazy attack, this Yen Demon was also instantly a little hard to bear. This can't be right. His mecha skills can actually be so insanely uncomplicated to use. The spiritual energy value in his body. Just how much is it? Tangshan's heart shook when she saw this scene. Performing mecha skills in such a frantic manner, the spiritual energy value in the body was definitely consumed in large quantities. If it were any other mecha masters, they would probably have exhausted all of their spiritual energy value long ago. Heaven and Earth Slash. The Heaven Opening Axe is a divine weapon. Combined with the super powerful mech skill of Heaven and Earth Slash, the might that erupted from this was enough to be described as terrifying. This Yen Demon had just resisted a strike, and the entirety of his own Emperor-class mech had suffered a hint of damage. For a time, it made this Yen Devil not even dare to harden himself against Lin Yu's attack. It also made these two people go and clearly know that this god-level mecha was really too terrifying. The difference between Lin Yu's realm and theirs was a full 2 great realms, and the mecha level. They were also 20 levels higher than Lin Yu's mecha. But now the situation. Instead, Lin Yu's 100-level god-level mechs began to counter-suppress. Tangshan, if you and I join forces, we can definitely suppress it. Yen Demon hurriedly spoke. The 2 stellar mecha masters joining forces would definitely be able to capture Lin Yu. Dan Shan also understood. If she hadn't teamed up with Yen Demon, she definitely wouldn't have been able to suppress Lin Yu so easily on her own. Boom! Next, Tangshan maneuvered her own mech, equipped with a mech longbow, and as she drew it, aimed it at Lin Yu's pango mech. Phew! A cracking sound came from the air. In this moment, Lin Yu spotted the huge arrow that had broken through the air. Immediately, Lin Yu hastily executed his mech to move instantly, disappearing in place, pulling away. Shit, there's a tracking function. Lin Yu spat out somewhat. By moving instantly, it was clear that the arrow had been dodged. But in the next second, the arrow mobilized its direction and blasted towards Lin Yu once again. This arrow is called 100 shots. Tangshan smiled with a confident expression. Lin Yu saw this. Since you can't hide, then it's just a matter of fighting hard. Seeing the arrow, it was only seconds away. Lin Yu hurriedly had the Pango Mecha use the Heaven Opening Axe as a shield against his face. Boom! That arrow directly blasted onto the Heaven Opening Axe. The huge impact caused the entire Pangea mech to back up in a straight line, but in the end it was resisted. Nothing at all happened to the Open Sky Axe. To be able to resist the might of my arrows, this axe of yours? I'm afraid it's a divine weapon. Tangshan said icily. It's a pity that you're only a 10-star Mecha Master. If you've reached a star Mecha Master, even if the two of us join hands, we probably won't be your opponent. Tangshan and Yen Demon joined forces with each other. Rumble. At once, Tangshan and Yen Demon's mechs, one after the other, surrounded Lin Yu. You guys are bullying the weak with the strong and bullying the few with the many. Lin Yu said calmly. Since that's the case, I won't play with you anymore. You guys think I'm just one god-ranked mecha like this. For your information, I have 4 god-level mechs like this one right now. Nuwa Mecha summoned. Shikigami Mecha summoning. Tendai Mecha summoning. In an instant, the other 3 god-level mechs appeared one after another. The moment. Tang Shan and Yen Demon were both dumbfounded with a look of incredulity. Blessed Heart activated successfully. All of your mechs are upgraded by 30% across the board. For a limited time of 10 minutes. Immediately after, the blessing light enveloped the 4 god-level mechs, and the power alone was directly increased by 30%. The power was greatly increased, consuming 300,000 psychic energy values. Your Heavenly Emperor Mecha, 4 Gods Mecha, and Nuwa Mecha have entered into automatic battle mode for 10 minutes. All of a sudden, it felt as if his body had been emptied, and the 300,000 psychic energy value instantly disappeared. The Heavenly Emperor Mecha, the 4 Gods Mecha, and the Nuwa Mecha were as if they were alive at this moment, as if the great gods themselves had descended. The aura of the mech emanating from it was simply terrifying. One could even faintly see some of those visions, and from the visions, one could even see the terror of those great gods. Machine God Body. You're actually the legendary Machine God Body. Tang Shan's entire body froze. Machine God Body. Yen Demon was also dumbfounded. Even if it's a Machine God Body that can possess 7 mechs, but what makes all of them divine mechs for you? Don't you guys want to bully the few with the many? Lin Yu laughed loudly. With a command of his own, their own god-ranked mechs began to attack. The Nuwa Mecha took the lead in using space-based skills and began to isolate Tang Shan and Yen Demon's range of motion. A spatial god blade began to erupt. Immediately after that, the Heavenly Emperor Mecha held the divine weapon Heavenly Emperor Sword, like a sword god, and slashed out with a sword. The sword energy shone brightly. The 4 Gods Mecha cast Xuanwu pressure. The 2 gigantic Xuanwu Dharma phases directly crushed down towards Tang Shan and Yen Demon's mechs. At the same time, the endless fire domain erupted, and that terrifying vermilion bird flame caused the entire space to become incandescent, as if it was burning everything. Roar! A deafening sound of a tiger's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. The 4 Gods Mecha was equipped with a pair of divine artifact divine tiger claws, and it was like a fierce tiger pouncing towards its 2 prey. 3 god-level mechs fighting automatically. This was much more violent than Lin Yu fighting in person. At this very moment, such a situation was completely beyond Tang Shan and Yen Demon's expectations. This Lin Yu was simply too demonic. Not only is the legendary Machine God Body, Awakening owns the mech. All are god-level mechs. I'm afraid no one will believe this if it gets out. Now, Tang Shan, quickly lift this 4 in space. Yen Demon shouted in a hurry. Now, he just wants to get out alive. Facing such a large number of god-level mechs under siege, if he didn't leave again, he would probably only die. Can't turn it off. This alien space. It'll take an hour for the exit to appear. Tang Shan had a stony face. Who would have thought that things would turn out this way? It's too late to escape now. You will be buried here. Lin Yu laughed. This alien space is a good place to be buried. The next fight. Lin Yu just watched the show from inside the Panga mech, basically not having to do anything. Although this Tang Shan and Yen Demon wanted to capture the thief first, the 2 of them simply didn't have that chance to get close to Lin Yu. 3 god-level mechs, plus a 30% all-around boost through the Blessed Heart. What a concept. Although the god-level mechs were all level 100, teaming up to deal with 2 level 120 Emperor-level mechs was still easily no problem. Boom! 2 minutes passed. That Yen Demon's mecha was directly penetrated by the Heavenly Emperor Mecha's Heavenly Emperor Sword. With a single stroke, his mech exploded on the spot. This Yen Demon's body also instantly annihilated and died in this explosion. Watching Yen Demon die, that Tang Shan immediately also felt the endless death aura. The heart became fearful all of a sudden. Blink. The 3 god-ranked mechs instantly surrounded themselves. It continued to make Don Shan feel desperate. And still endless despair. I surrender. Please spare my life. Tang Shan hurriedly begged for mercy. She doesn't want to die yet. Too late. Lin Yu said indifferently. Lin Yu was not a man of any kindred spirit. Next. Order again. The 3 god-ranked mechs launched another fierce attack. Eventually, that Tang Shan didn't even last a minute before she was cut to pieces by the Nuwa Mecha's Space God Blade. Total death. With my current strength, with all the mechs summoned, dealing with 2 stellar Mecha Masters is considered a breeze. Lin Yu smiled faintly. As a little bit of time passes, 10 minutes passed quickly. The 3 god-level mechs also stopped fighting automatically. With that, Lin Yu also summoned them all back to the mecha space within his body. Continue to wait patiently. An hour passed. Sure enough, an exit out of this place then appeared. Lin Yu maneuvered the Panga mech and quickly rushed out, leaving this alien space. Lin Yu landed smoothly on the ground. The Discordian mech was also summoned back. He was now located in the middle of a large mountain. Look around. Basically, you can't see a single person. All of them are incredibly tall trees. Every now and then, the hissing of a giant beast came from the distance. Immediately after, Lin Yu was half kneeling on the ground, and his entire body looked incomparably agonized. His face had gone a little pale. Jia jia jia. A few seconds passed before an evil laugh came. A mecha that was covered in a dense black aura rumbled and landed right in front of Lin Yu. I didn't expect that you're only a 10-star mecha master and you still managed to kill 2 stellar mecha masters. So it seems that this god-level mecha is really powerful. The mech that emanated a black aura had a voice from inside that made people's scalps go numb. Immediately, from inside that mech, a purple evil spirit rushed out. Lin Yu could sense that this purple evil spirit was much more powerful than the evil spirits he had encountered in the past. It was almost an instant. That purple evil spirit then rushed into Lin Yu's body, wanting to take over Lin Yu's god-level mecha. At this moment, the corner of Lin Yu's mouth lifted. Everything that just happened was a performance on its own, in order to draw out this evil spirit. Sure enough, this evil spirit saw that he couldn't make it and thought that it was a great opportunity to take over a god-level mech. But it never expected that all of this was deliberate on Lin Yu's part. That purple evil spirit entered Lin Yu's body. Instantly, he was pulled inside a strange space. Instantly, the purple evil spirit could see an incomparably huge chaos god mill. For a moment, this purple evil spirit became somewhat alarmed. You actually mastered the chaos god mill viewpoint. This method is specialized in restraining evil spirits. Moreover, it also saw the divine shadows of the 4 supreme gods. It became even more trembling. Machine god body. You're actually a machine god body, and they're all god-level mechs. The purple evil spirit panicked. Entering Lin Yu's body by himself was simply asking for death. It wants to escape. Upon realizing that the chaotic god mill had directly forced it to suck it over, it was simply powerless to resist. As the divine mill crushed over and over again, this purple evil spirit has turned into a fragment. God refining technique. Lin Yu cast it again. With the operation of the God refining technique, that purple evil spirit was rapidly refined. For a few short seconds. It's done. Refining purple evil spirit. Your psychic energy value plus 5,000. This God refining skill in conjunction with this chaotic divine grinding conceptualization is truly incomparably overbearing, making this evil spirit unable to resist at all. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes and smiled. After refining this evil spirit, it instead made Lin Yu feel that he had become much more comfortable in himself. Especially in terms of mental strength. It felt like it had gone up in a straight line. However, this evil spirit seems to have a rank as well. Lin Yu muttered once again. The evil spirits I saw before were all black, whereas an evil spirit like this is purple. The system's hint just now. The opponent is a purple evil spirit. It seems that this purple evil spirit is to be a notch more powerful than the black evil spirit we saw before. The moment. It also let Lin Yu know. Among the evil spirits, there are also stronger existences. This time, it was also luck. Otherwise, this purple evil spirit really wasn't that easy to deal with. Open the personal panel. With Lin Yu's command, a system panel appeared that only he could see. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Kijiji body, activated. Mecha master level, 10-star mecha master. Energy points, 0. Spiritual energy, 654,821. Mecha, Pango Mecha, level 100. Nuwa Mecha, level 100. 4 Gods Mecha, level 100. Heavenly Emperor Mecha, level 100. The spiritual energy value has reached 600,000. So it's estimated that in about 2 months of serious cultivation, one should be able to reach Star Mecha Master. Lin Yu nodded in thought. Jingle bells. At this point, the communicator he wore on his wrist came to life with a sound. Lin Yu saw this and immediately connected. And soon Bai Jingjing's voice rang out. Lin Yu, we've arrived at Kunlun Mecha University. Hearing this news, Lin Yu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. That's good. I finished solving it as well, so I'll rush back right away. After the call, Lin Yu summoned the Nuwa Mech. Good on. There was still enough psychic energy value in his body. Through the space shuttling skills of the Nuwa Mech, Lin Yu was rapidly returning towards the Kunlun Mech University. As a little bit of time passes, the whole world, the sky was full of news about Lin Yu, the first person to awaken a god-level mecha Lin Yu. Instead, it didn't take long. Lin Yu then managed to return to Kunlun Mecha University. The moment he stepped into Kunlun Mecha University, Lin Yu felt a sense of security and relaxation. All the way, the other Kunlun Mecha University students, one by one, looked at Lin Yu with unblinking eyes. In their opinion, Lin Yu would definitely be able to become the #1 mech in the future. This is a god-level mech. All over the world, Lin Yu was the only one to be able to become students of the same school as Lin Yu. In the future, when they went out, they would be able to brag about it. He even bragged loudly. The number one person in God-level mechs is my alumnus. Many young students, even more so, looked at Lin Yu with fascination. One time, Lin Yu became the number one schoolboy at Kunlun Mecha University. Facing the enthusiasm of his classmates, Lin Yu just smiled in response. I learned that my mom and dad were at the top of Kunlun Shinshan. Lin Yu also sped up, rushing toward the top. It didn't work for a while. Lin Yu then arrived at the top of the Divine Mountain. Son. Upon seeing Lin Yu's appearance, the two parents hurriedly called out. They really did not expect. Only awakened the God-level mech. Actually there are so many people want their son's life in that mech. If they are really captured by that wolf group and studied, surely will be a miserable torture. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I'm fine. Lin Yu smiled and circled a few times. I don't have a single injury on me. Your son is already very strong. That's good. Only then did Li Wenjing feel completely relieved. It's good that it's okay. Lin Fangping also patted Lin Yu's shoulder and said softly, this time, we have to thank Jing. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to make it to Kunlun Mecha University. That day, the wolf group, and people from other forces, wanted to capture Lin Yu's parents as hostages. Anyone who knows, Lin Yu is a filial child. If the parents are caught, Lin Yu will definitely compromise with them. However, they had miscalculated. What they didn't know was that the Bai Jingjing beside Lin Yu was a very powerful divine beast. Jingjing, thanks. Lin Yu hurriedly looked at Bai Jingjing next to him and gave a thank you. Just something in passing. Bai Jingjing waved her hand and spoke indifferently. Still a queenly aura. Lin Yu. Next, what are your plans? Principal Wei Liren walked over and softly inquired. Headmaster, I intend to cultivate properly next and become stronger. Lin Yu directly said. I'm only a 10-star mech now or not enough. Only if I reach the legendary mech master and even higher levels, those people won't be able to move on themselves. As long as one has absolute power, no matter what kind of plotting and scheming, one will not succeed. Aha! You cultivate well. Kunlun Mecha University will provide you with all the resources. Anything you need, just ask. Wei Liren nodded slightly. Already, he wanted to cultivate Lin Yu as his future successor. And Lin Yu's future is even more hopeful for humanity. There are also only a small number of organizations, forces, or other mechs that want to study Lin Yu and take over God-level mechs. In fact, most of the world hoped that Lin Yu would become stronger, lead humanity, and defeat the behemoth. Headmaster, originally I planned to let my parents stay in Kunlun City, but in this current situation, Kunlun City isn't very safe either. I want to get my parents to live at Kunlun Mech University. Lin Yu requested. There is no problem with this. Wei Liren nodded and continued. Inside the next period of time, those people won't blatantly make a move. And whoever dares to make a move with you nowadays is the enemy of all. You're the only mecha master in the world to awaken a god-level mecha. Nowadays, the strength of the behemoths is also rising, especially those oceanic behemoths. The news of your awakening of the divine class mecha has given everyone hope as well. Perhaps, you too can become the first god-ranked mecha master in history. Wei Liren said a lot at once. Headmaster, don't worry, I'll work hard. Lin Yu assured. He did not want, either, for humanity to perish in a future crisis. There is one more thing, Wei Liren said seriously once again. Not only does all of humanity know about your news, I'm afraid some of the giant beasts know about it as well. Those behemoths definitely won't be watching, and will definitely strike at some time inside the future. And this time is not expected to take long, so you'll have to raise your strength faster. Especially those terrifying behemoths. They were all kings amongst the behemoths and possessed extremely high intelligence. They definitely don't want humanity to appear a god-level mecha master. That way, it wouldn't be so easy for them to rule the entire world and wipe out all of humanity. Hear this. Lin Yu nodded seriously. Not so much thinking about it myself. Rather a bit sad. Beware of humans yourself on one hand, and beware of behemoths on the other. It really is a long way to go. A long way to go. Lin Yu laughed to himself. With the principal's help, Lin Yu's arrangement for his parents to live in Kunlun Mecha University was also very easy and smooth. After saying goodbye to the principal, Lin Yu then brought the two parents to his floating island. There are enough rooms. At that time, when the oldest sister returns, their family will be able to be together again. The only thing that was a bit of a pity was that his younger sister, Lin Jiaojiu, was at the ethereal Mecha University. For this new environment, Lin Yu's two parents were still quite satisfied. Of course the most important thing was having Lin Yu around. Son, next you cultivate well. Lin Fangping hurriedly said seriously at this time. Although he wasn't a mecha master, he understood that Lin Yu was facing a lot of problems right now, and for these problems to be easily put to rest, you have to be powerful enough. Aha! Lin Yu smiled and nodded. After everything is set up, Lin Yu also went straight into a state of cultivation. With Lin Yu's active cultivation, the divine level cultivation method allowed Lin Yu's overall improvement to be a bit faster. Bai Jingjing was also lying by Lin Yu's side and also began to enter cultivation. The machine god body can not only help the mecha masters around them to improve, but also help divine beasts like Bai Jingjing to improve faster and more efficiently. As each day passes, unawareness, 10 days just flew by. A new day dawns. Lin Wanair and Xiaoyu successfully returned. Both of them had reached Star Mecha Master. The mech levels were all raised to 110 as well. The two came out, just to learn about the exposure of Lin Yu's god-level mecha. Very anxious, and even rushed back in a hurry. It's good to know that everything is safe and sound. Lin Waner and Xiaoyu were also relieved. However, it was also fortunate that Lin Yu hadn't exposed the information about the machine god body, and even more so, that the mechs that Lin Yu had awakened were all god-level mechs. Otherwise, certain forces, people, and even the kings amongst the giant beasts would definitely be even more frantic and would never let Lin Yu go. Especially the behemoths, when they knew that Lin Yu was a machine god body, and all of them were also god-level mechs, they definitely wouldn't let Lin Yu continue to grow. Perhaps even within this Kunlun Mecha University, those behemoths would launch a fierce attack on the Kunlun Mecha University and exterminate it no matter what the cost. So, whatever the crisis, imperative, still need to improve myself. Seeing Lin Yu seriously cultivating, Lin Waner and Xiaoyu didn't disturb. When she saw her mom and dad, Lin Wanair was even happier. It had been a long time since she had spent time with her family. Xiaoyu was also a bit shy. I didn't expect to see my in-laws for the first time. She was totally unprepared for any gift. Good on. She could sense that Lin Yu's parents still liked her very much. It continued for more than 10 days. Mo Shitting and Yiling had also returned, and the two of them had also reached 10-star Mecha Master, raising their Mecha level to 100. One time, Lin Fangping and Li Wenjing were both a bit stunned. I didn't realize my day was so peachy. Except for my daughter, Lin Wanair. Beside his son, all the girls are very beautiful. These girls all have extraordinary temperaments, each with their own unique characteristics. The only thing they have in common is that they are all absolutely beautiful. As the saying goes, the onlooker knows better. They are parents, but they can also see that Mo Shitting and Yiling have a good feeling about Lin Yu. But, such a thing, and they weren't going to get involved in it. Just let Lin Yu see to it. His own son was so smart and talented that he could surely handle something like this on his own. Ding dong! Congratulations! Your psychic energy value has reached 700,000. You have successfully reached the Star Mecha Master. It was noon on this day. The voice of the system inside Lin Yu's head rang out. At the same time, in this instant, Lin Yu also felt an even more powerful force surging out from the depths of his own body. It's kind of a work in progress. Finally, I've reached Star Mecha Master. Wait for the mech to be raised to level 110. With my overall strength, even if 10 stellar Mecha Masters come, I'll be able to easily defeat them. It's just as good a fight against a legendary Mecha Master. Lin Yu's heart was incomparably excited at the moment. The Secret Realm. Lin Yu decided instantly in the next second. Entering the Secret Realm on the one hand can enhance the level of the mech. On the other hand can also be cultivated in the Secret Realm. And on the other hand can explore the chance of creation in the Secret Realm. Good on. Sister Lin Wanair is back. After that, Mom and Dad were looked after by his sister. So Lin Yu could rest assured that he would be able to go cultivate inside the Secret Realm. It would be great if he could find treasures, chances, or something that could make his parents become Mecha Masters. When will my fifth mech awaken? Lin Yu inquired in his mind. When you reach Stellar Mecha Master, you will automatically awaken the fifth mecha. After receiving the answer, Lin Yu's heart instantly had a number, and then Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. Then he looked at the fact that there were 4 great beauties in front of him. Lin Waner, Xiaoyu, Mo Shitting and Yiling. Same as before. Cultivate around yourself. It's a feeling and atmosphere that can't help but be nostalgic. Are you done cultivating? Xiaoyu quickly stopped cultivating and looked at Lin Yu and smiled sweetly. Go out for a walk. Lin Yu proposed. Yes. Xiaoyu nodded. The two couldn't help but take small hands and walk out of the house together. Come outside. The scenery in front of us is still as beautiful as ever. There are pretty flowers all over the place. The two of them strolled through the flowers. Incredibly romantic. Soon, the two didn't say anything and just hugged each other tightly. Came a passionate, light kiss. It was as if 1,000 words from both of them were in that kiss. With the kiss over, Xiaoyu's entire body was somewhat paralyzed inside Lin Yu's embrace. The two were quickly seated. Looking at the scenery in front of him, Lin Yu said somewhat apologetically, I've already reached Star Mecha Master. Next I plan to go to the Secret Realm to cultivate. I was thinking of spending a few days with you. You were, but in my current state, I really don't have much time. Xiaoyu nodded slightly. Alright, I can understand it all. You and I should both work hard on our cultivation before we can do so. And the present struggle is also for a better future. In the future, the two of them will also be able to stay together more permanently. When do you plan to leave? Xiaoyu continued with an inquiry. When the secret realm scrolls arrive, we'll set off. Lin Yu said truthfully, I've already contacted the principal, who will send someone to deliver the level 110 secret realm scrolls. Secret realm scrolls above level 100, in the entire world, were a rare existence. Its value, that's certainly nothing to sneeze at. In the entire Kunlun Mecha University, there were only 2 level 110 secret scrolls. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Yu was a god-level mech, the hope of future humanity, Kunlun Mecha University definitely wouldn't have allowed such a rare secret scroll to be given to Lin Yu, a level 110 secret realm. I'm sure it's changed to be treacherous. You must be careful, Xiaoyu reminded. Aha, Lin Yu smiled faintly, looking at Xiaoyu's stunningly beautiful face. In a flash, Lin Yu once again came with a dominating kiss. With this dominating kiss over with, ahem, that's when a coughing sound came from behind them. As Lin Yu turned to look, the visitor was none other than his homeroom teacher, Jiang Wenlai. For a while, Xiaoyu's face became slightly blushing. The scene just now was definitely already seen by Jiang Wenlai. This Jiang Wenlai's heart is also a little depressed. He is only here to send the secret realm scrolls. Who knows that this time, he ate a mouthful of dog food. Lin Yu, congratulations, you're already a star mecha master. Thinking back to our first meeting, you were still a 4-star mecha master, weren't you? Jiang Wenlai sighed. Short time, Lin Yu had already reached the same realm of cultivation that he, as a classroom teacher, had. It probably won't take long. Lin Yu would then completely surpass him. Jiang Wenlai was still quite happy in his heart. After all, this Lin Yu was his own student. Students can go above and beyond. Being a teacher is naturally gratifying. At the same time, Lin Yu was awakened to a god-level mecha. This is all the more reason for Jiang Wenlai to be proud with it. His own student, awakened, was a god-level mecha. This spreads out and surely fills others with envy. Right now alone, inside this Kunlun Mecha University, the other mecha teachers he encountered from time to time would all give a cry of envy at themselves for having such a student. Okay, take this level 110 secret scroll, and the task that the principal gave me is complete. With that, Jiang Wenlai quickly handed the scroll to Lin Yu and smiled. After receiving this level 110 secret scroll, Lin Yu gave a thank you to Jiang Wenlai. Mr. Jiang, thank you for your hard work. What's so hard about this? You have to practice for me. Jiang Wenlai patted Lin Yu's shoulder and instructed. Remember, this is a level 110 secret scroll after all. It's treacherous. And one more thing, don't rely too much on the god-level mechs. You have to work hard to improve your ability to override the mechs. Utilize the true power of a god-level mecha as much as possible. And don't be so proud as to think that you can be invincible just because you've awakened a god-level mecha. Well, at least this Jiang Wenlai is the class teacher. So he said a lot to Lin Yu. It was also the hope that Lin Yu would achieve more. There is a long road ahead. Jiang Wenlai didn't wish that Lin Yu would simply fall down halfway through his journey. Teacher Jiang, just put your mind at ease. I understand everything. Lin Yu hurriedly nodded and assured. I will definitely follow your teachings. That's good. When do you plan to enter the secret realm? Jiang Wenlai asked. It'll start in a bit. Lin Yu replied. It's rather action-oriented. Jiang Wenlai nodded. In that case, I won't bother you two anymore. I'll leave first. Soon. Jiang Wenlai then left this floating island. At this very moment, once again, Lin Yu and Xiaoyu were the only two left in the midst of these flowers. The level 110 secret realm scroll has been obtained, so it's time for me to set off. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyu with some deep emotion and said, this time when I enter the secret realm, I guess I won't be able to see her for a while. Don't worry, I will also cultivate well and take good care of my uncle and aunt. You just do your best. Xiaoyu smiled gently. Remember, no matter what happens inside, you must put your own life first. Finally, the two hugged each other. Immediately after, Lin Yu also directly used the level 110 secret scroll. In an instant, Lin Yu's entire body turned into a ray of light and disappeared inside Xiaoyu's embrace. The secret realm scroll was already teleporting Lin Yu into the secret realm. After Lin Yu disappeared, Xiaoyu couldn't help but look into the distance and muttered, I should also cultivate harder before I can't drag my feet. You've entered the 110th level of the secret world. Other side. Lin Yu heard the system's voice. The whole man opened his eyes again. The scenery before us was already radically changed. The sky was overcast, and every now and then thunder rang out. The earth is even bleaker. Rumble. A boom. In that instant, a large volcano not far away, billowing smoke, began to erupt. The air was filled with an odor that made you a little sick. This is a level 110 secret realm. It really isn't simple. Lin Yu couldn't help but mutter. 10-die Mecha summoned. Next, Lin Yu hastily summoned his mech. After entering inside the Heavenly Emperor mech, only then did Lin Yu feel much better. With the human's own body, it was still a bit difficult to be in this secret realm, but inside the mech, you won't feel those discomforts. Plus, having the mech around is just full of security. Immediately, Lin Yu maneuvered the Heavenly Emperor Mecha and quickly levitated and flew into the air. That giant volcano erupted. The crimson magma, which erupted in a steady stream, flowed rapidly towards the ground. One time, the entire area is thick with smoke. The earth seems to be eroded by lava. No wonder. This area was so bleak that there wasn't even a single giant beast. Come to this high altitude. Another glance. The surrounding area is also clear. Soon Lin Yu noticed the eastward direction, and there was a green color over there, a very different change from the area he was currently in. There sure are a lot of giants over there. After deciding on a direction, Lin Yu then flew directly towards the east, piloting his mech. The time didn't take long. Then he left the area where the volcano had erupted. In front of him, a big rolling green mountain appeared. It feels full of life. Roar! Suddenly a giant beast's hiss came, as Lin Yu maneuvered the mech to continue flying. Dozens of seconds later, a huge beast appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. Beast, two-headed black-threaded serpent. Level, 110. Two-headed black-line snake, 100 meters long, with an inky black parallel black line all over its body. Twin snake heads with sharp fangs and horrible toxins. The information of this giant beast instantly appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. This level 110 behemoth is truly extraordinary. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Such a giant beast was definitely considered the king of beasts. Before, Lin Yu had also read about this two-headed black-threaded snake in a book. The bigger and more that black line on its body, the more horrible the toxin in its body. The toxin corrodes and paralyzes mechs. If a human touched it, it would instantly turn into a puddle of blood. Hoo-hoo! Two-headed black-threaded serpent. The first giant beast I encountered when I came to the secret realm was you, so it's considered bad luck for you. Lin Yu took a deep breath. This two-headed black thread snake will be turned into its own mech experience value. Celestial Emperor sword summoned successfully. Equipment successful. Ho 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 ho! That two-headed black-threaded snake behemoth also discovered the Heavenly Emperor mech in the air, almost just for an instant. The eyes of this two-headed black-thread snake emitted an incomparably bloody light, a hiss that was deafening, only to see the body of that double-headed black-thread snake vibrate, and in an instant, a pair of huge white bone wings sprang out from its body. Immediately after, this two-headed black-threaded serpent flapped its bone wings and flew straight up, towards the Celestial Emperor Mecha. He quickly rushed up. This made even Lin Yu a little surprised. I didn't expect this two-headed black-line snake actually mastered such a flight ability. Not bad for being inside a level 110 secret. This two-headed black-threaded serpent, being able to master such a means, was not surprising when one thought about it. Just in time, the corner of Lin Yu's mouth lifted. The Heavenly Emperor's sword emitted an incomparably pure sword aura. Man-machine unity. Sword of the machine. The moment, Lin Yu was as if he had transformed into the Heavenly Emperor himself, holding the Heavenly Emperor's sword and running through everything. He is the Celestial Emperor Mecha, and the Celestial Emperor Mecha is him. Such a manipulative state. Call it man-machine integration. Such manipulation is a dream goal for all mechs. Only by truly reaching the point where man and mech were one could they explode into a more powerful might and unleash the true power of the mech. This two-headed black-threaded serpent was cunning and ferocious, and it could also sense that the Heavenly Emperor Mecha in front of it was not that easy to deal with. The next moment, this two-headed black-threaded serpent cast a detachment. One moment, it was as if there were dozens of two-headed black-threaded snakes, besieging towards him in all directions. Not a diversion. It's all phantoms, Lin Yu judged. There is a difference between a doppelganger and a phantom. The bilocation possesses a certain strength, and a phantom would just be a shadow, unable to exert a bit of power, and could only be used to confuse the enemy. District Phantom. Lin Yu's mouth quirked. It was as if the crooked-mouthed Dragon King had possessed him. 10,000 swords unleashed. An incomparably huge golden giant sword blasted towards the double-headed black-thread snake like a rainstorm. Those phantoms were easily broken. Rumble. All the phantoms were extinguished, almost at the same time. In the face of such intensive and massive means of attack, that two-headed black-threaded serpent didn't continue to charge up at all, and could only stop in mid-air, casting out its own means of defense. At this point, Lin Yu could clearly see it. This two-headed black-threaded snake, with layers of black scale armor appearing all over its body, looked to have a strong defense. This double-headed black-line snake not only has the ability to fly, but also in this defense, is also amazing. This giant beast, if it were to reach the outside world, It is feared that many mechs would fall and die. 10,000 swords unleashed. Countless golden giant swords coalesced and transformed into an even more terrifying giant sword. See this scene. A look of fear clearly appeared in the eyes of that two-headed black thread snake. It then turned and fled quickly. It's too late to try to run now. Lin Yu laughed. One's own 10,000 swords returned had already locked onto it. Boom! A sword blast. That two-headed black thread snake was directly devoured by the golden sword awnings, and then it turned into ashes. At the same time, the golden giant sword fell, but also directly cut open a large mountain. The loud noise that erupted simply resounded throughout the entire secret space. You have killed a level 110 beast, the two-headed black-threaded serpent. Mech experience value plus 11,000. A piece of two-headed black-threaded serpent scale armor has been exploded, which can be used to build defense gear. The system's voice rang out. Black scales about 10 meters long appeared in front of them. Never in a million years. The first giant beast he had killed when he entered the secret realm had exploded with something. Although it was just a piece of scale armor, it was of no use to Lin Yu. But that means one is lucky. Maybe something better will pop up. Boom. One time, Lin Yu heard a lot of commotion, and looking around, he could see a lot of giant beasts in the distance that were quickly fleeing. It seemed like they were all terrified. This was something that made Lin Yu somewhat incredulous. Most of those behemoths encountered before could not be feared. It's true that the more intelligence one possesses, the more they are able to make the right choices. At the same time, these behemoths are just as afraid of death. Just now, the might that Lin Yu had erupted was enough to make those giant beasts realize that they were no match at all. It's hunting time. Lin Yu smiled faintly. After putting that scale armor into his storage ring, Lin Yu controlled the Heavenly Emperor Mecha and started his charge. Level 110 Beast Bloodthirsty Ape locked successfully. Level 110 Beast Silver Moon Fierce Wolf locked successfully. Level 110 Behemoth. Not a moment too soon. Lin Yu caught up with several giant beasts. Almost at the same time, the targeting was completed. Immediately after, the Celestial Emperor Mecha unleashes its skills. Rumble. An attack of enormous power all blasted over. Ding dong. You've killed the level 110 Beast Bloodthirsty Ape. Gaining plus 11,000 experience value. Ding dong. You've killed the level 110 Beast Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Gaining plus 11,000 experience points. Ding dong. You've killed the level 110 Beast Giant Rock Blood Bear. Gaining plus 11,000 experience points. Those giant beasts that were targeted were killed in seconds. The whole process was pretty smooth and easy too. This was the power of a god-level mecha. Although the level was inferior to these giant beasts, the might that erupted was in existence that these giant beasts simply could not resist. Holy shit, nothing popped out? Go on. Lin Yu took a deep breath. The giant beasts inside the secret realm were, after all, scattered. So must wait to move up quickly. That's how you can be efficient. Inside the next hour, it was as if Lin Yu was incarnated as a hunter, constantly searching for prey to hunt his prey. And that prey is naturally those giant beasts. Rumble. Because of Lin Yu's constant strikes, there were huge booms resounding from time to time. It seemed that because of Lin Yu's arrival, it made this level 110 secret realm not so quiet anymore. Ding dong. Congratulations. The Heavenly Emperor Mecha has leveled up, reaching level 101. Ding dong. The Machine God Body ability has been activated, and the synchronization of your other God-ranked mecha levels is complete. All of them have reached level 101. About an hour or so passed. The Celestial Emperor Mech was successfully upgraded. The other mechs, too, grade synchronized. As the mech upgraded its level, Lin Yu could also clearly sense that the power of the Celestial Emperor Mech had become much stronger along with it. Unfortunately, the giant beasts in this secret realm are just too scattered. If we can find the beasts in this secret realm, we will definitely be able to advance faster. Lin Yu sighed. Ding dong. Congratulations. The Celestial Emperor Mech has been raised to level 103. And the rest of the mech levels have completed synchronization. Inside this level 110 secret realm, there is also an alternating sun and moon, day and night. By now the sun had set and the sky was darkening rapidly. In front of Lin Yu was the corpse of a giant beast. Through this day of constantly slaying behemoths, it's kind of a kung fu thing. From the time he entered the secret realm until now, he had already raised his mech by 3 levels. It was also a lucky day. A large number of beasts were found. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to improve so quickly. Immediately, Lin Yu maneuvered his mech and quickly arrived at a suitable location and began to rest. As the machine god body continued to run the divine level cultivation method, Lin Yu's spiritual energy value, too, was recovering rapidly. Not for a moment. The sky darkened completely. The nights in this secret realm were starry. Definitely considered a stunning view. In the outside world, It's basically hard to see the starry sky. Pity. If only you were here. I really want to enjoy such a beautiful view with her. Lin Yu was a little emotional. Although he had only just left not long ago, he now missed Xiaoyu. After eating something, Lin Yu then began to rest inside the Heavenly Emperor Mecha. This night, the inside of the secret realm was silent. Not even a single hissing sound of a giant beast could be heard. There was no other movement either. This just seems very strange. Generally speaking, behemoths love to move around inside the darkness of the night. But inside this level 110 secret realm, the previous perception, somewhat unworkable here. So, Lin Yu planned to raise his mecha level during the day and cultivate to raise his spiritual energy value during the night. That's all. The night passed quickly. Early morning descended on the second day of this secret realm. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, unable to stop stretching. Hoo! One night of cultivation and the spiritual energy value has only increased by over 1,000 points. Lin Yu muttered. If the progress of cultivation went on like this, it would take almost 2 months to become a stellar mecha master. However, Lin Yu was already satisfied with this. With his organic god body in place, he wouldn't encounter any bottlenecks in terms of cultivation and could easily break through. To be able to reach stellar mecha master in just 2 months, in the entire world, I'm afraid Lin Yu was the only one who could do it. Alright, keep killing the giant beasts. Lin Yu was full of confidence. A new day. It is a new beginning. Lin Yu maneuvered the Heavenly Emperor Mech and charged out again. Rumble. Next, the giant beasts that were found were all killed by Lin Yu's manipulation of the Heavenly Emperor Mecha, killing them with a single sword. Time flies. When Lin Yu raised his head again, just see that the sun has risen to a position right in the center. Looks like it's already noon. Time flies. Lin Yu lamented. Ding dong, Behemoth Valley found. Suddenly, a system voice rang out. This made Lin Yu's eyes light up. Sure enough, not far ahead, there is an immense valley. Behemoth Valley. A special area where a steady stream of behemoths will appear once an armorer enters. This caused Lin Yu to get excited all of a sudden. This is certainly the field of experience one wants. Hoo! Lin Yu took a deep breath. Immediately, Lin Yu maneuvered the Celestial Emperor Mecha and entered this giant beast valley. You've entered the Valley of the Beast. Instantly, inside the valley, a ray of light coalesced, and from these rays, a giant beast rushed out. Almost in the blink of an eye, 100 giant beasts appeared right in front of Lin Yu. Next, Lin Yu also started attacking directly. Rumble. Facing the attack of 100 behemoths. That would naturally be the most appropriate to use the Mech's group attack skill. And the most powerful group attack skill of the Heavenly Emperor Mecha was that 10,000 swords. In the sky, a giant golden sword coalesced. Each golden giant sword erupted with an incomparably terrifying aura. Phew! Shoo! The golden giant sword cut through space, emitting a cracking sound, easily ran those giants through. One after another, the giant beasts collapsed to the ground, lifeless, and finally turned into a shard of light that dissipated into thin air. A few short minutes, the 100 level 110 behemoths in front of them were all killed. With that, the system's voice sounded again. Ding dong, congratulations, your Heavenly Emperor Mech has reached level 104, and the other mech levels have been synchronized successfully. That's an upgrade that's obviously much faster. If one were to let himself go to the secret realm to search for 100 giant beasts, it would definitely take a much longer time. Immediately after, inside the valley, another 100 level 110 behemoths rushed out. Come on! Lin Yu was full of fighting spirit. Time passed quickly. It was the twilight hour of another day. Ding dong, congratulations! Your Celestial Emperor Mech has been successfully raised to level 110. And since your Mech Master level has not reached Stellar Mech, the Mech is unable to continue to gain Mech experience value. The rest of your Mech levels have been synchronized to 110. All Mechs have awakened new skills. With the Mech level having reached 110, Lin Yu was all smiles, quickly maneuvering the Heavenly Emperor Mecha to exit this giant beast valley. As soon as Lin Yu left the confines of this valley, those giant beasts that hadn't been killed yet turned into light and disappeared. Boom! There was a loud bang. Even the entire Behemoth Valley disappeared in an instant. It seems, this Behemoth Valley can only be used once. The fact that he was able to quickly level up his mecha inside this Behemoth Valley was partly thanks to having a sufficiently large amount of psychic energy value of his own. If it were any other mecha masters, I'm afraid that they could only hold out for a few rounds inside this Behemoth Valley before the spiritual energy value in their bodies was depleted. Hoo! In 2 days, I was able to raise this mech to level 110, which is already fast overall. It was a lucky day, too, Lin Yu said darkly. The new skills awakened by this Heavenly Emperor Mecha were also even more terrifying. Soon, Lin Yu maneuvered the Heavenly Emperor Mecha to continue exploring inside this secret realm. The task of mech leveling is sort of done. The next thing Lin Yu had to do was two things. The first thing was to seriously cultivate and reach Stellar Mecha Master early. This second thing, that is inside the secret realm to find the chance. Perhaps finding the chance for oneself can also be a higher level. Since he had come to the secret realm, if he didn't find a bit of chance treasure or something like that, it would be equivalent to a trip for nothing. In a flash, unawareness, dozens of days passed. Lin Yu was inside this secret realm, constantly searching and exploring during the day. But it was only a pity that it seemed like his luck had run out. These days, absolutely nothing is just nothing. It made Lin Yu himself shake his head. It was true that the chances inside the secret realm were not so easy to find. It's about a destiny. Karma is here. Opportunities come naturally on their own. It really can't be forced. Lin Yu sighed. Open the personal panel. Lin Yu gave a silent recitation once again. In the next instant, a system panel that only he could see appeared in his eyes. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Kijiji body, activated. Mecha Master rank, Star Mecha Master. Energy points, 0. Spiritual energy, 672,831. Mecha, Pango Mecha, level 110. Nuwa Mecha, level 110. Four Gods Mecha, level 110. Heavenly Emperor Mecha, level 110. There's still more than 20,000 spiritual energy values left to break through to a stellar mecha. Lin Yu nodded slightly after taking a closer look. Since it was now impossible to find the chance inside this secret realm in a short period of time, rather than the time afterward. First, I will single-mindedly raise my psychic energy value. After making the decision, Lin Yu first found a suitable place. Then he began to cultivate. With their own initiative to cultivate, the entire progress of cultivation, obviously, is much faster. That's all. More than 20 days and almost a month had passed. Ding dong. Your psychic energy value has successfully reached 700,000. You've become a stellar mecha master, and the mecha can be upgraded to level 120 now. As you have reached stellar mecha master, the Kijin body has automatically awakened your fifth mecha. The moment. Inside Lin Yu's mind, a series of voices rang out. For a while, Lin Yu was quite curious as to what level his fifth mech would be. With this curiosity, Lin Yu's consciousness directly entered inside his own mecha space. Inside the mech space, Lin Yu looked towards the fifth mecha platform. A dazzling black light coalesced. A giant mecha with a metaphysical purple color appeared. And this mech, surrounded by a lingering purple aura, it just feels very profound. Definitely a very impressive mech. Fushi Mecha. Level, Divine Mecha. Level, 110. A God-level mecha. Another God-level mecha. Lin Yu's entire body became excited once again. Now he had 5 God-ranked mechs. It seems, the machine God body can possess 7 mechs. And me, I might be able to possess 7 God-level mechs in the future. Lin Yu said happily. After the consciousness exited the mech space, Lin Yu took control of his eyes, summoned the Celestial Emperor Mecha back. Fushi Mecha summoning. At the same time, the Fushi Mech was summoned. After entering the interior of the Fushi Mech, in an instant, Lin Yu felt a different kind of powerful force. This is the power of the Fushi Mecha. Another different kind of powerful. Lin Yu marveled. These God-level mechs that you own are very powerful. Rumble. Lin Yu controlled the Fushi Mech to blast out with a punch. Blasted out a shockwave with ease. This shockwave was directly a shot at this huge mountain in front of him. An unparalleled explosion sounded on the spot. When all that dust and smoke had dissipated, then you can clearly see that the great god in front of you just now has been blown away. Awesome. Although Lin Yu had expected it, he was so shocked and excited whenever he experienced a new mech. I remember that this Fushi and Nuwa are brother and sister. Lin Yu muttered. He could feel the same power from the Nuwa mech and this Fushi mech. Bang! Suddenly, a thunderous sound rang out. In an instant, Lin Yu couldn't help but look over. In the distance ahead, the sky was dark with clouds and thunder and lightning. An incomparably majestic hall fell from the sky and landed directly on the ground. The scene. It all made Lin Yu look a little dumbfounded. This incomparable hall fell from the sky. Soon, Lin Yu then came back to his senses. This is chance falling from the sky. He had just become a stellar mecha master and awakened the Fushi Mecha. Now that such a mysterious hall had appeared, it felt like his luck had returned. Next, Lin Yu maneuvered the Fushi Mech and moved quickly towards that large hall. With the great hall having successfully fallen, the dark clouds, thunder and lightning in the sky, etc., all dissipated and disappeared at once. Not a moment too soon. Lin Yu then arrived in front of this large hall. The whole hall was very huge. Even the Fushi Mech, such a 100-meter tall giant mech, looked a little small in front of this great hall. This grand hall is also too big. Lin Yu marveled, and immediately afterward couldn't help but ponder. Who the hell made this great hall? Obviously, this great hall was definitely not a natural formation. The next took several minutes. It was only then that Lin Yu realized that in the entire hall, there was only one entrance. When coming to this entrance, Lin Yu was a bit surprised. There was actually a big hole in the temple door of this great hall. It looks like it was forced through. That is to say, this hall should have been broken into before. Maybe the chance inside was taken long ago. What's the point of thinking so much? Just go in and take a look. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Maybe the meat inside had been eaten, but perhaps there was still soup left for himself. After having decided, Lin Yu then maneuvered the Fushi Mecha and entered through the large hole in this hall door. After passing through the temple doors, an unbelievably wide passageway in front of him, you can also see a lot of human bones. This is the bones of the corpse just felt a slight vibration, and quickly turned into ash. It seems to have been dead for a long time. Looking at the number of these corpses, there are at least thousands of mechs that are here, Lin Yu calmly said, and these mechs, who had only just entered the temple door, died inside this passage. Before that, something must have happened. However, the current Lin Yu cannot guess at all. But these corpses and bones in front of him also gave Lin Yu a wake-up call. This hall is extremely dangerous. You must be careful. Keep going. Good thing there's mech guarding it. Otherwise, just Lin Yu alone would definitely not dare to walk in this. The mech gave Lin Yu a full sense of security. What's more, he himself now had 5 mechs, so that security was even more unimaginable. As it continued to advance down the depths of this passage, more and more human corpses can also be seen. Sure, there were also the bones of some giant beasts. Previously, an extremely tragic battle had definitely erupted here. This is a level 110 secret world. The mechs that can enter here are all estimated to be star mechs, or even above. It seems that these human bones are not from today's era. Instead, they were human mechs from an even more ancient human civilization, who, the further inside, the more corpses and bones could be seen, which were turned into ashes with the vibrations emitted by the movement of the Fushi mech. After crossing this straight passage, reflected in front of you was another special door. To continue deeper into it, you must pass through this particular gate. You can see that the entire gate is intact and there doesn't seem to be a mark on the top of the door at all. On second thought, it was assumed that the gate could not be forced open with external force. Otherwise, this gate would surely be just like that temple door. A big hole would be blasted right through it. The door in front of us must have some sort of opening mechanism, Lin Yu muttered, and was also starting to observe it carefully. Soon, Lin Yu then realized that above this door, there were many strange drawings. The pictures were carved in such a way that they felt very lifelike, as if they were alive. Pictures of sky, earth, humans, other strange races, giant beasts. It's as if, at some point in time, everything lived in harmony. Until one day, everything changed. All races want to control the world. The war happened. It was only the humans and the behemoths who fought to the end. Until now, this world is still divided between the human race and the giant beasts. When looking at the drawings one by one, Lin Yu feels like he's read the history of an epic. It's mind-blowing. Through these patterns, Lin Yu also managed to discover the method to open the gate. Lin Yu maneuvered the Fushi mech and imprinted his mech palm on top of the gate. Immediately after, enter your own abilities into this gate. In an instant, the entire gate seemed to sense Lin Yu's energy, and suddenly emitted a dazzling light. God-class Mecha. Opening requirements met. An arcane voice rang out. The door in front of him then rumbled open automatically. The moment it opens, a powerful wave of air erupted from inside. This airwave swept through the entire passage. Just a few breaths of time, the entire channel was that airwave, cleared away. Not a bit of skeleton is visible at all. Not even a speck of ash. This great hall, it's really not simple. Lin Yu took a deep breath. With the doors open afterward, Lin Yu then maneuvered the Fushi mech and walked in. Beyond the gate is a new passageway, but this passage, filled with a sci-fi feel. Suddenly, the eyes lit up. The flashing light made Lin Yu unable to see clearly what was happening in front of him. When the light faded, Lin Yu found himself suddenly appearing in a universe. It's unbelievable. This made Lin Yu giggle. 1 second, he was inside that mysterious hall. This next second he was in the middle of the universe. This universe is vast, and mechs are extremely small, not to mention humans, which are even smaller. No, this shouldn't be the real universe, Lin Yu analyzed. After all, how could he let himself appear in the universe in an instant when he was in the secret realm and inside that mysterious hall? Therefore, it can only mean that the universe he is now in is just a special space in this mysterious hall. It's just that this particular space is made to look like the universe, and it's incredibly real. At first, Lin Yu thought he had really entered the universe, but after carefully perceiving it, the universe became somewhat fake. Some of the rules of the universe weren't made out. So, It was only then that Lin Yu was sure that this wasn't the real universe. However, it had to be said that the technology of this simulated universe was indeed very profound. It seems that this is a test. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Need to find the exit from this analog universe on my own. Since it's a special space, Lin Yu quickly summoned out the manhwa mech. Lin Yu then entered the manhwa mech and began to maneuver. Have to say, the more mechs you own, the more means you equate yourself with. Fushi mech, come back. Lin Yu gave a command after entering the manhwa mech. The next moment, the Fushi mech turned into a ray of light and rushed into Lin Yu's body. It was directly summoned back. The manhwa mecha was very good at spatial means. This analog universe is a space. Trying to get out of here. Just think about jumping out of this space too. The manhwa mech, on the other hand, would be able to do all of this with ease. Space shuttle activated. Lin Yu quickly maneuvered. In an instant, the manhwa mech entered a void passage, rapidly weaving in and out. This one took a little longer, but the effect is very effective. Managed to find the exit. Go through that exit. The manhwa mech then arrived at a temple. The entire space within the hall was also much more expansive. This is a map of the stars? Lin Yu opened his eyes and couldn't help but marvel at the scene before him. Over this temple, there's a similar virtual projection. What was projected was an interstellar map. It's labeled with individual galaxies, and other planets with life. Among them, that includes Blue Star. But on this interstellar map, the blue star is shrouded by a glow. That's a bit peculiar. Other planets labeled with life don't have such a curtain of light. There's really a lot to think about. This made Lin Yu curious in his heart. Unexpectedly, it's actually the machine god body. Suddenly, that arcane and mysterious voice rang out. The moment. In front of Lin Yu, a light coalesced. Soon lowly-looking little girls appeared. You are? Lin Yu looked at the little lowly and inquired. However, it was certain that this little lowly didn't seem to be a human or a life form of any kind. Completely unable to feel a single bit of vitality from her body. I am the AI of this battleship. The little lowly said slowly. Just call me Chinger, said after. This little lowly Chinger then circled around this Lin Yu's manhwa mech and flew around a few times, looking the manhwa mech up and down. Although this little lowly was an artificial intelligence, she also had human feelings, and her eyes were permeated with incomparable curiosity and awe. It's not like an AI at all. Instead, it's more of a human. This technology is really awesome. Hey, summon all the other mechs and show them to me. Lori wondered. I remember that I clearly entered a large hall, yet you just said it was a battleship? Lin Yu asked with some curiosity. The Great Hall is nothing more than a camouflage for a battleship, Lori explained. Disguise? Lin Yu was surprised. Then this is too real. Such technology. Once again, it refreshed Lin Yu's mind. All of a sudden, it feels like I'm kind of like a bumpkin going to town. Hey, I explained all your problems. Can you summon the other mechs out for me to see? The little lowly Chinger looked towards Lin Yu and pouted her little mouth. Looks angry but cute. Alright, Lin Yu nodded slightly at the sight. Now it seems that this little lowly is not the enemy. Pancake Mecha summoning, Shikigami Mecha summoning, Tendai Mecha summoning, Fushi Mecha summoning. In a split second's time, Lin Yu's awakened god-level mechs were summoned. The little lowly Chinger looked at all of the god-level mechs in front of her, and all of a sudden, she also became incomparably surprised. They're actually all god-level mechs. This is too incredible. To think that the master was nothing more than. This Chinger couldn't help but mutter. A few short seconds passed. Chinger's eyes emitted a light. Something seems to have been decided. What's your name? Little lowly Chinger asked. Lin Yu. Lin Yu replied. Lin Yu. Very good. From now on, you're my new master. The little lowly Chinger nodded her head. What the hell? Lin Yu froze. An AI that actually took the initiative to recognize itself as its master. Inexplicably, it felt a little weird. There's still something I don't understand. Lin Yu slowly said. Don't worry. I will inform you of everything. Chinger smiled faintly. Immediately after, she pointed to the interstellar map above and spoke. You can see this interstellar map. There are many other planets with life in the universe, and on those planets there are also human beings. The master who created me is from this yin-yang star. Moment. The projection above then changed. A planet that looked bigger than Blue Star appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. This is the yin-yang star. In this universe, the yin-yang star is considered one of the largest planets. Chinger said slowly. In this yin-yang star, there are as many powerful mecha masters as there are people. That master of mine is even the #1 strongest person in the yin-yang star, and one of the top strongest in the universe. Hear it here. Lin Yu couldn't help but gulp. So powerful. A top-tier cosmic powerhouse. Short time, Lin Yu felt like his worldview was being turned upside down. Didn't realize. There is so much more information in the universe. That master of yours, What realm is it? Lin Yu asked in a hurry. Boundary Lord level Mecha Master. Little lowly Chinger said with some pride. Boundary Lord level? Lin Yu froze. It seems there are other hierarchies in this universe. Sure enough, Divine Mecha Master is not the end, but a new beginning. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll have a good science talk with you. Chinger laughed. With a flick of her finger, a new projection appears. Mecha Master levels from low to high, apprentice level, star level, stellar level, cosmic level, holy ruin level, domain master level, sector master level, immortal level, true god level. Your blue star world is only considered an apprentice level Mecha Master from a 1-star Mecha Master to a 10-star Mecha Master. Your current strength is not considered a strong person in the universe. Cyan said softly. The star Mecha Master of the blue star, corresponding to the star class. Stellar Mecha Master corresponds to the stellar level. Legendary Mecha Master corresponds to the cosmic level. When a Mecha Master reaches the cosmic level, he can roam around this universe and galaxies, exploring the mysteries of the universe. And Blue Star's highest god-level Mecha Master only corresponds to the Sacred Void level. Chinger continued to explain. Sacred Ruin level Mecha Masters, in this universe, can only be considered moderately strong. The moment Lin Yu sucked in a sharp breath, completely has refreshed the world view. A god-level Mecha Master was already an incomparably top-notch existence in Blue Star, but in the universe, it can only be regarded as moderately strong. One time, rather, it proves the saying that there is a world outside of people. That master of yours is at the Realm Lord level. What kind of existence is that? Lin Yu was incredulous. A Sector Lord level Mecha Master can basically only give birth to one in a universe. Chinger said calmly, when you reach the Sector Lord level, you can even take charge of an entire universe. Of course, there is not just one universe. There are more other universes. The strongest people in all universes are all seeking to become true god level. That's the real way to shed their skin and become a true deity. Becoming god. Lin Yu couldn't help but get a little excited. But, soon Lin Yu calmed down. That master of yours, so powerful, why did he fall? Lin Yu once again inquired. Although Chinger didn't say it, Lin Yu could guess that master of hers was dead. Otherwise, she wouldn't have recognized herself as her new master. AI. Chinger shook her head and sighed somewhat sadly. My master was poisoned by the woman he loved the most, and in the end, he managed to escape with all his might and came to this ancestral star, poisoned by the woman she loves. Lin Yu also took a deep breath. Say, the ancestral star you just mentioned, is it the blue star? This word ancestral star was another new term for Lin Yu. Not bad. This blue star wasn't originally called blue star. It was named ancestral star a long time ago. Rumor has it that this planet, after the first universe opened by a great god, was a planet created by himself. The other great gods, on this ancestral star, created mechs, all races. As time goes on, the universe expands, and other universes were born. Until now, the matter of the blue star being the ancestral star has been known to very few people. Chinger nodded slightly. The god-level cultivation method you are practicing was created by the gods themselves. Chaos Divine Mill viewing thoughts as well. However, the god-refining skill you cultivate was created by my master. Cyan continued. The moment Lin Yu was once again shocked. After the master came to this ancestral star, he instructed the human cultivation of that era at that time. Unfortunately, it wasn't long before the master fell. I also came to the secret realm as ordered by my master. Be still and wait for the one who is meant to be. And now, you are the one who is destined to be my new master. The little lowly Chinger pointed at Lin Yu and said in a very serious and solemn manner. Before, you had already obtained your master's god refining skill, which means that your destiny with your master was already predestined. I forgot to tell you, master is also a machine god body, but the master is not as demonic as you are. All of them are god-level mechs. Inside the next hour, Lin Yu knew a lot from little Lori. Luckily, Lin Yu felt that his receptivity was still quite strong, and he could quickly digest even more information. Lin Yu, what can be said to you at the moment has already been said, the little lowly Chinger said softly. I see. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Although the content was too vast, it was good that Lin Yu quickly digested it. Very good. The little lowly Chinger was satisfied. I need a drop of your blood to complete the warship's recognition. Hear this. Good. Lin Yu agreed. After all, this was a good thing in his favor, and Lin Yu was naturally very willing. What's more, Chinger has already said it. This battleship is a very top-of-the-line battleship in the entire universe. One arm of the Nuwa mech was raised, the palm spread out as a platform. Lin Yu came out from inside the Nuwa mech immediately afterward, landing smoothly in the palm of the Nuwa mech. At this point, the little lowly Chinger was also looking up and down towards Lin Yu once again. Not bad, not bad, pretty good looking. Qinger nodded her head, seemingly very satisfied. She also remembered that previous owner of hers had once said that those who were good looking were generally very lucky. Good luck means there is great luck in the air. So, it's a chance for myself to follow someone like that around. Subsequently, Lin Yu took out a dagger and flicked it on his finger. A drop of blood, rushing from the wound, levitated. With that wave of Qinger's finger, Lin Yu's blood rushed into a metal orb. Rumble. In an instant, everything around them seemed to be activated as if they were. The light lit up. The entire space became more vast all of a sudden. In just a few seconds, everything inside the space changed as well. That great hall also changed back into a battleship. From now on, you are the new owner of this battleship. Currently, we're in the cockpit of this battleship. Cyan smiled. And she can finally get out of here. This necklace, you wear it. In front of Lin Yu, a special string of necklaces appeared in front of him. The beads on this necklace were as if they held a universe. It seems, just very uncomplicated. This is a space artifact that can hold everything, even a planet. The battleship is huge, and if you don't use it afterward, you can put this battleship into this space divine artifact. Also, my essence is in here, so you must wear the necklace at all times. Qinger came in front of Lin Yu and said with incomparable seriousness and solemnity, I see. Lin Yu nodded and then also put the necklace on. As soon as this necklace was worn, immediately Lin Yu felt a powerful force and aura from this necklace, as if for a moment, there is some kind of connection with it. Alright, you are now considered my new master. Qinger smiled faintly. The previous master has left a lot of inheritance for you. The heir, I'll take you there. Led by Cyan, Lin Yu quickly arrived inside this battleship's special treasure trove. One enters it. All sorts of treasures appeared in the eyes. For a while, Lin Yu was a bit dazzled. This is a starstone. Qinger's finger gently waved, and a starstone next to her hovered in front of Lin Yu. Starstones contain rich energy. Whether it's for humans or other races, it's a good thing for cultivation and enhancement. Also, the starstone is one of the recognized currencies in the universe. At that time, the previous owner left in a great hurry, and it was too late to prepare. So at the moment, there are only 1 billion starstones here. Cool. 1 billion. Lin Yu was shocked. That's too much. Hundreds of millions of starstones, in front of the previous master, is nothing more than pocket money. Qinger shook her head. However, for you, right now, these 1 billion starstones are more than enough. Alright, let's not talk about that for now. I'll continue to introduce you. Qinger continued. Lin Yu nodded. The heart is still very excited. With this 1 billion starstones, it would be absolutely easy for himself to become a god-level mecha master. These starstones, too, can be converted into energy points through the system. A little bit of time passed. There are just too many good things inside the treasure trove. Qinger also just picked some important ones and introduced them to Lin Yu. Anyway, there's plenty of time for other stuff later on, and you can learn about it slowly. Lin Yu, next, is truly the most important. At this moment, Qinger had a grave expression on her face. Lin Yu took a deep breath. As Qinger entered a password, a hidden room inside this treasury opens. Upon entering it, a stone monument can be seen standing inside. The words on this stone tablet emanated a golden light, and each word was permeated with an extraordinary aura, making people feel as if they were seeing a supreme mecha powerhouse appearing right in front of them. That sense of intimidation made Lin Yu feel a hint of death. This is the final legacy left behind by the previous master, and a technique created by himself. Qinger said calmly, this technique is called 7 Gods Unity. 7 gods in one? Lin Yu was surprised. What level of cultivation is this? Beyond the god level, Qinger said with a proud face. The moment, Lin Yu was once again shocked. How heavenly the previous master was. Most like to become a mecha true god, but unfortunately, was victimized by the woman he loved and trusted the most. Qinger shook her head inside. With that, Qinger continued. Lin Yu, isn't a god-level mecha very powerful? Of course, Lin Yu responded. And this unity of the 7 gods is the ability to make 7 mechs into one. If your 7 mechs, all of which are god-level mechs, successfully perform this 7 gods unity, they might be able to surpass god-level mechs and become the truly most powerful mechs in the thousands of universes. Beyond divine mecha, it's too anticlimactic. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a little yearning. This method can only be cultivated if you have reached the sacred void level. Only when you reach the sacred void level, the highest level of Blue Star's divine mecha masters, will you be able to awaken the 7th mecha? The only way to practice is to fully awaken the 7 mechs. In other words, the 7 gods in one was created specifically for the machine god body. Qinger also saw that Lin Yu was a bit impatient to cultivate, so she reminded him. Understood. Then I'll start cultivating now. Lin Yu nodded. Lin Yu, can you promise me something? Qinger pleaded. You name it, as long as I can do it, I'll try my best. Lin Yu responded. I hope that in the future, when you are strong enough, you will help your last master take revenge and kill that wicked woman. Lin Yu didn't think much about it and directly agreed, no problem. But now that he had received the inheritance of this realm lord, he was also considered his own master. Being a disciple, it's only right to avenge your master's death. That's good. Remember what you said today. Qinger nodded in response. Alright, next I'll take you to the cultivation room. Your current realm is really too low. You must reach the sacred void level, which is also known as the divine Mecha Master, as soon as possible. Immediately afterward, Qinger continued. Under her leadership, Lin Yu quickly arrived at another specialized cultivation room. The entire cultivation room also looks incomparably arcane, everywhere permeated with mystery and extraordinary. Everything in front of him was causing Lin Yu to feel incomparably shocked. More and more. I feel as if I'm a frog at the bottom of a well. The most important components of the entire cultivation room, which are the three great divine formations, Qinger explained. One of the great formations is called the energy gathering formation, which can gather the energy within a certain range of the surrounding area, allowing the mechs to cultivate faster. A concentration array can make a mech master in cultivation more single-mindedly devoted to the state of cultivation, making the effect of their cultivation faster. There's also a transformation array that quickly transforms starstones and the like, allowing mechs to absorb and refine them faster. Because of these three divine formations, this is also a divine cultivation room. In the entire universe, such a divine cultivation room can only be owned by truly great powers. After hearing Qinger's explanation, Lin Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath. I didn't expect this cultivation room in front of me to be so powerful. Right. Everything here. Don't tell anyone else, especially if you enter the universe later. You can't let anyone else know, unless you've got enough absolute power. Qinger once again reminded seriously. There is no need to say anything more about the reasoning behind harboring a falsehood. I guess kids understand. Well, don't worry. I understand. Lin Yu nodded and responded. Alright, basically, I've pretty much told you everything. Anything else after that, you can slowly explore later. Qinger smiled. Next, are you planning to cultivate? Lin Yu spoke. I'm now only a few steps away from being a legendary Mecha Master. Alright, how many starstones do you need? I'll mobilize them for you. Qinger inquired. This cultivation room is enough for you to cultivate to the divine Mecha Master level. Let's start with 100,000 starstones. Lin Yu thought for a moment. Along with, Greenie snapped her fingers. In an instant, the light coalesced next to it. A large pile of starstones appeared right in front of them. Each starstone contained a very dense energy. System, how many energy points can a starstone convert? Lin Yu inquired hurriedly in his mind. Ding dong, passing the test. A starstone can gain 2 energy points. So little? Lin Yu had some small difficulty accepting it. But 2 points is 2 points. It's always a little faster than tinkering. Anyway, with 1 billion starstones, it should be possible for one to easily become a god-level Mecha Master or even higher. Convert all 100,000 starstones into energy points. Lin Yu immediately gave the order. Command received. Start converting 100,000 starstones. The moment the 100,000 starstones turned into a ray of light at an extremely fast speed, directly surging into Lin Yu's body. Seeing this scene, Qinger was a bit frozen. What's happening here? This cultivation room hasn't even been activated yet. Lin Yu just refined the 100,000 starstones. It seems? How the hell did that happen? Qinger was all a bit puzzled. The database inside her mind, constantly searching, but still, she hadn't found a similar situation like Lin Yu's. Conversion successful. Gained 200,000 energy points. 200,000 energy points. Wouldn't that make one directly become a god-level Mecha Master? Lin Yu was incomparably excited. Take all the energy points and raise all my own spiritual energy points. Lin Yu gave the order once again. 200,000 energy points consumed. Ding dong, your psychic energy value is rising. Spiritual energy value reaches 800,000. Congratulations, you have become a legendary Mecha Master, awakening a new mecha, so the mech can be upgraded again. Ding dong, your psychic energy value has broken through to 900,000, reaching the divine Mecha Master and successfully awakening the last mecha. Your mech's current level boundary is 140. Since you have not completed the divine test, you cannot continue to raise your psychic energy value. The remaining energy will strengthen your entire body. At once, Lin Yu was covered in a flash of golden light. In an instant of effort, Lin Yu felt that his body had become much stronger. Feelings, with his own physical strength, he was able to kill some low-level behemoths. When Lin Yu opened his eyes, Then he saw that Cyan was very close to him. Her big, beautiful eyes stared at herself curiously. Lin Yu, how did you do it? Xinger hurriedly inquired after seeing Lin Yu open his eyes. In less than a minute's time, you've actually directly become a god-level mecha master. I don't know. It's just a breakthrough anyway. Lin Yu shook his head and said calmly, the thing about having a system of your own cannot be told yet. Hoo-hoo, Lin Yu, you're definitely the most demonic and heaven-defying I've ever seen. I'm afraid there's no one in the entire universe who can match you. Seeing this, Xinger didn't ask any more questions, but directly praised it, gave Lin Yu a high rating. By the way, what is the test of God? Lin Yu inquired. When a mecha master reaches the sacred void level and wants to continue to improve, he must pass the test of God. Xinger explained, this is set by the gods. As long as one passes this test of God, it's as if one has broken through a shackle all on their own, so that they can go to the next level. Of course, this God's test is extremely difficult and dangerous. The mortality rate is extremely high. Hear this. Lin Yu nodded slightly. It felt as if it was a fairy. Successful transitions to the next level. Failure to cross the threshold. Death. But, he was a machine god body, and there were so many god-ranked mechs, so he should be able to pass this God's test with ease. Then how do I enter this God's test? Lin Yu continued to ask. This is very simple. As long as your mech reaches level 140, the God's test will automatically appear. Xinger spoke. In the past, a lot of mech masters would get their mechs stuck at level 139, and then continuously improve their all-around abilities so that they could have a greater certainty of passing. Understood. Lin Yu nodded. Next, hurry up and summon your 2 newly awakened mechs. Xinger was all a bit excited. If the 2 newly awakened mechs were also god-level mechs, then Lin Yu would definitely become the #1 powerhouse in the worlds in the future. Lin Yu was the same. A little excited and nervous. This cultivation room was large enough to hold a lot of giant mechs here. Lin Yu quickly summoned the 2 newly awakened mechs. One time, in front of Lin Yu's body, 2 huge divine lights coalesced. When this divine light dissipated, 2 giant mechs then appeared in the eye. One can instantly sense the extraordinary nature of these 2 new mechs just by seeing them. Heavenly Dignity Mecha. Level, Divine Mecha. Rumor has it that the Heavenly Father mech, which was created by the first Heavenly Father himself, is considered a god-level mech, but its true power far exceeds. Hongjun Mecha. Level, Divine Mecha. This mecha is rumored to be built by Hongjun, the master of the first Heavenly Father. After seeing the information about these 2 mechs, Lin Yu couldn't help but suck in a breath. The first Heavenly Father, Hongjun. These are all proper super gods. Didn't realize. One can awaken these 2 god-level mechs. Not much. Whether it's the Nuwa mech, the Pango mech, or the current Heavenly Dignity Mecha or Hongjun Mecha. On the whole, they are actually essentially beyond the existence of a god-level mecha. Lin Yu, you really are too demonic. The little lowly Xinger looked at Lin Yu and marveled. She was a bit dumbfounded at the appearance of the 2 new mechs. In the past, she had followed her previous generation's master and traveled around the universe, and she had seen quite a few powerful mechs. But nowadays, those powerful mechs she had seen before, in front of these mechs of Lin Yu's, they were simply weak. There is no comparison between the 2 at all. It should be my good fortune to have awakened these 2 great god-level mechs. Lin Yu slowly nodded his head and couldn't help but sigh. One time, Lin Yu looked at the 2 mechs in front of him and had the feeling of being gazed upon by 2 great gods. Immediately after, Lin Yu also summoned the 2 mechs back. Xinger, next I intend to level up my mech first. Is there a faster way to do that? Lin Yu looked at Xinger and inquired. Nowadays, he was already a god-level mecha master. According to the universe rank, he was now a Holy Ruin level mecha master. And at the moment, all of his mechs are now at level 110. Got to level up to 140. In this way, he or she would be the #1 mecha powerhouse in Blue Star. And it's still in Blue Star. Absolutely invincible. There are a few good ways. Xinger nodded and spoke. But then, I would suggest that you get stuck at a mecha level of 139. I'm a machine god body, and all of them are god level mechs. I should be able to easily pass the district gods test. Lin Yu felt that he had no need at all to be specifically stuck with a mecha level. Still pretty confident in myself. Precisely because you are a machine god body. That's all the more reason to be prepared. The test of the machine god body is 100 times more difficult. Xinger said seriously. Hear this. Lin Yu fell back. This question had not occurred to him at all. The previous master specifically had someone investigate, and several machine god bodies appeared in the universe at that time as well, but they all fell in this god's test. Xinger continued to speak. Therefore, you must be prepared for everything, not to mention that you have plenty of time behind you. Understood. I'll listen to you. Lin Yu responded. Listen to people and eat. This Qinger must have seen a lot of things and knew more than she did. Her advice, Lin Yu was still willing to listen to. After all, it's good for you. Next, Qinger waved her finger. The void appeared. She quickly took out a few special crystals from inside the treasury. This is a Mecha experience crystal left behind by the previous owner. When used, it will allow your mech to gain 1,000 times the experience value. And the effect of each crystal is 10 minutes. Cyan explained. 1,000 times. Lin Yu sucked in a breath. This is too powerful. With these crystals that could increase experience by 1,000 times, it was definitely possible for one's mechs to level up quickly. On other planets in the universe, there are plenty of mech experience crystals like this. It's also only this ancestral star, which is now the blue star, that's closed. So there's a complete lack of information about what's going on in the universe. Cyan sighed softly. What's going on with the blue star being closed? Lin Yu was a bit puzzled. You should have seen that interstellar map before. Well, see, Lin Yu nodded. Qinger continued to explain. On that interstellar map, the entire blue star is shrouded by a curtain of light. And it is because of this curtain of light that the connection between blue star and the universe is cut off. The rest of the universe can't discover this blue star. And the people of the blue planet can't receive information from the universe and so on. When the previous owner, it was also because of luck that he came to this blue star. After hearing Qinger's words, Lin Yu knew a lot, and accordingly, some doubts arose. Then why is blue star like this? Lin Yu asked curiously. It's not clear. The previous owner also investigated a lot, but couldn't determine the real reason. But there are some guesses. For example, this blue star is the ancestral star. And the reason why it cut off the universe is because it wants to protect the ancestral star from harm. The universe is complex in its disk of power, and the various galaxies and planets are dominated by the powerful. Once they discover this ancestral star, they will surely send troops to rule. Even worse, it would come and deprive the ancestral planets of energy, and some of the planets that had life ended up becoming dead planets one by one. Cyan sighed. Like, she'd seen a lot of those images. Hoo. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Then this is something. Lin Yu, you're still too weak right now. If the blue star light curtain disappears one day, then the other forces in the universe are bound to be able to detect it. At that time, blue star may be ruled, and the native beings of blue star will become slaves at the lowest level. Cyan said calmly. The reason she said that is to see out Lin Yu in this blue star, and guard his family, friends, hope. Lin Yu could sense that there was a great crisis ahead. If that day does come, Lin Yu wasn't strong enough on his own to resist. The end, then, would be just what she had just said. That once ruled, the native beings would all be reduced to slavery. I won't let this day come. Lin Yu was seriously certain and once again inquired. Qinger, after reaching what realm, you can protect the entire blue star. At the very least, it should be at the boundary lord level. Qinger quickly replied. Okay, next, I'll work hard on my cultivation. Lin Yu answered. Let's go. I'll take you to this secret realm. A good place to practice. Qinger smiled together. She was very confident that Lin Yu would definitely be able to become a realm lord in the future. Even higher. Become a true god. There is also a lot of hope. Continue to follow Greenie. Not a moment too soon. Just leave the inside of this battleship. Coming outside of this, with a glance, the entire battleship in front of him appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. This battleship is too cool. Lin Yu marveled. That's right. This is the topmost mythic-class battleship in the universe. Qinger laughed. Mythic-class battleships? Lin Yu stared. It seemed that in this universe, there were classes of battleships. It's a bit troublesome to explain. You just need to be clear about one thing. Mythic-class battleships are the top of the line at the moment. Qinger said slowly. The knowledge in the universe was just too much. Trying to give Lin Yu the science one by one will definitely take a long time. Understood. Lin Yu nodded. Next, you'll be putting this battleship inside a spatial divine artifact. Qinger reminded. Guided by Greenie, Lin Yu's consciousness began to communicate with the string of necklaces he was wearing. For a moment, Lin Yu could also clearly sense that the space artifact responded to himself. A few seconds passed. The immense battleship in front of them instantly turned into light and entered the space artifact. With the battleship stowed away, an immense crater appeared right before his eyes. It was empty, like something was missing. This spatial artifact is so magical. It can be easily used with a single movement of the mind. Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel. That's for sure. It's a divine weapon after all. Qinger laughed. Immediately after that, Qinger continued. Summon your mech. After all, there's still a distance to go before that practice place. Good. Lin Yu nodded. Nuwa Mecha summoned. Next, the Nuwa Mecha quickly appeared. Lin Yu directly entered inside the Nuwa Mech. Qinger also came to Lin Yu's side. This made Lin Yu somewhat curious. You can also enter the interior of the manhwa mech? That's for sure. I'm the highest level artificial intelligence in the universe. Xinger nodded her head and said with incomparable pride, I can also help you maneuver your mecha into battle. To think that when I helped my last master control a mech, it was such a big kill. The machine god body, though, can have 7 mechs, but there's just one mech. So, there's no way to maneuver the mechs at the same time. And so, Xinger's previous owner, let her try to manipulate it as well, and she didn't expect it to actually work. Awesome. Lin Yu gave her a thumbs up, but I have the ability to make other mechs fight automatically. After hearing Lin Yu's words, Xinger was shocked. You didn't lie to me. Do you get candy for lying to you? Lin Yu spread his hands. Although the previous owner also wanted to make the mechs fight automatically, it never worked. Of course artificial mechs can be programmed to fight automatically, but there's no way for an awakened mech to install the so-called program. You actually managed to make the awakened mecha fight automatically. You really are the most demonic mecha heavenly pride in the universe. Xinger looked at Lin Yu adoringly. Being looked at so adoringly, it made Lin Yu a little uncomfortable. In a moment, I'm going to let me have a good look, Xinger hurriedly said again. No problem. Lin Yu nodded. Originally, Lin Yu had such an intention. Now that we have a place to practice, it must be very slow on your own. If we let all the mechs go all out to kill the giant beasts, the efficiency will definitely be very fast. The manhwa mech space travel was just too good. Soon after, they successfully arrived at the place where Xinger said she was practicing. At this very moment, in front of Lin Yu, it's an immense platform. Although the entire platform is weathered and cracked around the edges from the wind and sun, but as a whole, it is still intact. Stand on this platform and a steady stream of giant beasts will appear, which should allow you to quickly level up your mech. This practicing place can only be used one last time at the moment. Once you leave this platform, this practicing place will dissipate. Xinger reminded, use the 1000 times experience crystals first. Understood. Lin Yu nodded. You have used the 1000 times experience crystal. The effect is 10 minutes. You have used the 1000 times experience crystal. The effect is 10 minutes. One time, Lin Yu took the 1000 times experience crystals that Xinger had given him and used them all. It was meant to be kept at first, but Xinger also said it before. These 1000 times experience crystals can only be used in mechs below level 140. Once the mech exceeds level 140, then this 1000 times experience crystal will have no effect. Pancake Mecha Summoning, the 4 gods of Mecha Summoning, Fushi Mecha Summoning, Tendai Mecha Summoning, Heavenly Dignity Mecha Summoning, Hongjun Mecha Summoning. Immediately after, Lin Yu quickly summoned all 6 of the other god-level mechs. One time, 7 god-level mechs stood in a row. That aura, incomparably amazing no more. Hoo-hoo, this feels so good, Lin Yu said darkly. Later, Lin Yu could also truly say, god-level mechs like this. Old me has 7 of them, consuming 600,000 psychic energy values. Your 6 god-level mechs have entered into automatic battle mode for a limited time of 10 minutes. The 600,000 psychic energy values in Lin Yu's body were instantly depleted. There is a feeling of the body being emptied. In this moment, those god-level mechs were all as if they were alive. Under Lin Yu's command, the 6 god-level mechs had automatically leapt up in a single bound and stood on top of that platform. Rumble! As the mechs landed, the densely packed behemoths appeared in almost an instant's time. The 6 god-level mechs were even more fired up and started fighting. That battle scene is beyond cool. Unbelievable. Xinger was a bit dumbfounded. Totally unexpected. And such tactics. Xinger was even more unable to think of how exactly Lin Yu had managed to do it. Not only could they make these god-level mechs fight automatically, but when they fought, the power that erupted was just as terrifying. It's not at all inferior to a mech artist doing it himself. Even more power than a mech manipulation that explodes out. If such a thing were to spread to the universe, I'm afraid that the entire universe would be shaken by it. Your Pangomech has successfully killed a level 110 behemoth, gaining experience value of 100,000 fold effect. Mecha level upgraded. As the god level mechs continued to kill, the experience value gained is also increasing. The mechs were also quickly upgraded. As soon as one mech leveled up, the others leveled up and were instantly synchronized. A fierce battle raged before him. Lin Yu didn't have to make a move at all. Just be patient. Mech upgrade. A system voice rang out in Lin Yu's mind. This speed of upgrading shocked Lin Yu as a whole. It's just too fast. The kind that's so fast it makes you gasp. Ding dong. All your mechs have been upgraded to level 139. At this time, Lin Yu was also quickly summoning back those god-level mechs that were fighting quickly. If we let the god-level mechs kill anymore, that would definitely upgrade to level 140. Once the mech reaches level 140, the divine test will come. Lin Yu still listened to Qing'er's advice and stuck his level at 139, so that if he did so, he could continue to improve his deficiencies in other areas later on as well. It wasn't too late to enter the God's Test after all preparations had been made. As the 6 God-level mechs were summoned back to the mech space within Lin Yu's body, the giant beasts on that platform were also ashes and disappeared in an instant. Immediately after, the entire platform, that is, this place of practicing, also turned into nothingness. Sure enough, it was just like Qing'er said, this practice place can only be used one last time. As the mechs were upgraded to level 139, each God-level mech also awakened many powerful and awesome new mech skills individually. How's that for a quick upgrade? Qing'er smiled. Yeah, it's too fast. Not even 10 minutes. Lin Yu nodded. Lin Yu, in the future, when you arrive in the universe, your machine god body should not be exposed until it's absolutely necessary, Qing'er said very seriously and gravely. Lin Yu was such a demonic being, some of the strongest people in the universe, naturally, will not let it go. Think about the beginning. The previous owner was the one who revealed his identity as a machine god body. It was hunted down by a number of powerful people in the universe. There were also many strong people who wanted to take over the machine god body. Fortunately, the previous owner had good luck and escaped the crisis every time. But I didn't expect that in the end. He was poisoned by his beloved. Understood. Lin Yu nodded and responded. Don't worry. I understand this kind of thing. That's good. So, what's next for you? Cyan continued to ask. There's no need to raise the current mech level. I need to complete the God's Test before I can continue to raise my Mecha Master rank. Planning to leave this secret realm. Lin Yu directly stated all of his current thoughts. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu looked at Qing'er and inquired. So, how should I raise my strength after that? Very simple. Qing'er smiled faintly. Start boosting the strength of your flesh. Enhancing the physical body? Lin Yu froze a little. That's right. Although the machine god body is heaven-defying, allowing a mech master to possess 7 mechs, as well as containing endless spiritual energy value. But in terms of physical body strength, it's just a very ordinary existence. Qing'er slowly explained. I thought that back then, the previous master, with the power of his own flesh, was able to kill a 100-level beast. Hear it here. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. Wouldn't that mean that with the power of humans themselves, they can also kill giant beasts? Lin Yu exclaimed. Beforehand, Lin Yu was fantasizing about such a thing. I didn't realize that it was really possible. Of course. Qing'er laughed. The previous master, however, obtained a body refining method in an incomparably ancient secret realm. I heard from the previous master that this method of refining the body can make human flesh holy. Seeing this, Lin Yu hurriedly inquired. Then do you know about this method of refining the body? I don't know, but the previous owner was already keeping the method of refining the body inside the battleship's refining room. So when you go out, you can cultivate in the refining room. Cyan responded. Good, then I'll start refining my body next. Lin Yu was glowing. Anyway, just keep getting stronger yourself. Lin Yu is still happy and excited. Immediately, Lin Yu pulled out that secret realm scroll. Leave this secret realm. Next, that secret realm scroll erupted with a light that wrapped Lin Yu and even the entire Nuwa mech. Phew! It quickly teleported Lin Yu and the others. When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, already back on the familiar floating island, the secret realm scroll in his hand also turned into light and dissipated. The floating island is still covered in flowers and still as beautiful as ever. Lin Yu summoned his Nuwa mech back as well. The whole thing landed smoothly on the ground. Qing'er was even levitating at Lin Yu's side, looking around curiously, incomparably excited. Finally coming out from inside the secret realm. This is the taste of freedom. Lin Yu quickly walked towards the residence. It didn't take long. Lin Yu then saw his mom and dad, busy in a clearing. They actually reclaimed the fields. A lot of vegetables and fruits are grown. Mom and dad, I'm back. Lin Yu excitedly ran over. Inside the field, Lin Fangping and Li Wenjing, after hearing Lin Yu's voice, hurriedly stood up and looked over. When they saw Lin Yu, tears flowed directly from Li Wenjing's eyes. It's good to be back. When Lin Yu arrived in front of her, Li Wenjing directly hugged Lin Yu. Son, you've been gone for 3 years. Your mom and I have been worried every day. Lin Fangping spoke. But, now seeing Lin Yu return safely, they can be completely at ease as parents. 3 years? Lin Yu froze. It didn't feel like he'd been inside the secret realm for very long. That's 3 years gone by out here. I forgot to tell you, the flow of time inside that secret realm is different. Qing'er reminded. At this point, Lin Fangping and Li Wenjing also noticed Qing'er. Son, she is? Julia Li said with some confusion. This Qing'er looks like a living, breathing girl, but this Qing'er can levitate in midair out of nowhere. Is this a ghost? Mom, She's the artificial intelligence Chinger, Lin Yu introduced. Oh, Julia Lee nodded slightly. So it's a good thing it's not a ghost, right? Our old sister and the girls home? Lin Yu quickly asked. 3 years have passed out here. I don't know what's going on with them now. Lin Yu was also a bit worried. Your sister, as well as you and the others, have also entered the secret realm inside to cultivate. Inside the 10 minutes or so that she continued to come, Li Wenjing also briefly recounted to Lin Yu what had happened inside the 3 years. It also let Lin Yu know what had happened in those 3 years. This period, there were many evil forces that sent people to infiltrate this Kunlun Mecha University, wanting to capture Lin Yu's parents so that they could threaten Lin Yu. But Kunlun Mecha University wasn't that easy to infiltrate. Precisely because of the all-round protection of the Kunlun Mecha University, the two of his parents were very safe here inside 3 years. Back home, old mom, Julia Lee, was also quick to cook a hearty lunch. After dinner, Lin Yu then headed towards the top of that Kunlun Divine Mountain. It didn't take long to get to the top of this mountain very smoothly. Just as he arrived, he saw the figure of the principal, Wei Liren. Principal, long time no see, Lin Yu said politely towards Wei Liren. Well, it's been 3 years. You've truly grown up. Wei Liren nodded slightly and continued. I can sense that your strength right now. I'm afraid it's even greater than mine. Nothing gets past you. Principal, I'm already a god-level mecha master. Lin Yu nodded. There was no point in continuing to hide this matter of being a god-level mecha master. Yes, you're the first mech in history to awaken a god-ranked mech, and the first to become a god-ranked mech. Truly an honor for my Kunlun Mecha University. Wei Liren was overjoyed. And it's only been 3 years. Lin Yu's speed of growth was simply terrifying. Such a speed of improvement was unimaginable to anyone before. Lin Yu, do you need me to publicize this news? Wei Liren looked at Lin Yu, intending to listen to Lin Yu's thoughts, or hide it first. Headmaster, announce it. Lin Yu nodded seriously. Once, the whole world knew that he was already a god-level mecha master. Those forces, or perhaps others, who had set their sights on them, should not dare to think half as much about themselves, and they would not be able to make a move on their parents again. Lin Yu could now say that in this blue star world, he was an invincible existence. Yes, then I'll send someone to announce it in a moment, so that the whole world will know that my Kunlun Mecha University has given birth to a true god-level mecha master. Wei Liren was all a bit agitated. The ultimate goal of the Kunlun Mecha University, since its inception, was to produce god-level mecha masters. Nowadays, by the end of his term as principal, the school's goals were finally accomplished. He also stood up to successive generations of Kunlun Mecha University presidents. Lin Yu, I will now pass on the position of president of this Kunlun Mecha University to you. Are you willing to do so? Wei Liren continued. I'm getting old. I want to do a good closed-door cultivation next, and it's time to try to make a good breakthrough. Wei Liren was just one step away from being a god-level mecha master. Headmaster, I don't aspire to this. Lin Yu shook his head. Headmaster, the world is big and the universe is even bigger. After that, I'll leave Blue Star and head out to explore the universe. There are many other planets like Blue Star in this universe. Next, Lin Yu also told Wei Liren some of the things he knew inside the secret realm. Something, of course, was not communicated. It just made Wei Liren realize that Blue Star still had to face threats from all forces in the universe. That means that when that light curtain of the Blue Star disappears, the Blue Star will be targeted by the great powers in the universe. And once they target the Blue Star, they will surely come and take over the entire Blue Star, and we will become slaves. Wei Liren sucked in a breath. This is absolutely great news. It was also the first time he had heard of it. However, since it was Lin Yu who said it, he still very much believed it. That's right, Headmaster. I'm going to become stronger. And at that time, even if those great powers in the universe set their eyes on Blue Star, as long as I'm around, they won't be able to make any means of doing any harm to Blue Star. Lin Yu nodded and responded. I understand, but during this time, how about you become an acting principal? Wei Liren requested. This is no problem. Lin Yu directly agreed. That's great. After seeing Lin Yu agree, Wei Liren was overjoyed. Right, Headmaster, I came here this time because I wanted to ask, in these 3 years, were those forces that wanted to make a move on my parents? Lin Yu inquired. Make them pay for it yourself. Within these 3 years, there are indeed many people who want to sneak into Kunlun Mecha University, but they were all caught by ours and dealt with in time. Solved a lot. Nothing out of the ordinary in recent times. However, there are only 2 forces that we don't have thoughts about at the moment. The Skywolf Group and an evil organization called the Evil God Temple. Seeing this, Wei Liren also informed what he knew. 5 by 520. Currently, the Skywolf Group and that Evil God Temple organization have already learned that you have entered the secret realm, but they don't know right now that you have already come out from inside the secret realm. It's estimated that these two forces in the back will also send people to try to infiltrate Kunlun Mecha University and take your parents away, conveniently to threaten you. Hear this. Lin Yu immediately nodded. I see. It seems that these two forces, there's no need for them to exist. Headmaster, it's better not to rush to make my news public until I've resolved the Skywolf group and the Evil God's Palace. Lin Yu made up his mind. If he announced that he had become a god-level mecha master now, the Wolf group was a good find that day. But that evil god temple is afraid that it is not so easy to find. Now Blue Star is about to face a crisis. There's no need for the likes of the evil temple to exist in this world. After saying goodbye to Wei Liren, Lin Yu arrived at an open space. Look around. The view of the entire Kunlun Mecha University appeared in the eyes. Xinger, do you have any way to make it possible for both of my parents to become mecha masters? Lin Yu slowly asked. Next, Xinger rushed out from inside that space artifact and hovered beside Lin Yu, only to see. Xinger nodded slightly. Yes, there are many treasures inside the battleship. Among them are those that can allow ordinary people who are unable to awaken their mechs to successfully awaken their mechs smoothly. Then hurry up and take it out. Lin Yu became excited. Just a moment. Over 10 seconds or so, two special fruits then appeared in Xinger's hands. These two fruits are named Yang God Fruit and Yin God Fruit. It was picked from the Yin Yang Divine Tree by the previous owner, and can change one's qualifications. If your parents eat it, they should be able to awaken the mecha. Cyan said slowly. There are such treasures in this universe. Lin Yu sighed, becoming more and more incomparably desirous of this universe. Great, let's go back. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu quickly returned in the direction of his floating island. If his parents could really awaken the mecha, I wonder, what level of mecha can be awakened? It was a little exciting and nerve-wracking. Back on the floating island, Lin Yu even hurriedly let his mom and dad take this Yin Yang Divine Fruit. As his dad, Lin Fongping, ate the Yang God Fruit, his mom, Li Wenjing, ate the Yin God Fruit. Both of them felt a very large force appear in their bodies in an instant, spreading all over their bodies. It was a feeling that they simply couldn't describe in words. Soon, behind them the light shines. The two mecha figures were rapidly expanding. Lin Yu, I didn't expect your parents to be so lucky that they actually awakened a god-level mecha to come as well. Xinger just saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh. Really? Lin Yu was thrilled. Mom and dad will be mechs who have awakened god-level mechs. Of course. I can't be wrong. Xinger nodded very seriously. Very sure. After continuing for a dozen seconds or so, that mecha silhouette began to solidify. 200-meter-tall giant god-class mechs appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. The mech behind dad has the special effects of the sun, while the mech behind mom has the special effects of the moon. The sun indicates yang. The moon indicates yin. This yin and yang maintain each other and are indispensable. Rumor has it that only those with truly great chances can truly awaken this yang god mecha and moon god mecha. Xinger continued to speak at this moment. The two of them, Lin Fongping and Li Wenjing, were incomparably excited in their hearts. They never thought that they could become mechs one day. When they thought about it, becoming a mecha master was also their dream. Now the dream has come true, and it's also awakened as a god-level mecha. It was unbelievable, as if it was a dream. It all came together so suddenly. Mom and dad, congratulations. Lin Yu congratulated. In this way, his parents would be able to have great strength to protect themselves in the future. Lin Yu could also feel more at ease. Son, what did you just give us to eat? Lin Fongping hurriedly inquired. At first, Lin Yu had described the Yin Yang Divine Fruit as just an ordinary specialty fruit. Lin Fongping now also completely understood that it was not a special fruit at all, an absolutely supreme treasure. Indeed, it's not a fruit, but the Yin Yang Divine Fruit, which can help you guys awaken your mechs. Lin Yu said truthfully. Xinger has said that you too, Mom and Dad, are the ones with great fortune? That's why you were able to awaken these two divine mechs to appear. With the successful awakening of the mech, Lin Yu can also find his dad and mom, all of a sudden became much younger. That was a little bit of a surprise. Mom and Dad, you guys started a little late, but everything is still in time. This is the divine level cultivation method. Lin Yu began to quickly impart the divine level cultivation method that he had practiced to the two of his parents. I don't know if it's the reason for awakening a god level mecha. The two of their own parents soon mastered this divine cultivation method. Next, Lin Yu also let the two of his parents enter the cultivation room of that mythic-class battleship to cultivate. Inside that cultivation room, cultivation can absolutely play twice the effect with half the effort. This will also allow them to improve faster. I didn't realize that this space artifact could actually hold people, Lin Yu exclaimed. Originally, Lin Yu had planned to place the battleship on this floating island, but through the guidance of Xinger, it turned out that space artifacts could not only hold life, but it was perfectly fine to hold even a planet with life on it. That is to say, Lin Yu's two parents are now inside that space artifact. In this way, if his parents encountered any problems in their cultivation, Lin Yu would also be able to answer and point them out at the first opportunity. This is a space artifact, Xinger said with some pride. The next step is to get rid of the Heavenly Wolf Group, as well as that evil God Temple organization. Lin Yu continued. This Sky Wolf Group wanted to catch themselves to research before. It is estimated that they must have been carrying out such research before, which must have also mutilated a lot of people. And that evil God Temple is an evil organization. Inside all the evil mechs composed of whatever. Lin Yu is all set to get rid of it. Do you need my help? Xinger levitated in front of Lin Yu and smiled. What can you do to help? Lin Yu shook his head. Humph. Just kidding. Who am I? Xinger beamed. I've long been connected to this world's network, but I've learned about the place where the Sky Wolf Group's secret research is being conducted, as well as the headquarters of that evil god's temple. Hear this. Lin Yu looked at Xinger with some shock and exclaimed, Cow! Along with spending time with Greenie. For a while, Lin Yu had almost forgotten that Xinger was an AI. In this world, it's the age of online communication. That day the Wolf Group and the evil god's temple will surely all be connected in this way. Naturally, they can't escape Xinger. That's for sure. Nowadays I can control the entire Blue Star's network, Xinger said proudly. After all, the level of this Blue Star network is too low. Alright, first give me the coordinates of that Wolf Group's secret research. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he summoned the Nuwa Mech. When Lin Yu entered the interior of the Nuwa Mech, then he received the coordinates from Xinger. With these coordinates, Lin Yu then quickly maneuvered the Nuwa Mech to perform spatial shuttling to that coordinate location. During the shuttle, the information security system of the Sky Wolf Group was already a silent ripoff by Xinger. One time, in Lin Yu's eyes, a lot of information about this Sky Wolf Group appeared, especially that secret research information. When Lin Yu finished reading it, he immediately had an incomparably grave face. This Sky Wolf Group is also too inhumane. Lin Yu coldly snorted. This Sky Wolf Group not only researches the genes of mechs, it's even making mechs and giant beasts combine to become inhuman and ghost-like. It even takes children for research. It is simply abominable. More and more determined to destroy this Sky Wolf Group. Actually, there was nothing wrong with their research, but the method was used wrongly. Xinger shook her head and said softly, I think that when the previous master was still alive, he personally led the humans of that era to conduct genetic research, but unfortunately, the previous master didn't last long before he fell. Hearing Xinger's last words, Lin Yu couldn't help but stare. Isn't her own sister Lin Wan the object of that genetic success? So to speak, this fate is really predestined. Xinger, do you know that some mechs can be leveled up? Lin Yu inquired. Of course, the genetic research program, for the purpose of allowing human mechs to awaken higher level mechs. Xinger nodded. Currently in the universe, a genetic divine water has already been researched, which can make the success rate of awakening higher level mechs much higher. But although the genetic divine water has a powerful effect, it also has a great side effect, which is that the lifespan will be greatly reduced. Therefore, when the previous master was helping the humans of the blue planet with their genetic research, he didn't consider this genetic divine water, but instead carried out a more prudent genetic upgrade technology that would allow mech masters to upgrade their mechs to a higher level after their mechs had reached certain conditions. Once it succeeds, even a mortal class mecha can be upgraded to a divine class mecha. This technology, in the entire universe, has not yet been realized. As she said that, Xinger couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. Actually, this genetic upgrade technology has already succeeded, Lin Yu said softly. Success? Xinger was instantly shocked. She had searched Blue Star's entire database and found nothing. That's right. My sister's mech will be able to upgrade its mech level. From the king level mech at the beginning to now, it's already a saint level mech, and it's estimated that it will be able to be upgraded to a god level mech at the back. Lin Yu nodded and said with a smile. Xinger naturally knew that Lin Yu had a sister through the database. However, this set of information that Lin Wanner's mecha could be leveled up was not recorded in this library of books. It seems there are smart people after all. Once the information is recorded in the database, there is still a risk of leakage, so it's not documented. That's great. It's good that it worked. Xinger was very happy. It didn't take long. The Nuwa Mech rushed out of the void. Look around at this point. In front of us is a big rolling mountain, and even more uninhabited around us. The secret research place of this Sky Wolf Group was underneath the ground in this area. It was hundreds of acres in size. The Wolf Group has built a huge underground world underneath the earth. Begin. A quick battle. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Targeting complete. Start space blockade. The skills of the Nuwa Mech were used quickly. An invisible spatial barrier instantly wrapped the entire underground research base of this Skywolf group. Lin Yu was going to completely destroy this research base, starting to unleash the space ding-dong. Next, the tens of thousands of psychic energy values in Lin Yu's body were instantly consumed. Everything inside that spatial seal almost annihilated and disappeared in just a few seconds. Only an immense abyssal sinkhole was left behind. Nice. This 139th level of your divine class mecha. Its might is truly terrifying as hell. Qinger nodded slightly in admiration after seeing all this in front of her. For a few short seconds, the entire underground research base was completely cleared. The efficiency is extremely high. In this blue star world, Lin Yu was considered completely invincible. In the middle of the universe, if Lin Yu exploded with his current strength at full power, he should be able to achieve the upper middle, or the upper lower end of the ranks of the strongest. Next, it's time for that evil god temple, Lin Yu calmly said. Coordinate location. Qinger quickly reminded that evil god temple headquarters location. With this coordinate position, Lin Yu once again maneuvered the Nuwa mech into space. Other side. At the headquarters of the Skywolf group, the entire conference room was in disarray, and everyone was overwhelmed with shock and fear. The secret research base was completely out of contact. Something big had definitely happened. In the center of the conference room, a projection appears. They have sent their state-of-the-art fighters to explore. When arriving at the coordinates of that research center, everyone was dumbfounded. This can't be right. Sure, this is the right spot? How long has this been going on? To actually be able to destroy the entire underground research center silently? Who the hell did this? What now? The underground research center, which brings together all of our research materials, is kind of all destroyed this time. Damn it. Who the hell did this? These senior members of the Skywolf group, one by one, were all a bit frightened. They all had a feeling that it was coming towards their Skywolf group. Suddenly, the projection was pitch black. The entire Sirius system began to paralyze. Immediately after, the projection projected a few large words. If you dare to conduct that genetic research again, you will die. It took almost an hour or so. Lin Yu maneuvered the Nuwa mech and arrived at the location of that evil god temple's headquarters. This is more of a deserted location in the middle of nowhere. The next convenience is that evil temple. High up in the air, Lin Yu could still see many evil mechs, drinking and eating meat, looking incomparably fast. Lin Yu was still using the same method of destroying the Skywolf group's research place, with the spatial space seal enveloped. Some of the powerful mecha masters from this evil god's hall also reacted immediately. A moment's effort. That evil god temple's boss hurriedly told everyone to summon their mechs and attack that space barrier with all their might. But no matter how they attacked, this spatial barrier was not even damaged in the slightest, and remained incomparably sturdy. One time, those evil mechs all looked at that evil temple boss. I didn't realize that the boss of this evil god temple was actually a legendary mecha master. Lin Yu said calmly. It's just a shortcut. He can only go so far in his life. Qinger shook her head. And at this point, that evil god temple boss even maneuvered his mech to fly into midair, looked around and shouted loudly. I'm Ouyang Hong. I don't know which one of you has taken a shot at my evil god temple. Please be merciful. I'm willing to pay everything for my evil god temple. Just now, all of the mechs of the evil god's palace joined forces and failed to destroy this spatial barrier. Ouyang Hong also understood that the one who had struck out at them was definitely an even more powerful powerhouse. Escape is simply not an option right now. The only way to do that is to beg for mercy. As long as he could live, even if he let the entire evil god temple be destroyed, he would naturally not say a word. Soon, the Nuwa mech controlled by Lin Yu appeared outside the barrier. Seeing the appearance of this mysterious mech, Ouyang Hong, as well as the rest of the evil mecha masters throughout the evil god's temple, all became shocked. They could feel their own mechs and seemed to enter a state of fear. Such a feeling for the first time. I wonder who your excellency is? Ouyang Hong asked in a hurry. Haven't you been looking for me? And trying to arrest me? Lin Yu laughed. I am Lin Yu. This can't be. Ouyang Hong was instantly shocked. Lin Yu's mecha isn't like this. Who says I only have one mech? Lin Yu instantly summoned the Pango mech. Once this discordant mech is out, they were even more dumbfounded. You actually have two mechs. Ouyang Hong was completely stunned. This is simply unheard of. Lin Yu sneered. He himself has 7 mechs. Summon them all and they will still scare you to death. I admit defeat. I only beg you to spare my life. I'm willing to pay any price. Ouyang Hong had absolutely no other hope and could now beg Lin Yu to be magnanimous and merciful. There's no other way. At the cost of your life then. Lin Yu spoke indifferently. Space dimming. An absolutely terrifying force instantly engulfed all the evil mechs within the space blockade. In an instant, they were all completely obliterated. Dissolved into the world. It's like it never existed. Those evil god temple buildings below were also destroyed and leveled to the ground. Finally, It's settled, so I guess it's going to be smooth for a while back here. Lin Yu nodded slightly at this moment. However, it is certain that in the future there will still be evil organizations like the Evil God Temple, as well as the likes of the Heavenly Wolf Group, which secretly conducts inhumane genetic research. It was good that Lin Yu didn't think much about it. Anyway, what happened in the future? Then we'll talk about it later. It's still the same old saying, soldiers come and go. It's time to go back. Lin Yu continued, quickly maneuvering the Nuwa mech. He began a space shuttle. Instead, it didn't take long before he managed to return to Kunlun Mecha University. After reporting with the principal, Wei Liren also officially started the announcement, appointing Lin Yu to the position of acting president of Kunlun Mecha University. At the same time, it was also announced that Lin Yu was already a god-level mecha master. For a time, it wasn't just the entire faculty and students of Kunlun Mecha University who were shocked. Everyone around the world was stunned, dumbfounded by the news. Even this news, even those powerful behemoths had known about it. They had originally planned to attack the humans, but they didn't dare to continue with their attack plan in the current situation. Lin Yu was the first mecha master to have awakened a god-level mecha. It was even the first to become a god-level mecha master. He's kind of completely famous globally now. Originally, those who wanted to capture Lin Yu and those who wanted to take over Lin Yu's god-level mecha, they didn't dare to make any moves. Sisters, I've found this Lin Yu's picture. It's simply handsome, totally the male god of my heart. Love it, love it. Is this the elegance of a god-level mecha master? I want to have monkeys with him so badly. I've decided. I'm going to enter Kunlun Mecha University. Now that Kunlun Mecha University has such a god-level mecha master, it's already the #1 mecha university in the entire world. The discussions on various online forums were unbelievably heated. Almost in that short period of time, Lin Yu had become the common male god in the hearts of girls all over the world. At this point, Lin Yu had returned inside his house and was lying on the sofa, browsing the web. Seeing that all the information about himself was all over the place, it made Lin Yu shake his head. In the future, I'm afraid I won't have to go out wearing a mask. It was expected that people would recognize themselves when they walked there. In fact, Lin Yu was fond of a quiet, free-spirited life. Not much more. Tomorrow is the official inauguration of this Kunlun Mecha University. Even though it's an acting principal, there are procedures that need to be followed. All the top brass of Kunlun Mecha University will gather tomorrow. Lin Yu muttered. He himself was no more than a young guy in his early 20s. It was also undoubtedly the first time that he had become the president of a top mecha university at such a young age. Stand up. Lin Yu walked out of the house. Come outside. As Lin Yu's mind moved, the space artifact that he was wearing erupted with a light now. An incomparably huge battleship appeared in front of them. Upon entering the battleship, Lin Yu headed to the cultivation room to take a look. His own parents were now in a state of single-minded cultivation, and their cultivation speed was quite fast. In a short period of time, they had already reached the level of a 2-star mecha master. For mom and dad, their first order of business was to upgrade their mech level. There would be no need to rush to upgrade the mech level. When the time came for Lin Yu to train on his behalf, it would definitely be faster. Didn't disturb mom and dad's practice. Lin Yu quickly arrived at that body refining room. Lin Yu, input your spiritual energy value into this wall. Qinger opened her mouth and reminded. Good. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Following Qinger's method, Lin Yu began to try it out. After entering a certain amount of psychic energy value, the entirety of that wall then erupted into a glow, and a single text emerged. This is that method of refining the body. Only the spiritual energy value of the organic divine body can seem and make it manifest. Qinger smiled. This body refining method is so profound. With just a glance, Lin Yu sensed the uncomplicated nature of this body refining method. However, this body refining method doesn't seem to have a name. Lin Yu immediately afterward. He was a bit puzzled. It's true that there's no name, but Lin Yu, you can give a name to this body refining method. Qinger continued. Since this body refining method can make the physical body become saintly, then it will be called the sacred body refining method. Lin Yu thought about it for a while and came up with a name. The successful sage body refining method. However, the name is simple and easy to understand. Qinger nodded her head, also quite satisfied with the name. Next, Lin Yu also began to cultivate this sacred body refining method. 10 minutes passed. Inside the head, the system's voice rang out. Ding dong, the machine god body has mastered the sacred body refining method successfully. Alright, I've mastered it. Lin Yu quickly reminded. Alright then, I'll turn on the gravity of the refining room now. Qinger nodded. Rumble. Moment. A powerful gravity erupted, directly causing Lin Yu's entire body to collapse onto the ground. The terrifying gravity, squeezing his body as if his entire body was about to explode. This gravity training had been practiced for a while before in the gravity chamber of the Kunlun Mecha University. But, that's adjusting to gravity inside the mech, organic armor guards. But not now. Lin Yu was relying purely on his own flesh, holding on to this terrifying gravity. Should we, at the beginning, go on such a difficult level? Lin Yu said with some difficulty. This kind of terrifying gravity made it difficult for him to move even half a bit. Don't worry. I've already calculated it all. The current gravity is the limit you can hold on to. The only way to break through your own limit is to keep holding on. Qinger calmly explained. Qinger had at least followed a Boundary Lord Realm powerhouse for a long time. She still knows a lot in this cultivation area. After hearing what Qinger said, Lin Yu had an understanding in his heart. The machine divine body begins to automatically operate to cultivate the sacred body refining method. With the cultivation of the sage refining method, Lin Yu felt that the spiritual energy value in his body was rapidly depleting, and at the same time, he could clearly perceive that his body had become a little more comfortable. It's very effective. Persistence. Hold on. Although the entire process was a very painful thing for Lin Yu, inside his mind, there was only the word perseverance right now. To become stronger. To be able to tear the behemoth apart with his hands. All the pain now is worth it. As a little bit of time passes, when Qinger saw that Lin Yu was able to hold out for such a long time, she couldn't help but nod. I really didn't look at the wrong person. Someone who can possess such great perseverance must have higher achievements in the future. 2 hours of time quickly passed, and at this time, Qinger also stopped the gravity of this body refining room. That terrifying weight instantly disappeared, which made Lin Yu's entire body feel incredibly relaxed, and all of a sudden it was as if he had come to life. There is a sense of being in the midst of an abyssal hell 1 second and coming to that wonderful paradise below. Hoo-hoo! Lin Yu gasped loudly, his body even more soaked. The whole thing looked a mess. It could be said that for such a long time, this time was definitely the most wretched Lin Yu had ever been. How are you feeling? Qinger looked at Lin Yu and smiled. It's alright. It's just that it came on too hard right from the start. Lin Yu couldn't help but spit out. You're giving me such a hard time right from the start. And you didn't remind me earlier so that I could be mentally prepared. Speak in advance? Qinger waved her hand and said in a serious tone. Today is considered to be a lesson for you. You have to remember that the enemy won't tell you in advance before they strike. All you have to do is be able to react and respond at all times. Hearing this, Lin Yu silently nodded. You have a point, but these 2 hours of body refining, your body has obviously become much stronger than before. Oh, Qinger smiled. After a few minutes of rest, Lin Yu stood up. That pain that had been in his body was now gone. The body also became comfortable. Ho ho ho. Sure enough, it's gotten a lot stronger. Lin Yu was extraordinarily aware of the changes in his body. For a moment, Lin Yu looked at Qinger and asked curiously, do you think I can kill a level 10 giant beast by myself with my current strength? Can't. Qinger replied decisively. Lin Yu, you still have a long road ahead of you. Got it. Lin Yu responded. The break continued for almost half an hour. Lin Yu then plunged into this body refining once again. This second body refining cultivation had obviously become much easier and smoother. A little bit of time passed. Soon the next day came. 9 o'clock in the morning. Qinger then reminded Lin Yu that it was time. Seeing this, Lin Yu also stopped cultivating. A nice hot bath and a fresh change of clothes. Stand in front of the mirror. It seems like I've become more handsome. Lin Yu muttered. This body refining method will not only increase your physique, but it will also enhance your face value. Qinger smiled. Your current face value is considered a big handsome guy in the entire universe. I'm this handsome and I can only be considered a big handsome guy in the universe? Lin Yu was a little curious. That universe's #1 handsome guy. What exactly was he like? Alright, today is the day you take office. So don't think about anything else. When you enter the universe in the future, a lot of things, you'll know once you see it then. Qinger even gave Lin Yu a hairstyle blow dry, making Lin Yu's temperament, all of a sudden, feel like it had received a small sublimation. Didn't realize. Greenie is also such a great Tony teacher. After organizing, Lin Yu walked out of this battleship. The battleship was quickly retracted back inside the space artifact. Immediately after that, Lin Yu headed towards the top of the Kunlun Divine Mountain, a square at the top of the mountain. All the executives of Kunlun Mecha University had gathered here early. I didn't expect that this Lin Yu, after only a few short years of entering the Kunlun Mecha University, has already surpassed the likes of us and become the first divine level Mecha Master. Yeah, it feels so incredible every time I think about it. But in the future, my Kunlun Mecha University will be considered the true #1 Mecha University. Everyone had a conversation as well. When they saw Lin Yu appear, they immediately stopped communicating. Worthy of being a god-level Mecha Master. This aura is matchless. The powerful aura emanating from Lin Yu caused many people to sigh in their hearts. just radiating out the aura. It was as if they felt the terrifying as hell power of Lin Yu. It also made them realize that they were like a mole cricket in front of Lin Yu. Greetings, Principal Lin. Everyone addressed politely. Although it's only the acting principal now, but they know, sooner or later, Lin Yu would become the president of the real Kunlun Mecha University. Everyone, from now on, I will be the one to temporarily manage the Kunlun Mecha University, and I hope that everyone will cooperate with me afterward. Lin Yu looked at the various executives and said calmly, they were all the most central forces of the Kunlun Mecha University. We will definitely cooperate fully. The deans of several great academies were even the first to make an example, one after another. Those other directors of instruction, various teachers, have also made promises. Although Lin Yu was young, his strength was there. The strongest are the only ones. They were naturally willing to cooperate with Lin Yu. Honestly, at first, Lin Yu was still a little worried that someone inside the Kunlun Mecha University would oppose him becoming the principal. After all, he was still so young. But now it seems that I was overthinking it. But for it to go so well, Lin Yu was quite satisfied. Headmaster, can you let us see the elegance of a god-level mecha master? Several deans pleaded. The others were overwhelmed with anticipation. Yes, Lin Yu nodded. What they're asking for is pretty reasonable. Therefore, Lin Yu was also able to satisfy them. Pancake Mecha summoning. Next, Lin Yu directly summoned his Discordian Mecha. With the appearance of this divine mecha master, the crowd gasped again. Is this the terror of a god-level mecha? It's as if the mecha inside me is a bit scared. It seems that the new principal is already in the world, already invincible. Everyone couldn't help but be envious. After all, every person's goal at the beginning was to become a god-level mecha master. But this goal and dream of theirs has not been realized until now. Originally, some of them, they still wanted to spar with Lin Yu to feel the power of a god-level mech artist. Now it seemed that they didn't need to cut at all, and were bound to lose miserably on their own. Probably couldn't even catch a single move. After a few minutes, Lin Yu then summoned the Discordian Mecha back. That's right, Principal. Now that you're a god-level mecha master, when are we going to launch an attack on the Undersea behemoth? Within the recent period of time, Undersea giants will from time to time unleash a beast tide and rush onto the land. Especially 10 days ago, 2 coastal cities were captured by giant beasts. One of the higher-ups soon inquired. The others nodded in agreement. Now the Undersea behemoths are getting stronger and stronger. If they are not dealt with in time, I am afraid that the consequences will be endless. At this point, there's no rush. I'll investigate first and will give a decision as soon as possible, Lin Yu calmly said. Seeing that Lin Yu had said so, the others were no longer continuing to say anything more. Next, it's also something about handing over work. Being a principal is still a lot to handle. The meeting was adjourned. Lin Yu entered the principal's office. It is worth mentioning that Wei Liren actually arranged a big-breasted beautiful secretary for himself. Hello, Principal. My name is Meng Qian. I'll be your secretary from now on, so feel free to give me any tasks afterward. Meng Qian smiled at Lin Yu. This Meng Qian had to be said to be a very pretty and big beautiful woman, and very charming. Being able to have such a great beauty as a secretary made Lin Yu feel like he could stay on as a principal. Suddenly, Lin Yu remembered a saying something secretary to do, nothing to do secretary. Soon Lin Yu didn't ramble on about anything else. Looking at Meng Qian, Lin Yu opened his mouth and inquired. Is there anything going on in the school recently that is something I need to deal with? Well, there are some documents, instead, that need your signature. Meng Qian nodded. Only Meng Qian tapped a few times on the tablet. Then in front of Lin Yu, several electronic projections appeared. Above is a lot of information about the file. These documents, they need your signature, Meng Qian said softly. Her voice was fluffy and very nice, and it was inexplicably comforting. Okay, I'll take a look first. With that, Lin Yu took a closer look at the documents. At least he was now the acting principal, and with such a position, he naturally needed to do his duty. It would be truly irresponsible to take a closer look at it yourself and just sign it. While Lin Yu was seriously looking at the documents, Meng Qian was also seriously looking at Lin Yu. Both were incredibly engaged. A little bit of time passed like that. Lin Yu also read through these documents one by one. These documents were some management approaches to Kunlun Mecha University. Basically no problems were found in them. And soon Lin Yu also signed his big name. Done. Lin Yu smiled slightly. It seemed that he was quite talented in management. Secretary Meng? What's wrong? When looking at Meng Qian, who kept looking at himself, it made Lin Yu think if he had something on his face. After hearing Lin Yu's words, Meng Qian also hurriedly came back to her senses and quickly replied. I'm fine. Have you signed it yet, Principal? It's all signed. Is there anything else I need to take care of? Lin Yu nodded. While he had the time now, He would try to finish dealing with whatever he could. No more. Meng Qian hastily shook her head. This caused Lin Yu to suddenly lose his mind in a small way. Not that. Is the principal busy all day long? There's a lot to deal with every day. Now it's your turn. It turned out to be a matter of signing a few names and then it was over. That's all. It's good for you to take it easy anyway. Alright then. I'll go back first. If there's anything, just let me know directly. Lin Yu stood up. Since there's nothing else going on right now, it would be better to go back first and continue refining and upgrading your body. Okay. Meng Qian answered. With Lin Yu leaving, Meng Qian's entire body stood in place. Her heartbeat was accelerating, and her pretty face became a little blush. Obviously moved. Also normal. After all, Lin Yu was simply too good. After returning to his floating island, Lin Yu was also the first to summon that battleship in from inside his space artifact once again. After entering the battleship's refining room, he also continued to refine his body. Through Qing'er's adjustments, basically every time, Lin Yu was in an extreme state. By doing so, it is possible to push the boundaries, one limit at a time, stimulating potential. While the process can be incredibly painful, it can be immensely rewarding if you keep at it. You can see the rewards of such persistence and dedication. Time passes day by day. Lin Yu basically spent every day in the body refining room. It felt like he, the acting principal, was dispensable. Basically that Meng Qian Big Boob's secretary, have not contacted himself, think there is nothing for him to deal with. It continued for a couple of days. At noon on this day, Qing'er stopped the operation of that body refining room and spoke. Lin Yu, there's a girl named Junling outside looking for you. After hearing that it was Junling, Lin Yu stood up from the ground. Got it. Lin Yu quickly walked out. As the battleship hatch opened, Lin Yu quickly saw a silhouette. Long time no see. Yiling had obviously grown a lot taller, and had also become more beautiful. Yiling! Lin Yu called out. Yiling quickly arrived in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu, go save Mo Shirting, Yiling said with some urgency. Don't be in a hurry. What exactly happened? Lin Yu asked in a hurry. Mo Shirting's father was seriously injured in the secret realm, and is now dying, his life hanging by a thread. Only the Holy Spirit Flower can be saved, but this Holy Spirit Flower is currently only available to the Kunlun City Wang family. This Wang family's young master, Wang Dingtian, used the Holy Spirit Flower as a condition for Mo Shirting to marry him. Yiling quickly told everything. Mo Shitting was definitely unwilling to marry Wang Dingtian, but her father was about to die, and she had to agree to the request even if she didn't want to. After all, it was the only way to save her father. Originally, Mo Shirting had asked Yiling to keep it a secret, not allowing Yiling to inform Lin Yu of this matter. But Yiling looked at Mo Shirting's incomparable sadness every day, and really couldn't bear to watch. Only then did he quickly return to Kunlun Mecha University and find Lin Yu. Mo Shitting is really confused. After hearing this, Lin Yu was a little angry. You too, after discovering something like this, you should have come to me in the first place. Come on, let's go to Kunlun City now. Moment. Lin Yu summoned out his own Nuwa mech. Yiling followed suit and summoned her own mecha as well. Next, Lin Yu maneuvered the Nuwa mecha and took Yiling on a space shuttle. Decided he couldn't let Mo Shirting marry someone he didn't like. It's a lifetime of happiness. And that Wang Dingtian, Yiling also said, is a playboy. Definitely not genuinely fond of Mo Shirting. Through space shuttle, with great speed, Lin Yu reached that Kunlun city, led by Yiling. It also came to Mo Shirting's home. Two giant mechs slammed down. It was a sensation for everyone in the Mo family for a while. What a cool mecha. What kind of mecha powerhouse has come to my Mo family? That mech seems to be Yiling's mech. But that mech next to it, that's the first time I've seen it. Too soon. Some of the Mo family's top officials rushed over towards, and that's when Lin Yu came out from inside the Nuwa mech and landed smoothly on the ground. Yiling followed closely behind, pointing to the attic in front of her and said, in front is Mo Shirting's room. Got it. Lin Yu nodded and looked at Yiling. Please stand guard outside here and don't let anyone else in. Don't worry, Yiling responded. Lin Yu quickly entered the attic in front of him. Coming to a door, Lin Yu knocked on it and called out, Mo Shitting, this is Lin Yu. Are you in there? Lin Yu, go away. It was only after a while that Mo Shirting's voice resounded from inside the room. Lin Yu could hear that Mo Shirting was crying. It made Lin Yu's heart ache a little. One anxious, Lin Yu directly took the door of the room in front of him and directly forced it open. The entire door to the room twisted right off. These days of constantly refining the body in the refining room were still very fruitful. After the door opened, Lin Yu then saw Mo Shirting curled up in a corner. Lin Yu quickly walked over to her side and crouched down. Alright, don't cry. Everything will be fine with me. Lin Yu softly comforted. That's all. Lin Yu quietly accompanied her. After a while, it was only then that Mo Ting raised her head, her eyes having long since turned red from crying. The entire person looked haggard, causing Lin Yu's heart to ache. Lin Yu, thank you, but I had to do this in order to save my father, Mo Ting whispered. She naturally understood what kind of person Wang Dingtian was, but all over the world, only this Wang family currently has the Holy Spirit flower. Seeing her like this, Lin Yu gathered his courage and directly embraced Mo Ting. In this instant, Mo Ting didn't even react. She only felt this embrace feeling so warm. If your father knew, he wouldn't be willing to let you sacrifice your happiness. Lin Yu said softly, don't worry, I'm sure I can save your father with me, and I definitely won't let you marry that Wang Dingtian. These words made Mo Ting feel a full sense of security. Without realizing it, Mo Ting then fell asleep. I'm sure she hasn't gotten any rest these days. Lin Yu picked her straight up and gently placed her on the bed before covering her up with a clean tissue, wiped the tears from her face. After doing that, Lin Yu then walked out of this attic. At this point, outside of this attic, the Mo family's top brass had already arrived. They all already knew the person who had come. It was Lin Yu, the new president of Kunlun Mecha University. The god-level Mecha master personally descended on their Mo family. For their Mo family, this was definitely considered a great honor. When Lin Yu walked out, Lin Yu, this is Mo Ting's mother. Yi Ling introduced Lin Yu. Mo Ting's mother's name is Su Liying. Mok Zi Ting has inherited her mother's genes to be as beautiful as she is. Auntie, please take me to see Uncle Mo. I have a way to save her. Lin Yu looked at Su Liying and said with confidence, good. Follow me. Su Liying was also very happy. Under her leadership, Lin Yu quickly arrived inside a room. Mo Ting's father, Mo Tao, was lying on the bed. The whole person's face was very pale and dying, feeling that he would die at any time. Not only is he seriously injured, he's also poisoned. Lin Yu slowly said darkly, it was a worse situation than one could have imagined. No wonder only the Holy Ghost Flower can save. This Holy Spirit Flower was an incomparably precious and rare spirit medicine, containing rich life energy, and could even increase one's lifespan after taking it. No matter how serious the injury, it can be recovered instantly. It also detoxifies. Well, is there a way? Su Liying inquired. She also did not want her daughter to marry that Wang Dingtian. Nowadays, Lin Yu's arrival, it was also something that gave her hope. But if even Lin Yu can't save, don't worry. Lin Yu nodded seriously. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu quickly talked to Qinger. How about it? Are there any spirit medicines inside the battleship that have the same effect as the Holy Spirit Flower? Of course there is. Qinger laughed. I've already activated the battleship, so I guess I'll be there soon. It was about a few minutes wait. The huge battleship appeared over Kunlun City. One time, everyone in the entire Kunlun City was shocked, simply because the battleship was simply too massive. Basically everyone who looks up can see that battleship in the air. Such a giant battleship is not a product of this world at all. The battleship hovered over the Mo family. With the help of Greenie, soon a small jade bottle appeared in Lin Yu's hand. This small jade bottle was filled with a special liquid. The liquid inside this small jade bottle is refined from a variety of precious herbs. It can cure 100 poisons. A bottle of it is guaranteed to make him immediately become alive and well. Qinger's voice rang out. Seeing the situation, Lin Yu also handed the small jade bottle to Su Liying. Auntie, please take this medicinal liquid and feed it to Uncle. When Uncle takes it, he'll be fine. Su Liying nodded happily when she heard that. With her help, Mo Tao quickly surfaced this medicinal liquid. It was just as Qinger had said. Immediately after taking this, his face became normal, his breathing was very stable, and even his expression became very comfortable. The bizarre toxin in his body was also cleared away. The injuries on his body recovered quickly in just 10 seconds or so. This time, Mo Ting's father is considered to have truly taken a trip from the Ghost Gate. This is simply a divine medicine. Lin Yu sighed in his heart. The effects of this medicine are simply too obvious. That's for sure. Qinger's voice rang out. The medicinal liquid just now is completely equivalent to the resurrection of the dead pill, and in the entire universe, it's also very rare. Even if you sell the entire Blue Star, you won't be able to buy a single copy of such a medicinal liquid. It's actually so valuable. Lin Yu was incomparably surprised. This Mo Tao is considered lucky to be able to use such a precious potion. Expensive though, but Lin Yu felt it was still worth it. At least, Mo Ting won't marry someone she doesn't like. Auntie, Uncle is estimated to wake up in a while. Lin Yu spoke. I'll go check on Shitting first. Thanks. Su Liying bowed in gratitude towards Lin Yu. This time, Lin Yu was definitely considered a great benefactor of their Mo family. Such favors. Instead, I'm not proud of it. If it is possible, she was also willing to betroth her own daughter to Lin Yu. No need to thank you. Lin Yu waved his hand. After leaving this room, Lin Yu had included the battleship above him in his space artifact. I'm guessing the internet will have a lot more of its own to say about this one. In particular, Lin Yu maneuvered the new Mech to land in the Mo family. It was estimated that some people had already guessed that they owned multiple mechs. The good thing was that he had enough absolute power now. Even if the news of his machine god body was exposed, it wouldn't matter. Back outside that loft, Yiling hurriedly came to Lin Yu's side and asked anxiously, "Uncle Mo, how is he?" "Don't worry, it's already fine." Lin Yu nodded. "Let's go. Go see shitting." Immediately, it also summoned the new Mech back. Breaking news, according to reliable sources, Lin Yu of Kunlun Mecha University owns 2 god-level mechs. This is too unbelievable. Yes, this is simply heaven-defying. Now not only is he a god-level mecha master, but he also has 2 god-level mechs. How in the world did this happen? Didn't they say that a mecha master can only awaken 1 mecha in their lifetime? I've found it out. Rumor has it that there is a mysterious physique called the machine god body. This machine god body allows a mecha master to have 7 mechs, which means that Lin Yu can summon 7 mechs to come. It's hard to believe that he has 7 god-level mechs? Most likely. The discussion is already in full swing on all the major online platforms. There are also a lot of competent people among them who have found out a lot of information. The information about this machine god body was made known to almost everyone in a short period of time. All of them were incredulous about this machine god body. It's even more enviable. Why the hell is he a machine god body? I want to become a Kijin body too. A mecha like this. Old me wants to own 7 of them too. How can people be so different from each other? Can't compare. Can't compare. Inside the attic room, Yiling couldn't help but nod her head in sigh after looking at all this information on the internet. Well, now you're considered even more famous. Now every headline was filled with news of Lin Yu. Hot to a fault. Exposed is exposed. Lin Yu slowly nodded. Anyway, I'm strong enough now, so whoever dares to take a shot at me will definitely make him pay the price to come. It's also true that the current Yu has already become an existence that is out of our reach. Yiling took a deep breath and said slowly, "Nowadays the gap between them and Lin Yu is widening. I guess it's not that easy to catch up. I'm afraid. There's a separate cultivation room inside that battleship of mine, so you can go there to cultivate in the back. It'll make you improve faster." Lin Yu smiled. To be honest, whether it was Mo shitting or Yiling, Lin Yu wanted them to become strong. "Alright then, I'll be polite." Yiling nodded. Almost a couple hours of waiting. It was only then that Mo Ting slowly awoke. Those few hours of sleep had restored her a lot as well. When she opened her first eye, she saw Lin Yu's face, and for a moment she thought she was hallucinating. But the good thing was that she was also completely awake, recalling that she had been taken into Lin Yu's arms, and she liked that feeling so much that she fell asleep without realizing it. "Sure Den, you're finally awake. Don't worry, your father has been healed." After seeing Mo Ting wake up, Lin Yu said softly. When Mo Shitting heard that her father was fine, her heart was happy and she looked at Lin Yu. "Thank you. Don't be polite." Lin Yu shook his head. "However, if you encounter anything in the future here that you can't solve on your own, you must come to me and I'll help you solve it." "Got it." Lin Yu's tone carried a hint of command. It made Mo Shitting feel the domineering side of Lin Yu, but it made her like it even more. "I know," replied Mo Ting in a small voice. "It's good to know." Lin Yu nodded. "Here, drink some water first." Lin Yu handed her a cup of warm water. After crying and shedding so many tears earlier, it was time to rehydrate. Lin Yu, Meng Qian from Kunlun Mecha University has called with an emergency communication contact. At this moment, Chinger's voice came from Lin Yu's ear. "Emergency communications liaison. It's usually used when something major happens. Put me through." Lin Yu nodded. "Yes," Chinger answered. Next, the communication was successfully connected. Soon came Meng Qian's voice, "Headmaster, an emergency has been discovered. You need to come back immediately to deal with it." "Alright, I'll return," Lin Yu responded. After the newsletter is over, Lin Yu looked at Mo Ting and apologized. "Sorry, there's no way to continue accompanying you. I have to hurry back to deal with important matters." "Well, don't worry about me. You go ahead." Mo Ting nodded her head. "Yiling, take care of it more." Lin Yu stood up, looked at Yiling beside him and said softly. Subsequently, Lin Yu walked out of this attic. "Come out here in the open," greeted the new Mech. Upon entering the interior of the new Mech, Lin Yu performed spatial shuttling and quickly rushed back to Kunlun Mech University. "That one is Lin Yu?" Mo Tao looked at his wife and inquired. After Mo Tao woke up, it was as if his entire body had been revived with full blood. Originally, he had come to say thank you to Lin Yu in person and to see his daughter. Didn't realize They had just arrived here when they saw Mu Yun leaving in a hurry. Didn't even get a word in edgewise. Su Liying replied. That's right. He's Mu Yun. Thanks to him this time, you'll be able to survive and your daughter won't have to marry that Wang Dingtian. It's just that this Mu Yun is in such a hurry to leave, so he must have something important to deal with. Mo Tao also let out a sigh. It seems that there will only be a chance to personally thank you afterward. Alright, go see your daughter first, Su Liying said gently. Maybe this Lin Yu will be your son-in-law in the future. Yiling sat beside Mo Shirting and inquired. Is there any more discomfort in your body? No, Mo Shirting shook her head. I'm sorry, I didn't keep my promise and still told Lin Yu everything. Yiling apologized. It's fine. This matter also thanks to you. You are the one who changed my fate. Mo Shirting smiled. I was too anxious before. I didn't even think about it seriously and properly. Luckily there is you. That's good. This matter also proves that Lin Yu has you in his heart. Yiling nodded and laughed. I'm a little envious of you. He has you in his heart too. Is it really me? Yiling was all a bit nervous. Of course, you'll feel it if you put your heart into it. Mo Shirting nodded. She also only really felt that warmth when Lin Yu took the initiative to hug her at that moment. There. Uncle Mo is already well. We should also hurry and return to Kunlun Mecha University. Now Lin Yu has all but left us too far behind. We have to catch up with him as soon as possible. Yiling said seriously. She knows it well. One had to become strong in order to better stay with Lin Yu in the future. The Blue Star is vast though. But there would come a day when Lin Yu would leave the Blue Star and travel to an even more vast universe of stars and rivers. Lin Yu quickly returned to Kunlun Mecha University through the space shuttle of the Nuwa Mech. Landing at the top of the Kunlun Divine Mountain, Lin Yu summoned the Nuwa Mech back. Led by the beautiful secretary Meng Qian, Lin Yu entered inside a spacious conference room. When Lin Yu appeared, the school executives who were sitting in their seats also stood up. Lin Yu came to his seat, and after sitting down, he looked at everyone and spoke. Everyone sit down. Let's not talk too much nonsense. Let's get straight to the point. With that, a huge projection appeared in the center of the conference room. Inside the image was a sea area. The entire sea was incomparably violent, and a water tornado appeared as if it could connect heaven and earth. The sea's surface was even more turbulent. The sky of the sea area was shrouded in thunderclouds, with countless flashes of thunder. It's almost like a picture of doom. It felt as if there was a great terror brewing at the bottom of the sea. This phenomenon was produced at half an hour, which the sea has given birth to such a terrifying vision. It's estimated that something big is happening. At the same time, through the probing of special instruments, it was discovered that the giant beasts of the entire ocean are converging towards the sea. Meng Qian gave a quick and simple account of the current situation. This gives everyone some insight at once. This matter must concern the lives of all mankind. We can't just sit around and wait for death. We must investigate what has happened in this sea. Also the other two major mech universities, they're trying to figure it out. This time, all forces will have to unite. The Dean of the Imperial Great Academy opened his mouth and said. The others nodded in agreement. Anyway, such a vision has occurred in these waters. Probably not a good sign. And all the other oceanic behemoths moved over quickly towards there. Maybe it was all caused by the giant beasts too. Principal, what do we do next? Everyone looked at Lin Yu. At Kunlun Mecha University, it's usually the president who makes the decisions. Nowadays, although Lin Yu was the acting principal, but also the principal. So now it was up to Lin Yu to make a decision. First of all, we can't mess up ourselves. Go to battle-ready status. Put the cities on alert. Lin Yu said a lot at once. Nowadays that sea is not known exactly what is going on though. But being prepared for everything makes you better able to cope if a real crisis comes. I've decided that I'll be the one to personally go to that sea to check out the situation. Lin Yu decided once again. He was now the only mech in the world. And the most powerful mech. Possesses 7 god-ranked mechs. Therefore, Lin Yu himself was the best candidate. Even if a fight occurred, facing countless giant beasts, even if he couldn't win, he could still easily escape safely. In the face of this proposal from Lin Yu, everyone had no opinion. The sea area erupted with such horrific anomalies. Nowadays, all over the world, various countries and forces are paying immense attention. Well, there's no time to lose. I'm leaving now. Lin Yu stood up. After leaving the conference room, Lin Yu once again summoned the Nuwa Mech. Just about to leave. Lin Yu. Wait. Bai Jingjing appeared in front of Lin Yu. Her snow-white clothes, already stained red, had suffered a very serious injury. Lin Yu quickly rushed over, carrying Bai Jingjing directly inside the house. Let her lay flat on the couch. At this point, her blood was constantly flowing out. Lin Yu hurriedly stopped her bleeding. Shit, can't stop the bleeding at all. Lin Yu said darkly. The injuries on Bai Jingjing's body were really too serious. The bloody holes on her body were obviously caused by being penetrated by some kind of sharp weapon. Xinger, is that medicinal liquid still available? He hurriedly inquired. No more, but there are other spirit medicines to save her. Xinger's voice rang out. Then hurry up and take it out, Lin Yu said anxiously. A few seconds passed. Xinger took out an elixir that emitted an incomparable medicinal fragrance. After Lin Yu received it, he also immediately made Bai Jingjing take it. That mysterious elixir entered the body and instantly transformed into an incomparably thick medicinal power. You can clearly see the wounds on Bai Jingjing's body, which are rapidly healing. After watching Bai Jingjing's breath stabilize, Lin Yu then breathed a sigh of relief. Jingjing, what exactly happened? Lin Yu quickly inquired. Cough cough, Bai Jingjing remained still weak. Be careful, a star-devouring beast has been born in that sea. How is this possible? Xinger was stunned. How could such a giant beast appear in this tiny blue star world? Facing Xinger's shock, although Lin Yu didn't know what kind of existence this star-devouring beast was, but for sure, it's absolutely awesome. Moreover, that ferocious vision of the sea was estimated to have nothing to do with this star-devouring beast. You rest well here and leave it to me after that, Lin Yu said softly. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu called Meng Qian over. Please take care of it, Lin Yu requested to Meng Qian. Okay, don't worry, Meng Qian directly agreed. It was all within her power. Immediately, Lin Yu walked out, entered the interior of the Nuwa Mech. Quickly maneuvering the Nuwa Mech, he flew towards that sea. Xinger, carefully tell me about this star-devouring beast, Lin Yu quickly inquired. Know your enemy and know yourself, so you can win 100 battles. Star-devouring beasts, one of the topmost races in the universe. It is rumored that only one star-devouring beast can be born in a universe. This star-devouring beast possesses the special ability to devour everything and anything, becoming incomparably powerful through constant devouring. Even planets can be swallowed in one bite back there. Xinger said slowly. Once upon a time, there was a star-devouring beast that devoured all the planets with life in a starfield. The might that erupts is basically unstoppable. Now that this star-devouring beast has appeared on this blue star, if it can't be resolved, I'm afraid that the entire blue star will be devoured as well. But it's too strange. By all accounts, how could this blue star give birth to a star-devouring beast? Cyan was still puzzled. She searched all the databases and did not get the appropriate information. AI. Anyway, things have already happened. That star-devouring beast has appeared. We must find a way to get rid of it. Lin Yu nodded. The heart was also a little apprehensive. This star-devouring beast was so powerful. Was he a match now? Don't worry. This star-devouring beast was just born. Its strength is not weak yet. That's why it keeps devouring the undersea giant beasts. Xinger responded. So, we still have hope and a chance. Seeing the situation, Lin Yu also couldn't help but speed up the speed of the Nuwa Mecha's spatial shuttling. Through Lin Yu rushing at the fastest speed possible, he also managed to arrive at that sea area in one of the shortest times possible. By now, this sea is still full of huge water tornadoes, and in the thunderclouds above, the thunder that erupts as thick as a real dragon seems to be able to blast away everything. It's truly and completely a picture of doom and gloom. Through perception, Lin Yu also clearly noticed now that the oceanic giants were rapidly gathering towards the sea. When they entered the center of this sea, the breath of life disappeared. If there is no mistake, they were devoured by this star-devouring beast. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately began to move his hands as well. Space blockade activated. Moment. An invisible screen fell towards the sea below. Rumble. The whole scene was extremely spectacular. As the barrier falls, soon the space where the star-devouring beast was located below was sealed. The seawater inside that space instantly dissipated and disappeared. All of a sudden, throughout this sea, a waterless space appeared. The other oceanic beasts were simply unable to enter this spatial seal. Ho 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 ho! Suddenly, an incomparably angry hissing sound erupted from inside that space of the seal. The sound was like the roaring voice of some god. With the massive sound wave, even the entire spatial barrier began to tremble slightly. It was also after Lin Yu had once again consumed a large amount of spiritual energy value, increasing this spatial seal by several times. It continued after a few seconds. Lin Yu then saw the star-devouring beast at the bottom of the sea with his own eyes. Just a single glance made Lin Yu incomparably awestruck. This star-devouring beast's size, this was too massive. It's so big it's unbelievable. Those huge behemoths that he had seen before, in front of this star-devouring beast, that was simply like ants. Lin Yu's Nuwa Mech was 100 meters tall. It also looked somewhat small in front of this starry sky beast. It feels like this star-devouring beast is much bigger than a big city. Much bigger. This star-devouring beast is truly terrifying. Lin Yu took a deep breath. What's a good way to get rid of it now? There are 3 ways, Xinger replied softly. Those 3 ways? Lin Yu asked impatiently. It's still Chinger who's giving it a go. I can think of 3 ways to do it alone. With Chinger by his side, he could indeed do twice the work with half the effort. The first solution is simple: to flee this planet and not pay any attention to this star-devouring beast. After Lin Yu heard such a solution, he directly shook his head and spoke. No, if I escape, there will be no one in this world who can deal with the star-devouring beast, and it's possible that this planet will be devoured by then. Chinger continued. The second way, that is if you explode with all your might. There is still a possibility of killing this star-devouring beast in front of you. What about the third way? Lin Yu responded. The third method is a little more risky than the second method. Chinger said calmly, that is to subjugate this star-devouring beast, and once it is successfully subjugated, it will surely become the #1 battle force around in the future. In the entire universe, this star-devouring beast was definitely considered to be one of the overlords. If you can really take it in, that's definitely a good thing. Such a powerful beast, can it really be subdued? Lin Yu was somewhat doubtful. Of course. Chinger nodded slightly. First we must get this star-devouring beast into a state of serious injury, and then use the Chaos Divine Mill viewing thoughts to enter the star-devouring beast's mind. Although the third method is a bit dangerous, but honestly it can be tried, and once it succeeds, the benefits are really many. Chinger also explained everything to Lin Yu in a short period of time, also made its own recommendations. Sure, what to do in the end, it's also up to Lin Yu to make his own choices. No matter what Lin Yu chose, she would do her best to help Lin Yu. Since you've suggested it, I'll try this third method, Lin Yu quickly decided. Next, Pancake Mecha Summoning, Tendai Mecha Summoning, Shikigami Mecha Summoning. Lin Yu summoned his other 6 mechs, consuming 600,000 psychic energy values. The 6 god-level mechs have entered into an automatic battle state, limited to 10 minutes. The spiritual energy value in his body was consumed by 600,000 spiritual energy values at once. Good thing that has the machine god body in. Now Lin Yu is also considered to enter the state of combat. The body of the spiritual energy value in a certain value per second. The recovery in the go. Lin Yu barked out a command. The 6 god-level mechs rushed down. The Pango mech took the lead in attacking, unleashing the heavenly Dao chains, and the even thicker and incomparable golden chains in the void, emitting a strong pressure, quickly rushed towards that star-devouring beast. It was almost just a blink of an eye. The star-devouring beast was then entangled in death by this heavenly Dao chain. Every god-ranked mecha began to fire up their individual skill outputs. This battle scene, it shocked Lin Yu for a moment. Unexpectedly, after the level of the mech was raised to so much, the strength that erupted after this automatic fight was even more terrifying than before. As if, there's no need for me to make a move, Lin Yu muttered. But just to be on the safe side, Lin Yu also maneuvered the Nuwa mech to quickly enter the battle as well. On one side, Lin Yu was constantly fighting, while also maintaining the spatial blockade. Can't let the other oceanic giants, too, get into the middle of this fight. Once the star-devouring beast continued to devour a large number of giant beasts, its own strength would become stronger. It would definitely be much less successful to deal with it then. With 7 god-level mechs surrounding it, this star-devouring beast still looked a bit overwhelmed as it resisted. Suddenly, a divine light erupted from the eyes of that star-devouring beast. The light shone down on the Discordian mech. One moment. The Discordian mecha was then unable to move and seemed to be fixed there. Pancake Mecha enters a state of rigor mortis, expected to end in 10 seconds. Be careful. This is the star-devouring beast's native aptitude. Once you're hit by that light, you'll be unable to move. Chinger's voice also sounded at this moment. After that star-devouring beast saw that the Panga mech was unable to move, that terrifyingly sharp claw, as if it contained all of its strength, blasted down towards the Pango mech. If this grab hit, no one's mech in this world would probably be able to hold on. Lin Yu naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch the Discordian mecha get attacked. Between situations, Lin Yu unleashed the Nuwa mech's spatial aptitude. Spatial instant arrived at the side of the Discordian mech. Easily, the Discordian mecha left that earlier position through spatial transfer. The star-devouring beast strike filled with might was also directly a hollow blow. 10 seconds passed quickly. The Discordian mecha also recovered and entered the fray once again. With the lesson we just learned, Lin Yu was also giving orders to all of his mechs to speed up their maneuvering speed and dodge as fast as they could once that star-devouring beast erupted its divine abilities again. Although the god-level mechs were in the middle of an automatic state, when they encountered some special circumstances, Lin Yu still had to make timely adjustments. It's also thanks to the star-devouring beast that it was only just born, and the native aptitude seems to have awakened the one just now. Chinger sighed. If this star-devouring beast had reached the growth stage, then the current Lin Yu would definitely be no match. Even though the star-devouring beast has only awakened one of its native aptitudes, it's still too difficult to deal with. especially since this defense is simply perverted. Lin Yu shook his head. 10 minutes passed quickly. Lin Yu once again consumed 600,000 psychic energy values and continued to put the god-level mechs into automatic stake mode. Whatever, even if it's a drain. As long as one could cause damage to the star-devouring beast, even if it caused a single drop of blood, it would be able to wear it down. Don't worry, it's all ready. Xinger's voice sounded again. Inside the treasure trove of the battleship, there were a lot of potions that could instantly restore the spiritual energy value in the body. Quite literally, this gave Lin Yu an unlimited amount of blue. With constant fighting, Lin Yu had lost track of time and didn't know how long he had been fighting. All in all, in the end, he managed to dry out the star-devouring beast and enter a state of serious injury. As long as Lin Yu had another powerful killing move, the star-devouring beast in front of him would then be completely killed by himself. However, Lin Yu didn't do this. Instead, he wanted to try the third method that Qinger had mentioned. It lasted a full 247 minutes from the fight to now. Qinger did remember the time clearly. Equivalently, Lin Yu had continued to fight for 4 hours. This was definitely the longest fight Lin Yu had ever had. This star-devouring beast was also the most powerful giant beast Lin Yu had ever encountered. Lin Yu, are you ready? Qinger reconfirmed. Entering the mind of the star-devouring beast is actually a very dangerous thing. If you fail, you'll risk death. Well, get ready. I'm sure I'll give it a try. Lin Yu nodded. Seeing that Lin Yu was ready, Qinger then explained a few things to look out for. It also gave Lin Yu a greater certainty all of a sudden. Begin. Lin Yu took a deep breath. In an instant, Lin Yu's consciousness entered inside the mind of that star-devouring beast. Is this the brain of the star-devouring beast? Lin Yu was incomparably surprised as he looked at everything in front of him. It was as if its mind was a universe. Rumble. Suddenly there's a big bang in this universe. Lin Yu saw this and quickly moved to avoid it. I think that star-devouring beast wanted to erase him. By constantly dodging, time and time again, he smoothly dodged those big explosions. Immediately after, an incomparably large figure coalesced in this mind. Lin Yu seemed to see a real star-devouring beast. Just one bite, devouring a planet. Could this be the old ancestor of the star-devouring beast? It's truly terrifying. Lin Yu was deeply shocked, but the next second, that star-devouring beast then came towards himself. It seems to be trying to erase itself. As expected of Qinger, this star-devouring beast has a powerful bloodline. It is definitely not something that can be taken in so easily. Ding dong, bloodline power detected. Will you start running the god refining technique to refine it? At that very moment, the system's voice rang out. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth quirked at the sight and he couldn't help but reveal a smile. Begin. With his command, the god refining technique began to run wildly. Above Lin Yu's head, an incomparably huge divine cauldron had even coalesced. The divine cauldron erupted with a special light. It quickly forcefully absorbed that star-devouring beast and easily refined it. With the success of the refining, start feeding back on yourself. Lin Yu felt like his consciousness had multiplied by a great deal. In the meantime, outside, the star-devouring beast lying on the bottom of the sea let out an incomparably miserable wailing sound. Even more so, he spat out a large amount of blood. Qinger, who was inside the manhwa mech, couldn't help but nod her head when she saw the scene. Great! It looks like Lin Yu has already extinguished that bloodline power in the mind of that star-devouring beast. So much for that. Lin Yu's success will be greatly increased. As Lin Yu refined that bloodline power, the mind of this star-devouring beast returned to calmness all of a sudden. Lin Yu began to move quickly inside this piece of his mind. And I don't know how long it was. Finally, an incomparably huge golden orb was visible. This golden orb contained a powerful force. This was the lifeblood of the star-devouring beast. And once this golden orb was destroyed, then the star-devouring beast would perish. As long as one grasped this lifeblood of it, the star-devouring beast would easily submit. Next, Lin Yu quickly operated the chaotic god mill viewpoint. In the midst of this mind, an immense and incomparable millstone appeared all at once. That golden orb also looked small in front of this millstone. The moment that star-devouring beast once again let out an incomparably painful roar. As long as Lin Yu's mind moved and this divine mill rotated, the golden orb would definitely be crushed. Done. Lin Yu laughed. With that, he hastily withdrew from this star-devouring beast's mind. Return to your own body. Inside the manhwa mech, Lin Yu quickly opened his eyes and revealed a delighted smile. It was indeed treacherous inside the mind of this star-devouring beast, but it still worked. That's good. This way, this star-devouring beast will have to submit, and once it has second thoughts, it can immediately activate the chaotic divine mill to crush the star-devouring beast's golden orb. Qinger smiled and nodded. Star-devouring beast, from now on, you'll follow me. Lin Yu looked at the starry sky-devouring beast that had fallen to the ground and spoke loudly. You only have two choices now. either submit or die. After hearing Lin Yu's voice, that star-devouring beast lowered its head. Seeing this scene, Qinger laughed. Congratulations, you successfully collected a star-devouring beast. Lin Yu smiled in satisfaction as well. People's pets are ordinary kittens and puppies, and his own current pet was this cosmic overlord star-devouring beast. It can even be used as a mount. It'll probably be a real drag wherever you go from now on. But then there's a problem. This star-devouring beast is so huge. How are we going to carry it around in the future? Lin Yu quickly thought of a big problem. You don't have to worry about that. This devouring star beast should be able to shrink. Qinger let out a smile. You can try it now. Seeing the situation, Lin Yu nodded and also directly began to try it out. Speaking to the star-devouring beast, shrink down. I'll take you out of here. After hearing Lin Yu's words, this star-devouring beast also instantly obeyed his orders, and in the short blink of an eye, it transformed into a miniature form, the kind that Lin Yu could hold up with both hands. Awesome! Lin Yu exclaimed. Looking at this miniature form of the star-devouring beast once again, it inexplicably felt a bit cute. However, this star-devouring beast soon entered a comatose state. Don't worry, it's just overdrawn. After sleeping for a while, its injuries will heal, Qinger explained, which caused Lin Yu to let out a slight sigh of relief. However, although we have successfully collected a star-devouring beast, it's not that easy to cultivate it. Qinger continued. Lin Yu nodded. Well, I know. I'm kind of letting the responsibility go too far. Next, Lin Yu took this sleeping mini-star-devouring beast and got it inside that battleship. I'll come back. Lin Yu looked to his 6 god-level mechs and issued a command. In an instant, the 6 god-level mechs had turned into a ray of light and returned inside the mech space inside Lin Yu's body. Lin Yu continued to maneuver the manhwa mech and charged up. As the spatial seal dissipated, the area just now was instantly filled with oceanic giants. Back in the air after. Everything is back to calm. Blue skies, calm seas. For a moment, it felt as if nothing had happened. This matter has also been successfully resolved. This time it was luck. If we wait for that star-devouring beast to grow some more, I'm afraid that it won't be as smooth as it was just now. Lin Yu. In the future, the star-devouring beast should not be allowed to appear at will, especially when it enters the universe in the future. This star-devouring beast will move the hearts of even those great powers in the universe. And if the other powerful star-devouring beasts knew about it, they would surely make a move against you as well. Qinger once again said seriously and gravely. The universe is more than 10,000 times more treacherous. Qinger had seen many similar situations before, all because they were not strong enough on their own, and all ended up dying extremely badly. I understand everything you said. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid like that. Lin Yu smiled. He understood the truth of the treasure in his bosom very well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have concealed his identity as a machine god body in the first place. I guess I'm afraid I would have died long ago once I was exposed at the beginning. Alright, it's time for us to go back. Lin Yu didn't think any more about it and maneuvered the manhwa mech to quickly return. It didn't take long. Lin Yu then returned to Kunlun Mecha University. After arriving at the top of the Kunlun Divine Mountain, Lin Yu then entered the conference room once more. At this time, the top management of Kunlun Mecha University had also quieted down. They were already aware that the sea had returned to normal. Those ocean giants didn't continue to gather towards that sea either. In their minds, it must have been Lin Yu who had solved everything. Gentlemen, the problem of that sea has been solved. The source of everything is a giant beast with the power of devouring, strengthening itself by constantly devouring those ocean giants. It's a good thing I found it in time. If I had waited for that giant beast to finish devouring all of it, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be an opponent. Now that it's been decimated, there's no need for anyone to worry. After Lin Yu sat down, he directly spoke calmly. After hearing his words, everyone froze as well. Unexpectedly, in this world, a giant beast with such terrifying abilities had actually appeared. They all breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad I have Lin Yu. Next, to each his own. Lin Yu continued. Is there anything else? If not, let's adjourn the meeting now. No more. Everyone responded. The news of the lifting of the crisis was quickly announced. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and look very happy that they could continue to live well. This time, it was solved by Lin Yu alone. The story is even being circulated by Hirobumi. And the internet is once again exploding. Even more so, he called Lin Yu the hero who saved the world. Lin Yu came out of the conference room. Lin Yu then came inside a room and looked at Bai Jingjing lying on the bed and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Breath is steady. Looks like a few days of rest will do it. One thought. Bai Jingjing's penetrating wound was a little heartbreaking. It was also thanks to meeting Qinger and obtaining the inheritance of that realm lord level powerhouse, or else he would definitely be at his wit's end. At this point, Bai Jingjing also seemed to have sensed Lin Yu's appearance. Slowly, he opened his eyes. She was still a little weak at this point. Bai Jingjing looked at Lin Yu and inquired in a low voice. How is that star-devouring beast doing? Don't worry. I've solved it all. Lin Yu smiled. Next, you need to rest. That's good. Bai Jingjing let out a sigh of relief, and the uneasiness and worry in her heart dissipated at this moment. By the way, how did you receive such a serious injury? Lin Yu inquired. I'm going to the sea area to look for a special undersea spirit flower that will be helpful for my cultivation, Bai Jingjing slowly said. In front of Lin Yu, she did not intend to hide anything. It took me a long time to discover an undersea spirit flower, but it was also discovered by a Jiao-Long giant beast, and I fought with him in order to fight over this undersea spirit flower, but I didn't want to realize that there was actually a star-devouring beast there, and our previous battle caused it to wake up early. Rather, I was lucky and escaped through divine powers, but my body was also subjected to penetration. Bai Jingjing made it all clear where everything was coming from. This caused Lin Yu to nod slightly. In fact, this time it's thanks to you. It's also a mistake. If we don't find that star-devouring beast now, I'm afraid that in the future for the whole world, it will be an extinction disaster. Lin Yu said softly. Right, that ocean spirit flower. Did you get it? Lin Yu once again inquired. If I didn't get it, I'll help find it again. Already got it. Bai Jingjing nodded. She didn't feel like the domineering queen she was before at all now. Instead, it's a kind of delicate woman that you can't help but feel sorry for. Then get some rest first. If there's anything, remember to call me. Lin Yu smiled. Lin Yu, take me back to the floating island. Bai Jingjing's good-looking eyes looked at Lin Yu, but there was a strong sense of request in her eyes. This was the first time Lin Yu had ever seen her so this pathetic. I'm afraid I can't even stand up. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Let me carry you back. Lin Yu proposed. Aha! Bai Jingjing nodded silently. Next, Lin Yu directly picked up Bai Jingjing in a princess carry. It didn't take long. Then he brought Bai Jingjing back to the floating island. After settling Bai Jingjing down, it didn't take long to pour. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling also rushed back. You guys came back just in time. Let me show you around. Lin Yu looked at the two and smiled. Coming close to this battleship shocked Mo Shitting and Yi Ling, and it was certain that the unrivaled battleship in front of them was definitely not the technology of this world. With the hatch open, Lin Yu also simply introduced some of them one by one. These rooms are all independent cultivation rooms. After that you can also cultivate in here. It will make your cultivation twice as effective. Lin Yu said softly. The battleship was extremely large. It is not possible to go over them all in a short time. So, Lin Yu also brought the two of them to this cultivation room first. Lin Yu is still very hopeful that they can have strong enough power when the time comes not only to protect themselves, but also to protect their families. With the help of Lin Yu, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling also each entered inside the cultivation room. As soon as they entered the state of cultivation, they could clearly feel that their entire cultivation speed had increased by a lot. They believed that as long as they kept practicing hard here, they would definitely be able to progress faster. Both of them were devoting themselves wholeheartedly to cultivation in their hearts. In order to try and keep up with Lin Yu, time just went by day. Lin Yu was also in the body refining room constantly refining his body. Every time you refine your body, you make some progress. Boom! At this point, inside the body refining room, Lin Yu blasted out a fist. The cauldron made from Shen iron was directly blasted into slag by Lin Yu's punch. Coo. After seeing this scene, Lin Yu's entire body couldn't help but gulp in shock. Putting it in the past, he had never thought that with a human's own body, he could also burst out with such a powerful force. Qinger, this sacred body refining method is too powerful. Lin Yu sighed. With the power I've erupted now, how many levels of giant beasts can I tackle with my bare hands? By analyzing it, you shouldn't have too much of a problem killing a level 10 behemoth with the strength of your human body right now. Qinger gave a result to come after briefly conducting an analysis. Got it. Lin Yu nodded happily. Lin Yu, detected your sister Lin Wanner's and Xiao Yu's signals. They are returning and are expected to arrive in 3 minutes. Not a moment later, Qinger reminded. This made Lin Yu excited. It's been a long time since I've seen my sister and Xiao Yu. It is very much missed. Lin Yu quickly walked out of this battleship. Wait patiently outside. Sure enough, 3 minutes later, two familiar mechs landed in front of each other. The mech disappeared into light. I can see that my oldest sister and the others are much stronger than before. Immediately after, Lin Wan'er and Xiao Yu appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. Sis, Jade, you guys are finally back. Lin Yu said happily. I didn't expect that we've only been inside the secret realm for a while, and that something so big has happened out here. Lin Wan'er exclaimed. Even more so, I didn't think that my brother had already become a divine level mecha master. If I had known, we would have come out from inside the secret realm earlier. and you wouldn't have had to bear the burden alone before. Xiaoyu was somewhat heartbroken for Lin Yu. Hey, it's fine. Things have passed. We have to look forward. Lin Yu waved his hand and smiled. Look, isn't it fine now? Where are mom and dad? Lin Wan Er inquired. He. Lin Yu smiled mysteriously. Older sister. Our parents are now mecha masters as well. Really? Lin Wanner said in surprise, all a bit unsure. Thinking about it, Lin Wanner had thought of a lot of ways in order to make her parents, both of them, become mechs, but there was never any clue. Well, I made mom and dad take the yin yang god fruit, Lin Yu explained. Dad awakened the yang god mecha and mom awakened the moon god mecha. They're all at the divine mecha level. Hear this. Lin Wanner and Xiaoyu were both shocked. It feels like I'm a hick. Even more so. He hadn't thought that in this world, such a miraculous treasure as the yin-yang divine fruit actually existed. The world is really a big place. I'm going to check on mom and dad. Lin Wan Er spoke up. Xinger, you take my sister. Lin Yu nodded and said softly. Yes. Xinger quickly appeared. Under her lead, Lin Wanner followed and entered inside the battleship. At this point, in the entire outside of the battleship, only Lin Yu and Xiaoyu were left. What? This doesn't come with a loving hug? Lin Yu laughed slightly and opened his arms, falling back on his boldness, just waiting for Xiaoyu to throw herself inside her arms. Put in as before, Lin Yu was definitely in a passive state. Yes. Seeing Lin Yu like this, Xiaoyu smiled happily and took the initiative to welcome him. The two hugged each other. Immediately after, it was more of a lovey-dovey kiss. A night of springtime. Early the next morning, Lin Yu opened his eyes and looked at Xiaoyu in his arms and couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. Such a life is too good to be true. Wanted to stay that way. But Lin Yu understood. It's no use just being invincible in this blue star. Once Blue Star was discovered by the cosmic forces, Blue Star would surely be devastated at that time. And such a good life would not continue to be had. So, Lin Yu was determined to become stronger and more invincible himself. Protect yourself. Protect your family. Protect your loved ones. Wake up. How does it feel? Looking at Xiaoyu slowly opening those big beautiful eyes, she gently asked. You're only asking me how I'm doing now. You didn't know to be compassionate last night. Xiaoyu gave Lin Yu a grudging look. A flashback to last night's scene. Xiaoyu's face was blushing. Sorry, I'll pay attention next time. Lin Yu hurriedly apologized. It is estimated that these days, he keeps refining his body, so it's just a bit fierce. With the return of Lin Wanner, Xiaoyu and also Mo Ting and the girls, it made Lin Yu feel that life was once again lively. Lin Yu was enjoying the atmosphere. Time just goes by day. Ever since he himself had subdued the star-devouring beast from that sea, the giant beasts inside those seas had all gone silent at once. So far, not a single oceanic beast has been spotted washing up on land. It is estimated that those ocean giants also understand that now that humans have Lin Yu, a super invincible powerhouse, they are certainly no match for them. Unawareness. In a flash, more than a year has passed. Inside the year, Lin Yu's constant cultivation of the successful sage body refining method has made great progress. It wasn't just Lin Yu. Lin Wanner and the girls were the same. Lin Wanner and Xiaoyu, in particular, were already at the level of legendary mecha masters, and it was estimated that in the next less than 2 or 3 years, they would be able to become divine mecha masters. They were able to cultivate so quickly thanks to the battleship's cultivation room. According to what Xinger said, this cultivation room would allow mechs to more efficiently rise to the sacred ruin level, which was also known as the divine mech level. Nowadays, Lin Wanner and Xiaoyu were considered to be qualified to enter the universe. Mo Ting and Yiling reached the level of stellar mecha master. There was also Lin Yu's mom and dad, who had worked hard to cultivate through this year or so, reaching the level of an 8-star mecha master. Under Lin Yu's proxy, both parents' mechs had reached level 80. It was noon on this day, inside the battleship's refining chamber. After Lin Yu finished his cultivation, his entire state was completely exhausted at all. In another situation, one would have been out of breath and exhausted long ago. Lin Yu looked at Xinger at this moment and said softly, "This body refining room isn't very useful to me now." That's right. You have already surpassed a boundary of what the body refining chamber can enhance. So naturally, this body refining chamber will not be able to continue to bring you better assistance. Xinger nodded slightly. I have to say, you are really too demonic. In just over a year's time, you were able to cultivate the sacred body refinement method to this point. Even the previous master took several years. Lin Yu nodded slightly and continued with an inquiry. Then what should I do next to enhance this sacred body refining technique? According to my analysis, you have now reached a limit, and it is estimated that if you want to continue to improve, you can only enter the universe. Xinger thought for a moment and quickly replied. In addition, you can begin the God's test. Hear this. Lin Yu nodded again. Next, Lin Yu's mind moved. Open my personal information. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Kijiji body, activated. Mecha Master level, Divine Mecha Master, Holy Ruin level. Mecha, Pango Mecha, level 139. Nuwa Mecha, level 139. Four Gods Mecha, level 139. Heavenly Emperor Mecha, level 139. Fushi Mech, level 139. Hongjun Mech, Heavenly Emperor Mecha. After a closer look, Lin Yu spoke in an affirmative tone. Fine. Then let's begin the God's test. As soon as you've completed the test of God, only then can you continue to break upwards, and the mech level can become higher. Inside this year or so, Lin Yu kept cultivating the sacred body refinement method in order to pass this God's test more smoothly. Since it was time, Lin Yu also planned to continue dragging his feet. After stepping out of the battleship, Lin Yu then summoned the Nuwa Mech. Then he maneuvered the Nuwa Mecha to quickly leave the Kunlun Mecha University. As for the fact that he was going to start the God's test, he didn't tell Lin Wanner or Xiaoyu about them, so that they don't worry about themselves. When the time comes, it's not too late to come back and explain when you've successfully passed. It didn't take long. Lin Yu then arrived at the entrance to a 120 level copy. The whole entrance was very quiet. At this point, Lin Yu maneuvered the Nuwa Mech to land smoothly and looked around. The surrounding area was empty, and he was the only mecha here. After all, this is a 120 level copy. In the whole of this world, the number of mechs that can reach 120 levels is very small. This 120 leveled copy could definitely raise Lin Yu's level by 1 level. Hoo-hoo! Lin Yu took a deep breath, then maneuvered the Nuwa Mech into that copy entrance. You have entered the 120th level copy of. A voice from the system rang out. Lin Yu opened his eyes again. Myself and the Nuwa Mecha had successfully entered inside the level 120 copy. Such a super high level copy exudes extremely powerful menace everywhere. This is why, the higher the level of the replica, the more difficult it is to clear it. But, Lin Yu fell into a slight smile at this time. A level 120 copy like this would be a breeze for him. Lin Yu maneuvered the Nuwa Mecha forward. Even if they realized that there was some kind of mechanism and trap in front of them, they just rushed up. As the organ was triggered, the power that erupted directly blasted onto the Nuwa Mech. But the Nuwa Mech didn't cause a single injury to visible. The might inside this level 120 copy couldn't even break the Nuwa Mecha's current defense. An incomparably ferocious beast appeared. Lin Yu turned on the killing. Boom boom boom. A single space god blade, as if it was alive, chopped towards those giant beasts with precision. Successive booming sounds resounded throughout the replica space. Even this space, which seemed to have sensed the powerful force of the Nuwa Mecha, began to tremble a little. All of these level 120 behemoths were instantly killed in seconds just as soon as they appeared. There were even some giant beasts that didn't even get a good look at the Nuwa Mech before they died. Lin Yu didn't want to waste more time here by going on and on all the way. The giant beasts that appeared were killed one after another, and Lin Yu could clearly see that his mech experience value was growing rapidly. It didn't take long. Lin Yu then arrived outside the boss room of this level 120 copy. Looking at his mech's experience value, Lin Yu nodded slightly. As long as we kill the boss in here, we should be able to successfully level up to 140. Immediately, Lin Yu maneuvered the Nuwa Mech and pushed open the door to the boss room directly in front of him. As the door opened, inside was an incomparably empty hall. And in the innermost part of the hall, there was a kind of humanoid beast standing there with a 100-meter-long sword. Such a giant beast was also the first time Lin Yu had ever seen one. That 100-meter-long sword even exuded an incomparably rich blood-colored aura. When Lin Yu maneuvered the Nuwa Mech into this boss room, the door to that room disappeared. The entire hall was directly closed. In order to leave, you have to kill this boss to do so. Boss, Bloodsword Wolf King. Level, 130. The system's voice rang out. The information of the boss in front of him even appeared directly in Lin Yu's eyes. This allowed Lin Yu to understand more about it. But, even without this information, Lin Yu wasn't worried at all, because the boss in front of him would definitely not be a match for himself. The moment Lin Yu entered this boss room, the Bloodsword Wolf King boss had awakened. Scarlet eyes, bursting with ferocity. The body is even more incomparably dense fury, as if it has experienced countless killings. A little bit. Lin Yu nodded slightly, but only a little bit. Space dimming. The next moment, Lin Yu unleashed the skills of the Nuwa Mech. An invisible barrier instantly wrapped the vicious boss Blood Knife Wolf King. After that invisible barrier, that Bloodsword Wolf King then instantly turned into fragments, eventually annihilating and disappearing. Seconds. Absolute seconds. In Lin Yu's opinion, if it could be resolved in a second, then it would be resolved quickly in a single move. Be decisive with your hands. Congratulations on killing the boss Bloodsword Wolf King. Ding dong. Congratulations, The new mech has been upgraded to level 140. Automatically awakened a new mecha skill. Machine God Body activates its ability. The rest of your mecha levels are synchronized and all reach level 140. And each mecha completes its skill awakening. Since you have not completed the divine ordeal, the mech cannot continue to level up. And neither can your mech master level. Warm reminder, please finish as soon as possible. Ding dong, congratulations, you've killed the boss and successfully obtained the pass reward. A series of system sounds rang out. This caused Linyu to nod slightly. The feeling is just too good. Before Linyu could even wait to check out this pass reward, a mysterious and arcane gate appeared. As this door opened, it was incredibly dark inside. A terrifying force directly absorbed the new mech forcibly, and no matter how much Linyu resisted, it didn't help at all. Linyu, there's no need to resist. This is the entrance to the God's Test. As I told you before, as soon as the mech reaches level 140, the God's Test will automatically begin. Chinger's voice rang out quickly. This was what reassured Linyu that there was no resistance. Next, the new mech was directly sucked into that mysterious gate. While Linyu was inside the new mech, he could only see darkness all around him. Reach for the stars kind of thing. But Linyu could sense that the new mech was being propelled by a force, moving rapidly in one direction. In the meantime, inside the outside world, just now, over the entrance to the level 120 copy where Linyu was, the wind and clouds changed dramatically and a terrifying vision was born. The scene. What the hell is going on here? I'm not sure, and I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. What are you afraid of? We have Linyu. That's right, Linyu is a divine mecha master, or a machine god body. Even if any crisis is found, as long as Linyu makes a move, then there's absolutely no problem. Let's go. We'll go check it out. It left everyone else incredibly shocked and intrigued. In that vision, they seemed to see a supreme gods gathered here. Whoever looks at this kind of scene, I'm afraid it will be fresh in their memory for the rest of their lives and they will never forget it. For the whole God's Test thing, the humans in this world, at the moment, don't know. Through the long darkness of the shuttle, finally, the eyes are no longer dark. Linyu found himself transported into a cosmic starry sky. Is this the place of the God's Test? Linyu slowly asked. There shouldn't be any mistakes. The God's Tests vary. Chinger nodded slightly. It was also the first time she had seen that the location of the God's Test was in the middle of a cosmic starry sky. The test of the machine god body tends to be much tougher. You must be careful. In here, you can only rely on yourself. Chinger spoke again. Her words had just fallen. Throughout the universe, countless power-filled meteorites in all directions impacted towards Linyu. This meteorite was all 360 degrees towards Linyu alone. The sheer volume. It's not that easy to avoid it. I'm afraid. Shikigami Mecha Summoning. Consuming 100,000 psychic energy values. The Four Gods Mecha has entered into automatic battle mode for 10 minutes. Four Gods Mecha. Switch to Xuanwu form and resist with all your might. Linyu immediately gave the order. The Four Gods Mecha instantly changed into its Xuanwu form. The Xuanwu itself was a very terrifying defense as it was. Soon the Xuanwu Guardian cast by the Four Gods Mecha protected Linyu. Rumble. Those densely packed meteorites crazily bombarded the Xuanwu Guardian shield. This test is really quite difficult. Linyu sighed. This beginning. It was such a massive attack. If it was any other mecha master, I'm afraid that he would have died long ago when he encountered such a meteorite cluster. It's a good thing that the basilisk form of the Four Gods Mecha is powerful enough. This defense did not disappoint Linyu. Managed to fend off these meteorites. However, this meteorite attack came one after another, and there was no telling when it would end. Rumble. The whole thing went on for almost 3 minutes. Those meteorites then dissipated. Throughout the entire process, the Xuanwu form of the Four Gods Mecha managed to fend off all of the meteorite attacks. This is not a time to be happy. This God's Test began with such a ferocious meteorite attack. Then next, it's expected to be even more horrifying. It has to be all in one mind and all out. A little bit of time passed. Linyu was still careful. 10 minutes passed quickly. It's time for the Four Gods Mecha's auto mode. Linyu also called the Four Gods Mecha back first. Pretty much. Continue past a few minutes. Rumble. There was a loud bang. An immense black hole appeared. That black hole was coming towards Linyu. Moreover, Linyu could clearly perceive that this black hole was much more terrifying in its power. Linyu, don't be swallowed by this black hole. Chinger hurriedly warned at this moment. This black hole is enough to crush your god-level mecha. I remember the previous master said that the most dangerous thing inside this God's Test is this black hole. Hearing Chinger's words, Linyu also hurriedly maneuvered the new mech and quickly dodged. Then what should I do next? Looking at the black hole behind him in hot pursuit, this made it somewhat difficult for Linyu. It's impossible to keep hiding like this. Don't worry, The black hole can only last for 10 minutes. As long as you manage to hold on to it, this God's test will be considered a big success. Qinger continued. It's only 10 minutes. It's still no problem. Lin Yu nodded slightly, and even at this moment, couldn't help but reveal a smile. Lin Yu had never doubted the speed of the manhwa mech. Although it was impossible to perform spatial shuttling inside the space of this God's test, the flying speed of the manhwa mecha was no joke. However, the black hole behind it was expanding and becoming more violent as a little bit of time passed. This black hole is too terrifying. Lin Yu sighed. After all, this is the test of God. It's not that easy to pass. With your current mech level, once you're swallowed up by this black hole, although you can resist for a certain amount of time in there, when that time passes, even a God-level mech is expected to shatter and perish. Qinger responded softly. Immediately afterward, Qinger even hastily reminded, the speed of the black hole has accelerated. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu also instantly made the manhwa mecha speed up as well. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Lin Yu saw the countdown. It really does feel like seconds now. By constant inspection, 10 minutes was all it took. Once that time was up, the black hole instantly disappeared. The entire space inside, once again returned to the incomparable calm and the, hoo-hoo. This black hole crisis has finally passed. In just 10 minutes, it has consumed almost 200,000 of my spiritual energy value. Lin Yu took a deep breath. At this moment, the spiritual energy value in his body was also recovering rapidly. Master, after the black hole, there will be an even greater test, so please be prepared for it. Qinger smiled. Good thing. There should be a certain amount of time next, which will allow you to recover your consumed spiritual energy value. Aha! Lin Yu nodded slightly. While there was enough time now, it was definitely a good idea to get your psychic energy value back as quickly as possible. This way, it is only then that you will be in a peak condition to cope with the even tougher tests to come. Almost 10 minutes or so passed. All of the spiritual energy values in Lin Yu's body were restored. The reason why it can be so fast is also thanks to the fact that there is a dense energy inside this God's test space. The machine God body absorbed and refined this energy by running the divine cultivation method. Hence the speed. Next, another 10 minutes or so of waiting. Boom! The entire inside of this space resounded with a loud explosion. It was as if the universe had exploded. Immediately after, a terrifying power instantly enveloped. It made Lin Yu feel as if his soul and body had been subjected to a strong shock. Is this the new test? Lin Yu said darkly. It was good that he had cultivated the chaotic divine mill viewpoint, and the extent of his own soul had long since risen to a higher level. In terms of the physical body, one is also fortunate to cultivate the sacred body refining method. It was also thanks to listening to Qinger's advice before. Cultivate the sacred body refining method. Now it comes in very handy at this critical time. Be careful. The real test has begun. Qinger spoke softly at this time. As her words fell, in the middle of an area in front of them, an incomparably dazzling black light lit up. In an instant, a black-colored manhwa mecha appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. This caused Lin Yu to look a bit dumbfounded for a moment. Is this a dark version of the manhwa mech? No, this is a replica. Qinger explained. In other words, this mech in front of you is another you, and the means you have mastered, it has mastered as well. I guess this final test is for you to overcome yourself. After hearing Qinger's words, Lin Yu had some understanding. Next, Lin Yu maneuvered the manhwa mecha and launched a direct attack. The black manhwa mecha on the opposite side moved at the same time. Next, no matter what kind of skill moves Lin Yu performed, the other party would be able to replicate them one by one. We're all manhwa mechs, taught by the same master, and we can't break any moves at all. It's true that the other party has replicated every skill of the manhwa mech. Even the strength is exactly the same. Lin Yu said slowly. That's why it's equivalent to fighting another self. The only way to have a longer road ahead is to defeat yourself. Qinger said calmly, however, although it can replicate your mech, it certainly can't replicate your machine god body. Qinger this pointing out. It made Lin Yu realize. Yeah, you're a machine god body yourself, possesses 7 god-ranked mechs. It was impossible for the other party to duplicate all 7 of these god-level mechs one by one. Since, one-on-one, there's no way to beat that anytime soon. If all of his own mechs came out, 7 against 1, there would be 100% no problem whatsoever. Pancake Mecha summoning, Tendai Mecha summoning, the Heavenly Dignitary Mecha summoning. The remaining 6 god-level mechs were summoned at the same time, consuming 600,000 psychic energy values. The Pango Mech, the Heavenly Emperor Mech, and the 4 Gods Mech, Heavenly Emperor Mecha all entered into automatic battle mode for 10 minutes. The 600,000 psychic energy value in his body instantly disappeared. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth lifted at this moment as he looked at the all-black manhwa mecha replica in front of him and said with an evil smile on his face, all of you, Give me a group beating and exterminate it. With Lin Yu's command, the 6 god-level mechs were on fire. A powerful attack was launched directly. One time, that replica couldn't hold back such a swarm. It wasn't even a minute long, and it took care of it easily. A moment of resolution. There's room in here. A 7-colored glow coalesced, and this 7-colored light directly enveloped Lin Yu in an instant. It made Lin Yu enter into an incomparably esoteric state. Incomparably comfortable, as if the entire person had gained a kind of sublimation in all aspects. I don't know how long it's been. It took Lin Yu a moment to come to his senses. When he opened his eyes, Lin Yu saw Chinger in front of him, looking at him curiously. Lin Yu, how are you feeling? Chinger quickly asked after seeing Lin Yu wake up. It feels good. Lin Yu nodded. Congratulations, you've successfully passed the God's test. Chinger laughed. It seems as if your performance was too excellent and you got an extra reward. That 7-colored light just now caused your body to undergo a qualitative metamorphosis. From now on, with your own body and without any protection at all, you can roam the cosmic stars and rivers. Hear this. Lin Yu was stunned. In the universe, if you don't have a mech to protect you, or a spacesuit to protect you, you'll turn into a popsicle. His own body now, even if he entered the universe without any protection, he still wouldn't be able to do anything. It was incredible to him. Ding dong, congratulations, you've successfully completed the God's test, and the Mecha Master level can continue to be raised. When you reach the Domain Master level, the mech can continue to level up. The system's voice also sounded inside Lin Yu's mind. This made Lin Yu even happier. It's a good thing you're strong enough. Otherwise, such a treacherous and dangerous test of God would really not be that easy to pass. It wasn't long after that. Inside this space, an incomparably huge 7-colored door coalesced. The exit has opened. Let's hurry out. Chinger opened her mouth. Good. Lin Yu nodded slightly and summoned the other mechs back before quickly maneuvering the new mech towards that 7-colored door. As he rushed through the 7-colored door, the 7-colored door quickly dissipated and disappeared through channels of incomparable radiance. Soon, Lin Yu re-entered outside that level 120 copy that he had entered in the first place. Out. Lin Yu smiled and laughed. The next step is to cultivate properly and break through to the Domain Master level as soon as possible. Immediately, Lin Yu manipulated the new mech and rushed back towards Kunlun Mech University. All the way back. It's also connected to the network. Through a simple inquiry, during the time he was in the copy in the secret realm of the gods, nothing major had happened out here. Everything was generally pretty peaceful sort of thing. It didn't take long. Lin Yu then returned to Kunlun Mecha University. It's just arrived. The beautiful secretary Meng Xian then sent a message. There were a lot of things that were still waiting for him to deal with as the principal. Seeing this, Lin Yu also had no choice but to head to the Kunlun Divine Mountain. Come inside the principal's office. Meng Xian had already been waiting for a long time. Principal, you're finally back. There's been so much to deal with lately. It's all been organized for you, Meng Xian said calmly. After Lin Yu sat down, the screen in front of you lights up, one file at a time to open. There were a full 100 documents. This caused Lin Yu to take a deep breath. I've only been gone for a short time. Right. How could there be so many things? Inside the next hour, Lin Yu also began to deal with them seriously one by one. It took almost a full 2 hours to get the papers. All of them, processed. Right. How is Principal Wei doing now? Lin Yu stretched and inquired. Still in seclusion. Meng Xian replied. I don't know when this Principal Wei will make a breakthrough. This principal still has to come from him. Lin Yu sighed. Lin Yu had absolutely no interest in this principal position. Just want to get away with it. Alright, things have been taken care of. I'll go back first. Lin Yu stood up. Headmaster, today is the day of the competition for the students of the King Great Academy, and Dean Qin wants you to go and watch it. Meng Xian hurriedly said. Okay, then I'll go take a look. Lin Yu nodded. Just right, and also to see how his good buddy Chen Feiyu is doing. Then I'll go with you. Meng Xian pleaded. Okay, Lin Yu answered. Subsequently, the two of them were also heading towards the King's Rank Academy. Come within the area of the King's College. In a huge square, there was a huge crowd of people. Extremely hilarious, even from a distance. Two mechs could also be seen standing in battle in that square. Bleachers. Lin Yu and Meng Xian walked over. Dean Qin of the King Great Academy, as well as several other teachers, also stood up to greet Lin Yu. The scene. It also showed the students of the King's College, as well. My god. Principal Lin Yu is even more handsome and charming in real life. That's Principal Lin, but the world's only god-level mecha master, and it's also the legendary machine god body. I didn't expect that Principal Lin would personally come to see this grand competition. Then we'll have to work harder to get there. Yes. This time, make sure you go all out and perform better. All of a sudden, the whole atmosphere became much more lively. Even the two mechs in the battle area on the square, they all worked harder and more seriously. No one wanted to lose. The entire contest instantly became intense and exciting. Principal Lin's arrival has filled the students with passion. Principal Chin looked at Lin Yu and said with a smile, Dean Chin, do you have a favored person for this grand competition? Lin Yu also couldn't help but nod his head as he softly inquired. Of course there is. Dean Chin responded. Her name is Feng Qingxue, and she's already a 9-star mecha master. And even though the one she awakened is a king-class mecha, even if there are some royal-class mechs of the same rank, they're no match for her. Looks like a very good genius. Lin Yu had some expectations. A royal-class mech was definitely much superior to a king-class mech in every aspect. Sure enough, it's still the same. There are no trashy mechs, only trashy mech masters. Principal Lin, please wait a little bit. I guess it won't take long before it's her turn, Dean Chin said softly. Good. Lin Yu nodded. Inside the next hour, Lin Yu watched the competition while chatting with this Dean Chin. The chat was, naturally, about the Kunlun Mecha University. Dean Chin even offered a lot of ideas and suggestions. After Lin Yu heard this, he also assured, don't worry, I've heard all your suggestions, and I'll think about it later and give a good plan. Then thank you, Principal. Dean Chin gave a thank you. Continued after not too long, a humanoid mech appeared. Principal, this is Feng Qingxue's mecha, Dean Chin introduced. Not bad, the aura of the mecha is strong. Lin Yu nodded his head plus and marveled. Immediately after, Lin Yu looked at Feng Qingxue by his side and spoke. Pull up this Feng Qingxue's information and let me take a look. Okay, Meng Qian answered. A short 10 seconds or so, Meng Qian then handed the tablet in her hand to Lin Yu. It showed all of Feng Qingxue's information in great detail. I didn't realize that this Feng Qingxue was actually an orphan. It had also been 2 years since he entered the Kunlun Mecha University. Inside the 2 years, her progress was soaring. Basically, what the academy's mecha teacher had taught. This Feng Qingxue had mastered it after listening to it once. A true genius. Many teachers felt sorry for her. With such an unbelievable talent. Unfortunately the awakening was a king-level mecha. This dooms the future to no higher achievements. So far, there is not a single stellar mechmaster that is a king's mech. With the analysis of big data, the apex of a mechmaster who awakens a king-level mech is to reach a star mechmaster. The battle was imminent. And the opponent of this Feng Qingxue was also a student whose strength had reached the level of a 9-star mecha master. This began with a very intense battle. It made everyone else in the stands, when they saw it, feel overwhelmed. Wonderful. Just wonderful. It seems that the previous few times, Feng Qingxue didn't use her full strength. It feels like this one too. There's no doubt that this Feng Qingxue is definitely our King Great Academy, and deservedly number 1. Don't talk too early. This grand competition isn't over yet. Everything is possible until the last moment. There was a heated discussion. Boom! This entire fight was not even 2 minutes long. In the end, it was still Feng Qingxue who easily defeated the other party and won this competition. Once again, it proved that she, Feng Qingxue, was strong and powerful. Qinger, what do you think of this Feng Qingxue? Lin Yu and Qinger established a call connection. Indeed a very good genius. But it's a pity that the awakened king-level mecha greatly limits her. Qinger's voice slowly sounded. However, if she can be properly cultivated, she can become one of the strongest in this world in the future. But if she goes into the middle of the universe, she's the weakest. But nothing is absolute. If this Feng Qingxue has a chance to get some sort of chance in the back, she might be able to change her fate against the heavens. Cyan said a lot. It made Lin Yu understand a lot as well. Overall, this Feng Qingxue was indeed very worth cultivating. Principal, how did she perform? Dean Chin couldn't help but smile at this moment. Not bad. A very good seedling. Lin Yu nodded and exclaimed. I agree to your suggestion. The specific plan should be completed in the next few days. Then thank you, Principal. Dean Chin thanked. Actually, his advice is simple. It's just that I hope that a nice good seedling like Feng Qingxue can get more resources to cultivate. After all, a true genius was completely worth investing in. The return on this investment can often still be clearly seen. There's no harm in it, as long as it's good for the school. I'm very much in favor of it. Lin Yu waved his hand. Then after continuing to watch the competition for a few more times, he left this King's Rank Academy, coming to a beautiful corridor on campus. Lin Yu looked at everything in front of him and calmly said, Meng Qian, how do you think we should implement Dean Chin's suggestion? I think it's possible to set up a promotion system instead. Meng Qian quickly spoke her thoughts out. A very good way. Lin Yu nodded. Kunlun Mecha University. There are 3 main colleges. General Grade Academy, King Grade Academy, Royal Grade Academy. Well, Level Academy has the fewest overall resources. Dean Sheen of the King Grade Academy was wanting the talented students of the King Grade Academy to enter the Royal Grade Academy, or even the Seed class, to obtain more resources and be able to improve the students' strength faster. Just for example, that Feng Xingxue that he had just seen, although the one he had awakened was only a King-level mecha, his talent and strength, even some of the students of the Royal Level Academy were probably no match for him. The previous rules of Kunlun Mech University were somewhat dead. Now Lin Yu had found through his overall judgment that such a reform would be beneficial to Kunlun Mecha University. Since that's the case, Meng Qian, then in the next 2 days, you get me a set of detailed plans. Lin Yu spoke directly. Let the secretary do the work when you have something to do. Lin Yu still remembered the words. Alright, I'll organize it within 2 days. Meng Qian also immediately agreed straight away, without a hint of reluctance at all. Well, then it's been hard on you. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. Next, Lin Yu continued to explain a lot. After all was said and done, Lin Yu then returned to his floating island. After coming back, Lin Yu was directly inside the battleship. At this moment, Xiao Yu, Yi Ling, Bai Jingjing and the girls were all practicing in the training room of the battleship. In a short period of time, their cultivation progress was evident to all. It's really thanks to these practice rooms. If such a cultivation room could be popularized all over the world, then Lin Yu could be certain that the strength of humans in this world as a whole would definitely be taken to the next level. Pity. Xinger said it all before. This cultivation room was extremely troublesome to build, and the materials required were all very rare and precious. Such a cultivation room, in the universe, was only possessed by those great powers and great clans. So, trying to popularize such a cultivation room, the Blue Star, was a very difficult thing to do. Soon, Lin Yu also entered a spare cultivation room. As the cultivation room was activated, Lin Yu felt that the efficiency of the machine god body's automatic cultivation of the god-level cultivation method had become significantly higher. Time turns. Unawareness. 2 days passed quickly. After Meng Qian had organized a detailed plan, she also contacted Lin Yu at the first opportunity. Seeing the plan she sent over, every item on it was very detailed, which made Lin Yu nod. For Meng Qian is very admirable. What a blessing to have such a wonderful secretary. Have to say, Menzies took care of a lot of things for himself. If you get it yourself, definitely can't get such an excellent planner. It's basically pretty much perfect. Every situation is completely taken into account. Perhaps, this Meng Qian is more suited to be a principal, to be an administrator. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Immediately, Lin Yu also contacted Meng Qian. You can start practicing the contents of this plan now. After getting Lin Yu's consent, Meng Qian also immediately began to move. The reform of Kunlun Mecha University has officially begun. Almost 10 minutes or so passed. Kunlun Mecha University released a reform announcement, and every student and teacher received a reminder of the message. Upon seeing this reform, many of the students were excited. Great! This Principal Lin Yu, he's really looking out for us. Even though I'm a general class mecha, I'll be able to obtain more cultivation resources if I fully meet the conditions for entering the King's Academy to study. Yeah, there's a chance I'll be able to enter the seed class to practice. Hey, this reform is of no use to the vast majority of us. Yeah, it's all targeting the geniuses. It would be nice to improve the resources for us regular students. This reform, some people love it and some people are sad about it. After all, there are always a few geniuses. For example, the King Grade Academy had only produced one Feng Xingxue who possessed extraordinary talent. Since the reforms have been formalized, the very talented students among them all began to cultivate even more seriously and diligently. That Feng Xingxue even entered the Imperial Grade Academy the next day and gained more resources. As each day passes, facts. This time, the reforms are very useful. This day, Lin Yu, inside his office, nodded with satisfaction after reading Meng Qian's report. So it's good. This reform has been very successful. Even Panglai Mecha University and Ethereal Mecha University are planning such a reform. Meng Qian smiled. They are also smart people. Such a reform can make their students stronger, so naturally they are very willing to carry out the reform. Lin Yu nodded slightly and immediately continued to inquire. By the way, has Chen Feiyu not come out from inside the secret realm yet? Before heading to that King Grade Academy, one was to check out the King Grade Academy's grand competition, and the other was to see how Chen Feiyu was doing now. As a result, he learned that day that Chen Feiyu had gone to the secret realm to cultivate. We haven't gotten any news of Chen Feiyu coming out yet. Meng Qian replied truthfully. Don't worry, as long as Chen Feiyu returns to school, I'll notify you first. Alright then, I'll trouble you. Lin Yu answered. Next, Lin Yu continued to start dealing with the affairs and documents of Kunlun Mecha University. It took over an hour to process. Lin Yu stood up at this moment and slowly stretched his waist, secretly saying in his heart, "It's better to let someone else be this principal earlier. Really don't like dealing with these matters." After it's been dealt with, Lin Yu then returned to his floating island. I don't know why. Since completing the test of God, even if he cultivated inside the battleship's cultivation room, the overall rate of progress was completely incomparable to the previous rate. Hey! According to the current cultivation, I don't know how many years and months it will take to reach the Domain Lord level. Lin Yu let out a deep sigh. Total feeling. It seems to have reached a bottleneck. By the looks of it, you should be able to go and break into the universe next. Xinger appeared out of thin air in front of Lin Yu at this moment and smiled. There are many cosmic copies and cosmic secret realms in the universe. All of these can allow you to increase your strength. A copy of the universe? Cosmic secret realm? Lin Yu instantly became energized. That's right, Xinger nodded. Regardless of whether it's a cosmic copy or a cosmic mystery realm, it requires a Mecha Master to reach the cosmic level in order to enter. That's the minimum requirement. However, according to previous information, the known copies of the universe are all controlled by the various great powers in the universe, and outsiders are afraid that they won't be able to enter. Only this cosmic secret esoteric realm, in the universe at any time, any place may appear, can only depend on their respective destiny. So many mechs will explore in this universe. Most of them also hope to encounter this cosmic secret realm. Now that a long time has passed, I don't have a way to connect to the cosmic network now, so the various situations of the universe are now, presumably, greatly changed, but overall, it's still not much of a problem. Xinger explained much more in detail in a short period of time, making Lin Yu that was listening with great devotion. The universe copies are controlled by those big powers, so don't other people's mech subject? Lin Yu asked curiously. In front of absolute strength, any opposition is useless. Xinger smiled faintly. However, if you want to enter the cosmic copy, it's not without a way. As long as you can join those big powers afterward, you'll have a chance. As for those casual Mecha Masters, it's basically hard to rely on themselves and enter those universe copies. So, basically, all the casual Mecha Masters would choose to take their chances in the universe, and maybe with a bit of luck, they'd come across a cosmic secret realm. After hearing this, Lin Yu responded. It seems that this universe is not simple. Inside the next hour, Xinger continued to tell Lin Yu many things about the universe. Once again, Lin Yu's eyes were opened. A month passed quickly. This day, in the waters of the Bermuda Triangle, there was a huge earthquake. The sea is even more choppy. A huge vortex, like a black hole, exuded an incomparably terrifying aura. Immediately after, from that vortex, a mysterious island rushed out. In the center of this island, there was even a huge godscape that was hundreds of meters high. It emanated a golden glow, a very extraordinary presence at first sight. Here's the variance. It was quickly noticed by forces around the world. Scout planes have been sent out to explore the area. It didn't take long. Everyone was shocked after seeing the news of the probe. A level 140 copy. It's the first of its kind in the world. It seems that this copy can only be entered by a god-level Mecha Master. At the moment the world is afraid that Lin Yu is the only one. If this level 140 copy is cleared, the reward for clearing it is definitely even more uncomplicated. Although many mechs, too, wanted to enter this level 140 copy, but the reality is that there is no way for them to get in. A message from a level 140 copy. It soon reached Lin Yu as well. See the information probed. Lin Yu nodded slightly. I didn't expect that a level 140 copy would actually appear. That's definitely something to check out for yourself. Meng Qian, during the time I'm away, you handle the affairs of the school. Lin Yu quickly turned to Meng Qian's beautiful secretary in front of him and said, Alright, please also be safe. Meng Qian answered, and couldn't help but give a reminder. This level 140 copy was definitely difficult to clear, and the dangers inside were even more so. Lin Yu was now a facade of the Kunlun Mecha University. If Lin Yu fell inside this level 140 copy, that's definitely a very big loss. After all the accounting is done, Lin Yu summoned the Nuwa Mech. Fly quickly in the direction of that Bermuda Triangle. All the way. Lin Yu was also curious, really never thought that this level 140 copy would appear at this time. Well, at least this is the ancestral star. It's completely unsurprising that a level 140 copy would appear. Xinger's voice rang out. It's probably related to you. After all, your mecha reached level 140. So maybe it just happened to meet a certain condition. So this level 140 copy appeared. Xinger's analysis was well reasoned. This caused Lin Yu to nod his head as well. Very much in agreement. Xinger, do you think that with my current strength, I'll be able to pass a level 140 copy? Lin Yu continued to ask. Easy peasy. Shinger said with a confident look on her face. Don't forget, you have 140 class divine mechs. Ha ha, I think so too. Only with your affirmation, I'm even more filled with confidence. Lin Yu let out a happy laugh. The Bermuda Triangle. It has always been one of the most dangerous seas inside the Blue Star Sea. Many fighters and mechs have fallen and disappeared in this Bermuda Triangle before. There was speculation earlier that there are very scary beasts inside this Bermuda Triangle. Various versions of the rumors about this Bermuda Triangle are also flying around, but none of the truth is known. Lin Yu maneuvered the Nuwa Mecha and managed to arrive at this Bermuda Triangle at the fastest speed currently possible. Look around. The entire Bermuda Triangle Sea is very calm. A mysterious island, suspended in mid-air. At this time, there were many more flying machines over the sea, all sent to probe the situation. Lin Yu continued to move forward. It soon came to the mysterious island. Close to the door of this level 140 copy, Lin Yu once again very deeply felt the extraordinary and esoteric nature of this level 140 copy. Lin Yu, this is actually a one-time copy. Not a moment later, Shinger said with incomparable excitement. A one-time copy? Could it be that it can only be cleared once? Lin Yu's entire body was a little bit slightly puzzled after hearing this. A copy like this has never been heard of before. Yes, as long as one can successfully pass through, this copy will disappear. And such a copy is called a disposable copy. The reward for clearing this one-time copy is even more generous and incomparable. And it's still a level 140 copy, so the rewards are even more unbeatable. Shinger nodded and continued to marvel. There was another thought in her mind that she didn't say. She felt as if the level 140 copy in front of her was specially prepared for Lin Yu. If that was really the case, then Lin Yu could be considered a person with great fortune. Then I must pass this copy. Lin Yu nodded and said with a smile on his face. Hoo-hoo, take a deep breath. After being mentally prepared. Next, ding dong, you have entered the level 140 copy of the Tower of Death. Please complete the clearance within 24 hours. The system's voice rang out. When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, found himself inside an enclosed space, the first floor of the Tower of Death. Roar! A roar rang out from the abyss. In an instant, a massive minotaur appeared in front of Lin Yu. Minotaur, level 130. The giant beast's information appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. This minotaur behemoth also wielded a 100-meter machete, so it was clear that this was no ordinary behemoth. However, in Lin Yu's eyes, they were just ants. It's only level 130. That's right. Usually when you start, an appetizer will appear. Lin Yu slowly nodded and said softly, and this minotaur beast is an appetizer. Bang! That minotaur beast instantly rushed out. Just a few breaths. It then came above the Nuwa mech. At the same time, it was holding that machete, and it was even aiming at the head of the Nuwa mech and chopped down hard. Just as the machete was only a few meters from the head of the Nuwa mech, the Nuwa mech was under Lin Yu's control. The space shuttle was completed in an instant. Disappear in place in an instant. Boom! That minotaur behemoth directly chopped the air. The machete struck the ground with a powerful thud. The entire power was so great that it caused that ground to suffer severe damage. Quite impressive. Both speed and power. Too bad it met me. Lin Yu smiled faintly. Nuwa mech skills explode. A spatial god blade coalesced. Pust. In the blink of an eye, that minotaur beast's head was then chopped off alive. A headless body collapsed on the ground with a bang. Motionless and completely dead. It continued for a few seconds. The corpse of this minotaur behemoth then turned into fragments of light and disappeared. Immediately after, inside this space, a huge high platform appeared. It was clear that there was an incomparably arcane formation above this high platform. I didn't realize there was only one minotaur beast on this first level. This should be the teleportation array to the upper level. Lin Yu slowly nodded. This copy is called the Tower of Death. The tower, surely, has many layers. Neither. How many floors are there in this Tower of Death? One must complete the clearance within 24 hours. So, Lin Yu didn't continue to waste time either. Directly manipulating the Nuwa mech, he gently leapt and arrived above that high platform. The formation on that elevated platform emitted a light, only to see the light disappear before his eyes. Entering the second level of the Tower of Death, Lin Yu then saw that he had arrived at the second level. The surroundings, on the contrary, were similar to the first level. Ow! The giant beasts of this second layer also appeared quickly. A giant demon wolf appeared. The entire space of this second layer was instantly filled with a thick fury. The blood-colored eyes were even more viciously staring at the Nuwa mech, and the sharp claws emitted a cold light, as if they wanted to tear the Nuwa mech into pieces. Silver Moon Wolves, level 130. Ho ho ho! With a hiss from the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, in an instant's effort, a dozen identical Silver Moon Fierce Wolves appeared around them. It seemed that this Silver Moon Fierce Wolf should have known that he was not easy to deal with, so he had directly exerted his ability from the start. Next, these dozen or so Silver Moon Fierce Wolves attacked frantically towards the new Mecha. They were clearly faster than the Minotaurs from earlier. Space Seal unleashed. A light erupted from the new Mech. One by one, the three-dimensional transparent spaces had wrapped these Silver Moon Fierce Wolves, making them fixed in there, unable to move in a way. After the new Mecha reached level 140, its overall strength has increased a lot, especially the mecha skills it has mastered. Looking at everything in front of him, Lin Yu was satisfied. The other god-level mechs must have had the same boost. Immediately after, Lin Yu's mind moved. Those cubic spaces started to compress up one after another. That Silver Moon Fierce Wolf's body also followed the compression. During the entire process, no matter how much the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf struggled, it was indifferent. Finally, the space was compressed to an extreme. This Silver Moon Ferocious Wolf is also followed along with the annihilation disappeared. With the death of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, the high platform leading to the third level also appeared immediately. No difficulty at all. Lin Yu smiled faintly. It's better not to be too careless. This might just be the beginning. The further we go the more difficult it will be. That Silver Moon Fierce Wolf is obviously much more powerful than the Minotaur beast. Qinger still gave a serious and earnest reminder. She had seen a lot of geniuses before who had ended up falling and dying on their own because of pride and carelessness. Don't worry. I understand. Lin Yu nodded.